5 years ago, my most trusted best friend sent me to bed with a strange man. My boyfriend broke up with me on the spot, and my biological father. My parents then offered me a dowry of 800,000 yuan to marry off to a disabled wealthy businessman. That day, I finally understood that they had never treated me as their own daughter. 5 years later, I returned to China with a pair of genius twins. I didn't come back for a reunion, nor for forgiveness, but to make everyone who had hurt me pay the price. I still can't forget that night that changed my destiny. 5 years ago, a drunken night completely changed Lin Wan's life. That night, she was just drinking with her best friend Zhou Ying, who was heartbroken from a breakup. But when she woke up again, she found herself lying in a strange hotel bed with a strange man beside her. The messy bed and the unusual feeling in her body constantly reminded her of what had happened the night before. Lin Wan lost her virginity, and the man she had slept with was none other than Gu Shiyuan. This sudden reality left her completely bewildered and helpless. Gu Shiyan, too, hadn't expected that his usual self-discipline and restraint, his ability to prevent any accidents, would lead him to completely lose his temper over the drunken girl who barged into his room. After a night of debauchery, both of their lives veered off course. The first thing to crumble was the relationship Lin Wan had painstakingly cultivated for many years. When she walked out of the hotel, her boyfriend, Aching, had been waiting outside the door all night. But when he saw the marks on Lin Wan's body, the expectation on his face instantly turned into despair. Aching worried about her all night, only to be met with the cruelest result. Anger and disappointment completely overwhelmed him. He didn't give Lin Wan a chance to explain, broke up with her on the spot, and left without looking back. But after Aching left, Lin Wan gradually sensed something was wrong. Zhou Ying's disappearance last night was too coincidental. Aching's appearance was too coincidental. Even her entering the wrong room was ridiculously coincidental. A terrible suspicion began to slowly emerge in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Was it all just a coincidence? Could it have been a trap deliberately set up from the very beginning? But before she could find out the truth, even worse news had already befallen her. A month later, Lin Wan discovered she was pregnant, and with twins no less. She had taken emergency contraception and other preventative measures, but fate still played a cruel joke on her, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Even more cruelly, the doctor told her that if she chose to have an abortion now, she might never be able to have her own children again. That day, Lin Wan, only 22 years old, experienced true despair and helplessness for the first time. She had no husband, no one to rely on, and she couldn't even be sure who the father of her child was. But reality was already before her, and whether she wanted to accept it or not, fate had made the decision for her, forcing her to move forward step by step. However, what truly pushed her into the abyss was not the unplanned pregnancy, but her closest family members. When she returned home with the test results, she was not greeted with care and comfort, but with a cold, calculating transaction. Lin Wan's mother, Ji Chunying, is arranging blind dates for her. The man is quite old and has a physical disability, yet he's willing to offer a dowry of 800,000 yuan. In her parents' eyes, whether Lin Wan is happy or not is irrelevant. The dowry is the most important thing. They've even planned Lin Wan's future: 200,000 yuan for her own life, 600,000 yuan for her parents' retirement, and enough to buy a house for her younger brother's wedding. Everything is arranged, but no one has asked her if she's willing. At this moment, Lin Wan finally saw her family for who they truly were. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been her parents' precious daughter, but merely a tool that could be sacrificed at any time and used to exchange for their own interests. Her younger brother's name was Lin Tianbao, a name that embodied the hopes of the entire family. She, however, was like a dispensable appendage, always relegated to the bottom of the list. After suppressing her grievances for over 20 years, she finally erupted, choosing for the first time to live for herself. Faced with her parents' pressure and arrangements, Lin Wan no longer remained silent and submissive as before. For the first time, she stood up and resisted, for the first time refused that absurd blind date, and for the first time said no to this extremely biased family. For the first time, she refused to become a money-making tool for her family. This time, Lin Wan did not intend to bow her head again. Even if she was kicked out of her home, even if she lost everything, she would live her life the way she wanted because she had had enough of having her life arranged for her by others. More importantly, she decided to keep the baby. Because she had never received true love, she wanted to give all the love she had to her unborn child without reservation, to give them a complete and warm home. Ultimately, her father kicked her out of the house, threatening to sever all ties. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Wan had been secretly saving money since university, working as a design contractor. The money, though not a large sum, was enough for her to survive and raise her unborn child. So she changed her phone number, blocked all her relatives, applied for a visa, packed her bags, and prepared to say goodbye to everything from the past. The moment the plane soared into the clouds, the cage that had confined her for over 20 years was finally left far behind. From that moment on, she was no longer anyone's daughter, nor anyone's atim. She lived only for herself. 5 years later, Lin Wan has become a well-known designer in the industry. The desperate and helpless girl from back then has built a career and a home of her own through her own efforts, completely shaking off the shadows of the past. Now she has 2 sensible and adorable children, a warm and peaceful little world. And there's a man who has always quietly accompanied her and her children. That man is Ouyang Qian. Over the years, Ouyang Qian has been involved in almost every day of his children's growth. The neighbors have long since accepted him as the head of the household, and the children have long regarded him as their closest family member. Coco, in particular, would often secretly fantasize about how wonderful it would be if Ouyang Qian really became her father someday. But no one knew that Ouyang Qian had loved Lin Wan for many years, but had never confessed. To be with the mother and their 2 children, he even gave up returning to China to take over the family business, staying abroad alone for 5 whole years. He dedicated the best years of his youth to Lin Wan, but never received the answer he longed for. That evening at dinner, Lin Wan suddenly put down her chopsticks and said she was going back to China. The air instantly fell silent, and Ouyang Qian's worst fears had finally come true. For years, he had believed that time would change everything. He believed that one day Lin Wan would accept him. But reality shattered his illusions mercilessly, catching him completely off guard. Lin Wan told him that she had only returned to China for work. She would no longer let the past affect her life, nor would she stop for anyone, including her feelings and future. Ouyang Qian remained silent for a long time before finally asking the most crucial question. When Lin Wan uttered the words, "Gu's Group," even he was stunned. The Gu Group is one of the top companies in the country. Receiving an invitation from headquarters is enough to prove that Lin Wan has reached the pinnacle of the industry. No one would easily refuse such an opportunity. In the end, Ouyang Qian chose to compromise. But at the same time, he also made a new decision. Since Lin Wan insisted on returning to China, he would go back with her and continue to stay by her side. He would take care of everything: the house, the school, the living arrangements. Faced with Lin Wan's refusal, he simply smiled and said it was just a friend helping out, but only he knew the real reason. He was willing to give up anything to stay by Lin Wan's side. Even knowing he might never see the outcome, he still couldn't bear to leave this woman and their 2 children. Upon learning they were going back to their hometown, the 2 children were both excited and nervous. There, they saw a vast ocean they had never seen before, but their beloved Grandma Zheng, who had always been there for them, was not there. Over the years, they have had neither grandparents nor a father. The only people who have accompanied them as they grew up are Aunt Zheng and Ouyang Qian, so the separation is especially painful for the children. In the days leading up to their departure, Lin Wan took her child to all the familiar places. Aunt Zheng quietly helped them prepare their luggage and daily necessities. Everyone knew that separation would come sooner or later. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Aunt Zheng stood at the door, repeatedly reminding them to take good care of themselves. Coco was the first to break down, crying and throwing herself into the old woman's arms, unwilling to let go. She choked back tears, saying that her grandmother must never forget her. Those words instantly shattered everyone's emotions. Even the usually sensible and calm Nan couldn't help but tear up. The group hugged each other and cried uncontrollably. In the end, Aunt Zheng, suppressing her reluctance, saw them off to their car. Because if they had stayed any longer, no one would have wanted to truly leave. The car slowly drove away, and the place that held 5 years of memories gradually disappeared into the night. A new journey had begun, and everything in the past was left behind. After takeoff, the two children quickly fell asleep, nestled in Lin Wan's arms, while Nan Nin quietly curled up in the back seat, and Ouyang Qian habitually covered them with blankets. This scene made Lin Wan feel even more complicated. It wasn't that she didn't know about Ouyang Qian's feelings, but after experiencing too much hurt, she had long lost the courage to start over. Just then, the man in the next seat suddenly spoke. From the moment he boarded the plane, he had been staring at Lin Wan and Coco, or rather, observing the mother and daughter with a look of utter shock. The mother and daughter looked so much like one person, someone they had been searching for 25 years. Realizing his lapse in composure, the man quickly apologized and tentatively began to ask questions. When the man learned that Lin Wan was from Shenzhen, his excitement grew even more pronounced. He too was from Shenzhen, and his sister, who had been missing for 25 years, had also disappeared there. What shocked him even more was that when Lin Wan revealed her age of 27, he was completely stunned. If his sister were still alive, she would also be 27 this year. The ages matched, the appearances matched, even the subtle nuances in their eyes and brows were almost identical. But what made his breath catch in his throat the most was Coco sleeping in Lin Wan's arms. Coco looked exactly like the child in that faded old photograph on his phone. Countless coincidences occurred at the same time, causing his heart to pound uncontrollably. At that moment, a thought he himself couldn't believe surged into his mind. Could this woman before him be the relative his Xiao family had been searching for 25 long years? Lin Wan, thinking the man was unwell, offered to help. The man took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his surging emotions, and then slowly revealed a regret buried for many years. It turned out that his younger sister had been abducted when she was 2 years old and had never been heard from since. Over the years, the entire family had never given up searching, but no matter how much effort they put in, they had no success. As he spoke, the man's disappointment was impossible to conceal. Lin Wan fell silent. She hadn't expected this gentle and refined man to bear such pain. Then, the man proactively handed her his business card. It bore 2 words Xiaoyang. When Lin Wan saw his identity, she couldn't help but pause in surprise. Xiaoyang is the president of the Xiao Group, one of the most prestigious and wealthy families in Shenzhen. But more than his CEO status, Xiaoyang is now concerned with something else, whether Lin Wan is truly his sister. Over the next few hours, Xiaoyang subtly probes into Lin Wan's past. However, the deeper he learns, the more shocked he becomes. A family that favored sons over daughters and parents who severed ties with her drove Lin Wan to the brink of despair. She raised twins alone abroad, and all clues pointed to the same conclusion. Lin Wan was very likely the Xiao family's long-lost daughter. But Xiaoyang dared not jump to conclusions. He knew that in the past 25 years, his family had experienced far too many cycles of hope and despair. Ouyang Qian's expression grew increasingly grim as he noticed Lin Wan chatting intimately with a strange man. In the past 5 years, he had never seen Lin Wan so relaxed with any man. What unsettled him even more was that Lin Yike quickly clung to Xiaoyang after waking up, giggling without any sense of unfamiliarity. This was the first time Ouyang Qian felt a genuine sense of crisis. After the plane landed, Xiaoyang offered to take Lin Wan and her son back to their residence. However, Ouyang Qian blocked their way, stating that everything had already been arranged, his tone dripping with hostility. Xiaoyang simply smiled, unconcerned, because his only thought at that moment was to find out Lin Wan's identity as soon as possible. If the speculation is true, then the family that has been broken for 25 years finally has a chance to be reunited. Lin Wan, however, is completely unaware of this. With this chance encounter, a secret buried for 25 years begins to surface, plunging her life into uncertainty once again. On their first night back in Shenzhen, the mother and her 2 children slept soundly due to jet lag. Late that night, Lin Wan had a vivid nightmare. A little girl, about 2 years old, was dragged into the darkness by a stranger, crying desperately. That desperate cry seemed to travel back 25 years, sending a chill down her spine. The child's face in her dream was almost identical to her own when she was a child. Lin Wan rushed over like a mad woman, trying to snatch the child back, but no matter how fast she ran, she felt trapped behind an invisible wall, unable to get close. When she saw the child's face clearly, she froze. It was Coco, her daughter. Lin Wan completely broke down, frantically calling out her daughter's name and desperately begging those people to stop. But they ignored her and disappeared into the darkness. When she finally saw the two faces, her blood ran cold instantly, because the people who took her child away were none other than Ji Chunying and Lin Jinhua in their youth. Lin Wan woke up with a start, her body drenched in cold sweat. Coco gently took her hand, not crying, but hugging her and comforting her. "Mommy, don't be afraid. I'm here." This almost made Lin Wan lose control. She held her daughter tightly, as if she loosened her grip even slightly, her child would disappear again. Lenny Nan, who lived next door, was also startled awake. The little boy ran in barefoot, his face full of anxiety, asking Lin Wan if she was sick. She tried to suppress her emotions and forced a smile. But while washing up, a thought exploded in her mind, and she finally understood why Xiao Yang felt so familiar to her. The more Lin Wan compared her reflection in the mirror to Xiao Yang's features, the more alarmed she became. Their features were almost identical, as if they had been carved from the same mold. Adding to this were Xiao Yang's words. His sister, missing for 25 years, was 27 years old this year, and she herself was also 27. All the clues matched up. Even the child in her dreams led her to make a bold guess. The child in her dreams might not be Coco, but rather herself as a child, because Coco looked almost exactly like her when she was young. Thinking of this, Lin Wan felt a chill run down her spine, and for the first time seriously doubted whether she was the Lin family's biological daughter. If all of this were true, then what did the suffering of the past 20 years matter? Lin Wan subconsciously picked up the business card Xiao Yang had left behind, wanting to dial the number immediately to find out who she really was. But her finger hovered over the dial button for a long time before finally putting it down, because she was afraid of the truth. Lenny Nan suddenly ran over and grabbed her, asking innocently, "Mommy, didn't you say you were going to take us out to play?" These words pulled Lin Wan back to reality. She could only suppress all her guesses for the time being, because the most important thing right now was always her two children. After finishing their meal, the mother and her two children took a walk near their neighborhood. Shenzhen has changed dramatically in the past 5 years, with towering buildings and dazzling lights. The two children looked around excitedly as they walked. Just as they were about to go home, a familiar arguing voice rang out, and Lin Wan froze instantly. She overheard the stories of two people she least wanted to see again, Zhou Ying and Aching. 5 years had passed, and neither of them had regained their former glory. Zhou Ying cried and begged Aching to stop gambling, saying their family was falling apart and she wanted to have another child to start over. Aching, however, acted like a madman, demanding money and even verbally abusing Zhou Ying in the street. Lin Wan finally understood that her suspicions from back then were all true. 5 years ago, Zhou Ying deliberately framed her to steal Aching away, ruining her reputation and destroying her life. But a marriage forcibly taken cannot bring happiness. Aching quickly went bankrupt, and Zhou Ying also lost all her savings. Just then, Aching suddenly saw Lin Wan and froze on the spot. Lin Wan, his voice trembled, as if he had seen someone he wouldn't even dare to dream of. But Lin Wan only gave him a cold look and said, "You've mistaken me for someone else." Then she prepared to leave. Aching rushed forward like a madman, trying to grab her and ask her how she had been all these years. Just as his hand was about to touch Lin Wan, a small figure pounced out. Lenny Nan bit his wrist hard, like a little wolf protecting its cub, standing firmly in front of Lin Wan. "Don't touch my mommy." The little boy spread his arms wide, firmly protecting his mother and sister behind him. His courage and determination moved Lin Wan deeply, while also igniting a strong sense of vigilance in Ouyang Qian. Aching, who had been seething with anger, froze instantly when he heard Lenny Nan call out, "Mommy." Only then did he truly notice the twins beside him, and their ages and the passage of time all clicked together in that instant. 5 years ago, Lin Wan suddenly disappeared, and now her children are 4 or 5 years old. The answer is almost self-evident. Aching stared blankly at his two children, feeling as if his chest had been pierced. If it weren't for that conspiracy back then, if he had chosen to believe Lin Wan, all of this should have been his. Those bright and adorable twins should have been his children. But now, he had destroyed everything with his own hands. Lin Wan didn't even bother to look at him again, leaving only a cold sentence. It has nothing to do with you. Then she took the children and turned to leave. Aching wanted to chase after them, but was stopped at the door by security guards. He could only watch helplessly as the backs of the mother and her two children disappeared, and the belated regret in his heart completely engulfed him at that moment. On the other side, Zhou was also stunned. She watched Lin Wan walk into the upscale residential area, looking at the expensive mansion and gardens, and jealousy almost instantly overwhelmed her reason. She just couldn't understand why Lin Wan, whom she had trampled into the mud back then, was living a better life than her. Upon returning to China, Lin Wan bumped into these two people, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. She even began to wonder if the man in the presidential suite 5 years ago was indeed a member of a wealthy family, and if she had inadvertently given him the opportunity. Looking at Chung now, limping, addicted to gambling, and filled with malice, Zhou suddenly felt that all her scheming over the years had been a colossal joke. What terrified her even more was that Chung had warned her before leaving not to hurt Lin Wan again. This meant that Chung already knew the truth about what happened back then. Thinking of this, Zhou felt fear for the first time. Because the secret she feared most was beginning to spiral out of control, and Lin Wan was no longer the girl who could be bullied at will. On the other side, Lin Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief after rushing into the elevator. For the first time, she felt that the expensive property management fees in this community were well worth it. Encountering two troublemakers on her first day back in China also made her realize that Shenzhen really isn't that big. Lin Yinan stood on tiptoe, gently patted her back, and said earnestly, "Mommy, I will protect you and your sister from now on." Hearing this, Lin Wan's heart softened instantly. She hugged her son and realized for the first time that her child had truly grown up. Back home, Lin Wan lay on the sofa, lost in thought. Unpleasant memories of the past kept resurfacing, playing back in her mind like a movie. Meanwhile, Coco secretly picked up her phone and sent a message to Ouyang Qian. She told him that Mommy was in a bad mood and hoped he would comfort her quickly. Ouyang Qian had just finished dinner. Upon seeing the message, he immediately put down his chopsticks and dialed Lin Wan's number. When the call connected, Lin Wan's voice was noticeably lowered. Upon learning that she had met Zhou Ying and Chung, Ouyang Qian's face instantly darkened. His worst fears had come true. Those who had hurt Lin Wan had reappeared before her. Although he had never met those two people, after hearing Lin Wan's story, Ouyang Qian felt no less disgust than she did. Those who had ruined her life didn't deserve any sympathy or forgiveness. But the thought of Lin Wan's current peace and happiness stirred up complex emotions within him. If it weren't for the accident back then, if Lin Wan hadn't left the country, he might never have met her in this lifetime. On the phone, Lin Wan calmly mentioned that Chung was now addicted to gambling and even had a limp. She knew Chung liked to gamble 5 years ago, but at the time he didn't gamble much, and she always thought he would change someday. But now she finally understood that a gambler will never change for anyone. Hearing this news, she felt little emotional. 5 years had diluted her hatred, leaving only a sense of relief after complete understanding. Ouyang Qian, however, could not let go. In his view, if it weren't for those two people, Lin Wan's life would have been much happier. Worried that Chung would continue to harass her, he offered to help her move to a different house. But Lin Wan refused. She was no longer the girl who hid in a corner and cried 5 years ago. She was now a mother of 2. She had to move forward in life and couldn't let fear stop her. Ouyang Qian could only repeatedly tell her to call him immediately if those two people approached again. His phone was on 24/7, and he could be by her side at any time. After hanging up the phone, Ouyang Qian was already considering whether he should personally warn Aching and Zhou Ying to stay completely away from Lin Wan. His life was already inextricably linked to that mother and son. In fact, he had already confessed everything to his family before returning to China. Even though his family didn't support him, he never thought of giving up. because spending these years with Lin Wan and their child had long become the most important thing in his life. Lin Wan originally wanted to tell Ouyang Qian about her suspicions regarding the dream and his origins, but considering his obvious hostility towards Xiaoyang, she ultimately swallowed her words and didn't bring it up again. She knew very well that her connection with the Xiao family was definitely not just a coincidence. But more important than investigating her origins was adapting to life in China as quickly as possible and getting things settled with her child and work. Late at night, the mother and her two children, jet-lagged, couldn't fall asleep. So they lay side by side on the sofa watching TV, enjoying long-awaited family time, making the whole room feel exceptionally warm and cozy. Taking this opportunity, Lin Wan suggested finding a kindergarten for the children soon. She explained that she would soon be going back to work and wouldn't be able to be with them every day, so the children needed to adjust to a new environment. As a result, both little ones showed expressions of resistance at the same time. Lin Yinan said in a serious tone that he could cook and take care of his younger sister, and that he didn't need to go to kindergarten at all. He just wanted to stay at home. In fact, he preferred secretly studying the computer and disliked interacting with the other children at kindergarten. Coco's reason for objecting was simpler. Her biggest dream was to sleep until she naturally woke up every day. Lin Wan told them helplessly that things were different in China and abroad. She had to attend kindergarten first before she could smoothly enter primary school. This reminded her of her own repressed childhood. Because her family refused to spend money, she hadn't even attended kindergarten and was instead locked at home taking care of her younger brother. She would never forget those grievances and regrets. That's why she didn't want to neglect her children. She had even started considering buying a house in a good school district, hoping they would have the best environment to grow up in, instead of repeating her own mistakes. Upon hearing that they had to go to school, Lin Yinan could only accept his fate, patting his chest and promising to take care of his younger sister. Lin Wan was amused by her son's earnest expression and gently kissed him on the cheek. Coco immediately became unhappy and also demanded a kiss. Lin Wan quickly gave her daughter a kiss on the forehead, strictly adhering to the principle of never favoring twins, which made both children beam with joy. After receiving the kiss, Coco was very satisfied and hugged Lin Wan sweetly, saying, "I love Mommy the most." These words completely melted Lin Wan's heart, and many of her worries were swept away. It wasn't until dawn that the mother and her two children finally felt sleepy and went back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. The next day at noon, after Lin Wan finished washing up, she started to wake up Coco, who was still in bed. Coco huddled under the covers, refusing to come out, while Lin Yinan was the complete opposite. Even after only 6 hours of sleep, he still got up early and could even wash up on his own. If he weren't unfamiliar with the area, he would have even prepared to go out to buy groceries and cook by himself. In fact, when his grandmother wasn't home abroad, he started making breakfast on a stool before he was even 3 years old. Because he grew up without a father, Lin Yinan was much more mature than children his age. In his heart, he had to grow up as soon as possible and become the most reliable support for his mother and younger sister. Coco, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. In order to wake up the little girl who was reluctant to get out of bed, Lin Wan had to resort to her ultimate weapon. "My brother and I are going to eat big steamed buns." The next second, Coco, who had been buried in the covers, instantly opened her eyes. All her sleepiness vanished on the spot, as if she hadn't been the one lazing in bed at all, leaving Lin Wan both amused and exasperated. Not long after, the little girl changed into a pretty dress, tied her hair in a bow, and ran out excitedly. But as soon as she stepped out, Lin Yinan mercilessly teased her about her round face, saying it was all from eating too much. Coco immediately pinched her chubby cheeks and retorted, "This isn't called fat. It's called being so cute it's overflowing." Her words made Lin Wan laugh out loud, and the atmosphere instantly relaxed. In the days following her return to China, Lin Wan took her child sightseeing. She wanted to make up for all the happiness she had missed in her childhood, and also to make up for the suffering she had endured in the past. Just then, Ouyang Qian brought up the kindergarten issue again. Lin Wan was officially starting her job in a few days, and they needed to arrange schools for their two children as soon as possible. However, reality quickly put pressure on her. Because the children were foreign nationals, They couldn't enroll in regular kindergartens, while international schools were incredibly expensive, causing her a major headache. Just as Lin Wan was worrying about this, Ouyang Qian took the initiative to speak. He said he knew of a very good international kindergarten, and that he could handle the enrollment and paperwork issues smoothly. Lin Wan didn't know that this kindergarten happened to be near Ouyang's home. Ouyang Qian's reason for making this arrangement was simply to be closer to the mother and her 2 children. From the moment he saw Xiao Yang easily win over the 2 children on the plane, Ouyang Qian felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. In 5 years, he had never been so nervous because for the first time, someone had made him feel threatened. So this time, he would never give anyone another chance. Picking up and dropping off the children, spending time with them, taking care of them, these seemingly ordinary little things would become important opportunities for him to enter this family. Because he had already made his decision. No matter how much his family objected, no matter how others viewed it, he was determined to marry Lin Wan. And the person he needed to win over most was never Lin Wan, but the 2 children before him. While the 2 were chatting, Coco, sitting in the back row, suddenly leaned close to her brother's ear and whispered, "Do you want Uncle Ouyang to become your dad?" The little girl's eyes were full of seriousness and anticipation. Lin Yinan was silent for a few seconds, then finally nodded seriously. "As long as Mommy likes it, I like it too." His answer was simple, yet it revealed a maturity and understanding far beyond his years. Coco was a little disappointed. She could sense that her mother relied on and trusted Uncle Ouyang a lot, but that feeling never seemed to have turned into true love. The next day, a special guest arrived at the house. Qian Jiahui, Lin Wan's best friend, and the only person who had always been by her side over the years, never leaving her. When Lin Wan was pregnant and fled abroad, Qian Jiahui even flew there to take care of her during her postpartum period. For Lin Wan, this friendship had long surpassed that of ordinary friends. It was more like that of family. The moment the doorbell rang, Lin Wan practically ran to the door. The instant the door opened, the 2 girls, separated for so many years, embraced tightly, neither wanting to let go. Qian Jiahui's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She knew better than anyone how much hardship Lin Wan had endured over the years, and how difficult it had been for her to get to where she was today. But when she looked closely at Lin Wan, she was completely shocked. Lin Wan, who had given birth to 2 children, hadn't aged at all. In fact, she was even more beautiful than before, and her demeanor had become gentle and mature. Just as the 2 were talking, a soft, sweet little voice suddenly rang out. "Hello, godmother." Coco ran over proactively, and the word godmother melted Qian Jiahui's heart. Especially that little face that looked almost exactly like Lin Wan's when she was a child. Qian Jiahui adored it. The little girl's words were as sweet as honey, and she couldn't stop smiling after just a few words. It wasn't until a soft cough came from the side that Qian Jiahui realized she had overlooked another child. Lin Yinan stood quietly to the side, looking at everyone like a composed little adult. But when Qian Jiahui saw his face clearly, she suddenly froze. For some reason, she felt that this child's features were unusually familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. On the other side, Lin Wan looked at her son's face, and the image of the man from 5 years ago involuntarily surfaced in her mind. The man who changed her life, and also the real father of her 2 children. But she quickly forced herself to pull her thoughts away, because she had already told herself that she would never have any contact with that man again in this life, nor would she actively seek him out. That man will never know that she has twins, a boy and a girl, and Lin Wan will not willingly disrupt her current peaceful life. At least, at this moment, she still believes so. Qian Jiahui brought almost nothing with her on this visit. Bags and bags were filled with gifts for the 2 children. Coco's eyes crinkled into crescents with joy, and she kept calling them godmother. Within minutes, Qian Jiahui was completely won over by the twins. But something even more shocking was yet to come. When Lin Wan returned to the kitchen, Lin Yinan actually put on an apron with practiced ease, preparing to go into the kitchen to help cook, his movements as natural as if he had done it countless times before. Qian Jiahui was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. "You can cook too?" Faced with her shock, Lin Yinan simply nodded calmly, as if it were nothing special. Coco, standing nearby, immediately added proudly that when Mommy was busy with work, her brother took care of her. He even said his cooking was better than many restaurant chefs. Qian Jiahui found this increasingly absurd. While other 4 or 5-year-olds were still playing with toys and watching cartoons, Lin Yinan was already taking care of the entire family. Looking at this overly sensible little boy, she suddenly felt a pang of heartache. She knew that a child growing up too fast often meant shouldering too many responsibilities that weren't his. And all of this stemmed from the fact that he had never had a father since birth. Many things that should have been borne by adults had been silently carried on this child's shoulders. Soon, a steaming meal was laid out on the table. 2 of the dishes were even made by Lin Yinan himself, and they looked and smelled delicious, not at all like something a child would make. Qian Jiahui initially thought it was just a child's hobby, but after taking a bite, she was completely stunned. The taste was actually quite good, even exceeding her expectations. She ate 3 bowls of rice during the meal. The 2 children couldn't help but secretly cover their mouths and laugh, the atmosphere as relaxed as a real family. After dinner, the 2 children ran to the living room to play with their gifts. Lin Wan and Qian Jiahui finally had a chance to sit down and chat. Having not seen each other for several years, the 2 seemed to have endless things to say. They chatted about work and life, about the past and the future. Then, when Qian Jiahui casually mentioned her new job, Lin Wan suddenly paused. "Which company are you working for now?" In response, Qian Jiahui smiled and replied, "Zhao's group." Hearing those 4 words, Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat. The encounter on the plane, that strange dream, and the inexplicable sense of familiarity with Xiaoyang all surfaced in her mind at the same time, leaving her unable to calm down for a long time. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Wan finally recounted her experience on the plane. This included Xiaoyang mentioning her missing sister and her own growing suspicions. But to her surprise, Qian Jiahui fell silent after hearing it all. At that moment, Lin Wan's heart clenched, because she knew this friend too well. If it were all just a coincidence, Qian Jiahui would never have shown such an expression. Sure enough, after a long silence, Qian Jiahui slowly nodded. She told Lin Wan that the Xiao family had indeed lost a daughter, and that this was practically an open secret within the Xiao group. Over the years, the Xiao family had never given up the search. Hearing this, Lin Wan's breathing became rapid. She finally asked the question that had been buried in her heart for many days. "Jiahui, do you think I might not actually be a child of the Lin family?" The room suddenly fell silent. Qian Jiahui didn't answer immediately, but looked intently at Lin Wan, her gaze filled with complexity and hesitation. Only at this moment did she truly realize how strikingly similar Lin Wan and Xiaoyang were, especially their eyes, almost as if they were carved from the same mold. She had never considered this possibility before, but now, looking back, the resemblance was so obvious that it was impossible to ignore, making it hard to believe it was merely a coincidence. More importantly, she actually knew a secret about the Lin family all along. A secret buried for many years, but one she never dared to reveal. Over the years, her parents had repeatedly warned her not to meddle in other people's affairs. So even when she sensed something was amiss, she always chose to remain silent. But at this moment, seeing the expectation and unease in Lin Wan's eyes, Qian Jiahui suddenly didn't want to hide it any longer. Some truths, perhaps, should have been revealed long ago. Lin Wan gripped her hand tightly, her voice trembling. "Jiahui, do you know something?" She had a vague feeling that the answer was right before her eyes. Qian Jiahui remained silent for a long time before finally nodding slowly. Then she said softly, "I'm sorry. All these years, I have indeed been keeping something from you." Lin Wan didn't blame Qian Jiahui. At that moment, she only wanted one answer. Why, from childhood to adulthood, had her parents never truly loved her? Qian Jiahui remained silent for a long time before finally revealing a secret buried for over 30 years. The Lin couple had been married for many years but had never had children, always wanting a son, but their wish had never come true. Then one day, they suddenly brought home a little girl who looked about 2 years old, claiming to others that she was a child adopted by a distant relative. From then on, the child stayed with the Lin family. Even more outrageous, the Lin couple had their fortunes told. The fortune teller said that this child was destined to bring a younger brother or sister, and the Lin family actually believed it. Not long after, Lin Tianbao was born. From then on, all the family's love and resources fell on this son, while the child who had been brought home was completely neglected. Hearing this, Lin Wan was completely stunned. At this moment, many inexplicable things finally had an answer, finally found a reasonable explanation. Why did the Lin family never celebrate her birthday? Why was she always the one who suffered injustice? Why were her parents able to push her out without hesitation to gain benefits? Because from the very beginning, she wasn't the Lin family's biological daughter. Qian Zhehui continued to recall. She remembered her parents saying that Lin Wan was about 2 years old when she was brought back, and Xiao Yang had personally mentioned that their missing younger sister was also taken away when she was 2 years old. Two seemingly unrelated clues suddenly converged at this moment. Lin Wan's defenses finally collapsed completely, and all the grievances and pain she had suppressed for many years surged out. But after crying, she felt much lighter. Because as long as she wasn't their biological child, she no longer owed the Lin family anything, and the debt of gratitude for raising her over the years had long been repaid. But if the Lin family really did obtain her through child trafficking, then things would be completely different. Thinking this, Lin Wan's eyes gradually turned cold, and for the first time, a strong hatred welled up within her. If the truth were true, she would never let any member of the Lin family go. But her only fear was that her hopes would be dashed again. She couldn't be sure if she was truly the Xiao family's long-lost daughter. Qian Zhehui kept urging her to give it a try. She reasoned that missing this opportunity might lead to a lifetime of regret. After all, some answers could only be found by seeking them out for oneself. Ultimately, Lin Wan admitted something. She really wanted to see her biological parents. Even just a glimpse from afar would be enough. That evening, Lin Wan lay in bed with her 2 children, lost in thought. Suddenly, Coco, who was almost asleep, asked a question that stunned her. "Mommy, could Uncle Zhao's parents be your parents too?" Lin Wan froze instantly. It turned out the children had overheard the adults' conversation during the day. The little girl became more and more excited as she talked. She thought Lin Wan and Xiao Yang looked remarkably alike, and if they stood together, people would definitely think they were a family. Lin Wan didn't deny it, because even she herself was starting to hope it was true. In the end, she promised the child that after she finished this busy period, she would go to Xiao Yang to confirm the truth. Meanwhile, Lin Yinan wasn't sleeping at all. The computer screen in his room flickered incessantly, scrolling through vast amounts of data as he investigated everything about the Xiao family. No one knew that this child, who looked only a few years old, was actually a top-tier hacker. He had even amassed a fortune through his skills that most people could only dream of in a lifetime. More than anyone else, he hoped Lin Wan was truly the Xiao family's long-lost daughter, because then they would never be alone again and would finally have real family. Soon, all of the Xiao family's publicly available information was retrieved. But the more Lin Yinan looked, the more shocked he became, because Lin Wan's resemblance to members of the Xiao family was astonishing. Almost a single glance was enough to sense that inexplicable blood connection. However, the crucial information about the Xiao family's missing daughter seemed to have been deliberately erased. No matter how hard he investigated, he couldn't find the truly vital information. Sensing something amiss, he hid his IP address and logged into a top-tier global hacker organization. The moment the account logged in, the entire group chat erupted in excitement. Countless messages flooded the screen, because the legendary hacker who had disappeared for so long had finally reappeared. His codename was just 2 words: Snow Wolf. This name was practically legendary within the entire organization. No one dared to underestimate him. Soon, a girl named Jiang Nian stepped forward. She directly asked Snow Wolf who he wanted to investigate, because no one in the entire organization was better at intelligence gathering than her. Lin Yinan finally sent a message. "Help me investigate someone. Shenzhen, the Xiao family." Those few words instantly livened up the entire group chat. But right after sending the message, he suddenly realized a problem. He seemed to have exposed too much, and some people might have been watching the Xiao family all along. The people in the group immediately started jeering, saying that they should just contact Jiang Nianin for this kind of investigation. But Lin Yinan suddenly regretted it. He knew that with these people's abilities, if they followed the clues, they could very well uncover his true identity, which would bring a lot of trouble. Just then, Jiang Nianin initiated a private message. She reminded Shui Lang to contact her directly if anything came up and not to discuss it publicly in the group. She explained that people in the organization loved to join in the fun, and revealing one's identity would bring no benefit. Lin Yinan expressed his gratitude to her sincerely for the first time. Jiang Nianin immediately made a condition. If you really want to thank me, then come out and meet me. She was extremely curious about what this genius hacker, admired by the entire organization, actually looked like. Everyone in the organization thought Snow Wolf was a boy of about 15 years old. No one knew that he was actually just a child of a few years old. Faced with the invitation to meet, Lin Yinan remained silent for a long time before finally replying with a single word, "Okay." He figured there would always be a way to resolve the identity issue later. Satisfied with the reply, Jiang Nianin logged off. Lin Yinan, finally relieved, shut down his computer, ending his night's investigation. The next morning, Lin Wan had just stepped out of her room when she smelled the aroma of breakfast. Her son had already prepared breakfast, and her daughter ran over with a carefully chosen outfit. Looking at her two incredibly thoughtful children, Lin Wan felt a warmth in her heart. No matter what the future held, at least she still had two of the most important people in her life by her side. After breakfast, Lin Wan headed to the Gu group alone. Standing in front of the headquarters building, she couldn't help but sigh. Truly a business empire in Shenzhen. The towering building exuded a sense of awe, and today was also her first day officially joining the Gu group. A brand new beginning was about to unfold. As we entered the elevator, the doors were about to close. Suddenly, a hand blocked the door, and a tall, imposing man walked in. He was impeccably dressed in a suit and exuded a powerful aura. With his entry, the entire space seemed to fall silent instantly, instinctively creating a sense of pressure. Lin Wan instinctively retreated to a corner, and the man glanced at her casually. In that single glance, a strange sense of familiarity rose in both of them. But neither of them spoke. Soon, the elevator arrived at the Human Resources Department. Lin Wan had just stepped out when she discovered that the man had followed her out. To her even greater surprise, the Human Resources Manager immediately greeted the man with utmost respect, and the surrounding employees also stood up to greet him. Only at this moment did Lin Wan realize that this man's status was far higher than she had imagined. The next second, the man suddenly spoke. "Has Lin Wan arrived?" The manager quickly replied, "Don't worry, President Gu. She will definitely report on time today." Hearing this, Lin Wan was instantly stunned. President Gu? The man before him was actually the president of the Gu group? Just then, a gentle voice came from behind. "Hello, I am Lin Wan." The air seemed to freeze instantly. Gu Shiyuan slowly turned around, and when he saw that face clearly, he froze on the spot. 5 years ago, on that night, the woman he had been searching for 5 whole years was now standing right in front of him, reappearing in his life without any warning. Meanwhile, Lin Wan's mind was also blank. She had finally recognized the man before her, the one who had changed her destiny. 5 years ago, the accident revealed that the true biological father of her 2 children was none other than Gu Shiyuan, the president of the Gu group and the richest man in Shenzhen. Lin Wan felt a chill run down her spine. For years, she had desperately distanced herself from the past, wanting nothing more to do with Gu Shiyuan, but fate had brought them together again. Now the contract was signed. Gu's group had offered her an exorbitant sum to lure her back, along with a hefty penalty for breach of contract. She had no way out. More importantly, she still had 2 children to raise. The only thing that gave her some peace of mind was that top-tier wealthy families like the Gu family never lacked heirs. As long as Gu Shiyuan didn't know about the children's existence, their lives wouldn't be affected. Thinking of this, Lin Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Gu Shiyuan did not rush to leave. He stood there, quietly observing Lin Wan's every move, his gaze always fixed on her. This woman was unlike any other woman he had ever met. Others either fawned over him or worshipped him. Only Lin Wan's eyes were filled with avoidance and disdain. This reaction, however, only piqued Gu Shiyuan's interest. The more Lin Wan tried to distance herself from him, the more he wanted to get closer to this woman he had been unable to forget for 5 years. After completing the formalities, Lin Wan prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Gu Shiyuan followed her directly into the office and casually sat down on the sofa. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Wan, making her extremely uncomfortable, especially thinking about her son at home, who looked almost exactly like Gu Shiyuan, gave her an even bigger headache. If the child's existence were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Wan could only force herself to remain calm and pretend nothing had happened. Only after all the formalities were completed did Gu Shiyuan finally get up to leave. Before leaving, he gave Lin Wan a meaningful look. "I hope you won't disappoint me." A seemingly ordinary sentence, yet it sent a chill down Lin Wan's spine. She suddenly felt as if she had sold herself to the Gu family. After leaving the HR department, the manager personally escorted Lin Wan to the design department. On the way, he suddenly lowered his voice and reminded her that while she could offend anyone at Gu's company, there was one person she absolutely could not provoke. Lin Wan asked with some confusion who it was. The manager smiled wryly and slowly uttered a name by Shinran. Just mentioning this name made his expression extremely cautious. Then, the manager briefly introduced by Shinran's background, daughter of a high-ranking official, a longtime friend of the Gu family, and deputy director of the Gu Group's design department. These combined made her practically untouchable in the company. Over the years, everyone who had offended by Shinran eventually left the Gu family business. Some resigned voluntarily, others were marginalized, and in short, no one came out on top. Lin Wan silently memorized the name. She came to the Gu family business with only one purpose: to earn money to support her child. As for the power struggles within wealthy families and choosing sides in the workplace, she had absolutely no interest in them. But often, trouble never asks for anyone's opinion. Upon entering the design department, the entire office fell silent for a moment, all eyes fixed on Lin Wan. Because recently, a rumor had been circulating in the company. Gu's had spent a fortune to poach a top designer from abroad, but no one had expected her to be so young and beautiful. As soon as the HR manager finished his introduction, the office buzzed with excitement. People greeted him, offered their contact information, and male colleagues even came over to strike up a conversation. In just a few minutes, the design department resembled a giant matchmaking event. Just as the atmosphere was growing increasingly lively, a cold voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Are you all free?" The moment the voice fell, the entire office fell silent. Those who had been surrounding Lin Wan quickly dispersed and returned to their workstations. The next second, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground slowly drifted over. Bai Xinran appeared. She was tall and slender, with exquisite makeup, and every gesture exuded an air of superiority. Those sharp eyes swept across the entire office, finally landing on Lin Wan's face. The air seemed to instantly turn cold. Everyone sensed something was wrong. Bai Xinran had long heard that Gu Shiyuan had personally poached a woman from abroad. But when she actually saw Lin Wan, her face involuntarily darkened. Because this woman was too beautiful. So beautiful that she felt threatened for the first time. As the most dazzling presence in the design department, she had never cared so much about another woman. Lin Wan noticed it too. The hostility in the other person's eyes was undisguised, requiring no reason, yet so intense it couldn't be ignored. Their eyes met, neither speaking. But everyone in the office knew that trouble was likely brewing in the design department soon. Bai Xinran's face grew increasingly grim, because her worst fears had come true. A woman even more beautiful than herself had appeared beside Gu Shiyuan. Over the years, she had long considered herself Gu's future wife. The elders of the Gu family liked her, and the Bai family's background was powerful enough that, in her eyes, marrying into the Gu family was only a matter of time. Therefore, she would never allow any woman to get close to Gu Shiyuan, especially Lin Wan. Looking at that face that even she herself envied, Bai Xinran's hostility grew increasingly obvious. But Lin Wan simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention. She came to Gu's group with only one goal: to earn money to support her child. As for Gu Shiyuan, she wished she never had to see this man again. However, Bai Xinran clearly didn't see it that way. Before leaving, she directly warned Lin Wan in front of everyone that the company paid her to work, not for her to seduce men. After saying this, she strode away in her high heels, leaving a completely bewildered Lin Wan standing there, not knowing what to say for a moment. Just then, a gentle-looking woman spoke up. "Ignore her. She's always like this. The woman's surname was He, and everyone usually called her Sister He. Through Sister He's introduction, Lin Wan quickly learned about Bai Xinran's background. Bai Xinran was the mayor's daughter, the Gu family's tacitly approved future daughter-in-law, and also the person the Gu family absolutely couldn't afford to offend. More importantly, she had liked Gu Shiyuan for many years, but Gu Shiyuan had never accepted her. Therefore, over the years, any beautiful woman had become her target. After hearing all this, Lin Wan felt only helplessness. She had no desire to get involved in the feuds of the wealthy families, much less have anything to do with Gu Shiyuan. But some troubles never disappear just because you back down. That afternoon, Bai Xinran reappeared in the design department and came directly to Lin Wan. She slammed a thick stack of documents onto the table. Finish it within 2 days. The entire office fell silent instantly. Everyone knew that this was far more than 2 days' work. Even for experienced employees, it would take at least a week to complete. Bai Xinran was clearly deliberately making things difficult. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Wan simply glanced at the document and silently nodded. She didn't argue or resist, because what she needed most right now was money. For the sake of her 2 children, she had to keep her job. Bai Xinran had initially thought Lin Wan would back down, but seeing that she had actually accepted the task only made her more annoyed, and she wanted nothing more than to get rid of her immediately. Even long after closing time, when almost everyone in the design department had left, Lin Wan remained seated at her computer, busy processing the tedious tasks. Before leaving, Sister He even stayed behind to help. Several colleagues she was on good terms with also secretly shared some of the tasks, which warmed Lin Wan's heart. When she looked up again, it was completely dark outside. Only then did she suddenly remember that her 2 children were waiting for her at home. After packing her things, Lin Wan hurried downstairs. But just as she stepped out of the company, a black luxury car suddenly stopped in front of her, and the window slowly rolled down. Gu Shiyuan's familiar face appeared before her again. Lin Wan's scalp tingled instantly. She never expected to run into him so late at work. Working overtime, Gu Shiyuan looked at her, his tone meaningful. Lin Wan subconsciously took a step back and politely greeted President Gu. Her attitude was as polite as if she were dealing with a stranger. But the more polite she was, the more interesting Gu Shiyuan found it, and his gaze never left her. He had never forgotten that night 5 years ago. He also didn't believe that Lin Wan could truly forget it completely. So he offered to take her home. Lin Wan's expression changed instantly. She absolutely couldn't let Gu Shiyuan know about the child, especially since Lin Yinan's face was almost identical to his. If the two met even once, all the secrets would be exposed. So, without even thinking of an excuse, she directly rejected Gu Shiyuan's suggestion. No need. After saying that, she turned and left, as if avoiding some dangerous person, her steps noticeably quickening. Gu Shiyuan sat in the car without chasing after her, simply watching her departing figure. After a moment, a meaningful smile slowly appeared on his lips. Because he was becoming increasingly certain of one thing. Lin Wan hadn't forgotten what happened 5 years ago at all. On the contrary, she had been deliberately avoiding him. And the more she did this, the more intrigued Gu Shiyuan became. He increasingly wanted to know what secrets this woman was hiding, and why she was so afraid of him. Lin Wan ran all the way home, and as soon as she opened the door, her 2 children rushed into her arms. Coco complained that she was too late, but immediately helped her hang up her bag. Nan Nan quietly arranged her slippers. Her maturity at such a young age was heartbreaking. Seeing her 2 children surrounding her, Lin Wan's emotions, which had been suppressed all day, finally eased. No matter how much she suffered outside, as long as she returned home, she felt it was all worth it. Ouyang Qian came over with a cup of warm water, and upon learning that she had been targeted on her first day of work, his face immediately darkened. He immediately offered to help her change jobs, and even offered to arrange for her to join the Ouyang family's company. Lin Wan still refused. She couldn't afford the breach of contract penalty from the Gu family, and more importantly, she didn't want to owe Ouyang Qian any more favors. Some debts, once incurred, can never be repaid. Ouyang Qian remained silent. He had liked Lin Wan for so many years, even rejecting all blind dates for her sake. But this woman had always maintained just the right distance, never giving him any chance. That evening, Lin Wan continued working on the unfinished tasks. She was giving it her all to keep her high-paying job. When she looked up again, it was almost dawn. The next day, she arrived at the company with dark circles under her eyes, forcing herself to stay awake with iced coffee. She knew Bai Xinran was deliberately making things difficult for her, but the more she was treated this way, the less willing she was to admit defeat. Sister, he watched as Lin Wan frantically chugged coffee, her heart aching for her. But Lin Wan simply smiled and shook her head. Her fear wasn't of the hardship itself, but of losing her job and no longer being able to protect her two children. For the next 2 days, she poured almost all her time into work. Sister, he also proactively helped share the burden, allowing her to finally complete all her tasks by the morning of the 3rd day. The consecutive all-nighters left her dizzy and lightheaded, almost unable to stand. Fortunately, her two children were exceptionally understanding and never bothered her. They even offered to massage her shoulders, which helped her grit her teeth and persevere. After completing the task, Lin Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes to rest, and prepared to hand over the results to Bai Xinran at noon. She also planned to find time to treat Sister He to a meal to express her gratitude. Meanwhile, downstairs at the Gu Group building, a little girl in a pink princess dress stood in the scorching sun, clutching a doll and constantly tiptoeing to peer into the company gate. She had secretly run away. Lin Wan had been working late into the night every day for the past few days, and Coco was heartbroken. She had called her mother many times, but no one answered, so she had to come to the company gate alone to wait for her after get off work. Just then, a tall figure shielded her from the glaring sunlight. The man looked down at the exquisitely beautiful little girl and couldn't help but ask her why she was standing there alone. Coco looked up, her eyes instantly lighting up. This uncle was so handsome, and inexplicably, he felt a sense of familiarity with her. She immediately flashed a sweet smile and obediently told him that she was waiting for her mother to come home from get off work. Gu Shiyuan initially thought the child was simply cute, but when he truly saw the little girl's face, he was inexplicably startled. The child's features and smile bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Wan. He crouched down to be at Coco's eye level, patiently chatting with her, even his tone unconsciously softening. Even Gu Shiyuan himself didn't realize that he had never been so patient with any other child before, especially when the little girl praised him for being handsome in her sweet, childlike voice. His heart melted completely. The feeling was strange and unfamiliar, yet he couldn't bear to leave. Before leaving, Gu Shiyuan even specifically instructed the security guards to take good care of the little girl and not let any strangers get close. Only then did he turn and enter the company. Meanwhile, Lin Wan was unaware that her daughter had already met Gu Shiyuan. In the office, her colleagues were excitedly discussing the beautiful, doll-like little girl downstairs. Lin Wan merely frowned slightly when she heard this discussion, not even considering the possibility of her daughter. After all, she never imagined that Coco would come to Gu's group alone to find her. Then the phone suddenly rang. On the other end, Nan Nan's voice was more panicked than ever before. He told Lin Wan that Cuckoo was missing and they had been searching for her for a long time without any luck. Lin Wan's mind went blank. She suddenly realized that the little girl her colleagues were talking about, standing alone downstairs at the Gu's building, was very likely her daughter. She didn't even bother ordering takeout. She grabbed her phone and rushed out of the office. After running frantically downstairs, she finally spotted the small figure clutching a doll in the crowd. Her heart had just settled, but anger and lingering fear surged up simultaneously. Almost instinctively, Lin Wan called out her full name, Lin Yike. Her voice was filled with barely suppressed tension. The moment Kiki heard her full name, she knew her mother was truly angry. The little one reacted quickly, toddling into Lin Wan's arms and beginning to whine and apologize. Sure enough, Lin Wan's anger instantly dissipated by half. Faced with her daughter's aggrieved eyes, she couldn't bring herself to continue scolding her and could only helplessly hug her tightly. Coco, holding her, whispered in explanation, "Mommy's been working overtime a lot lately. I was worried you weren't eating properly." These words left Lin Wan speechless. It turned out that she had only casually complained about how tiring work was, but her little one had taken it to heart. She even secretly came to the company under the scorching sun just to check if she had eaten on time. Looking at the beads of sweat on her daughter's forehead, Lin Wan felt a pang of heartache and self-reproach. Only then did she realize that she had put her phone on silent to rest, missing all the calls. Coco didn't blame her at all. Instead, she hugged her sweetly and said, "Mommy is the best mommy in the world." All her anger vanished instantly, leaving only deep guilt. Lin Wan then noticed that several security guards were staying by Coco's side. The little girl immediately boasted that a very handsome Uncle Gu had arranged for them to protect her. But Lin Wan didn't suspect Gu Shiyuan at all. She just assumed that some kind employee was helping to look after the child. After confirming that her daughter was all right, she took Coco home directly. When he got home, Nan Nan had already prepared lunch. Seeing his sister return safely, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was still filled with self-blame and regret. When Coco sneaked out, he was dealing with matters within the organization. He dared not tell Lin Wan these secrets. Who would believe that 2 children under 5 were top-tier hackers? Even members of the organization didn't know their real ages. The siblings tacitly kept all the secrets hidden because neither of them wanted to worry their mother. In the end, Nan Nan could only promise Lin Wan that she would take good care of her younger sister from now on. Lin Wan didn't doubt her, but repeatedly told the 2 children not to run away alone again, especially Coco. Before leaving, Lin Wan specifically warned her not to run around today. But the little one obediently agreed on the surface, but in her heart, she was already thinking about that Uncle Gu. Meanwhile, Lin Wan had just returned to the company when she bumped into Bai Xinran. Bai Xinran had clearly been waiting for a while, and her eyes immediately fell on the work she was working on. Seeing that Lin Wan had actually completed the task, Bai Xinran was visibly stunned. Even the most experienced members of the department would need at least 3 days to finish that workload. At that moment, she finally realized that Lin Wan was not only beautiful, but also incredibly capable. Yet, the more she realized this, the stronger her hostility became. However, Bai Xinran didn't mention work at all, but instead seized on the issue of being late. She immediately announced the cancellation of Lin Wan's entire bonus for the month. After saying that, she turned and left in her high heels, not even giving her a chance to explain. It seemed that from beginning to end, she only wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Lin Wan. At this moment, Lin Wan finally faced reality. She had originally thought that as long as she didn't provoke them, they would eventually back down. But as it turned out, some malice doesn't need a reason. She had no way out. The contract was already signed, and she couldn't afford the penalty for breach of contract. Even if she felt wronged, she could only grit her teeth and persevere, because she had 2 children to raise. Meanwhile, Coco's bright little face kept appearing in Gu Shiyuan's mind. That very night, he even had a dream that he himself found absurd. In his dream, Coco sweetly called him Daddy. Upon waking, Gu Shiyuan found himself still smiling, a fact he found unbelievable. He had never liked children and had never considered marriage or having kids. Yet, that little girl always managed to easily influence his emotions, making him involuntarily care for her. The next day at noon, Gu Shiyuan went downstairs as if possessed. He himself didn't know what he was expecting or who he was waiting for to appear. But when that familiar little figure didn't appear at the company entrance, he felt a strange sense of loss. He had only met the child once, yet he couldn't forget her. Just then, a soft, sweet voice came from behind him. The next second, a little girl in a new dress happily ran towards him. Gu Shiyuan immediately bent down and caught her, gently reminding her not to run too fast. The emptiness he had felt earlier vanished completely at that moment. Looking at that little face, so similar to Lin Wan's, Gu Shiyuan felt that familiar feeling rise within him once more. For a fleeting moment, he even felt that this child should have always belonged to him. Coco, however, was completely captivated by Uncle Gu's good looks. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, even secretly comparing Uncle Gu to Uncle Ouyang. Gu Shiyuan gently wiped the sweat from her forehead and tidied her messy hair. He was so patient and doting that he didn't even realize it himself. During the conversation, he unexpectedly learned that Coco had never met her father or had any grandparents. She was only accompanied by her mother, brother, and Uncle Ouyang. These words instantly stung Gu Shiyuan. They even made him instinctively begin to dislike the man who had never appeared before, because no one could bear to abandon such a lovely child. So he couldn't help but ask who Uncle Ouyang was. But Coco's next question made Gu Shuyuan's expression immediately become somewhat complicated. Uncle Ouyang is handsome, rich, and has always wanted to be my daddy. Hearing this, Gu Shuyuan felt a strange pang of jealousy. Then, without even realizing it, he blurted out, "Is he more handsome than me?" He was stunned for a moment after asking. Gu Shuyuan didn't even know who Coco's mother was. But hearing the little girl praise another man still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Coco immediately added that in her heart, Uncle Gu was the most handsome man. This instantly cheered Gu Shuyuan up, and he even started asking if he was number one. The little girl shook her head seriously. She said that the first place would always belong to her brother, and Uncle Gu could only be second, and even then, by a tiny bit. Gu Shuyuan was immediately a little unconvinced. But when he learned that Coco and her brother were actually twins, he felt a strange sense of envy. Having such smart and adorable twins must be incredibly blissful. Without realizing it, he even began to fantasize about what his future children would be like. And every time he thought of these images, the woman who appeared in his mind was Lin Wan. Even Gu Shuyuan himself wasn't aware of this. After glancing at the time, he offered to take Coco out for lunch. The little one immediately nodded in agreement, so happy that she forgot she had originally come to see her mother. Gu Shuyuan picked her up casually. Coco naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, and a thought suddenly popped into her mind. If only Uncle Gu really were her father. Gu Shuyuan, too, couldn't bear to let her go. In the restaurant, he poured all his patience into this young woman, his gentleness almost unrecognizable to himself. Picking up food, wiping her mouth, attending to her emotions, every action was meticulously performed, unlike the usual Gu Shuyuan. This scene quickly caused a sensation throughout the company. Many employees secretly followed and watched. The more they looked, the more something seemed off, because President Gu was spoiling this child way too much, far beyond a normal relationship. Even their eyes and brows bore a faint resemblance. Various outrageous speculations quickly spread throughout the company. Some suspected that Gu Shuyuan had secretly married and had a child, while others speculated that the little girl was the Gu family's little princess. In just half a day, the news had spread throughout the entire Gu corporation. The first person to be affected was Bai Xinran. The moment she heard these rumors, her face completely darkened. For years, she had always considered herself the future mistress of the Gu family. She would never allow any woman to get close to Gu Shuyuan, much less have any children with him. But now, someone was telling her that Gu Shuyuan might even have a daughter. At that moment, the jealousy and resentment in her heart were almost unbearable. Meanwhile, Lin Wan was completely unaware that the company was in complete chaos. After receiving Nan Nan's call, she panicked instantly. Coco had disappeared again. She had promised yesterday not to run off, but today she had secretly gone out again. Lin Wan was almost pale with fright. Ignoring everything else, she rushed downstairs while frantically dialing her daughter's number. But the phone remained unanswered, intensifying her anxiety. Lin Wan grew increasingly frightened, even taking off her high heels and running barefoot downstairs. She couldn't bear to think about what would happen if something truly happened to her daughter. She feared she would completely collapse. Meanwhile, Gu Shuyuan and Kiki had returned to the Gu family's building. Before parting, Kiki suddenly said that she might not be able to come out often anymore, so she wanted to add Uncle Gu on WeChat in advance. Gu Shuyuan was visibly taken aback. He hadn't expected a 4-year-old girl to know how to use WeChat. This request surprised and amused him. Coco immediately puffed out her little chest proudly, declaring that she could recognize words at the age of 2. Her smug little face made Gu Shuyuan burst out laughing. Soon, the two successfully added each other as friends. Looking at the newly added contact on his phone, Gu Shuyuan suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if they had known each other for a long time. For a fleeting moment, he felt that the two of them were not like strangers who had just met, but rather like a real father and daughter, a thought that even he himself found absurd. Gu Shuyuan then offered to take her to see her mother, but Kiki resolutely refused. She knew that her mother must be frantic with worry, and any further delay would have serious consequences. Just as Gu Shiyuan was about to leave, Coco suddenly called him back. The next second, the little one tiptoed and gently kissed him on the cheek. Gu Shiyuan froze on the spot. A few seconds later, he couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. He even felt that this was the happiest day he had had in years. This scene was witnessed by all the company employees once again. Thus, the rumor that President Gu has a daughter was completely confirmed, and no one doubted its truth anymore. After all, besides his biological father, who would allow a little girl to be so close to him? But Gu Shiyun didn't care about these rumors at all. He was in an unusually good mood at the moment. Just as he entered the lobby, he bumped into Lin Wan, who was rushing downstairs. She was so preoccupied with finding her daughter that she hadn't even put on her shoes. She ran past Gu Shiyuan, carrying her high heels, without even glancing at him. Gu Shiyuan instinctively turned around and realized she was barefoot. At that moment, his instinct was to chase after her and ask what was going on. But there was no time left in the meeting, and the two could only brush past each other hastily without exchanging a word. Coco, downstairs, immediately stood up straight. She knew very well that the real crisis had finally arrived, and her mother would definitely not let her off easily this time. In less than half a minute, Lin Wan had rushed out of the company gate. Lin Yike, upon hearing her full name, Kiki instantly put on an innocent and pitiful expression. But this time, Lin Wan did not soften her heart as easily as yesterday. She pulled her daughter to a shady spot, and after confirming that she was not suffering from heat stroke, her eyes slowly reddened. Because she was genuinely terrified. Her fear wasn't about her child being disobedient, but rather that she herself had been lost as a child, so she understood the consequences better than anyone. If a child truly went missing, it would be a nightmare for a family from which they could never awaken. This was why she had lost control so drastically. Faced with Lin Wan's anger, Coco remained completely innocent. She even felt that she wouldn't get lost at all, that she could take a taxi, and that she knew the way home. There was no danger whatsoever. But Lin Wan was genuinely frightened. For the first time, she sternly reprimanded her daughter, even calling her by her full name, Lin Yike. Seeing that her mother was truly angry, Coco finally lowered her head and admitted her mistake. But while she verbally apologized, she was still secretly plotting something. She had promised not to run around yesterday, but that didn't mean she couldn't come out today. This mischievous little thing almost made Lin Wan laugh in exasperation. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to hit her, only giving her a symbolic pat on the bottom as punishment. But in that instant, Lin Wan felt a sudden pang of sadness. All these years, she had worked tirelessly to earn money, yet she still couldn't give her children a complete family. For the first time, she began to seriously consider a question. Perhaps her children truly needed a father, someone who could accompany them as they grew up. Coco was still skillfully using her charm, promising she definitely wouldn't run off tomorrow. But Lin Wan immediately realized the problem. If she wouldn't run off tomorrow, could she continue the day after? Watching her daughter play this word game so earnestly, she suddenly realized that this little girl was getting smarter and harder to fool. When Coco heard the words, "You may never see mommy and brother again," she finally calmed down completely and dared not argue any further. She obediently admitted her mistake and promised not to worry her mother again. Seeing her daughter's aggrieved look, Lin Wan finally softened. The mother and daughter then had a simple lunch. Coco, who had already eaten with Gu Shiyuan, could only grit her teeth and continue stuffing food into her mouth. She didn't dare mention Uncle Gu at all, because she knew that if her mother knew she was eating with a strange man, she would be even angrier. Because she was in a hurry to get back to the company, Lin Wan could only contact Qian Jiahui to come and pick up the child. Not long after, Qian Jiahui rushed to the scene. All the way there, she kept reminding Coco not to run around. But the little one sneakily approached and said she had a secret. After being assured that she wouldn't tell, she finally revealed the truth. It turned out that she had secretly gone to Gu's these past 2 days, not just to find her mother. The person she really wanted to see was Uncle Gu. Coco's eyes lit up when she mentioned Gu Shiyuan. She was incredibly excited. From eating together to adding each other on WeChat, to being held in someone's arms, she recounted almost everything without holding anything back. Qian Jiahui grew increasingly surprised as she listened. She never expected a strange man to be so attentive to Coco. It went far beyond normal enthusiasm. The next second, Coco suddenly whispered, "Godmother, I think Uncle Gu looks just like Dad." The car fell silent instantly. This was the first time she had so clearly expressed her longing for a father's love. She even began to secretly wonder who her biological father was. But faced with her child's expectant gaze, Qian Jiahui could only remain silent, because she knew very well that even Lin Wan herself didn't know who that man was. In the end, she could only change the subject, but she felt increasingly sorry for the mother and son, because she knew that this kind of loss could never be easily made up for. Meanwhile, Gu Shiyuan had returned to the company after lunch. However, the entire Gu group was in an uproar because of a rumor. President Gu had an illegitimate daughter, and that little girl had kissed him earlier that day. The news was becoming increasingly outrageous, even detached from reality. Eventually, all the rumors reached Bai Xinran's ears. Upon hearing the news, she nearly went mad, her face turning ashen. For years, she had considered herself the future mistress of the Gu family. But now, someone was telling her that Gu Shiyuan not only had a woman, but even a child. Jealousy instantly overwhelmed her reason. She disregarded the occasion and consequences, rushing towards the conference room in her high heels. The meeting was in progress. More than a dozen senior executives of the group were seated inside, but the next second, the meeting room door was suddenly pushed open. Bai Xinran stormed in, her high heels clicking. Her assistant tried desperately to stop her, but to no avail. The entire conference room fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned, because everyone knew that Gu Shiyuan hated being interrupted in meetings, and Bai Xinran had crossed that line. Bai Xinran didn't care about any of that. She only wanted to know one thing, whether Gu Shiyuan had a child outside the marriage. So, in front of all the senior executives, she directly questioned Gu Shiyuan. At that moment, the last shred of patience in Gu Shiyuan's eyes finally ran out. He coldly announced the adjournment of the meeting. He knew very well that if Bai Xinran continued to cause trouble, the meeting could not possibly continue. Gu Shiyuan coldly tossed out a "come with me," then turned and went straight back to his office. Bai Xinran immediately followed. In her view, as long as Gu Shiyuan was willing to talk privately, it meant there was still a chance for things to turn around. But the moment the door closed, the last shred of patience on Gu Shiyuan's face vanished completely. He didn't even bother to sit down, simply standing there coldly, telling Bai Xinran to get to the point. Looking at the man's icy and distant attitude, Bai Xinran felt deeply wronged. All these years she had followed Gu Shiyuan around, and everyone had assumed she was his future wife. But Gu Shiyuan had never even given her a second glance. Gu Shiyuan's frustration grew increasingly intense. Especially considering the important meeting that had just been interrupted, his tolerance for this woman was nearing its limit. Finally, Bai Xinran couldn't help but ask the question that mattered most to her. Who was that child from lunchtime? And why was he so close to Gu Shiyuan? Even to that extent, Gu Shiyuan didn't even bother to hide it, directly admitting that he had indeed had dinner with Kiki. This instantly broke Bai Xinran's defenses, amplifying her suspicions. She was almost certain that the child was Gu Shiyuan's daughter. She even began to demand to know who that woman was, and why Gu Shiyuan would rather have a child with someone else than accept her. Listening to these increasingly absurd speculations, Gu Shiyuan finally frowned. He realized for the first time just how far the outrageous rumors about the company had gone. So he told Bai Xinran directly that Coco was not his daughter at all. Hearing this, Bai Xinran visibly relaxed, her expression softening considerably. But Gu Shiyuan's next words made her face turn pale again. "My affairs have nothing to do with you." His tone was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. At that moment, Bai Xinran finally realized that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't change Gu Shiyuan's attitude towards her. This feeling of powerlessness almost drove her crazy. But she was still unwilling to give up. She even reached out and held Gu Shiyuan's hand, trying to act coquettishly like before, hoping to get a little response in return. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Wan, holding the documents, stood directly in the doorway, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. The first thing Lin Wan saw was Bai Xinran holding Gu Shiyuan's hand. She paused slightly, then immediately looked away, her face expressionless. In her mind, the two were clearly together. No wonder Bai Xinran dared to be so unrestrained in the company. It turned out she really did have Gu Shiyun backing her up. Thinking of this, she felt inexplicably annoyed. She quickly said, "Excuse me," turned to leave, and even considerately closed the door for the two of them. But the next second, Gu Shiyun abruptly shook off Bai Xinran's hand and chased after her without hesitation. This scene left Bai Xinran frozen in place, her face extremely pale. In the corridor, Lin Wan was about to leave when Gu Shiyun called her back. She immediately said that she hadn't seen anything and would never go out and spread rumors. But then Gu Shiyun suddenly began to explain, even emphasizing that his relationship with Bai Xinran wasn't what she imagined, his tone unusually serious. This confused Lin Wan. In her view, there was no need for him to explain such things to her, nor was there any need for explanation between them. She could only hand over the documents and quickly turn away, not wanting to linger. But just as the two were exchanging documents, Gu Shiyun suddenly froze. The closer he got to Lin Wan, the more he felt that Kiki looked like her. Especially her eyes, they were practically identical. This sense of similarity grew stronger, even sparking a ridiculous thought in his mind. But he quickly suppressed it. According to the timeline, if Coco was Lin Wan's child, she should have become pregnant after that night 5 years ago. But he clearly saw Lin Wan take the medicine with his own eyes. Thinking this through, Gu Shiyun could only attribute it all to coincidence. After all, there are many people in the world who look alike, and one shouldn't let a slight feeling lead to wild speculations. This scene, however, was witnessed by Bai Xinran in the office. Especially when she saw Gu Shiyun staring blankly at Lin Wan's retreating figure, her sense of crisis instantly reached its peak. Because she had never seen Gu Shiyun pay such attention to a woman before. Even when facing her, Gu Shiyun had never shown such a look in his eyes. So she finally couldn't help but ask, "Do you like Lin Wan?" Her voice was filled with obvious panic and unease. Gu Shiyun merely glanced at her coldly before uttering 3 words, "Don't touch her." His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable warning. Those 3 short words completely broke Bai Xinran's defenses. Because in her eyes, protection itself was a form of favoritism, and favoritism often meant liking. For the first time, she truly felt panic. Although she hadn't won Gu Shiyuan's love all these years, at least no woman had ever truly gotten close to him. But after Lin Wan appeared, everything changed. Gu Shiyun began to actively pay attention to a woman, even going so far as to warn her for her sake. However, Gu Shiyun was too lazy to explain further. He simply closed the office door, completely shutting Bai Xinran out without showing any mercy. At that moment, Bai Xinran utterly hated Lin Wan. All her resentment, jealousy, and anger were transferred to that woman. In his office, Gu Shiyun rubbed his temples, his mood extremely irritable. But when he opened WeChat and saw Coco's adorable profile picture, his mood inexplicably eased. So he took the initiative to send a message, asking if Coco had arrived home safely. Almost instantly, the little one's reply popped up. Coco diligently reported her itinerary, even promising not to run around again today. Her obedient and earnest demeanor was palpable even through the screen. Reading the lines of adorable text, Gu Shiyuan's lips unconsciously curved into a smile. He himself didn't realize that his mood was gradually improving. But the next second, Coco suddenly sent a photo. In the photo, a little boy and a woman were sitting in the living room talking, a very warm scene. Gu Shiyuan, who had been smiling, froze completely the moment he saw the boy's back. He even paused for a moment. Because that child looked remarkably like him when he was a child. From his posture and facial features to his back view, it was as if he were seeing a miniature version of himself. Gu Shiyuan stared intently at the photo. In the photo, a little boy and a woman were sitting in the living room talking. Gu Shiyuan, who had been smiling, froze completely the moment he saw the boy's back. Because that child looked remarkably like him when he was a child. Even their head shape was almost identical. Chapter 36 Lin Yinan's photo. His mother had shown him some old photos before when she was sorting through them. What a coincidence. Perhaps this is fate? Is this little boy your brother? Gu Shiyuan asked. He remembered Coco telling him that they were twins. Yes, my brother is great. But he'll probably be keeping a close eye on me these next few days, so I probably won't be able to visit my uncle for a while, Lin Yike replied. Little one, don't run around alone. If you miss your uncle, I can send a car to pick you up, but you need to tell your mommy beforehand. Or you can come to the company with your mommy. You can see me here, Gu Shiyuan said. He had only been chatting with the little guy for a few minutes when all his previous irritation disappeared. If Bai Xinran were even half as likable as this child, he wouldn't have kept her at arm's length. Yay! Lin Yike was overjoyed. She wanted her mommy to meet the handsome uncle, since her mommy's company was huge and they might not even know each other. Even if the handsome uncle can't be her daddy, it's still a good thing for mommy to have a handsome male friend. After chatting with the little guy for a while, Gu Shiyuan finally got back to work. He has been busy with work since taking office, and the company is thriving. He has also become the youngest, richest man in the history of Shenzhen Stock Exchange. He had never been in a relationship, nor did he have any plans to get married or have children. Apart from Lin Wan, he had never been with any other woman. Although he had many suitors, he really didn't like any of them. But right now, he really wants a well-behaved and adorable daughter. Lin Wan herself didn't expect that she would be exhausted in her first week at the new company. The weekend finally arrived, but she slept until late morning and still hadn't gotten out of bed. Lin Nan had prepared breakfast and called her twice, but she didn't respond. The little one felt sorry for her mother and didn't bother her anymore. Lin Wan was eventually woken up by a phone call. Ouyang Qian said that he has found a kindergarten for the children, and they can go and take a look today. If they are satisfied, they can start school as early as next Monday. This also helped Lin Wan solve a big problem. At least she doesn't have to worry about her daughter running around outside every day anymore. It made her very anxious. She tried to ask Bai Xinran for leave so she could stay home and spend time with her child, but as expected, she was refused. Lin Wan then got up, washed her face, ate something quickly, and took the children out. Ouyang Qian's new car was already parked downstairs waiting for them. A brand new Cullinan stands out conspicuously. Lin Wan had always known that the Ouyang family was quite wealthy, but she didn't expect them to be so powerful, as they bought such an expensive new car as soon as they returned to China. Wow, this car is so cool, Lin Nan exclaimed. He had seen this car online. Although the front of the car looked a bit old-fashioned, the overall appearance of the car was very grand and stable. The most important thing is that it's expensive. Since joining the organization, he no longer lacks the money to buy this kind of car, but his biggest problem now is that he can't get a driver's license. If you do the math, there are still more than a decade to go. Oh my God. He longs to grow up quickly so he can drive all sorts of cars he likes. Once he gets his driver's license, he'll definitely buy them all. I'll buy you a new one when you grow up. Ouyang Qian smiled and patted Lin Nan's head, speaking very naturally. And it was very sincere. If he could, he really hoped he would still be there for his children when they grew up. Whether it's a car, a villa, or even a yacht, he can buy them anything they like. Then thank you in advance, Uncle. Lin Nan didn't say anything more. He can't make some decisions for his mother. If Mommy is willing to be with Uncle Ouyang, he wouldn't object. All right, get in the car, there's a surprise inside. Ouyang Qian opened the passenger door for Lin Wan. He always reserved the passenger seat for her. The two children unceremoniously sat in the back row, and only after they got in did they realize what the surprise Ouyang Qian had mentioned was. This car even has a starry sky roof. It was Ouyang Qian who specially paid for the installation, just to surprise the children. He knew they would love it. It's so beautiful. Lin Yike was attracted by the roof of the car. I'm glad you like it. Ouyang Qian was very happy. He felt the money was well spent as long as they were happy. Uncle, where have you been these past 2 days? You haven't come to see us at all, Lin Yike asked again. Uncle has a lot to take care of since he just got back to China, including your kindergarten, Ouyang Qian said as he started the car. He already missed the two little ones after only 2 days apart. He wouldn't have left them alone if he hadn't been so tied up with other commitments. I'm sorry to have troubled you with the kindergarten matter again, Lin once said apologetically. She felt that she owed Ouyang Qian more and more over the years, and she didn't know how to repay him, which made her very uneasy. Why are you being so polite with me? You've just returned to the country, and many things haven't been settled yet. Isn't it only right that I help you? Ouyang Qian said. He was busy with all this not only for the two children he had watched grow up, but also to ease Lin Wan's burden. Moreover, he never thought about getting anything in return, and even though he and Lin Wan didn't end up together, he didn't regret his efforts. This kindergarten is quite good, and the fees are a bit high, but it's within your budget. Most importantly, they don't restrict the child's nationality. As long as your nationality is still in China, you can just get a paternity test to prove they are your child. Ouyang Qian changed the subject. He didn't want to hear too many words of thanks, and he didn't want any distance between himself and Lin Wan. He really wanted her to depend on him for everything. Is it really that simple? Lin Wan asked. Her household registration was transferred out of the Lin family when she graduated from university, which is why she was able to leave so easily. However, she has not changed her nationality in the past few years. The kindergartens she had previously visited were either too expensive or required children to have Shenzhen residency, and some required not only residency, but also a house in the school district. But if the children are born abroad, their nationality will automatically be registered there, leaving them with limited options. However, some of the more lenient fees are too high. After all, she has 2 children and has to pay 2 fees, which is a bit of a burden for her. She doesn't want to lower her children's quality of life. Yes, it's that simple. We'll have an interview today, and if everything goes well, you can enroll and start school on Monday. You can take the school bus, or you can move to a place nearby after a while. It's not too far from your company, so it'll be convenient for everyone, Ouyang Qian said. He really considered all factors before making the decision about the children's kindergarten. Chapter 37, Ouyang's Confession. Of course, it's also very convenient for Ouyang Qian himself, because it's very close to his home and company. He can see the children anytime. He admitted that he also had some selfish motives involved. Half an hour later, the car drove into the kindergarten gate. The headmaster was already waiting there. She had to give him some face because of his connections with the Ouyang family. He is, after all, one of the shareholders. Hello, Mr. Ouyang. The kindergarten director greeted them warmly. Hello, these 2 children are the ones who will be starting school soon. This is their mother, Ms. Lin. Ouyang Qian introduced to the principal. Hello, principal. Lin Wan greeted her with a smile. Hello, principal. Hello, principal. The 2 little ones also greeted each other in unison. He then gave a brief self-introduction. They said they were coming for an interview, but it was just a formality. The headmaster didn't have any other requirements for them. The 2 children were quite adorable. They are all well-behaved, polite, and good-looking. She likes it quite a bit. The principal led them on a tour of the entire campus to show them the environment. Lin Wan was very satisfied with the place. Most importantly, in a slightly better private kindergarten in Shenzhen, this kind of environment only costs 8,000 yuan, which is really cheap. She could still afford the tuition of more than 10,000 yuan for 2 children. After the so-called interviews were just a formality, the children were enrolled in school. The principal specifically instructed that since the child is a foreign national, both parents, who are of Chinese nationality, need to submit paternity tests. These are already exceptionally lenient conditions. Both parents? This put Lin Wan in a dilemma. She couldn't very well ask Gu Shiyuan to do paternity tests on the children. She couldn't let him know about the 2 children. The first 2 times Coco ran downstairs to the company, she was terrified. Luckily, it wasn't Nan Nan who came. Otherwise, if Gu Shiyuan had seen him, he would have definitely recognized that it was his son. She really hoped that Nan Nan would look more like her, rather than like that man. I'm sorry, principal, I'm a single mother. My husband and I separated a long time ago, and we've lost contact, Lin Wan said awkwardly. Only then did Ouyang Qian realize that he had overlooked this issue. He thought that only Lin Wan's paternity test was needed. I thought I had done it perfectly, but something still went wrong. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Lin. Then please submit the paternity test results with the children within 10 days. The headmistress said with a smile. No one had told her about this situation before. That's so embarrassing. She had assumed the children simply took their mother's surname, or that the children's father also had the surname Lin, but she never expected that this was the case. However, this Miss Lin doesn't seem to be very old. She's divorced and has 2 children at such a young age, which must be quite difficult for her. The headmaster's face showed a hint of sympathy. The principal's expression momentarily stunned Lin Wan, but she quickly recovered. From the day she decided to have 2 children, she was prepared for people to look at her differently. Okay. Lin Wan nodded. After completing the enrollment procedures, the children could start classes next Monday, which put Lin Wan at ease. At least the children are safe while she's at work. After leaving the kindergarten, Lin Wan took the children directly to get paternity tests done, which she could submit on Monday. After dinner, Ouyang Qian accompanied the mother and her 2 children for a walk on the beach. The sea breeze caressed her cheeks, and Lin Wan felt relaxed and happy. She was exhausted from work this week, and with the added worry of the children, she could finally relax. Seeing that the 2 children were quite far away from them, Ouyang Qian mustered up his courage and said, "Wan Wan, have you ever thought about finding a father for the children?" Huh? Lin Wan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Ouyang Qian to ask that. I mean, have you ever thought about getting married and finding someone to rely on? Ouyang Qian's Adam's apple was trembling with nervousness. He had kept this to himself for years, and he wanted to speak out. If you don't speak up, you'll never have a chance. If in the end we really can't even be friends, he'll accept it. He just wants an answer, a result. Not yet, Lin Wan said honestly. Although she was framed for what happened with Gu Shiyuan back then, she also bore some responsibility herself. She did not develop any aversion to men because of Gu Shiyuan. In recent years, all her thoughts have been on her children and work, and she has never thought about the future. Moreover, with 2 children to raise, it would be difficult for her to find a suitable partner. Most importantly, there was no one who made her heart flutter. I don't think someone like her, who gave birth out of wedlock and has 2 children, can possibly rebuild a happy family. If she gets married, she worries that her partner won't treat the children well enough, and that she'll have to face the possibility of having another child. The most important thing in her life was her 2 children, not herself. Will you consider it in the future? Actually, the children really need a father. Coco secretly told me that she really wants a dad, Ouyang Qian said. Even breathing became difficult. He had already decided to confess his feelings when Coco said those words to him. These words silenced Lin Wan. She had never dared to confront this issue directly. Children rely more on their mothers when they are young, but as they grow older, they begin to need their father's love, especially when they see other children playing with their fathers. She wasn't blind to the children's envious eyes, but she had too many concerns. Wan Wan. Ouyang Qian spoke again, his voice a little hoarse. You've always known my feelings, and I know you have many concerns about marriage. But as long as you're willing to give me the chance to take care of you both, you don't need to have any worries. With me, you don't need to think about having children anymore. I raised them from a young age, and I treat them no differently than my own children. Having them in our lives is enough. Who the children's biological father is doesn't matter anymore. He's never been a part of your lives, has he? What matters most is who loves them the most, and I am the best choice. Ouyang Qian was unaware that Lin Wan's current boss, Gu Shiyuan, was the biological father of their 2 children. He thought that the man had never appeared again, and would never appear again. Ouyang Qian really wanted to hug Lin Wan, but he held back. I can't hold you back, Lin Wan said. Although she didn't know much about the Ouyang family, she knew that Ouyang Qian was his parents' only son. The Ouyang family was so wealthy that they couldn't possibly not want to have their own descendants. Putting aside whether they love each other or not, being together would only hold each other back. Chapter 38, She's Willing. I did it willingly. How can you call it a delay? Ouyang Qian's eyes were red. You should find a girl who is your equal. I already have 2 children, and we are really not suitable for each other. Besides, I have always considered you a friend. I know you are very good to me, and I know you have helped me a lot. But you also need to think about your family, Lin Wan explained. She admitted that Ouyang Qian would be a very good marriage prospect, but she wasn't interested and he wasn't a good match for her. She had always tried to carefully maintain this friendship, and it wasn't something she could just let go of. But no parent would want their unmarried son to marry a woman with 2 children, let alone a wealthy family. Can't you think about yourself and the children too? Is there anyone in this world who can treat the 3 of you better than me? Ouyang Qian said. He doesn't think anyone can surpass him. He wouldn't feel comfortable handing the mother and her 2 children over to someone else. The gap between us is too big. I don't care about any of that. I really don't care. I just want to be with you all. I treat the children like my own. You know that. Ouyang Qian's voice was choked with emotion. He really sacrificed a lot. Lin Wan knew this, of course, but she really didn't want the friendship to turn sour, and she didn't want to hold the other person back. Don't worry. I've told you before that you don't need to worry about anything anymore. I will handle everything, including my family. Please trust me, okay? Ouyang Qian said sincerely. His family did object, but they eventually compromised for his sake. Qian, don't hurt your parents who love you for anyone. Besides, a marriage without your parents' blessing is unlikely to be happy. You shouldn't do this. Lin Wan still wanted to refuse. If they love me, they will respect my decision. Who I marry is related to my happiness for the rest of my life, and they understand that. Wan, please give me a chance. Let's try it out. If you still feel it's not right, we'll break up. Think about it. I will bring you and the children happiness. The children like me very much, don't they? Ouyang Qian said. The two children have always been very close to him. For more than 4 years, he has always given them fatherly love, and he believes that the children will be willing to accept him. The children need their father. They need a more complete family, Ouyang Qian continued. These words successfully touched Lin Wan's heartstrings. As a mother, she may not consider herself, but she must consider her child. Okay. Lin Wan raised her head after thinking about this. What? Ouyang Qian thought he had misheard. We can try dating, and if it doesn't work out, let's not bring it up again, Lin Wan said. She's willing to give each other a chance, unless she really can't accept getting married to this man. Really? That's great. Ouyang Qian's face lit up with a childlike smile. He couldn't believe his ears. He had already prepared himself for rejection. Yes, it's not a formal relationship. It's an attempt at dating. You understand what I mean, Lin Wan reiterated. I understand. Even so, Ouyang Qian was already satisfied. Having received the answer he wanted, Ouyang Qian was beaming with joy. He wanted to hug Lin Wan, but he held back in the end. He ran over, picked up the two little ones, and spun them around. Babies, can I be your daddy? The two little ones had already overheard the adults' conversation. Lin Yinan was very willing. If his mother was willing, he was willing too. Lin Yike, who once desperately wanted Ouyang Qian to be her father, is now conflicted. She seems to prefer spending time with Uncle Gu now. I just don't know what Mommy is thinking. Will she like Uncle Gu as much as she does? Uncle Ouyang is a good person, but she can sense that her mother doesn't like him. Even a child knows that a forced relationship won't be happy, but some adults don't understand this. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that Ouyang Qian finally took the mother and son home, and the smile on his face never faded the whole way. He was so excited that he waited until the lights upstairs were turned off before driving away. Today I finally got closer to Lin Wan. On Monday morning, the two little ones will officially start school. Lin Wan decided to personally take her child to school. She would consider the school bus or moving house later. Mommy, do I look good in this dress? Lin Yike jumped around excitedly like a little rabbit. I've changed my clothes several times. She was so happy. She could finally go to a crowded place. She had been so bored at home for the past few days, and she loved being around people. She looks good in everything. Hurry up and call your brother to go to school. Lin Wan patted her daughter's head. Although her two children are twins, they have completely different personalities. The younger sister is outgoing, enthusiastic, and bold, while the older brother is introverted and calm. For both of them, it was their first day at a new school, but Lin Yinan and his sister had completely opposite reactions. He didn't want to go at all and dawdled for a long time before finally coming out of his room with his school bag on his back. And he looked so listless. He has to go to school again, and he'll have to face a bunch of chattering little brats again. He really doesn't want to play with them, okay? They had absolutely nothing in common, and if it weren't for his younger sister accompanying him, he would never have gone to school. All right, kids all have to go to school. Cheer up and give me a smile. Lin Wan rubbed her son's little face. Her son is far too precocious. Sometimes she really felt that he was a little adult. Hee. Lin Yinan gave a fake smile that couldn't be more fake. He really wanted to ask his mom if he was happy now. Forget it, stop laughing. Let's go, we're going to be late. Lin Wan pulled Lin Yinan's arm and walked out. Whether you like it or not, you have to go through the process of going to school. Lin Wan never thought about her two children becoming top students or outstanding talents. She only hoped that they could be healthy, receive an education, and complete their academic journey. Downstairs, Ouyang Qian, who had been waiting there, leaned against his new car. She waited for her sweetheart with great joy. They had agreed yesterday that he would drive the children to school today, and then take Lin Wan to work. She no longer kept her distance from him. She was willing to let him stand beside her. Good morning, Uncle Ouyang. Lin Yike's smile was always sunny. Good morning. Lin Nan said, his head drooping, looking unhappy. Is it absolutely necessary to attend this kindergarten? He already has enough money to ensure a life of luxury for him and his mother for the rest of their lives, so going to school is meaningless to him. Besides, he already knows everything that's taught in school. Chapter 39 Rivals Meet, Eyes Furious. Lin Nan was extremely resistant to going to kindergarten, but she had no choice but to go. At least if my sister goes inside, she won't run around, and mommy will have less to worry about. What's wrong, you brat? You're sighing and groaning about going to school. Uncle Ouyang promises you, if you study hard, I'll buy you a model airplane. A limited edition, you know. I have connections. Ouyang Qian directly grasped the little guy's psychology. He raised the children himself, so he knows all too well what they like. Really? Lin Nan's eyes lit up immediately. He really likes cars, airplanes, yachts, and other such things, and he also likes their models. The more expensive the better. He had always wanted that model airplane, and if he wasn't afraid of arousing his mother's suspicion, he would have bought it himself long ago. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Okay, let's go to school, here we go. Ouyang Qian thoughtfully opened the car door for the mother and her two children. See you this afternoon, Mommy. I'll miss you, love you. I'll take good care of my brother. Bye-bye. Lin Yike was even more excited when they arrived at the kindergarten gate. He waved his hand vigorously. Bye-bye, see you tonight. Lin Wan waved and turned to get back into her car. She could finally relax. Once the children were at school, they would be safe. The kindergarten had surveillance cameras, and she could see her two children anytime on her phone. Now she can finally focus all her energy on her work. The more Bai Xinran wanted her to leave, the more she felt compelled to stay. Otherwise, who would raise her child? Bai Xinran had underestimated a mother's patience. Lin Wan didn't want Ouyang Qian to actually help her raise her child. Even if the two of them officially started dating, she wasn't after money. When Ouyang Qian dropped Lin Wan off at the company, Gu Shiyuan happened to arrive at the company just then and saw Lin Wan getting out of Ouyang Qian's car. The other person even kindly opened the car door for her. A strange sour feeling spread from the depths of his heart. Who was that man? Her boyfriend? The sight of the two chatting and laughing made him very unhappy. He took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, Miss Lin. Lin Wan then noticed the person behind her. President Gu. She inexplicably felt a little nervous, as if she had done something she shouldn't have. Your boyfriend? Gu Shiyuan glanced at Ouyang Qian and raised an eyebrow slightly. He could tell at a glance that the other party was no match for him in any way. No. Yes. 2 different voices appeared at the same time. Lin Wan denied it because she felt that they were not officially dating yet, and she always felt guilty when facing Gu Shiyuan, even though there was nothing between them. Ouyang Qian gave a very affirmative answer. Sparks flew between the 2 men the moment their eyes met. As a fellow man, Ouyang Qian could naturally sense Gu Shiyuan's feelings for Lin Wan. He wanted to assert his sovereignty first. He just didn't expect Lin Wan to deny it. She even let him drive her to work, and he thought she would be open about their relationship. Could it be that she has other feelings for this man? She just called him President Gu. Could this man be Gu Shiyuan? Ouyang Qian just realized what was happening. Did you hear that? Miss Lin said no. Gu Shiyuan's lips curled up slightly, and he looked at Ouyang Qian with a wicked expression. He thought Lin Wan had a boyfriend, but it turned out he was just a suitor. Then there's nothing to fear. He didn't think the other person could compare to him in any way. Wan. Ouyang Qian looked at Lin Wan, hoping she would say something. All right, time to get back to work. Qian, see you this afternoon. Lin Wan didn't want the 2 of them to get entangled any longer. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, Ouyang Qian said, glancing at Gu Shiyuan. The other person's eyes were full of provocation. But he wasn't afraid. Even if the other party really was Gu Shiyuan, the president of the Gu group, he wasn't afraid. He just wanted to win Lin Wan's heart with his sincerity. He believed that Lin Wan was never someone who coveted wealth and status. After Ouyang Qian left, Lin Wan walked quickly into the company without looking back. Why is Gu Shiyuan everywhere? What does it matter to him whether she has a boyfriend or not? The scene she witnessed in Gu Shiyuan's office last time made Lin Wan convinced that Gu Shiyuan and Bai Xinran had a special relationship. She had absolutely no desire to have anything to do with this man. She didn't want him to keep appearing in front of her. Bai Xinran called Gu Shiyuan several times over the weekend, trying to find out his whereabouts and whether he had gone to see any other woman, but no one answered. She also brought gifts to the Gu family and took the opportunity of visiting Gu's parents to try to see Gu Shiyuan, but he was not at home. Even his parents didn't know where he went. The more this happened, the more uncertain Bai Xinran felt. She always felt that Gu Shiyuan had either been seeing that little girl and her mother or Lin Wan during the past 2 days of avoiding her, and there was even the possibility that he had seen other women. Although Gu Shiyuan clearly stated that the little girl was not his daughter, Bai Xinran received a secretly filmed video. It was a video of Gu Shiyuan having dinner with the little girl at a restaurant. Although the image quality was a bit blurry, it was still clear that Gu Shiyuan was very close to the child. Even if that wasn't his illegitimate daughter, it was still Gu Shiyuan who had taken a liking to the child's mother. Otherwise, why would he be so kind to a child with whom he has no blood relation for no reason? She knew perfectly well that Gu Shiyuan didn't like children. Bai Xinran grew angrier the more she thought about it, and early Monday morning, she blocked Gu Shiyuan's office door, wanting to find out where he had been these past 2 days. Sure enough, Gu Shiyuan arrived at work on time before 9 o'clock. He didn't even glance at Bai Xinran, who was guarding the door. Gu Shiyuan, Bai Xinran shouted angrily. Didn't he see her? What is it now? Hurry up and say it. Gu Shiyuan was very impatient. Where did you go this weekend? Why didn't you answer my calls? Who were you with? Bai Xinran asked directly. It's none of your business. Don't get too involved. Gu Shiyuan didn't want to answer these pointless questions. He was already annoyed when he saw Ouyang Qian, and now seeing Bai Xinran pestering him like this only made him more annoyed. They all paid Mayor Bai to do things for them. It was just a mutually beneficial exchange, a voluntary transaction. Why does Bai Xinran always act like he owes her something? He's already been very accommodating to her for so long and cleaned up her messes so many times. Now they're even interfering in his private affairs. Was he too tolerant of her, causing her to have some kind of illusion? Chapter 40. Cried after being publicly criticized. Did she really think he could accept everything about her? If he weren't afraid that Mayor Bai would secretly sabotage him, he would have driven Bai Xinran away long ago. This kind of woman really disgusts him. Bai Xinran stammered angrily. Tell me, did you secretly go to see Lin Wan, or that child's mother? What do you like about them? Tell me. She was really unwilling to accept it. Gu Shiyuan took a step forward, leaned slightly to meet Bai Xinran's eyes. What does it matter to you where I go or who I go to? So what if I go to them? If you have free time, improve your work skills, or find a man to date. Stop staring at what I'm doing all day long. Everything I do is none of your business. There's no need for me to report to you. Our relationship is simply that of boss and employee. Know your place and stop acting crazy. Gu Shiyuan's words showed Bai Xinran absolutely no respect. He'd rather break off all ties completely. He could let minor squabbles slide in the past, but Bai Xinran had been pushing his limits lately, and he wasn't going to tolerate it anymore. After saying these words, Gu Shiyuan turned around and went back to his office, not even giving Bai Xinran a chance to react. But all these words pierced Bai Xinran's heart. He actually said that he had gone to look for them. Do you want to spend the whole day with me? Bai Xinran looked aggrieved and wanted to wipe away her tears. She's the daughter of a high-ranking official, with no shortage of money or power in her family. She's a typical rich, beautiful, and successful woman, and countless men pursue her, but she doesn't even look at any of them. On the contrary, Gu Shiyuan, who humbled himself to pursue her, treated her this way. This was hard for her, who had always been very proud, to accept. This scene was not only clearly seen by Gu Shiyuan's assistant, but also by several employees who came up with documents for Gu Shiyuan to sign. What are you looking at? Are you laughing at me? Get out of here! Bai Xinran shouted aggrievedly. The sound was very harsh. Gu Shiyuan actually disrespected her in public. How is she supposed to get along at the company now? Bai Xinran now looks at everyone who passes by with a sharp gaze. Little did she know that Gu Shiyuan hated her crazy behavior the most. However, the fact that Bai Xinran was publicly rebuked by Gu Shiyuan and cried could not be kept secret, and the news spread throughout the entire company in less than half a day. They know everything they should and shouldn't know. Even the security guard at the gate knows it all clearly. Everyone's gossip-loving nature was completely aroused, and even the cats kept at the company heard about it. In fact, everyone already knew that Gu Shiyuan didn't like Bai Xinran at all. She was just using her family's influence to bully others in the company. In addition, Gu Shiyuan never cared about her, which made her even more arrogant. Even if everyone looks down on her, they wouldn't dare to openly offend this young lady. But behind her back, people often mocked her, saying that even if she offered herself to someone, no one would want her. They said that if her family weren't powerful, who would even look at someone like her? They were really making a mountain out of a molehill. Everyone was talking about it all day long, and they spent most of their break time discussing it. Even the few lackeys who usually fawned over Bai Xinran got to enjoy the gossip. Bai Xinran was so angry after losing face in front of Gu Shiyuan in the morning that she refused to leave the office all day and didn't even eat lunch. She didn't want others to look at her differently. She was such a proud person. However, being alone did not allow Bai Xinran to calm down and reflect on her behavior. Instead, it allowed jealousy to grow rampant in her heart. She needed to vent all her bad emotions, and the best outlet for her was Lin Wan, whom Gu Shiyuan had spent the whole day with. Doesn't he like this woman? He just doesn't want this woman to have an easy time at the company. This will also let this slut know what happens when she seduces a man. It wasn't until the afternoon that Bai Xinran touched up her makeup, put on her high heels, and transformed back into a proud peacock as she left her office and went to the design department next door. The people who were gossiping about Bai Xinran immediately dispersed when they saw her come in, pretending to get back to work. They were terrified of being targeted by this living devil, which would be troublesome. Bai Xinran glanced around the entire design department and was quite satisfied to see that everyone was still as afraid of her as before. It seems that what happened this morning did not damage her prestige in the design department. Lin Wan. Bai Xinran's tone was icy. When Lin Wan's name was called, she felt a chill run down her spine. It seems they're after her again. Director Bai, I'm here. Lin Wan turned around. Is she going to get into trouble again today? Bai Xinran tossed a USB drive she was holding onto Lin Wan's desk. This is a new order. The client specified you. Give it to me tonight. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Her targeting of Lin Wan was just the beginning. Everyone knows she likes Gu Shiyuan. How could Lin Wan not know? Knowing this, she still dared to seduce Gu Shiyuan, so she shouldn't blame her for being impolite. Lin Wan held the small USB drive. She was a new employee, and the client specifically asked her to design something? That was ridiculous. It would be better to just make it clear that you're targeting her. Lin Wan almost swore. She knew that Bai Xinran's arrival was never good. Although Bai Xinran holds the title of design department director, she never does any work, and she is not even a design major. She delegated all the work to her subordinates while she enjoyed the air conditioning and played on her phone in her private office. They can even be late or leave early, and no one will care. Sometimes you can't even find them, and you can't even sign anything. This caused a lot of headaches for the design department, but they were helpless. Looks like Mr. Gu didn't scold her enough this morning. Sister, he muttered under her breath. A leopard can't change its spots. They have no bottom line when it comes to messing with people. She's just deliberately making things difficult for me. What can I do? Lin Wan was now dejected. This salary is truly pathetic. No wonder some people are managing salaries plus humiliation allowance. They're deliberately making you work overtime again. Why don't you just quit and go directly to General Manager Gu? Sister, he suggested. She had heard quite a few gossips, one of which was that Gu Shiyuan himself said he had spent the whole day with Lin Wan. She couldn't ask Lin Wan these questions directly. But if it's true, as long as President Gu speaks up, Lin Wan can't be bullied. When it came to finding Gu Shiyuan, Lin Wan immediately pictured the face that looked remarkably like her son's. She shook her head vigorously and said, Forget it. I can't hide forever. It just means I won't be able to pick up my kids from school if I have to work overtime. She had no desire to have anything to do with Gu Shiyuan, and she couldn't be bothered to listen to Bai Xinran's gossip. Chapter 41. You have a child? Because Lin Wan didn't want to hear Bai Xinran's gossip about Gu Shiyuan, she still didn't know that Gu Shiyuan had told Bai Xinran that he had spent the whole weekend with her. She'd rather be bullied by Bai Xinran than go to Gu Shiyuan, and she'd rather work overtime. Babies? School's out. Sister, his eyes widened. What did she hear? Did you get a pet? But pets don't have to go to school. Or perhaps she has younger siblings. No, Lin Wan told her that she has no other relatives here and that she hasn't been in contact with her adoptive parents for a long time. Could it be? Yes, my two babies are twins, a boy and a girl, and they're already in kindergarten, Lin Wan said generously. She doesn't mind at all that others know she has a child. She just doesn't usually mention her child to her colleagues at work, mainly because Nan Nin looks too much like Gu Shiyuan, and she doesn't want to arouse any suspicion. Sister He was an exception for her. Twins? No way. Sister He deliberately lowered her voice, thinking that Lin Wan didn't want others to know. Moreover, she couldn't tell at all that Lin Wan had already had 2 children. If she didn't know that Lin Wan had a master's degree and had worked for 2 years, she would have thought that Lin Wan had just graduated from university. Is it really possible for a woman to have the same figure as before giving birth? Sister He felt a bit sorry for the unfairness of the creator. She exercised a lot after giving birth to maintain her figure, but her figure is still not as good as before. Yes, she's over 4 years old and goes to kindergarten, Lin Wan said. So you had a baby at 23? Sister He asked. Nowadays, very few young people have children so early, and considering her age, Lin Wan actually had a child before pursuing her postgraduate studies. Sister He couldn't help but start to question some of the rumors circulating in the company. Wasn't Lin Wan already married? How could she possibly have something going on with President Gu? Indeed, gossip is something you should only listen to and not believe completely. Yes, they are super cute. Lin Wan felt a warm glow in her heart when she thought of her 2 children. They really are the cutest babies in the world. She really wanted to show Sister He how cute her babies were, but she held back. Now was not the time to show off her kids. Twins, Xiaowan, you're so lucky. Sister He's eyes were full of envy. Having both a son and a daughter is her dream, but unfortunately her husband isn't supportive, so she can only work hard and is already content with raising her daughter well. Making money is more important to her than having a second child. Hey, what does your husband do? Why did you get married so early? Sister He asked casually. Sister, to be honest, I'm not married, and I had a child as a single mother. So, please keep this a secret for me, Lin Wan replied seriously. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked so many questions, Sister He said apologetically. A young girl who has lost contact with her adoptive parents, it's easy to imagine how difficult it must have been to raise 2 children alone. She felt even more sorry for Lin Wan now. No wonder she was so patient. It was all for the sake of the child. Sigh, I guess everyone has their own fate. Regardless of the reason why Lin Wan gave birth as a single woman, as long as it wasn't immoral or immoral, there's nothing wrong with it, and she won't have any opinions about it. It's nothing. How old is your daughter, sister? Lin Wan asked. They're over 10 years old now. Teenagers are really hard to manage. Oh, by the way, I should bring the kids out to play sometime. My daughter loves children, and a few years ago she was even begging me to give her a younger brother or sister. Sister He smiled broadly as she talked about her daughter. Okay. Lin Wan smiled and changed the subject to work. Of course, she hoped the children could have another friend, but she hadn't decided whether to let Sister He know that the 2 children's biological father was Gu Shiyuan. After talking to Sister He about her children, she missed them even more and lost all interest in work. Since she couldn't avoid working overtime today anyway, she might as well rest for a while and see what the children were doing. He then put on his headphones and turned on the kindergarten surveillance camera to check on the children's movements. Sure enough, her precious son sat by himself with his hands supporting his chin, ignoring everyone and not even showing any interest in interacting with the teacher. The daughter, on the other hand, is a real leader among the children, setting the tone for the entire class. They also interacted with the teacher very actively. Lin Wan couldn't help but smile as she looked at the 2 children. After looking at the children for a while, she casually sent a message to Ouyang Qian, asking him to pick them up that evening, as she had to work overtime. Lin Wan put away her phone and got back to work. They were designing their own blueprints very seriously. By 7 p.m., everyone in the office had long since left. She video chatted with the children for a while, and they said that Ouyang Qian had left early because of an emergency, but they would behave themselves and told her not to worry. She continued working overtime after hanging up the video call. If Bai Xinran hadn't made her hand it in tonight, she could have taken it home, finished it, and handed it in tomorrow morning. Moreover, Bai Xinran left work before 5 p.m. It's just pure torture. Lin Wanming knew the other party was making things difficult for her, but she was helpless because she couldn't afford the penalty for breach of contract. The contract was only for 1 year, and she could grit her teeth and bear it. She definitely wouldn't renew it after a year. But this year has been incredibly difficult and chaotic, and this is just the beginning. Lin Wan sighed as she continued making revisions. Just then, a tall figure flashed past the office door and quickly disappeared. Lin Wan, who was engrossed in her work, didn't notice anything amiss, only that she felt a chill down her spine. It wasn't until almost 11 p.m. that Lin Wan finished the design drawings, printed them out, delivered them to Bai Xinran's office, and then hurriedly left the company. It's so late, the children must be getting worried. Moreover, she was exhausted after working at high intensity for several hours. What kind of client is this, with so many demands? Even black has to be a multicolored black. As she walked downstairs, a cool breeze blew by, and Lin Wan shivered, rubbing her arms. The temperature difference between day and night is now large, so she didn't bring a coat when she went out in the morning. Looks like I'll need to keep spare clothes in the office from now on. She was cold, hungry, and tired, and all she wanted to do was go home, take a hot shower, and go to sleep. When Lin Wan got to the roadside, she realized that the ride-hailing service she had hailed from the office hadn't been accepted yet. Strange. Is this some kind of ghost? I've never encountered this situation before. I tried to flag down a taxi, but several taxis that passed by were already occupied. Why am I having such bad luck today? As Lin Wan waited listlessly for a car by the roadside, she muttered, I'll marry whoever takes me home now. Chapter 42, Sending You Home. So you're getting married so casually? A deep, magnetic voice came from behind, carried by the light. Lin Wan turned her head and saw a car slowly stop next to her, with a face that was all too familiar in the car window. What's it to you? Lin Wan turned her head away irritably. I was already exhausted and couldn't get a taxi, and now seeing this face is making me even more annoyed. If he's so capable, he should fire her. Well, if he fires her, he won't have to pay compensation. How can this man appear out of nowhere? It's already past midnight, and he still manages to show up in front of her. Doesn't he need to go home? Instead of being annoyed by Lin Wan's retort, Gu Shiyuan even smiled. Don't wait if you can't get a taxi. It's cold. Get in the car, I'll take you home, Gu Shiyuan said gently, feeling a pang of heartache as he looked at her shivering. He has never been so patient with any woman before. Bai Xinran completely ignored his words. No need to trouble Mr. Gu. I can take a taxi myself. Lin Wan refused without even thinking. She didn't want to ride in his car. She didn't want to be alone with this man either. She preferred to wait a little longer in the cold wind. Although it was really cold, she hadn't been back to China for several years and had forgotten that the temperature in Shenzhen had already turned cold at this time of year. She thought it was time to buy the children some autumn clothes. They didn't bring many clothes with them when they returned to China. But as soon as she finished speaking, a cold wind blew by, and Lin Wan unconsciously hugged her arms. Gu Shiyuan got out of the car, grabbed Lin Wan's arm, and shoved her into the passenger seat. What are you doing, Gu Shiyuan? Let me go. Lin Wan didn't even have a chance to struggle before she was shoved into the car. Gu Shiyuan closed the car door as quickly as possible and returned to the driver's seat to lock all the doors. Put me down right now. Gu Shiyuan, did you hear me? Put me down. Lin Wan was angry. Is this person some kind of bandit? She had already told him not to ride in his car. I said I'd take you home. Sit tight and buckle up, Gu Shiyuan said calmly. She had just called his name for the first time, and he liked it very much. I can hail a taxi myself. Lin Wan tried to open the car door, but found that she couldn't open it no matter what she did. It's cold outside. Without waiting for a reply, Gu Shiyuan put his coat over Lin Wan. Her arms were ice cold. Remember to bring clothes next time, it's getting cold. The temperature difference in Shenzhen is huge this time of year. You're a local, you should know that, Gu Shiyuan said. How can she be so inconsiderate of herself? The words local made Lin Wan stop struggling. It seems he hasn't forgotten what happened 5 years ago at all, and still clearly remembers that she's a local. I haven't been in the country for the past few years, so I forgot, Lin Wan muttered softly. Gu Shiyuan then remembered that Lin Wan had just returned from abroad. He then took out a cup of hot milk and handed it to Lin Wan, saying, Warm your hands up first, they're very cold. Feeling the warmth in her hand, Lin Wan looked at Gu Shiyuan in confusion. Did you buy this for me? Even if she were stupid, she could tell that this glass of milk was prepared for her, Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just the right temperature, and Gu Shiyuan wouldn't have appeared in front of her at just the right time. And this too, just make do with this for now. It's not good for your health to skip meals. Gu Shiyuan took out 2 more steamed buns, one with red bean paste filling and the other with beef filling. He called his housekeeper to have steamed something fresh and brought it over when he saw Lin Wan working overtime and not even having time to eat. You haven't left? Lin Wan was surprised that he knew she hadn't eaten dinner. Okay, I'll wait for you. He didn't want to beat around the bush. He needed to let her know how much he cared for her. Why? Lin Wan asked, puzzled. She hasn't had any contact with him in the past few years. Consider it compensation. Bai Xinran made you work overtime, so it's my fault too, Gu Shiyuan said casually. He really didn't want to leave Xinran blank. Oh, Lin Wan lowered her head and took a big bite of the steamed bun. So it was because of Bai Xinran. Well, they were both in the office last time. Don't misunderstand. There's nothing else between us. Gu Shiyuan finally realized what was going on and quickly explained. Her abuse of power is also my dereliction of duty as the boss. She stayed in the company for other reasons, not because I wanted to. So, I'm really sorry. I'll deal with her. Gu Shiyuan tried to defend himself, saying that what he had just said made it sound like he had an affair with Bai Xinran. You don't need to explain so much to me. I'm not interested in President Gu's private life. However, it is indeed your dereliction of duty not to manage your subordinates well. Lin Wan said, taking another big gulp of hot milk. She wasn't interested in the relationship between Gu Shiyuan and Bai Xinran, but rather in what brand of milk it was, since it tasted quite good. The steamed buns were also delicious, much better than the ones she usually buys. Since he knew he had neglected his duty, he still brought her food. At least he still has some conscience. Also, as compensation for what happened 5 years ago, Gu Shiyuan said unhurriedly. The thought of the man who drove Lin Wan to work this morning triggered his possessiveness. Cough cough, Lin Wan almost spat out the milk in her mouth. He actually brought up 5 years ago. This is so embarrassing. Gu Shiyuan quickly handed over a tissue. Drink slowly. I'm not going to take it from you. Seeing her blushing face, he secretly smiled. It seemed she hadn't forgotten what happened 5 years ago. She hasn't forgotten him either. He knew she was always avoiding him, and the more she did that, the more he wanted to appear in front of her and make his presence known. 5 years ago, she made him lose control of himself that night, and now she makes him just as irresistibly want to get closer to her. Lin Wan turned her face away and ate her steamed bun, completely ignoring him. Gu Xiyuan just leaned back and watched her eat and drink her fill. The man who brought you to the company this morning isn't coming to pick you up? Doesn't he know it's dangerous for a girl to be out alone at night? Gu Shiyuan deliberately brought up Ouyang Qian. Gu Shiyuan had a very bad first impression of Ouyang Qian because he couldn't even take any action to pursue her. His words were somewhat intended to sow discord. He's busy with something. Lin Wan didn't turn her head. Where do you live? It's late. I'll take you home now, Gu Shiyuan asked. He had seen Lin Wan's information. It only showed her address abroad, not in China. Platinum Mansion, Lin Wan said, squinting. The car was warm, and Gu Shiyuan's coat had a pleasant, faint, yet relaxing scent of perfume. She fell asleep shortly afterward. Seeing that Lin Wan had fallen asleep, Gu Shiyuan did not rush to start the car, but instead leaned down to look at her sleeping face. Chapter 43 The Same Face. Gu Shiyuan stared, somewhat lost in thought. Lin Wan's face gradually overlapped with the face she had 5 years ago. 5 years have passed, and she hasn't changed at all. A unique fragrance belonging to Lin Wan spread through Gu Shiyuan's nostrils. My heart started to beat faster, my face felt slightly hot, and all the muscles in my body tensed up. Gu Shiyuan quickly sat up straight. Sure enough, this woman still had the same fatal attraction for him as she did 5 years ago. I took several deep breaths to suppress a certain thought in my mind. Gu Shiyuan then slowly drove the car out, heading towards the Bai Jinhua mansion. Slow as a snail, as if afraid of waking Lin Wan from her sleep. What should have been a 20-minute drive took Gu Shiyuan almost 40 minutes to complete. Once inside the residential complex, Gu Shiyuan reluctantly woke Lin Wan up, as he still didn't know which building she lived in. Lin Wan then opened her eyes. She had actually fallen asleep in the man's car. Looking out the window, she realized they had arrived in the residential area. Which building? Gu Shiyuan's voice was very gentle. Just drop it off here. Lin Wan looked around. Her building was nearby, not far away. She was already very unwilling to be sent back to her apartment complex. She didn't want the man to know which building she lived in, and she didn't want him to see her 2 children. She suddenly regretted not insisting on getting off the bus earlier. She was just too tired and was still feeling groggy. She was genuinely afraid that if Gu Shiyuan found out about the 2 children, they would be taken away from her. Okay. Gu Shiyuan didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he got out of the car and went around to open the door for Lin Wan. As soon as Lin Wan got out of the car, she shoved her coat into Gu Shiyuan's hands. Your clothes. Gu Shiyuan casually draped his coat back over Lin Wan's shoulders. It's chilly. You've just woken up and you'll catch a cold if you get chilled. You can return it to me tomorrow. I'm driving back, so it's not cold. Gu Shiyuan's gentle tone made Lin Wan feel unreal. This man was never like this at the company. She had always thought he was a cold person who was indifferent to everything. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Lin Wan pulled her coat tighter. It was unusually cold tonight. Even with a coat on, a cool breeze still blows in. Don't mention it. I'll talk to Bai Xinran again tomorrow. She won't dare to make things difficult for you again. A fire rose in Gu Shiyuan's heart. Lin Wan nodded. She originally didn't want to have any conflict with Bai Xinran, but then she thought about it again. She hadn't offended that woman at all since she came to the company, had she? Yet she was still being targeted all the time. It wouldn't be a bad thing if someone were willing to step in and take care of it. She only asked to work at the company steadily for a full year before leaving. Go home and rest. See you tomorrow, Gu Shiyuan said. He really enjoyed spending time alone with her and was reluctant to end things now, but reason told him that Lin Wan needed to rest. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Gu. You can go back now. Lin Wan wanted Gu Shiyuan to leave first before she went into the building. Bye-bye. Gu Shiyuan left without hesitation. Lin Wan didn't turn around and go into her apartment building until she saw Gu Shiyuan's car drive out of the residential area. As soon as she entered the lobby, a tall figure came out from the entrance of the residential complex. Gu Shiyuan had a slight smile on his lips. He knew where she lived, but he didn't know why she was avoiding him. He always felt that Lin Wan was hiding something from him. The scene between the 2 downstairs was clearly seen by the little ones sitting on the bay window upstairs waiting for their mother to come home. Their floor wasn't very high, so although they couldn't hear the conversations downstairs, they could clearly see everything. Brother, look. Lin Yike excitedly patted Lin Nan, who was playing on his tablet. She wasn't mistaken, was she? Wasn't that Uncle Gu who was taking Mommy home downstairs? So Mommy knows Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu even took Mommy home late at night. It seems she probably doesn't need to try to set them up anymore. Judging from Uncle Gu's attitude towards Mommy, he really likes her. Thinking of this, Lin Yi was overjoyed. She knew she and Uncle Gu were destined to be together. What's wrong? Why are you so startled? Is it a ghost? Lin Nan put down his tablet and looked in the direction his sister was pointing. She saw her mother seemingly get out of a man's car, wearing a man's suit jacket. A man took Mommy home, but this person wasn't Ouyang Qian. Didn't Mommy promise Uncle Ouyang that she would date him? Lin Nan asked, completely bewildered. Mommy's dating another uncle? What about Ouyang? He doesn't object to Mommy dating any man, as long as they are good to Mommy. But if that's true, Uncle Ouyang might cry. Although he also liked Ouyang, he longed for his biological father more, but he also knew that they might never meet in this lifetime. He and his sister are twins, but they don't look alike at all. His sister looks a lot like their mother, and the man who is suspected to be his uncle doesn't look like him either. He has also thought that perhaps he looks more like his biological father. This will probably become the biggest regret of his life. No matter how good his stepfather is in the future, it will be difficult for him to truly replace his biological father. Lin Nan rubbed his eyes, trying to get a good look at the man downstairs who looked even taller than Ouyang Qian. Mommy wants a boyfriend, so he has to be handsome, right? Forget about Ouyang for now. Brother, look closely at this uncle's face, Lin Yike said anxiously. At this moment, Lin Nan also got a clear look at the man's general appearance. He gaped in astonishment. How could someone look so much like him? He felt that he was a miniature version of this uncle, or rather, that Gu Shiyuan's face was what he would look like when he grew up. Holy crap! Am I hallucinating? How could this be? Lin Nan still found it hard to believe. Ouch, what are you doing? Lin Yinan suddenly felt a pain in his leg. Let me show you this isn't an illusion. Lin Yike withdrew her hand from her brother's thigh. This is the Uncle Gu I told you about. I told you he looked a lot like you know? You looked a lot like him. You didn't believe me, but now you do. Humph. She had mentioned Uncle Gu to her brother. They even talked about how the two looked alike. Lin Yinan thought there were plenty of people in the world who looked alike, and it was probably just a coincidence. It couldn't possibly be their biological father. Otherwise, since he works at the same company as their mother, they would have seen each other before. But this backfired. No, how could this be? For the first time, Lin Yinan felt like his brain was about to crash. But he quickly realized what was happening. Chapter 44, Could he be our daddy? A person's appearance is determined by genetics. People who are not related by blood may look alike, but they will never look exactly alike. Unless. Lin Yinan was completely numb. Coco, do you think it's possible that this person is our daddy? Otherwise, I wouldn't look so much like him. Lin Yinan's voice trembled as he spoke. He looked down at the face downstairs that looked remarkably like his own and felt that the possibility was very high. Extremely high. Actually, I had this feeling the first time I saw him. I also found it incredible, which is why I went again, Lin Yike said, looking downstairs. That day, she actually noticed that many people were secretly watching them and discussing something. When she first met Gu Shiyuan, he treated her like his own daughter. That feeling was something she had never experienced with Ouyang Qian before. It's very likely, and Mommy never wears other people's coats, Lin Yinan said. Aside from Ouyang Qian, this was the first time they had seen someone take their mother home so late. Even if it was Ouyang Qian, their mother would never wear his clothes, and the two always maintained a safe physical distance. But he clearly saw the man who looked a lot like him putting a coat on his mother. This has never happened before. Lin Yinan's heart was pounding with nervousness. Could they really be getting a daddy? It seems necessary to investigate this person. Since we've already asked Jiang Yinan to investigate Xiao Yang, one more won't make a difference. Anyway, I've already incurred this favor. Sigh. Thinking of this, Lin Yinan started to sigh again. He still doesn't know how to deal with Jiang Yinan. If he dares to hide from that young lady, she'll probably turn the whole world upside down to find him. Lin Yike thought her brother made sense. Then she noticed that Gu Xuan, who had already left, had returned and was standing not far away, looking in their direction. Is he looking at his mother? She was about to send Gu Shiyuan a WeChat message, but just then, she heard the door open. The little guy immediately ran out barefoot like a gust of wind. Mommy, I miss you so much, hug me. Then, as soon as Lin Wan entered the room, she found herself in the arms of a tiny, soft baby. Why aren't you asleep yet? Be careful not to stunt your growth. Lin Wan gently rubbed her daughter's head. She thought the children were asleep, so she opened the door very quietly. We're waiting for Mommy to come home. Mommy works so hard. Lin Yinan also came out. Since returning to China, without Grandma Wang by his side, he feels even more like a man, someone who needs to protect his mother and sister. He has matured a lot and rarely asks his mother for hugs anymore. The children's words alone made Lin Wan's fatigue disappear by more than half. With two such wonderful children, what more could she possibly want? Mommy, whose coat is this? Lin Yike asked deliberately. She wanted to hear what her mother had to say. It's my mom's colleagues. Lin Wan made up a random excuse. Oh, is that so? Isn't this Uncle handsome? He's taking Mommy home so late. He's such a nice guy, Lin Yike exclaimed. This left Lin Wan at a loss for words. She didn't like lying to the children, but she couldn't tell them about this. She knew the children wanted a father, but the Gu family was beyond their reach. If the Gu family wants a child, she has no power to fight against them. Has Mommy eaten? Lin Yinan was even more convinced of his idea after seeing Lin Wan's hesitant expression earlier. We've eaten. Okay, go to sleep now. You have school tomorrow, Lin Wan said as she pulled the two children toward the bedroom. She wouldn't let the children know about Gu Shiyuan's existence. Let's just say she was selfish. Her two children are her everything, and she can't bear to let them leave her side. Back to school again, Lin Yinan muttered to himself as he walked. Is this school absolutely necessary? After a day there, he felt even more bored and didn't understand what the children were so happy about. He also disliked the games and words his teachers taught him. He found them boring. Little girls would often come up to him. wanting to hug him and saying he was handsome and that they wanted to marry him when they grew up. Sigh. Being handsome is a kind of trouble. He had this kind of trouble since he was a child. After returning to his room, Lin Yinan locked the door, turned on his computer, logged into his account, and sent a message to Jiang Yinan. Is the young lady asleep? Lin Yinan asked. It seemed like Mommy didn't intend to say anything, so he decided to check it out himself first. He just wanted to confirm whether the man from earlier was indeed their father. As for whether or not they will acknowledge their relatives, it all depends on her mother's own wishes. If her mother doesn't want them to know, they will pretend they know nothing. For the siblings, Mommy is definitely more important than Daddy. He needs to figure out at least whether his dad is unaware of their existence or whether he doesn't want them anymore. This is also important. Just as Lin Yinan thought Jiang Yinan was asleep and was about to turn off the computer, Jiang Yinan's avatar started flashing. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you ready to meet me and treat me to dinner? Jiang Yinan was not polite at all. You're overthinking it. Oh, then I guess I was overthinking it. Don't bother me with anything in the future. I can't do it. My fault. Please don't be angry, Mississippi. Speak, what is it? You wouldn't come to me for no reason. I wanted to ask how the investigation into the Shao family is going. Any progress? That's enough. Is that all? If you have nothing else to say, you can leave now. I'm going to sleep. If you delay my growth, you'll regret it. Yes. Could you help me investigate Gu Shiyuan? Just him personally, no need to investigate his family. I mainly want to know if he has a girlfriend or wife, and his whereabouts over the past few years, especially 5 years ago, Lin Yinan said eagerly. He was even wondering just now, if this man really was their dad, could it be that Mommy was avoiding him because he had a wife? He saw the name Gu Shiyuan in his sister's WeChat contacts. That will take 2 meals. Oh, if you don't want to, then go find someone else. I won't even take your money, but you won't even treat me to 2 meals. Yes, 2 meals it is. Lin Yinan gritted his teeth and agreed. Anyway, once they've met, Jiang Yinan will know their identities. So what's one more meal? Chapter 45. Could it be that he and his sister are rich kids? Just wait. Jiang Yinan replied to this message and then went offline. Lying in bed, Lin Yinan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He just saw that Gu Shiyuan's car was much better than Ouyang Qian's, so his wealth was definitely no less than Ouyang's. And since she works for Gu's company, could it be? Thinking of this, Lin Yinan searched for the name Gu Shiyuan on his phone. Even though he was mentally prepared, the results still surprised him. The search results clearly stated, Gu Shiyuan, president of Gu's group. However, the search results showed that he did not have a spouse, which relieved Lin Yinan. It's good that he and his sister aren't illegitimate children. Looking at the photos of Gu Shiyuan's face online, he felt even more that he looked just like him. Could it be that he and his sister are from wealthy families? Although money is not important to him, he was very interested in this man who was suspected to be his biological father. The next morning, Lin Wan packed Gu Shiyuan's coat neatly and brought it to the company, intending to return it to him. Yesterday, because of this jacket, Coco kept pestering her until bedtime, asking whose jacket it was, whether the uncle was handsome, and when she could meet her brother. She was pestered by the little guy for a long time. This must never happen again. It seems too ambiguous. That incident from 5 years ago is long gone, and she doesn't want to have any further relationship with him now. Her relationship with him could only be that of boss and employee, and only for this year. As soon as the contract expired, she would run away, take her child and go back abroad, and never come back. The 2 children were born for my own sake, and had nothing to do with anyone else. Given Gu Shiyuan's circumstances, there would be plenty of women willing to have his children. Early in the morning, Lin Wan took a tote bag containing her coat to Gu Shiyuan's office. Come in. A deep voice came from behind the door after a knock. When he saw that it was Lin Wan, Gu Shiyuan, who had been expressionless, smiled. Mr. Gu, here's your coat, thank you. Lin Wan put down her coat and was about to leave. Before Gu Shiyuan could speak, the office door was closed again. Lin Wan left quickly. This made Gu Shiyuan feel very unhappy. You really want to keep your distance from him? Gu Shiyuan took the clothes out of the handbag. They still carried a faint scent of Lin Wan. Now, the only people who can stir his emotions are Lin Wan and Kiki. These are the 2 people he most wants to be close to. But the worst part is that this feeling is beyond his control. These two people represent his ideal image of a wife and daughter. Lin Wan came out of Gu Shiyuan's office and quickly left. She didn't want others to see or misunderstand. Unfortunately, someone from the design department happened to come to Gu Shiyuan for a signature and saw that Lin Wan had been to Gu Shiyuan's office. What's even more coincidental is that both of them are by Shinran's lackeys. Was Lin Wan carrying clothes when she went in? One of the people asked in surprise. It seems the previous rumor was true. Lin Wan really does have something going on with President Gu. Otherwise, why would she come over to deliver clothes? And he came out empty-handed. It should be. Let's go, quickly informed Director Bai. This Lin girl is really bold, daring to openly seduce President Gu in the company. I've disliked her for a long time, another person said. Bai Shinran was a figure feared by everyone in the design department. No one wanted to get close to her except for these two people, who always acted as her followers and flattered her daily. This way, their job will be easier in the design department, and they'll never have to do the hard work. Bai Shinran would also consider them if there were other opportunities to get bonuses or raises. Therefore, no matter what rumors circulate within the design department, they will report them to Bai Shinran immediately. As a result, the entire design department didn't dare to say a single bad word about Bai Shinran. Before long, Bai Shinran arrived at Gu Shiyuan's office in high heels. It's as if she wasn't the one who got roasted by Gu Shiyuan yesterday. She didn't even knock. She just pushed the door open and went in. Didn't anyone teach you that you need to knock before entering someone's office? Gu Shiyuan looked at Bai Shinran with a cold expression. It seems someone reported what happened earlier. On the day Bai Shinran left, her lackeys should pack their things and leave too. His company doesn't need people like that. But that's perfect. It saves him the trouble of going to see her alone today. A yuan. Bai Shinran's voice was filled with grievance. He's becoming increasingly indifferent to her. He wasn't like this before. Is it all because of Lin Wan? I've said it many times, call me President Gu, this is the company. Gu Shiyuan really hated this woman calling him that, and he had corrected her many times, but she never changed it. No way. What would Lin Wan want with you? Bai Shinran's eyes had already fallen on the handbag. This has nothing to do with you, but you're not allowed to. Before Gu Shiyuan could finish speaking, Bai Shinran grabbed the handbag and asked, what's inside? Don't move. Gu Shiyuan immediately stood up and tried to snatch it back. However, Bai Shinran had already torn the bag apart, revealing the suit jacket inside. Gu Shiyuan's face turned ashen. Bai Shinran, completely oblivious, reached out and grabbed the coat. This is the coat Lin Wan gave you? You certainly know how to spend money. She was so angry she could have teeth itched. Lin Wan was clearly seducing Gu Shiyuan. She recognized the brand of the coat. This one top alone cost tens of thousands of yuan. Lin Wan certainly knew how to spend money to please others. It's her fault for not driving Lin Wan away from the beginning, which gave the other party the opportunity to seduce Gu Shiyuan. It seems that the lesson she taught Lin Wan was too lenient, making the other party fail to understand her own position. These are my own clothes. Gu Shiyuan grabbed his clothes back. It seems that Bai Shinran knew perfectly well that Lin Wan had not only come by earlier, but had also brought him clothes. Your clothes? You two were together again last night. Bai Shinran felt a pang of heartache just saying the word again. She could accept that Gu Shiyuan had slept with other women, but she couldn't accept it happening again and again. She now even thinks that Lin Wan probably slept with Gu Shiyuan long ago before coming to the company. That bitch. She despises women who will stop at nothing to get a man. So what if it is? I've already told you it has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere in anything I do anymore. Also, you're not allowed to hurt Lin Wan. This is your last warning. Gu Shiyuan said. This wasn't the first time he'd issued such a warning, but Bai Shinran repeatedly tested his patience. Chapter 46. She did indeed have a child with him. His patience also has its limits. If it weren't for his parents' interference, he would never have allowed Bai Shinran to stay at the company for so long, bullying employees and forming cliques. You too. Bai Shinran's tears flowed. A yuan. You know how I feel about you. You know I've liked you since I was a teenager. Why can't you give me a chance? What am I lacking? My dad can bring greater benefits to your company. Marrying me would be the most profitable thing for you. The more she said that, the more annoyed Gu Shiyuan became. There's no reason why I don't like you. I just don't like you. I've already said there's absolutely no possibility between us, so why are you still bothering me? As for the benefits you mentioned, I don't need them at all, Gu Shuyuan said coldly. He had lost all patience. She actually dared to compare herself to Lin Wan. She should take a look in the mirror and see her increasingly stiff, tech-savvy face. Of course, appearance was secondary to him. The most important thing was that Bai Xinran's character was really terrible. She even tried to use her family's power to seduce him. Is he such a depraved person? You like Lin Wan that much? Bai Xinran asked unwillingly. She couldn't understand what Lin Wan had that gave her. Yes, Gu Shuyuan replied confidently. For the first time, he faced his own heart. Although they hadn't known each other for long and had only been intimate once, he had never forgotten that night 5 years ago, nor had he forgotten the woman who had captivated him time and time again. He thought that after a long time since they stopped seeing each other, he would forget that feeling, but when he wanted to see her again, he still had the urge to possess her. This is probably what liking someone means. Moreover, he really hates people who are eager to get close to him, especially someone like Bai Xinran. Lin Wan was also the only woman who consistently avoided him. But she has nothing to offer you besides her body and beauty. I'm different. Ah Yuan. Tell me, are you just after something new? It's okay, I won't mind. Just tell me, and I'll accept it. Bai Xinran frantically tried to grab Gu Shuyuan's hand. This was the first time Gu Shuyuan had admitted to liking a woman in front of her. She couldn't accept that he had someone else in his heart. Gu Shuyuan shook her off. Enough. What right do you have to talk about whether you mind or not? I'll say it one last time. Don't provoke Lin Wan anymore, and don't have any more illusions about me. Otherwise, I will handle it in my own way. If Bai Xinran doesn't know when to stop and goes too far, he won't be lenient with the Bai family. He himself didn't realize that at this moment, his protective instincts towards Lin Wan were overflowing. A Yuan, Bai Xinran cried, wanting to rush up again and hug him. Roll! Gu Shuyuan's roar carried into the corridor even through the thick soundproof door. For the rest of the day, the whole company was talking about how Lin Wan had given Gu Shuyuan clothes that morning, and how Bai Xinran, jealous and demanding an explanation, was scolded and cried, and then didn't show up again for the rest of the day. Gu Shuyuan's shout of, "Get out," was deliberately leaked by his assistant. Let those who usually fawn over Bai Xinran reflect on their actions. Moreover, the rumors became increasingly outlandish, starting with the delivery of clothes and escalating to the claim that Lin Wan had seduced the president shortly after joining the company in order to climb the corporate ladder. Even more outrageous claims have been made that the two are not only dating, but have also been secretly living together. Of course, not many people spoke up for Bai Xinran, since they had often suffered at her hands. Some people looked down on Lin Wan's behavior, while others looked down on Bai Xinran's behavior, thinking that she is both pretentious and wicked. This can be considered a kind of retribution. Director Bai cried terribly today. I saw her run out of President Gu's office crying with my own eyes. TSK, I really can't tell. This Lin Wan looks so innocent, but it turns out she's not doing anything good in private. Mr. Gu must be incredibly naive to want a woman who sleeps with any man so easily. Rich people are just playing around. Otherwise, how could Lin Wan have married into a wealthy family? Wealthy families don't care about looks, they care about family wealth. This Lin Wan is just a designer. You can't see what the Gu family values. That's true. I'm going to tell you a secret, but don't spread it around. Oh, just tell me already. Stop keeping me in suspense. I saw Lin Wan with a little girl over the weekend, about 3 or 4 years old, who looked just like her. Do you think she might be her daughter? Isn't that obvious? She's almost 30, and the child is 3 or 4 years old. If she's not her daughter, then she's her sister. Didn't she say she wasn't married? There are many people in this society who don't get married and have children. What's so strange about that? Does President Gu have a taste for this? Think boldly. Maybe that child is the one she had with President Gu? Have you forgotten that someone said they saw him having dinner with a little girl at a restaurant next to the company? She was about this age. Now that you mention it, it's quite possible. No wonder she's not even afraid of Director Bai. While several people were chatting animatedly in the break room, Lin Wan decided to come over and make herself a cup of coffee. Upon seeing the person in charge of the gossip arrive, these people immediately stopped their discussion and left. This kind of gossip can only be enjoyed in private. However, Linwan had heard all of this clearly while standing outside the tea room. I deliberately walked in because I couldn't stand it anymore. This wasn't the first time she'd heard these gossips today. Rumors are spreading everywhere that Gu Shuyuan made by Shinran cry because of her. What's even more outrageous is that those people just now said she had a child with Gu Shuyuan. Okay, I did have a child. What she didn't expect was that Gu Shuyuan might have a child with someone else. However, this was just a rumor spread by a few people, and it shouldn't be taken seriously. Besides, even if it were true, what would it have to do with her? It would be better if Gu Shuyuan had children, so he wouldn't be thinking about her 2 kids. She must keep her distance from this man from now on. It was just a jacket, yet it stirred up a storm of rumors within the company. This can't go on forever. She still wants to work hard. In the afternoon, Gu Shuyuan's father, Gu Feng, who had been retired for several years, suddenly came to the company and went directly to Gu Shuyuan's office. The old man was so angry he was puffing out his beard and glaring at her. "What are you doing? How did you make Shinran cry again? Is it worth it for a woman? Was it easy for him, trying to find a good marriage for his son?" His son, however, was a constant source of worry for him. Mayor Bai's daughter is not someone anyone can just marry. She's a young woman, willing to marry him, and even took the initiative to express her feelings. How come he's so clueless about romance? Chapter 47, The 4 Siblings of the Shao Family. You're almost 60, don't get angry so often. Be careful with your blood pressure. Gu Shuyuan calmly poured his father a cup of tea. He had long anticipated this kind of drama. If you're really worried about my high blood pressure, then behave yourself and talk to Shinran properly. Stop bullying her. Father Gu's anger was far from subsiding. What kind of attitude is this? Shouldn't you investigate by Shinran's behavior at the company first? Do you really want me to be with an arrogant and domineering woman? Gu Shuyuan asked. Sometimes he felt heartbroken. His parents only wanted him to have a good marriage, but they never thought about what kind of person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Don't talk nonsense. Shinran is your Uncle Bai's only daughter, so naturally she's a bit spoiled, but she's not as unruly as you say. Besides, she's truly devoted to you. How can you hurt her for another woman? I'm telling you this now. I don't agree to you marrying another woman, Mr. Gu said sternly. Bai Shinran always presented a different face to them. Indeed, some people in the company had given him hints about Bai Shinran's actions, and Gu Shuyuan had also mentioned it. However, he felt that it was normal for someone of Bai Shinran's status, who was used to being pampered at home, to have a bit of a temper. As long as she is genuinely good to her son, that's enough. Marriage should be based on matching social status and economic conditions. Even if she isn't Bai Shinran, she must be a well-bred young lady from a prominent family in Shenzhen. The gates of the Gu family home are not places that just any woman can step into. Upon hearing his father's words, Gu Shuyuan's face finally showed a hint of anger. Dad, I've told you many times that I will never marry Bai Shinran. You'd better give up on that idea. I will never compromise. Gu Shuyuan's attitude was very firm. He disliked Bai Shinran and also loathed the practice of arranged marriages. He has the ability to make himself invincible, so there's no need for him to sacrifice his own happiness. Do you know how many people want to become the Bai family's son-in-law? Do you know how much help you can get by becoming your Uncle Bai's son-in-law? Father Gu insisted on his point of view. She tried to persuade her son. He felt that after so many years in the business world, his judgment would be better than his son's. In the end, his son was still too young and didn't understand how important it was to have a powerful father-in-law. Whoever wants to be my son-in-law is free to do so. It's none of my business, and I have no interest in it. I hope Bai Shinran leaves the company as soon as possible and doesn't cause me any more trouble. Gu Shuyuan firmly refused to budge. Your Uncle Bai has helped our family before. You can't treat Shinran like this. Gu's father used his old excuse again. But Gu Shuyuan was already tired of hearing those words. That's between you and him. I've never asked him for anything, and I don't owe him anything. Do you really think that the grudges between you and Mayor Bai need to be settled by sacrificing your son's happiness? Gu Shuyuan looked calmly at his father. He doesn't recognize his parents, which means they don't love him, but he doesn't agree with that old-fashioned idea that it doesn't matter who he lives with, and he should put that aside. His life will only be in his own hands. He would rather lose the Gu group than listen to anyone's arrangements. Especially marriage. You, Father Gu slammed his hand on the table in anger. You really like that woman? You can play around outside, but do you expect to bring an ordinary woman home? She won't be of any help to you. Gu's father was only considering his own interests. His marriage to his wife was also an arranged marriage, for the benefit of both families. Fortunately, the two got along quite well, and their relationship remained good. They always felt that as long as their son married by Shinran, there would be no problem with adjusting to each other after marriage. Their overly conservative views led them to overlook their son's own emotional needs. Moreover, Mayor Bai was willing to help him so much back then because Bai Shinran had always liked Gu Shuyuan. They had intended to arrange a marriage between Bai Shinran and their family as early as when Bai Shinran came of age, and it was the Bai family that took the initiative to propose it. Yes, Gu Shuyuan himself did not expect his answer to be so firm. You've really grown up, haven't you? Think it through. Mr. Gu said angrily. I won't change my mind. Bai Shinran must leave the company, and there's no future for us. I will give the Bai family an explanation. Please leave now. I have a meeting to attend. Gu Shuyuan directly told his father to leave. Faced with his son's tough attitude, Mr. Gu left the office fuming. Before leaving, he made a special trip to the design department and caught a glimpse of Lin Wan, who was tearfully complaining about seducing Gu Shuyuan. She seemed rather well-behaved, quite different from Bai Shinran's description, and she was also good-looking. But looks alone are not enough to catch the eye of Gu Jia. There are plenty of beautiful women out there. He wouldn't rule out considering anyone with a decent background. The Gu family would not accept a daughter-in-law from an ordinary background. After that, Bai Shinran didn't come to the company for several days in a row. This was a relief for everyone, especially the design department. Without Bai Shinran around, they all felt much more relaxed. These past few days, Gu Shuyuan has been trying to contact Lin Wan from time to time, but she always avoids him, as if she doesn't want to see him. The more he did this, the stronger his possessiveness towards Lin Wan became. He wanted to keep Lin Wan firmly in his grasp. It just so happens that Ouyang Qian is preparing to take over the company these days and is very busy, so he doesn't have much time to meet with Lin Wan. Since they agreed to try dating, they have increased the number of times they talk on the phone and video chat. However, the two children were not as enthusiastic towards Ouyang Qian as before. They were more interested in Gu Shuyuan, the man suspected to be their biological father. Their longing for family affection grows stronger with age. As they eagerly awaited news, Jiang Nianin soon sent word. The Xiao family has finished their investigation, and Jiang Nianin has sent all the collected information to Lin Yinan. She never asked Lin Yinan about his purpose in investigating the Xiao family. She only repeatedly reminded him that he still owed her 2 meals. If he dares to go back on his word, I'll twist his head off. The two little ones sat together in front of the computer, staring blankly at the information on the screen. Despite being mentally prepared, I was still shocked by the survey results. According to the Xiao family's records, there were 4 children in the Xiao family up to Xiao Yang's generation. The eldest, Xiao Yang, the second, Xiao Yan, the third, Xiao Rou, and the underage fourth, Xiao Wen. There were exactly 2 men and 2 women. The third child, Xiao Rou, was abducted when she was 2 years old and her whereabouts are still unknown. Calculating her age, she is exactly 27 years old, which matches Lin Wan's age. The Xiao family has been searching ever since, but has yet to find any clues. Chapter 48, they have a daddy now. They even offered a reward of up to 1 million. Anyone who could provide information about Xiao Rou's whereabouts could claim the reward from the Xiao family. The document also contains specific information about the Xiao family's businesses, as well as the personal information of Xiao Yang, the current head of the Xiao family. It also included a photo of Xiao Rou as a child, as well as a family photo of the Xiao family of 5. At that time, the 4th child, Xiao Wen, had not yet been born. Lin Yinan looked at Xiao Rou's childhood photos, then at his younger sister's face. They were practically identical. He had no doubt that the photo was of his mother when she was a child. It seems that the Xiao family is our maternal grandparents' family, and Uncle Xiao is our maternal uncle. Lin Yak stared at the photo in a daze. All of this came as a complete surprise. They never expected to find their relatives as soon as they returned to China. Lin Yinan nodded. He is now certain that the Xiao family are their relatives, and that they will have grandparents, uncles, and aunts to love them in the future. He could be certain that the Xiao family loved their daughter very much, based on the fact that the Xiao family had never given up searching for her. There is another document. Lin Yinan's hands trembled slightly when he opened it. This is related to whether they can find their biological father who cares about them the most. A second, even more explosive document came into view. According to available information, Gu Shuyuan, president of the Gu Group, is unmarried, has no children, and has no romantic history whatsoever. He is known in Shenzhen's wealthy circles for being averse to women. Of course, this information is only available to the public. Zhang Nianan's in-depth investigation actually yielded some results. 5 years ago, Gu Shuyuan had a one-night stand with a strange woman in a hotel room while drunk. The woman's name was Lin Wan, and she had graduated from university not long ago. That night, she was tricked into going to Gu Shuyuan's room after being plied with alcohol by her best friend. After that, Lin Wan completely disappeared from the country, losing contact with all her relatives and friends. Zhou Ying, Lin Wan's best friend who got Lin Wan drunk, married Lin Wan's ex-boyfriend Chun Liqing not long afterward. After reading the information, both children understood. It turns out they weren't illegitimate children. Their mother and father conceived them by chance. However, his mother was framed. Looking at the photo of Gu Shuyuan's face on the screen, the two little ones had no doubt about their blood relationship with Gu Shuyuan. All the information now matches up. Lin Yike realized why she felt so close to Gu Shuyuan the first time they met. Brother, so this means that handsome uncle really is our daddy. Do you think daddy doesn't know we exist? Lin Yike suddenly became melancholy. Judging from her interactions with Gu Shuyuan, he clearly likes children, or at least he likes her a lot. If daddy knew they existed, he couldn't possibly keep ignoring them forever. She felt very lucky that she met her daddy on her way to find her mommy. He hugged her, smiled at her, and even fed her. I still send her messages frequently. I guess so. We're kids with dads now. Lin Yinan's expression was still somewhat blank. This information left him somewhat bewildered. He felt so sorry for his mother. A bad upbringing, a terrible best friend. How much courage must she have had to give birth to them all by herself? He didn't know if he would ever have the chance to reunite with his father. He obtained this information through Jiang Yinan, so he couldn't directly confront his mother. He couldn't very well tell his mother that he had taken his sister to join some mysterious organization, could he? It would scare her. He didn't want his mother to worry about them. Brother, mommy should contact uncle, right? But I really want to reunite with daddy. What should I do? Lin Yike pouted. I have an idea, but I don't know if mommy will be unhappy if she finds out. Lin Yinan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Not only does his sister want to reunite with Gu Shuyuan, but he also wants to see his biological father in person. Brother, tell me quickly. Lin Yike shook Lin Yinan's arm. She originally wanted to bring daddy and mommy together. Lin Yinan explained his idea to his younger sister, and the two little ones immediately agreed. With Bai Xinran not coming to the company, Lin Wan naturally felt much more relaxed. Having been at the company for some time, she had become familiar with the environment and was gradually getting the hang of her job. Apart from the various rumors circulating inexplicably about her and Gu Shuyuan within the company, everything else is fine. She has been trying her best to avoid Gu Shuyuan, but that man always managed to appear before her in various ways. I don't know if he did it on purpose or not. By the weekend, Lin Wan, now completely relaxed, decided to get to the bottom of her relationship with the Xiao family. Whether she is truly a daughter of the Xiao family or not will soon be revealed. Since learning that she was not the biological daughter of the Lin family, and might even have been abducted, Lin Wan spent a long time preparing herself mentally. She finally mustered up the courage to call Xiao Yang. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. Just as she was about to hang up, a very young voice came from the other end. Hello? Who is this? The unfamiliar voice startled Lin Wan. It wasn't Xiao Yang's voice either. Could this business card be fake? That's impossible. She even searched for Xiao Yang's photos online, and it's definitely the same person she saw on the plane. Hello? Are you still listening? The voice on the other end came again. This brought Lin Wan back to her senses, and she tentatively asked, Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiao Yang? I'm Mr. Zhao's assistant. I can pass on any information to him. Mr. Xiao is busy right now, the person on the other end said. Lin Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Please tell Mr. Xiao that my name is Lin Wan and that I need to talk to him about his sister. Understood. Please wait a moment. The assistant hung up the phone immediately. Is there news about the eldest daughter of the Xiao family? Lin Wan gripped her phone tightly, her palms sweating with nervousness. The answer was about to be revealed. Although only 2 minutes had passed, Lin Wan felt as if she had waited for an entire day. A cell phone ringing brought her back to reality. Seeing Xiao Yang's name flashing, she answered immediately. Hello? Is this Mr. Xiao? This is Lin Wan. Do you remember the business card you gave me on the plane? His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Of course I remember. A familiar voice came, filled with excitement. Lin Wan was certain that this time, the person opposite her was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang had been waiting for this phone call for a very long time. During this time, he also conducted an investigation into Lin Wan, including her family. The investigation revealed that 25 years ago, the Lin couple, who had never had children, suddenly brought home a 2-year-old girl. Chapter 49 Meeting with Xiao Yang. All signs pointed to Lin Wan as Xiao Rou, who was abducted from the Xiao family. Xiao Yang had been waiting for this call from Lin Wan for the past few days. At the same time, give yourself some time to mentally prepare. Finding his sister, who had been missing for over 20 years, felt like a dream to Xiao Yang. He didn't dare tell his family the good news, fearing that Lin Wan might not be his sister. Wouldn't that cause his elderly parents further harm? He will only let his family know when he is 100% sure. Do you have time now? I'd like to talk to you about your sister, Lin Wan said, getting straight to the point. Xiao Yang told her his sister's story and left her his business card. His purpose was clear, so she didn't need to beat around the bush. Yes, I'm in a neighboring city right now. I'll head back immediately. See you at noon. Xiao Yang tried his best to hide his excitement. We're done with the business here. I'll leave my assistant here. I need to go back to Shenzhen immediately. For the Xiao family, nothing was more important than their younger sister, Xiao Rou, returning home. Okay, call me at noon, and I'm ready to go any time, Lin Wan said. After agreeing on a time with Xiao Yang, I hung up the phone. Lin Wan sat alone in the living room, lost in thought. Did she find her real family so quickly? It feels so unreal. Although she didn't want to see the Lin family again, she inquired about their current situation from Qian Zhehui after returning to China. 5 years ago, after she went abroad, she lost contact with everyone except Qian Zhehui. Lin's mother and father went to her former company to look for her. When they were told that she had resigned, Lin's parents did not believe it and accused them of harboring their daughter. They made a scene at the company. In the end, the matter was only resolved after the former company called the police. Lin's parents, who had been laid off years ago, did not look for other jobs, but relied on Lin's father to do odd jobs occasionally to make a living. After Lin Wan left, Lin's mother continued to play mahjong as usual and went around telling others that Lin Wan was a beast, that she had raised her for nothing, and that she had left without leaving them a penny. He even berated Lin Wan for being ungrateful, saying she wouldn't even marry a rich man and enjoy a life of luxury. Aside from occasionally doing odd jobs, Lin's father was either drinking or on his way to drink. When he was drunk, he would stay at home and berate Lin Wan for being heartless and not helping them raise their son. Her younger brother, Lin Tianbao, who was spoiled since childhood, was even more useless. He failed to get into high school when he was a teenager and has been wasting his life ever since. Now he is over 20 years old and has no proper job, no house, and no car. He can't even find a girlfriend. He kept complaining that his parents let Lin Wan go. He said that if they had just forced Lin Wan into that rich man's bed, they would have made it a fait accompli and she wouldn't have complained. Even if things don't go well, she's not his biological sister anyway, so why not just let her be his wife? It's better to keep the good stuff in the family. He had been lusting after Lin Wan's body since puberty. If they weren't nominally siblings, he would have made his move long ago. Only Lin Wan herself and the family didn't know that she wasn't their biological daughter, simply because the Lin family was afraid she would run away if she found out the truth. To this day, the Lin family of 3 still lives in their old, dilapidated 2-bedroom apartment, struggling to make ends meet. When Lin Wan learned that the Lin family had become increasingly miserable over the years, she felt no sympathy whatsoever, especially after learning that she had been abducted from her biological parents by them. She felt no gratitude for their upbringing and only wished for their horrible death. Because of their momentary greed, her biological parents and their family were plunged into endless grief. If it weren't for them, she would have grown up surrounded by love by her parents and brother, living a carefree life as a little princess. Life would be completely different. She could feel her parents' grief over losing her just from Xiao Yang's description. Therefore, she now only feels endless hatred towards the Lin family. In the afternoon, Xiao Yang rushed back to Shenzhen from out of town. He had contacted Lin Wan in advance, and they met at a restaurant at 1 p.m. When he saw the face that resembled his own, Xiao Yang immediately stood up and stared intently at it. "You've come." Xiao Yang's voice trembled slightly, and he was having trouble breathing. He was unsure whether to call her Wan Wan or Xiaoro. Xiaoro is his younger sister's nickname. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed, and he hasn't heard the name Xiaoro for many years. On his first time flying economy class, he encountered Lin Wan and her 2 children. He knew then that it was a sign from heaven that the Xiao family was blessed and that they were destined to be reunited. For more than 20 years, they tried every possible method to find their sister, but to no avail. "My parents have always done good deeds and donated money for all kinds of things, hoping to accumulate some good karma so that they can see their daughter again before they die. Now, this miracle has occurred." "Long time no see," Lin Wan greeted with a smile. The last time they met, they chatted comfortably all the way, but this time the feeling was completely different. "Where are the children? Didn't they come?" Xiao Yang looked behind Lin Wan, but didn't see the 2 little ones he wanted to see. That's his own nephew. He wanted to raise him as his own child. He's over 30 and still unmarried, and his second son is also 30, but they're not in a hurry to get married or have children. "My younger sister is still young." Seeing their parents' hair turn white, they still couldn't hold their grandson. The elderly couple were also anxious. "Now that my younger sister has brought 2 children back, I wonder how happy the 2 elderly people will be." He needed to get the DNA test done as soon as possible. He wanted to give his parents a huge surprise. "With the children at home, there are some things that are not convenient for them to hear," Lin once said truthfully. Although both children are intelligent and know the general outline of what happened, she wants to have a paternity test done so that she can bring the children to meet their biological parents once the results are in. She knew the children longed for family affection, and she didn't want to disappoint them. "Okay, please sit down and let's eat first. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I ordered some of it first. We can order more later if you want." Xiao Yang warmly invited Lin Wan to sit down. "We asked the waiter to bring out the dishes, which were all the restaurant's best and most expensive signature dishes. These are all foods that Xiaoro liked to eat when she was a child. I wonder if her tastes have changed over the years. No need to order any more. I love all of these." Lin Wan looked at the table full of dishes, and without exception, they were all her favorites. It seems that Xiao Yang even has similar tastes in food as hers. The 2 chatted while eating, and Xiao Yang asked Lin Wan a lot of questions about her life after returning to China, such as whether she had adapted well and whether her work was tiring. He didn't get down to business until Lin Wan had almost finished eating. "You called me today. Did you have some suspicions?" Chapter 50. Xiao Ro, the daughter of the Xiao family. Xiao Yang asked directly. "The purpose of our meeting today is something we both understand without saying a word." "Yes." Lin Wan nodded and said, "I felt an immediate sense of closeness when I first met you, a feeling I've never had with anyone before. It was because of the stories you told me and the fact that we look alike. I did receive a hypothesis that I myself couldn't believe. A friend I grew up with told me that she had always known I wasn't their biological child, but rather that my adoptive parents had brought me home from outside. I was exactly 2 years old that year." Lin Wan looked up at Xiao Yang, tears welling in her eyes. "I think we should be siblings." After serving the Lin family like a slave for over 20 years, she is finally going to find a home of her own. She saw the same answer in Xiao Yang's eyes. She thought that with Xiao Yang's abilities, investigating the Lin family should be very simple. "Don't cry, we're almost home. Your parents miss you terribly." Xiao Yang handed over a tissue. "I also found out that the Lin family brought a little girl home 25 years ago, and the timeline matches perfectly. You are undoubtedly our Xiao family's daughter." It was only at this time that he learned that Lin Wan was not having a good time in the Lin family. His hatred for the Lin family intensified. He had originally thought that if they were just buyers and treated his sister well enough, he would consider letting them go, but now that's impossible. However, they beat and scolded their younger sister. She had to do laundry, cook, and take care of her younger brother when she was young. She even completed her university studies by working and taking out loans. In the end, they even wanted to sell her to a rich man. He could even imagine how his sister had managed all these years. If the Lin family hadn't done such a heinous thing, his sister would have continued to live like a princess in their family. She would never suffer any hardship or pain. Her life should have only had one option: sweetness. At this point, his hatred for the Lin family had reached its peak. He wants them to pay the price. Xiaoyang looked at Lin Wan and waited for her emotions to calm down before slowly beginning to tell the story. Our parents had 4 children. I am your eldest brother, Xiaoyang. Your second brother is Xiaoyan. You are the 3rd child and the only daughter in the family at that time. Your full name is Xiaoro. When we were little, we all called you Xiao Ro Ro. The name Xiao Ro Ro touched a memory that had been buried deep within Lin Wan's heart for more than 20 years. She began to remember this nickname. When she was taken home by the Lin family, she had already started to remember things, but the fear made her completely forget everything that had happened before. The name Xiao Ro was one that the Xiao family had called out countless times in their home, spoiling her. I'm 4 years older than you. Your second brother is 2 years older than you. And we also have a younger sister named Xiaowan, who was born to mom and dad a few years after you left home. 25 years ago, Xiaoyang recounted the entire process of Lin Wan's disappearance. Lin Wan listened attentively. To her surprise, besides her older brother Xiaoyang, she also had a second older brother and a younger sister. If she hadn't left back then, they would be a large family now. It was only at this time that Lin Wan learned that 25 years ago, her parents already had 3 children and that her parents had a very good relationship. As the only daughter in the family, she was doted on by her family. Back then, her family's company wasn't as successful as it is now. Her father was always busy working, wanting to provide a better life for the whole family. Her mother stayed home, full-time to take care of her 3 siblings. One day, her mother and nanny took the 3 siblings out to play. Her mother and eldest brother went to chase after her naughty second brother, and because the nanny was not paying attention to her, she was taken away by someone. No trace was left behind, which made the search very difficult in an era when surveillance was not yet widespread. The Xiao family used every connection they could, practically turning the entire Shenzhen market upside down. They even found a neighboring city. There were no clues whatsoever. Xiao Rose simply vanished without a trace. We couldn't find you. We even thought you had been trafficked to another city. Dad used his connections in other places to look for you. But we never expected that you had been in Shenzhen all along, so close to us, but we had never seen you. Xiaoyang choked up as he spoke. He once felt that fate was unfair. His sister was so well behaved. How could she have been taken away by someone else? The nanny who was in charge of Xiao Ro did not notify them immediately after Xiao Ro disappeared, nor did she call the police directly. Instead, she chose to run away. By the time they discovered it, Xiao Ro had vanished without a trace. After you were taken away, the nanny ran away and disappeared. Your mother also blamed herself for not taking good care of you and suffered from depression for many years. Your second brother also felt guilty for his mischievousness back then. His childhood was always in the shadows, and he felt that it was all because of him that this happened. Xiaoyang clenched his fists tightly. His happy family was destroyed by the Lin family. He still clearly remembers how much laughter and joy filled his home when he was a child. Lin Wan also shed tears, her heart aching along with them. After she left, her family searched for her so frantically and lived such a painful life. Having become a mother herself, she understands a mother's feelings all too well. Later, Mom's condition improved a little, and to ease their longing, they decided to have another daughter. That's how our little sister Wenwen was born. She looks a lot like you when you were little, and she's very well behaved and obedient. She brought happiness back to our family, and we poured all our love into her. Wenwen was raised by her mother, and she never dared to entrust her child to anyone else again. She trusted no one. But that doesn't mean we stopped loving you or missing you. Until I met you, we never stopped searching for you. Do you know how excited I was when I saw you and Coco on the plane? Coco looks exactly like you when you were little. I knew then that you were back. Xiaoyang tried his best to control his emotions. He took out his phone found a photo, and handed it to Lin Wan. This is a photo of you when you were little. Even after so many years, I can still recognize you at a glance. There are many photos of you at home, and your old room is still well preserved. For so many years, your parents have refused to move. They want to wait for you to come home. Lin Wan looked at the photo and burst into tears. It turns out that her family loved her so much. They never stopped loving her for a single moment. Just like she loves her own child. Childhood memories surged forth from the depths of my memory like a floodgate bursting open. Chapter 51 Gu Shiyuan's Jealousy. Memories pieced together fragmented images in Lin Wan's mind, like scattered pieces. She could vaguely recall that she had a mother who loved her very much, who would smile gently at her, and who would hug her all day long. I remember our house was very big, and I remember the laughter and joy we shared. All of this came to an abrupt end when she was taken away by the Lin family. Sharo, how about you take the kids home to see your parents sometime? Everyone misses you. With your 2 little grandchildren around, your parents can finally enjoy their golden years. Xiaoyang reached out and took Lin Wan's hand. If only he had held onto those tiny hands a little tighter 25 years ago, they wouldn't have been lost. He blamed himself for many years. I think we should do a paternity test first to confirm that I am Xiao Ro 100%, then I will take the child home, Lin Wan said, crying, suppressing the urge to go home to see her biological parents. Although she now clearly knew her identity, she still felt it was all too unreal, like a beautiful dream. She was afraid that there was only 1 in 10,000 chance, and that she and her children would be disappointed. Once she's completely sure, she'll immediately go home to see her parents and reunite with them. A paternity test is the best way to put everyone's minds at ease. Okay, I'll go get the test done this afternoon. Xiaoyang agreed without hesitation. That was what he originally thought too. The reason he didn't tell his parents after meeting Lin Wan and investigating the Lin family was because of this. Only after he is completely certain can he tell his parents about it, and only then can they officially recognize each other. He needs to give the elderly couple time to prepare themselves. As you get older, the thing you fear most is getting too emotional. Paternity testing is the most effective way to prove parentage. Can I have a couple of drinks with you, brother? Xiaoyang asked. He usually doesn't drink except when talking about life, but today was an exception, and he was happy. Okay. Lin Wan wiped away her tears. She felt incredibly safe and secure by her older brother's side. The brother and sister had a couple of drinks and chatted as they drank. Xiaoyang told Lin Wan a lot about what had happened at home since she left, including the birth of her younger sister. Xiaoyang also showed Lin Wan photos of her family members over the years, so that she could easily identify who she would see on the day of the family reunion. The atmosphere inside the restaurant was harmonious and pleasant. The situation is different outside the restaurant. The air around Gu Shiyuan seemed to grow colder. Lin Wan had been avoiding him for the past few days. Today, he wanted to go to her apartment complex to find her, but as soon as he arrived at the entrance, he saw Lin Wan hurriedly hailing a taxi and leaving. He chased them all the way here. At this moment, Gu Shiyuan was leaning against his car, his eyes fixed on the restaurant entrance. She's been inside for over an hour and still hasn't come out. Just as he decided to go straight in to find Lin Wan, his assistant sent him a message. According to his investigation, Lin Wan was having dinner with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. Was it him? The name made Gu Shiyuan unconsciously frown. Xiaoyang, the eldest son of the Xiao family, was 2 years older than him, but he believed that he was superior to Xiaoyang in every way. Moreover, the Xiao family has always been overshadowed by the Gu family in Shenzhen, ranking second. He never expected that Lin Wan, who had been avoiding him for several days, would actually have dinner with Xiaoyang today. The most important thing is that Xiaoyang is still single. This made Gu Shiyuan feel a sense of crisis, and for the first time, he lost confidence in himself. Is he not even as good as Xiaoyang? She hasn't been back in China for long. How could she know Xiaoyang? Could it be an old acquaintance? But the possibility is not very high, as Lin Wan's background and social circle would not overlap at all. An unnamed fire rose within Gu Shiyuan. He would rather Xiaoyang had come to poach him today, since their 2 companies had always been competitors in business. In terms of workability, Lin Wan is indeed very outstanding. In the restaurant, the brother and sister chatted for a long time, but Lin Wan didn't mention a word about the children's background, and Xiao Yang didn't ask any questions either. It doesn't matter who the children's father is. What matters is that they are all descendants of the Xiao family. From now on, they will receive the Xiao family's boundless love, including a share of the Xiao family's assets. Xiao Yang only called a halt when Lin Wan's cheeks turned red. All right, that's enough for today. We'll stop here when you go home. You can drink with your second brother and mom and dad again. Alcohol should be consumed in moderation. One should never overindulge under any circumstances. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, big brother. Lin Wan's face was full of smiles. I'm so happy to have found you all. I never knew there were so many people in this world who still love me. As Lin Wan smiled, tears welled up in her eyes. She had once thought that no one loved her. This call of big brother brought tears to Xiao Yang's eyes. He had waited for over 20 years. He pictured Xiao Rou as a child, just learning to speak, chasing after him all day calling brother, brother. When Gu Shiyuan saw Xiao Yang helping Lin Wan out of the restaurant, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. She actually allowed other men to touch her hand. Moreover, she's been inside for almost 2 hours, and she looks like she's been drinking. Xiao Yang's hands and Lin Wan's slightly flushed face from drinking alcohol stung Gu Shiyuan's eyes. He was about to lose control of his anger. How could she be so inconsiderate? She went out to meet a single man alone and even dared to drink alcohol. Okay, brother, I'm fine. I'll head back now. The kids are still at home. Can I let them see you after the results come out? Lin Wan asked. Facing her incredibly kind older brother, Lin Wan felt for the first time that she also had someone to rely on. Since she could remember, apart from her 2 children, she had never truly felt family affection. She realized how wonderful this feeling of security and happiness was. She believed that the entire Xiao family was her strongest support. Okay, I'll take you back, otherwise I won't feel at ease, Xiao Yang said. His sister doesn't seem to be a good drinker. As for his 2 children, although he misses them dearly, he can wait a couple of days. He will send the samples away soon, and the test results will be available quickly. Then they will be able to reunite as a family. No need. I want to walk around by myself to sober up before going back. Don't worry, I'm almost 30 years old, not a child anymore, Lin Wan smiled. It feels so good to have someone care about and love you. But she had been drinking today and didn't want to go home too soon, afraid that the children would smell the alcohol. It's nice to take a walk around the city. 5 years have passed, and the city has changed a lot. The city center is much more prosperous than before. China's development is truly progressing rapidly. She hasn't looked at it carefully since returning to China. Chapter 52 The Blonde Guy Riding a Ghost Fire. Let me take you. I'm really worried about leaving you there, Xiao Yang said. They were completely unaware that someone was approaching. No need to trouble you. I'll take her home. Gu Shiyuan grabbed Lin Wan's wrist without saying another word. He has always been a very emotionally stable person. His action just now was entirely subconscious. Xiao Yang was also taken aback when he saw Gu Shiyuan appear. I was still wondering how he ended up here. Then I remembered that my sister said she was now working at the Gu Group. It seems that Gu Shiyuan is interested in his sister. This is interesting. Gu Shiyuan usually acts arrogantly in front of him, yet he wants to be his brother-in-law? Then he'll have to really put on a good show of being the older brother-in-law from now on. Although he thought Gu Shiyuan was arrogant, they had known each other since childhood, and he still thought highly of Gu Shiyuan's character. Moreover, the Gu family and the Xiao family are truly well matched in terms of social standing, making it a good marriage. If the 2 children don't want to accept the family name, they can simply change their surname to Xiao and inherit the Xiao family business. Of course, Gu Shiyuan wouldn't agree if he wasn't sincere enough. You've been following me? Lin Wan then realized that the person who suddenly grabbed her hand was Gu Shiyuan, and her face was full of displeasure. She didn't believe he had just happened to be passing by. He had been appearing in front of her frequently these past few days. No, is he sick? Why is he following her around all day? Doesn't he have anything better to do? She wasn't familiar with him. So what if it is? Gu Shiyuan admitted without even thinking. His possessiveness is especially intense when he's around other men. Xiao Yang dares to try and take one from him. He wouldn't dare say he could bankrupt the Xiao family outright, but it would be enough to severely damage them. Seeing Gu Shiyuan's fiery gaze, Xiao Yang realized that Gu Shiyuan saw him as a rival in love. He deliberately said, 1-1. I had a great time having dinner with you today. See you next time, bye-bye. He then turned around, got into his car, and drove off. He didn't know what had happened between his sister and Gu Shiyuan, and he wouldn't interfere in their affairs. He also believed that Gu Shiyuan wouldn't hurt Lin Wan casually. However, he found Gu Shiyuan particularly displeasing today. Why does it also give off a blonde guy vibe who rides a will-o'-the-wisp? Watching Xiao Yang leave, Gu Shiyuan suppressed the hostility in his eyes and turned to Lin Wan. Why were you avoiding me? Why did you come out with him? Why were you drinking? He didn't like her drinking, except when she was with him. He couldn't accept her smiling at other men, especially since they had just had physical contact, and she didn't seem to mind at all. It's none of your business. You're crazy. Lin Wan tried to shake off Gu Shiyuan's hand. I'm asking you why you're drinking, and what your relationship is with Xiao Yang. Gu Shiyuan not only didn't let go, but gripped even tighter. How could it not be related to him? They had the closest contact before, didn't they? It hurts. Gu Shiyuan, let go of me. Lin Wan felt a sharp pain in her wrist. Gu Shiyuan immediately let go of his hand, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He then realized he had used too much force, and her wrist had turned red. How could he be so unable to control his emotions? But as soon as he let go, Lin Wan turned and left, muttering curses under her breath. Gu Shiyuan immediately took a step forward, reached out, and pulled Lin Wan back, shoved her into his car, and locked the door. What's wrong with you now, Gu Shiyuan? Please, be normal for once. Lin Wan tried to get out of the car, but she couldn't open the door. Once inside the car, Gu Shiyuan gradually calmed down. He has indeed gone mad, and only Lin Wan can cure him. Why are you avoiding me? Gu Shiyuan composed himself and decided to ask one question at a time. These past few days, Lin Wan would turn and leave whenever she saw him. He even called her, but she refused to answer. He leaves work as fast as the wind. He wanted to know why, and even more so, whether it was because of Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's words, 1-1, see you next time, kept stimulating his nerves. Judging from Xiao Yang's ambiguous attitude, it's impossible that he's trying to poach designers from him. She ignored him but chatted and laughed with other men. He didn't understand why. Because of you, and because of Baishinran. I come to the company to work, not to be hurt by rumors. I'm just a small employee and don't want to get involved in the boss's private affairs. I don't want others to misunderstand, and I especially don't want Baishinran to misunderstand and affect your relationship, Lin Wan said. She had witnessed Baishinran and Gu Shiyuan's intimate moments. Moreover, because of the fact that she gave Gu Shiyuan a coat, Baishinran didn't come to work for several days. Although she disliked Baishinran, she never intended to hurt her. I have no feelings for Baishinran, Gu Shiyuan said, word by word. Her dad and my dad used to have some connections, which is why she was able to work at the company. I admit that my parents like her, but I don't, and we have no relationship whatsoever. Don't overthink it. He was afraid that Lin Wan might misunderstand something. I can make those rumors stop immediately. No one is allowed to discuss them anymore, and no one will bother you, including Baishinran, Gu Shiyuan assured him. He deeply regretted not protecting Lin Wan when she first arrived, which caused her to suffer injustice. Although he had never forgotten her over the years, he never expected to fall completely in love with her so quickly. He originally wanted to give each other some time to adjust, and to confirm whether his feelings were truly irreplaceable. But when he saw Lin Wan and Xiao Yang chatting and laughing together, he was absolutely certain that he was unhappy, jealous, and didn't want her to have contact with other men. He was even jealous that Lin Wan would smile at Xiao Yang. This was the first time in his life he had ever felt jealous of Xiao Yang. He desperately wanted Lin Wan to belong to him alone. Don't explain to me. Whether you and Baishinran have a relationship or not is none of my business. I come here to work and earn money, not to listen to gossip, and I certainly don't want to be the subject of gossip. Lin Wan simply didn't want to listen. She wasn't interested in his private life. She returned to China to work for the Gu family simply because they offered her a lot of money. There was no other reason. If you want money, I can give you a raise, or even a promotion. The position of design director is still vacant, which is perfect for you, Gu Shiyuan said. Based on her abilities, Lin Wan really deserves this position. Baishinran's position as deputy director was purely due to pressure from his father. Otherwise, They wouldn't even hire someone like Bai Shinran as a regular employee. She doesn't meet their company's standards. Chapter 53 Forced Kiss. No matter how much money Lin Wan wanted, he could give it to her. Money is just a number to him. Lin Wan was taken aback for a moment, then declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Gu, but it's not necessary. I just want to earn money with my own hands. It's more honest and reliable." She didn't want his money. She likes money, but Gu Shiyuan's money holds no appeal for her. Lin Wan turned her face away and looked out the car window. The more she acted like this, the more Gu Shiyuan liked her. "Then can you tell me how you met Xiaoyang? Why did you have dinner with him? And drink with him?" Gu Shiyuan pressed, the air around him seeming to grow cold. He desperately wanted to know the answer. "This is my personal matter. I don't think I need to report it to President Gu," Lin Wan said, unwilling to answer. "Tell me." Gu Shiyuan leaned over and pressed down on Lin Wan's shoulder. He didn't like hearing the title President Gu, as it made him feel that she was distant from him. The contrast with Xiaoyang made him feel even more uncomfortable. "It has nothing to do with you. It's not what you think." Lin Wan tried to break free. "Let go of me. Stop going crazy." "It has nothing to do with me." Gu Shiyuan frowned. A faint fragrance mixed with the smell of alcohol rushed into his nostrils and straight to the top of his head. "This tastes exactly the same as it did 5 years ago." Gu Shiyuan once again felt his body was out of control. "Yes." Lin Wan hadn't finished speaking when Gu Shiyuan kissed her back passionately. Lin Wan went from trying to break free to passively accepting it. A few minutes later, Gu Shiyuan released her, still not satisfied. "It was an alcohol that made him lose control 5 years ago. Is that enough? Put me down." Lin Wan's voice was filled with grievance. This man is too domineering. How dare he kiss her without her consent? She didn't want to spend another second with him. He not only stalked her, but also forcibly kissed her. "No, you've been drinking. I'll take you home now," Gu Shiyuan said and started the car. He knew where Lin Wan lived. Lin Wan looked out the window the whole way, without speaking to him or even glancing at him. That scoundrel. Once downstairs, Lin Wan immediately got out of the car and ran into the building, not wanting to say another word. "Lin Wan," Gu Shiyuan called out. Lin Wan stopped walking, but did not turn around. "Can you promise me that you won't drink alcohol anymore, and you definitely won't see Xiaoyang again?" "No." Lin Wan said those 2 words and quickly ran upstairs. After calming down, Lin Wan realized that she hadn't mentioned her building number, yet Gu Shiyuan had parked his car right in front of her building, which meant he already knew her address. What if they come and see the 2 children one day, especially Nan Nan? No, she has to find a new place to move out immediately and avoid any contact with Gu Shiyuan in the future, including at work. Watching Lin Wan run away quickly, Gu Shiyuan savored the kiss from earlier, and most of his anger dissipated. She just said that her relationship with Xiaoyang is not what he thought. It seems he needs to conduct a simple investigation. "Brother, look, did Daddy make Mommy angry? Mommy seems unhappy. Didn't Mommy say she was going to see Uncle? Why did Daddy bring her back?" Lin Yike leaned on the bay window and looked down. "I was a little curious, but also a little sorry for my dad. What had he done to upset my mom again?" Ever since she learned that Gu Shiyuan was their father, her heart has been severely tilted. Despite Ouyang Qian's companionship over the years, it ultimately could not overcome the bond of blood ties. "I don't know. Maybe he's just too much of a straight man," Lin Yinan said, shrugging helplessly. He saw that Gu Shiyuan downstairs was still standing there motionless, refusing to leave. It seems he doesn't know how to charm girls. Fortunately, he didn't inherit his father's personality. He's very good at pleasing his mother. He's a little different from his sister. Although he also wants to acknowledge this daddy, his mommy is the most important person in his heart. If his mommy is angry, it must be his daddy's fault. Hearing the door open, the 2 little ones forgot about Gu Shiyuan downstairs and ran over barefoot. "Mommy's back. Thank you for your hard work, Mommy." Lin Yike helped Lin Wan put her bag away. "Mommy, have you been drinking? I'll make you some hangover soup later." Lin Yinan helped her change her shoes. Mommy smelled of alcohol, and her face was super red. He also noticed that his mother's wrists were a little red. Could it be that his father did it? "You had a little drink with your uncle. In a few days, Mommy will take you to see your maternal grandparents, uncles, and aunts, okay?" Lin Wan hugged the little ones in her arms. "And I have some good news for you. You have 2 uncles and 1 aunt. Linwan only learned about her family background today. She now has 2 more siblings, which is great. When she takes the children back, it will be a lively and bustling family gathering. Thinking of this, Lin Wan's frustration from the conflict with Gu Shiyuan vanished. That's great. More people will care about us now. Lin Yak jumped up and down happily. It would be even better if Daddy could join their family someday. I just don't know if Daddy can really step up his game. He seems to want to woo Mommy, but can't seem to get her. Lin Yak was secretly worried for her own father. Fortunately, my brother had already figured out how to help. Congratulations, Mommy, on finding your own daddy and Mommy, Lin Nan said with a smile. They had to pretend to be very surprised, but in reality, they had already investigated the members of the Shao family long ago, and knew about their second uncle and aunt 2 days earlier than their mother. Seeing the children so happy, Lin Wan felt a little guilty. For more than 4 years, she has been the only mother to the 2 little ones, and no other relatives have been by their side. They also need more love and care. Returning to the Shao family would definitely be a good thing for all of them. When I was abroad, Aunt Wang and Ouyang Qian were by my side. Now Aunt Wang is on the other side of the world, and Ouyang Qian has been extremely busy lately because he took over the company. They hadn't seen each other for several days. Thinking of Ouyang Qian, Lin Wan felt a lump in her throat. She had clearly agreed to try dating Ouyang Qian, but Gu Shiyuan kept pestering her. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. The next day, Lin Wan went to work as usual, hoping only that she would never see Gu Shiyuan again. But what you fear most is what happens most often. She had just gotten into her work when she heard a commotion in the office again, and everyone's attention was focused on the doorway. Wow, it's President Gu. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Good morning. Hearing everyone greet each other, Lin Wan knew that guy had come again. Chapter 54. Young people are too unrestrained. Lin Wan slowly turned her head and saw a man in a sharp suit walk in through the door, heading straight in her direction. Before she could react, Gu Shiyuan took a small medicine bottle from his hand and placed it on Lin Wan's desk. This medicine can reduce swelling. It works very well. After saying that, he left directly. Everyone in the design department stared wide-eyed at the process that lasted less than a minute. Soon, the shock in everyone's eyes turned into a gossip frenzy. What happened? Why would President Gu come over so early in the morning to bring Lin Wan medicine to reduce swelling? Where is she swollen? Could it be? Everyone had the same thought and turned to look at Lin Wan at the same time. They really wanted to know, but they couldn't bring themselves to say it. This morning everyone received a notice from above that from now on, no one in the company is allowed to talk about Lin Wan. Isn't this also a sign of President Gu's favoritism towards Lin Wan? Nobody would believe it if you said there was nothing between them. No wonder Bai Shinran hasn't been to work lately. It's so painful, so incredibly painful. There's a juicy story right in front of us, but nobody can enjoy it. Lin Wan felt numb from being stared at by so many strange gazes. What is Gu Shiyuan up to now? Is this because they're afraid others won't misunderstand? She really just wanted to come to work. Others might not dare to discuss it, but sister, he is different. The company doesn't allow private or public discussions, but she can ask the parties involved. Xiaowan, sister, he quietly approached Lin Wan and called her softly. Lin Wan immediately tensed up. She knew she couldn't escape it. Why did President Gu send you this medicine? What's going on between you two? What happened? Sister, he could barely contain her anger. They're all adults. She understands everything. Sister, don't overthink it. It's not what you think. My wrist is just a little swollen. Lin Wan rolled up her sleeve to show sister he. They wanted to clear up the misunderstanding, but upon closer inspection, the misunderstanding only deepened. How did it get so swollen? Mr. Gu is so ungentlemanly, so fierce. It's so good to be young. Sister, he looked at the redness and swelling on Lin Wan's wrist with a mix of heartache and amusement. Young people are indeed not very self-disciplined. Seeing Sister He's gossipy gaze, Lin Wan felt completely numb. She was quick to explain, her face flushed. No, ma'am, it's really not what you think. But she didn't know how to say it, and telling the truth would only make things worse, wouldn't it? The fact that Gu Shiyuan kissed her doesn't seem to prove their innocence. I understand. We're all from Chengdu, and I've been through this before. Sister, he had an expression of complete understanding on her face. There's really nothing between him and me. You know I have a child, so with him. Lin Wan didn't finish her sentence. Well, after all, the child is Gu Shiyuan's. Relationships are between the two of you. It's good that he's willing to accept 2 children, sister, he said. But inwardly, he was worried for Lin Wan. In wealthy families like the Gu family, dating is easy, but marrying a wife is not something to be taken lightly. She admired Gu Shiyuan quite a bit. So many people wanted to marry him, but he only took a liking to Lin Wan and didn't mind that she had a child. She could tell that Gu Shiyuan truly liked Lin Wan. It's one thing for him to like it, but whether his family can accept it is another matter entirely. Seeing that the more she explained, the deeper the misunderstanding became, Lin Wan simply stopped explaining. As long as one person sits in their seat and sighs. She really warned this man to stay away from her in the future. Otherwise, it would really cause her a lot of trouble. The news that Gu Shiyuan went to deliver swelling-reducing medicine to Lin Wan early in the morning spread within a small circle within the company. The main dissemination area is within the design department. Bai Xinran has always had informants in the design department. She naturally found out about it very quickly. Enraged, she smashed up the entire office. Lin Wan seduced Gu Shiyuan and even took him to bed. They even shamelessly let the people in the company find out. Gu Shiyuan wouldn't even touch her hand, yet he was willing to have sex with other women. Bai Xinran was furious. After smashing everything, Bai Xinran angrily sat back down in her chair and threw the last mouse on the table away. She hasn't come to work these past few days. Besides not wanting to be talked about, she also went to the Gu family to complain to Gu Shiyuan's parents. But it seems to have had little effect. Gu Shiyuan is still doing things his own way, and now he doesn't even listen to his father anymore. Bai Xinran decided to start with Lin Wan. She had someone conduct a simple investigation into Lin Wan and discovered that not only was there always a man around her, but she also had 2 children. This was fantastic news for Bai Xinran. She wondered how long Lin Wan could remain arrogant in the company. She has a husband and children, yet she still dares to seduce other men. Bai Xinran felt she had caught Lin Wan red-handed. Once Gu Shiyuan found out that Lin Wan had a child, it would be absolutely impossible for them to continue their relationship. Gu Shiyuan hates being lied to the most. Moreover, the Gu family would never accept a woman like Lin Wan. Thinking of this, Bai Xinran felt incredibly confident. She wanted to share this good news with Gu Shiyuan and also let the Gu family know about it. Ideally, they would also expose Lin Wan's true colors throughout the entire department. Lin Wan will soon be kicked out of the company. He will never be able to set foot in the Gu family again. Having vented her frustrations, Bai Xinran swayed her hips as she walked to the CEO's office in her high heels. As usual, I didn't knock and just went in. Ah Yuan. Bai Xinran couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of what she was about to expose. Gu Xian, who was looking down at his documents, felt extremely uncomfortable just hearing this voice. He said impatiently, "Why are you here again? Didn't you say you were going to resign? Just resign already, so I don't have to worry about you." Gu Shiyuan didn't even want to look at this woman. He thought that Bai Xinran, after what happened last time, would not come back to work for the sake of saving face. He has already drafted a candidate for the new deputy director of the design department. Having capable people in positions that require their skills is absolutely beneficial to the company. With further training, Lin Wan will soon be able to take on the position of director. He didn't expect Bai Xinran to come again with such shamelessness. He had already figured out how to explain things to Mayor Bai. "Ah Yuan, why are you talking to me like that again? Can't you listen to anything Uncle Gu says?" Bai Xinran scolded playfully. "It's okay, she can endure it now, but soon she will show Gu Shiyuan what kind of person Lin Wan really is. Is it an honor to tattle? Get out." Gu Shiyuan started kicking people out without any politeness. Chapter 55. Lin Wan already has a child. Wake up. Gu Shiyuan hates people who use underhanded tactics behind people's backs the most. Bai Xinran really doesn't understand him at all. She keeps jumping on his sore spots. Bai Xinran's eyes turned red when she heard Gu Shiyuan tell her to get lost. She bit her lip and said unwillingly, "Ah Yuan, I already know that you went to deliver medicine to Lin Wan this morning. Did you two stay together last night? No matter how Gu Shiyuan treats her now, she cannot leave. Is it what you think? Are you satisfied now? Can you get lost?" Gu Shiyuan finally raised his head, his eyes full of mockery. How can someone be so shameless? He had run out of patience with Bai Xinran. What's so great about a piece of trash like Lin Wan that you're so obsessed with? Bai Xinran shouted. All her dignity was trampled to pieces by Gu Shiyuan's repeated shouts of get out. She could abandon all self-respect in front of him, but he preferred that despicable woman, Lin Wan. The word rotten goods immediately infuriated Gu Shiyuan. He threw the documents in his hand away. I might let it go for your father's sake, but don't let me hear about it happening again. I won't allow anyone to stray into her territory. Get out. The veins on Gu Shiyuan's hands bulged, and a chilling aura emanated from his body. But not hitting women is his principle. Bai Xinran is lucky. She has a husband and 2 children. What is it about her that makes you so infatuated, Gu Shiyuan? Wake up, Bai Xinran said boldly. I just like it. What did you say? Gu Shiyuan's eyes widened. He thought he had misheard. I'm telling you, Lin Wan already has 2 children. They're in kindergarten, and she has a man. She lied when she got the job, saying she was single. A Yuan, she deceived you. She doesn't deserve your kindness at all. Bai Xinran became arrogant. She had been holding back her anger just now, waiting for this moment. Holding Lin Wan's weakness in her hand, and seeing Gu Shiyuan's surprised expression, she felt nothing but satisfaction. She knew that Gu Shiyuan definitely didn't know these things. They didn't even consider whether this was a blow to Gu Shiyuan. They didn't care about Gu Shiyuan's feelings at all. All she wanted was Gu Shiyuan himself and the position of Mrs. Gu, a position that everyone could envy. This so-called persistent love has always been just her own self-indulgent sentimentality. Bai Xinran said smugly. A Yuan, are you sure you want to be with a woman like this? Are you sure you want to be someone's mistress? Are you sure you want to be someone's stepfather? She kept her mouth shut, trying to get Gu Shiyuan to turn around. But she didn't get the answer she wanted. Get out, Gu Shiyuan roared, like a lion about to go berserk. Ah Yuan. Bai Xinran wanted to say something more, but Gu Shiyuan grabbed her and threw her out the door. The door slammed shut. How come this is completely different from what she expected? Shouldn't Gu Shiyuan be at his most vulnerable and in need of comfort after learning the truth? Compared to a woman who deceived him, shouldn't he be able to appreciate her goodness even more? How did she get kicked out? Bai Xinran returned to her office dejectedly. Although the result was different from what she expected, at least Lin Wan's true colors had been exposed, so it was worth it. As long as Lin Wan doesn't have another chance to seduce Gu Shiyuan, he'll be hers sooner or later anyway, so she's not in a hurry. Next, all she had to do was torment Lin Wan, expose her dirty secrets, and finally kick her out. Bai Xinran was already calculating her own options, completely unconcerned about Gu Shiyuan's attitude towards her earlier. She had already made a plan yesterday and prepared the most difficult list for Lin Wan. This is the most difficult client of all their clients. If they can't handle it, they'll just leave. Having offended both a major client and Gu Shiyuan, she wanted to see what Lin Wan would use to turn things around. Bai Xinran felt that her plan was flawless. She was just waiting to comfort Gu Shiyuan when he was injured, and then she would use some tricks to make her parents bring up the marriage proposal with the Gu family as soon as Gu Shiyuan touched her. By then, it will be too late for Gu Shiyuan to back out. It will happen naturally. When Lin Wan received this task, she was completely numb. She looked at the densely packed requirements on the list and didn't know where to start. She has never seen such complicated requirements in her entire career. If this thing is messed up, things will probably get even worse from now on. Bai Xinran has gone too far. Aren't you sure you want to talk to President Gu about this? There's no need to put up with her. I thought she wasn't coming. She's so shameless, humph. Sister, he said indignantly. If she had been publicly humiliated like that, she would have resigned immediately. However, given Bai Xinran's personality, she will definitely be competitive and won't let Lin Wan off easily. After all, she had been pursuing Gu Shiyuan for several years, and Lin Wan had won him over not long after she arrived. Sister, he is now convinced that Lin Wan and Gu Shiyuan are together. Never mind, let's get to work. Lin Wan didn't say anything. She was too lazy to explain the matter between her and Gu Shiyuan. In short, she would rather be bullied than say a single word to that man. It's better to put all your energy into your work. This was the first time she had encountered such a difficult order, which was quite a challenge for her. She also wanted to test the limits of her abilities. Meanwhile, Gu Shiyuan kept the office door locked, shutting himself in, his mind constantly replaying by Shinran's words. Lin Wan got married. Her kids are already in kindergarten, 2 of them. She got married and had children right after graduating from university. So she's avoiding him because she has a husband and children? But he just couldn't understand why. If that was the case, they didn't just tell him directly. Why keep it from him? After much deliberation, he decided to ask her directly and also send someone to investigate who Lin Wan's husband was. It's possible that Bai Shinran is just talking nonsense. She's been spouting nonsense for a long time, and she'll use any means to satisfy her own selfish desires. Why should he believe her? Gu Shiyuan still felt very uncomfortable. Lin Wan was the first person to make his heart flutter. He didn't care about her background or status. He just wanted to be with her. As long as she was willing, he could handle everything else. He didn't care about social status or worldly conventions. He couldn't bring himself to steal a married man. He can accept that she has children, but he cannot accept that she has a husband. As Gu Shiyuan thought about it, he recalled the first time he met Lin Wan in the hotel room. My child, kindergarten, the first time 5 years ago. Wrong. Chapter 56's child? Gu Shiyuan still felt that none of these things made sense, which was very strange. He was certain that it was their first time together that night. If we consider that Lin Wan's child is currently in kindergarten, then Lin Wan got married and became pregnant very quickly not long after having a relationship with him. At this moment, Gu Shiyuan was in a state of utter confusion, unable to sort things out. He slumped back in his chair, looking dejected. At the foot of the Gu Group building, 2 small figures slowly moved over. Brother, this is it. Mommy works here, and Daddy works here too. Oh, no. This company belongs to Daddy. Lin Yike pointed to a building in front of her that read Gu's Group. My brother said that Daddy is the owner here. Isn't that the legendary domineering CEO? No wonder he's her dad. Their mothers took them to school in the morning, but they ran away in the morning. It turns out that the older brother found school too boring, so he had already explored every part of the school and found a way to escape, all of which were blind spots of the surveillance cameras. These are all trivial matters for them. Call him out now, Lininan said, taking a deep breath. I'm about to meet my biological father in person. He was very nervous. But my sister said that Daddy is a very good and gentle person. His younger sister has already hugged Daddy, so he wants to hug him too. Okay. Lin Yike immediately took out her phone and sent a voice message to Gu Shiyuan. Handsome uncle, do you have time? I'm coming to find you. I'm downstairs from your company, the usual place. Gu Shiyuan, who had been completely numb, immediately perked up when he heard Lin Yike's soft and sweet voice. The gloom in my heart was also dispelled a lot. This little cutie really has a way of healing him. I'm coming down right away. Stand there and wait for me. Don't move, okay? Gu Shiyuan sent this message and went downstairs like the wind. He hadn't seen this little cutie for several days. They had spoken on the phone, and Coco said that she had been attending kindergarten for the past few days and hadn't had time to come see him. His sudden visit today was a huge surprise to him. Gu Shiyuan jogged out of the office building, very worried about the little cutie's safety. He had never seen such a bold child before. Uncle, Lin Yike rushed over to the tall figure that was running towards her. She really wanted to call him Daddy. Hug. Lin Yike stretched out her little hands. She wanted her daddy to hug her more. Gu Shiyuan looked at the little one running towards him and subconsciously opened his arms and picked her up. I miss you. Lin Yike hugged Gu Shiyuan's neck and leaned on his broad shoulders. She finally has a daddy, just like other kids. Lininan, who had been hiding to the side, saw a tall and imposing man holding his younger sister. The man's face was a magnified version of his own. He's even more handsome than in the photos, and he looks more like him. This person is their biological father, Gu Shiyuan. Uncle misses you too, but you have to promise me you won't run around alone anymore, okay? Call me if you miss me, and I'll pick you up. Gu Shiyuan gently instructed. He didn't want such a lovely child to be in danger. Okay, but uncle, I came today to give you a gift, a surprise gift. Lin Yike said excitedly. Daddy would be so happy if he knew they were his children. He treated her so well without her even knowing it. You even brought me a gift? Take it out and let me see. Gu Shiyuan put the little one down and held out his hand to her. What kind of gifts can you give a child? It's usually just a small toy or a small ornament. Gu Shiyuan was still looking forward to it and felt a warmth in his heart. He had thought countless times that he wished Coco were his daughter. "Brother, come out." Lin Yike waved to the side. Gu Shiyuan followed Lin Yike's gaze, but the next second, the smile on his face froze, replaced by shock. What did he see? Isn't this himself as a child? It looks exactly like the photos in his home. He was starting to doubt if this was his son. No, could this really be his son? The child looked to be 4 or 5 years old, and he had only had a relationship with Lin Wan 5 years ago. If the child is 4 years old, 5 years ago, that makes perfect sense. Does he really have a son? No way. She got pregnant on her first try, and he left her emergency contraception. Didn't she take it? Even with some doubts, when Gu Shiyuan saw the child's face, he was absolutely certain that this was his son. Coco called him brother just now. Are they siblings? Gu Shiyuan remembered that Kiki said she and her brother were twins, which meant that Kiki could also be his daughter. He has twins, a boy and a girl. Lin Wanqing's? Who was the man next to Lin Wan that, by Shinran mentioned? The moment Gu Shiyuan saw Lin Yinan's face, which was so similar to his own, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. As the little boy drew closer, Gu Shiyuan's voice trembled. "What's your name?" "It's so similar, so incredibly similar. My name is Lin Yinan, and my sister's name is Lin Yike. We are twins and are over 4 years old." Lin Yinan pretended to be very calm. My mind was in turmoil. He had actually wondered if his father would be willing to acknowledge them if he never knew they existed. Since Daddy has always been there, why doesn't Mommy tell them? As the richest man in Shenzhen, Gu Shiyuan is so wealthy that he should have plenty of women willing to have his children. Does he have other children? Does he still need his siblings? These thoughts kept swirling in his mind. But when he saw Gu Shiyuan holding his sister affectionately, he knew that his father would acknowledge them and love them well. He was very certain. The look in someone's eyes when they love them doesn't lie. "What's your mommy's name?" Gu Shiyuan asked again. His surname is Lin, the same as Lin Wan's. In addition, as by Shinran mentioned today, Lin Wan has a son and a daughter. All the information matched up. These 2 children are definitely his. Gu Shiyuan felt that all of this happened too suddenly. Suddenly, he had both a son and a daughter. "Lin Wan, is it because my sister isn't noticeably beautiful enough?" Lin Yinan said speechlessly. Gu Shiyuan then realized why he always felt that Kiki looked a lot like Lin Wan. They were biological children. How could they not look alike? He had always assumed that Lin Wan was still single, so he never considered this possibility. After receiving the children's definite answers, Gu Shiyuan's heart pounded with nervousness. Chapter 57. Daddy loves you all. He has children, 2 of them, and twins, and even the best of all, a boy and a girl. He's really lucky. He had been so angry all morning about Lin Wan being pregnant that he hadn't thought about it carefully. So the 2 children were his? That's great. With the children as a bond, Lin Wan won't be able to escape his grasp. But he couldn't understand why Lin Wan would hide the child from him, knowing full well that it was his. And the man beside Lin Wan, no matter who he is, he must leave his wife and children. "We also saw you taking Mommy home," Lin Yike said. Her smile makes her look even more like Lin Wan. Gu Shiyuan felt he should have discovered this a long time ago. Lin Wan avoided him because she was afraid he would see the child. After all, you can tell at a glance that his son is his biological son. But she clearly gave birth to the child and knew it was his. So why didn't she tell him? He must find Lin Wan and get to the bottom of this. The gloom of the morning was swept away by the unexpected joy brought by the arrival of the 2 children. Gu Shiyuan's mood brightened again. "Suddenly I became a father. It feels like a dream." "So, you should know our relationship with you now, right?" Lin Yinan asked tentatively. He noticed that Gu Shiyuan had been lost in thought for a while, and he felt a little nervous, not knowing what he was thinking. They probably don't like their presence. If that's the case, he promises he won't see him again. "I know." Gu Shiyuan nodded. It seems the 2 children already knew his identity. "Daddy," Lin Yike shook Gu Shiyuan's hand. "Do you like me and my brother?" She figured she liked it, so she changed her mind very directly. That one word, "Daddy," made Gu Shiyuan feel sweeter than if he had eaten honey. He had previously dreamed of Coco being his daughter, and now his dream has come true. Faced with his daughter's question, Gu Shiyuan shook his head. "It's not that I like it." Just as the 2 children were feeling disappointed, he knelt down and looked at them earnestly, saying, Daddy loves you. I'm sorry, my darlings. Daddy didn't actually know you existed, so I owe you so much and missed out on your growth. I'm really sorry. Would you be willing to give Daddy a chance to make it up to you? Gu Shuyuan's voice trembled. He felt he owed his two children, and also owed Lin Wan. He wasn't even around, so how did she have the courage to give birth to two children, and how did she raise them? The two children seemed to be growing up very well, all thanks to Lin Wan. He used to dislike children, but now he realizes that he only disliked other people's children. When it comes to his own children, he wants to give them his whole heart and give them all the good things in the world. Okay, Daddy, I love you. Lin Yike threw herself into Gu Shuyuan's arms, hugging his neck and acting coquettishly. From now on, don't envy other kids anymore. She has the most handsome and best dad in the world. Daddy loves you both very much. Gu Shuyuan's eyes were a little red, and he reached out his hand to his son. Son, come here and let Daddy give you a hug. Lin Yinan nervously clenched her hands, took a step forward and threw herself into Gu Shuyuan's arms, leaning on his broad shoulder and forcefully wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He always felt that he was a boy and had to be strong, not act like a spoiled little sister. But in his father's arms, he felt that he was still a little child who needed protection and love. With a forceful pull, Gu Shuyuan lifted both children up at the same time. They stick this on and look at that, never getting enough of it. I never knew having a child was such a wonderful thing. He deeply regretted not properly investigating Lin Wan's whereabouts back then, which caused him to miss the children's infancy. They took the initiative to come to him, so they must really need him. The two little ones affectionately called him Daddy from left to right, and Gu Shuyuan was completely captivated by their sweet calls of Daddy. Now that both children are in his arms, Lin Wan can't escape anymore. After spending a while being affectionate, Gu Shuyuan took the children to a nearby restaurant and ordered a table full of their favorite dishes. His parents were pressuring him to get married and have children soon, hoping to hold their grandchildren as soon as possible. Now he has a complete family of grandchildren. I wonder how happy his parents will be when they find out. With these two children, he won't be forced to date other women anymore. He was already prepared to turn against the Bai family. He wanted everyone to know that he, Gu Shuyuan, had two children, and that the mother of those two children was the woman he was going to marry. But there's one thing we need to figure out first. Children, you said you've been living abroad for the past few years? Gu Shuyuan asked. Lin Wan did indeed win an award abroad, which is why he brought her back. When fate comes, you can't stop it. Yes. Lin Yike kept chewing like a little hamster. Has your mommy been dating anyone? Gu Shuyuan got down to business. If Bai Shinran's information is correct, then he needs to know who the man who has been by Lin Wan's side all along is. You want to ask about Uncle Ouyang, right? Lin Yinan looked up. After spending time together, he was convinced that his father was indeed the good person his sister had described. But it seems that Daddy isn't very popular with Mommy. Who is Uncle Ouyang? Gu Shuyuan asked nervously. Our neighbor abroad often takes care of my sister and me. Lin Yinan decided to tell the truth. There's nothing to hide. Strictly speaking, he's the one who has given my sister and me fatherly love these past few years. However, he's not Mommy's boyfriend. Mommy just agreed to try dating him. If you want to win Mommy over, you'd better hurry up. Lin Yinan finished speaking and continued eating. His heart was initially wavering. You can choose whether or not you want to see Mommy. But when he actually met Gu Shuyuan, he was certain that his heart was with his biological father. Although this feels like betraying Ouyang, what child doesn't want to live with their parents? This is a basic human instinct, isn't it? He thought Ouyang might get friend-zoned. Gu Shuyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the children say that Uncle Ouyang and Lin Wan were not officially dating yet. The man Bai Shinran mentioned who frequently appeared around Lin Wan must be him. Thinking about it this way, Gu Shuyuan felt even more guilty towards the children. His child needs another man to give him fatherly love, which is a dereliction of duty on his part as a father. Chapter 58. Please, can you put a little more effort into pursuing my mommy? So, do you like Daddy more or Uncle Ouyang more? Gu Shuyuan asked. The two children looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Is Daddy jealous? It seems to smell quite strongly of vinegar. Of course I like Daddy, Lin Yike said without hesitation. Although she also liked Uncle Ouyang very much, She still felt that her own father was the best. Uncle Ouyang will have his own children someday, right? Upon hearing this, Gu Shiyuan's lips remained curved in a smile. Everyone says daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets, but his Coco is like an ultra-cool down jacket, while his son is like a leather jacket, but thankfully he doesn't let in any wind. Do you know Xiaoyang? Gu Shiyuan asked again. He still remembers that day when Xiaoyang called Lin Wan in a very ambiguous way, and the two of them even drank together. He still feels uncomfortable about it to this day. That's our uncle, Lin Yinan said, shaking his head and sighing. Why is his dad so stupid? Why can't his dad find out things that he can find out? He thought his father, who was the richest man in the country, was very, very smart. Your uncle? Gu Shiyuan was completely confused. My mother was kidnapped when she was a child. Her original name was Xiao Rou. She was the eldest daughter of the Xiao group. Xiao Yang is our maternal uncle, Lin Yinan said calmly. Well, it seems Daddy sees uncle as a rival in love. Indeed, love can make people blind, and sometimes it can even lower their IQ. She's Xiao Rou? Gu Shiyuan was even more shocked. How many surprises does Lin Wan still hold that he doesn't know about? He even held Xiao Rou when she was little, but then he heard she was lost and never found again. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Wan. No wonder she looked somewhat familiar when he first met her. He bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Wan, the second young lady of the Xiao family. Upon hearing this news, Gu Shiyuan's heart pounded wildly. He knew that his parents looked down on Lin Wan because of her humble background and wanted to find him someone of equal social standing. He had even prepared to stand up to his parents if he could win Lin Wan's heart. Now it seems unnecessary. No one in the entire Shenzhen market is more suitable for him than Lin Wan in every aspect. Of course, he didn't intend for his parents to know this now. He wanted them to know just how outrageous his class consciousness was. Please, can you put a little more effort into pursuing my mommy? Lin Yinan said with a hint of disdain. You can't win a girl's heart just by saying, I like you. Daddy understands. Gu Shiyuan nodded. He didn't seem to have considered this much beforehand. After all, he had zero experience in dating. He felt that having such wonderful children was his greatest blessing. If Coco hadn't come looking for Lin Wan and happened to run into him downstairs, he wouldn't have known he had 2 children. Lin Wan seemed to have no intention of letting him know about this. Thinking about this, Gu Shiyuan was still a little annoyed. He called Lin Wan, wanting to ask her directly, but she didn't answer and hung up immediately. In the end, he sent his assistant to find Lin Wan. Ms. Lin, Mr. Gu requests your presence, the assistant said respectfully. This woman is the one who gave birth to the eldest grandson of the Gu family, and she is also the apple of Mr. Gu's eye. He dares not neglect her in the slightest. As for Bai Xinran, she probably has no chance at all this time. He heard everything that happened this morning. Bai Xinran had gotten a little bit of information and was planning to set a trap for Lin Wan, but she didn't expect that she would end up burying herself instead. The assistant was quite happy to see this result. After all, Bai Xinran had bullied him quite a bit. Before Bai Xinran arrived, everyone in the company treated him with utmost respect. Even the higher-ups had to give him face. He is Gu Shiyuan's capable assistant. Looking for me? Lin Wan looked at her assistant with a puzzled expression. She really didn't want anything to do with this man anymore. Although no one said much about the bottle of medicine that morning, she could see how strange the looks they gave her were. Yes, Miss Lin, rest assured, it's definitely a good thing. Please go ahead. The assistant adopted a very humble attitude. He was certain that Lin Wan would be their boss's wife in the future. Given Gu Shiyuan's temperament, once he made up his mind, no one could change it. Seeing how respectful her assistant was, even using honorifics, Lin Wan felt even more uncertain. Amidst everyone's curious gazes, Lin Wan still followed her assistant. She was taken to a restaurant next to the company. She felt that Gu Shiyuan was up to something again, and she had no interest in having dinner with him. But what she didn't expect was yet to come. When her assistant opened the door to the private room for her, the first thing she saw was her 2 children happily having dinner with Gu Shiyuan, calling him daddy all the time. Lin Wan almost fainted on the spot. She'd been hiding for so long, and now she'd finally admitted it, even calling him daddy. What are you 2 doing here? Lin Wan asked seriously. She personally took both children to kindergarten in the morning. How did I end up here? The security at this kindergarten is terrible. The worst part is that the teacher hasn't even called her yet. It's terrifying to even think about it. She immediately decided to change her child's kindergarten. We sent the children in for safety, but we didn't expect that they couldn't be kept inside at all. But when she took out her phone, she realized that her teacher had been calling her non-stop. She had simply not heard the calls because her phone was on silent. Okay, it's a misunderstanding about the kindergarten. Her two little rascals are just too hard to manage. Not only did she sneak out of kindergarten, but she also came to claim her father herself. They are really going to be furious with her. We're here to see Daddy. Mommy, come and eat. Lin Yike waved to Lin Wan with a fawning smile. Then she kept giving Gu Shiyuan meaningful glances. They had just agreed that if Mommy blamed her, Daddy would protect her. What Daddy? Where's your daddy? Come home with me right now. Lin Wan's face was very unpleasant. She was so angry that she had a headache. She'll have to discipline these two little ones properly when she gets home. It seems she's been too lenient with them. She's lost her authority at home. The heartwarming scene just now shows that Gu Shiyuan not only accepted the two children as his own, but also really likes them. She absolutely cannot let him take the children away. And how did these two little guys know that their daddy is Gu Shiyuan? She didn't tell anyone about this, not even Xian Jiahui. Gu Shiyuan himself was unaware of the existence of the two children. She suddenly remembered that someone in the company seemed to have said that Gu Shiyuan had once taken a little girl out to eat near the company. If she counted the time, wasn't that the same 2 times that Coco came to see her? She only realized it belatedly. Chapter 59. Our family of 4 living together. Lin Wan had always wanted to hide her 2 children, but she never expected that her daughter had already met Gu Shiyuan on the 2 occasions when she came to see her. Daddy. Upon hearing that they were going home, the 2 little ones immediately hugged Gu Shiyuan on either side. Gu Shiyuan had been staring at Lin Wan ever since she entered the room, and now he was holding the 2 children tightly and refusing to let go. Lin Wan, how long are you going to keep this from me? Now that he has reunited with his 2 children, he can't possibly let go. His children must be raised by him. Lin Wan is no exception. She can't escape it either. Gu Shiyuan wanted to complain, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. She didn't know his identity a few years ago, and he didn't leave her any personal information, which was his fault. But after returning to China, when they met again, Lin Wan did not want to tell him the truth. He is willing to take responsibility. He had already sent someone to investigate while he was coaxing the 2 children to eat. Lin Wan went abroad 5 years ago when she was newly pregnant, and has since lost contact with everyone. He had no idea how she had managed to give birth to and raise the child all by herself over the past few years. You, come out with me. Lin Wan glanced at Gu Shiyuan, then turned and walked out. There are some things that children shouldn't hear. She couldn't tell the children that their relationship was based on one-night stands with their parents. It would be bad for such young children. Seeing Lin Wan walk out, Gu Shiyuan immediately stood up and followed her. Daddy may be a little slow, but he's obedient, Lin Yinan complained. Brother, what do we call Daddy? Lin Yike asked. Wife slave. Lin Yinan could sense that his mother treated his father and Uncle Ouyang differently. There was a polite distance between her and Uncle Ouyang. But he spoke to his father in a commanding tone. His father is a cold-faced CEO when facing others, but as docile as a kitten in front of his mother. He thinks they're a match made in heaven. After they came out, Gu Shiyuan led Lin Wan to the private room next door. He had booked the whole place, so no one would bother them. At that moment, there were only the 2 of them in the next private room. Tell me, why didn't you tell me about the child? You know perfectly well that the child is mine, Gu Shiyuan said. Lin Wanzhang's meaning shouldn't be too obvious. She would rather raise her 2 children alone than tell him the truth. How can I tell you? Did you tell me your name or your address that night? So what if I know the child is yours? Can I find you? Lin Wan said, biting her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed. She brought up that night on her own initiative. She originally intended it to be just a dream, but she never expected to get pregnant. At that time, she did think about finding the child's father, but where could she find him in the vast sea of people? In just a moment, she completely gave up the idea and prepared to forget about this person. I'm sorry, I lost control that night. Didn't you take your medication that day? Gu Shiyuan asked suspiciously. When he mentioned what happened that day, he was filled with guilt. At that time, He had just taken over the position and did not seem to think about taking any responsibility. He completely regarded Lin Wan as some business partner who had put her in the room for him. He didn't want to be blackmailed by anyone, and naturally, he didn't want to have any contact with Lin Wan. But he waited for a long time, and no one came to talk to him about it. He then realized that there had been a misunderstanding, but by then he had no news of Lin Wan at all. Looking back now, however, he was too hasty. He only left behind a box of emergency contraceptive pills and didn't watch her take them. She was too young and hadn't considered what would happen if the other person didn't take the medication and got pregnant, then used the child to blackmail him. I ate it, but I still got pregnant. I don't know why. Lin Wan lowered her head. Can a simple, out of control heal her trauma? She still doesn't want to recall how she was tortured that night. Well, she was partly responsible for what happened that night. If she hadn't trusted Zhou so easily, this wouldn't have happened. Hearing Lin Wan's words, Gu Shiyuan felt a surge of excitement. The fact that they were able to conceive after taking the medicine shows that they were destined to have a child. He had wanted Lin Wan before, and now he wanted her even more. The warm and cozy life of a family of 4 is what he wants. But why didn't you tell me directly after we returned to China? You already knew my identity, and you never forgot me, did you? Gu Shiyuan reached out and pressed Lin Wan's shoulder. I don't want to, and it doesn't matter anymore. I kept these 2 children for my own sake. They are my children. They have my surname. They are my own children. They have nothing to do with anyone else, and I don't want our lives to be disturbed, Lin Wan said, turning her face away. She dared not look Gu Shiyuan in the eye. She knew she was being selfish, but she didn't want her child to be taken away. But I am the children's biological father. They have half of my blood. I have a duty to raise them, and you cannot take that away from me. I don't care about the children's surname. They can have whatever surname you want. If you gave birth to them, they will take your surname, Gu Shiyuan said in one breath. He only cares whether the child is his biological child. No, you'll have someone to have children for you in the future, if you want. I'm different. I only have these 2. I don't need you to raise them. I can do it myself, Lin Wan said, shaking her head. Given Gu Shiyuan's status, there's no doubt that plenty of women would be willing to have his children if he wanted to. So why would he compete with her? She dares to give birth to the child and is confident she can afford to raise it. She had no interest in the Gu family's assets whatsoever. What's more, she now has the Xiao family back. The Xiao family was her strongest support. I never intended to take them away, nor did I ever think about having children with another woman. You and the children are irreplaceable to me. You know that? Gu Shiyuan said earnestly. I don't want to know. I have my own life, and who cares what you do? I'm saying I don't want to be disturbed. Do you understand? Lin Wan said unhappily. This is not about the child's surname at all. I am the children's biological father. Think about the children. They need me. No matter how good Ouyang Qian is, he is not my biological father. If you are with him and have your own children, it is hard to guarantee that he will treat the children the same way he does now. Gu Shiyuan felt disgusted whenever Ouyang Qian was mentioned. Did those 2 tell you? Lin Wan asked in surprise. Gu Shiyuan actually knew Ouyang Qian. Yes. Gu Shiyuan didn't hide anything. I don't want my children to have a stepfather. If possible, my greatest wish is for the 4 of us to be together. That would be the best outcome for the children. Chapter 60, I only want your children. Gu Shiyuan felt his heart race when he said those words. This could be considered a confession of love. Anyway, Lin Wan can't run away. She and the child have to stay by his side. Seeing that Lin Wan didn't speak, Gu Shiyuan quickly added, I'm single, have no dating history, and have only ever been with you. I'm handsome, rich, and a top-quality man. What are you barking like a dog? Lin Wan couldn't stand it anymore. I gave birth to these children. You can't have any of them, and no one wants to live with you. This man is shameless. Lin Wan herself didn't realize that she only showed this temper in front of Gu Shiyuan. I really won't fight you for the child. I'm serious. I want both you and the child. Gu Shiyuan leaned closer to Lin Wan. Lin Wan was forced back into a corner by Gu Shiyuan's tall figure. A warm breath wafted towards me, filled with an air of ambiguity. The temperature in the entire private room was about to rise. Lin Wan blushed as she recalled the scene of Gu Shiyuan forcibly kissing her last time. I don't want to go away. I want to take the child home. Lin Wan tried to push Gu Shiyuan away, but when she used her strength on Gu Shiyuan, it was like tickling him. Gu Shiyuan grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Don't be with that Ouyang kid, okay? Give me a chance, just for the sake of the children. They need a complete family. If you want children, let other women have them for you. My children belong only to me. Lin Wan wanted to refuse. Enveloped by a broad chest, she was completely unable to move. I don't want children born to other women. I only want you to give me children. Gu Shiyuan hugged her even tighter. Hearing Gu Shiyuan's strong heartbeat, Lin Wan's emotions gradually calmed down, and she let the man hold her. This man is acting like a scoundrel. Has he really never been in a relationship? Lin Wan remained skeptical about this. It wasn't until she felt Gu Shiyuan's breathing become heavy and his body seemed to be getting hot that she struggled and said, Gu Xin, let me go. Stop being a pervert. The more she struggled, the more excited Gu Shiyuan became. But he managed to suppress that feeling. He lowered his head and kissed Lin Wan on the lips. You called me a hooligan, so I have to admit it quickly. Gu Shiyuan raised his head with lingering interest. The kids are really happy to have lunch with me and eat with me. Given Lin Wan's love for her two children, as long as the children are in his hands, Lin Wan will definitely not be able to escape. Looking at the person in his arms and smelling the faint fragrance emanating from her, Gu Shiyuan thought that this must be what is called physiological attraction. He used to really dislike women getting close to him, especially someone like Bai Xinran. He had absolutely no interest in her. No, Lin Wan refused. Then, Gu Shiyuan pretended to be about to play the rogue again. I promise you, Lin Wan was afraid that this guy would do something reckless again. The president of the prestigious Gu Group is actually quite the brooding sly one in private. Let's go, the children are still waiting. Gu Shiyuan's smile never faded. He now has a wife and children. Lin Wan tidied her hair and clothes before following Gu Shiyuan back to the next private room. Lin Yak ate until her face looked like a little kitten's, then looked up at her parents as they came in and casually asked, Mommy, why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Wan then realized that her face was still burning. It's all Gu Shiyuan's fault. Fortunately, the child is still young and doesn't understand these things. Your mommy isn't feeling well. Daddy will take you home after dinner, Gu Shiyuan said with a smile. Then he turned and looked at Lin Wan with an ambiguous gaze. Lin Wan was so angry she wanted to stomp her feet, but she didn't dare to vent her anger in front of the child. Mommy isn't feeling well, so you should drink more hot soup. I'll make you something delicious tonight, Lin Yinan said as she served food to her younger sister. Their family really can't function without him. You can cook. Gu Shiyuan looked at his 4-year-old son in surprise. When he was that age, he was still catching fish and playing in his family's small bathtub. Yes, my brother is a great cook. Lin Yak took another big bite of food. Daddy can have dinner at home too, and try my brother's cooking. She wants her daddy to be with them right now. Okay. Gu Shiyuan patted his daughter's head. He was just worried about not having an excuse. However, considering that his son could cook at such a young age, he looked at Lin Wan as if he wanted to ask her something, but ultimately didn't say anything. Such a young child has to cook and take care of his younger sister. These three must have had a very hard time these past few years. Gu Shiyuan felt even more guilty. If he had found them sooner, he wouldn't have made them suffer so much. During the meal, the two children interacted affectionately with Gu Shiyuan. Lin Wan saw all of this. Nan, in particular, only acts like a child in front of his father, otherwise he acts like a little adult. The two little ones had never acted like this in front of Ouyang Qian. Is this the magic of blood ties? Lin Wan recalled how relaxed and friendly she felt when she first met Xiao Yang. She wondered if her thoughts were too selfish. The children needed their father far more than she imagined. Isn't it unfair to the children that she doesn't want them to recognize him? She herself longed to find her biological parents when she learned that she was not the Lin family's biological daughter, let alone the two young children. Moreover, Gu Shiyuan doesn't seem to have any intention of taking the child from her, so she should rebalance her relationship with Gu Shiyuan. She just didn't think she really had a future with this man. It's uncertain whether the Gu family will accept these two children. Besides, she had just agreed to try dating Ouyang Qian a few days ago. Lin Wan was conflicted. She herself knew very well that she had never had romantic feelings for Ouyang Qian. She simply owed him too much. After lunch, Lin Wan called the kindergarten teacher back, apologized, and asked for leave for the children. Gu Xiuyuan then naturally escorted the mother and her 2 children home. He granted Lin Wan leave, and no one dared to object. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wan said sternly to the 2 children, "Do you 2 know that it was wrong to sneak out today? Do you know how worried your teacher was about you?" "Mommy, I'm sorry, it won't happen again," the 2 little ones said in unison. "The children came out today to find me," Gu Xuan was about to plead. "Shut up too. I criticized them, not you, didn't I? The kids are immature, but are you immature too? Do you know how dangerous this is?" Lin Wan was really going to be driven crazy by the father and his 2 sons. She finally realized who these 2 mischievous kids took after their personalities from their biological father. Chapter 61, Inviting a Wolf into the House. Gu Shuyuan was completely speechless after being rebuked by Lin Wan. He himself didn't know that he could be so tolerant of someone. "I'll take you to apologize to the teacher tomorrow," Lin Wan said to the 2 children. Children are not forbidden from making mistakes, but they need to know where they went wrong, and more importantly, they need to know what they can and cannot do. "How about we change the children to a different kindergarten? A prestigious kindergarten can guarantee absolute safety," Gu Shuyuan suggested. In his view, the fact that 2 such young children could sneak out shows that the kindergarten's supervision is inadequate and cannot guarantee the children's safety. He's already being merciful by not pursuing the matter. How could he possibly make his child apologize? "Forget it, it's too expensive." Lin Wan refused without even thinking. She had inquired about elite kindergartens when she first returned to China, and she knew they were safe, had good environments, and had high-quality teachers. But all of these things require money to obtain. Where would she get the money to send 2 children to such expensive schools? Ultimately, she was just an employee. They're not really part of the same social circle as the wealthy. Even though the Xiao family is so wealthy, she never thought of asking them for money to raise her child. However, she thought that once they were officially recognized as relatives, her older brother would definitely get involved in the child's schooling. Xiao Yang's love for his 2 nephews was overflowing. "I'm not asking you to spend any money. They are my children, and I have a duty to support them. Besides, all my money will be theirs in the future. From now on, they are already super rich second-generation heirs," Gu Shuyuan said nonchalantly. He had no intention of having any more children unless Lin Wan gave birth to another one for him. Regardless of the children's surnames, they are their family's children. Once the children are exposed to the outside world, their safety becomes very important. Good schools and good educational resources are essential. Moreover, even if he didn't care, Xiao Yang would definitely make arrangements. How can a father not take care of his child and let his uncle do it? At this point, Gu Shuyuan completely regarded Lin Wan and her 3 children as his wife and children. Lin Wan's true identity also relieved him of any worries. The status of the eldest daughter of the Xiao family is definitely not something that the mayor's only daughter can compare to. Hearing these words, the 2 little ones looked at each other. In less than a month, their status had changed from ordinary children to 3rd-generation rich kids, and now to super rich 2nd-generation kids. They have such a rich and wonderful life experience at the age of 4. "I can raise my child myself," Lin Wan retorted. "I want to give my children the best," Gu Shuyuan said. He actually wanted to say that he would also support Lin Wan, but he was afraid of being scolded, so he didn't say it. Gu Shuyuan turned around and glanced at the 2 children in the back row. He hadn't been by their side for the past few years, and he would make it up to them every day from now on. His children deserve all the good things in the world. Seeing that Lin Wan remained silent, Gu Shuyuan pressed on. "I'm serious. The children's safety is the most important thing. The transfer should be arranged as soon as possible. Money is not a problem." This left Lin Wan speechless. She really couldn't compete with Gu Shuyuan in terms of money. She earns enough in a day to be a slave for the rest of her life. She certainly didn't have the right to prevent her 2 children from enjoying a good life. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your agreement." Gu Shuyuan was definitely determined. "The kindergarten has been changed. We'll get ready to do it right away." Once they reached the bottom of the stairs, Lin Wan spoke to him. "We're home. You can go back to the company now. Thank you for bringing us back." Didn't you say you were going to treat me to dinner? Gu Shiyuan showed no sign of leaving. He immediately gave the two children a meaningful look. Yes, we promised Daddy we'd have dinner. Yes, I said I'd let Daddy try my cooking. The two little ones immediately grabbed Gu Shiyuan's hand on each side and ran upstairs. Lin Wan shook her head as she walked. These two children cannot be kept. She's only known her dad for a few hours, and she's already forgotten about her mom. Both of them are heartless, just like their father. Don't worry, Daddy, we'll help you win Mommy's heart. You're our only daddy, Lin Yike whispered as she pressed the elevator button. If she had to choose between Uncle Ouyang and her dad, she would definitely choose her dad. Uncle Ouyang is very good, but he doesn't have a fatherly feel to him. Moreover, Daddy is better in every way, especially their looks. As a little girl, her biggest wish is, of course, to live with her mom, dad, and brother. Gu Xian was overjoyed by his daughter's words. As expected, that Ouyang guy couldn't replace him. You really are my good daughter. I haven't spoiled you for nothing. Gu Shiyuan reached out and pinched Coco's chubby little face. When he was little, he actually wanted a cute and cuddly little sister. Later, they had a simple-minded younger brother. It left him with regrets for many years. Aren't you going to compliment me? Even though it's a leather jacket, at least I don't let the wind through. Lin Yinan asked for praise. Daddy, don't be too biased. Judging from the information he saw online, he seems to have an uncle, and his sister is the only girl in the Gu family. It's foreseeable that people might show favoritism. Sigh. Oh well, what can I do? He loves his sister too. Girls should be pampered a little. My son is great too. Gu Shiyuan reached out and patted Nan Nan's little head. It's furry. When Lin Wan went upstairs, the father and his two sons had already entered the house. Gu Shiyuan sat on the sofa without any politeness, holding the two children in his arms, acting like the master of the house, and wearing a pair of slippers that didn't fit him very well. He wanted to buy a new pair of slippers right away, and it was obvious that these were the ones Ouyang Qian had worn. But once you get through this door, everything else is negotiable. Letting Lin Wan in was no different from inviting a wolf into the house. Leaving is out of the question. He had already taken a look at the house. Although the location is okay, it's too small and the decor is terrible. How can his wife and children live in a place like this? We need to get them a new house as soon as possible. Moreover, he learned from the children that this house was also rented by Ouyang Qian, so he was even less likely to live there. You're quite impolite, Lin Wan said, rolling her eyes at Gu Shiyuan. She never knew this man was so shameless. He was practically refusing to leave someone else's house. Don't ask, the answer is because of the child. In order not to spoil the children's fun, Lin Wan tried to get along peacefully with Gu Shiyuan. Actually, after the two children recognized Gu Shiyuan, she was not averse to contact with this man. The main reason she avoided him before was that she didn't want him to know about the two children. Moreover, she herself didn't realize that she felt much more relaxed with Gu Shiyuan than with Ouyang Qian. Chapter 62 The First Step in Capturing Lin Wan. Why would I be so polite at home? Right, my darlings? Gu Shiyuan smiled. Yes, the two little ones said in unison. You get too excited over a little kindness. I let you in because Nan Nan promised to cook dinner for you, and I can't deprive you of your interaction with the children. But please leave as soon as you finish eating. I'll be at work as usual tomorrow, but I hope you won't tell anyone about the two children, Lin Wan instructed. She absolutely did not want her colleagues at the company to know that she had given birth to Gu Shiyuan's two children. Yes, I understand. Gu Shiyuan nodded repeatedly. Now he'll agree to anything Lin Wan says. But agreeing is one thing, doing it is another. The three of them had already discussed their strategy when they ran upstairs. All he has to do is cooperate with their acting. Gu Shiyuan was very pleased to have such a sensible child. He really couldn't resist showing off his two children to everyone. Gu Shiyuan spent the whole afternoon with the child. Coco chattered on, mostly about the funny things that happened between her, her brother, and her mother. Moreover, she cleverly deleted all the parts about Ouyang Qian manually. Nan Nan, who is usually very quiet, would occasionally chime in with a few words. The whole house was filled with laughter and joy. Lin Wan, who had been watching them from a distance, was also affected by the atmosphere. She increasingly felt that preventing the children from reuniting with their biological father was a mistake. She truly loves children, and should prioritize their happiness. In the evening, Lin Yinan tied on her little apron and began preparing to cook. Gu Shiyuan wanted to get involved, but having never cooked before, he ended up making things worse by being clumsy and ineffective. The event ended with the kitchen being a complete mess. Fortunately, the food was served normally. Gu Shiyuan hadn't expected that his son could actually cook. He thought the child was just joking and wanted him to stay for dinner. He's lived for almost 30 years, yet he's not even as good as a 4-year-old child. The meal was enjoyed by everyone. But after the meal, Lin Wan started to kick people out. "You've finished eating, can you leave now?" Lin Wan gave him the hint to leave. "Don't think you can stay here with her forever. Is she the kind of person who compromises step by step? I'll wash the dishes. There is a dishwasher in the kitchen. Then I'll clean up the kitchen. I've finished cleaning up. Then Gu Shiyuan thought of an excuse while giving the child a meaningful look. "Why do you have so many excuses? It's getting late, go back and rest," Lin Wan said. "Okay." Gu Shiyuan only agreed verbally, without making any move. "Then why don't you leave?" Lin Wan said unhappily. "Is this man trying to stay here?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." She was already making a concession by letting him eat here for the sake of the child. "Mommy," Lin Yinan said, mustering his courage. "Could Daddy sleep with me tonight? I've been having nightmares these past few days, and I can't sleep well. I'm scared." He looked quite aggrieved as he spoke, and at first glance, it really did seem to make sense. Lin Wan, What did this kid say? Is he scared? He was already sleeping in his own room when he was just over a year old. But he never said he was afraid. No wonder everyone says that sons are like leather jackets, hot to wear in the summer and not cold in the winter. It's drafty on all sides. She wouldn't believe a single word that kid said. The two children have already turned against each other on their very first day of recognizing each other. What exactly did Gu Shiyuan say to the children behind her back? Lin Wan looked at Gu Shiyuan with a suspicious gaze. "Don't look at me like that. I didn't say anything. It's not that I don't want to leave, it's that my son can't live without me," Gu Shiyuan said shamelessly. "These two kids are really clever. They're definitely his sons. There are no pajamas, no change of clothes, and no slippers here." Lin Wan glanced at the slippers that Gu Shiyuan had long ago thrown there in the entryway. These slippers were worn by Ouyang Qian when he visited before. Gu Shiyuan is a head taller than him, so they didn't fit properly, and he simply took them off. "It's no big deal. I can have someone bring it over right away. Spending time with my son is important. Children need to feel safe so they won't be timid when they grow up. Psychological development during childhood is very important." Gu Shiyuan made up a story while calling his assistant. The father and his two sons were completely baffled by Lin Wan. How did her two beloved pets, whom she had raised for over 4 years, betray her in such a short time? How can you be so at ease with yourself? Didn't you think about how she felt as a mother? Is Daddy more important than Mommy? At this moment, Lin Wan felt a little jealous. Her child, whom she had raised with great difficulty, was bewitched by Gu Shiyan in just half a day. While Lin Wan was still in a daze, Gu Shiyuan's clothes, shoes, and other daily necessities were all delivered to her door. When the assistant came to deliver something and saw Lin Wan, she changed her address from Miss Lin to Madam. He realized that President Gu was serious this time. This is the only woman who can make Gu Shiyuan's heart flutter. She's definitely going to be his future wife. I'm going to bathe and put my son to bed now. Good night. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Gu Shiyuan picked up his son, grabbed his things, and ran off. She was terrified that Lin Wan would kick her out at any moment. Lin Wan didn't fully realize what had happened until she heard her son's bedroom door slam shut. Was she set up by Gu Shiyuan with the help of her own children? What just happened? Before she could even react, the man had already moved into her home. Is this reasonable? Mommy, let's go to sleep too. I'm sleepy, Lin Yike said, rubbing her eyes. She has to be sleepy now, otherwise her mommy will punish her soon. Coco baby, tell mommy, is it true? Before Lin Wan could finish her question, her daughter darted away. Good, good, good. These three heartless people have conspired together. Lin Wan felt that she shouldn't have brought it up. She should have insisted on taking the child away at noon. But she would soften when Gu Shiyuan said it was for the sake of the child. This man really knows how to exploit her weaknesses. After returning to his room, Gu Shiyuan casually locked the door. No one can get rid of him tonight. He's not in a hurry. This is just the first step in his pursuit of Lin Wan. He hastily gave his son a bath, and the two of them lay on the bed together, staring at each other, ready to have a chat. Lin Yinan snuggled closer to Gu Shiyuan, hugged his arm, and whispered, "Daddy, I missed you so much." Aside from expressing his love for his mother, this was the first time he had ever acted affectionately towards another person. "I feel a little uncomfortable and a little embarrassed." Chapter 63, First Day as a Father. Lin Yinan rubbed his fluffy little head against Gu Shiyuan's body. This was the first time he had experienced true fatherly love. Ouyang Qian was a good person, but he wasn't his biological father after all, and he always felt there was something between them. He had never been so close to Ouyang Qian before. Even though he had just met Gu Shiyuan today, he felt a strong urge to rely on this man, who was both strange and familiar. Gu Shiyuan pulled his son into his arms. "With Daddy by your side from now on, you don't need to pretend to be an adult anymore. You can be as spoiled as you want, and do whatever you want. Daddy will pamper you." After spending half a day together, he could tell that although the boy was young, he was very mature and acted like a little adult, protecting his mother and sister. A child's simple, "I miss you" or "Daddy" is enough for him to give everything. Lin Yinan hid in Gu Shiyuan's arms and secretly wiped away her tears. Daddy understands him. He also wanted to be a child who didn't have to think about anything, but he couldn't. Gu Shiyuan could clearly sense the child's emotions, but he didn't disturb him. He just quietly stayed with the little guy until his own emotions calmed down. "Son, does that Ouyang Qian come to our house often?" Gu Shiyuan asked. The use of the word, "our family," was anything but polite. "We were neighbors when we were abroad, and we would see each other often, but our landlady also lived with us." Lin Yinan quickly explained for his mother, "Mommy and Uncle Ouyang have always been friends. He came back to China with us, but I haven't seen him recently. He seemed to smell a very strong sour smell coming from his dad. However, Ouyang Qian seems to have disappeared recently. I don't know what he's been busy with. He hasn't even called. Does he really like your mommy?" Gu Shiyuan made no attempt to hide his sourness. There aren't many people with the surname Ouyang in Shenzhen, but he had actually heard of one family with it. Who dares to steal his woman? If it weren't for the fact that Ouyang Qian had taken good care of the two children, he could have made the entire Ouyang family disappear from Shenzhen. However, he is not an ungrateful person. One thing at a time, he will definitely be grateful for taking care of his children. However, if Ouyang insists on having feelings for Lin Wan, he won't be too polite. If Ouyang Qian voluntarily gives up Lin Wan, he will compensate the Ouyang family in terms of benefits. Yes, but Mommy only sees him as a friend, so Daddy should try harder to win Mommy's heart, Lin Yinan said honestly. Although Ouyang Qian happily told them that his mother had agreed to give dating him a try, he still didn't feel that his mother had any feelings for him other than friendship. He could remain neutral until he met Gu Shiyuan. He wouldn't interfere with whoever his mother wanted to choose. But things are different now. His heart is firmly on his father's side. If possible, he would prefer his original family members to live together. No child in this world truly wants their parents to separate. After hearing his son's words, Gu Shiyuan felt much better. Lin Wan can only be his. "It's late. How about Daddy holds you while you sleep?" Gu Shiyuan asked softly. On his first day as a father, he had no idea how to treat his child well. He will gradually integrate into their lives and slowly learn to be a good father. "Okay." Lin Yinan snuggled closer to his father. I found a comfortable position and fell asleep quickly. His broad arms made him feel very safe. Gu Shiyuan stared at his son's sleeping face as if he were guarding some rare treasure. He felt very lucky. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep and had a beautiful dream. "The last time I slept so soundly was 5 years ago, on the night I was with Lin Wan. This is probably what it means to have a sense of belonging." Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the other side, Lin Wan was wide awake. What is she doing? Why would they let this man stay here overnight? She clearly wanted to refuse, didn't she? How did it turn into a series of compromises? She felt like she was under a spell all day. She originally planned to hide her 2 children. If she could get through this year, she could terminate her contract with the Gu family without paying any penalty, and then take the children back to where she used to live, never to return. Unexpectedly, After all the hiding, the children came to their door to acknowledge their father. And Gu Shuyuan, with his thick skin, just stayed at her house like that. What if he keeps using the child as an excuse to pester them? Lin Wan's face began to burn as she thought about how this guy had forcibly kissed her twice. Huh? Mommy, why is your face all red again? Do you have a fever? Lin Yike, who had just finished taking a bath and dried her hair, was wearing a princess nightgown and reached out her little hand to touch her mother's forehead. Lin Yike, Lin Wan called out very seriously. The little guy was so scared that he immediately put his little hands down and sat up straight. If mom calls you by your full name, you're guaranteed to get scolded. If mommy is angry, you should quickly comfort her. Did you run into Gu, or your daddy, the first time you went to the company to see me? Lin Wan asked. Yes, I think my brother looks like him, and I like him a lot too. I never thought he was really my daddy. Lin Yike blinked her big eyes, looking completely innocent. If Lin Wan weren't her biological mother, she would have truly believed her. Why didn't you tell mommy you'd seen him? Lin Wan asked. Because mommy was too busy with work those few days. Lin Yike carefully observed Lin Wan's expression. Lin Yike, answer me properly. Did you recognize him as your father, and that's why you brought your brother to find him? Lin Wan's face was very serious. Her two children are indeed intelligent, but they are too intelligent. She really can't control them anymore. Yes, mommy, don't be angry, it's Coco's fault. But Coco and her brother both really want a daddy. All the other kids have one. Lin Yike looked aggrieved. This trick is absolutely the winning formula for getting under a mother's thumb. It never fails. But as they talked, the added grievances turned into genuine grievances. She really wants a daddy. I saw tears welling up in my daughter's eyes. Sure enough, Lin Wan softened immediately. She would feel that she was too fierce and scared her daughter. Moreover, her daughter's words also hurt Lin Wan deeply. No matter how much maternal love she gives her children, it can never completely replace the presence of their father. She always believed that as long as she gave enough love, the children would be happy and blessed. But the reality was not what she thought. Chapter 64. If you want me to kiss you, just say so. She shouldn't impose her own ideas on the children, thus ignoring their own needs. This is also why she repeatedly made concessions to Gu Shuyuan's behavior. Lin Wan gently hugged her daughter and said, I'm sorry, baby. Mommy didn't mean to be mean to you. But mommy also wants to tell you that children shouldn't skip school or run around on their own. It's dangerous. Haven't I told you this many times? Mommy, I'm sorry, Coco was wrong. It won't happen again. Lin Yike reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She's found her daddy, and she won't run away anymore. You should have explained your father's situation to your mother first, instead of taking your brother to meet him, understand? Lin Wan said patiently. She thought that if the children had told her about this beforehand, she would eventually compromise for the sake of their feelings and let them recognize each other as father and son. Coco was wrong. Mommy, don't be angry anymore. Lin Yike leaned on Lin Wan's shoulder. Her little hand patted Lin Wan's back casually. Mommy's not angry anymore. Tell mommy how you met daddy, Lin Wan asked, holding her daughter. Okay. Lin Yi sat up straight and began to tell the story of how she met Gu Shuyuan. That's how it happened. My brother also thinks daddy is our real daddy, so we want to find him. We didn't tell mommy because we were afraid she wouldn't let us go. Although my brother hasn't said it out loud, he really wants daddy too. We love mommy, but we love daddy too. Daddy and mommy love us very much, don't they? Lin Yike said, looking into Lin Wan's eyes. She recounted the entire process and her true feelings. She could sense that her mother didn't seem to want them to reunite with their father, and she needed to let her mother know how they felt. Mommy loves them so much, she'll definitely understand them. Lin Wan then realized that the children actually needed their father more than she had thought. Perhaps this was fate, destined that she and Gu Shuyuan would have a one-night stand, destined that she would give birth to these two children, and destined that they would recognize each other. She was confused about the future that Gu Shuyuan had mentioned. Gu Shuyuan's words to her were very direct and intense, and she naturally understood them. The children also made it clear that they hoped they could live together. But she no longer wanted to believe in love. How should she explain this to Ouyang Qian? Would the Gu family be willing to accept these two children who are not legitimate? How will the outside world view this? Can Gu Shuyuan withstand the pressure? These are all problems. Lin Wan always felt that things weren't as easy as Gu Shiyuan made them out to be. Given the Gu family's status and position, and considering that Gu Shiyuan is the eldest son, they would probably prefer him to marry a woman from a similar social class. But she was just an ordinary person with 2 children. Even if she is recognized by the Xiao family, the Gu family might not necessarily look up to her. She never imagined that she would become the daughter of the Xiao family. Having grown accustomed to an ordinary life, she always felt that the concept of a wealthy family was far removed from her life. She wants to reunite with the Xiao family mainly for the sake of her biological parents, and she hopes to be able to stay by their side in the future. Lin Wan didn't sleep well that night, waking up and falling asleep repeatedly. I always wake up with dark circles under my eyes in the morning. Good morning. When Lin Wan came out of the room, she saw Gu Shiyuan setting out their breakfast on the dining table. He had his assistant deliver this first thing in the morning. Why haven't you left yet? Lin Wan rolled her eyes at him. I'll have breakfast with you, and I'll also accompany you to take the kids to school later. Just make do for the next couple of days. They'll be transferring schools in a few days, so come and eat. Gu Shiyuan didn't treat himself like an outsider at all. Just as Lin Wan was about to refuse, the 2 little ones came over and pulled her on either side. Mommy, it's time for breakfast. We want Daddy and Mommy to take us to school together, okay? Even Lin Yike, who usually sleeps in late, woke up exceptionally early today because of Gu Shiyuan. She had been snuggling in her daddy's arms for quite a while. Today was another happy day for her. To make the children happy, Lin Wan reluctantly compromised once again. They knew exactly what tricks Gu Shiyuan was using, but they were helpless. Lin Yinan, who had always been reluctant to go to kindergarten, was unusually enthusiastic about going to school today. Right after finishing his meal, he took the initiative to put on his little school bag. They kept urging me on. He never answers when other children ask him about his dad. He wants everyone to know that he also has a father, not the bastard that others talk about. Gu Shiyuan hummed a little tune as he escorted the children to the kindergarten. He's been driving himself around lately to find Lin Wan, as his driver is on leave. The 2 little ones chattered away, talking to him nonstop. This was also the time when Lin Wan talked the most to her son. The little guy seems to have endless things to talk about with his dad. It's clear that the father and son had a very pleasant time together last night. After dropping the child off at school, Gu Shiyuan then put Lin Wan, who wanted to take a taxi to work, into the passenger seat. It wouldn't be good if someone saw me taking a taxi. Lin Wan wanted to get out of the car. This guy is using this trick again. If someone saw her taking Gu Shiyuan's car to work, she really wouldn't be able to work there anymore. What's wrong with that? We already have 2 children. You're the mother, and I'm the father. It's not illegal, Gu Shiyuan said, leaning closer to Lin Wan. Just as Lin Wan subconsciously thought this guy was going to do something to her again and reached out to push him away, Gu Shiyuan simply helped her fasten her seatbelt. The passenger needs to wear a seatbelt. Why are you pushing me? If you want me to kiss you, you can just say so. Gu Shiyuan couldn't help but smile. He loved seeing her blush with shyness. Startled like a fawn. Has no one ever told you that you're an annoying person? Lin Wan was furious. This man's tactics are always different. I'm not teasing you anymore. I'll let you get out of the car when we're near the company. Gu Shiyuan started the car. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Lin Wan was already in his grasp, and it was only a matter of time before he won her over. But he wanted her to marry him willingly. He knew all too well that forced relationships are never sweet. As promised, Gu Shiyuan let Lin Wan get out of the car in a secluded spot near the company. However, he didn't go far. Instead, he parked his car on the side of the road and followed Lin Wan's footsteps not far behind. Having reunited with his 2 children yesterday and stayed overnight at Lin Wan's house, Gu Shiyuan was in a great mood, with a smile on his face the whole time. When he walked into the company, everyone thought he was possessed. Chapter 65, Undisguised Admiration. Gu Shiyuan can laugh. This surprised everyone. Is this still their cold-faced CEO? Good morning, everyone. Gu Shiyuan was in a good mood and took the initiative to greet the passing employees. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Did the sun rise in the west today? President Gu has started to greet them proactively, something that has never happened before. Gu Shiyuan only became expressionless when passing by Shinran, completely ignoring her as he walked past her. He thought he had been blunt enough, and that Bai Xinran would have resigned voluntarily if she had any sense. He didn't expect her to come back like this again. He had already given the Bai family face. Gu Shiyuan's attitude hurt Bai Xinran's heart again. He ignores her when he greets his employees. What did she do wrong? Could it be that Gu Shiyuan was provoked by her exposing Lin Wan's true colors yesterday? This is very abnormal. Thinking of this, Bai Xinran cleverly followed Gu Shiyuan's footsteps, wanting to comfort him when he was stressed. No matter what means she uses, she must get Gu Shiyuan's body as soon as possible to bind him and make the Gu family give her an explanation. As soon as Gu Shiyuan entered the office, Bai Xinran followed him in. Yuan. A sweet, delicate voice came from behind Gu Shiyuan. He got goosebumps from hearing that. He still preferred Lin Wan calling him Gu Shiyuan in that angry little cat-like way. Call me President Gu, Gu Shiyuan said expressionlessly. Yuan. Go out all the time, it's so annoying. Gu Shiyuan couldn't stand it anymore. Yuan, are you feeling unwell? Let me keep you company. Bai Xinran wanted to get closer. Gu Shiyuan immediately stopped her. Don't come any closer, get out now. I don't want to see you, and I'm not upset about it. He was only interested in Lin Wan. Seeing Bai Xinran made him truly uncomfortable. Yuan, are you upset because of Lin Wan's pregnancy? I told you long ago that that woman is not a good person. Bai Xinran steered the conversation towards Lin Wan. She automatically ignored Gu Shiyuan's repeated requests for her to leave. Which eye of yours saw that I was agitated? Gu Shiyuan frowned. He disliked anyone speaking ill of Lin Wan. But she already has a child, Bai Xinran said tentatively. I know, they're twins, a boy and a girl, very cute. Gu Shiyuan couldn't help but smile when he mentioned his two children. He has twins, a boy and a girl, and he really wants to show them off to the world. Bai Xinran was stunned by Gu Shiyuan's expression. She even wondered if this man was starting to lose his mind. Was he praising Lin Wan's two children as cute? He was clearly very angry when he found out about this yesterday. She kept observing him, and didn't leave the office for quite a while. Are you happy? Bai Xinran looked at Gu Shiyuan in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Wan used some abnormal methods on him? Just thinking about Lin Wan taking leave yesterday afternoon gave Bai Xinran a bad feeling. If Lin Wan hadn't used some tricks, how could she have gotten Gu Shiyuan to accept the fact that she was pregnant in such a short time? She needs to talk to Uncle and Aunt Gu as soon as possible to see if they should invite a master to take a look at Gu Shiyuan, because he is acting very abnormally right now. Furthermore, she also needed to speak with the Liu family again about Lin Wan having a child, asking them to intervene. Something's really wrong. The Gu family values their reputation so much, they certainly won't let Lin Wan off easily. Thinking about how easily Lin Wan had won over Gu Shiyuan, Bai Xinran was filled with hatred. Of course, Gu Shiyuan put away his smile. The thought of Bai Xinran deliberately sowing discord between him and Lin Wan yesterday made him furious. Bai Xinran, I'm giving you two choices. Either resign immediately or work hard. Don't cause trouble, and especially don't mess with my woman. Otherwise, I won't give your father any more face, and you'll have to bear the consequences. He had already been very tolerant of Bai Xinran, and had given the Bai family enough face. He knew that Bai Xinran's personality made it absolutely impossible for her to work quietly and peacefully at the company, so he was prepared to break ties with the Bai family. He has recently collected a lot of information about Mayor Bai's actions over the years. Gu Shiyuan's words exploded in Bai Xinran's mind like a bomb. What did he just say? Lin Wan is his woman? He told her not to mess with her? Has he gone mad? That woman has a man and a child. How could he accept that? Does he even know what he's doing? Yuan, tell me, did Lin Wan do something to you? How could you accept a woman like that? Yuan. In her panic, Bai Xinran tried to get closer to Gu Shiyuan with her body. She willingly gave herself to this man. It's just a pity that they didn't want it at all. Get out, Gu Shiyuan roared. Bai Xinran ran out of Gu Shiyuan's office, crying once again becoming the laughing stock of the entire company. After crying her fill in her office, Bai Xinran finally pulled herself together. No, she couldn't admit defeat. No matter what, she can't possibly be inferior to a woman with a child. She was determined to make sure the Gu family knew about this. They would not accept Lin Wan, much less her child. Gu Shiyuan can only be hers. No one can take him away from her. A ruthless glint flashed in by Shinran's eyes. Lin Wan always eats lunch with Sister He and the others at the company cafeteria, which is clean and affordable. But Gu Shiyuan never goes to this place. He made a rare appearance here that day. While eating, he stared at Lin Wan not far away with a smile on his face, looking dazed and simple-minded. The adoration in his eyes was not concealed at all. This also drew the attention of other diners. Sister He noticed this too, and whispered, "President Gu has been watching you the whole time. And he's been grinning like an idiot." As someone who's been through it all, Sister He knows that Gu Shiyuan is completely obsessed with Lin Wan. I never expected that their CEO, Mr. Gu, would also be so obsessed with romance. Who was it that spread the rumor that President Gu likes men? He's really stupid. Like a lunatic. After saying that, Lin Wan picked up her phone and sent a message to Gu Shiyuan. "Hurry up and eat your food. Stop looking at me." Gu Shiyuan quickly replied, "I also left work a little earlier this afternoon to spend time with the kids. They really need my company right now. Coco just sent me a WeChat message saying she misses me." Chapter 66, Truly Worthy of Being His Son. Lin Wan glanced at the message and immediately put her phone away, not wanting to respond at all. This guy didn't take her words seriously. They would use the child to manipulate her. Although it really works. Last night, when her daughter hugged her and said that they needed and loved their daddy very much, she completely gave in. Because her love for children is unconditional. The children's happiness is far more important than her own. This is why Gu Shiyuan is so arrogant now. He knew all too well how much Lin Wan loved her child, and that she wouldn't refuse his current actions for the sake of the child. Moreover, Coco and Lin Wan talked about this last night, and the little guy already told him. He would take 2 more steps forward if Lin Wan would compromise on something. For example, right now, Gu Shiyuan showed no restraint and continued to stare at Lin Wan with a cheerful expression. Is this because they're afraid others might misunderstand something? Forget it. If I can't afford to offend her, can I at least avoid her? Lin Wan quickly ate a couple of bites of rice and left. She didn't want people looking at her with strange eyes. Sister He followed her closely, mainly because she wanted to be on the front lines and get a glimpse of the drama. She didn't believe Lin Wan's claim that there was nothing between her and Gu Shiyuan. Gu Shiyuan's adoring and doting gaze was unmistakable. "Xiaowan, tell me honestly, what's going on between you and President Gu?" Sister He gave a meaningful smile. The redness and swelling on Lin Wan's wrist yesterday also says something. Moreover, neither of them came in the afternoon, and today Gu Shiyuan was being blatantly ambiguous. "What do I have with him? He's just acting crazy," Lin Wan said angrily. She couldn't just tell Sister He that both of their children were Gu Shiyuan's, could she? She didn't want to talk about it too much. "But Mr. Gu seems to really like you. Aren't you going to consider him? He's tall, handsome, and rich. There's a line of women who want to marry him, but he only seems interested in you," Sister He asked. None of the company's longtime employees had ever heard of Gu Shiyuan having any women in his life, except for Bai Xinran, who had been persistently pursuing him, but without any results. However, Lin Wan didn't seem very interested, and even seemed a little resistant. "I don't want to think about it at all. We're just not compatible," Lin Wan said, slumped over her desk. She herself was unsure how she felt about Gu Shiyuan. It's difficult to make her fall in love with someone in a short period of time. Moreover, their backgrounds were completely different, and she really didn't think they were from the same world. Seeing that Lin Wan didn't want to say more, Sister He didn't ask any further questions. After all, Lin Wan has a child, and the Gu family would probably find it hard to accept. If the two of them are sure there is no future, it's better to end it now than to suffer for a long time. Mothers tend to think more about their children. After get off work, Lin Wan deliberately stayed a little longer before leaving. Everything went much smoother for her work after Bai Xinran stopped interfering. When she arrived at the company building, Lin Wan was still furtively observing her surroundings, afraid that Gu Shiyuan's car might suddenly appear. Fortunately, her fears did not come true. But when she quickly hailed a taxi and got home, she was stunned. The 2 children clung to Gu Shiyuan like little ornaments. The living room was filled with the cheerful laughter of the father and his 2 sons. Lin Yinan was nowhere near his usual mature demeanor. At this moment, he acted exactly like a 4-year-old child. She can laugh loudly, act cute, and be clingy. Lin Wan was dumbfounded when she saw Gu Shiyuan carrying one on his back and holding another in his arms. Mommy! The two little ones rushed over to Lin Wan as soon as they saw her. Good boy. Lin Wan stroked a little head with one hand, but her eyes were fixed on Gu Shiyuan, who had come uninvited. This man was still wearing his pajamas. Did he really think this was his own home? What are you doing here again? Lin Wan said unhappily. If it weren't for the familiar surroundings, she would have thought she had gone to the wrong place. I already told you, I'll come back a little earlier this afternoon to be with the kids, and you didn't refuse, Gu Shiyuan said, sounding perfectly justified. Lin Wan then realized that the message he sent her at noon meant this. She hadn't even read it carefully at the time. Now that you've had your time, can you change your clothes and leave? Lin Wan directly gave him the order to leave. They really don't treat themselves like family. No, my son says he has some special dishes he wants me to try. Isn't that right, son? Gu Shiyuan winked at Lininan. Yes, Mommy, I promise, Daddy. I'll go cook now. Mommy, you've worked hard. Take a good rest. Lininan said and ran into the kitchen. Whatever you want, Lin Wan said before returning to her room. She couldn't deprive her children of their time with their father, but she also didn't want to have too much contact with Gu Shiyuan. Since that incident 5 years ago, she has completely lost interest in romance. Even though she knew Ouyang Qian's feelings, she never thought of crossing the line. Especially after learning that Zhou Ying and Qing got married after she left, she thought that all men were like that. Completely lost hope in love. Back then, Qing also said that he would be devoted to her and would only love her for the rest of his life. But what happened next? She wasn't upset that Qing broke up with her after that incident, but she couldn't accept that he got together with Zhou Ying so quickly. The vows of eternal love we once made now seem like a joke. Even ordinary men are like this. Who can guarantee that Gu Shiyuan, a handsome and wealthy man, isn't just infatuated with her, or that his current actions are entirely for the sake of the child? Seeing that Lin Wan didn't want to talk to him, Gu Shiyuan followed his son to the kitchen. Do you need any help? Gu Shiyuan asked eagerly. No need, I can handle it myself. Daddy, you should play with my sister instead. Lininan quickly refused, thinking of his father who had made things worse yesterday. Cooking really requires talent, and he inherited his mother's talent. His CEO dad can't even wash vegetables. He looks busy in the kitchen, but it's unclear what he's busy with. In the end, he just makes things worse. He might as well do everything himself. He inherited his father's face, but his mother's practical skills, so he can be said to have inherited the best qualities of both parents. He himself thinks he's really good at picking genes. Feeling rejected, Gu Shiyuan could only hold his daughter and watch his son cook. Despite his young age, the little guy cooks with remarkable efficiency. He's only slightly taller than the stove, so he stands on a stool. Their movements were so practiced, it was heartbreaking. Gu Shiyuan felt that he and Lin Wan were really amazing to have such an awesome child. A 4-year-old who can cook, everyone who sees this would have to praise him as a prodigy. He truly is his son. Chapter 67, I will never let my child have a stepmother. Daddy should learn to cook. You should cook for Mommy. You need to put more effort into it, otherwise you won't be able to win over any girls, Lininan said to Gu Shiyuan in a mature tone while cooking. You talk like you've had a crush on someone. You're so precocious. Although Gu Shiyuan said this, he was determined to learn how to cook properly. He really wanted to cook for Lin Wan himself. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run, right? Lininan said. Even though Daddy has eaten pork, he still doesn't know how pigs run. They must have eaten there, otherwise how did he and his sister get there? Come on, I'll learn from you again today. What's so difficult about cooking? Gu Shiyuan rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. Let's salvage yesterday's dignity. The result was the same as yesterday. No progress whatsoever, and it was a complete mess again. When Lin Wan was called out by her daughter, food was already laid out on the table. Mommy, come and try this. Daddy helped my brother make dinner tonight. Daddy cooked it especially for you. Lin Yike pulled Lin Wan to the dining table. Daddy doesn't seem to be very popular with Mommy. They need to help him out. She just wants her parents to live with her forever, just like they do now, and she likes it very much. Are you learning to cook? Lin Wan asked in surprise. She thought he was just curious and it was just a passing fancy yesterday, but he actually cooked again today. This kind of young master from a wealthy family has probably never stepped into a kitchen. Yes, I learned it from my son. I wanted to cook for you, Gu Shiyuan said without batting an eye. He almost believed it himself. Actually, he can't even chop vegetables properly, let alone cook. But he made some progress today. At least he was able to wash the vegetables clean. He has a strong mental fortitude and isn't intimidated at all. Daddy has improved today. Mommy, you should try this. Daddy helped make it, Linny Nan said, pointing to a dish of green vegetables on the table. This is the simplest and least likely to be discovered. It turns out that his dad wasn't as powerful as he thought. He thought his richest dad was omnipotent, but it turns out he doesn't even know the most basic life skills. Lin Wan had doubts about Gu Shiyuan's ability to cook. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite with a suspicious look on her face. Wasn't this exactly the taste of what her son made? Now the father and his two sons are truly of one mind. Since the children are all willing to praise Gu Shiyuan, she can't very well undermine them. Give me some face. This meal was very heartwarming. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like a happy family of four. Facing Gu Shiyuan, Lin Wan gradually relaxed. She discovered that the man at home was completely different from what she had imagined. After dinner, Gu Shiyuan offered to wash the dishes, thinking as he washed them about getting a bigger house for the mother and her two children. The new house absolutely must have a dishwasher. He never wants to wash dishes again. Doing housework is indeed a very tiring thing. It takes more than an hour to wash this bowl. Anyway, they were just dawdling and didn't want to leave. He's willing to share a room with his son, as long as he can stay. The house here may be a little small, but it's home as long as my wife and kids are here. His villa was big enough, but it felt cold and lifeless. Staying here allows him to be with his child and also to get closer to Lin Wan. He was willing to wait until Lin Wan accepted him, even if she was only doing it for the child's sake. He just wanted to keep her by his side. His two children will eventually be recognized by the Gu family, and the only mother for them can be Lin Wan. He will never let his children have a stepmother in his life. Are you clean? If you are, let's go early. We should rest. Lin Wan directly gave them the order to leave. She knew this guy didn't want to leave. She cannot keep giving in. I want to spend more time with the children. I've been absent for the past few years, and it's time to make it up to them. Don't worry, I won't disturb your life. I can share a room with our son, Gu Shiyuan said with a wronged expression. Lin Wan. He can share a room with his son? What kind of talk is that? What else can he do? Do you want to move into the master bedroom? No, I'm not used to having outsiders in my house all the time. Lin Wan refused outright. She was willing to let him have more contact with the children because he was their biological father, but not to let him take advantage of her and move in. She cannot back down step by step. Gu Shiyuan is the kind of person who shines brightly when given a little encouragement. Do you really want to kick me out? I don't want to live alone. It's so lonely. I like being with the children. Gu Shiyuan looked like a wronged young wife about to be kicked out of her home. Lin Wan was stunned by this expression. How come she didn't know this man had this side to him? Mommy, please let Daddy stay. Mommy, I love sleeping with Daddy. I didn't have any nightmares yesterday. Please let Daddy stay with me. The two little ones started to plead and beg for mercy. Look, the children are reluctant to part with me. As long as you let me stay with the children, I'll agree to any condition you set. Gu Xian began to show weakness. No, it's either you leave today, or I leave. Lin Wan wasn't willing to compromise on anything. Mommy, the two little ones tried to plead. Go back to your rooms and sleep, Lin Wan said seriously. She can't keep indulging them like this. After all, she and Gu Shiyuan were not in a romantic relationship, and living under the same roof forever was not a solution. Then I'll be leaving now, don't be angry. Gu Shiyuan knew when to stop. There's still a long time ahead, so he has to take it slowly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle if he offended Lin Wan. This was the first time in his life he had ever felt so humble in front of someone. My darlings, Daddy has to go now. I'll pick you up for school tomorrow morning. Take good care of Mommy for Daddy. Good night, my darlings, Gu Xian said reluctantly. Good night, Daddy. See you tomorrow, Daddy. The two little ones each hugged Gu Shiyuan and kissed him on the cheek. Gu Shiyuan reluctantly said goodbye to the children and left. I sat in my car downstairs for a long time before driving home. In the not-too-distant future, the four of them will surely live happily together. and just thinking about it makes Gu Shiyuan feel wonderful. Lost in pleasant daydreams, the car drove into a manor and stopped near the main building. Gu Shiyuan entered the room humming a little tune. He immediately spotted his parents sitting in the living room with serious expressions, seemingly waiting for his return. Yuan, why are you so late? Where have you been? Gu's father questioned. Don't you already know, second brother? Just ask whatever you want. Chapter 68 Showdown. There's no need to beat around the bush, Gu Shiyuan said. It's obvious that Bai Xinran will come to complain. Gu Shiyuan sat down on the sofa, loosening his tie with one hand. It's perfectly normal for him to come home late. His parents never question it. However, he was also planning to lay his cards on the table today anyway. He was determined to marry Lin Wan, regardless of whether his parents agreed or not. He should be in charge of his own life. At worst, he can move out and live with Lin Wan and her son. He can also give all his assets to his younger brother. He can simply step down and live a peaceful life with his wife and children. No one can arrange his marriage, not even his parents. You have the nerve to say that? Humph, do you even respect us? What did I tell you last time? It's fine to play around with other women, but you actually took it seriously? Father Gu was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at his mother. He had already turned a blind eye to Lin Wan's existence, even though Bai Xinran hadn't complained. He would definitely protect his own son. But now this kid is going too far. He even told Bai Xinran that he wants to be with Lin Wan. With the Gu family status, how could they possibly let their son marry a woman with a child? Besides, they had heard that Lin Wan had a man. What kind of situation is this? Although their eldest son has been very opinionated and difficult to discipline since childhood, they had no choice but to intervene in his marriage. Although the marriage alliance may seem like a sacrifice of personal happiness, it is the best way to maintain stability for the entire Gu family. This is no child's play. No matter what, they couldn't marry such a woman. How could they, as Gu family members, put their faces down? They would become a laughingstock in Shenzhen's upper-class circles. Even if the daughter-in-law isn't Bai Xinran, she should at least be a wealthy heiress of equal social standing. Their in-laws must be either rich or powerful, possessing either power or money. When I didn't want to date, you pressured me, but now that I want to, you're against it, Gu Shiyuan said with a cold laugh. He disagreed with his parents' views and didn't like being controlled. Since his father retired, the Gu family has been under his control, and he doesn't want to be manipulated by others. We don't object to you dating, but you can't date just any woman, Gu's mother said, her face full of displeasure. She has very high standards for her future daughter-in-law. She wouldn't accept someone else's child. This would make us a laughingstock. Wan is fine, Gu Shiyuan said. Okay, even if she has a child, it's okay. She's divorced, and you're already with her? You didn't even tell us about something this big. Let me make this clear. The Gu family will never raise someone else's child. Mr. Gu became increasingly angry as he spoke. Didn't Bai Xinran already tell you all? Do I need to tell you? Gu Shiyan narrowed his eyes. He originally wanted to tell his parents the good news that they had a grandchild. But Bai Xinran's behavior still disgusted him. This woman must be eliminated. He hates anyone who tries to control him, except for Lin Wan. If they hadn't kindly told us, how long were you planning to keep it a secret? Gu's mother questioned. Although her son is very opinionated, he is also very filial and rarely disobeys them. Ever since Lin Wan came into the picture, my son has changed a lot. This further worsened Gu's mother's impression of Lin Wan. How could an ordinary woman with a child dream of marrying into the Gu family and becoming a wealthy wife? That's just wishful thinking. I didn't intend to hide it from you, otherwise you wouldn't have known, Gu Shiyuan said. He was very dissatisfied with his parents' actions. If they were to arrange a marriage, how was he any different from a pawn? He is a human being, a living, breathing human being. He has human rights, the right to choose his own partner, and he does not want anyone to interfere in his marriage. For him, the foundation of marriage is love, and love is pure. He will absolutely not interfere in his children's marriages once they grow up. Look at you. Xinran is a young woman, and she's already gone to so much trouble. How could you treat her like this? You didn't give her any face at the company. How am I supposed to explain this to Mayor Bai? Mr. Gu coughed angrily. He already knew how Gu Shiyuan treated Bai Xinran at the company. Mayor Bai's career is currently at its peak, and he may even be promoted further in the future. Marrying Bai Xinran would surely ensure the Gu family's meteoric rise and maximize their profits. He didn't want his family's business to be ruined in his hands. Even if he doesn't marry Bai Xinran, he doesn't want his son to marry a woman with a child. This Lin Wan is absolutely unacceptable. I've already said I didn't want Bai Xinran to stay in the company, but you insisted on putting her in. As for Mayor Bai, I don't have any relationship with him. You can't sacrifice your own son for your own benefit. Gu Shiyuan's tone was full of resentment. The parents prioritized their own interests and personal relationships over their biological son. This chilled him to the bone. He won't accept this arrangement, and neither will his younger brother. He's a father now, and as a father, he will love his child unconditionally. Therefore, he finds it difficult to understand his parents' thoughts and actions. Father Gu stammered. Wasn't I doing this for your own good? Do you think anyone can just marry Bai Xinran? Do you even know who Mayor Bai's father-in-law is? How can you only see immediate gains? Mr. Gu became more and more agitated as he spoke. How can a real man disregard the bigger picture for a little bit of love and romance? He felt he was paving the way for his son. Gu Shiyuan did not answer his father's question directly, but changed the subject. Do you two want to have grandchildren? He also wanted to know where his grandchildren ranked in his parents' hearts. If profit is still more important, then the two children don't need to go back to the family home to reunite. He can just move out. At worst, he can just change his surname to Lin Wan's. Of course we want that. Your mother and I have always hoped you would get married and have children, as you know. But the child can only be your own. We will not raise someone else's child. The Gu family cannot let outsiders ruin its bloodline, Gu's father said firmly. The Gu family is the wealthiest family in Shenzhen. If they bring two children from other families home, how will he ever face anyone again? Even if the two children changed their surnames and took their surname Gu, he would not accept it. Changing your surname won't help if you're not a descendant of their family. Anyway, Lin Wan and her two children can't come in. If she can't bear to leave her son, she can raise him outside. Just give him money. Isn't this kind of woman just after money? Oh, is that so? What if Lin Wan's child is my biological child? Would you still be so adamant? Gu Shiyuan said, leaning back on the sofa with a half smile. Chapter 69, I will marry no one but Lin Wan. Of course, that's a different story when it comes to one's own children. Father Gu immediately changed his tune. If they were his own grandchildren, he would of course take them home. But Lin Wan wanted to come in, but that wasn't allowed. You said it yourself. Gu Shiyuan had a wicked expression on his face. He took out his phone, opened an album full of photos of his two children, and placed it in front of his parents. My dear granddaughter, take a look. Gu Shiyuan's face still carried pride and smugness. He wanted to see how his parents would pressure him further. This. Mr. Gu stared at the photos on his phone, completely dumbfounded. He thought his son's words were just to find out his thoughts. He never expected that the two children were actually his own. He's a grandfather now? Looking at the two beautiful dolls on her phone, Gu's mother was so excited she almost cried. Yuan, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell us sooner? She would have taken these two wonderful children home to raise long ago if she had known they existed. What are you doing raising your own children outside? They all assumed that Lin Wan had two children with another man and was now trying to climb the social ladder by marrying into their family, hoping her two children would rise to prominence. As a result, Lin Wanqing's two children were from the Gu family. How come she never knew her son had been in a relationship? They hadn't even seen him interact with any woman. They only recently learned about Lin Wan. She went to great lengths to get her son married and had children as soon as possible. They introduced him to many heiresses from wealthy families, but he didn't like any of them and wouldn't even get to know them. It was only because they insisted on giving him Bai Xinran that he was accepted. She even questioned her son's sexual orientation. As a result, they received a big surprise today. Since they got older, the couple's biggest wish has been to have a grandchild. Two of them came right away. 5 years ago, the children were over 4 years old. They were twins, a boy and a girl. They grew up abroad and only recently returned. Their mother, Lin Wan, raised them all by herself. I owe them a lot, Gu Shiyuan said apologetically. Just thinking about it makes me realize how difficult Lin Wan's life has been these past few years. He not only wants to make it up to the children, but also to Lin Wan. They've grown so much. Gu's mother looked at the photo with great delight. Judging from her son's account, she guessed that even he himself had only recently learned of the existence of the two children. In other words, Lin Wan did not use the child as leverage to force her to marry into their family, and her impression of Lin Wan improved slightly. "Have you done a paternity test?" Mr. Gu asked, suppressing his excitement. He felt that it was best to have the DNA test done, since it concerned the bloodline of the Gu family and the distribution of their assets. "What's the point of any appraisal? Look at this little boy. He looks exactly like a Yuan when he was a child. What's the point of any appraisal? He's our own grandson." Mother Gu was so happy that she wiped away tears. Her grandson looks so much like her son when he was a child that there's no need for any testing. It's obvious at a glance, and she wouldn't doubt it at all. As for the little girl, she doesn't look much like the son. She probably takes after her mother. The two children are twins, so the little girl can only be their granddaughter. After so many years of waiting, I finally have both a grandson and a granddaughter. The elderly couple were a little taken aback. I felt happy, excited, and confused all at the same time. That's wonderful. The Gu family finally has an heir. The elderly couple looked through their son's photo album again and again, liking it more and more each time. What wonderful children they are. It's just a pity about their mother. It is still difficult for them to accept, as the concept of social class is deeply rooted in their minds. A daughter-in-law from an ordinary background is unlikely to be of much help to their family, and may even be ridiculed by other wealthy families in Shenzhen. If they could, they would just leave the two children behind and give Lin Wan some money so she could leave. The children can live the best life and receive the best education in Gujia. If Lin Wan loves these two children, she should know what is the best outcome for them. What they could give the children, Lin Wan could never give back in her lifetime. However, it seems unlikely that the son will agree. "Do you like it?" Gu Shiyuan asked. He did it on purpose. You could tell how much his parents loved the two children just by looking at their expressions. However, based on his understanding of his parents, he knew that their liking for the two children did not equate to their liking for Lin Wan, and they would definitely have objections to Lin Wan's identity. So he deliberately didn't mention the relationship between Lin Wan and the Xiao family, leaving his parents with a big secret. Let them know that their ideas are wrong. It also lets them know that no one can interfere in his life. "Yes, of course I love them. These two children are so good-looking. They both look just like you," Mrs. Gu praised. "When are you going to bring them home so your father and I can see them?" She couldn't wait to see the two little ones and hear them call her grandma. "You can see the children, and you can take them back. But I have one condition. The children cannot have a stepmother. Their mother can only be Lin Wan, who raised them with great difficulty. As for me," Gu Shiyuan said solemnly to his parents, "I will marry no one but Lin Wan in this life. Don't have any other ideas." He didn't need to ask to know that his parents were definitely considering whether to let the mother stay or keep the child. This is absolutely impossible for him. "You're even threatening us now." Father Gu's face darkened again. His own son dared to threaten him for the sake of a woman. He just wanted his son to marry a woman of equal social standing. What did he do wrong? Yes, Gu Shiyuan admitted it readily. He intended to threaten him. "You're turning against us for a woman? We're your own parents," Mr. Gu said angrily. "Just because you are my biological parents, I don't understand why you don't consider my happiness. Wan Wan raised the child all by herself, which was very hard. I owe her a debt that I must repay. No one is allowed to separate her from the children. You need to think carefully about whether you want to acknowledge the children back. If you want to hear them call you grandpa and grandma, you have to agree to my conditions. I'm tired, I'm going to rest." After saying this, Gu Shiyuan turned and walked upstairs without looking back. They didn't give their parents a chance to refuse. He knew that the two children were Lin Wan's life. She couldn't lose them, and he couldn't lose her either. They've really grown wings and started to rebel. Father Gu slammed his fist on the table in anger. They were at their wits' end after their son's repeated words. Becoming grandparents has been their long-cherished wish. With their son approaching 30 and unwilling to even date, they were already worried about his marriage. Now that they suddenly have a child, they should be happy. But they really didn't approve of the woman their son wanted to marry. Chapter 70, Gu Shiokai. "Calm down, you're getting old. Don't get so easily angered," Gu's mother advised. After seeing the photos of the two children, her heart began to waver. If her son is so determined, she will definitely give in. Look at the son you raised. Now he's all grown up and doesn't respect us anymore. How old is he, and he's still so willful? Mr. Gu was still very angry. Accustomed to being in charge, he dislikes being contradicted and hates being threatened. He has always maintained that he has been in charge of the family for so many years and is much more experienced than his young and impetuous son. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. You're blaming me now? Have you ever let me interfere in our son's education? Gu's mother retorted, clearly unhappy. Her husband, Lao Gu, is good in every way, except that he's feudal, conservative, and stubborn. Mr. Gu was speechless after being rebuked. He had been primarily responsible for the education of his two sons, especially his eldest son, Gu Xuan, who had been groomed as his heir since birth. Why don't we just acknowledge Miss Lin as our family? Being together as a family is more important than anything else. I don't want the two children to be left out in the cold. Besides, don't you know a Yuan's personality? If you don't acknowledge him, he definitely won't let you see the two children, Gu's mother said again. Doesn't she know her own son well? Once Gu Shuyuan has made up his mind, no one can change it. And she can't wait to see her two children. Just thinking about the two adorable faces in the photo made Gu's mother wish she could bring them home immediately. Accept? You make it sound so easy. If we accept this daughter-in-law, where will I put my old face? Humph. Go to sleep. Father Gu turned and left. Although he said that, ever since he learned about the existence of his two little grandchildren, he felt an itch in his heart like a cat scratching at him. I really want to hear the two children call me Grandpa. However, he could not compromise so easily. He had to prioritize the overall situation of his family. The best outcome would be to keep both children and allow their son to marry a daughter-in-law they both desire. Come out. Aren't you tired of eavesdropping? As soon as Gu Shuyuan went upstairs, he saw a suspicious-looking guy around the corner. Brother, I have a nephew and niece. Why didn't you tell me sooner? A face that resembled Gu Shuyuan's, but was younger, emerged from the shadows. He is Gu Shoukai, the second son of the Gu family and Gu Shuyuan's younger brother. He had been hiding upstairs, eavesdropping on the conversation between his parents and older brother downstairs. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a huge, juicy secret. His older brother, who was known for his aversion to women, had secretly fathered two children outside the marriage. He said his older brother must have some skills. It seems that his future sister-in-law is Lin Wan, the company designer his parents have been mentioning these past few days. He listened to the whole process when Bai Xinran came to complain. However, he supports his older brother. He dislikes Bai Xinran and opposes arranged marriages. Anyway, if his parents arrange a marriage for him in the future, he will definitely run away. Yes, they're twins, a boy and a girl. Your older brother is amazing, isn't he? Gu Shuyuan couldn't hide his smile. Lin Wan and her two children constantly tugged at his emotions. Amazing, Gu Shoukai exclaimed in praise. He had never seen his older brother laugh so much in his life. It seemed that his future sister-in-law must be a very good woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have won his older brother's heart. There are women all over Shenzhen and even Kyoto who are pursuing his older brother, but they all end up getting rejected. He's starting to wonder what kind of person his sister-in-law really is. Would you like to see the child? Gu Shuyuan asked. He finally got a chance to show off his baby. He never understood what was so special about his child until he became a father himself. Seeing how wonderful his child was, he couldn't help but want to show off. Of course I want to. Gu Shoukai's face was full of anticipation. He had just overheard his mother saying that his nephew looked exactly like his older brother when they were young, which made him even more curious about just how similar they were. Come with me. Gu Shuyuan waved and walked towards his room first. Gu Shuyuan loves his younger brother very much, and the older he gets, the more he realizes that his relationship with his brother is much more harmonious than his relationship with his parents. This younger brother is his biggest fan, his little shadow. Although the two are quite different in age, they always have common topics to talk about. Gu Shuyuan also dotes on his only younger brother. Gu Shoukai followed his older brother into the room, all excited and eager. Here you go. Gu Shuyuan opened his photo album without hesitation. When Gu Shoukai saw the child's photo, his eyes widened. Holy crap! It looks so much like the child. It's like a copy and paste. Gu Xiaokai looked at the photo of his older brother when he was a child on the table, and then at the photo of his nephew in his phone's album. The nephew looked more like his brother than he did. It's not an exaggeration to say they're exactly the same. He bears a striking resemblance to his older brother, though he has a more youthful appearance, clearer eyes, and more expressive and lively features. The two brothers have completely different personalities. One is quiet, aloof, and mature. The other is passionate, outgoing, and energetic. The older brother is called Nan Nan, and the younger sister is called Ku Ku, Gu Shuyuan added. But they both take their mother's surname, which is now Lin. Lin Nan, Lin Ku. He never thought about changing the child's name. It's just a title. Nothing is as important as blood ties. Doesn't Coco look like my sister-in-law? Gu Xiaokai looked at his nephew and niece, his heart filled with joy. He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity just looking at the photos. Blood ties are truly amazing. I feel like his little niece looks a bit like Xiao Wen from the Xiao family. Yes, she looks just like your sister-in-law when she was little, Gu Shuyuan said. The image of Xiao Ro, whom he had seen when he was a child, flashed into his mind. Fate is a truly wonderful thing. His parents once lamented that if Xiao Ro, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, hadn't been lost, he would have been the perfect match for her. They never expected that they would meet again after all the twists and turns. Moreover, he was very pleased that his younger brother addressed Lin Wan as sister-in-law, thinking the boy was quite savvy. While flipping through the photo album, Gu Xiaokai used his older brother's WeChat to send messages to his own account. These photos opened his eyes. This collection includes not only photos of the children, but also many photos of the older men with the children. It's clear that the eldest brother is genuinely happy when he's with the children, a stark contrast to his life at home. No wonder the eldest brother said he wouldn't marry anyone but his sister-in-law. When Bai Xinran came to their house to complain, swearing that the woman who was clinging to his older brother had already given birth, they felt that there was definitely something fishy going on. Bai Xinran's words are not credible. He was right. However, his older brother gave him a huge surprise. He actually became an uncle like that. His brother really kept it a secret. Chapter 71 Gu Shuyuan's Little Scheme. Even though he hadn't met Lin Wan yet, Gu Xiaokai was already giving his future sister-in-law a high score. His older brother's judgment must be correct. As for Bai Xinran, it was always just wishful thinking on her part. He had expressed his dissatisfaction to his parents about this matter many times. In any case, he did not agree to Bai Xinran becoming his sister-in-law. He had already made it clear that if his parents forced him to marry a woman he didn't like, he would run away from home. He was much more dashing than his older brother when it came to doing things. However, the two had different training directions, and Gu Shuyuan had many more concerns than his younger brother. This is also a major reason why Gu Shuyuan has been able to tolerate Bai Xinran's domineering behavior. But he is different now. He is much stronger than before, and no one can threaten him. At the same time, he also developed a weakness, and someone he wanted to protect with his whole life. Brother, when can I see the child? Gu Xiaokai asked eagerly. He didn't care whether the child's surname was Lin, Gu, or whatever. He was still his nephew. He always thought he didn't like children, but now he realizes that he just doesn't like other people's children. I just changed my phone wallpaper to a picture of my two kids. This requires your sister-in-law's consent, Gu Shuyuan said. But she shouldn't refuse. He himself didn't realize that he, who was always decisive and uncompromising, now put Lin Wan's ideas first in everything he did. My goodness, is this really my brother? He's not even married yet, and he listens to his wife in everything. TSK, I never expected this. Gu Xiaokai joked. I never expected his older brother to be such a henpecked husband. He's not just a henpecked husband, he'll be a henpecked husband forever. The look on his brother's face when he mentioned Coco was so full of doting affection. That's true. The Gu family hasn't had a girl for generations, and Coco is their only little princess. Stop teasing me. You'll see when you start dating. Gu Shuyuan's smile couldn't fade. Love really is sweet. No, I don't want to date. I'd rather be a monk, Gu Xiaokai said, waving his hand. He has never liked any girl until now. Although many girls liked him when he was young, he was not interested in any of them. All right, go be a monk then. Go back to your room and chant sutras. I'm going to sleep. Gu Shiyuan raised his long leg and kicked his younger brother in the butt. Lying in bed, Gu Shiyuan's mind was filled with Lin Wan, and he suffered from insomnia almost all night. No, he had to get Lin Wan to move to his side immediately. Gu Shiyuan settled the kindergarten arrangements for the two children as quickly as possible. However, he also used a little trick of his own. They deliberately chose a school for their child that was far from Lin Wan's home, almost requiring them to cross half of Shenzhen to get there. It's not only far from Lin Wan's home, but also quite a distance from the company. Furthermore, elite schools do not provide school buses. Every day when students go to and from school, there are all sorts of luxury cars lining up to pick up and drop off those young masters and ladies. This put Lin Wan in a difficult position. Living in her current place, she has to leave home at around 6 a.m. every morning to take her child to school. Moreover, she didn't buy a car after returning to China, so she can only take taxis, which are very expensive. The key issue is that she has to get up at around 5 a.m. every day. Her son is all right, but her daughter, who loves to sleep in, definitely won't be able to get up. Most importantly, even after dropping her child off at school, she might still be late for work. This is too rushed. It's a long-term battle. It's exhausting for both adults and children. Lin Wan complained a little, but Gu Shiyuan said that this kindergarten had the best educational resources in the entire city of Shenzhen and was very difficult to get into. It would be a pity if she didn't go. He was doing it for the child's own good. This was something Gu Shiyuan had discussed with the children long ago, all for one purpose: to move. The father and his two sons shared the common wish that the four of them could live together, and they quickly reached an agreement. Only Lin Wan was kept in the dark. This is causing her great distress. For the sake of her child's future, she is unwilling to give up such excellent educational resources. But the houses there were simply not options for her, and the rent was several times more expensive than in other places. Lin Wan looked at Gu Shiyuan, hesitant to speak. How about we move to a place near the school? That way you won't have to get up so early, and the kids can sleep in a little longer, Gu Shiyuan suggested. He had been waiting for these words for a long time, just waiting for Lin Wan to start to struggle. Moving isn't out of the question, but living near the school is not an option. The houses there are incredibly expensive, let alone buying them, Lin Wan said listlessly. As her boss, doesn't Gu Shiyuan know how much she earns a month? This is far beyond her means. School district properties near kindergartens often cost tens of millions of yuan, and villas can even cost hundreds of millions. Is this something an ordinary person like her should consider? I can take care of the housing. It's not like I'm asking you to pay for it, Gu Shiyuan said. He disliked Lin Wan for calculating everything with him so clearly, as it made him feel very distant. Especially when it comes to children, even though they are also the children's parents. He just wanted her to rely on him more and not be too independent. No, you're already paying for the child's tuition. I can't take advantage of you. I also have a duty to support the child, Lin Wan refused. She knew that Gu Shiyuan was very rich. He could easily throw out enough money to support an ordinary person for a lifetime. But she didn't want to depend on her for everything. She agreed to let the children reunite with him not for his money, but simply because the children needed a father. She didn't want to owe him too much. The house is registered in the child's name, not yours, so you don't need to feel guilty. There's a villa next to the kindergarten that I bought a few years ago, and it's now registered in the children's names. It belongs to both of them jointly. You're the children's mother, so naturally you have the right to live here. And I'm their father, so it's only right that I buy them a house. What's mine is theirs, Gu Shiyuan said generously. A house worth a little over 100 million is nothing to him. Huh. Lin Wan's forehead was covered in question marks. The most expensive villa in the prestigious kindergarten district was given to her two children? Why didn't anyone tell her about something so important? Even if you have money, you don't have to be so reckless. Don't overthink it. I'm doing this for the children's good, aren't I? Don't rush to reject me. Moving there is definitely the best choice for the children, including their future social circles, which are all upper class in Shenzhen, Gu Shiyuan said. Chapter 72, Precise Control. They keep saying it's all for the good of the children. His key to understanding Lin Wan's psychology was the child. Because she truly loves children, she is willing to give everything for them, including being with them. Gu Shiyuan was well aware of this. so he gradually worked with the children to instill it in them. Gu Shiyuan's words silenced Lin Wan. This was indeed the best choice, and she had no reason to refuse. But he always felt awkward, as if she was taking advantage of him all along. However, from the children's perspective, Gu Shiyuan's approach was correct. Whether for the children's studies or their safety, it was undoubtedly the best course of action. Perhaps she should seriously consider moving? Think it over carefully. Don't feel guilty. I am the children's father and have a duty to raise them. It is only right for me to do anything for them. And you giving birth to them is the greatest sacrifice you have made. Gu Shiyuan tried to persuade Lin Wan. He had always felt guilty about this. He didn't know she was pregnant and wasn't by her side. In recent years, she has been working, studying, and raising her child all at the same time while living abroad. I don't know how difficult it will be. Lin Wan endured the most difficult times on her own and still raised both children very well. He only paid some money that he didn't need at all. For him, these things are nothing and cannot make up for his absence over the past few years. Gu Shiyuan persuaded Lin Wan for a long time before she finally wavered. Looking at the house she hadn't lived in for very long, she sighed and said, "Then let's move." She had no choice but to do what was best for the children. "Okay, move in as soon as possible, and you can start school on Monday. It was renovated last year and cleaned up. You can move in any time." Gu Shiyuan couldn't hide his happiness. He knew she would agree. As a parent himself, he was willing to give everything for his child, and he believed that Lin Wan would love the child even more than he did. "Are we moving to a bigger house?" Lin Yike's big eyes were practically sparkling. "Daddy, I want a princess room. Daddy has prepared everything for you. A very, very big princess room. Do you like it?" Gu Shiyuan coaxed his daughter. He clearly loves his son just as much, but he always finds himself wanting to pamper his daughter more. Perhaps this is what my brother meant by a daughter slave? "Then I'll move my computer over there too," Lininan said excitedly. "No need to move. Daddy will buy you a new one, fully equipped, and set up a gaming room for you right away. But kid, play on the computer too much, it's bad for your eyes." Gu Shiyuan rubbed his son's head. This kid not only looks like him, but even has the same hobbies. He's been a computer whiz since he was a child, and he never imagined that his son, who's only in kindergarten, could already type and use a computer so skillfully. "Thank you, Daddy," Lininan said excitedly. He actually has plenty of money. He could afford not only a computer, but even his dad's villa. But he just loves how much his dad loves him. "By the way, there's something I wanted to tell you. I've already told my parents about the children, and they know they exist. My younger brother also wants to see the children first. Is that all right?" Gu Shiyuan asked. "You have a younger brother?" Lin Wan asked. She was prepared for the Gu family to find out about the two children. As long as they didn't try to take the children away, it would be good for the children to have more relatives. Gu Shiyuan had promised her that no one would try to take the child away. The child can reunite with the Gu family, or go home to visit the elderly, but must be raised by her side. Neither can leave her. Gu Shiyuan agreed to all of them. What she didn't expect was that Gu Shiyuan actually had a younger brother. She thought he was an only child because she had never heard him mention his siblings. "Yes, it's my younger brother, Gu Shiokai, who's still in college. He really wants to see the two kids," Gu Shiyuan said. He hadn't had a chance to tell Lin Wan about his family situation yet. It's not too late to introduce it in detail when we meet. Moreover, his younger brother has always been well protected, and many people outside the family do not know that the Gu family actually has two sons. They still don't want their younger brother, who wasn't considered an heir, to appear in the public eye too much. "Okay," Lin Wan agreed readily. "Daddy, is Uncle handsome?" Linny asked, hugging Gu Shiyuan's neck. She thought that since he was her uncle, he must be very handsome. After all, her dad was already so handsome. She's a total looks-obsessed person. Her looks determine how much she loves her uncle. "Very handsome." Gu Shiyuan gave a very objective evaluation. If he's the most handsome man in Shenzhen, then his younger brother is definitely the second most handsome. "Will he be more handsome than Daddy?" Lin Yike asked. "Do you think there's anyone in this world more handsome than your dad?" Gu Shiyuan asked deliberately. "Of course not. Daddy is the most handsome man in the world." Lin Yike looked at her father's face. Yes, that's right. She wasn't lying at all. Of all the men she had ever met, none were as handsome as her father. Didn't you used to say I was the most handsome? Lin Nan said quietly. My sister used to say that ever since Daddy came along, he's been relegated to second place. Then brother and Daddy are tied for first place. They're both equally handsome. Lin Yike immediately started serving water. She can't show favoritism. I'll reluctantly believe you for now, Lin Nan snorted. Give your sister some face. The father and his two sons joked and played around together again. Lin Wan gradually got used to this kind of life, and the atmosphere of interaction between father and son continued to influence her. This made her even more convinced that it was the right choice for her to agree to their recognition of each other. Since her father came into the picture, she has noticed that her two children have become much more cheerful and have been smiling more often. However, when evening came, Gu Shiyuan was still pitifully kicked out. Okay, he can wait. Lin Wan will be moving into his house soon. Since being angered to tears by Gu Shiyuan and then complaining to the Gu family twice, Bai Xinran has taken a few days off from work. Her parents were also quite angry about Gu Shiyuan's actions, telling her to quit her job and not to put up with this. They said the family would just arrange a better job for her. This is outrageous. But she still stubbornly came to work at Gu's again. She couldn't give up on the person she had liked since she was a teenager. She had tried, and during the days she rested at home, Gu Shiyuan was all she could think about. I keep wondering if he's back with Lin Wan, or if he's helping Lin Wan take care of her child. Chapter 73, Make You Apologize. The more Bai Xinran thought about it, the more upset she became. Moreover, she received information from her informants in the design department that Lin Wan and Gu Shiyuan seemed to be getting closer and closer these past few days. They also saw Lin Wan get into Gu Shiyuan's car after get off work, and saw two children in the distance, presumably Lin Wan's two children. Bai Xinran went to the company with a stiff upper lip. As long as she hasn't resigned, she remains the deputy director of the design department, and Lin Wan will be under her command. The order she gave to Lin Wan a few days ago hasn't been checked yet. Don't think that just because Gu Shiyuan dotes on her, she can avoid doing any work. The old lady from the Ouyang family is a regular customer of their company. She is rich, but she is extremely picky. She specifically chose this list to train Lin Wan's abilities. Just as she expected, the old lady of the Ouyang family was not satisfied with Lin Wan's initial design draft and had already complained to her. She had to go to the company to see how Lin Wan had made a fool of herself. Where are the talents we promised to recruit with high salaries? Is that all the ability you have? She even suspected that Lin Wan had seduced Gu Shiyuan first, which was why she was specially recruited. When Bai Xinran reappeared in the design department, wearing high heels and walking with her head held high, everyone was taken aback. Everyone assumed that Bai Xinran would definitely resign because of what happened last time. Anyone would find that intolerable. I never expected her to be so shameless. Good morning, Director Bai. Good morning, Director Bai. Hello, Director Bai. Everyone greeted each other and then quickly left. Nobody wants to get too close to Bai Xinran. Otherwise, they might be targeted for making things difficult if they say something wrong. That's how exaggerated it is, so everyone avoids her. After arriving at the company, Bai Xinran went straight to the design department and stood arrogantly next to Lin Wan. What's wrong with you? You can't even complete such a simple task. Everyone held their breath, eager to see what Bai Xinran was up to today. Now that Gu Shiyuan is so obviously protecting Lin Wan, everyone can see it, but Bai Xinran is the only one who still wants to walk right into the line of fire. Everyone guessed the ending, except for Bai Xinran, who refused to believe she was a clown. People from other departments even stopped at the entrance of the design department to watch the drama unfold. They wanted to know how far Lin Wan and Gu Shiyuan had progressed, and even more so, they wanted to know when Bai Xinran would finally be kicked out. It can be considered as venting the anger of those who were bullied by her. It's understandable that someone from a third-rate school who didn't graduate with a relevant degree would be parachuted into the design department as deputy director through family connections, since they really have powerful backing. However, her bullying of others in the company because of her powerful connections made her disliked by many people. They're just hoping to see her make a fool of herself. Oh, Director Bai is here at work. I thought you weren't coming anymore, Lin Wan said without any politeness. Her politeness and tolerance only resulted in repeated difficulties. I originally thought I could just endure it for a year. But later she also realized that no matter whether she had contact with Gu Shiyuan or not, as long as she had this face, she would definitely become a thorn in by Shinran's side. The other party will not tolerate her. A soft persimmon will be squeezed until it is crushed. Moreover, she also thought that Bai Shinran would not come again. Gu Shiyuan had already told her that he wanted to promote Sister He to the position of deputy director. In terms of seniority, education, and workability, Sister He is qualified for this position. Recently, Lin Wan has been in more contact with Gu Shiyuan because of the child, and she has only recently learned that Bai Shinran was someone Gu's father insisted on planting in the family. Gu Shiyuan himself did not intend to keep her, and had no ambiguous relationship with this woman. Bai Shinran was furious. She didn't expect Lin Wan to talk to her like that. It seems her previous weakness was all an act. Now that she has Gu Shiyuan as a powerful figure to rely on, she doesn't need to be afraid of her anymore, right? During work hours, the only thing we should talk about is work. Director Bai, you can just say whatever you need to say. Lin Wan's tone was very calm. She didn't want to listen to any more nonsense from the other party. She knew Bai Shinran came with malicious intent the moment she arrived today. She didn't want to use Gu Shiyuan to do anything to Bai Shinran, but rather that such a person was unfriendly to every employee in the company. She had also heard many complaints from other colleagues. What? Aren't I talking to you about work? The customer is dissatisfied with the order I gave you. Isn't that your own problem? You can't even do something this simple. Are you even thinking about your job? If you can't do it, then quit. Don't just take the company's money for nothing, Bai Shinran said arrogantly. She looked down at Lin Wan with an air of superiority. Now that Lin Wan has made a mistake at work, shouldn't her supervisor criticize her a bit? Even if Gu Shiyuan came, he couldn't find fault with her. She hated Lin Wan's current attitude towards her. Did she really think that just because she slept with Gu Shiyuan, she was Mrs. Gu? The Gu family would never allow Lin Wan to enter their home, let alone accept her child. She knew very well how much people in this circle cared about their reputation. Even if Bai Shinran doesn't end up marrying Gu Shiyuan, she won't allow Lin Wan to be the one to do so. I designed this order according to the customer's own requirements. If they are not satisfied, they can communicate with me directly, and I can make modifications. It's not like Director Bai is trying to fire me on his own initiative. I don't think you have that right, Lin Wan retorted directly. She's completely fed up with it now. If Bai Shinran continues like this, she is planning to resign. Regarding the compensation, she thought that Gu Shiyuan wouldn't make things too difficult for her for the sake of the children, since she was earning money to support them. The breach of contract penalty has been settled, and she can find another job at any time. It will be difficult to return to the country. The two children are extremely dependent on Gu Shiyuan now. She can't leave, so she will have to let the children see their father at least once a month. She'd accept any job she found in the future, even if it didn't pay as well as her current one. At least she wouldn't have to put up with all the mistreatment every day. Bai Shinran is like a ticking time bomb, always ready to explode at any moment. Over time, she's afraid her mental health will suffer. She had heard from her colleagues about this difficult client. The client was very picky and would ask for the same design from anyone, no matter who they chose. The design would be rejected after going through 10 or 8 drafts, but the client insisted on ordering from their company. Bai Shinran deliberately gave her such a difficult client, and Lin Wan had already mentally prepared herself for this. It was also the first time in her career that a client had criticized her. The client paid for the design, so you have to make sure they are satisfied. Now they are not satisfied with your design and are asking you to redesign it and apologize. Chapter 74, Because I Love Her. Bai Shinran raised her eyebrows as she spoke. She had also met the old lady of the Ouyang family because of business matters. It's true that people are dissatisfied. However, it was Lin Wan who took the initiative to suggest that Lin Wan apologize. This old lady is very difficult to deal with. She just wants to see how Lin Wan makes a fool of herself and is ridiculed. Just thinking about it makes me feel so proud. Gu Shiyuan wouldn't let her openly target Lin Wan, so she'd have to deal with her secretly. She's not the only one making a fool of herself in this company. The Ouyang family is considered one of their major clients, and the old lady really likes their finished products. No matter how protective Gu Shiyuan is of his own, he can't directly offend customers, otherwise it will damage the reputation of the Gu family. Hearing Bai Shinran's words, Lin Wan felt a headache coming on. How could there be such a customer? If there are any problems or dissatisfaction, you can raise them, and she can just redo it. Why do you need to apologize? Although Lin Wan wasn't feeling well, she still agreed. Where is it? I'll go right away. Let her go. At worst, she can just quit. She doesn't want to continue working here anyway. Being targeted every day is too depressing. If she hadn't been constantly suppressed by the Lin family since childhood, she wouldn't have such a strong ability to withstand pressure. The fact that she hasn't become depressed yet is all thanks to her good mental fortitude. I heard that Bai Xinran has lured away more than just 1 or 2 designers. Apologize properly and reflect on your actions. Bai Xinran rolled her eyes and left after giving him the address. Anyway, she has already achieved her goal. Gu Shiyuan received the news just as Lin Wan left the company. He never interfered with the design department's affairs. As long as Bai Xinran maintained her bottom line and didn't ruin his business, he had always given the Bai family face. However, ever since Lin Wan arrived, he has also planted spies in the design department. He received intelligence as soon as Bai Xinran left the design department. It seems Bai Xinran is determined to cross his bottom line, so he shouldn't blame him for being impolite. He will ruthlessly tear off the Bai family's hypocritical veil. Bai Xinran had just returned to her office and was complaining that the cleaning staff hadn't even cleaned her room since she hadn't come to work when her office door was kicked open with a bang. The sound startled Bai Xinran so much that she almost dropped her phone. Yuan, why are you here? Bai Xinran felt a chill run down her spine when she saw Gu Shiyuan's angry face. She had never seen him so angry before. She had been here for several years, and this was the first time Gu Shiyuan had taken the initiative to come and find her. I warned you not to mess with my woman, but what did you do, huh? Gu Shiyuan's eyes were practically spitting fire. Bai Xinran was so frightened that she couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't me, it was Mrs. Ouyang who was dissatisfied with Lin Wan's work. You know Mrs. Ouyang's temper, and we can't afford to offend our clients, can we? Bai Xinran looked tremblingly at Gu Shiyuan, who resembled an angry lion. Her face still showed signs of grievance. It seems he already knew and came here to confront him. Does he care that much about that woman? You could have found someone else, but you deliberately gave it to her. Gu Shiyuan didn't want to hear any explanation from the other party. However, Mrs. Ouyang did give him a heads up. Ouyang Qian also has the surname Ouyang, doesn't he? Although he didn't know this person, the children said that the Ouyang family was very rich. In this city, there is only one family that is wealthy enough and has the surname Ouyang. Because Mrs. Ouyang specifically instructed that this piece of jewelry is very important to her and must be given to the best designer, Lin Wan, isn't she? I gave it to her because I think she is excellent enough and I am confident in her workability, Bai Xinran argued. But she dared not look directly at Gu Shiyuan. Gu Shiyuan sneered. Did they think they could convince him with such childish arguments? Did they think he was stupid? Gu Shiyuan took a step closer to Bai Xinran. I don't want to hear any of your explanations. I just want to tell you that I've decided on Lin Wan for the rest of my life. She will be my lawfully wedded wife. Put away your inappropriate thoughts. This is the last time I'm giving Mayor Bai face. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Looking at the handsome face she had been longing for day and night right in front of her, Bai Xinran didn't even have the courage to meet his gaze. Gu Shiyuan's gloomy face frightened her so much that she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Why? Bai Xinran asked, her voice trembling with tears. She really wanted to know where she was lacking. What methods did Lin Wan use to bewitch Gu Shiyuan, even though she already had a child with another man? She always thought that Gu Shiyuan was just temporarily infatuated and that he would stop getting entangled with Lin Wan once he had had his fill of fun and sobered up. She's willing to wait. But what she received was Gu Shiyuan saying that he wanted to marry Lin Wan. Because I love her, Gu Shiyuan said, then turned and left. Yes, because of love, he is now very certain that he loves Lin Wan very much. He loved her so much that he wanted to marry her, live with her, and spend his life with her. He loved her so much that he was willing to fight the world for her. At this moment, Bai Xinran, provoked by these words, squatted on the ground and cried loudly, completely disregarding her image. Gu Shiyuan turned around and went to the parking lot, then drove his car straight to the Ouyang family's company. He wanted to personally bring Lin Wan back, so she wouldn't have to suffer for this deal. Whether the Ouyang family gives him face or not is up to them. Given the current development of their company, they don't need this one order. The Ouyang family can be blacklisted from now on. He didn't care, especially given that Ouyang Qian might be a member of the Ouyang family. He couldn't allow Lin Wan to be there alone. While Gu Shiyuan was looking for by Xinran, Lin Wan had already taken a taxi to Ouyang's company building. The old lady of the Ouyang family asked someone to tell her that if there was anything, she could just talk to her grandson. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Wan was quickly led to an office. President Gu's designer has arrived, the assistant said from outside the door. Please come in. A slightly tired voice came from inside the office. When the door opened, Lin Wan looked at the person sitting in the chair in surprise. It's you? She only knew that the owner of this place was surnamed Ouyang, but she never expected that it was actually Ouyang Qian. Wan, it's been a long time. Come and sit down. Ouyang Qian stood up with a smile. After Lin Wan agreed to try dating him last time, he made the truth clear to his family. He also planned to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Wan first. But a major change suddenly occurred in his family. His father fell ill, and the company was leaderless. He had no choice but to be pushed into the position. Moreover, his family made it clear that if he wanted to continue with that woman, he should first inherit the company and do a good job in his career, so as to stop his father from worrying about him. Thus, Ouyang Qian was forced into this role and had to work non-stop every day. Chapter 75. Thank you, Mr. Ouyang, for taking care of my wife and children. Having just joined the company and lacking any foundation, Ouyang Qian was so busy every day that he didn't even have time to meet with Lin Wan. I only make a phone call occasionally to say a few words or video chat with the children. He planned to take Lin Wan and the children out to play once he was less busy these next few days. Since Lin Wan has agreed to give it a try, he hopes that she can accept him soon. But the complexity of the matter far exceeded his imagination. The Ouyang family used this tactic. Since they couldn't control Ouyang Qian's heart, they would completely bind him to the company. If you don't have time to meet, your feelings will naturally fade. Ultimately, they still couldn't accept Lin Wan, who had 2 children. What are you doing here? Lin Wan looked at Ouyang Qian, who was dressed in a suit and tie, and felt unfamiliar with him. She had never seen him so formal before. I've been telling you I've been very busy lately. My family asked me to take over the company, and look, this is what I see. I'm working myself to the bone every day. I'm sorry, Wan. I haven't had any time to spend with you lately. Ouyang Qian said apologetically. It also carried a hint of bitterness. He didn't want it to be like this either. But there's no other way. He has to come out and be the pillar of support now. If his family hadn't forced him, he would have preferred his more capable sister to take over. He didn't think he was suited to be a businessman. As the eldest son, this seemed to be an inescapable responsibility for him. Even after not seeing each other for several days, Ouyang Qian still felt his heart flutter when he saw Lin Wan again. 5 years had passed, and this feeling had never changed. However, Lin Wan looked away from Ouyang Qian's affectionate gaze. She had promised Ouyang Qian she would try dating him, but now, the 2 children's hearts had long since fallen for Gu Shiyuan. Moreover, as long as she dates Ouyang Qian, that guy will definitely come and cause trouble. She didn't want to cause Ouyang Qian any trouble. Most importantly, she only felt friendship and kinship towards this man who had been with her for several years, and couldn't find any romantic feelings at all. When Ouyang Qian confessed his feelings last time, she readily agreed, hoping that her children might have a loving father. But now the 2 little ones clearly prefer Gu Shiyuan, and have repeatedly hinted to her that they would prefer their own daddy and mommy to be together. This made her feel guilty towards Ouyang Qian. Regardless of the reason, she has to break her promise. Is this your family's company? Lin Wan asked. She thought it was just a coincidence that they both had the surname Ouyang. Yes, so you don't need to worry or apologize. I'll handle things with my grandma. She was just being picky. Ouyang Qian smiled gently. But he always felt that Lin Wan seemed to have a distance from him this time, and it was even stronger than before. What happened during the time, he was so busy and overwhelmed. Thank you. Lin Wan felt relieved. Why are you being so polite with me? Have the children been behaving well lately? I haven't seen them in a long time. I'll take them out to play when I have some time. Ouyang Qian's eyes softened as he spoke of the 2 children. He hasn't taken them out to play in a long time. I wonder if they miss him. They're all very well behaved. But Lin Wan hesitated for a moment before saying, they're transferring schools. She felt that some things should be clearly stated. Transfer schools? Where to transfer to? Ouyang Qian asked. Hearing this news always makes my heart skip a beat. He had carefully selected this school, and Lin Wan was very satisfied with it at the time. There must be some important reason why she suddenly said she wanted to transfer schools. She transferred to the St. Petersburg kindergarten, Lin Wan said truthfully. Why? Is this school not good? There. Ouyang Qian really wanted to say that the kindergarten there was very expensive and that Lin Wan couldn't afford it, but in the end he swallowed his words. He really wanted to know why Lin Wan would send her child to such an expensive school. He was waiting for an answer that might disappoint him. Ouyang Qian felt his heart pounding. He thought of the tall, handsome man he had seen downstairs at Lin Wan's company the last time he drove her to work. The way that man looked at Lin Wan was anything but innocent. Could it be because of him? Because Lin Wan was interrupted by another voice before she could finish speaking. Because of me. The office door opened, and a tall figure walked in, exuding an aura of authority. Mr. Gu, you can't come in. Ouyang Qian's assistant was still pretending to stop people he couldn't stop at all. But you still have to put on an act in front of your boss. What a joke. How could he possibly afford to offend Gu Shuyuan? After Gu Shuyuan entered the office, the assistant immediately closed the door. As their eyes met, the flame in Gu Shuyuan's eyes seemed to want to engulf Ouyang Qian. Gu Shuyuan? Ouyang Qian looked at the familiar face. He had only heard the name before, but did not know what the person looked like. I only learned about it recently when I took over the company. Because not only are my children transferring schools, but the three of them, including my mother, are also moving to my house near the school. Gu Shuyuan looked down at Ouyang Qian. He never considered this person as his opponent. With a wave of his hand, he could make the already crumbling Ouyang family disappear from the city. You. Ouyang Qian looked at Lin Wan with disbelief. He had expected Gu Shuyuan to pursue Lin Wan, but he never imagined that Lin Wan would get together with Gu Shuyuan before they even officially started dating. It was so fast that he couldn't even react. He was still indulging in the fantasy that he would pursue Lin Wan whenever he had free time. What he found most unacceptable was that Lin Wan was going to move in with Gu Shuyuan, taking the child with her. Ouyang Qian felt a wave of suffocation. No, it's me and the kids who moved in, but he bought the house for the kids because he is their father. Lin Wan wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to start. Regardless of what happened between her and Gu Shuyuan, she no longer needed to hold Ouyang Qian back. She had only been out for a short while when that guy caught up with her. Ouyang Qian stared at Gu Shuyuan's face and murmured, No wonder. No wonder he felt that Gu Shuyuan looked a lot like someone when he first met him. He should have thought of that sooner. He never imagined that Lin Wan would meet the children's biological father again, let alone that it would be Gu Shuyuan. Ouyang Qian felt a sense of powerlessness. What does he have to offer to compete with Gu Shuyuan? 5 years of companionship have ultimately come to nothing. I am very grateful to Mr. Ouyang for taking care of my wife and 2 children. My wife said that you are a very, very good friend of hers. In the future, I will provide business assistance to the Ouyang family to express my gratitude. Chapter 76. My dear wife, don't be angry. Although Gu Shuyuan spoke very politely, his face remained expressionless. Moreover, every sentence was a reminder to Ouyang Qian that Lin Wan and her son were his wife and children. The word wife stung Ouyang Qian's heart. Are they progressing that fast? Lin Wan tried to explain, but Gu Shuyuan held her shoulders tightly. But this explanation is meaningless. Gu Shuyuan can be considered the best shield to make Ouyang Qian give up. I wish you happiness. Only bitterness remained on Ouyang Qian's face. It turns out there really are so many coincidences in this world. The boss of the company Lin Wan joined after returning to China happens to be the biological father of her child. He had only ever seen this kind of scene on television. Perhaps this is fate. He didn't want to accept his fate, but he had no choice. No amount of time he spent with his children could compare to the blood ties between them and Gu Shuyuan. Ouyang Qian's heart was bleeding. Thank you. I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye. Gu Shuyuan showed no intention of letting go of Lin Wan, and turned to leave with his arm around her shoulder. Watching the 2 figures leave, Ouyang Qian slumped into his chair. In just over 10 days since they last met, things had already spiraled out of his control. This time, he's probably really going to fade out of Lin Wan and the children's lives. But after 5 years of living and working together day and night, it's not something that can be easily severed. Ouyang Qian felt as if his own flesh was being torn off, and the pain in his conscious state overwhelmed him. He regretted letting Lin Wan return to China. He wanted to go back to the life he used to have. He wanted someone who could stay by her side as a friend even when they weren't together, instead of watching her being embraced by another man, as he is now. Goodbye, my Wan Wan. Ouyang Qian, standing in front of the French windows, watched the two people getting into the car together downstairs, tears blurring his vision. Lin Wan finally shook off Gu Shiyuan's hand when they arrived at the Ouyang Company building. Gu Shiyuan wasn't upset by this. He could tell that Lin Wan had just tried to use his identity to make Ouyang Qian back down. She knew he wouldn't let her date other men. Just tell me if anything happens in the future, and I'll help you solve it, Gu Shiyuan said. No need, I can handle it myself. Why did you come all this way? Lin Wan asked. Of course I came to see you. From now on, I won't allow anyone to bully you, Gu Shiyuan said seriously. Lin Wan and the child will both be under his protection from now on. He has obtained all the evidence of the Bai family's corruption and bribery over the years. He will give the Bai family an ultimatum. If Bai Xinran does it again, he will turn against her immediately. Originally, considering his father's relationship with the Bai family, he didn't want to go too far. But Bai Xinran bullied Lin Wan time and time again, ignoring his warnings, and he couldn't stand it anymore. He would really feel guilty for not protecting Lin Wan and would feel useless. Bai Xinran should stop trying to bully people by relying on her father's power. Shenzhen is not a city where a mayor can control everything. He used to turn a blind eye, but now that Bai Xinran has bullied his wife, he has to pay the price. Let's go back. Gu Shiyuan opened the passenger door for Lin Wan and thoughtfully fastened her seatbelt. Is he Ouyang Qian? Gu Shiyuan asked knowingly. He never took this man seriously from the beginning. On the way here, I had someone investigate Ouyang Qian's identity, and it turned out to be exactly as I had thought. The Ouyang family only has 2 children in this generation. Ouyang Qian also has a younger sister who is not very old, but her business is thriving. Gu Shiyuan had met her before and quite admired this promising young woman. Unexpectedly, the Ouyang family appointed the inexperienced Ouyang Qian to a high position. This surprised Gu Shiyuan, yet it was also within his expectations. Ouyang Qian's younger sister, as the only girl in the family, was outstanding but was never valued. Despite living abroad for many years, Ouyang Qian was still designated as the heir. He felt that some families would eventually fall into ruin because of such disgraceful circumstances. However, Ouyang Qian is quite devoted. He has refused to return to China for Lin Wan's sake, and has even refused to take over the family business. Unfortunately, Lin Wan can only belong to Gu Shiyuan. No other man can even dream of touching her. Lin Wan hummed softly. I think I can smell a sour smell. He's quite devoted to you, Gu Shiyuan said, his voice tinged with bitterness. The thought of someone having been by Lin Wan's side for 5 years made him want to step on the gas, drive straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and get their marriage certificate on the spot. He's always been a friend to me. Lin Wan awkwardly turned her head to look out the car window. Why did she subconsciously try to explain to this guy? What her relationship with Ouyang is none of his business. Gu Shiyuan smiled, pleased with those words. Your man can only be me, and you can only love me, Gu Shiyuan said shamelessly. He wouldn't allow Lin Wan to like anyone else. Gu Shiyuan. Lin Wan wanted to bite him. Who likes him? My dear wife, please don't be angry. It was my fault. I won't do it again next time, Gu Shiyuan said, feigning an apology. Who's your wife? Don't take advantage of me. Just drive your car properly, Lin Wan said angrily. How can this man be so different in public and in private? Where's the cold-faced CEO we were promised? Okay, my wife. Shut up. The two bickered all the way. In the end, Gu Shiyuan, with his thick skin, gained the upper hand. Lin Wan's face turned red with anger. People are indeed invincible when they have no shame. Soon the Gu family received the payment and explanation from Ouyang. This surprised Bai Xinran, who hadn't expected Lin Wan to be able to handle it so easily. However, She later heard that it was Gu Shiyuan who brought Lin Wan back, and then she realized what was going on. In her mind, Lin Wan was only able to win over old Madame Ouyang because of Gu Shiyuan. Has he really become so biased towards that woman? Bai Xinran was unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She dared not provoke Gu Shiyuan any further. She has found out that the man who was with Lin Wan while she was abroad was none other than Ouyang Qian, the heir of the Ouyang family. To her disappointment, Lin Wan and Ouyang Qian had always just been friends. And those two children were not born to Lin Wan and Ouyang Qian. In other words, Lin Wan is a single mother raising her child. She can endure it, can't she? She endured until Gu Shiyuan lost interest in Lin Wan and lost his passion for her. She refused to believe that he could actually marry a woman with a child. She repeatedly told herself to stay calm and patient, and that one day Gu Shiyuan would see her good qualities. But the moment Bai Xinran saw Lin Wan get into Gu Shiyuan's car, she broke down completely. Chapter 77, Xiao Yang's Secret. Inside the Xiao family villa in Shenzhen. Ever since he met Lin Wan and realized that she was his sister, Xiao Yang's smile has never faded. Sometimes she even hums a little tune at home. Brother, why are you so happy lately? Are you in love? Xiao Wan, the youngest sister of the Xiao family, asked with a gossipy glint in her eyes. Her older brother is already in his early 30s and hasn't even dated anyone, which is making her parents very anxious. Fortunately, her parents were quite open-minded and never forced her older brother to get married and have children, prioritizing his personal feelings. What's going on lately? Is the iron tree about to bloom? Aside from falling in love, she really couldn't think of anything that could cause her older brother to change so much. However, she had heard that her older brother took good care of a female employee in the company, whose surname was apparently Qian. Wenwen, actually, your brother has something really exciting going on lately, but it's not about dating. I'm not 100% sure yet, so I haven't told you guys yet, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Lately, besides business, all he can think about is Lin Wan and their two children. There's no time to think about anything else. He really wanted someone to share this good news with, but the test results weren't out yet. He wanted to wait until the results came out, and then surprise his family. He was afraid that if he suddenly told them, they would be too surprised and their emotions would fluctuate too much. But now that his younger sister had asked, his desire to share was overflowing. The younger sister, Xiao Wan, and the older sister, Xiao Rou, had never met. Xiao Wan was born several years after Xiao Rou was abducted. Xiao Wan learned everything about her sister from her family. She had only seen photos of Xiao Rou as an infant. So now, Xiao Wan is the best listener in the family. Oh, what's going on? Just tell me already. Stop being so mysterious, Xiao Wan snorted. I'm a little disappointed. I thought my brother was in love. When will his future sister-in-law finally appear? She loves children and hopes to have nieces and nephews soon, so that her home will be lively, and she can have children to play with. Come with me. Xiao Yang led the way into his study. This matter cannot be told to our parents and second child yet. It must be kept a secret for now. So mysterious, Xiao Wan muttered as she followed along. But my appetite has been completely whetted. Her older brother never jokes, so for him to be so happy and mysterious, there must be some incredibly joyous occasion. But what could this happy event be? Xiao Wan entered her elder brother's study with anticipation, and thoughtfully locked the door behind her. Now you can tell me, right? Is it only for me? Xiao Wan asked. Otherwise, there's no need to make it so mysterious in your own home. Yes, whatever I say next, I hope it's just between the two of us for now. We can't let Mom and Dad know, and we can't tell your second brother either. I'll reveal it to them when the time comes. Can you promise me that? Xiaoyang said. No problem. Just tell me, bro, Xiao Wan assured him. Xiaoyang then picked up a small photo frame from his desk. Inside the frame was a picture of him holding his younger sister Xiao Rou when he was a child. It was Xiao Rou's first birthday party. Sitting in his lap, Xiao Rou smiled sweetly, like an angel. Xiao Rou has indeed always been their family's little angel. Her birth has raised their family's happiness index several notches. As you know, you originally had an older sister, but she was lost when you were little. Xiaoyang gently stroked the photo with his fingers. I know. It's a source of heartache for my parents, and I don't even dare to mention my sister, Xiao Wan sighed. Her older sister, Xiao Rou, was a taboo subject in their family. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning her, But the search for Xiao Ro never stopped. She was also very sensible and never reopened her parents' wounds. She knew from the time she could remember that she had an older sister, but her sister went missing, and her mother became depressed. It was her birth that healed all of that. When she was little, her mother often talked about her older sister, and often said that her birth saved their family. Although she has never met her sister, she really hopes that one day her sister can come home and visit their parents, so that they can have peace of mind as they get older. This is her greatest wish. She knew how important her sister was to her parents, but she was never worried that her sister's return would take away the love her family had for her. She believed that her sister would love her very much too. When I came back from my last business trip, I met a woman who looks a lot like you. She's exactly 27 years old this year. Xiaoyang looked up at his sister and began to talk about meeting Lin Wan that day. Listening to her older brother's explanation, Xiaowen immediately understood. Brother, you mean she might be my sister? Xiaowen felt her heart start racing. Was her sister going home? My parents are almost 60 years old. Have they finally welcomed their long-awaited eldest daughter? Xiaowen was so excited she almost cried. Yes, I met with her again later. We've already done a paternity test, but the results haven't come out yet, so I haven't told you. Xiaoyang became more and more agitated as he spoke. He stared at his younger sister's face and looked closely. The two sisters really looked alike, except that Xiaowen was taller and looked thinner. Really, brother? My sister is really coming back. Xiaowen could hardly believe her ears. Their family had been searching for their sister for over 20 years without any news, and were almost about to give up when their eldest brother unexpectedly ran into her on a plane. Yes, she will take the children home after the test results come out. Xiaoyang was extremely excited. They've waited too long for this day. Does your sister have a child? Xiaowen asked in surprise. Her sister not only has children, but two. Getting married so young? I wonder how my sister has been doing all these years, and what kind of man she married. There are two twins, a boy and a girl. So not only is your sister coming home, but we also have a nephew and a niece now, Xiaoyang said. He hadn't seen his two children for quite some time. After the mother and children return home, the two children will have to stay at home for a while longer. It's obvious that the two little ones will soon become the apple of their parents' eyes. Twins. Wow, sister, you're so lucky. What does your husband do? Where is he from? Where do they live now? In Shenzhen. Xiaowen bombarded her with a series of questions. She still had so many questions she wanted to ask, but she decided to ask her sister when she got home. She had a child out of wedlock, never got married, and has been living in Shenzhen all these years. Chapter 78. He's good for nothing except being handsome. I've been living abroad with my child for the past few years and only recently came back. I just happened to run into them on that flight. Xiao Yang's voice trembled as he spoke. It's been over 20 years. They've been searching for over 20 years. I always thought my sister had been abducted to another place. Unexpectedly, she had been living not far from them, but they still had no news of her. Fortunately, heaven intervened and allowed their family to reunite. This can be considered a reward for all the good deeds their family has done over the years. He asked Lin Wan about her childhood in the Lin family, and Lin Wan only mentioned that her adoptive parents were not good to her. They didn't say much, but even that little bit was enough to break his heart. His sister, the daughter of the Xiao family, should have been living the life of a princess. However, his fate was completely changed because of the Lin family, and he lived a life worse than that of ordinary people. He won't let that family get away with it. The fact that they took his sister away back then is enough for him to send them to jail. He will also immediately begin investigating matters concerning the Lin family, and he wants to know about Lin Wan's entire upbringing. Their attitude towards Lin Wan will determine how Xiao Yang will send people to take care of them after they go inside. Give birth out of wedlock. Xiaowen felt a pang of heartache. My sister is only in her early 20s. How did she raise the twins all by herself? Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. She thought that if it were her, she definitely wouldn't have had the courage to give birth to the child. She is now eagerly awaiting her sister's return home, so that they can protect her from now on, and she will never have to suffer again. Well, thankfully both children are adorable and well-behaved. Xiao Yang could only console himself with this thought. Xiaowen nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. There was joy, but also heartache. I don't know what happened to my sister, or where the children's father went. Seeing his sister's question, Xiaoyang took the initiative to say, the biological father of the two children should be Gu Shiyuan, but I don't know what happened between Xiao Rou and him. However, I will definitely demand an explanation. From the moment Xiaoyang met Lininan, he felt that she looked remarkably like Gu Shiyuan when they were young. He had a moment of doubt. When Lin Wan came out to see him that day, Gu Shiyuan also came along. He was almost 100% certain that Gu Shiyuan was the biological father of the two children. Fate is truly a wondrous thing. If Xiao Rou had grown up in the Xiao family, Gu Shiyuan would have been the perfect match for her when she grew up. Unexpectedly, the two of them ended up crossing paths again. However, this interaction did not seem to be very pleasant. The Xiao family and the Gu family have a long-standing relationship. You could say that he and Gu Shiyuan were childhood friends, having grown up in the same circle since they were young. He had never heard of Gu Shiyuan having a woman in his life, let alone seen him with a girlfriend. Moreover, the Gu family is not short of money, but they lack children. Even under these circumstances, Lin Wan was able to take both children abroad, preferring to raise them herself rather than give them to the Gu family. It's obvious that their story can't be explained in just a few words. But whatever happened between them, he was determined to accept this statement. He could tell that Gu Shiyuan liked Lin Wan very much. The love in his eyes was undisguised. Of course, he wouldn't force anything and would prioritize Lin Wan's own wishes. If she didn't want to have anything to do with Gu Shiyuan, the two children would take the surname Xiao and be raised in the Xiao family to inherit their business. These are such wonderful children. Even if the Gu family wanted them, they wouldn't be willing to part with them. However, now is not the time to worry about these things. Lin Wan's true identity is the most important thing. Regardless of who the children's father is, they are all the precious treasures of the Xiao family. Who? Gu Shiyuan. Xiao Wen's face was full of shock. How could her sister have a child with Gu Shiyuan? The Gu family has only two brothers, but both are well-known monks who are averse to women. Including that clueless Gu Shiokai, she was really driven crazy by him. Yes, I haven't asked, but our little nephew looks exactly like Gu Shiyuan when he was a child, even more like Gu Shiyuan than Gu Shiokai. Xiaoyang glanced at Xiaowen when he mentioned Gu Shiokai. What fatal attraction does the Gu family hold for the Xiao family? How come all the daughters of the Xiao family are related to the sons of the Gu family? He could see through his younger sister's thoughts, but he didn't think much of the second son of the Gu family. He's irresponsible and doesn't do anything right. He acts like a child who hasn't grown up. He's not as good as his brother in anything. Aside from being handsome, Gu Shiokai was a completely useless person in his eyes. His sister deserves better. Oh, really? Then you're quite pretty, aren't you? Xiaowen felt a little uncomfortable. Yes, both children are very good-looking. But Xiaoyang looked at Xiaowen and deliberately asked, are you indirectly praising that brat Gu Shiokai? No way. Xiaowen's face flushed slightly, and she deliberately changed the subject. When will the test results be available? When are you planning to tell Mom and Dad? Her parents must care about her the most. I wonder how excited they must be to hear this good news. We've been waiting for this for over 20 years. The results will be out soon. I'll tell my parents the truth once they're available, Xiaoyang said. This is definitely the best gift he has given his parents over the years. Lin Wan is right. What if there's even the slightest possibility that she's not Xiao Rou? Wouldn't the old man be disappointed if he knew beforehand? He also hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. After all, his parents were eagerly awaiting a daughter. He wanted to give them a 100% affirmative answer. Okay. Xiaowen nodded. Since learning about this happy event, Xiaowen has started humming little tunes at home. She was especially happy when she thought about how her parents would soon be able to resolve their long-standing issues. When Zhao's mother saw her daughter like this, she asked her what made her so happy. Xiaowen kept her promise to her older brother, only saying that she was going on vacation and planned to travel. She also prepared a gift for her parents, which she was sure they would like. Zhao's mother just smiled and said that her daughter had grown up and become sensible. Since her eldest daughter went missing, Zhao's mother has cherished her youngest daughter as much as her own life. She has always been cherished and protected. At that moment, she had no idea that a truly great gift was about to be presented to her. Xiaoyang also quickly investigated Lin Wan's growth trajectory. He also learned some unexpected news. His colleague, Qian Jiahui, turned out to be Lin Wan's best friend. Chapter 79. Best friends becoming sisters-in-law seems pretty good too. Mr. Xiao. Hello, Mr. Xiao. In the HR department of the Xiao Group, everyone stared in astonishment at the man standing at their office door. The boss rarely comes here. Everyone was curious about what he was doing here all of a sudden. Xiao Yang walked straight to Qian Jiahui, who was working, and said, Ms. Qian, there are some things I'd like to talk to you about. Me? Qian Jiahui pointed to herself. Why would President Xiao come looking for her? Looking at that handsome face with a gentle smile, Qian Jiahui's heart was racing. Almost all the unmarried female colleagues in their office considered Xiao Yang their ideal man, and she was no exception. Okay. Xiao Yang nodded. Please. Under everyone's gaze, Qian Jiahui followed Xiao Yang with a bewildered expression. This also drew envy from a group of unmarried female employees. That's Xiao Yang, a golden bachelor, a super handsome guy. Who wouldn't want to marry him? But he came here today to see Qian Jiahui. They admitted that Qian Jiahui was somewhat pretty, but not pretty enough to catch Xiao Yang's eye. There were plenty of girls prettier than Qian Jiahui in Shenzhen. Moreover, Qin Kawai's family is very ordinary, so ordinary that they are no different from everyone else's. What magic does she possess that makes Xiao Yang so proactive? Qin Jiahui looked at the handsome figure in front of her, her hands clenching tightly in nervousness. She didn't usually interact with Xiao Yang, and could only watch him from afar as he was full of vigor. She didn't even dare to fantasize about standing next to him. He stopped in front of Xiao Yang's private reception room and said, Miss Qian, please come in. Xiao Yang was very polite. He rarely treated people like that, especially women. Sit down, don't be nervous. I asked you to come here to ask about Lin Wan, Xiao Yang said, getting straight to the point. He didn't mention at all that he could have simply asked his assistant to relay the message to the HR department to have Qian Jiahui come over. In the past, he would always see this girl standing far away watching him when he went to work in the morning, but recently he hasn't seen her at all in the mornings, and Xiao Yang is not used to it. He called her over today not only to talk about Lin Wan, but also to spend some time alone with her. He has been around many outstanding women, but Qian Jiahui is the only one who makes him feel at peace just by seeing her. He had asked his parents many times whether they would have any requirements or restrictions on his dating and marriage, and the answer he received was no. The parents only hope that he can be happy and joyful. What kind of person or what kind of status his future daughter-in-law is not very important. His parents are very open-minded and love him very much. His future is in his own hands. He could also see the word admiration in Qian Jiahui's eyes. Becoming sisters-in-law after best friends seems pretty good too. Xiao Yang wore a gentle smile. Wan. Qian Jiahui looked up and her cheeks began to flush slightly when she saw Xiao Yang's smiling face. She and I are childhood friends. We grew up together. I've heard her mention you before. The first time she was alone with someone made her feel nervous, embarrassed, and a little lost. She didn't intend to hide anything. Since Xiao Yang had come to her today, he must know about her relationship with Lin Wan. So that's why they specifically sought her out today. It was because of Lin Wan. Thinking about this, she felt a little disappointed. But she quickly dismissed the thought. What was she thinking? Apart from Lin Wan, there couldn't possibly be any other connection between her and Xiao Yang. Qian Jiahui repeatedly told herself to come to her senses, that Xiao Yang didn't have any special feelings for her. She fell in love with Xiao Yang the first time she saw him, but she knew that the two of them were like two parallel lines that would never intersect. I dare not have any extravagant hopes. Could you tell me about Wan's life in the Lin family? You don't need to be so reserved. In front of others, I'm your boss, but in private, we're friends. Relax, Xiao Yang said. He thought Qian Jiahui was probably the one who understood him best. Okay, Qian Jiahui agreed verbally, but her body was still very tense. Does she really deserve to be his friend? To an ordinary girl like her, Xiao Yang was someone unattainable. Let alone Xiao Yang. Even after Lin Wan returns to the Lin family, I think their relationship will hardly be the same as before. A rich young lady and an ordinary man are destined to drift further and further apart. The upper class was beyond her reach. She had even prepared herself to lose Lin Wan as a friend. Although it would be very sad, she still sincerely hoped that Lin Wan could return to her biological parents. As a true friend, she sincerely hoped that Lin Wan's future would be better, and she really felt sorry for Lin Wan in the past. It was precisely this simplicity and sincerity that had a fatal attraction for Xiaoyang. It is truly rare to be able to maintain kindness and stay true to one's original aspirations in such a cutthroat society. His only requirement for his future wife is that she be of pure mind. Qian Zhehui tried to take deep breaths to relax and began to talk about Lin Wan's 20 years in the Lin family. They talked about everything from their earliest childhood memories, all the way up to when Lin Wan went abroad alone, and how she almost followed but was stopped by her parents. There was no concealment whatsoever. As Xiaoyang listened to Qian Zhehui's account, he gradually frowned. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. The Lin family didn't treat his sister like a human being at all. They even considered selling Lin Wan, who was already pregnant at the time, for money. At the same time, he admired Qian Zhehui even more. Lin Wan had such a good friend supporting her during her most difficult time. Thank you. It's Xiaorou's good fortune to have such a good friend like you, Xiaoyang said sincerely. It's my good fortune to know her, Qian Zhehui said earnestly. Lin Wan was her only best friend from childhood to adulthood. When she was a child, Lin Wan used her frail body to protect her when she was bullied by other classmates. To her, Lin Wan was like an older sister. In order to shorten the distance between the two of them and make Qian Zhehui less nervous in front of him, Xiaoyang found some topics to talk about, some about Lin Wan and some about their common interests. There was even something about the staff canteen. When it came to food, Qian Zhehui, who was a freeloader, had stars in her eyes. The atmosphere finally eased, and the tension on Qian Zhehui's face gradually faded. Although the two didn't interact much, Xiaoyang knew quite a bit about Qian Zhehui in private. Judging from her personality, unless he took that extra step, there would never be a possibility between them. He was even worried that if he suddenly confessed his feelings, the other person would reject him. So now he needs to cultivate Qian Zhehui's self-confidence and adjust the way the two of them get along. Chapter 80. He wants his sister, and he wants his wife too. Xiaoyang wanted to get closer to Qian Zhehui. The first thing is to make her less reserved in front of him. He was willing to set aside his status and start as ordinary friends. Lin Wan was the best bridge between the two of them. He wants his sister, and he wants his wife too. Mr. Xiao, is there anything else? If not, I'll head back to my office now, Qian Zhehui asked softly. She didn't expect that being alone with Xiaoyang would be so much easier than she had imagined, and Xiaoyang himself wasn't as cold and unapproachable as he usually seemed. Her feelings for Xiaoyang increased significantly. But the more she felt this way, the more afraid she became, fearing that she would sink deeper and deeper into trouble. She knew clearly that there was no possibility between her and Xiaoyang. Knowing there's no future, why get yourself involved? It will only cause more pain in the end. Qian Zhehui wanted to withdraw. Moreover, the entire department knew that Xiaoyang had made an appointment with her, and she was afraid that if she stayed here for too long, gossip would spread. After all, they are both single, and it would be bad for either of them if any rumors were to spread. She still didn't dare to have any illusions about Xiaoyang. She was already very satisfied with being able to get along with him like this, and to receive a word of friendship from him. Although it was all because of Lin Wan. It's unclear whether Xiaoyang didn't hear her because her voice was too soft, or if he did it on purpose. Xiaoyang didn't respond to Qian Zhehui's words, but instead suggested, "It's noon. How about we have lunch together?" He had been secretly watching the time, and he timed it perfectly to lunchtime so that he could have lunch with the person in front of him. He clearly heard what Qian Zhehui said earlier. He pretended to be deaf and dumb just so that others could see it and hopefully spread some rumors. He just wanted everyone to push this woman into his arms. Isn't this a bad idea? Qian Zhehui wanted to refuse, but her heart was inexplicably filled with anticipation. You can fool everyone else about liking someone, but you can't fool yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. You've given me a deeper understanding of Wanwan's life today, so it's only right that I treat you to dinner. Let's go. Xiaoyang stood up first. A triumphant smile played on his lips. Faced with Xiaoyang's invitation, Qian Zhehui couldn't very well refuse, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and go with him. She had assumed that Xiaoyang would take her downstairs in a private elevator. But unexpectedly, this guy specifically took the regular elevator, going wherever there were many people. It was lunchtime, and people were coming and going downstairs at the company. Xiao Yang led Qian Jiahui through the crowd to a nearby restaurant, where he had already made a lunch reservation that morning. Everything was going according to plan. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yang treated Qian Jiahui with great courtesy and respect. They hadn't gone far from the company when they attracted a lot of onlookers. "Holy crap, that's President Xiao," a passerby exclaimed, his eyes wide. "It seems I've seen something incredible." They had never heard of Xiao Yang ever being in a relationship, so why was he with a girl today? Xiao Yang is a well-known eligible bachelor in Shenzhen, the only one who can rival Gu Shiyuan of the Gu family. Having been with the company for so long, they have never seen any woman around Xiao Yang, except for Xiao Wen, the second young lady of the Xiao family. Even the assistant is a man. Otherwise what? He's in a relationship. It looks like it. When have you ever seen him smile at someone like that? I'm so envious. Why am I not the one standing next to him? If you're envious, just eat your fill and go to sleep. Maybe it will come true in your dreams. Do you know who this girl is? Have you seen her before? She looks familiar. I'm sure I've seen this beautiful woman at the company before, but I don't know her name. Her name is Qian Jiahui, from the Human Resources Department. No way. CEO Xiao is having a relationship within the company? I thought he would choose a wealthy heiress who was a good match for him. Maybe this Qian Jiahui is a rich heiress who just came here to experience life. Not everyone will be a beast of burden like us. She's so lucky. Look how gentle President Xiao is with her. Don't talk nonsense. There's no certainty about what's going on. Who's talking nonsense? Have you ever seen President Xiao like this? Look, look, President Xiao smiled at her again. I can't take it anymore. I'm really jealous. Our company has great benefits. They even provide all-you-can-eat dog food. Could this be our future boss's wife? It's hard to say. A group of people started chattering, discussing whether Xiao Yang was in a relationship and who the girl next to him was, and which family's daughter she was. There are also some people in the same department as Qian Jiahui. After lunch, Xiao Yang escorted Qian Jiahui back to the personnel department, waving goodbye to her with a smile. This made it impossible for my colleagues, who were supposed to be taking a lunch break, to fall asleep. Let's eat some melon seeds. Who's going to sleep? When Qian Jiahui turned around, she saw that everyone was staring at her. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole. Xiao Hui. Someone came up to her. You were with President Xiao all morning? You even had lunch together? Are you two dating? Mr. Xiao needed to talk to me about something, and I did him a small favor, so he treated me to dinner. Qian Jiahui didn't know how to explain. She had mentioned to Xiao Yang that people might misunderstand if they ate alone together like this. Xiao Yang said nonchalantly that they were friends, and it was normal for them to eat together. No one would misunderstand. Is that really the case? Qian Jiahui is now skeptical. She felt as if Xiao Yang was deliberately trying to make others misunderstand them. But she quickly suppressed the thought. Xiao Yang didn't need to do that. Their interactions were all for Lin Wan's sake, and she felt that Lin Wan was lucky to have such a loving brother in her family. But the more she tried to explain, the redder her face became, which only fueled her suspicions. Oh, Mr. Xiao wants to see you? What is it? Tell us. Someone couldn't contain their gossip and said something rather impolite. It's not convenient to talk about it. Sorry, I need to rest. Qian Jiahui ignored everyone and took out her small pillow, intending to pretend to be asleep. The matter concerning Lin Wan is a private matter for the Xiao family, and Xiao Yang explicitly stated that even his parents do not know about it. She must keep it a secret first. As for whether the Xiao family will announce Lin Wan's true identity to the public in the future, that's their business. After all, she's just an outsider. But the more she acted this way, the more others felt that there must be something between her and Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang had just personally escorted her back, which only fueled the speculation. Chapter 81 Moving. Hearing the gossip about himself and Qian Jiahui over and over, Xiao Yang couldn't stop smiling. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He could clearly sense Qian Jiahui's feelings of liking and restraint towards him. Based on his observation of Qian Jiahui, she was a person with a very strong sense of self-esteem. But he felt that the objective differences between the two of them were never a problem. As long as Qian Jiahui was willing to take one step forward, he would take care of the remaining 99. He wasn't in a hurry to confess his feelings, not wanting to scare her or make her back down because of the gap between them. He wanted her to know how steadfast his feelings for her were. That's why he wanted to use some tricks to make everyone think that the two of them were dating, so that Qian Jiehui couldn't escape even if she wanted to. In the office, Qian Jiehui could only pretend to be asleep to avoid gossip. She didn't want to say anything more, as it would only make things worse. Even though she knew that spending too much time alone with Xiao Yang would lead to misunderstandings, she still couldn't help but follow in his footsteps. So annoying. But the thought of spending time with Xiao Yang brought a touch of sweetness to my heart. However, Qian Jiehui's escape can only temporarily avoid the limelight. The gossip about her and Xiao Yang had already spread like wildfire throughout the company. Their handsome, lifelong single CEO is actually going to fall in love. How could anyone let such explosive gossip pass by? Meanwhile, Lin Wan was preparing to move to a new home with her children. On Friday night, the two little ones packed all their luggage on their own initiative, eager to move into their new home. Starting tomorrow, they will be living with their daddy and mommy. From now on, they will be happy children with their dad and mom by their side. No more envying others. The decision to move was made by the siblings and their father together in order to morally blackmail their mother. Adults say that familiarity breeds affection. Daddy is so good, mommy will definitely fall in love with him after spending time with him. And daddy truly loves mommy too. We're moving soon, are you excited? Gu Shiyuan asked, looking at the two children who had already put their suitcases in the living room. Happy, the two little ones said in unison. Coco's princess room and Nan Nan's esports room are ready. Daddy can provide whatever you want, Gu Shiyuan said. He arranged everything in the shortest amount of time. His children want all the things that other children have, and they also want all the things that other children don't have. That's how you can be so capricious when you're rich. Thank you, Daddy. My daddy is the most handsome. Lin Nan was unusually modest. Although he himself had more money than he could ever spend, what his father gave him was different. It was all his father's love for them, which couldn't be measured simply by money. You're going to spoil them like this. How can you give them whatever they want? If they ask you for a plane tomorrow, will you give it to them? Lin Wan complained. Although she loves her children very much, she has always been principled and will not easily fulfill all of their wishes, but will set certain limits. She didn't want to spoil her child. They are still young, and their values are not yet fully formed. They need adults to correct them. She felt that since recognizing Gu Shiyuan, the two children had almost lost their concept of money, and she didn't think that was a good thing. Sure, we have plenty at home, Gu Shiyuan said calmly. It's just an airplane. His family had a private plane when he was a kid, so if the kid wants one, they'll just give it to him. He has no shortage of money. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. He didn't think this would spoil the children, because he had enough money to satisfy all their material desires. Lin Wan, She was filled with questions. She was talking about an airplane, not a model. How could this man talk about owning an airplane at home so casually? Is this the difference between people? This gave Lin Wan a strong sense of disconnect. She finally understood where that invisible distance lay between her and Gu Shiyuan. It's a gap in material resources. Lin Wan felt no love for Ouyang Qian, but she did feel attracted to Gu Shiyuan. But she always felt there was a barrier between the two of them. So that's the root of the problem. Daddy, do we really have an airplane? Lin Nan's eyes lit up. His favorite things are computers, cars, and airplanes. My biggest wish is to become a pilot when I grow up and fly my own plane freely in the sky. Of course it's true. When has Daddy ever lied to you? Wherever you want to go in the future, we can just fly there in a flash. Gu Shiyuan even gestured with his hand to indicate that it was an airplane. Daddy, I want to fly a plane when I grow up, Lin Nan said excitedly. He had many things he wanted to do, but his body was too small, and he couldn't do most things except operate the computer. Growing up is such a long process. What a coincidence, Daddy knows how to fly a plane. When you grow up, Daddy will teach you how to fly one. Gu Shiyuan looked at his son with eyes full of love. He realized today that he seemed to be favoring his daughter and sometimes neglecting his son's feelings. They wanted to use shared interests to bridge the gap between father and son. Yay! The father and son started talking again. Lin Nan somehow ended up sitting on Gu Shiyuan's lap, and the father and son excitedly talked about their hobbies. Lin Yike listened quietly from the side, occasionally praising her father for being so amazing. Lin Wan found the scene quite heartwarming. In just a few days, the children have become so dependent on Gu Shuyuan. Should she really reconsider her relationship with Gu Shuyuan? Once she's officially recognized as part of the Xiao family, she and Gu Shuyuan will be considered a good match in terms of social status. However, the betrayal by her ex-boyfriend and best friend made it difficult for her to open her heart to others again. She didn't even know how to respond to Gu Shuyuan's obvious affection. That night, Lin Wan kept Gu Shuyuan until almost 11 o'clock before leaving, as it was time for the children to go to sleep. Gu Shuyuan wasn't in a hurry. Tomorrow, the mother and son would move into his house. As long as the children were with him, Lin Wan wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Yike woke up unusually early in the morning, without even needing an alarm clock. She got up obediently at around 6 a.m. and went to wash up. She doesn't know what her daddy's big house looks like yet. Her daddy just said they'd definitely like it. Gu Shuyuan arrived promptly at 7 o'clock and, using the excuse that he hadn't eaten breakfast, managed to freeload a meal. They even cleaned up the mess after the meal. After returning home these past few days, he often consulted with his family's housekeeper, and now he's quite adept at tidying up and washing dishes. Chapter 82. My wife is so fierce today. Gu Shuyuan himself never imagined that one day he would be doing housework. Sure enough, after receiving a couple of casual compliments from Lin Wan, he cleaned up the kitchen as well. If it weren't for the heavy burden on his shoulders that he couldn't put down before his younger brother grew up, he would really like to take off that suit, put on an apron, and become a stay-at-home husband, spending his days around his wife and children. His dream was never to be a privileged son of heaven or a domineering CEO. The mother and her 2 children didn't have much luggage. It was the same stuff they brought back from their trip to China, which Gu Shuyuan could easily take in one trip. Since his child was found, his driver has almost lost his job. Seeing the happy smiles on the faces of the family of 4 as they moved happily, Ouyang Qian, who had been hiding in the shadows since morning, felt so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. He has tried to let go of Lin Wan these past 2 days, but he can't. He truly regretted not stopping Lin Wan from returning to China, and regretted letting her join Gu's company and meet Gu Shuyuan. But it was all too late. He could only watch helplessly as his beloved woman stood with other men, and he couldn't get even a step closer. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete with Gu Shuyuan, but that he didn't dare. He thought that 4 years of companionship had built a strong enough relationship with the children, but it could never overcome the blood ties between them and Gu Shuyuan. Coco hugged Gu Shuyuan's neck and acted coquettishly, calling him Daddy repeatedly. It was a side of her he had never seen before. She would act coquettishly towards him before, but she had never been this intimate. Nan Nan, who is usually very mature, also showed her childlike side in front of Gu Shuyuan. It's obvious to the naked eye which way the scales in the 2 children's hearts are tipping. Ouyang Qian really can't deceive himself. He was trapped in this vortex of pain, and his psyche became increasingly twisted. Gu Shuyuan's car traversed almost the entire city of Shenzhen before finally arriving at his villa. This villa is built by the river. It is a detached house with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below ground. The 2 basements have normal natural light from one side. The yard is full of exotic flowers and plants, all of which Gu Shuyuan paid a lot of money to have people take care of. It has a large garage, a lawn, a swimming pool, a small basketball court, and a gym. Normal living needs can be met without leaving home. Just as Gu Shuyuan said, you can move in with just your bags. They were greeted by a big boy who looked 7 or 8 parts like Gu Shuyuan, but with a simple and honest face. Welcome home, elder brother and sister-in-law, Gu Shoukai said with a bright, sunny smile. His sister-in-law is even prettier in person than in photos. Apart from looking a bit like Xiaowen, she's perfect in every way. Hello. Lin Wan greeted him with a smile, then secretly pinched Gu Shuyuan. What do you mean she's my sister-in-law? She and Gu Shuyuan aren't even dating. You don't even need to ask who this handsome young man is to know who he is. My younger brother is Gu Shoukai. You can also call him Kai Kai, Gu Shuyuan introduced. My wife was really fierce today. She pinched my arm so hard, he was gritting his teeth. Uncle. Uncle. 2 little heads popped out, smiling as they looked at Gu Shoukai. Uncle really does look a lot like Daddy, but he's not as handsome as Daddy, and he looks a bit silly for some reason. Uncle, I'm Nan Nan, and this is my little sister Coco, Lenny Nan introduced generously. This was the first relative of the Gu family they met besides their father. It felt strangely familiar. Hello, little ones, my name is Gu Shiokai, and I'm your only uncle, you know? Gu Shiokai stared at the two children, his eyes wide with amazement. She's so good at growing up. She inherited all the best traits from her parents. No wonder he's a family man. Uncle, you're so handsome. Lin Yike praised Gu Shiokai sincerely as she looked at his face. He might be a little silly, but he's undeniably handsome. You have good taste. Come on, Uncle will show you around the new house. Gu Shiokai grabbed one of them by the hand and ran into the villa. That's the power of blood ties. The children were very close to their uncle the first time they met. It's best for children to be with their own family. Nothing can compare to blood ties and kinship, Gu Shiyuan said meaningfully, watching the three figures run away. Ouyang Qian had been downstairs since this morning. He had noticed it long ago. His continued insistence on this has already aroused his dissatisfaction. Lin Wan didn't say anything. She knew this feeling all too well. She felt the same way when she first met Xiao Yang, an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Gu Shiyuan was the same. When he first met Kiki, he was moved by her, even though he didn't like children. Let's go, I'll show you inside. The master bedroom is on the 3rd floor, Gu Shiyuan said. Along the way, he introduced the layout of each floor and walked through each room. Let Lin Wan familiarize herself with everything here. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, Lin Wan was still shocked by the luxuriousness of the decor. The renovation of this house alone would cost no less than 10 million. She never even dared to dream of such a nice house before. Finally, we arrived at the 3rd floor, which was entirely dedicated to the master bedroom. This is the master bedroom. The walk-in closet is here, your own private space, with a dressing table inside. The bathroom is on the other side. You can leave your things downstairs. The housekeeper will tidy them up, Gu Shiyuan said before leading Lin Wan downstairs. The master bedroom actually has another walk-in closet, which belongs to him. His clothes, shoes, watches, and so on are all stored there, and he doesn't want Lin Wan to know about it yet. Since it's the master bedroom, it's naturally a room shared by the young couple. Gu Shiyuan had always kept his own little scheme to himself. There's another building over there. That's where the servants live. They won't disturb our lives, Gu Shiyuan said, pointing to a small building behind. Us? Lin Wan asked, puzzled. Oh, let's go. Let's take the kids to see the kindergarten. It's right outside the neighborhood. Gu Shiyuan changed the subject abruptly. The family of 5 walked all the way from their doorstep to the kindergarten, which wasn't a long walk, and took the opportunity to familiarize them with the surroundings. This is a truly wealthy neighborhood. The people who live here are all extremely rich and powerful. From your own terrace, you can see the river view and the skyscrapers across the street. That's the city center. The environment here is great. It's like a self-contained community. You can enjoy both the vibrancy of the city and the tranquility of the suburbs. And all of this requires money that ordinary people can't even imagine. Speaking of this house alone, Lin Wan really likes it. She just felt inexplicably burdened because everything here didn't originally belong to her. Gu Shiokai had been playing with the 2 little ones since morning, and he was growing to like them more and more. It's definitely a loss for his parents if they don't come to acknowledge their child now. But in the evening, he still very sensibly and reluctantly left. Chapter 83 Confession. In the afternoon, Gu Shiokai made an excuse that a friend had invited him and slipped away. Before leaving, they each carried one of the children. He had only spent half a day with them, but he already didn't want to leave. However, his older brother said yesterday that he would be living here from now on, so he couldn't be so clueless. We need to give my eldest brother's family a 4 time together, especially my eldest brother and sister-in-law. He won't bother you here. He also wanted to go home and show off to his parents that he had taken a lot of photos and videos of the children. We have to make them crave it. Even into the night, the children continued to pester Gu Shiyuan. The father and his 2 sons had an extremely close relationship. Just as Lin Wan was about to remind Gu Shiyuan that it was time to go home, she realized that he had changed into his pajamas at some point. Just as Lin Wan was wondering, Gu Shiyuan said, "It's getting late. We should rest too. The children are all asleep." Rest? Us. Aren't you leaving? Lin Wan looked at Gu Shiyuan incredulously. He said the house was for the children to go to school, but he never said he would live there too. This is my home. Where am I supposed to go? Gu Shiyuan said innocently. Didn't we agree that I would live here with the child? Lin Wan asked. Yes, but I didn't say I didn't live here, Gu Shiyuan said. Lin Wan. Has she been tricked again? Those two heartless brats are now teaming up with Gu Shiyuan to swindle her. Gu Shiyuan, you deliberately tricked me. Lin Wan looked angry. Right. Lin Wan. They admitted it so quickly, without even offering any explanation. Because I want to be with you, not just for the children, but because I love you. I've never forgotten you since that night 5 years ago. I hope our family can always be together, and that's what the children want too. I know you're not willing to accept me right now, but I can wait until you are. I will marry no one but you in this life, and you shouldn't even think about marrying anyone else. I won't allow it. As Gu Shiyuan confessed his feelings, he approached the bewildered Lin Wan, gently embraced her, and said softly, Wan Wan, please give me a chance. Let me take care of you and the children to make up for what I've neglected these past few years. Let's also give the children a complete family. This is our shared wish. I will do my best to be a good husband and a good father. Lin Wan was still a little confused. Was this guy confessing his feelings to her? Seeing Lin Wan's bewildered expression, Gu Shiyuan really wanted to carry her straight back to the bedroom. But he held back, looking into Lin Wan's eyes. I'm very serious. I want to date you, and I want to marry you. You've shown me what it feels like to like someone. First time liking someone? You've never had a girlfriend? Lin Wan looked at Gu Shiyuan in disbelief. A typical rich, handsome, and successful man nearing 30 has never had a girlfriend. Does he even believe what he's saying? She's not a little girl anymore. She's not that easy to fool. Never before. The only woman I've ever had is you. You know that night. Gu Shiyuan's body began to heat up as he said this. He could hear his own heart pounding. Do I look like someone who's easy to fool? Lin Wan asked. He asked for it again and again that day, showing no signs of inexperience. I really haven't done it before. You have to believe me. Or you can try again if you don't believe me. Gu Shiyuan's face was full of expectation. You think I'd test you, you big dummy. Just as Lin Wan was about to curse a few words about shamelessness, she heard a door slam shut in the corridor and her son say, Not suitable for children. She had completely forgotten that the children lived on this floor. This man is so indecent. It will set a bad example for children. Let me go. Right now. Go to sleep. Don't come into my room. Don't disturb me. Do you hear me? Lin Wan's face was almost completely red. Didn't this guy say the kids were already asleep? Okay, I'll do whatever my wife says. I'll stay on this floor. Gu Shiyin leaned down and kissed Lin Wan's slightly flushed cheek before letting her go. She neither rejected his confession nor his kiss. This indicates that the distance between them is getting closer and closer. After being released, Lin Wan ran back to her room as if fleeing. Lying on the large bed, which was more than 2 meters wide, Lin Wan's heart was still pounding. Gu Shiyuan's confession and his brief kiss had actually stirred something within her. This is the first time I've felt this way about a man. After much thought, she concluded that being with a man like Gu Shiyuan, who was good in every way, would definitely not be a bad deal. Most importantly, the children also want to be together. Lin Wan's heart was unknowingly drawing closer to Gu Shiyuan. On the other side, Gu Shiokai returned home early and boasted to his parents about how cute his 2 children were and how wonderful his sister-in-law was. He rattled off a whole bunch of nonsense. They showed the elderly couple photos and videos of their 2 children, making them so eager that they wished they could bring the children to their side immediately. They should enjoy their family life now. Old Gu, do you acknowledge these 2 children or not? Putting aside what kind of mother they are, at least the children are our own grandchildren. How can you bear to let them wander outside? Gu's mother said. Mr. Gu lowered his head and remained silent. Of course, he wanted to acknowledge the child. This was the eldest grandson of the Gu family. But Lin Wan genuinely looked down on the other person's background. His character was certainly impeccable. At first, he thought Lin Wan wanted to marry into the Gu family with 2 children she had with other men. But the truth was completely different from what Bai Xinran said. He had considered his son's marriage. But the most important thing for a daughter-in-law of the Gu family is her status. No matter how good one's character is, it cannot change one's background. Humph, what an old stubborn man. You may not acknowledge him, but I will. What a fine child he was. Gu's mother looked at the photo again and again. I can't get enough of it. She loves both children equally. Dad, can you stop being so stubborn and clinging to those old ideas? My sister-in-law is really wonderful, and most importantly, my brother likes her. Stop thinking about that woman all the time. She's so annoying. Gu Shiokai wanted to roll his eyes whenever Shinran was mentioned. Not to mention his older brother disliked her. Even she hated that woman. How could someone like that be allowed into their house? Mr. Gu sighed and said, of course I will acknowledge the child, but the child's mother can be someone with a better background. Gu Shiokai was speechless. Fine, forget I said anything. If you think a biological mother is better for a child than a stepmother, I have nothing to say. Anyway, my older brother has already decided on my sister-in-law. If you don't accept my sister-in-law, my brother won't come back. After Gu Shiokai finished speaking, he got up and left. He didn't want to waste any more words. Chapter 84. Was he really that embarrassing for her? Gu Shiokai stormed back to his room. He couldn't understand what his father was thinking. Having a little money is nothing special. This one isn't good enough for that one. True love is more important than anything else. Anyway, if I force him to marry someone he doesn't like in the future, he'll really become a monk. Moreover, if his older brother doesn't want to come back, he can come back, and he won't care too much. I'm a little envious of my older brother and sister-in-law. They have both a son and a daughter, and their little family is so lively and cheerful. However, he now yearns for a freer life. Over the weekend, Gu Shiyuan took Lin Wan and the child to play around in Shenzhen. As they spent time together, Lin Wan's heart gradually drew closer to Gu Shiyuan. She wasn't sure if he could be a good husband, but she knew for sure that he was a good father. Monday was the children's first day of school after transferring schools, and Gu Shiyuan had already prepared his limited edition luxury car. The children at the elite kindergarten are picked up and dropped off in luxury cars every day. His child, of course, should be the most handsome beautiful. When Gu Shiyuan's limited edition car was parked in front of the kindergarten, it certainly attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was even more surprised when he opened the car door and got out. Just as everyone was wondering how he got here, they saw him take 2 children out of the car. Mr. Gu, what brings you here? Someone asked boldly. Just like you. I'm here to take my child to school. Gu Shiyuan's face was full of pride. He not only has a son and a daughter, but also twins. All eyes turned to the 2 little ones as soon as they heard those words. Everyone was surprised when they saw Lin Yinan's face clearly. Isn't this just a mini version of Gu Shiyuan? Gu Shiyuan has a child? When did this happen? How come they've never heard of it? Did we miss some big news? Mr. Gu, this is... Someone asked, staring at the 2 little ones. My children, twins, isn't that obvious enough? Gu Shiyuan raised the corners of his mouth. The chances of having twins are slim, but he and Lin Wan managed to conceive on their first try. He even wanted to praise himself for being so capable. President Gu is truly blessed, someone praised. He complimented her while glancing at Lin Wan, who had just gotten out of the car. This must be the mother of the twins. She's so beautiful. But they had never seen this woman. There wasn't a single wealthy heiress in Shenzhen that they didn't know. Everyone started speculating in their hearts. Gu Shiyuan has never had any news of marriage, yet now he has 2 children. It seems this woman is no ordinary person. They probably want to use their children to climb the social ladder. There are quite a few people in their circle who use this method. A mother's status depends on her son. Only by having children can she gain a foothold in a wealthy family. However, with the Gu family's financial resources, not just anyone can become their daughter-in-law. No wonder they raise their children outside. In just a minute or two, Lin Wan became known in everyone's mind as Gu Shiyuan's shameful mistress. However, it seems that Gu Shiyuan values these 2 children very much. I am truly blessed, and I owe it all to my wife. Gu Shiyuan looked at Lin Wan beside him with deep affection. He wanted everyone to know that Lin Wan was his woman, his lover, and that she was the only one who would become Mrs. Gu. Gu Shiyuan's public remark about his wife made Lin Wan want to hide her head like an ostrich. When did she become his wife? She hasn't even agreed to be his wife yet. She instinctively wanted to refute him, but she didn't want to offend Gu Shiyuan in public. It was Gu Shiyuan's words that stopped everyone from making wild guesses. They're openly calling her wife now, so it seems she's settling into her position as Mrs. Gu. Many wealthy heiresses in Shenzhen had pursued Gu Shuyuan, but were all ruthlessly rejected. This woman actually managed to win over Gu Shuyuan. I wonder what her background is. Gu Shuyuan's appearance prompted many people to come over and strike up a conversation. Becoming the center of attention was as unbearable as torture for Lin Wan, who was already socially anxious. Lin Wan didn't feel like she could breathe easily again until she had sent all the children to school and returned to her car. The world was finally quiet. She was most afraid of socializing with strangers. Normally, we would avoid it at all costs. Don't be nervous, you'll get used to it. These are things you'll have to face when you return to the Xiao family. Don't be afraid, I'll always be by your side. Gu Shuyuan held Lin Wan's hand. He could feel that her palms were sweaty. Today can be considered a kind of experience. After Lin Wan was recognized by the Xiao family, she would have many more occasions where she was flattered. He wanted to help her gradually get used to this kind of life. Lin Wan nodded. She understood the reasoning, but she couldn't avoid feeling aversion towards it. There's no need to worry about the children. The security system here is absolutely the best in Shenzhen. The children are completely safe inside, Gu Shuyuan said. But he would soon be proven wrong by those words. Okay, just drop me off on the side of the road nearby when we're almost at the company, Lin Wan said. It's not far from their current residence to the kindergarten, whether walking or driving, and it's also convenient to go to their company along the way, so moving was definitely the right choice. Otherwise, she and the children would definitely be late today. It's really too far. No need, just go straight to the underground parking lot and take the elevator up. Gu Shuyuan wanted to refuse. He just wanted everyone to see that Lin Wan was with him. Don't you think there's enough gossip about us in the company already? Lin Wan rolled her eyes at him. She didn't want to cause herself unnecessary trouble. She came to work, not to cause trouble. She accepted that Gu Shuyuan would support the child, but she would not accept him supporting her. These are all facts, Gu Shuyuan said. He didn't think others were talking nonsense. It's a fact that he likes Lin Wan. It's a fact that they have a child, and it's an even more fact that they are now living under the same roof. Although Lin Wan did not explicitly accept his confession, she did not reject it either. If Lin Wan hadn't disagreed, he would have announced it to the world long ago, letting everyone know that he and Lin Wan had 2 children. Why do you have so many excuses? Lin Wan turned her head to look out the car window. Looking at the tall buildings outside, they felt both familiar and strange. She had just passed by the hotel where she knew Gu Shuyuan. Gu Shuyuan curled the corners of his lips. No matter how many reasons he had, as long as he achieved his goal, that was all that mattered. After arriving at the underground parking lot, Lin Wan slipped out of Gu Shuyuan's car like a thief, observing her surroundings as she went. Seeing that no one was around, she quickly took the elevator to the floor where the design department was located. Gu Shuyuan sighed softly. Was he really that embarrassing for her? Chapter 85, he just said he was my brother-in-law. Lin Wan had just gotten into her work when she received a call from Xiaoyang. He asked her if she had time now, and said he would come over right away. The test results are in, and he wants to see her. Just by listening to his voice, you could tell how excited Xiaoyang was. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Wan grabbed her bag and hurriedly left the office. She had been waiting for this test result for several days, and it finally came out. Although I had already confirmed my true identity, I still wanted a result that was 100% certain. What I've been looking forward to all this time is now making me a little uneasy. What if the test results are inaccurate? What if she isn't a daughter of the Xiao family? Wouldn't it all be a false alarm? She was always anxious about that 1 in 10,000 chance. At this moment, Lin Wan felt uneasy thinking about how she hadn't seen her biological parents and brother for more than 20 years, and that she had a younger sister she had never met. She didn't know how to get along with them. The future will be completely new. As soon as Lin Wan came downstairs, Gu Shuyuan received the information and then ran out as well. Now he can know immediately about any movement or disturbance from Lin Wan's side. He promised her he would protect her. Xiaoyang and Lin Wan met at a restaurant next to the Gu Group building. Xiaoyang sat by the window, clutching the appraisal report tightly in his hand. Big brother, Lin Wan called softly. Xiaoro. Xiaoyang stood up immediately. Come and sit down. I subconsciously called out my younger sister's nickname. Lin Wan obediently sat down opposite Xiaoyang, her eyes fixed on the appraisal report on the table. Open it and see for yourself. Xiaoyang pushed the certificate in front of Lin Wan. Lin Wan's hands trembled when she picked up the appraisal report. When she saw the results, she felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders. She really was Xiao Rou, the Xiao family's daughter who had been missing for over 20 years. She rediscovered her true self. Tears blurred my vision. After waiting for so long, she was finally able to completely break away from the Lin family. When she learned that they were not only not her biological parents, but also the bad people who had kidnapped her, she truly felt no burden towards the Lin family from the bottom of her heart. You are my own sister, Xiao Rou, without any doubt. Xiaoyang reached out to wipe away Lin Wan's tears. I'm going to show this paternity test report to Mom and Dad. They will be very excited and will be ready to welcome you and the child home to our home. The words, "Let's go back to our home," brought tears to Xiaoyang's eyes. After more than 20 years apart, we are finally able to reunite. At the same time, he also felt sorry for his sister's suffering over the past 20 years. I have a clearer understanding of how much my family has suffered over the years. It is a blessing for all of them that their sister can come home. Okay. Lin Wan was already sobbing uncontrollably. Don't cry, okay? This is a good thing. We should laugh, not cry. Xiaoyang held back his tears. Lin Wan nodded, wiping away her tears. She was going back to the home that truly belonged to her. The Lin family held only painful memories for her. Just then, the door to their private room was pushed open. Gu Shiyuan hurriedly walked in. He couldn't see Lin Wan when he came out, and it took him some effort to find out she was there. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Wan's face covered in tears. She cried? Just as he was about to get angry, he saw that Xiaoyang was sitting opposite Lin Wan, and immediately swallowed back what he wanted to say. The clenched hands loosened. When he opened the door, his attention was on Lin Wan, and he thought she had been bullied by someone. Seeing Gu Shiyuan barging in, Xiaoyang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Gu Shiyuan, why don't you show him your temper? You're usually so arrogant in front of him. If you want to be his brother-in-law, you have to get past him first. If you offend him, he will never let your sister marry into the family, and your child will never return to the Gu family. He felt that Gu Shiyuan's behavior today was that of a reckless brute. Gu Shiyuan naturally noticed Xiaoyang's gaze. He took a deep breath, slowly walked over, and said respectfully, "Brother, you didn't even call me before coming here." He used to look down on Xiaoyang a bit. He was inferior to Xiaoyang in every way since childhood, and now he was always overshadowed by him in business. But now he has no choice but to bow down to Xiaoyang. Who can blame him when he's his brother-in-law? If he offends his brother-in-law before they're even married, will he even be able to get married? I came here temporarily to deliver the paternity test report to Xiao. What? Does my own sister need your permission to see me? Xiaoyang's words were not very friendly. He had been secretly competing with Gu Shiyuan since childhood, but this guy had always been able to keep him in check. These are secondary issues. The most important thing is that his sister has already given birth to 2 children for Gu Shiyuan, yet she still doesn't have a proper title, and he hasn't even questioned her yet. No, that's not what I meant. We haven't seen each other in a long time, and I wanted to prepare to entertain you properly since I knew you were coming. Gu Shiyuan adopted a very humble attitude. He addressed Xiaoyang as brother repeatedly. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. So what if he lowered his head to marry Lin Wan? Why are you here? Lin Wan asked, frowning. Could this guy have planted a spy next to her? He came looking for her not long after she left. I'm here to see you. Gu Shiyuan glanced at the paternity test results. The result was as expected. He only noticed that Lin Wan and Xiaoyang actually looked quite alike when he learned that they were siblings, except that Xiaoyang had more angular features, while Lin Wan's features were softer. Does our Xiao not even have personal freedom now? She's being treated so tightly. Xiaoyang's expression turned a little cold. He spoke without any politeness, putting on airs like an older brother. He was certain that Gu Shiyuan wouldn't dare to talk back. Although he knew that Gu Shiyuan cared about his sister, he didn't like this approach. Big brother is right. I was wrong. I'll correct it right away. Gu Shiyuan admitted defeat without even thinking. Xiaoyang. This attitude was completely unexpected. Is this still the arrogant Gu Shiyuan he knew? Is the power of love really that great? It's good that you know you're wrong. I'm still your brother-in-law, so be more polite to me in the future. Xiaoyang held his head high. The Xiao family and the Gu family are now competitors. In business battles, he has always been Gu Shiyuan's defeated opponent. Today, at least he can have some venting and feel a little more at ease. Gu Shiyuan nodded and then turned to Lin Wan. Why didn't you tell me that my brother was coming today? Who's your brother? Besides, it's me who's acknowledging my brother, not you. He just said he was my brother-in-law. Chapter 86. Going back to the Xiao family with you. Gu Shiyuan pointed at Xiaoyang and said. Lin Wan felt betrayed by her older brother at that moment. Out of respect for Gu Shiyuan, Xiaoyang took the initiative to tell the story of how Lin Wan was abducted and how they met. Lin Wan then recounted her life in the Lin family over the years. Hearing about Lin Wan's past, Gu Shiyuan's fists hardened. The Lin family deserves to die? They actually tried to force Lin Wan to marry someone else even though she was pregnant with his child, all for a little money. The more Gu Shiyuan listened, the more guilty he felt. If only he had found her sooner. Lin Wan never brought these things up with him. He had only heard snippets of information from the children. That's the whole story. Is there anything else you want to know? Xiaoyang looked calmly at Gu Shiyuan. He had just learned what was going on between his sister and Gu Shiyuan. Although he had never liked Gu Shiyuan's flamboyant manner, they had grown up together and been in the same circle, so he knew Gu Shiyuan's character quite well. He is a very good person, and most importantly, Gu Shiyuan is like him. No other woman has ever gotten close to him. He could also tell that Gu Shiyuan's feelings for Lin Wan were genuine. He could confidently entrust his sister to Gu Shiyuan, since the two of them already had a child, and the child needed a complete family. Moreover, there is no man in the entire city of Shenzhen who is more worthy of his sister than Gu Shiyuan. At this moment, Xiaoyang had basically accepted the relationship between the two of them. However, based on his understanding of the Gu family elders, he knew that given Lin Wan's current status, they would never accept her. That's good too. Once Lin Wan is recognized by the Xiao family, it will also dampen the Gu family's arrogance. If she really marries into the family, the Xiao family will naturally support her and provide a generous dowry, enough to keep the Gu family from saying a word. Of course, it doesn't matter if she doesn't want to get married. The Xiao family can support her and her two children. No, that's all. Gu Shiyuan shook his head gently. He now knows everything about Lin Wan's past. Besides feeling sorry for them, he also wanted to take revenge on the Lin family. And between you and Xiaoro, Xiaoyang asked, I want to marry her. If she's willing to marry me, I'll marry her immediately. If she's not, I'll wait until she is, Gu Shiyuan said firmly. He knew what Xiaoyang meant. He couldn't wait to get the marriage certificate right now. But the decision-making power was in Lin Wan's hands, so he could only express his opinion. Their relationship needs to be moved forward quickly, and Xiaoyang's attitude is also very important. Okay. Xiaoyang felt a bit more favorably disposed towards Gu Shiyuan. I'll go back and tell my parents the good news first. Once we're ready, Xiaoro, you can take the child home. Yuan, come along too. It's my invitation. Xiaoyang gave Gu Shiyuan a look. He now understands Gu Shiyuan's mentality all too well. Gu wants to take advantage of the Xiao family's recognition of their daughter to announce to the outside world that he and Xiaoro, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, have a child. Then his sister won't be able to escape. Isn't this just like when he pursued Qin Kawai? Thank you, brother. Gu Shiyuan immediately understood. He had originally thought that Lin Wan would most likely not let him go with her when she took the child to meet her relatives. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyang took the initiative to extend an olive branch. This can be considered a tacit acceptance of him. Brother. Lin Wan looked at Xiaoyang helplessly. She felt like her brother was siding with outsiders. Wait. Why are all the people around her siding with Gu Shiyuan? She hasn't decided whether to get married yet. She asked herself several times if she really liked Gu Shiyuan. The answer is yes, but the feeling isn't very strong. At least not strongly enough for her to be with him right now. Alright, I'll head back now. My parents will be so happy to know. Xiaoyang didn't give Lin Wan a direct answer. After saying that, he got up and left, leaving Lin Wan and Gu Shiyuan alone. My sister is an adult now. She can make her own choices, and he doesn't want to interfere too much. If the Xiao family and the Gu family were to join forces in the future, He himself couldn't even imagine how terrifyingly powerful they would become. Of course, when faced with the choice of personal gain, he respected his sister's own feelings even more. After Xiaoyang left, Linwan didn't think much about spending time alone with Gu Shiyuan in a room. The two of them took a walk towards the company. "You'd better not come to the Xiao family with me," Linwan suddenly said. She and Gu Shiyuan were not officially dating, so what was his status when he went to her parents' house? She always felt that this was strange and embarrassing. "My brother invited me." Gu Shiyuan had no intention of backing down. His family and the Xiao family had a long-standing relationship. Zhao's parents had watched him grow up, and he was very confident that he could get Lin Wan to marry him as quickly as possible. "That's my brother. He's also my brother." Lin Wan was speechless. This guy kept calling her brother, and anyone who didn't know better would think they were brothers. "That's shameless." "Wan Wan." Gu Shiyuan suddenly stopped and called out softly. He loved calling her name. "Huh." Lin Wan turned around and bumped into a broad chest. Gu Shiyuan pulled her into his arms and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were pregnant back then, and you've suffered these past few years. I couldn't be a part of your past, but let me protect you in the future, okay?" He felt heartbroken whenever he thought about the treatment Lin Wan received in the Lin family. Even though she grew up in that environment, Lin Wan's eyes and heart remained pure, untouched by any dust. If he had known she was pregnant with his child, he would have taken her in, taken good care of her, and accompanied the children as they grew up. He has been absent for far too long. Lin Wan wanted to struggle, but listening to the other person's strong heartbeat, her heart gradually calmed down and she relaxed. "It seems that with him by my side, I have nothing to fear." She recalled the time she spent with Gu Shiyuan and felt incredibly at ease. He was incredibly good to her and to the children. Even if it's just for the sake of the children, she should at least give him a chance to love and protect them. She is now eagerly anticipating meeting her biological parents and hopes they can always be by her side. She thinks her children feel the same way. From a child's perspective, it's naturally best to have both parents around. From her own perspective, Gu Shiyuan was indeed a perfect husband. She has always believed that love is expressed through actions, and Gu Shiyuan does this very well. She also believed that Gu Shiyuan's pursuit of her was not solely for the sake of the child. Chapter 87. Call Me Husband. Gu Shiyuan. Lin Wan lifted her head from Gu Shiyuan's embrace and looked into his eyes. "I'm here. I've always been here." Looking at the person in his arms, Gu Shiyuan couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. "Just like when I first met her. I agree to date you, but don't pressure me. We need time," Lin Wan said solemnly. After all, she and Gu Shiyuan hadn't spent much time together. In the adult world, perhaps compatibility is the most important thing. She has a child with this man, and they are equals in status when she returns to the Xiao family. She feels that she shouldn't feel too inferior. After saying this, Lin Wan felt much more relaxed, a stark contrast to the feeling of making do when she initially agreed to Ouyang Qian's offer. "Okay, as long as you're willing to be with me, I'll agree to any conditions." Gu Shiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed. Uncontrollable excitement. I couldn't even believe my ears. Did he successfully confess his feelings? They had originally planned to start with Zhao's parents. "Okay, let go of me now. It's not good for others to see us hugging like this in public." Lin Wan pushed her away. "Then let me carry you when we get home tonight," Gu Shiyuan said shamelessly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with hugging someone outside. "Can't." "Then I won't let go. Didn't you say you'd agree to any conditions I asked for?" "This one is not included." Gu Shiyuan. "Call me husband." Just when Lin Wan was at her wit's end with Gu Shiyuan, Xiaoyang had already driven back home. He wanted to share this huge piece of news with his family. He had already informed his family in advance, and all the family members were waiting for him at home. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." Xiaoyang's face was beaming with undisguised joy. "I have some great news to share with you." Aside from seeing Gu Shiyuan holding his sister on the roadside when he left the restaurant, he hadn't stopped smiling. Sure enough, no matter who their sister's boyfriend is, older brothers always feel a sense of unease, and Gu Shiyuan was no exception. "Brother, the results are in." Xiaowen was the first to run over. Just by looking at Xiaoyang's expression, she knew it must be because of this. When she received the news, she skipped class and came back immediately, briefly shattering her image as a top student. Xiaoyang nodded. Big brother, why did you call us back so urgently? Xiao Yan, the second son of the Xiao family, also came over. He was just discussing business when he received the call and came right back. All three siblings in the Xiao family are top students. None of them slack off just because their family is wealthy. Xiao Yang's current achievements are also partly due to his younger brother Xiao Yan. Of course there's good news. I have a big gift for you, Xiao Yang said with a smile, looking at his younger brother. He only shared this matter with his younger sister, Xiao Wan, and kept it from Xiao Yan for the time being. He knew that Xiao Yan had always felt guilty about his younger sister going missing. For more than 20 years, Xiao Yan has lived in the shadow of his younger sister being taken away because of his mischievousness. No one in his family blamed him, but he could never forgive himself. Compared to Xiao Yang, Xiao Yan's personality was slightly more gloomy. What great news is it? Did you get a girlfriend? Or am I going to be an uncle? Xiao Yan asked. He does hope that his elder brother will soon achieve success and bear fruit. He has no intention of getting married and having children at the moment. When it comes to having more children, their family still has to rely on the eldest son. Can't you think of anything serious? Xiao Yang also saw the expectant look in his parents' eyes. I know they all misunderstood. What good news is it? Why are you keeping us in suspense? Mr. Xiao asked. Actually, he was hoping for good news that his son had a girlfriend. It doesn't matter whose daughter she is or what her background is, as long as my son likes her. He's nothing like that stubborn old man from the Gu family. The two have known each other their whole lives, and he knows that old man all too well. He's very picky about his future daughter-in-law. He always felt that no one was good enough for his two sons. What wonderful news. You're all smiles, Zhao's mother said with a smile, rarely seeing her son so happy. Her expectations were the same as those of the whole family, especially since her eldest son was already in his early 30s. If there's anything more gratifying than her son getting a girlfriend, it's that her Xiao came home. But they've been searching for over 20 years and haven't found a single clue. She herself had already lost confidence. I've given up hope. She wondered where her poor daughter was now and what kind of life she was living. She felt heartbroken whenever she thought about her eldest daughter possibly suffering outside. He will pamper his youngest daughter even more, letting her live like a princess. This is a tremendous joyous occasion, and I'm not exaggerating at all. Xiaoyang asked the whole family to sit down. He's about to reveal the answer. Xiaoyang placed his phone's photo album and a piece of paper in front of his family. Look, this is a big surprise. What is this? Zhao's mother exclaimed instinctively as she looked at the photo album. Is this Xiaoro? She stared wide-eyed at the people in the photo album in disbelief. This is definitely her eldest daughter. Although she has grown into a young woman and they haven't seen each other for over 20 years, as a mother, she can still recognize her child at a glance. My hand holding the phone started to tremble. She couldn't possibly be wrong. Yes, absolutely. My daughter. Mr. Xiao cried, tears streaming down his face. The child he had been waiting for over 20 years. The person in the photo has the same nose and eyes as him, a face shaped like her mother, and also bears some resemblance to her youngest daughter. Since my son said it was a very happy occasion, it couldn't possibly be wrong. Is his eldest daughter coming back? And this too. Xiaoyang pointed to the paper, his eyes red. Still in a daze, Xiao Yin grabbed the paper. He then discovered that it was a paternity test, which showed that a woman named Lin Wan was his mother's biological child. She's back. Xiao Yin stared blankly at the piece of paper. He had been looking forward to this day for so many years, but when it finally arrived, it felt unreal to him. Over the years, he has had frequent nightmares in which his playful and mischievous behavior attracted his mother's attention, resulting in his younger sister being taken away. He lived in constant pain. At that moment, he felt relieved. My child, we have finally found you. Mother Xiao was already sobbing uncontrollably. Since her daughter Xiao Ro went missing, she has lost her soul as well. For several years, she could only sleep with the help of medication, and it wasn't until the birth of her youngest daughter that her completely broken heart was healed. Just when they were about to give up, a miracle really happened, and her Xiao Ro came back. Chapter 88. The biological father of the two children is Gu Shiyuan. Xiao Yin closed the paternity test report. Since the test had been done, it meant that the person had been found. There's no need to examine his parents. They wouldn't mistake their own child. Big brother, where did you find Xiao? Xiaoyan asked, both happy and excited, yet also incredulous. His older brother kept it a secret so well. Wenwen's calm demeanor suggests she must have known all along. She's actually been in Shenzhen all these years, Xiaoyang sighed, and said, we've been looking in the wrong direction. They had searched every place in Shenzhen that they could find Xiaoro back then, and they still believe that Xiaoro had been trafficked to another place. Has she been in Shenzhen the whole time? Near us? Zhao's mother asked, sobbing. She never imagined that her daughter had never gone far. But they had never met. Xiaowen sniffled as she wiped away her mother's tears. Xiaoyang then recounted to his family in detail how Xiaoro was taken away, where she was taken, what the situation was like there, and what kind of life she lived. They have the right to know. What a tragedy. How could they treat my child like this? Mr. Xiao cried, covering his face. His daughter was his precious darling when she was at home, but little did he know that the Lin family had been living a life of hardship. What difference is there between the Lin family taking Xiaoro away because of their own selfish desires and cutting flesh off their own bodies? Hearing Xiaoyang's story, Zhao's mother was heartbroken. She carried her daughter for 10 months, raised her with all her heart and soul until she was 2 years old, and now her daughter is being trampled on like this in someone else's home. She blamed herself even more for not paying enough attention to her child, which gave the Lin family an opportunity to take advantage of her, causing her daughter to suffer so much. Her suffering was beyond anyone's comprehension. If it weren't for the birth of her youngest daughter, Wenwen, she would have collapsed long ago. Mom and Dad, don't cry. It's great news that Xiaoro has been found. Isn't this the day we've been waiting for? We should be happy, Xiaoyan said, wiping his eyes as he comforted his parents. This was a day their family had waited for over 20 years. The Xiao family was so surprised and delighted by this generous gift that it took them a long time to recover. Seeing that his parents had calmed down, Xiaoyang took out 2 photos. Mom and Dad, I have some good news to share with you, but please don't get too excited. Xiaoyang then placed the photo in front of his parents. Congratulations, Mom and Dad, on the arrival of your little grandchildren. They are over 4 years old and are twins, a boy and a girl. The boy's name is Nan Nan, Nan as in east, west, south, and north, and the girl's name is Cuckoo, Ku as in cute. The Xiao family members all stared wide-eyed at the photo on the table. Xiaoro's child is already this big? Not only did they find their daughter, but they also became grandparents? There were so many surprises today. Zhao's parents held the 2 photos in their hands, looking at them again and again, unable to put them down. I wish I could bring the children over and raise them with me right now. Look how much Coco looks like our Xiaoro when she was little. Mr. Xiao hesitated after saying this, then added, but this Nan Nan, how come he? He was very familiar with his grandson's face. It looked exactly like Gu Shiyuan's when he was a child. Is it really that much of a coincidence? You don't need to doubt it. The biological father of the 2 children really is Gu Shiyuan, Xiaoyang said calmly. At least for now, Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan seemed to be getting along quite well, even though their child was conceived by a twist of fate. Xiaoyang's words stunned everyone in the Xiao family, and no one spoke for a long time. Xiaoyan frowned. He didn't particularly like either of the Gu family's sons. One is arrogant, the other is a complete idiot. What sins did the Xiao family commit? The eldest daughter gave birth to a child for the Gu family, and the younger daughter also liked the second son of the Gu family. Gu Shiyuan? That boy from the Gu family? Zhao's father asked. Gu Shiyuan was someone he watched grow up. This was completely unexpected for them. He had never heard that Gu Shiyuan had a child. He and Xiaoro. Zhao's mother still didn't ask. Gu Shiyuan is a well-known, eligible bachelor in Shenzhen. There has never been any news of him dating anyone, let alone getting married. How could he have a child with his own daughter, without any legal status or recognition? She had just thought her daughter was getting married too early. The Gu family is really unethical. Their child is already so old, yet they're still hiding him away. They won't even give him a proper title? At this point, Zhao's parents had already begun to feel dissatisfied with Gu Shiyuan. This led to resentment towards everyone in the Gu family. Is it because that old man from the Gu family thinks our Xiaoro comes from a bad background and refuses to let her in? Humph. Old man. Father Xiao sneered. His family and the Gu family have been friends for generations, And he knows all too well how much the Xiao family elders value their reputation and how snobbish they are. Things aren't what you think. It's complicated, and I'll explain it to you slowly later. In short, Gu Shiyuan is treating Xiaoro and the children very well now, and he said he won't marry anyone but Xiaoro. Xiaoyang rarely showed favoritism towards Gu Shiyuan. He was eventually won over by Gu Shiyuan's repeated references to his elder brother. Moreover, he couldn't directly tell his parents about the matter between Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan. He didn't want the two elderly people to suffer from the humiliation their daughter had endured. They were too old to handle emotional highs and lows. As long as the result is good, the process is no longer that important. However, the Lin family and Zhou Ying and her husband must pay the price. He definitely wouldn't let them go, and he thought Gu Shiyuan thought the same thing. At least he has some conscience, Zhao's father said with great dissatisfaction. Although his son implied there were hidden reasons behind this matter, he still needed to get an explanation from the Gu family. The child is so old and still has no official status or recognition. What kind of situation is this? Isn't the young lady of the Xiao family good enough for that boy from the Gu family? In terms of social standing, the Xiao family is no less prestigious than the Gu family. Why didn't you bring Xiaoro and the children back? Zhao's mother asked. She still prioritizes her daughter and grandson. The desire to see them, mother and son, is more important than anything else. She doesn't want to wait a moment longer. Xiaoro is ready to bring the children home. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Their return is a joyous occasion for our family, and we need to have a proper ceremony so she can understand how much we miss her and how important she is to us. Xiaoyang explained patiently. He felt this was important. We want Lin Wan and her son to feel loved as soon as they return, and they both need a buffer period. Especially for the elderly, their emotions should not be too agitated. They need a transition period. Then tomorrow, you can pick them up and take them home tomorrow. Zhao's mother's eyes were full of anticipation. Every second was torture for her. Chapter 89 Mrs. Gu. Then I'll call Xiaoro and see if she has time tomorrow. If she does, I'll have her take the kids home, and I'll pick them up, Xiaoyang said. Okay. Zhao's mother's eyes were filled with hope. She couldn't wait to see her daughter. But the son is right. They need to give their daughter a sense of ceremony so she knows they have never forgotten her. They have always loved her. After learning that Xiaoro was going home, the atmosphere in the Xiao family changed completely, and everyone's face was filled with joy. The whole house became lively and bustling. Zhao's mother urgently ordered the servants to clean the house thoroughly, inside and out, especially the room where Xiaoro was a child. They wanted to be in the best possible condition to welcome their daughter home. Xiaoyang also confirmed the time with Lin Wan over the phone, and they agreed that he would come to the Xiao family to meet his relatives tomorrow morning. After discussing it, Gu Shiyuan directly arranged for a luxury store to send a lot of clothes to their house so that they could choose whatever they wanted. When Lin Wan saw the dazzling array of clothes, shoes, and bags delivered to her home, she was stunned. Are they so rich that they can be so capricious? She had only ever seen such things in some exaggerated short dramas. Unexpectedly, it actually happened to her. You can choose whatever you like, or you can keep them all, Gu Shiyuan said generously, waving his hand. The clothes that were delivered were all made to fit the size of their family of 4, so keeping them all wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, every room in the house has a separate walk-in closet, so there's enough room to store as many clothes as you want. They're going to the Xiao family tomorrow, so they need to be at their best. Especially for him. As the future son-in-law of the Xiao family, he couldn't let the Xiao family feel that he had neglected their daughter. Good attire is the most basic requirement. Keep them all. Or maybe not. Lin Wan refused without even thinking. She's never bought anything from this brand before. They're too expensive. If she kept all of them, how much money would that cost? Don't worry about money. Money is the last thing our family needs, Gu Shiyuan said. This left Lin Wan speechless. Look at this. Is this even human language? The thing they have in abundance is money. It really shows how big the gap is between people. Daddy, can I pick any of these dresses? Lin Yike asked. What can I do if she likes them all? If you like it, it's all yours. Gu Shiyuan pinched his daughter's chubby cheeks. His daughter deserves all the good things in the world. He would even try to pluck the moon from the sky if he wanted it, let alone these clothes. That's great. Lin Yike cheered excitedly. Suddenly I realized that having a rich dad is really a great thing. Now Daddy and Mommy are together. Daddy is so handsome and rich. He and Mommy are a match made in heaven. Tomorrow they will also reunite with their maternal grandparents, uncles, and aunts. They will finally be a big family together. How wonderful. Lin Yike's dresses were all kept, and Lin Yinan picked out a few that he liked, leaving the rest untouched. Lin Wan picked and chose, but all of them seemed too expensive. Gu Shiyuan simply waved his hand, leaving everything behind and letting her choose at her leisure in the dressing room. This amount of money was just a drop in the ocean for him. Moreover, he thought Lin Wan looked good in everything she wore. Lin Wan's clothes are usually too ordinary, and he wanted her to dress a little better. This made the store manager who delivered the clothes extremely happy. As expected of the #1 luxury family, they are too extravagant. The commission from these clothes alone is enough for her to buy a house. As expected of someone who cares about the family. She was initially envious of Lin Wan for having such a wealthy and loving husband. The store manager did a lot of flattery, praising Mrs. Gu's beauty in various ways. They boasted that it was something unparalleled in heaven and earth. The repeated calls of Mrs. Gu made Lin Wan feel a little awkward. She had only agreed to try dating Gu Shiyuan, but she hadn't said she wanted to marry him. From now on, you'll be in charge of all our family's money. Then Mrs. Gu will know just how rich our family really is. Gu Shiyuan's lips curled up slightly. His money is enough for his descendants to squander for generations. I don't want your money, Lin Wan refused. Even if he gave her all his money, she wouldn't dare take it. The two little ones, already dressed in their favorite clothes, looked down at everything from the second-floor atrium and exclaimed, Daddy really loves Mommy so much. Look, Mommy's blushing so shy. Put all of these in Madam's dressing room, Gu Shiyuan instructed the housekeeper. Before Lin Wan could react, all the clothes had been moved away. When she checked out, the bill, which was worth tens of millions, made her dizzy with shock. Is this what life in a wealthy family is like? Lin Wan finally understood why so many people were desperate to marry into a wealthy family. The lifestyle was too extravagant, spending tens of millions on clothes without batting an eye. Buying luxury goods is like buying groceries. She just hadn't gotten used to this luxurious lifestyle yet. Before Lin Wan could even react, the new clothes, bags, and shoes had already filled a third of her walk-in closet. Then Gu Shiyuan took Lin Wan's hand and went back to the room to pick out clothes. Lin Wan was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of clothes. Finally, I randomly picked out a dress and decided that was it. Is this it? Gu Shiyuan asked. Lin Wan has great taste. He also thinks this dress looks good. Lin Wan nodded. Hurry up and change so I can see, Gu Shiyuan said, showing no intention of leaving. Then you go out and wait for me, Lin Wan said. No, I'll watch you change. Gu Shiyuan started being shameless again. Was he just looking to see Lin Wan change clothes? He was lusting after her body. Hurry up and get out of here, or I'll get angry. 3, 2, Lin Wan started counting. 1. Gu Shiyuan looked at Lin Wan with a mischievous grin. It remained completely still. Then I won't change it. Lin Wan really couldn't do anything about this guy. She knew he was thick-skinned, but she didn't know he was this thick-skinned. Give me a kiss and I'll leave now, or I can kiss you, Gu Shiyuan said with a wicked grin. No, Lin Wan said angrily. Is there any difference between the two? Then I won't leave. Gu Shiyuan leaned against the door frame of the dressing room, not moving an inch. Lin Wan was so pestered by him that she reluctantly moved her cheek closer. I didn't say I wanted to kiss here. Gu Shiyuan pinched Lin Wan's chin and leaned down to kiss her soft lips. Before Lin Wan could react, he reluctantly let go of her, turned around and ran out, closing the door behind him. Leaning against the outside door, he savored the light kiss from earlier. He wanted to continue, but he was afraid that if he didn't run soon, he would be scolded. You pervert. Lin Wan's face started to burn again. Has she fallen into a wolf's den? Chapter 90, Is Godmother going to become aunt? Gu Shiyuan looked respectable, but Lin Wan had no idea that he was a scoundrel behind the scenes. Lin Wan changed her clothes before opening the door to show Gu Shiyuan. As soon as the door opened, she stood far away, keeping her distance from the man, to prevent him from making any further moves. As expected, good-looking people look good in anything. The clothes look perfect on you. Gu Shiyuan looked at Lin Wan with admiration. In his heart, Lin Wan was the most beautiful, without exception. Are you complimenting me or the clothes? Lin Wan asked. I compliment your beauty, your figure, and your good taste, Gu Shiyuan said with a smile. His eyes were always focused on Lin Wan. Before Lin Wan could speak, Gu Shiyuan added, being with me is enough proof of how good your taste is. Lin Wan. So he was indirectly praising himself. Gu. Before Lin Wan could even finish calling his name, Gu Shiyuan pulled her into his arms and kissed her again. The more Lin Wan struggled, the more she agitated Gu Shiyuan's nerves. He deepened the kiss. 10 minutes later, he was ruthlessly kicked out by Lin Wan again. He leaned against the master bedroom door, looking unhappy. He kept telling himself to give Lin Wan time. She was his woman, the mother of his child, and she couldn't escape him. He can wait, and he is willing to wait. Lin Wan's heart pounded as she locked the door. She had been taken advantage of by this man several times. She wasn't a particularly conservative person, especially since she already had a child, but she felt things were moving too fast. She hoped things could slow down and give her time to fully open her heart. Just then, she suddenly remembered that her older brother had asked her to call Qin Jiehui and invite her to the Xiao family tomorrow. Xiao Yang did not hide his desire to pursue Qin Jiehui from his younger sister. Lin Wan naturally wanted to help her brother make this happen. Qin Jiehui grew up with her, and they were like sisters. It would be perfect if her best friend could become her sister-in-law. She knew Qin Jiehui too well. In her eyes, her best friend was perfect, excellent, in every way. Although the Qin family cannot compare with the Xiao family, they are still considered a well-off family. Qin Jiehui is also an only child and grew up surrounded by love. It was precisely because of this that Qin Jiehui always shone like a little sun on Lin Wan, who lived in the shadows, giving her strength. The only person who stayed by Lin Wan's side during her most difficult time was Qin Jiehui. Hey, shall we? I'm going back to the Xiao family tomorrow. My brother told you about it, right? Are you free tomorrow? Can you come with me? I'm a little nervous, Lin Wan said on the phone. Anyway, her older brother can give her a fake one anytime. Okay, tell me your new address, and I'll come find you. Qin Jiehui agreed readily. On one hand, she wanted to be with Lin Wan, and on the other hand, her desire to see Xiao Yang had overcome her reason. As the two of them have been spending more and more time together lately, she seems to be falling for him. The rationality she had always maintained began to crumble as Xiao Yang drew closer. Another point is that she also wanted to witness her good friend's happy moment. No need. You've never been here before. I'm afraid you're not familiar with the area. A Yuan's driver will pick you up tomorrow morning, Lin Wan said. It hasn't been that long, and you're already calling him a Yuan. Qin Jiehui's laughter came from the phone. She only found out later that Gu Shiyuan was the father of Lin Wan's 2 children. When she heard the news, her mind went blank for several minutes. Then she felt happy for her best friend, thinking that this was a preordained fate. Gu Shiyuan is good in every way. Lin Wan is not at a disadvantage. Qin Jiehui also didn't think highly of Ouyang Qian, always feeling that he was gloomy and had a strange feeling about him. Moreover, it's the best thing for children to be with their own father. Lin Wan returned to the Xiao family, and she and Gu Shiyuan were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. It's practically the perfect ending from a novel. She was somewhat envious, and the main reason she dared not have any illusions about Xiao Yang was the difference in their social status. Don't tease me. How about you? How's your relationship with my older brother? Lin Wan asked directly. She felt that her older brother's reaction was quite obvious, and her best friend seemed a bit slow to react. Your older brother? Qin Jiehui didn't know why Lin Wan asked that. She always felt that Xiao Yang's interactions with her weren't entirely about Lin Wan's matter. Mr. Xiao is a really nice person, Qin Jiehui said. That sharply defined face immediately came to mind. Xiao Yang was exactly her type, from head to toe, inside and out. Just pretty good. Don't you like my older brother? It's not like I can't tell, Lin Wan said. She could tell from the first time Qin Jiehui mentioned Xiao Yang that Qin Jiehui liked her brother. That's why she wanted to fan the flames. Since both of them are interested, they shouldn't waste their time. She's not the type to randomly matchmake couples. Qin Jiehui couldn't refute it, and could only sigh and say, he and I are from completely different worlds. there's no future for us. Qian Zhouwei was quite disappointed. Let alone Xiao Yang. Lin Wan wanted to fade out of his world as soon as she returned to the Xiao family. She felt terrible, but that was reality, an insurmountable obstacle for her. How do you know it won't work out if you don't even try? My brother is such a great man. You'd better hurry up and make your move. So how about it? Interested in becoming my sister-in-law? Lin Wan was lying on her bed, making a phone call. Lin Yike slipped into the room like a kitten and lay down next to Lin Wan. Cough, cough. Qian Zhouwei almost coughed because of Lin Wan's words. Do you have to be so blunt? Besides, is it really a question of whether she's interested or not? Mommy, does godmother like uncle? Then godmother will be our aunt from now on, right? That's great. I like godmother. Coco's voice came from the phone. The word, aunt, made Qian Zhouwei blush. I don't even know how to speak anymore. Hello? Xiaowei, are you listening? Lin Wan asked. Yes, I'm listening. Qian Zhouwei lowered her voice. I'm sleepy. You guys should get some rest too. See you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Lin Wan didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. Let them figure it out themselves first. If they're meant to be, they'll definitely be together. After hanging up the phone, Qian Zhouwei was unable to calm down for a long time. I kept thinking about Coco's words, auntie, and felt a warm glow inside. I wish she could really be their aunt. The thought of going to the Xiao family tomorrow made Qian Zhouwei wide awake. She got out of bed and started picking out clothes to wear the next day. Chapter 91. Returning to the Xiao family. Meanwhile, the Xiao family barely slept a wink all night. I've been busy preparing things. Not only are his daughter and grandson coming home, but his son also said that the girl he likes will come along too. They grew up together with their daughter. This made them feel like they had double the joy. The elderly couple from the Xiao family both felt that they had become more than 10 years younger. When their children are all getting married, their psychological burden will be lighter. Lin Wan woke up very early the next morning. It was just getting light. She drew the curtains, and the room was pitch black. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a black eagle fly over her room. She was so frightened that she woke up completely. She thought she was seeing a ghost. The security here is absolutely secure. There's no chance of thieves appearing. Then the only possibility is seeing a ghost. Don't be afraid, it's me. The room lights instantly turned on. Lin Wan then noticed that Gu Shiyuan, shirtless, was standing not far from her bed. Are you crazy? Running out here so early in the morning to scare people? After seeing who it was, Lin Wan threw the pillow away. She then secretly glanced at Gu Shiyuan's abs, which seemed even better than they had been 5 years ago. It can't be my imagination, right? Shaw, what is she thinking about again? Is that the point? I just came to change my clothes, Gu Shiyuan said innocently. What are you doing changing clothes in my room? Lin Wan said angrily. This man isn't planning to do anything to her while she's sleeping, is he? If he really dares to, she'll be furious. My walk-in closet is here. How am I supposed to get my clothes if I don't come here? Gu Shiyuan said, a slight smile unconsciously playing on his lips. Yes, he did it on purpose. The master bedroom has 2 walk-in closets, and before Lin Wan arrived, the other closet was already full of his clothes. He comes here to change his clothes every day, but Lin Wan never knew it. Every time, he couldn't help but kiss Lin Wan, who was fast asleep. They left reluctantly. You put the clothes in my room? Lin Wan was a little taken aback. She really didn't know that there was a walk-in closet in this room, and she had never been inside it before. She thought it was used to store miscellaneous items. What is Gu Shiyuan up to now? Yeah, where else would I put my clothes if not in the master bedroom? Gu Shiyuan said matter-of-factly. This is the house he bought, his home, and half of the master bedroom originally belonged to him. Put it in your own room, Lin Wan said. She didn't want to be disturbed while she was sleeping. She was terrified when she saw the dark figure. And you also have to be on guard against being ambushed by this man at all times. I don't have a wardrobe in my room, Gu Shiyuan said, shrugging. If you don't have a wardrobe, hurry up and buy one, Lin Wan said irritably. I have no money, Gu Shiyuan said shamelessly. Lin Wan, the richest man in Shenzhen, told her he has no money? Who said yesterday that the thing they had the most of was money? This guy did it on purpose. Are you deliberately trying to trick me again? Lin Wan rolled her eyes at him. Yes. Gu Shiyuan smiled mischievously, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Wan's fair skin beneath her pajamas. That one glance made the evil thoughts he had managed to suppress uncontrollably resurface. Step by step, we walked towards that snow-white expanse. It took Gu Shuyuan more than 10 minutes to reluctantly put his clothes back on. He originally wanted to take the next step, but Lin Wan refused his advances, citing her upcoming visit to the Xiao family. Gu Shuyuan looked dejected. Another day of rejection. He was forced to stop before he could do anything in such a short time. Only he knew the extent of his suffering. After leaving Lin Wan's room, he arranged for a driver to pick up Qian Jiahui. He then returned to his own room and took a cold shower to cool down. When Qian Jiahui arrived, Lin Wan had already changed clothes with the children. This was her first time visiting Lin Wan's new home, and also her first time meeting Gu Shuyuan. It turns out that the legendary CEO is so easygoing. She had originally thought he was someone difficult to get along with. This large villa, which resembled an estate, opened her eyes to a whole new world. It's so good to be rich. This kind of life was something she never dared to dream of. Lin Wan also thoughtfully picked out new clothes for Qian Jiahui. They are similar in build, and even wear the same clothing size. After all, Qian Jiahui might be her future sister-in-law, and Lin Wan still hoped to let her parents see Qian Jiahui's good qualities as much as possible, including her appearance. Looking at Qian Jiahui, who had put on makeup, Lin Yike inexplicably felt that her godmother and uncle looked like a perfect match. She currently ships two couples. One is her parents, and the other is her uncle and godmother. She's been obsessed with good looks since she was little, and shipping couples will only make her nutritionally balanced. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the group arrived at the Xiao family manor on time. The servants on both sides of the main gate of the Xiao family had already lined up, waiting to welcome their young lady home. When the car pulled up, the butler immediately went inside to announce its arrival. The moment Lin Wan got out of the car, she saw two elderly people helping each other out of the house. His complexion, which wasn't very good, brightened up when he saw Lin Wan. They've been waiting for this for so many years, and they've finally come back. Xiao Rou, my child. Zhao's mother's voice trembled. She recognized Lin Wan at a glance. Even though Lin Wan has changed a lot since she was a child. But this is a mother's instinct. No matter how many years pass, she will never admit her mistake. She never dreamed that her daughter had been living in Shenzhen, yet they had never met. The thought of the suffering her daughter had endured in the Lin family brought tears to her eyes. At this moment, Zhao's mother only had her daughter in her eyes. Zhao's mother excitedly took a big step forward, almost falling over. Lin Wan helped her up immediately. "Mom, please be careful," Lin Wan exclaimed unconsciously. There was no sense of alienation at all. That one word, "Mom," shattered Zhao's mother's defenses, causing her to completely break down. She hugged Lin Wan's neck, crying and saying, "My child, I've made you suffer." Compared to the longing she had felt over the years, Zhao's mother felt even more heartache for Lin Wan's ordeal. If it hadn't been lost back then, it would have been a precious treasure held in the palm of their hands by the Xiao family. She will also be Shenzhen's top socialite. "Mom," Lin Wan also hugged Zhao's mother tightly. The mother and son cried together. This hug also stirred up Lin Wan's memories. The image of Zhao's mother before my eyes gradually overlapped with the one in my memory. But now my mother has many more gray hairs and looks much more haggard. Just how much damage did her departure cause to this family? It was only after meeting Zhao's mother that Lin Wan realized what a mother should look like. Back when she lived in the Lin family, she never wanted to call Lin's mother Mom, even once. Chapter 92, Welcome Home. Lin Wan has never liked calling her parents Dad or Mom since she was a child. She always felt like she was adopted, but now she knows she wasn't actually her biological child. Even if they were her biological parents, they wouldn't mistreat her, no matter how much they disliked her. Only after arriving at the Xiao family did I realize what it meant to be a biological child. She felt an immediate sense of warmth upon seeing Zhao's parents, even though she had long forgotten what they looked like. She immediately found warmth and a sense of security here. This is her real home. All the family love she had always longed for was here. As Lin Wan and Zhao's mother embraced and wept, a pair of large hands patted her. "Xiao Rou, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Our family is finally reunited." "Dad," Lin Wan let go of Zhao's mother and gave her father, whose eyes were filled with tears, a hug. "Oh, Now that you're back, you won't leave again. Your mom and dad can't live without you. Mr. Xiao gently patted his daughter's back, as if guarding some rare treasure. He felt he could no longer allow his daughter to leave his side. Yes, I won't leave. I'll stay with mom and dad, Lin Wan sobbed. This refined and handsome older man is exactly what her father should be like. Her nose and eyes resembled her father's. She thought her father must have been a handsome man like her older brother when he was young. Lin's father had a flat nose and small eyes. She had previously wondered why her daughter didn't resemble her father at all, while her younger brother, Lin Tianbao, was clearly her biological son. Mr. Xiao has always been a very strong-willed and emotionally stable person. She has cried countless times, but only for his daughter. Afraid that his wife and children would see, he sometimes hid in his study and cried. Seeing Zhao's mother sobbing uncontrollably, Linny took her hand and said softly, "Grandma, don't cry, okay? I'll stay with you." Only then did Zhao's mother notice the little dumpling. My attention was focused on my daughter just now. With just one glance, Zhao's mother was certain that this was her grandson, who looked exactly like her little Ro when she was a child. "My dear grandson, let grandma hold you." Mother Xiao wiped away her tears, squatted down, and hugged Lin Yike. Her regret has always been that she was unable to raise her daughter properly. In that instant, she had already made up her mind that she must treat this child well and make up for the regret of not being by her daughter's side when she was young. Lin Yinan watched longingly as his grandmother held his younger sister. "Come here, Nan. Come here too. Grandma will give you a hug." Zhao's mother reached out her hand to Lin Yinan. My son was right. That kid is practically a carbon copy of Gu Shiyuan. She felt as if she saw Gu Shiyuan when he was a child, not only in appearance, but also in demeanor. "Grandma," Lin Yinan called out and rushed into her grandmother's arms. From now on, they will have more people to care for them. Zhao's mother held her two little grandchildren tightly, reluctant to let go. Each grandma was like heavenly music, melting her heart. She quickly stopped crying and started laughing. She's a grandmother now and has her own third generation. She should definitely take them out more often to show them off, so that others will know that she has two such wonderful babies. Xiao Yang's gaze remained fixed on the two children. "The last time I saw them was on a plane. Long time no see, you seem to have grown taller. The more I look at it, the more I like it. If it weren't for the fact that their biological father is Gu Shiyuan, he would definitely have raised the two little ones in the Xiao family." Thinking of this, Xiao Yang gave Gu Shiyuan a sharp look. "Gu Shiyuan? Why are you looking at him like that? He hasn't said a single word since he walked in." At this moment, Lin Wan hugged her younger sister Xiao Wan, whom she was meeting for the first time. "Sister, welcome home." Xiao Wan gave Lin Wan a big hug with tears in her eyes. This was the first time she had met her sister, yet it felt as if they had known each other for a long time, a feeling of familiarity and warmth. She wasn't worried at all that her sister's return home would take away the family's affection for her. All she knew was that from then on, there was one more person in the world who loved her unconditionally. "Now that my sister is back, my parents can finally rest easy. Although she has always been pampered, she has not been spoiled. She cares a lot about her parents' feelings." Lin Wan was also very happy to have a younger sister. In the years that she was away from home, her sister filled a lot of the void. When she let go of her sister, Lin Wan's gaze fell on a man who looked a lot like her older brother. She was certain that this was her second brother, Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin stood to the side, his eyes fixed on Lin Wan, his hands clenched into fists. Despite trying to suppress her emotions, her voice still choked with sobs when she spoke. "Welcome home. Second brother." Lin Wan took the initiative to step forward. The eldest brother said that when she was little, her second brother was naughty and attracted her mother's attention, which led to her being taken away. Her second brother also lived in this shadow, but she didn't complain at all. She thought that her second brother might not have had it any easier than she had all these years. The psychological damage is far greater than the material deprivation. Upon hearing the word second brother, Xiao Yin could no longer hold back his tears. No one can understand how much he has suffered and how much mental anguish he has endured over the years. He always thought that if his sister hadn't been lost, his family wouldn't have ended up like that. This nightmare haunted him, making it impossible for him to forgive himself. He still felt it was unreal when he saw Lin Wan. That one word, second brother, finally put his mind at ease. The whole family was already in tears. Even the servants who had worked for the Xiao family for many years were moved to tears. Some of the older ones even saw Xiao Ro when she was a child. Their young lady has finally returned home. Qian Jiahui, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but wipe away her tears as she watched this touching scene. Xiaoyang quickly handed over a tissue. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao," Qian Jiahui said, wiping away her tears. She was so caught up in the atmosphere of the family reunion that she didn't even notice when Xiaoyang stood beside her. Her best friend has finally found her own home, and she is truly happy for Lin Wan. Seeing how well the Xiao family treated Lin Wan, she felt relieved. If we ever truly lose contact, I just want her to know that she's doing well. She thought Lin Wan's comment about making her the eldest sister-in-law was just a joke. She had always felt that she and Xiao Yang were not a good match in terms of status, and after coming to the Xiao family today, she could feel the gap between them even more. She had only ever seen such nice houses on TV. "Just call me Xiao Yang in private," Xiao Yang said awkwardly. He didn't like her calling him President Xiao. It made him feel too distant. Qian Jiahui nodded and didn't say anything more. After the family had finished crying, Gu Shiyuan stepped forward to greet them. "Uncle and Aunt, hello." He adopted a very humble attitude. Chapter 93, Future Daughter-in-Law. Gu Shiyuan has always been proud, and he rarely bows his head, even in front of his elders, only maintaining the most basic politeness. It was Lin Wan's appearance that made him make many changes. If he wants to marry Lin Wan now, he needs the approval of the entire Xiao family. Moreover, he was completely in the wrong regarding the two children. He has not fulfilled his parental obligations in recent years, and has not given Lin Wan any official status. These are all facts, and he knows he is in the wrong. "You brat humph." Father Xiao was somewhat dissatisfied with Gu Shiyuan. He thought that Gu Shiyuan was unwilling to take responsibility. "All right, everyone come inside." "Ah Yuan, you come in too," said Zhao's mother. She even glanced at her husband, that old man. My son said that the matter was very complicated. She had watched Gu Shiyuan grow up, so he wouldn't be so irresponsible as to be a complete jerk. She could tell that Gu Shiyuan's eyes were now only for his daughter. She prefers to believe that they all had their own reasons for their suffering. After Zhao's mother finished crying, she was only happy. Her daughter came back, and she brought her grandson home with her. She's so happy now. Suddenly becoming a grandmother, she didn't know how to describe her feelings. "I used to think that since my youngest daughter was still in college, I didn't know when one would get married and have children. The sons are not in a hurry to get married either. I never expected my wish to come true so quickly. Fortunately, I met the girl my eldest son likes today. Just by looking at his face, you can tell he's a good kid." With a smile, Zhao's mother extended her hand to Qian Jiahui. "Shall we? Just make yourself at home. Your auntie loves girls the most." Zhao's mother's enthusiasm made Qian Jiahui feel a little overwhelmed. She's only here to keep Lin Wan company. But from the moment she started, Zhao's mother was as warm and welcoming to her as she would to her daughter-in-law. This made Qian Jiahui's heart flutter again. The Xiao family wasn't the aloof and superior group she had imagined. They were as easygoing as their kind-hearted neighbors. "Thank you, Auntie." Qian Jiahui was pulled inside by Zhao's mother. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she was stunned by the luxuriousness of its decor. It's just as good as Gu Shiyuan's new house. She was just an ordinary person, yet she entered 2 luxury homes in one day. As expected, the lives of the rich were completely beyond her imagination. There was plenty of food and dessert prepared inside. The men and women split into 2 groups and chatted about their own topics. Zhao's mother took out 3 thick red envelopes. She gave 2 to the twins. "Thank you, Grandma," the 2 little ones said in unison. "Good boy." Mother Xiao smiled broadly. "The more I look at the 2 children, the more I like them. Indeed, your own child is always the best." Many of her friends are now grandmothers or great-grandmothers and often show off their children. Now it's finally her turn. In her eyes, no other child is as good-looking as hers. The 2 kids will definitely make her proud. Zhao's mother gave another red envelope to Qian Jiahui, whom she liked at first sight. She accepted this daughter-in-law. The other person's background is not important at all. The son's happiness is the most important thing. "Auntie, this is absolutely not allowed." Qian Zhehui waved her hands repeatedly. She only came to keep Lin Wan company. Why is she being given a red envelope? This thick stack of papers must have cost at least tens of thousands of yuan, so she dared not accept it. Who receives such a large red envelope after visiting someone else's house? I didn't prepare any other gifts for you, so please accept this. My daughter Xiaoro is so grateful for your care, child. Your aunt is truly thankful. Zhao's mother insisted on stuffing the red envelope into Qian Zhehui's hand. The son has told them the whole story about how his daughter has been accompanied and protected by Qian Zhehui all these years while living with the Lin family. What touched her most was that when her daughter was pregnant abroad alone, Qian Zhehui went to take care of her. They even suggested that Lin Wan return to China so she could help take care of the children. Such character is truly rare and admirable. Where can you find such a wonderful girl? Zhao's mother didn't want her son to miss out on a good opportunity. In the eyes of the Xiao family, Qian Zhehui was kind and reliable. We are best friends, so it's only right that I treat her well, and she treats me just as well, Qian Zhehui said. Qian Zhehui believes that if she and Lin once switched places, the other party would also do everything in her power to take care of her. She firmly believed this. They've been good friends for so long because their values align and their character is similar. The two of them have been friends for over 20 years and have never had any conflicts. The two of them went to and from school together from kindergarten all the way to university. They only stopped contacting each other after Lin Wan went abroad. When Lin Wan was in school, her family was unwilling to give her much money, and Lin Wan's living expenses were often insufficient. She would often share her own living expenses with Lin Wan. She was an only child and always treated Lin Wan like her own younger sister. The relationship between them is more like familial affection. She even thought that if Lin Wan was really her younger sister, at least she wouldn't have to suffer in a place like the Lin family. Just take it if my mom gave it to you, and put it away quickly, Lin Wan said as she stuffed the large red envelope into Qian Zhehui's bag. It seems her mother is very satisfied with Qian Zhehui. She also hoped that her older brother could put in more effort and win the heart of his beloved soon. Only after Lin Wan's persuasion did Qian Zhehui accept the red envelope. That's right. Don't be shy when you come to my house. I like you very much, Mrs. Xiao said, holding Qian Zhehui's hand. Thank you, Auntie, Qian Zhehui said shyly. She was still thinking about how to return the gift. It wasn't a small sum of money after all, and she felt uneasy about taking it. What a good child. How many people are in your family? Zhao's mother asked. The more I look at it, the more I like it. It's just the three of us, my parents and me, Qian Zhehui said. She is very well behaved. As she gradually became more familiar with the place, she began to relax. To her, Zhao's mother was like a kind elder. She had a very good impression of the entire Xiao family. The people here are very gentle and don't have the snobbishness or sense of superiority that other wealthy people do. They were all very approachable. It's no wonder that Lin Wan was able to grow up so well despite growing up in the Lin family's environment. I heard from my son Yang that you also graduated from Shenzhen University? What a coincidence. Yang is from Shenzhen University, and now Wan is too. Zhao's mother deliberately mentioned her son. It has a hidden meaning. She'd seen plenty of wealthy heiresses, but she still preferred someone as kind and innocent as Qian Zhehui. Did President Xiao mention me? Qian Zhehui asked unconsciously. But she regretted it as soon as she asked. Maybe Xiao Yang just mentioned it casually. Of course, Yang often mentions you at home, saying that you have excellent work ability, are down to earth and honest, and are a rare talent. Now I know you and Xiaoro are best friends. We really are destined to be together. Zhao's mother held Qian Zhehui's hand. Chapter 94 can be alive and son-in-law. Zhao's mother kept emphasizing that her son often mentioned Qian Zhehui at home. I also want to try to help my son. She could tell that Qian Zhehui was not someone who would be greedy for money. If it weren't for her son wanting to pursue her, she would have at least adopted a goddaughter. Qian Zhehui was surprised by Zhao's mother's words. She didn't expect that Xiao Yang would mention her at home, and often at that. This made her unconsciously start to overthink, but she was afraid that she was just imagining things. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Xiao, Qian Zhehui said. She glanced at Xiao Yang, who was not far away, and found that he was also looking at her. She immediately turned her face back. The Xiao family's behavior today gives her the wrong impression. I felt somewhat lost. If she were to stand in the shoes of an observer, she would understand it at a glance. But when it happened to her, she couldn't believe it. She still attributed the kindness the Xiao family showed her to Lin Wan. She dared not imagine that such a great opportunity could fall into her lap. She knew her own worth and status very well. She has always had a clear understanding of herself. Big brother, has the iron tree of 10,000 years finally blossomed? Xiaoyan teased his brother. It's rare for a girl to catch his brother's eye. Not only must it bloom, but it must also bear fruit, Xiaoyang said with a smile. He made no secret of his admiration for Qian Jiehui. The reason he didn't confess directly was that he knew Qian Jiehui would reject him because of the gap between them and wouldn't dare to be with him. Today, he wanted to let her know that his family wasn't as complicated as she thought. His family all liked her very much and were very open-minded. They will not judge her based on her background. Once she understands this, his chances of successfully confessing his feelings will increase. Oh my, you haven't even thought of a name for the baby yet, have you? Xiaoyan joked. Since learning last night that his sister was coming home, he has completely opened up and become much more cheerful. He never used to make jokes like that. Xiaoyang naturally noticed his younger brother's change and joked, "You'd better hurry up. Mom and Dad are waiting for you to have children. Let's talk about it when we meet the right person. You know me. I don't like anyone," Xiaoyan said. He didn't think he could be as lucky as his older brother in finding true love. But he didn't want to just marry any woman and live a hasty life. "Child, come to our house to play whenever you have time. Your aunt will always welcome you," Zhao's mother said to Qian Jiehui, holding Lin Yike in her arms. "Okay, thank you, Auntie." Qian Jiehui felt very uneasy. Lin Yike blinked her big eyes innocently and asked, "Grandma, will my godmother marry my uncle in the future?" Upon hearing this, Qian Jiehui's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Lin Wan almost burst out laughing. The little guy was a great help. "Honey, don't talk nonsense," Lin Wan said, pretending to stop her daughter. After all, her brother hadn't confessed yet, and her best friend was very shy. If her older brother had even half as much shamelessness as Gu Shiyuan, the progress wouldn't be this slow. "Your uncle and I are just friends," Qian Jiehui said, still feeling a little sad. "But your uncle and grandma both like you very much," Lin Yike continued. He seemed to be speaking without any inhibitions, like a child. "My uncle is so stupid, he doesn't even know how to woo a girl." Even adults have their own complexities. She could clearly see that her uncle and godmother liked each other. But the two of them didn't end up together. That's really strange. The men sitting on the other half had no idea what was being said. Their focus was all on Gu Shiyuan. Surrounded by his father-in-law and two brothers-in-law, Gu Shiyuan was as obedient as a lamb that had entered a pack of wolves. "Tell me what happened. This is outrageous." Father Xiao glared at Gu Shiyuan. He was genuinely angry about the matter between Gu Shiyuan and his daughter. However, he didn't rush to get angry, but instead gave Gu Shiyuan a chance to explain himself. Gu Shiyuan took a deep breath and recounted his story with Lin Wan in detail. Even if he doesn't say it, Xiaoyang will definitely know, so it's better to just admit everything himself. Now he accepts whatever the Xiao family says and is willing to take responsibility for it. "I only found out about the children's existence recently. If I hadn't met Coco, I wouldn't have known I had children. Uncle, elder brother, second elder brother, all the mistakes are my fault. I will definitely take responsibility for them, mother and children. My parents will come to visit another day to discuss our marriage. Everything that's necessary will be included. I am absolutely devoted to Xiaoro and the children," Gu Shiyuan assured him. "That's more like it. Our Xiao family's daughters can't be without a name or status," said Mr. Xiao. Even after knowing the reason, I was still not very happy. He still felt that Gu Shiyuan was too irresponsible, which led to his daughter raising her child alone abroad. Fortunately, Gu Shiyuan's attitude was relatively good today, otherwise I would have gone directly to the Gu family. However, the real culprits were that woman named Zhou Ying and that man named Aching. No matter what, Xiaoyang has to stand up for his sister. "What are your plans for marriage?" Xiaoyan asked. He never liked Gu Shiyuan's arrogant attitude. "I never expected this guy would become my brother-in-law. I'll do whatever you say, as long as you can marry Xiaoro and let me be your live-in son-in-law," Gu Shiyuan said. He's serious. If Xiao's parents couldn't bear to part with their daughter, He really could give up the Gu family's wealth and come to the Xiao family's home. This statement surprised everyone, leaving them all puzzled. Is this still the same arrogant Gu Shiyuan? Gu Shiyuan was determined to marry Lin Wan. If his parents didn't agree, he would really become alive and son-in-law here. His parents now know that Lin Wan is living with him, but they are clearly bothered by Lin Wan's so-called background. She even wanted to force him to marry by Xinran. He did not reveal Lin Wan's relationship with the Xiao family, and he also refused their request to see the child. Since they despise the children's mother, then they shouldn't even see the children. Anyway, he's not the one who's in a hurry right now. He distinguishes right from wrong very clearly. His parents' prejudice against Lin Wan's background was wrong in his eyes. Even though it's considered unfilial, he insisted on doing it. He deliberately suppressed the news that Lin Wan was going back to the Xiao family to acknowledge her relatives. He wanted to see if his parents would still look favorably upon by Xinran once Lin Wan transformed into the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Lin Wan is the person he wants to protect for the rest of his life. He was willing to give everything for her. He was 5 years too late in giving her the recognition she deserved. Chapter 95 Love from Grandma. Gu Shiyuan was determined to marry Lin Wan. A proper marriage. Lin Wan will be the only love of his life. That's not necessary. But our daughter can't stand any injustice. Mr. Xiao was also surprised. But what he wanted was an attitude. Gu Shiyuan's attitude pleased him. Don't worry, Wan. Xiao Rou won't suffer any grievances with me. Gu Shiyuan immediately assured him. In order to leave the best impression on the Xiao family, Gu Shiyuan was as obedient as a child at this moment. This made the 3 members of the Xiao family, father and sons, feel somewhat uncomfortable. When had Gu Shiyuan ever been so humble in front of them? Their Xiaorou actually managed to change a proud man. At lunchtime, Zhao's mother cooked several of her signature dishes herself. These are all my daughter's favorite foods when she was little. Lin Yinan instinctively ran into the kitchen. Grandma, let me help you cook. Sweetie, Grandma doesn't need to help. It's too smoky here. Go out and play. The food will be ready soon. Seeing how sensible her little grandson was, Zhao's mother smiled broadly. It's already remarkable that such a young child has this kind of heart. None of her children have ever been in the kitchen since they were little. She couldn't bear to leave the little one in the kitchen. It was too dangerous. What if I get hurt? It's okay, Grandma. I can really do it. Mommy loves my cooking the most, Lin Yinan said proudly. Seeing how serious her child was, Zhao's mother's expression immediately changed. Xiaorou, come here. Zhao's mother shouted towards the restaurant. Lin Wan quickly walked over. Being called by her full name was definitely not a good thing. What's wrong, Mom? Lin Wan sensed that her mother seemed unhappy. Such a young child shouldn't be allowed to learn to cook, Zhao's mother said, pointing at Lin Yinan. The little one was only a little taller than the stove, yet he was already doing things quite well. They must do a lot of work normally. That's too much. Well, I'm usually busy with work, and he's been taking care of his younger sister since he was very young, Lin Wan said, trying to find an excuse. At this moment, she looked embarrassed, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. She was already used to her child being so independent and sensible, but it might not be the case for others. How old is he? Zhao's mother wanted to complain. When she coughs, the thought of her daughter being alone abroad without any relatives by her side, and how the children were forced to be independent, fills her with heartache. My daughter is raising 2 children alone. What can she do if they aren't independent? It's not just adults and children who suffer. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but Zhao's mother swallowed them back and began to wipe away her tears. On one hand, she felt sorry for her daughter and grandson. On the other hand, she thought that if she had taken better care of the child, Lin Wan wouldn't have lost him. None of the following will happen. Grandma, please don't be angry with Mom. It was my own idea to learn to cook, and it was also my own idea to take care of my little sister. I didn't want Mommy to work too hard, so I've always been happy doing these things. Grandma, please don't worry. Lin Yinan held his grandmother's hand to comfort her. He didn't want his mother to be blamed, nor did he want his grandmother to be sad. He could sense that his grandmother truly loved them. Mom. The paper stepped forward and hugged Zhao's mother. It is said that a child with a mother is a treasure. She's happy even when her relatives scold her. I'm so sorry, Xiaorou. It's all my fault that you and the child have suffered. Zhao's mother sobbed uncontrollably. Mom, no one blames you. Aren't the children and I doing well now? Don't be sad. Lin Wan comforted her mother. My mother must have felt so guilty all these years. In the end, Lin Yinan was still kicked out of the kitchen by Zhao's mother. Regardless of what happened before, there's no reason for children in the Xiao family to do chores. Children should do what children should do, instead of living like a little adult. They'll all be part of a big family in the future, so the little ones don't need to be so precocious. They should just enjoy the childhood they are meant to have. Lin Wan stayed in the kitchen to help her mother cook. Hearing the noise, Qian Jiahui ran in as well. Lin Wan and Zhao's mother weren't there, and she felt awkward when she saw Xiao Yang. Finally, all the men in the family got involved, and the servants were given a complete holiday. Today is their family dinner. With the whole family working together, the delicious meal was quickly served. Throughout the meal, Zhao's mother kept serving food to Lin Wan, the two children, and even Qian Jiahui. They seemed afraid the children wouldn't have enough to eat. I don't know if they can get used to the food at home. The two little ones quickly finished their fight. Their bellies were round and full from eating. I really can't eat anymore. Even so, the family still kept piling food onto their plates. I can't eat anymore, my stomach is full. Burp, Lin Yike said, letting out a burp. She truly felt the love from her family. I've never eaten so much before. But Grandma's cooking is so delicious. Lin Yike is craving something, but her stomach can't take it. Come on, my darlings, drink the soup and clean up the gaps. Mother Xiao ladled out 2 bowls of soup with a smile on her face. The two little ones were dumbfounded when they saw the soup in front of her. Grandma, I can't drink anymore. Give it to my brother. Every cell in Lin Yike's body was resisting. I can't drink anymore either. Lin Yinan also wanted to refuse. Children need to eat well to grow tall. Come on, darlings, drink it up. Mother Xiao coaxed the two little ones. The two little ones forced themselves to finish the drink. Everything here is wonderful, except that the love from my grandmother is too heavy. They probably won't be hungry until tomorrow. After the two little ones couldn't eat anymore, Lin Wan was also full, and of course, she couldn't escape her mother's catch-up of food. At the dinner table, only Qian Jiahui was still eating. She ate as much as Zhao's mother put on her plate. Although it was a bit unseemly, her aunt's cooking was just to her liking. Seeing Qian Jiahui showing off her food so enthusiastically, Zhao's mother felt very satisfied. She loved children who loved to eat. Xiaoyang found Qian Jiahui rather cute. After spending half a day together, Qian Jiahui finally lost the restraint she had when she first arrived and gradually relaxed. And this is exactly what Xiaoyang hoped for. She gets along well with her family and even gradually considers this place as her own home. He hoped that she could become the mistress of this place in the future. Of course, if she wants to move out in the future, he will definitely prepare a new house, no less luxurious than this one. Qian Jiahui deserves all the good things. Just as his younger brother Xiaoyan had said, Xiaoyang has even thought of names for his future children. It can be said that he has made all the plans for his future, and now all he needs is a wife. Gu Shiyuan and Qian Jiahui did not leave the Xiao family until after dinner. Lin Wan and the children stayed behind, planning to stay for a few days. Chapter 96, Taking the Initiative. Xiao Hui, Xiaoyang called softly. Mr. Xiao. Qian Jiahui looked at Xiao Yang's face and felt her heart skip a beat. Just call me a Yang in private, Xiaoyang corrected. He didn't like her calling him President Xiao. Brother A. Yang. Qian Jiahui changed her address. However, the addition of the word brother made Xiaoyang feel awkward. Never mind, he's already made progress. He has to take it one step at a time. I'll take you home, Xiaoyang said softly. After saying that, he draped his coat over Qian Jiahui's shoulders. He then opened the passenger door for her. He needs to create more opportunities for them to be alone together. Thank you. Qian Jiahui wanted to refuse verbally, but her body language betrayed her. She always felt that Xiaoyang treated her very differently. She had been with the company for almost a year and had never seen Xiaoyang treat anyone so well. She thought of Lin Wan's question about whether she wanted to be her sister-in-law and the children's term of endearment for their aunt. Are you happy today? Xiaoyang asked as he drove. His passenger seat will be reserved for Qian Jiahui from now on. Qian Jiahui nodded. She really liked the atmosphere in the Xiao family. Everyone in the family was very loving. It felt similar to her home. This was the first time she had ever felt so relaxed visiting someone else's home. She didn't feel any different from anyone else in the Xiao family. It turns out that wealthy families are not what she imagined. Xiaoyang smiled, satisfied with the affirmative answer. Of course he knew she was happy. Her feelings were written all over her face. Seeing her so relaxed in her own home put his mind at ease. He wanted her to know how wonderful his family was, and that distance between them was not a problem at all. His parents didn't care about any of that. Come over to our house often if you like, and Xiao will spend more time at home in the future. My mom and the others like you very much too, Xiaoyang hinted. He had witnessed firsthand how much his mother adored Qin Ka. His parents would absolutely not object to his marriage. Let's talk about it another time, Qian Zhehui said, not immediately agreeing. She likes the Xiao family. But she's here to keep Lin Wan company today. What reason will she have to go to the Xiao family in the future? She didn't belong to their circle to begin with. She thought the Xiao family liked her because she was Lin Wan's friend. If Xiaoyang were to find a partner, they would probably prefer someone from a similar social standing. The way the Xiao family treated her today made her feel like it was all unreal. Come over whenever you have time. Don't be shy. My parents are very open-minded, Xiaoyang emphasized. He hoped that Qian Zhehui could resolve her inner conflict on her own. Since she won't take a step forward, then let him take the step. Take the initiative. Qian Zhehui hummed in response, and then fell silent. My mind is a mess. I keep thinking random thoughts. She was losing her composure. Xiaoyang took the initiative to find topics to talk about throughout the journey, all the way to Qian Zhehui's building. After the car came to a stop, Xiaoyang even helped open the car door. Qian Zhehui originally intended to return the clothes to Xiaoyang and then go upstairs, but by sheer coincidence, she ran into her parents. Xiao Hui is back. Qian's mother saw her daughter first. However, the clothes her daughter was wearing seemed different from those she wore before leaving the house. He was also wearing a man's coat. Standing next to him was a tall, handsome man with an upright demeanor. Qian's parents exchanged a glance, both wondering if their daughter had a boyfriend. Mom and Dad. Qian Zhehui's face flushed when she saw her parents walking over. My instinct was to try to avoid it. Her parents must have misunderstood something. She had forgotten that her parents usually just came back from their walk at this time. We just happened to run into each other. And who is this? Mr. Qian asked, looking at Xiaoyang. If this were his daughter's boyfriend, he would be extremely satisfied. This is my company's boss, Mr. Xiao, Qian Zhehui introduced. There's also a feeling of guilt, like you've been caught red-handed. Hello, uncles and aunts. My name is Xiaoyang, and I'm Xiao Hui's friend. Xiaoyang introduced himself directly. Their attitude was very respectful. Oh, it's Xiao Hui's friend. Come on up and have a seat, said Qian's mother. She could tell from his eyes that this man, named Xiaoyang, liked her daughter. They were young once too. Thank you, Auntie. Before Qian Zhehui could say anything more, Xiaoyang readily agreed. First, make yourself known to your future in-laws. Come and sit down, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Qian warmly greeted Xiaoyang. Uncle, just call me a Yang. Xiaoyang also had a good impression of Qian's parents. Honest, enthusiastic, and kind. No wonder they were able to raise such a wonderful daughter as Qin Ka. Mrs. Qian made tea for Xiaoyang, and Mr. Qian kept chatting with him. The two got along very well. Xiaoyang didn't leave the Qian family until almost 10 p.m. He deliberately left his coat behind when he left. They didn't even ask you to take the clothes with you, Mrs. Qian said deliberately, unable to hide the smile on her face. She could see right through the two young people's thoughts. Just now, Xiaoyang's words implied that he liked Qian Zhehui and that his family was very satisfied with her. But her daughter just wouldn't get it. She clearly likes Xiaoyang too, doesn't she? The couple only had one daughter, who was already in her mid-20s, and her marriage had always been a source of worry for them. But my daughter doesn't even have a boyfriend. Even a son-in-law who lives with the family would be fine. They just want to hold their grandchildren. I asked around a lot, trying to find out where there were any decent young men. But her daughter refused to see any of them. Because of this, my daughter even moved out for a while. It turns out she already had someone she loved. None of the others who were introduced to me are as good as Xiaoyang today. He's practically the perfect son-in-law. Qian's parents approve of the two of them. They knew the Xiao family was wealthy, but they never thought about their daughter marrying into the family or bringing them a better life. But they could tell that Xiao Yang was sincere, and even his daughter said that the Xiao family were all very kind. Isn't this more important than anything else? Oh dear, I forgot, Qian Jiahui said as she put her coat away, intending to give it to Xiao Yang when she went to work. Your heart is all in people, isn't it? Mrs. Qian said with a smile. Mom, what are you saying? He and I are just friends at most. Qian Jiahui lowered her head. What kind of friend would give you a coat, personally escort you home, and invite you to their house? Silly child, Mr. Qian said with a smile. They could all see it. Mom and Dad, it's not what you think. I went to the Xiao family today because Wan is actually Xiao Yang's younger sister. I went to the Xiao family today to keep Wan company, and this outfit was bought for me by Wan, Qian Jiahui said. Xiao Yang just talked a lot, but he didn't mention anything about the Lin family abducting Lin Wan. He knew that her parents and the Lin family were old acquaintances, so he didn't say much. Chapter 97. Wan is back. Who did you say? Wan. She's back. Mrs. Qian's eyes widened. She had heard that Lin Wan had been forced to run away by the Lin family. After that, I don't know where they went. She asked her daughter, and every time she shook her head. She watched Lin Wan grow up and treated her like her own daughter. Knowing what kind of people the Lin family were, she always felt sorry for the child. Actually, she was happy for Lin Wan when she learned that Lin Wan had completely left the Lin family. But I also worry that she will suffer outside at such a young age. But even if it's bad, it can't be worse than the Lin families, right? The Lin family went crazy searching for them a couple of years ago, even coming to their home to accuse them of harboring Lin Wan and demanding compensation. He also went around cursing Lin Wan, calling her an ingrate who had been raised for so long only to have her run away without even getting a dowry. They still hoped that Lin Wan would never come back and wouldn't be used by the Lin family. She never expected that Lin Wan, who had disappeared for several years, would actually come back. What was even more unexpected was that Lin Wan was actually Xiao Yang's younger sister. Wouldn't that mean she's the daughter of the Xiao Group, the company my daughter works for? No wonder. Lin Wan felt that this child was extraordinary when she was a child, and once suspected where he was adopted from. He was definitely not the child of the relatives in the hometown that the Lin family said. It turns out that the Lin family was so audacious as to abduct a wealthy family's daughter. Fortunately, their family had long since stopped having much contact with the Lin family. Yes, she came back a while ago. She said she would come to see you and Dad when she had time. Qian Jiahui said. Where has she been these past few years? Is she doing well? Mrs. Qian asked. Now that Lin Wan has returned to the Xiao family, she no longer has to worry about being targeted by the Lin family, and Qian's mother can finally relax. She was abroad and just returned to China recently. Actually, she was already pregnant when she left, and she gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, who are very cute. The last time I went abroad was actually to visit them, Mom and Dad. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I shouldn't have kept it from you. But I promised Wan I wouldn't tell anyone where she was, Qian Jiahui said apologetically. She didn't want to lie to her parents, but she had promised Lin Wan that she wouldn't tell anyone. Wan is pregnant, Qian's mother asked in surprise. They completely ignored the fact that their daughter had kept it a secret from them. Lin Wan already has a son and a daughter. Who knows when they'll have a third generation? Yes, the children have recognized me as their godmother, Qian Jiahui said. She's so young. Raising two children must be so difficult. Qian's mother began to feel sorry for her. And what about the children's father? One child is already a huge headache, let alone two twins of the same age. How did you manage to bring it over? This matter is a bit complicated and cannot be explained in a few words, but the children's father is Gu Shiyuan, the president of the Gu Group. However, he only recently reunited with the children, Qian Jiahui said. Gu Shiyuan? Mr. Qian's eyes widened. He knew about the Gu Group. His company even had some business dealings with them. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan gave birth to two children for Gu Shiyuan. In just a few minutes, Qian's parents were shocked several times. The drama is a bit unrealistic. Yes. So you've been in contact with Wan all this time? Mrs. Qian asked. Yes. Qian Jiahui nodded. You should have told me sooner. I need to go take care of Wan. Mrs. Qian said anxiously. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. She's retired and has plenty of time to help Lin Wan take care of her children. I promised Wan I wouldn't tell anyone. Haven't you always taught me to keep my promises? Qian Jiahui defended herself. Her parents have been telling her this principle since she was a child. This left her parents speechless. This is a principle they themselves taught themselves. The daughter's actions were not wrong. They didn't ask much about the relationship between Lin Wan and Gu Shiyuan, as it was a matter of personal privacy. They watched Lin Wan grow up, and they knew in their hearts whether she was good or bad. When can we invite Wan Wan and the children over for a meal? I haven't seen her for years, and I'd like to see the kids too, Qian's mother asked. It also gave me the feeling of being a grandmother. Let's do it another day, or go out to eat. She doesn't want to see the Lin family here. After all, Qian Jiahui didn't finish her sentence. Her parents understood. The Lin family already knew that Lin Wan was abducted, or even stolen, from them. The Lin family still lives nearby, and it would be very upsetting for Lin Wan to run into them when she comes over. Actually, your mother and I have long suspected that Wan Wan was stolen by them. When the child came, she was wearing very expensive clothes, and she didn't look like a child her parents didn't want. But they said it was given to them by relatives back home who couldn't raise it anymore. We didn't dare ask any more questions. This child has really suffered. Mr. Qian glanced at his wife. I still feel a little guilty. They were not without doubts. However, that was a private matter for the Lin family, so they couldn't ask too many questions, and they didn't dare to call the police without evidence. Once the facade is broken, it's not easy to meet again. They also refrained from getting involved, thinking it was better to avoid trouble. I thought that since the Lin couple didn't have children, they would at least treat Lin Wan well. But things didn't go as they imagined. He would beat and scold Lin Wan when she was young, and it got even worse after she gave birth to his own son, Lin Tianbao. Even Lin Tianbao bullied Lin Wan when he was very young. It is now almost certain that the Lin couple abducted Lin Wan. The Xiao family is so wealthy, they would never abandon their child. Fortunately, she has now found her family, and the Lin family should be punished. Qian Jiahui clenched her fist. Xiao Yang just told her that he was preparing a surprise for the Lin family, and that he had already found them a place with meals and accommodation included. She can also testify in court if necessary. Since Lin Wan went abroad, she has had no contact with the Lin family. Even if they occasionally meet, she pretends not to see them, especially that Lin Tianbao, who is simply a hooligan. The Lin family used to say that since she and Lin Wan were so close, she should just marry Lin Tianbao and become his wife. This disgusted her so much that she couldn't eat for 2 days. The Lin family is wicked to the core. Driven by selfish desires, he caused the separation of family members for over 20 years. Even if they couldn't have children of their own, they could have gone through the legal adoption process, instead of just picking up someone else's child from the street and taking them home. I'm only saying this to you guys, don't tell anyone else, Qian Jiahui added. Don't worry, they won't say anything. Don't you trust your parents? Mrs. Qian said. Even if their daughter doesn't tell them, they won't say anything carelessly. They never get involved in other people's messes. Moreover, they all agree that the Lin family should be subject to legal punishment. They also have daughters, and they would go crazy if their daughters were taken away. Chapter 98, The Love of Family. How are things going with you and a Yang? Mr. Qian suddenly changed the subject. They kept calling him a Yang, making it seem like they'd known each other for ages. He and Xiao Yang had a really good chat just now. He hadn't met someone he could talk to so well in a long time. Lin Wan is the same age as Xiao Hui, and she already has both a son and a daughter. They also hope that their daughter can at least date someone now. They could see through Xiao Yang's feelings. Wan Wan's older brother can't be bad. As for the Lin couple, the Xiao family will definitely handle it, so they don't need to worry too much. They are relieved that Lin Wan is doing well now. He's my boss. We only became friends because of Wan Wan. Don't overthink it, Qian Jiahui explained, avoiding her parents' gaze. Her heart has always been open and honest, unless it involves Xiao Yang. He's such a good friend to you. Silly child, your parents can tell. This young man is really good. Mrs. Qian's eyes were full of praise. Mom, our family is not a good match for the Xiao family. Qian Jiahui lowered her head and clenched her fingers tightly. She wasn't unaware of the kindness shown to her by the Xiao family or Xiao Yang. My daughter deserves the best man in the world. Mrs. Qian held her daughter's hand. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Of course, she knew what her daughter was thinking. A Yang made it very clear today that his family likes you very much, and so does he, Mr. Qian said. Even though Xiao Yang expressed himself very gently, he could still tell from Xiao Yang's tone, since they were both men. Your parents never thought about sending you to some wealthy family to bring us a great life. We just hope you find someone you like, someone you can spend your life with, Mr. Qian continued. Although they were an ordinary family with no special skills, they were still able to grit their teeth and buy 2 houses as a dowry for their daughter's wedding. Perhaps this amount of money is nothing to the Xiao family, but it is his daughter's confidence and backup plan. Even if she chooses the wrong person, she can gracefully leave the marriage without any burden. They only have one child, and no matter how much they have to sacrifice, they only want the best for their daughter. I will do my best to increase my daughter's margin for error. Having someone you understand and love will make your future life much more comfortable, Qian's mother advised. Although she also hoped that her daughter would get married and have children soon, she didn't want her Xiaowei to spend the rest of her life with someone she didn't like, just because of the word suitable. She and her husband went through a lot together before she firmly chose each other. Nearly 30 years have passed, and they still love each other, which gives her peace of mind. She believes that love is the most important thing in marriage. Qian Jiaowei nodded silently. But was Xiao Yang's kindness towards her not just a figment of her imagination? She found it hard to believe that such an outstanding man had taken a liking to her. This is too unreal. Qian Jiaowei tossed and turned in bed that night, unable to fall asleep. Her mind was filled with Xiao Yang's handsome face, as well as Lin Wan's and her parents' persuasion. She really felt that Xiao Yang treated her differently than he treated others, but he had never explicitly expressed it. Soon, she couldn't help but fantasize about a happy life with Xiao Yang again. Even in her dreams, this man was by her side. For the first time, she had the courage to hold his hand, and even boldly stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. The whole dream was sweet to her. Meanwhile, on the other side was the Xiao family. Seeing the signs of the house being rearranged and the red carpet laid from the front door to the back door, Lin Wan could feel the intense love and expectations her family had for her. It was full of love and a sense of ritual. After 25 years, she has finally returned here. Looking closely at every corner of the house, childhood memories flooded back. Every place here felt incredibly familiar to her. Apart from the fact that all the home appliances are new models, almost everything else remains the same. It's the same style that was popular 20 or 30 years ago. Nothing here has been touched, because I was afraid you wouldn't be used to it when you come back, Xiao Yan said, choking back tears. He pressed his face against Lin Yike, who was still in his arms. The little guy clung to him, calling him uncle repeatedly, which dispelled the gloom deep in his heart. He had dreamt of his sister coming home countless times, and today it finally came true. Lin Wan's eyes welled up with tears again at her second brother's words. My brother is right. Even after all these years, our family has never forgotten to love her. The Xiao family is not short of money, but they can't even afford to buy a new villa just to wait for her to come home. But this wait is endless. She wouldn't have returned to China if she hadn't suddenly received an invitation from the Gu family, and she certainly wouldn't have met Xiao Yang. Her fate was inextricably linked to the Xiao family and even Gu Shiyuan. This is also the biggest reason why she no longer resists Gu Shiyuan. Lin Yike cupped Xiao Yan's face in her hands. Uncle, don't cry. My eldest uncle is handsome, and my youngest uncle is handsome too. My aunt is so pretty, just as pretty as me. Their family has really good genes. No wonder she and her brother are so outstanding. Okay, uncle, don't cry. Uncle is happy that you can come home. Xiao Yan smiled through his tears. Coco is happy too. Coco loves her uncle. Lin Yike kissed her uncle on the cheek. This completely won over Xiao Yan's heart. From now on, his niece will be the apple of his eye. The little guy can make him feel great with just one sentence. He unconsciously wanted to make up for his guilt towards Lin Wan by transferring it to Coco. He couldn't be there for his sister as she grew up, but he can watch her children grow up. Lin Wan's memories gradually became clearer. She vaguely remembered the layout of the upstairs room, knew where her parents' rooms were, and remembered that she had a very large princess room. Come on, Xiao, Mom will take you to your room. Zhao's mother came over. Nan, Kiki, you two come along too. Okay, the two little ones said in unison. The two little ones have been in perfect sync since they were able to talk. Many of their ideas even coincided. Xiaoyan held Kiki in his arms, Xiaowen held Nan Nan's hand, and Zhao's mother pulled Lin Wan along. The family walked up to the second floor. In order to preserve the original appearance of the villa as much as possible until their daughter comes home, they didn't even install an elevator. Lin Wan was shocked the moment she pushed open the door to the room. This room perfectly matches the fragments of her memory. She reached out and touched the little ornaments on the table. Her princess bed was exactly the same as before. Lin Wan has a long memory, but she forgot many things because of fear when she was taken away by the Lin family couple. She only remembers a few things now. "Mom," Lin Wan said, her voice trembling with tears. "This is a room that Mom specially kept for my sister. It's been over 20 years. Apart from the daily cleaning, nothing here has been moved. It has always remained exactly as it is," Xiaowen said. Chapter 99, Nan Nan's Spoiled Act. Xiaowen was very familiar with this room, but she didn't live here. Her mother has brought her here countless times since she was a child. I've also told many stories about my older sister and seen many photos of her when she was little. Although her older sister had already left home when she was born, her sister's image was deeply etched in her mind. If she encountered her sister's man sleeping with her, she thought she would recognize them, mother and son, at a glance. When she was a child, she asked her parents why they didn't move to a new house since the houses here are so old. The parents said they were afraid their daughter wouldn't be able to find her way home when she came back. Warm light filled the entire room, creating a cozy and peaceful atmosphere. The room was large, with a small terrace, and the bed sheets were pink and cute. There were also some toys that looked like they were from a bygone era scattered on the floor. There was also a rag doll on the bed. It's the best lit and largest room on the entire second floor. Even though no one has lived there, it is spotless and has no musty smell. The whole room smells wonderful. Lin Wan was deeply moved. Her whole family has done so much for her. She believes she loves her child very, very much, but she still can't reach the same level as her parents. They are gambling with time on an uncertain future. She wondered what if she never came back. Would they just keep waiting for her? She didn't even dare to think about it. Thankfully, she came back. Nothing has been touched. Mom is just waiting for you to come back and stay. Tears welled up in Zhao's mother's eyes again. Crying and laughing at the same time, it's a happy laugh. It's wonderful to have something lost and then found again. She truly believed she would wait for this her whole life. Lin Wan vaguely remembered that when she was little, a nanny had been taking care of her and living in this room with her. The aunt was very, very good to her. It was precisely because her mother went after her brother that her aunt didn't keep a close eye on her, allowing the Lin family to take advantage of the situation. She doesn't even dare to ask where that aunt went. They probably went back to their hometown a long time ago. Her older brother told her that because she was lost, her mother had raised her younger sister herself and would never dare to let her child out of her sight again. All her memories of the Lin family were unhappy. She had never received any love before Lin Tianbao was born. She couldn't understand why. If she wasn't treating her well, they would steal her home. Over time, she completely forgot that she once had a very happy and warm home. She gradually came to believe that she was the unloved daughter of the Lin family. Lin Wan carefully examined every corner of the room. Her younger sister secretly told her that their mother had always been the one cleaning the room herself. A room was also cleaned up next door for the two children to stay in. As for Gu Shiyuan, since the engagement hasn't been formally discussed yet, naturally no room will be reserved for him. When it was time for bed, Zhao's mother offered to put Coco to sleep with her. Coco is like Lin Wan from her childhood. She didn't have time to raise her daughter, so she'll raise her granddaughter properly instead. Coco is now the apple of her eye. Xiaoyan also offered to let Nan Nan sleep with him. In their family, everyone must be treated equally, and no child should be neglected. Although he also liked Coco, he couldn't let Nan Nan feel that they were being biased. Since I couldn't get the child, I can only take the older sisters. Xiaowen grabbed Lin Wan's shoulder. Okay, sister. Okay, Lin Wan readily agreed. She had a lot to say to her sister. It's also a good opportunity to get to know each other better, as the sisters are meeting for the first time today. Lin Wan stayed at the Xiao family's house for several days, sleeping until she naturally woke up every day, and always having delicious food made by her mother. Gu Shiyuan would shamelessly go to the Xiao family's house for breakfast every morning and stay until evening. He doesn't even go to the company anymore. The two children kept the smiles on the Xiao family members' faces from beginning to end. Xiao Yang would occasionally go to the company, while Xiao Yin would stay home and play with the children. The company is nothing compared to his two precious treasures. It wasn't until the weekend that the family of four finally said goodbye to the elderly. The two little ones will be going to school on Monday. Xiaowen should go back to school soon. Everyone has their own things to do. Lin Wan promised her parents that she would bring the children back to stay with her whenever she had time on weekends. The elderly couple from the Xiao family watched Lin Wan leave with great reluctance. Although they were reluctant to part this time, they felt much more at ease because they knew their daughter would be back soon. After playing wildly at the Xiao family's house for several days without going to school, the two little ones, who already disliked going to kindergarten, became even more reluctant to go to school. Even Lin Nan, who used to get up on time every day, has started to sleep in like his younger sister. "Mommy, can I not go to school today? I really don't want to go." Lin Nan didn't even want to put on his clothes. He really disliked kindergarten and didn't want to play with childish kids. Since he found his dad and his maternal grandparents' house, he realized that he could be like a little child, able to act spoiled, to be unreasonable, and to rely on adults. Someone will always protect him, so he doesn't have to rush to grow up. Especially when they were at their maternal grandmother's house, everyone took great care of the two siblings. "They are the apple of my eye." His uncle even told him that men can also be affectionate, that they can say they're tired, or that they need to be comforted. No, children must go to kindergarten. Lin Wan refused without even thinking. She didn't want her child to develop such a bad habit of avoiding things they didn't want to do. This will make them less courageous and more likely to back down when they grow up. "Can I go back to my grandma's house to stay?" Lin Nan asked again. "Even bringing out your grandma won't work. You've even learned to stay in bed longer." Lin Wan reached out to try and pull Lin Nan out of bed. "Mommy, is my little sister awake yet?" Lin Nan asked. Knowing his sister as he did, Bao was still asleep. "No, your daddy is trying to get her out of bed," Lin Wan said helplessly. Not to mention Gu Shiyuan, the entire Xiao family dotes on the two children. "Then Mommy, please comfort me too. I'm easy to please," Lin Nan suggested. It's rare for him to act cute in front of his mom. Usually, only my younger sister acts cute and affectionate. Seeing that her son also wanted to be coaxed, Lin Wan laughed instead. "That's more like a child's behavior. He always acts like a little adult." Lin Wan patiently coaxed her son in the same tone she used to coax her daughter. As expected, Lin Nan never said anything he wasn't sure about. After being coaxed a few times, he immediately got up and started getting dressed. "It feels so good to be coaxed. No wonder my sister likes to be coaxed. How about Mommy helps you get dressed today?" Lin Wan said softly. "No. Mommy, turn around. I'm a boy. I won't let Mommy see me changing clothes," Lin Nan said seriously. She was still tightly clutching her blanket. Chapter 100. Why bother arguing with a mad dog? Lin Nan covered himself with his blanket. He has been bathing himself since he was 2 years old. When Lin Nan came out after getting dressed, Gu Shiyuan also carried Lin Yike, who was still rubbing her eyes after changing her clothes, out as well. He had tried everything he could, but his little darling was too hard to please. After dropping the children off at kindergarten, the two rushed to the company. The two disappeared together for several days, then reappeared at the company, sparking another wave of discussion. Everyone assumed they went on vacation together. When everyone first learned that Gu Shiyuan liked Lin Wan, they all thought it was just a young master's passing fancy and that it was impossible for him to stay with a woman who already had a child for long. But now their thinking has changed. They think Lin Wan is someone special, really amazing. She managed to win over Gu Shiyuan, who had always been aloof from women, even while raising 2 children. I really didn't realize that someone with such an innocent-looking face could be so cunning. It seems that even the greatest heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. This time was different from the past. Gu Shiyuan didn't want to suppress these rumors at all. Anyway, he had already gotten past the Xiao family, and marrying Lin Wan was only a matter of time. Since agreeing to be with Gu Shiyuan, Lin Wan has no psychological burden and doesn't particularly care what others say. Moreover, it is now 100% certain that she is Xiao Rou, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, and in terms of status, she is not unworthy of Gu Shiyuan. Most importantly, as they spent more time together, her heart grew closer and closer to this man. The only one who cared about these things was Bai Xinran. She was so angry she was about to explode. Since Lin Wan took leave, Gu Shiyuan has not come to work. She tried calling Gu Shiyuan, but found that he had already blocked her and hadn't left any contact information. After filing a complaint last time, she no longer felt comfortable going directly to the Gu family to ask. She was afraid that if she complained too much, her family-oriented parents would become dissatisfied with her. Her father called to inquire indirectly, and the Gu family only said that Gu Shiyuan had moved out and rarely came home, without saying anything else. Bai Xinran felt even worse after receiving this answer. She had blocked him and moved out. He must be living with that vixen Lin Wan. Enraged, she smashed up her office again. Everyone else in the company avoided her. She knew that people were gossiping behind her back, saying that she still refused to resign even after being humiliated so much by Gu Shiyuan, and hearing these comments made her even angrier. These past few days have felt like an eternity to her. After finally getting Gu Shiyuan back, her mood improved. But when she saw Lin Wan, her eyes practically shot out sparks. If it weren't for this woman's appearance, she would have won over Gu Shiyuan long ago. Bai Xinran blamed all her misfortunes on Lin Wan. Lin Wan, here's a very important order. You have to hand it in to me before you leave work today, Bai Xinran said in a condescending manner, slamming a very demanding order onto Lin Wan's desk. She simply refused to resign. As long as she remained there, she could use her power to suppress Lin Wan. She hated seeing that woman act like she didn't care about anything, but then she used dirty tricks behind people's backs. Lin Wan glanced at the design requirements and said calmly, "This can't be completed today. It's too complicated. These clients are the most difficult to deal with. It's impossible to finish a draft without rejecting it 10 or 8 times." She had only just returned when Bai Xinran was already so eager to mess with her. When she first arrived, she would choose to swallow her anger, but she found that this was useless and only made Bai Xinran more aggressive. She might as well just refuse outright. Whether you finish it or not is your problem. Just hand it in to me before you leave work. Bai Xinran rolled her eyes after saying that, and then swayed away. They had long forgotten Gu Shiyuan's warning. Or rather, she never thought that Gu Shiyuan would actually do anything to her. After all, the Shenzhen Stock Exchange is still under her father's control. She didn't think the Gu family had any ability to go against her family. Her father's career is currently at its peak, and he could be promoted any day. It's a blessing for the Gu family that she's willing to marry into their family. Gu Shiyuan is really ungrateful. She couldn't bear to put pressure on Gu Shiyuan, but she could mess with his sweetheart. She has always been pampered and loved since childhood. When has she ever suffered such injustice? It's just that Gu Shiyuan is ignorant. But the more this happened, the stronger her desire to conquer became, and the more she wanted to win over Gu Shiyuan. With a strong political background, Bai Xinran was very confident and even went so far as to undergo surgery to make herself more beautiful. She even worked on a new project when she wasn't at the company recently. But to her surprise, Gu Shiyuan didn't even glance at her. However, he allowed her to run rampant in his company. It wasn't that no one had complained, but he still indulged her behavior. This led her to mistakenly believe that Gu Shiyuan still cared about her to some extent. He didn't react at all, even when she kept chasing away women who wanted to get close to him. It was this illusion that made her feel that Gu Shiyuan already belonged to her, and Lin Wan's appearance caught her off guard. She hadn't expected Lin Wan to win over Gu Shiyuan so quickly. This also made her want to get rid of Lin Wan. If she can't get rid of Lin Wan through overt means, she doesn't mind using underhanded methods. Only if Lin Wan disappears, Gu Shiyuan will be back very soon. Not again. Sister, he frowned as she watched Bai Xinran's departing figure. Although Lin Wan has never admitted it herself, judging from the current situation, she is indeed with Gu Shiyuan. Given such powerful backing, why be afraid of Bai Xinran? Sister, he was also secretly criticizing Gu Shiyuan in her heart. Knowing Bai Xinran's character all along, why don't you fire her instead of letting Lin Wan suffer this injustice? She still felt a slight contempt for Gu Shiyuan. There's nothing I can do. I can't control what other people think. Lin Wan simply put the list aside. However, she didn't intend to go along with Bai Xinran. Now that Gu Shiyuan and the Shao family are her backers, she naturally doesn't need to be afraid of Bai Xinran. Gu Shiyuan told her that he had plenty of evidence of Mayor Bai's corruption and bribery, and that she didn't need to bow down to Bai Xinran and should give him some time. She simply couldn't be bothered to argue with someone as abnormal as Bai Xinran. Are you just going to put up with this? Even Sister He couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Wan's emotions are so stable. I'll just treat it as a dog barking. I can't argue with a mad dog, Lin Wan said calmly. She genuinely couldn't understand Bai Xinran's thought process. Gu Shiyuan had already made his rejection clear enough. Why can't we face this problem squarely? She thought that even if she didn't exist, Gu Shiyuan would never give Bai Xinran a chance. The two of them are from completely different worlds. Bai Xinran just doesn't understand this principle. Chapter 101. Let me tell you a secret. She can only act recklessly because of her father. She's so brainless. If it weren't for her family's good background, she wouldn't even know how she died. Sister He couldn't help but complain. In her opinion, Bai Xinran was really brainless. This kind of person wouldn't survive more than half an episode in a palace drama. How can someone be so shameless? Gu Shiyin went to such extremes, completely ripping off her face, yet she still comes to work as if nothing happened. She desperately wanted Bai Xinran to resign immediately. This kind of rich heiress should go home and be a princess, instead of causing trouble for these cattle and horses. Everyone is already exhausted from work, and now they have to put up with this. If it weren't for Bai Xinran, their director wouldn't have resigned. Those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. She will eventually pay the price for her willfulness, Lin once said. All right, let's get back to work. Gu Shiyuan's office was already piled high with documents that needed his signature. Oh my Mr. Gu, my young Master Gu, you're finally back. I've been so busy I haven't even had time to spare. I haven't even had time to spend with my girlfriend, the assistant said with a resentful look. Aside from the fact that his signature on those documents was invalid, he did everything else he could. Gu Xian was gone for a week. He was so busy he was completely overwhelmed. I don't know which of the two is the boss. Your girlfriend is important, but my girlfriend isn't. Gu Shiyuan couldn't stop smiling. You are? Miss Lin. The assistant's eyes gleamed with gossip. He said that the boss had been acting strangely lately. Although everyone says that Gu Shiyuan is a cold person, he is actually very nice to him in private, and the two can even joke around. Gu Shiyuan couldn't help but smile when Lin Wan was mentioned. I knew it. The assistant was also very happy. Lin Wan is good in every way except for taking care of the child. It's clear that Gu Shiyuan really put his heart into this. Come here, I want to show you something. Gu Shiyuan opened his phone. So mysterious, what good stuff is it? The assistant peeked over curiously and was immediately stunned. This is... Gu Shiyuan's phone wallpaper featured two children, and the boy looked remarkably like Gu Shiyuan. Don't you think this kid looks a lot like me? He's my son, Gu Shiyuan said proudly. So this is what it feels like to be a dad. I can tell, but you have a son? The assistant was still in shock. And there's a daughter too. Look, my daughter. Gu Shiyuan desperately wanted to show off his child, and to flaunt that she was Lin Wanqing's. The assistant looked at the girl's photo, and felt that she looked familiar. Isn't this the child that Gu Shiyuan carried to dinner a while ago? So he really is his biological son. But upon closer inspection, this child looks remarkably like Lin Wan. Just as the assistant was wondering, Gu Shiyuan said proudly, Wan gave birth to twins for me, a boy and a girl. Assistant. Wait, what did the boss just say? Who gave birth to the child? Lin Wan. No, when did they? My assistant is about to crash. He's been by Gu Shiyuan's side for years. How could he not know about this? Did Miss Lin give birth to her? The assistant was still confused. When exactly did this happen? Do you still remember that night 5 years ago? Gu Shiyuan asked. Was that Miss Lin that day? The assistant finally realized. 5 years ago, one night was the only time Gu Shiyuan lost control, and unexpectedly, that one night resulted in 2 children. This is too much of a coincidence. Even more outrageous than the short drama he's watching now. No wonder Gu Shiyuan fell for Lin Wan so quickly. There was this reason behind it. He suddenly felt that Lin Wan was really lucky. Yes, twins, one shot, one soul. Gu Shiyuan still carried a sense of pride. Seeing Gu Shiyuan's smugness, the assistant didn't want to spoil his mood. It has to be our CEO Gu. There's another secret I want to share with you, Gu Shiyuan said, his mouth babbling on and on. He rarely talks this much at the company. I'm all ears, the assistant leaned closer. It's rare for the boss to be willing to share some gossip with him, although he wouldn't go out and talk about it. Linwan isn't the kind of person who climbed the social ladder by having a child, as you think. She's Xiao Yang's younger sister, Gu Shiyuan said softly. It's obvious what the assistant was thinking. Assistant. He had been shocked twice in just a few minutes. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations on your marriage to Miss Lin. Oh no, Miss Xiao. The assistant began to flatter. Now he understands the situation. No wonder the boss treated by Shinran that way a few days ago. Looks like there's going to be some fun to watch. He had been by Gu Shiyuan's side for several years, and even the shareholders in the company treated him with respect. However, Bai Shinran was the only one who gave him a hard time. He couldn't wait to see Bai Shinran make a fool of herself. She really thought she could become Mrs. Gu, but little did she know that she was offending the real Mrs. Gu. The assistant had no doubt whatsoever that Gu Shiyuan would marry Lin Wan. Good lad, you've got a sweet tongue. I'll give you a day off. Go back and spend time with your girlfriend. I'll give you a big gift when we get married, Gu Xian said with a wave of his hand. The assistant has been with him since he started managing the company and has made great contributions. When this guy gets married, he should at least send him a wedding house to store the wedding gifts. Really? Then I'm off. The assistant immediately became excited. She dashed out in a flash, afraid that Gu Shiyuan would change his mind. But he came back on his own a little while later. Why haven't you left yet? If you don't want a holiday, then don't complain in the future. Gu Shiyuan looked up and glanced at him. No, Mr. Gu, there's a little boy downstairs who looks a lot like you. They say he's your son, the assistant said. He only realized how much the father and son resembled each other when he saw them in person. It looks even more like the picture than in the photo. If Gu Shiyuan hadn't already warned him, he would have been truly shocked. Gu Shiyuan's son was accompanied by his daughter. I have no idea how the two little ones ended up here. He told the security guard to keep an eye on the child, and then hurriedly ran back to report to Gu Shiyuan. I even forgot to make a phone call. Those are his boss's two children. If Bai Shinran saw this, she would go crazy. The assistant is actually quite looking forward to seeing Bai Shinran act crazy, even though she's not exactly normal usually. These two little rascals have skipped school again. They really can't be kept at home anywhere. They're just like my kids. Gu Shiyuan smiled. This kindergarten has the best security system in the city, so it's quite remarkable that the two of them managed to escape. Given the intelligence of his two children, calling them geniuses wouldn't be an exaggeration. Chapter 102. No kindergarten can keep them in. He was already quite clever when he was young, but these two children have surpassed him in intelligence. Gu Shiyuan immediately dropped what he was doing and ran downstairs. He couldn't keep his two precious children waiting any longer. The assistant followed closely behind. Why bother with a holiday? Eating melons is the priority. Just an hour ago, the two little ones sat side by side, each supporting their chubby little faces with their tiny hands. Brother, it's really boring here. I don't want to play with those kids anymore. They're too stupid. Why don't we leave? Lin Yi suggested. Did she really dislike this place? Or did she want to go back to her grandmother's house? She didn't have to go to school for those few days. Or it's nice to be at home with Daddy. In short, I'm fine with doing anything, except going to school. She really couldn't stand how boring going to school was. When she first arrived, playing with a few new kids was still somewhat novel, but now all she wants to do is escape, okay? They are all too naive. She didn't want to talk to these kids who usually watch cartoons. They had absolutely nothing to talk about. She's had enough of being the leader of the kids. Now I'm starting to understand why my brother is so withdrawn. His sister's words also successfully moved Lininan, but he couldn't run away. He promised his mother that he would study hard and take good care of his younger sister. But it's so boring here. He already knows everything the teacher teaches, so he has no motivation at all. It's completely meaningless. No, you can't. You already made Mommy very angry last time. Mommy told us to go to school properly and not to run around. Lininan lectured his younger sister like a little adult. But he was already itching to try. All he needed was a reason to be convinced. As long as he feels at peace with himself, he will definitely be able to get out. I miss my grandma, I miss my dad, and I miss my mom. I really want to see them. It's been 2 or 3 hours since I last saw them. Lin, he said earnestly. She believed that her brother would eventually grant her any request she made. If mommy gets angry, daddy will protect her now. Even though her reasons were somewhat far-fetched, they were enough for Lin Nan. All he needed was an excuse to leave this place with a clear conscience. Whether it's reasonable or not isn't that important. But this place is much more strictly supervised than the previous kindergarten, Lin Nan said as he pondered his plan. I believe my brother must have a way. My brother is the smartest genius in the world. Lin Yike began to flatter him. She knew her brother was susceptible to this trick. Well, there is a way, Lin Nan said, keeping everyone in suspense. He had observed the entire kindergarten from the very first day he enrolled and had already found a safe place to escape. That place is quite remote. It's obvious that no one goes there regularly, and there are no security cameras. After all, who would expect a 4-year-old child to escape from prison? This would be their best escape route, and they wouldn't be discovered. No matter how strict the security measures are, they can't keep him out. I knew my brother would come up with a plan. My brother is the smartest, Lin Yike said with admiration. She really likes and admires her brother. He can solve any problem, and it seems like nothing can stump him. Except for Jiang Yanin. My brother really couldn't handle it. Let's go. Brother will take you to find daddy and mommy, Lin Nan said, standing up and walking along the route he had planned. Arriving at the corner that Lin Nan had already observed, they found that no one had cleaned it. The security cameras were broken, and even the iron fence was broken. The two little ones easily crawled out from inside. After coming out, I took a taxi all the way to the Gu Group building. I happened to run into my assistant who was going home for vacation. Uncle, could you please call Gu Shiyuan out for me? I'm his son, and this is his daughter, Lin Nan said directly to his assistant. You're Lin Nan? The assistant looked at his face excitedly. Uncle knows me. Lin Nan was completely bewildered. He didn't recognize the person in front of him either. I not only know you, but I also know your sister, right, little Lin Yike? The assistant said with a smile. I just found out that the boss has twins, a boy and a girl, so I came to visit. Then please ask Uncle to call our daddy out for a moment, Lin said sweetly. Does anyone in daddy's company already know about their existence? Okay, right away. Don't wander off. After saying that, the assistant dashed back upstairs. Nan, Kiki. Gu Shiyuan saw the two small figures from afar. Daddy. The two little ones ran towards Gu Shiyuan at the same time. Gu Shiyuan picked up both children and said, You've been skipping school again, haven't you? Nan is going to corrupt your sister. He seems to have gained weight recently, so he'll have to hold the two children more often. They'll grow up soon. He said things that were blaming him, but his tone was full of doting affection. This left the assistant, who had followed him out, completely bewildered. When did their boss become so gentle? Do men all change this much after having children? This Gu Shiyuan felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Daddy, don't blame my brother. It was Coco who missed you, so she asked my brother to bring me out, Lin Yike said sweetly. She knew her daddy wouldn't blame her. After saying that, she kissed Gu Shiyuan on the cheek. Lin Nan also kissed his father's cheek, just like his sister did. Then she became shy. He's now learned to act cute too. Come on, Daddy will take you upstairs and show you Daddy's office, okay? We'll have lunch together with your mommy later, Gu Shiyuan said. I felt so happy inside. The children are so incredibly cute. How could they possibly be wrong? He now desperately wants everyone to know that he and Lin want to have a child. Okay, the two little ones said in unison, very happy. Gu Shiyuan grabbed one of them by the hand and prepared to go upstairs. As he passed his assistant, he said, Weren't you supposed to be on vacation? Get out of here, or you'll regret it. Goodbye. The assistant disappeared in a flash. This was a vacation he had finally gotten. There are still many things I want to do with my girlfriend. Gu Shiyuan simply and openly took the two children back to the company. The return rate is 100%. It quickly caused a stir in the company. Hey, look at President Gu. He brought two children with him. Could they be Lin Wan's too? How could that be? Look again. Doesn't that little boy look a lot like President Gu? How could he be Lin Wan's child? Chapter 103. This fierce and scared me. It really does look like it. When did President Gu have a child? I heard him call President Gu daddy, so it can't be wrong. Just by looking at them, You don't even need to judge from their names. How could they possibly look so alike unless they were related by blood? They look like twins. But that little girl does look a bit like Lin Wan. It might just be a coincidence. Lin Wan hasn't been with the company for very long, has she? That's true. But I've never heard of Mr. Gu having had a girlfriend before. How could we possibly know about the affairs of wealthy families? It's perfectly normal for Mr. Gu to have a child at his age, but who the mother is another matter. Mrs. Gu is really good at giving birth. These two children are so good-looking. Mr. Gu is very lucky. It might not be Mrs. Gu. I've never heard of Mr. Gu getting married. His wedding would be a huge affair. Maybe she just has two children. It's not that easy to get into the Gu family. That's hard to say, but Mr. Gu seems to really like these two children. It's a pity about Lin Wan. I really thought she might have something going on with President Gu. Oh well, it's normal for someone of President Gu's status to have many children, but he probably wouldn't really be interested in a woman with a child. What's so regrettable about Lin Wan? The most regrettable one is Director Bai, isn't he? He pursued President Gu for so long, and now his child is already so grown up. Isn't she the one who deserves it? No normal person would like someone who's so dramatic and demanding. If I were President Gu, I wouldn't like her either. All right, keep your voice down. If Director Bai hears you, you'll be in trouble again. Whatever, it's not like I haven't been bullied by her before. She'll never be Mrs. Gu in her life. What's with all the arrogance? If it weren't for her father, what would she be? Hey, I still think President Gu's daughter looks a lot like Lin Wan, so much so. Could it be? No way. This wave of gossip quickly swept through the entire Gu group. It would be hard for Bai Xinran not to know about this. People were talking about it everywhere. Moreover, her lackey informed her immediately. She also filed numerous complaints, saying that so-and-so was gossiping behind her back, saying that she had been chasing Gu Shiyuan for many years but hadn't succeeded, and that she wasn't even a backup option. But Bai Xinran had no time to care who was talking about her behind her back. My mind is filled with the thought that Gu Shiyuan has a child. Does he have a child? But when she questioned him last time, didn't he deny it, saying that it wasn't his daughter? What's going on here? Did Gu Shiyuan lie back then? Bai Xinran's mind is in a mess right now. She really wanted to believe Gu Shiyuan's words, but since the rumors were circulating so widely in the company, it couldn't possibly be false. Bai Xinran really hoped that these were just her illusions, but the facts were right in front of her. She had barely stepped out of the office when she heard people talking about it. She couldn't hold back any longer and went straight to Gu Shiyuan's office. Gu Shiyuan took the two children to his office on the top floor and let them play as they pleased, with plenty of fruit, toys, and snacks. He couldn't even finish his work. He was busy playing with his two children. His two little ones are his most precious treasures. Gu Shiyuan. The office door was pushed open with a sharp female voice. Gu Shiyuan, who was playing with his child, frowned unhappily. He knew who it was without even turning around. It seems he has no choice but to take action now. He was too lenient with the Bai family. Especially when he saw his daughter startled, his desire to take down the Bai family reached its peak. What's wrong with you? You scared my daughter. Gu Shiyuan quickly hugged Kiki and patted her. Baby, don't be afraid, Daddy's here. He wouldn't bear to let his precious little princess suffer even the slightest grievance. So how could he allow outsiders to act presumptuously? Daddy, Annie is so fierce, so scary. Lin Yike looked frightened and kept burrowing into Gu Shiyuan's arms. Although she was startled, she wasn't in a situation where she needed to be comforted. But just one glance at Bai Xinran was enough for her to know that this woman was not simple and must have ulterior motives towards her father. Daddy belongs to Mommy, and she won't let anyone else have him. This woman is really annoying. Can't she see that her dad already has children? Don't be afraid. Daddy will protect you. Gu Shiyuan's anger flared even more upon hearing his daughter's words. His eyes were blazing with anger as he looked at Bai Xinran. I told you long ago, if you don't want to work here, you can get out. If you're sick, go get treatment. I've already given Mayor Bai enough face. My wife and children are my bottom line. The words wife and children plunged Bai Xinran's heart into despair. The way Gu Shiyuan spoke softly and gently to the little girl was something she had never seen before. His expressionless face in front of her was already a sign of politeness. It turns out he can be gentle, but that gentleness will never be for her. Bai Xinran is now even jealous of a young girl like Lin Yike. Regardless of whether she was his daughter or not, she didn't want this little girl to snuggle in Gu Shiyuan's arms and be coaxed by him. Didn't you tell me she wasn't your daughter? You lied to me. Bai Xinran's nerves were pierced by the scene before her. He lied to her. So what if I lied to you? She's still my precious daughter, Gu Shiyuan said indifferently. However, he genuinely didn't know at the time that Coco was his child. When exactly did you get pregnant? Why did you hide it from me? Bai Xinran's heart trembled. The pain was so intense I couldn't breathe. She had been closely observing him for many years and had never found out that he had been with any woman. She thought Lin Wan was the first. The thought of him sleeping with another woman and having a child with her made her feel resentful. Could this child be Lin Wan's? Bai Xinran then clearly saw the face of the little person in Gu Shiyuan's arms, and it looked just like Lin Wan. Lin Wan's child is already old enough to call Gu Shiyuan daddy. He's actually treating someone else's child like his own. Bai Xinran was completely confused. I was pregnant 5 years ago, twins. Look, this is my precious son, Gu Xiyin said in a boastful tone, and even reached out to touch his son's head. Bai Xinran then remembered that the rumors she had just heard said that Gu Shiyuan had brought 2 children in. Only then did she notice the little boy who had been staring at her expressionlessly. That one glance was enough to chill her to the bone. This child has the exact same face as Gu Shiyuan. He is definitely his biological son. In other words, these 2 are indeed his biological children. Bai Xinran's last glimmer of hope was shattered. Gu Shiyuan is indeed pregnant with twins. Chapter 104 Willing to be your child's stepmother. Even after seeing it with her own eyes, Bai Xinran still found it hard to accept the fact. Why didn't you tell me? And who is that woman? Bai Xinran asked, crying. She had never seen any woman with him. The entire Gu family kept the exact time when she conceived the child a secret from her. Gu's parents had been trying to match her up with Gu Shiyuan, but even they had been lying to her all along. On the surface, he said he preferred her to be his daughter-in-law, but in reality, he already had grandchildren. So what is she? Is she just a tool for the Gu family to climb higher? For the sake of their Bai family's power, they have never even made their own descendants public. She really misjudged the Gu family. She truly felt that she had been completely manipulated by the Gu family over the years. But why did they have to do this? Why did they have to hurt her? She can also have children for Gu Shiyuan. Even if she can't have twins, she can have 2 or 3 children. As long as Gu Shiyuan is happy, she is willing to have more of their love's fruits. Even if Gu Shiyuan wanted to play around with other women, she could turn a blind eye. As long as he didn't get pregnant or bring the women home, she could tolerate it. But the current outcome is hard for her to accept. She felt she had been deeply hurt. However, all of this was just her wishful thinking. Gu Shiyuan had no intention whatsoever of marrying her and having children. Over the years, Bai Xinran had been obsessed with Gu Shiyuan because she couldn't have him. She often hypnotized herself into believing that Gu Shiyuan belonged to her. This fierce-looking auntie, I think you've got it wrong. My daddy and mommy love each other very much, and then they had me and my sister. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, and I have no obligation to report to you. Lin Yinan looked up at Bai Xinran and said, word by word, this adult is so old, yet he can't see as clearly as a child. Lin Yinan thought this person was simply insane. His father was right. If this aunt was sick, she should have sought treatment sooner. What's wrong with you here? This woman likes her daddy, but it's obvious that her daddy doesn't like her. What exactly is she so infatuated with? People like that are so annoying. When they were in kindergarten, other children would often come up to them and bother them like this, saying they wanted to marry them when they grew up, and so on. He's so annoying. I never knew adults could be so lacking in boundaries. Bai Xinran was so speechless after being rebuked. That's infuriating. Like mother, like son, his mother, who dared to seduce Gu Shiyuan, must not be a good person. Did you hear that? My son is not even 5 years old, and he already knows this principle. Don't you understand? Everything I have has nothing to do with you, and I don't need to tell you. Gu Shiyuan looked at his son with an appreciative gaze. The brat is young, but his attack power is considerable. However, today he also decided to let Bai Xinran leave this place completely. He could no longer give the Bai family any face. There was no need for it. It wasn't that he hadn't given them chances, but Bai Xinran hadn't changed at all. Then we'll have no choice but to break off all pretense of civility. As for his parents, he didn't want to explain anything further. Now he is the head of the Gu family. Why are you doing this to me? Why? I've loved you for so many years, and you're having a child with another woman. What's wrong with me? Bai Xinran broke down again. She had asked Gu Shiyuan these questions many times, but she had never received an answer. Auntie, don't cry. Your makeup is ruined. You need to buy waterproof makeup next time and remember to touch it up regularly. It doesn't look good like this. Girls should learn to love beauty, but more importantly, they should learn to love themselves, Lin Yike added, delivering another blow. Bai Xinran was implying something in his words. These words successfully made Bai Xinran hold back her tears. She sobbed as she took out her phone to look at herself. Her carefully applied makeup was indeed ruined. Auntie's makeup skills need improvement. Also, too much plastic surgery can have side effects. Your face is already quite stiff, so it's not suitable for heavy makeup. Lin Yinan added another timely jab. That was his feeling the moment he first saw Bai Xinran. He could understand wanting to look beautiful, but he really couldn't understand why her face would become stiff and she would look like a ghost when she cried. His dad wouldn't have such bad taste. Annie is actually quite good at makeup and dressing up, unlike my mommy, who is naturally beautiful and doesn't need makeup. She looks good in anything. Right, Daddy? My mommy is the most beautiful. Lin Yike looked at Gu Shiyuan with stars in her eyes. Of course, your mommy is the most beautiful, Gu Shiyuan said sincerely. It has to be said that the Xiao family has really good genes. The 4 siblings of the Xiao family are all top-notch in terms of looks. So, does Daddy love Mommy the most? Lin Yinan continued to ask. Of course, Daddy loves Mommy the most, and I love you both too, Gu Shiyuan said with a smile. These words were sincere, and not just meant for Bai Xinran. He felt he could never leave his mother and son for the rest of his life. Bai Xinran was furious. The 3 of them, father and sons, were mocking her in unison, and even flaunting their affection in front of her. That's enough. Is that woman really that good? Bai Xinran asked, unwilling to give up. He actually said that woman was his favorite. If you love her so much, why not marry her? They have a child, but no official status. Is this what love is? Bai Xinran just wanted to laugh, feeling sorry for that woman. So what if they had children? So what if they were twins? They still couldn't be seen in public. The Gu family never made them public. The child is already so old, and this is the first time Gu Shiyuan has brought him out. In the end, it's just 2 illegitimate children and a mistress who can't be brought to the table. What's there to be proud of? But she was still insanely jealous of that woman. Jealous that woman could have a child for Gu Shiyuan. Jealous that woman could give Gu Shiyuan a son and a daughter in one pregnancy. And jealous that Gu Shiyuan was good to those 2 children. I'm jealous of everything they have. These are all things she wants but can't have. Even a smile from Gu Shiyuan is a luxury for her. Of course, she is the most wonderful person in the world, Gu Shiyuan said firmly. There is no doubt about this. He had also wondered if he hadn't met Lin Wan 5 years ago, and if they didn't have a child together, would he have fallen for her now that they were getting along like this? The answer is yes. Even if history could repeat itself and he were given another chance to choose, he would still let Lin Wan get pregnant with his child. Only the difference would be that he wouldn't let her leave his side. I've waited for you for so many years. You know my heart and my love for you have never changed. Why can't you give me a chance? How can you know how good I am if you haven't tried? A yuan? I promise you, as long as you're willing to be with me, I'm willing to be your child's stepmother. Chapter 105. It would be better if she married herself. I'm willing to accept these 2 illegitimate children. I really don't mind. I'll have more children for you. As long as you like children, I can keep having them. Bai Xinran was already starting to ramble incoherently. Especially when she heard Gu Shiyuan constantly praising the children's mother, she completely lost her temper. She was unwilling to accept it. With such good qualities, so many high-quality men were pursuing her, but she was only waiting for Gu Shiyuan. What awaited them was the news that he had a child with another woman. The door to Gu Shiyuan's office was wide open, and people outside were already secretly gossiping. After hearing Bai Xinran's remarks, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Why bother? Isn't this just humiliating Mayor Bai? She may be shameless, but her father still has to be. Everyone in the Gu family knows Bai Xinran's true identity. She often flaunts her background and family history to mock others with their ordinary origins. As the daughter of a mayor, What kind of man couldn't she find? She insists on being a stepmother to the child of a man who doesn't love her, especially since he has a wife. Isn't this just a mistress? The most crucial point is that Gu Shuyuan really doesn't think much of her. She's really embarrassed herself. How is Mayor Bai supposed to face people now? More and more people gathered outside to watch the spectacle. Some people even brought sunflower seeds and distributed them to everyone. Gu Shuyuan's assistant happened to have a day off, so no one chased these people away. Moreover, the fact that Gu Shuyuan didn't close the door means that he doesn't mind if outsiders can see everything inside. Let Bai Xinran embarrass herself to the fullest extent if she wants to. This is better than current TV dramas and the Spring Festival Gala. Auntie, we have our own mother, we don't need a stepmother. Besides, my daddy only loves my mommy. It's immoral for you to break up someone else's family like this. Has no one taught you this principle? Or are your parents also shameless people? Lin Yinan stood up. The way he looked at Bai Xinran was hostile. He knew this woman definitely liked his daddy, but he never expected her to be this crazy, actually wanting to replace his mommy. Don't you even look in the mirror? The little guy's face turned red with anger. I never imagined this woman could be so shameless. They finally found their dad, and anyone who wants to break up their family is dreaming. You? How dare you insult my parents? Do you know who my father is? Bai Xinran's face was a mixture of madness and smugness. Her background is her greatest asset. Even if she's from the Gu family, she still gives her father face time and time again. For the Gu family to succeed in their business, they need her father's approval. She knew perfectly well how much her parents valued her. It's just that Gu Shuyuan is ungrateful and doesn't realize how lucky he is to have married her. Bai Xinran reached out her hand to Lin Yinan, but then put it back. She didn't dare. She didn't know what she was afraid of, but she was still very resistant to the idea of hurting Gu Shuyuan's child. So what if you know? So what if you curse me? Gu Shuyuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He clearly saw Bai Xinran raise her hand towards his son and then lower it. She's smart enough to know her place. If she dared to lay a finger on his son today, he would make sure the entire Bai family would never recover. Bai Xinran was stunned by the chill emanating from Gu Shuyuan. She suddenly felt a wave of fear. Thankfully, she had stopped herself in time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Bai Xinran tried to explain. I don't accept any of your apologies. Get out of here. You're fired now and don't need to come to work anymore. As for Mayor Bai, he should know what to do if he wants to leave himself a way out. Gu Shuyuan said coldly. Fire me? No, a yuan. No. Mr. Gu, you can't fire me. I was invited here by Uncle Gu. Did you get his permission to do this? Did you think about Uncle Gu's feelings? Bai Xinran looked incredulous. He used to forgive her no matter what she did at the company, but now he says he's going to fire her. She tried to use Gu Shuyuan's father to suppress him, but none of this mattered to Gu Shuyuan. I don't need my dad's permission. As for your dad, I've already given him enough face. Get out. Gu Shuyuan's face was filled with anger. He hated it when this woman called him a yuan. No, I won't leave. I can't leave you. I want to stay here and work. Don't fire me. Bai Xinran began to panic. She couldn't care about anything else now. All she wanted was to stay by Gu Shuyuan's side. But Gu Shuyuan remained unmoved. Gu Shuyuan, you can't fire me. You know the consequences if you do. My dad won't let you get away with this, Bai Xinran threatened. She's her father's only daughter, and he definitely won't let this go if she suffers this injustice. Gu Shuyuan's previous actions had already angered her father, who had even advised her to give up on Gu Shuyuan. But she insisted on staying by Gu Shuyuan's side. This kind of love that has lasted for so many years cannot be let go of so easily. These words successfully ignited Gu Shuyuan's anger. He hated being threatened the most. Do they really think a mayor can control everything? Seeing that Bai Xinran had completely gone mad, Gu Shuyuan was about to have someone throw her out when the two little ones simultaneously looked towards the door. Mommy! The two little ones pounced on it together. All eyes were now on Lin Wan. Skipping class again? Being naughty again? What did you two promise me? Are you trying to make me angry again? Lin Wan wanted to be angry, but was helpless. There was also a hint of embarrassment. The news that Gu Shuyuan brought his two children to the company had spread like wildfire. It was impossible for her not to know. Inside the office, someone was live streaming Bai Xinran's embarrassing moment. Lin Wan put down her work and rushed over here with Sister He. She had never wanted anyone to know about her relationship with Gu Shiyuan, but now she couldn't hide it anymore. Even if she doesn't come, Gu Shiyuan will take the children to find her. Just as I reached the door of the president's office, I heard Bai Xinran say that she wanted to be the stepmother of her child. That sentence disgusted her. Bai Xinran liking Gu Shiyuan is her own private matter and her right, but it's really disgusting to think that he could directly replace her while she's still alive. Even if she doesn't end up with Gu Shiyuan, she would never allow someone like Bai Xinran to be her child's stepmother. If a child falls into the hands of such a person, their life will likely be very difficult. In that case, she might as well just get married herself. Mommy, we missed you and Daddy, so we came to see you. Lin Yike started to whine again. Chapter 106 Public Relationship. This is one of Lin Yike's usual tactics. As long as she makes her mother happy, she won't be blamed. Lin Wanming knew her daughter's intentions, but she was still easily swayed by them. She patted her daughter's head and said, "This is the last time. You're not allowed to sneak out again. If you want to come see Daddy and Mommy, we can come pick you up. This is the last time." Lin Wan was really helpless. She had been manipulated by the little brat again. Even though she knew the children were wrong, dangerous, and would have a significant impact on the kindergarten, she just couldn't bring herself to be angry with her own children. She felt that she wasn't a good mother, that she was being too lenient with her children's behavior. The kindergarten is probably in complete chaos now. "This is the last time," the two little ones said in unison. "I won't run around anymore." The two of them came here today for two reasons. One, because kindergarten was too boring, and two, to help expose the relationship between their parents. See, now everyone knows that Daddy and Mommy had them. The scene at the entrance to the CEO's office stunned everyone present, including Sister He, who still doesn't know the truth. There's also Bai Xinran, who's still recovering from her outburst. Today, there are many different speculations about who the biological mother of Gu Shiyuan's two children is. To everyone's surprise, this person was actually Lin Wan, the woman in Gu Shiyuan's rumored relationship. Many people thought that Lin Wan quickly got together with Gu Shiyuan after joining the company, and that the daughter was her child with her ex. It turned out that the child's father was Gu Shiyuan. Everyone stared in disbelief, and soon all eyes were on Bai Xinran. She sat up in shock while dying, only to find that the clown was herself. The other couple already have a child who is several years old, but Bai Xinran still dreams of marrying Gu Shiyuan every day. She even went so far as to say that she wanted to be the child's stepmother. This is absolutely the biggest joke of the Gu group today, and it will be something people will laugh about for years to come. No wonder Gu Shiyuan never paid any attention to Bai Xinran. It turns out he already had someone else in his heart. At this moment, Sister He finally understood why Lin Wan always verbally agreed to take the children out to play, but never actually did it. She used to think that Lin Wan didn't want to have any contact with her outside of work, but now it seems there's another reason. Judging from Lin Wan's son's appearance, she could tell at a glance that he was Gu Shiyuan's child. "How is this possible? How could it be you?" Bai Xinran stammered as she looked at Lin Wan. What she least expected and found hardest to accept was that the woman who gave birth to Gu Shiyuan's child was actually Lin Wan. She always looked down on Lin Wan, thinking that Gu Shiyuan was just playing around on a whim. "I never expected them to be serious, that they had been together for a long time, and that they even had a child. But they kept it a secret from everyone. Even the Gu family, while outwardly saying they want her to be their daughter-in-law, probably already consider Lin Wan their daughter-in-law in private. Everyone was deceiving her. However, perhaps the Gu family doesn't approve of Lin Wan, otherwise they wouldn't have kept her out of the family for several years, even though they have repeatedly expressed their liking for her." This gave Bai Xinran a little more peace of mind. After her initial surprise, Bai Xinran felt even more contempt for Lin Wan. She appears innocent on the surface, but secretly seduces Gu Shiyuan to get pregnant out of wedlock. Even though she gave birth to twins, she was never allowed to enter the Gu family. A despicable person is utterly unfit for public life. Bai Xinran looked at Lin Wan with endless resentment and jealousy. If she were the mother of these two children, the Gu family would have begged her to become their young mistress long ago. This is the difference between Lin Wan and her. A free-range chicken will always be a free-range chicken. Even if it flies to a high branch, it can never become a phoenix. Why can't it be me? In short, it can't be you. Lin once said neither humbly nor arrogantly. She used to be really afraid of others knowing that her child was Gu Shiyuan's, but now she feels it's time for the children to stand openly in the sunlight. She was well aware that her child had been called an illegitimate child since he was little, and some even called him a bastard. Every time she hears such comments, she feels a heart-wrenching pain. She used to feel inferior in front of Gu Shiyuan because of her status, but now the Xiao family has given her enough confidence. She asked herself if she loved Gu Shiyuan, and the answer was yes, but not deeply enough. But for the sake of the two children, whether it's deep enough or not is no longer important. She doesn't think she'll ever be able to fall deeply in love with anyone again. Gu Shiyuan is her best choice. You bitch. Bai Xinran's eyes were filled with malice as she raised her hand at Lin Wan. Lin Wan drove her to madness with jealousy, causing her to completely lose her mind. Before Bai Xinran's hand could even fall, a large hand firmly grabbed her wrist. Have you made enough of a scene? Gu Shiyuan's voice was icy. Bai Xinran is incredibly bold, daring to attack Lin Wan in front of him. If Bai Xinran succeeds today, the Xiao family will tear the Bai family to shreds without him even lifting a finger. In Shenzhen, which wealthy family with such a solid foundation doesn't have some kind of background? Do you really think they would be afraid of a mere mayor? It hurts. Bai Xinran felt the pressure on her wrist and broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Shiyuan directly touched Song Ai's hand, causing Bai Xinran to stumble. I told you, don't mess with my woman, or you'll face the consequences. Gu Shiyuan looked at Bai Xinran with icy eyes. Are you going to get out of here on your own, or should I have someone carry you out? He knew Bai Xinran would cause trouble when he brought the two children into his office, so he deliberately left the door open. He didn't mind people knowing he had children, and he certainly didn't mind people knowing his woman was Lin Wan. The Joker only ever had Bai Xinran throughout the entire story. Today is the day he completely severs ties with the Bai family. His father was the one who had connections with the Bai family, never him. Rather than saying that he let Bai Xinran run wild to save face for Mayor Bai, it would be more accurate to say that he was saving face for his father. What they fear is never just a small mayor, but rather the powerful backers behind Mayor Bai. However, he recently received news that Mayor Bai's backer was being investigated by the Discipline Inspection Commission and would soon be removed from office. He also contributed a great deal of effort to this. Another report says that someone has reported Mayor Bai for alleged corruption and bribery. These events happened exactly what he wanted. He will deliver a fatal blow to the Bai family when necessary. He originally wanted to leave himself an out, but Bai Xinran repeatedly crossed his bottom line. As long as Mayor Bai remains in office, Bai Xinran will not behave herself. Moreover, he knew all too well what Mayor Bai had done. He had been plundering the people's hard-earned money. Getting rid of this person would be a great contribution to society. Gu Shiyuan remained steadfast in his convictions. Chapter 107 Madly Giving Eye Contact. Bai Xinran ran out of Gu Shiyuan's office crying once again. He even deliberately bumped into Lin Wan when he passed by. This farce has now come to a complete end. The crowd dispersed and returned to their jobs. There are some plays that Mr. Gu allows them to watch, but others that he doesn't allow them to even glance at. Everyone is well aware of this. However, discussions about Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan still occupy the center of gossip. Sister He also left with her questions, knowing that now was not the time to ask them. Only Lin Wan stayed behind. She had to stay with her child. Now that their relationship has been made public, she no longer needs to hide it. It's just that I'm afraid it will be difficult to get along with everyone like before in the future. Just as Lin Wan was about to say a few more words to the two children, Gu Shiyuan received a call from the kindergarten. The teacher was so frightened when she discovered the two little ones were missing that she almost had a heart attack. These two are Gu Shiyuan's children, and he was instructed to protect them closely. The children have suddenly disappeared, and the teacher is completely dumbfounded. I immediately reported this to my superiors. Their kindergarten has been in Shenzhen for so long and has always had top-notch security, yet this is the first time a child has gone missing. They lost their little ancestor, whom they couldn't afford to offend. If they can't find these two children, no amount of their lives would be enough to compensate the Gu family. The headmistress panicked and sent security guards to search the park for the two children, while she herself quickly pulled up the surveillance video. The video showed them the direction in which the two children disappeared. They quickly searched the area and found that it was in disrepair and rarely visited. There were surveillance cameras in other places as well, but the kindergarten had never taken the issue seriously. That's why the incident of the child going missing happened today. Furthermore, they deduced that the two children had crawled through the somewhat rotten and dilapidated iron fence. It's just the right size for a 4 or 5-year-old child to crawl through. When the director saw this hole, he felt his vision go black. These two are like living ancestors. How could they find a place like this? Is this the level of intelligence a child should have? Isn't this just setting a trap for her? Once it was confirmed that the children had left the kindergarten area, the principal immediately decided to call the police first and then notify the Gu family. Although they were afraid of being blamed by the Gu family, they couldn't hide it from them no matter what. They have taken the fastest measures possible, and hopefully the two children haven't gone far. Hello, Principal. Gu Shiyuan knew who was calling the moment the phone rang. He completely forgot to call the kindergarten to let them know that the child was already in his hands. President Gu, the two children. The kindergarten principal's voice was urgent. Don't worry, the children are with me now, and they're safe. I'll send them back to school tomorrow. But the school also needs to strengthen its management. I don't want anything like this to happen again. Money is not a problem. Don't make me say it twice. Gu Shiyuan hung up the phone immediately after saying that. He invested a lot of money in this kindergarten, but he couldn't even keep an eye on his two children. Although the children are very smart, and their intelligence exceeds his expectations, which is a good thing, the fact that they can run away at such a young age indicates that there are still significant management loopholes in the kindergarten. This matter falls under the responsibility of the kindergarten. Fortunately, the children came looking for them and didn't run around. Otherwise, he would raise the entire kindergarten to the ground. Kindergarten? Linwan asked. She also felt very troubled, as two children are really difficult to manage. They only obey because they want to. Otherwise, she couldn't control them at all. When we were living abroad, my two kids were always very well behaved. But lately, I don't know what's wrong with them. Their rebellious phase seems to have come a little too early. She always thought children wouldn't become difficult to manage until they were teenagers. But her child was already difficult to manage before he was even 5 years old. Yeah, they said those two guys ran away. Gu Shiyuan also felt helpless. He doesn't really want his children to be too opinionated or too smart, as this would create too many uncertainties and dangers before they grow up. He still believes safety comes first. You two, stand still and tell me, whose idea was this today? Linwan asked sternly. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she felt. Coco, in particular, has run away from kindergarten more than once. Although he found his daddy by sneaking out, such behavior by a child is never a good thing. Although she can't get angry at the children, this is a very serious issue that should be taken seriously. It's me. The two little ones eagerly raised their hands. They all wanted to take the blame upon themselves. Who exactly is it? Linwan asked again. It's me. I'm the older brother, and I'm the one who brought my sister out here. Linny Nan raised his little hand high. After all, he even designed the escape route. Otherwise, the kindergarten wouldn't have waited until now to call. No. I said I wanted to come out with my brother. Lin Yak chimed in. Linwan felt a sudden headache. These two kids are getting harder and harder to handle. When Nan was abroad, she was very sensible and never caused her any worry. What's wrong with her lately? I don't know who influenced me. Could it be that now that she's found a daddy, she feels she has someone to rely on and doesn't need to listen to her as much anymore? Linwan rolled her eyes at Gu Shiyuan. It seemed that it really did start with this man. Gu Shiyuan? What did he do? Why was he given a cold shoulder for no reason? It wasn't him who taught the children to run away. But he didn't dare say it aloud. As for what happened today, Daddy still has to give you a stern talking to. It's not safe for you to run around like that. Mommy will be very worried, and your teacher will be worried too, you know? What if you get kidnapped by bad guys? Will you still want to see Daddy and Mommy? If you want to come visit us again, just call ahead and Daddy will send a car to pick you up. There's absolutely no chance of you sneaking off again, understand? Gu Shiyuan immediately declared. Although he didn't know what he had done wrong, he had to find a way to make his wife happy when she was unhappy. After saying that, he frantically winked at the two children. The little ones immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. We know. We won't run around anymore. We're sorry, Mommy, for making you worry. Don't just make empty promises, you have to keep them, understand? If it happens again, Mommy won't talk to you anymore, Lin once said. Having already criticized her and acknowledged her mistake, Lin Wan couldn't bear to continue blaming her. She believes the children have truly realized their mistakes. We know, Mommy, the two little ones replied. What about Bai Xinran? How are you going to explain this to your family and the Bai family? Lin Wan thought of another thorny problem. Chapter 108 by Zhengrong's Crimes. Since Gu Shiyuan's parents and Bai's family have always hoped to bring about the marriage between Gu Shiyuan and Bai Xinran, it will be difficult for Gu Shiyuan to explain himself for doing this. Lin Wan didn't really care about her parents' thoughts and actions. She wouldn't care about anything else as long as they didn't directly take her child away. She won't be living with her parents in the Gu family for the rest of her life. But the Bai family is a big problem. Bai Xinran was parachuted in as deputy director without any qualifications or even a decent education, and she caused trouble all the time. The fact that Gu Shiyuan turned a blind eye to her behavior is enough to show that the Bai family's connections are still very important. Lin Wan didn't really want Gu Shiyuan to have a direct conflict with the Bai family because of her. No need for any explanation. I told you, I'm confident in dealing with the Bai family. Bai Zhengrong has already been reported, and I'll provide some evidence to bring down the Bai family. He's barely able to protect himself, so he doesn't have time to make things difficult for me. Gu Shiyuan curled his lips into a smile. He is not afraid of the Bai family at all now. Also, don't overthink things and put yourself under pressure. Protecting you is what I should do, and I can't let you suffer because of me. Gu Shiyuan put his hands on Lin Wan's shoulders. I want to get rid of the Bai family not just because of you. What the Bai family did is enough to put Bai Zhengrong in jail for life. Gu Shiyuan gasped when Bai Zhengrong's actions were mentioned. Without investigating, he really wouldn't have known that Bai Zhengrong had committed so many crimes. Embezzlement and bribery were only part of his crimes. Keeping mistresses and having illegitimate children were countless other offenses. Bai Zhengrong's wife turned a blind eye, since making a fuss was pointless anyway. Bai Xinran still believes she is an only child. What Gu Shiyuan found most unacceptable was that Bai Zhengrong had once driven a female student to her death. The other party refused to comply with him and was eventually driven to jump off the building. He quickly covered up the matter using his connections, leaving the girl's parents with no way to seek justice and forced to watch helplessly as Bai Zhengrong rose through the ranks under his protection. It is said that one should not bring misfortune upon one's wife and children, but Bai Xinran and her mother have also spent a lot of Bai Zhengrong's dirty money, so they should also be punished. After listening to Gu Shiyuan's story, Lin Wan remained silent for a long time. She couldn't understand how someone could be so wicked. That person didn't value their life. Did such a person deserve to be an official? Are you really confident? Lin Wan asked worriedly. She was afraid that if Gu Shiyuan made a mistake, he would suffer the consequences. Of course, even if Bai Zhengrong's backer had fallen, our family still has connections in those areas, Gu Shiyuan said calmly. Business isn't that easy. He has a lot of things to take care of every year. So don't be afraid. You're my wife. How could I let you suffer with me? Gu Shiyuan said gently. Bai Zhengrong was bound to fall sooner or later. If Bai Xinran hadn't kept provoking Lin Wan, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes. His parents are unaware of the collapse of Bai Zhengrong's backing, or rather, very few people know about it. Otherwise, his parents would definitely not allow him to have any contact with Bai Xinran again. Thinking about how realistic his parents were, Gu Shiyuan sometimes felt a chill in his heart. Fortunately, he and his brother both have very positive values. When did I become your wife? Lin Wan's face flushed slightly. She hasn't even registered her marriage with this man yet. Mommy's blushing. Lin Yike reached out and touched Lin Wan's face. This made Lin Wan's face burn even hotter. Don't always say such things in front of the children. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask the kids. Babies, isn't your mommy my wife? Gu Shiyuan turned his gaze to the two children. Yes, the two little ones said in unison. The better their relationship is, the happier they are. Finally, they are a happy and harmonious family. Daddy is good to mommy. Daddy loves mommy very much. I love mommy very much too. I love daddy too. The two little ones spoke eagerly, each trying to speak first. After lunch, Lin Wan returned to her workstation. Gu Shiyuan had already made a decision to promote Sister He to deputy director and issued the relevant documents. Gu Shiyuan also had to continue working on the backlog of tasks, so he could only call over his younger brother, Gu Shiokai, to play with the two children. Soon, the older child and the two younger children were playing together. Although they didn't spend much time together, they were not strangers to each other at all. Lin Wan met many people on her way back to the design department, and everyone greeted her warmly. People who used to ignore her are now very proactive towards her. This change was so fast that Lin Wan herself hadn't even had time to adjust. It had only been half a day. These people changed their tune faster than turning the pages of a book. She disliked this superficial politeness. When she reached the entrance of the design department, she heard people inside still talking about her and Gu Shiyuan. Let's bet on this. Everyone, guess whether President Gu will marry Lin Wan or not. Bet on this side if you think he will, bet on this side if you think he won't. They've already made it public, so of course he'll marry her. Have you ever seen President Gu treat any woman this well? That's not necessarily true. She's already had twins, a boy and a girl, and the Gu family still hasn't accepted her. That means they don't think much of her. What good is it if only Mr. Gu likes her? You all know how stubborn Mr. Gu is. If Mr. Gu's words carried weight, Bai Xinran would have taken his place long ago. It's definitely Mr. Gu's own opinion that matters more. Anyway, I bet he will marry her. Didn't you see how much President Gu likes those two kids? Even if the Gu family is unwilling, they are still the children's biological mother. A stepmother is not necessarily a good thing. Wealthy families don't lack children. They can just marry another one and have another. Now that Bai Xinran is gone, there are still many rich heiresses waiting to marry President Gu. They have plenty of choices. I think so too. It's not so easy to get ahead through children these days. But children born out of wedlock can still inherit property. Yes, there are many children raised outside of wealthy families, more in secret than in the open. It's hard to say right now, but I'll bet on her I'll marry her. Then I won't bet. The discussion got more and more lively. When it's time to work, don't discuss other people's private lives, especially your boss's. Sister He couldn't help but say. She really couldn't listen to it anymore. Although she didn't know the whole story in detail, she could tell that Gu Shiyuan was sincere and very protective of Lin Wan and the two children. He must have wanted to take this opportunity to make it public today. He Jia's promotion was announced after Bai Xinran left. She is now the deputy director and the leader of the entire design department. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately fell silent. Chapter 109: The President's Wife. Although many people were dissatisfied with Sister He's sudden promotion, especially those who had been with her for about the same amount of time or even had more seniority, they were even less willing to accept it. Everyone thought that Sister He got promoted because of Lin Wan. He probably flattered Lin Wan quite a bit behind her back. But they were always dissatisfied, and now Sister He is their leader. These people all returned to their jobs, and the discussion shifted from Lin Wan to quietly discussing Sister He. Having worked in the workplace for so many years, Sister He was well aware of these people's ulterior motives. However, she didn't care much. After all, she was the one who got the promotion and raise, so why should she care what others thought? Besides, in terms of workability, she was no worse than anyone else present. He felt perfectly justified in the promotion. She only learned Lin Wan's true identity today, so there's no question of her trying to curry favor with him. Moreover, she hates people who talk behind others' backs, especially those who spread rumors about them. It's simply incomprehensible. Even though Lin Wan was hiding something from her, she could understand. She could sense from their first meeting that Lin Wan was a special person and definitely not an ordinary person. Just as I expected. When Lin Wan returned to the office again in the afternoon, many colleagues surrounded her, offering her warm greetings, drinks, and desserts. This includes those who gossip behind He Jia's back about currying favor with Lin Wan. One reason was to curry favor with their president's wife, as Lin Wan's status was already a foregone conclusion. Secondly, since everyone didn't get enough of the gossip from this morning, they wanted to dig out some more. However, Lin Wan remained indifferent to the enthusiasm of these people, offering no further response. Regardless of her relationship with Gu Shiyuan, once she enters this office, she is a colleague to everyone else. Apart from Sister He, she doesn't want to get too close to anyone in private. When she first came to the company, and was bullied by Shinran. The only person who stood by her side and spoke up for her was Sister He. The others were just watching the show, some even hoping she would embarrass herself even more. She is innocent, but not stupid. But after everyone else left, she felt a little awkward facing Sister He. After all, they considered her a friend, and she kept it a secret from them for so long. Even if she wanted to focus on her work now, she would find it difficult to concentrate. Lin Wan invited Sister He directly to the tea room, where it was just the two of them. "Sister, just ask whatever you want to ask," Lin Wan said with a sigh. You've kept this from me for so long. Tell me, what's going on between you and President Gu? Let me have a peek," Sister He said with a smile. She still hadn't recovered from what happened that morning. When exactly did Lin Wan get together with Gu Shiyuan? How come she didn't realize at all that the two of them were old flames? This little girl is really tight-lipped. It's a long story. I met Gu Shiyuan 5 years ago. I was pregnant then, and I went abroad. I only came back this year. It's a bit complicated, but I am indeed with him now, Lin Wan said in a very soft voice. She didn't want others to know about her private matters with Gu Shiyuan. Now that she has decided to be with Gu Shiyuan, her child cannot be labeled as an illegitimate child. He didn't know you were pregnant at the time? Sister He lowered her voice. After all, walls have ears, and she was afraid that someone outside would eavesdrop. As a woman herself, her intuition told her that Gu Shiyuan was unaware of the existence of the two children. Yes, Lin Wan didn't deny it. I didn't want him to know, I didn't even want to see him again, but Lin Wan didn't continue, thinking that Sister He should understand what she meant. Sister He understood immediately. It seems this was an accident. Since you've met again, it must be fate. And now that you have a child, Mr. Gu is definitely a good match, Sister He said. She couldn't say she was very familiar with Gu Shiyuan, but over the years she had been with the company, she had watched him rise step by step. The Gu family truly reached its peak under Gu Shiyuan's leadership. Moreover, she could tell that Gu Shiyuan was genuinely good to Lin Wan and the child. They were even willing to offend the Bai family. She felt that someone wouldn't take this step unless they were truly sincere. After all, the risks are still quite high. Lin Wan nodded. After chatting with Sister He for a while, they returned to the office. Back at her workstation, Sister He felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She always felt like someone was watching her, like a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb. She seemed to be the only one who knew the truth. No, absolutely not. She would never betray her friend. She would never tell anyone what Lin Wan had told her. Sister He kept telling herself to stay calm. The Bai family on the other side presented a completely different picture. This is absolutely outrageous. Mayor Bai Zhengrong slammed his hand on the table, making a loud bang. He was already in a terrible predicament these past few days because someone had reported him and the authorities had started investigating him. She was called back by her daughter, who told her that she had been fired by Gu Shiyuan. Everything happened at once, and Bai Zhengrong was so angry that he was dizzy and disoriented. Isn't this just making things worse for him? Although he has many illegitimate children, Bai Shinran is his only son, whom he has spoiled and pampered since childhood. Especially after his daughter was born, his career progressed smoothly, and he rose through the ranks. He firmly believed that his daughter was a lucky star, and that he was able to rise to prominence thanks to her good fortune. They cherished her with utmost care, treating her like a princess, and she had never suffered such grievances before. But he was helpless. There were so many rich young men in Shenzhen pursuing his daughter, but she just happened to like Gu Shiyuan, who always had a stern face. The more indifferent the other person is, the more her daughter likes them. He wouldn't have bowed down to the Gu family if it weren't for the children. How can someone who wants to marry off their daughter have to put up with other people's bad temper? The Gu family is quite reasonable and satisfied with their daughter, but Gu Shiyuan doesn't care about past grievances at all. He's a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. A person who only cares about transactions and not about personal relationships. The politeness shown to him was merely superficial. He sometimes doesn't even bother to be polite to his daughter. My daughter has cried about this several times. It was all right before, at least Gu Shiyuan could tolerate his daughter's tantrums and fussing. But now it's different. He makes his daughter cry all the time. Today, things have really gotten worse. They've sent them all back. He even had a child with another woman outside of his marriage. That's outrageous. What do you take the Bai family for? Gu Shiyuan reached out and slapped him across the face with his knuckles. As a man myself, I think it's normal for Gu Shiyuan to have several women and children outside, but it's not acceptable for him to bring them out. The Gu family is a large and influential family, so they're not afraid of being laughed at. At this time, Bai Zhengrong was unaware of Lin Wan's relationship with the Xiao family, and only thought that Lin Wan was a woman Gu Shiyuan kept outside. Chapter 110 Bai Zhengrong. Dad, it's all that Lin Wan's fault. She seduced a Yuan first. A Yuan was just confused for a moment. He would never have treated me like this before. It must be Lin Wan who's behind this. Bai Xinran complained while crying. They put all the blame on Lin Wan. Although Gu Shiyuan's actions broke her heart, she still couldn't bear to blame him and thought it was Lin Wan's fault. Her Yuan wasn't like this before. You're still defending him now. He's an adult. He knows what he's doing. Don't you know how he treats you? I told you long ago not to chase after him. Not to chase after him. Now look what's happened. You've been wronged, haven't you? You really are, Sai. Bai Zhengrong wanted to criticize her daughter, but ultimately swallowed the words back. Although he didn't love his wife that much, his love for his daughter was genuine. Bai Zhengrong gritted her teeth in anger, angry at Gu Shiyuan, and also angry at her own daughter for being so disappointing. What kind of man couldn't his daughter find? Why did she choose Gu Shiyuan? They've hit a brick wall and still won't turn back. I just love him, and I don't want to marry anyone else but him. Isn't it all because of Lin Wan? A Yuan wasn't like this before. Bai Xinran cried, tears streaming down her face. The thought of Gu Shiyuan's past tolerance towards her would make her rethink her approach to winning him over. She brainwashed herself into believing that Gu Shiyuan had always been very good to her. What can I say to you? Can't you have any backbone? Aren't there plenty of men besides Gu Shiyuan? Why is it that you can't live without him? You've completely disgraced me. His child is so grown up, and he's never had any feelings for you. If he had feelings for you, would things have come to this? You silly child, can you stop being so stubborn and give me a break? Bai Zhengrong said, breathless with anger. It was already pretty bad, and now it's even worse. He really misjudged the Gu family. The daughter said that Gu Shiyuan and that woman had a child that was several years old, and the Gu family had been keeping it from them all along. She also said that Gu Shiyuan had never been in a relationship. They even fooled him. Hearing her father's words, Bai Xinran, who was already feeling wronged, cried even harder. She just wanted to vent her frustrations, but instead she was met with a barrage of criticism. This broke Bai Xinran's mother's heart. Bai Xinran was her only child. She had been trying to conceive for several years before finally getting pregnant, and it was thanks to this daughter that she was able to secure her position as the legal wife. Otherwise, those guys outside would have already rebelled. Fortunately, her daughter was clever and cute, which won over her husband's heart. She has always spoiled and pampered her precious daughter, so how could she bear to see her cry? All right. The child has been wronged outside, and instead of comforting her when she comes back, you make her suffer. You can only blame them for being so family-oriented. What kind of behavior is this? The child is so old, and they still kept it from us. Bai's mother became angrier as she spoke. Fortunately, she usually got along quite well with the Gu family, and Madame Gu treated her like her own mother-in-law every time she saw her. They're all good actors, huh? She secretly took care of her grandchildren. In her opinion, it was all the Gu family's fault, and there was nothing wrong with her daughter liking Gu Shiyuan. That guy surnamed Gu is a scoundrel. He betrayed his daughter's sincere heart. Is this something a human being would do? The Gu family is so unrefined. Manhwa Bai Xinran nestled into her mother's arms and burst into tears. Don't cry, baby. Mom and Dad won't let you suffer for nothing. Bai's mother comforted her daughter, patting her back. Sigh. Bai Zhengrong sighed to the sky. He felt sorry for his daughter when he saw her crying, and he really couldn't bring himself to say anything to blame her. The Gu family should give them an explanation. However, he was recently reported, and his daughter was fired by Gu Shiyuan. It's really hard for him not to suspect that this matter has nothing to do with the Gu family. If Gu Shiyuan really did this, then he must have a lot of evidence about his shady dealings over the years. At this moment, he didn't dare to confront the Gu family. This will absolutely not do him any good. For now, it seems we can only suffer this in silence. He is powerless to retaliate now, and his daughter can only suffer injustice for nothing. Gu Shiyuan probably grasped this point. This kid is much smarter than his father. He never fights a battle he's not confident of winning. Bai Zhengrong has less than 2 years left before retirement. As long as he gets through this hurdle and stays stable, he can retire peacefully and enjoy a life of luxury and comfort in his old age. So all he can do now is endure. It's hard to say whether we can get through this current hurdle safely. He had tried his best to leave no trace, but being suddenly reported made it hard not to suspect that the other party had already obtained strong evidence. He also had to keep the mother and her children outside calm. At this critical juncture, he absolutely could not afford to make any mistakes. Bai Zhengrong explained his thoughts to his wife and daughter. What? You mean to just let it go? We've suffered for nothing? Absolutely not. Mother Bai was furious upon hearing these words. She was just about to call the Gu family to ask what was going on. Didn't they want her daughter to be their daughter-in-law? The Gu family had to give a reasonable explanation. They didn't even consider the potential consequences. Seeing that his wife was still so brainless after all these years, Bai Zhengrong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He would have divorced her long ago if it weren't for the fact that she gave birth to a daughter. The reason he longs for the comforts of the outside world is because his wife at home is too stupid and can't keep up with him at all. How could he have been so bewitched by this woman? When he was young, he thought he was good for nothing except for his good looks. As a result, their daughter inherited her mother's traits, possessing only a pretty face but lacking a sharp mind. Otherwise, he would have arranged for his daughter to marry into a high-ranking official family with a position higher than his own long ago. It's better than marrying Gu Shiyuan no matter what. Dad, don't you think about me at all? I won't marry anyone but a Yuan. I don't mind if he has children, as long as he's willing to marry me. Bai Xinran still clings to this illusion. She hoped her father would use his power to suppress the situation. It doesn't matter if Gu Shiyuan doesn't love her. All she needs to do is become Mrs. Gu. Once he has children, his heart will gradually return to his parents. She regretted that she acted too late. Am I not clear enough? Use your brains and think about it. Why did I get reported and you get fired around the same time? If the person who reported me was also Gu Shiyuan, then it means he has evidence. Going to the Gu family now would be like walking into a trap, wouldn't it? Do you think Gu Shiyuan would let me go? Isn't my situation difficult enough? What more do you want from me? If we do nothing now, maybe he'll be willing to spare our lives. Chapter 111 Jiang Nianen's bombing. Gu Shiyuan is giving us a warning right now, Bai Zhengrong said. He only noticed this after calming down. Therefore, he was completely unable to do anything. And you? Can't you be a little more responsible? What kind of man can a perfectly good young lady marry? Why do you have to become someone else's stepmother? You may be shameless, but I still have to be. Bai Zhengrong scolded her daughter in anger. He also regretted that he had spoiled his daughter too much. Mom, Bai Xinran, feeling wronged after being criticized, hugged her mother and continued to cry. Why are you taking it out on the child? Hasn't she suffered enough? Even her own father won't stand up for her. Bai's mother hugged her daughter, her heart aching for her. It's all your fault for spoiling him. Bai Zhengrong, feeling resentful, threw down these words and left the house. He still has too many things to deal with. His backer has fallen, and now protecting himself won't be easy. The course of events was exactly as Gu Shiyuan had anticipated. He knew the Bai family wouldn't dare cause trouble this time, even though he had already put his hand on Bai Zhengrong's face. He dared to openly turn against us because he had prepared ample evidence, and this serves as a warning for now. After all, his father and Bai Zhengrong had a close relationship in the past, and he didn't want his family to be implicated in any way. If Bai Xinran hadn't repeatedly stirred things up, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes. His parents also learned about Bai Zhengrong's investigation and began to distance themselves from the Bai family. The most important thing to him was his marriage to Lin Wan. He will go through the process of discussing it with his parents, and regardless of whether they agree or not, he will marry Lin Wan. However, with the Xiao family involved, his parents couldn't possibly disagree. Haven't they always wanted a daughter-in-law who was a good match for them? No one is more suitable than Lin Wan. She can only be Mrs. Gu. Gu Shiyuan was also planning his marriage proposal and their life together after marriage. Meanwhile, the two little ones had already become inseparable from their uncle, Gu Shiokai. Uncle, you're so handsome. Lin Yike looked at her uncle's handsome face with starry eyes. She likes good-looking people. Her uncle's face is extremely similar to her father's, except that her father looks very smart, while her uncle looks silly and simple-minded. It also has a touch of naivety. Gu Xiaokai, who was constantly being praised, couldn't stop smiling. Children are always the best when they're from your own family. He went from disliking children to finding every child adorable, all thanks to his two little ones at home. You have good taste. Gu Xiaokai changed the subject. Kids, when are you going home to visit your grandparents? Gu Xiaoyuan asked a very probing question. He wasn't sure what the children thought. Although his parents said they looked down on his sister-in-law's background and didn't even want to see their children, he knew that his parents had always hoped that their children could be recognized by their ancestors as soon as possible. If his older brother hadn't been stopping him from telling anyone, he would have already told his parents that his sister-in-law was the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. If we just talk it out, things will be fine. Our parents definitely won't object anymore. I have no idea what my older brother is up to. Anyway, his older brother told him not to say anything, and he didn't dare to, so he could only try to persuade the two children. Do Grandpa and Grandma like us? Linny Nan asked. He was curious about what his grandparents looked like and whether they would treat them well. He felt that they had all been reunited with their father for so long, and had met their uncles several times, but their grandparents had never appeared. Perhaps they didn't like them. Of course I like you guys. I like you guys the most, Gu Xiaokai explained. Do Grandpa and Grandma like Mommy too? Lin Yike asked. If their grandparents don't like their mother, they won't like their grandparents either. If Grandpa and Grandma don't accept Mommy's words, then they shouldn't go back to the Gu family, nor should they take the Gu surname. Anyway, Daddy said they can keep taking Mommy's surname. My uncle also said that they could take the surname Xiao if they wanted. I like it. Gu Xiaokai hesitated for a moment. His parents haven't told the mother and her two children to come home yet, because they don't really like his sister-in-law's background. But he couldn't hurt the child's feelings. Really? Linny Nan looked into Gu Xiaokai's eyes. Uncle is lying. Of course it's true. Don't you trust me? Gu Xiaokai pinched the two little one's cheeks. He really can't lie. He can't even fool a child. Then I'll trust you for now. Linny Nan's phone rang as soon as he finished speaking. It's Jiang Yan'an. When Linny Nan saw this name, he felt like his head was about to explode. This little devil somehow got his phone number. He had clearly been holding back all along. This is terrible. What should he do now? You can't just answer the phone and tell the person he's only 4 years old. No one would believe that. He feels completely numb right now. Why is this little girl so fixated on him? He was really worried to death. Linny Nan didn't dare answer the phone at all. Jiang Yan'an's text messages bombarded me. Snow Wolf, you're not answering my calls, are you? I know this is your number. Believe me or not, I'll have someone take care of you right now. Don't forget you said you'd treat me to 2 meals. Linny Nan could sense the young lady's anger even through text messages. He had promised Jiang Yan'an he would treat her to dinner, and he couldn't afford the consequences if he went back on his word. Who in their organization would dare offend this person? But what should we do now? Linny Nan was truly in a dilemma. He somewhat regretted asking Jiang Yan'an to help investigate the Gu and Xiao families. He should have done it himself. Now we're in trouble. We owe them a favor. He and his sister joined the organization online and never met anyone in real life. Even when speaking, he uses a voice changer to sound like a teenager, telling people he's 16. It was precisely because of his age and voice that Jiang Yan'an kept pestering him, saying that he must be a handsome guy, and that she liked handsome men. He hadn't taken it seriously at first, but now he's in big trouble. When he didn't answer the phone, Jiang Yan'an sent him one threatening text message after another. Just as Linny Nan was wondering what to do, his eyes fell on his uncle, Gu Xiaokai. My uncle is in his early 20s now, or even a few years younger. Although he is a bit tall, his eyes are clear like a miner's, and his voice is very similar to the voice he uses when he uses a voice changer. Isn't this a ready-made Snow Wolf? But how could he persuade his uncle to help him play the Snow Wolf? He couldn't just tell the truth. If he said he was a little hacker, his uncle would probably think he had a fever and take him to the hospital. Linny Nan looked at his uncle with the eyes of a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb. Chapter 112. Me? Impersonating you? Gu Xiaokai, who had been being stared at, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Xiaokai asked. This feeling is so strange. Second uncle, do you love me? Lin Yinan moved closer to Gu Xiaokai. Get to the point. Gu Xiaokai felt goosebumps all over his body. This kid is definitely not right. Could you do me a favor? Just a small one, Lin Yinan asked tentatively. Go ahead and say it. If it's something I can do, why wouldn't I help you? Gu Xiaokai agreed with a wave of his hand. Kids can't possibly need his help with anything important. It's mostly just stuff to coax them. Although his nephew and niece were a bit precocious and clever, they were still children after all. Gu Xiaokai was quite confident in handling these two children and could keep them happy. Thank you, uncle. But this matter is a bit complicated. Don't ask too many questions yet. Just do as I say, and I'll explain it to you slowly later. Can you promise me that? Lin Yinan said. He hasn't figured out how to explain these things yet. Since we've asked my uncle for help, we'll definitely make sure he finds out the truth later. But it can't be explained clearly in just a few words. You need to make it clear what kind of help you need, otherwise I won't take responsibility, Gu Xiaokai refused. He always felt like he was being tricked. Uncle, please just agree. My brother and I won't do anything to harm you, uncle, please. Lin Yi began to plead. She discovered that this method could not only manipulate her parents, but also her uncles and aunts. Okay, uncle agrees, alright? You two little devils, I wonder what you're thinking all day long. Gu Xiaokai immediately surrendered. Thinking that it's just a child's problem anyway, how difficult could it be? He immediately had to give in to his little niece's coquettishness. Their family has a long tradition of being devoted to daughters, but they also have a long tradition of not having daughters. He finally had this little darling in the family, and he was completely helpless with her. He thought that after he got married, he would definitely have such a lovely daughter and raise her like a little princess. He was willing to be spoiled and willing to give everything. You can't go back on your promises. Lin Yinan pressed on while the iron was hot. Here's the thing. A friend of mine is coming here, or rather, an online friend. She wants to meet me, so I need you to impersonate me. Lin Yinan stated his thoughts directly, fearing that Gu Xiaokai might change his mind at any moment. Me? Impersonating you? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Gu Xiaokai was completely bewildered. He's nearly 1.9 meters tall and strong, yet he's impersonating a child who's not even 5 years old. Are you kidding me? Is that netizen an idiot? He suddenly realized that a certain statement was very true. Although children don't lie, they can talk nonsense and can't distinguish between imagination and reality. It's not what you think. My online identity is that of a 16-year-old boy, and my online name is Snow Wolf. My online friends don't know that I'm still in kindergarten, Lin Yinan said somewhat awkwardly. She wants me to treat her to a meal. That's why I wanted my uncle to help me out. He could pretend to be me temporarily and treat her to a meal. Just agree to whatever she says. Even Lin Yinan himself found these words outrageous. He thought that after he said all this, Gu Xiaokai might reject him and think he was being ridiculous. But he still underestimated his uncle's thought process. Online friend. Male or female? Is she good looking? If she's a pretty female online friend, I'd be happy to treat you to this meal. Gu Xiaokai became interested. He didn't even think about what Lin Yinan had just said. All the focus was on the gender and appearance of the netizens. I never imagined that such a young child would arrange to meet up with netizens online. A female online friend, Lin Yinan sighed, rubbing his forehead. He really hadn't expected this angle. He really had some doubts about whether his second uncle and his father were actually full brothers. If they didn't look so alike, he would have suggested that his dad get a DNA test to see if this uncle was switched at birth in the hospital. He would never dare to say these things to his father today, because with his father's intelligence, he could get all the answers out of him in just a few words. Female online friends are easy to handle, aren't they pretty? Gu Xiaokai's eyes lit up. Given his background and looks, he was never short of beautiful girls pursuing him, but he just wasn't interested. On the contrary, this female online friend he had never met before gave him a sense of mystery that made him want to unveil her. She must be quite pretty. Lin Yinan's lips twitched. So what if she's pretty? Jiang Yinan is only 13 years old. Then I agree to this. When shall we set off? Gu Xiaokai asked impatiently. Gu Xiaokai's change in attitude caught the two little ones off guard. That was a very quick agreement. They were prepared to be questioned, but they agreed so easily. They should have known better than to beat around the bush. Why not just tell him that a pretty female online friend wants him to treat her to dinner? You can arrange a time with her yourself. Remember, your name now is Snow Wolf, and you are 16 years old. Lin Yinan handed his phone to Gu Xiukai. Because Jiang Yinan called again. He didn't even reply to the text message. The other side launched a frenzied bombardment. Gu Xiukai took the phone without hesitation, pressed the answer button, and said softly, "Hello. Snow Wolf, do you want to die right now? How many times have I called and texted you? Are you deaf? Are you going to treat me to dinner or not? If you don't, you'll face the consequences." Caught off guard, Gu Xiukai was stunned by the roar. No, what happened? Why did they start yelling at me like that? His eardrums were about to burst. Is the other party really that fierce? Is it too late for him to back out now? He has no interest in anything violent. I was too hasty just now. I agreed without asking any questions. I never expected it to turn out like this. These two little guys tricked him, didn't they? When Gu Xiukai looked at the two little ones, he saw that they had already turned around and were covering their ears with their hands. Jiang Yinan was much fiercer than when they first met online. They couldn't bear to look at Gu Xiukai anymore. It seemed a bit cruel to throw such a fierce girl at him. Hey, are you mute? Another roar came from the phone. Well, you want to eat, right? I'm pretty busy right now. How about we reschedule for another day? Chapter 113, Jiang Yinan. Gu Xiukai shivered involuntarily as he listened to the roaring voice on the phone. He chickened out. I regretted it too. I shouldn't have agreed to the two little ones so easily. Another day? Do you believe I'll come over right now and twist your head off? The voice on the phone made Gu Xiukai's neck feel chilly. It felt as if I didn't obey now, my head would really be ripped off in the next second. He believed Jiang Yinan's words without a doubt. I was wrong. You said where we should meet. Gu Xiukai started to stutter. He had never seen such a fierce girl before. Where did that brat meet his online friends? Are you sure this isn't just a ploy to trick him? Seeing Gu Xiukai's blank expression, Lin Yike shook her head and said, Brother, does second uncle have a bit of a masochistic tendency? I feel like he likes being scolded. Before I could finish complaining, that fierce voice came through the phone again. Right now. I'll send you my location. Get there within half an hour, or you'll face the consequences. Before Gu Xiukai could speak, the call was abruptly disconnected. Phew, Gu Xiukai finally caught his breath. He was about to ask the two little ones what was going on when Lin Yinan cut him off. Uncle, let's hurry. She said we have to be there within half an hour, or we'll face the consequences. Lin Yinan said, his heart pounding with fear. He knew Jiang Yinan was fierce, but he didn't expect her to be this fierce. Fortunately, he was just a child, so let his second uncle take the blame for now. Anyway, it's just a meal. He'll never mess with this little girl again. If he can't afford to offend her, he'll just avoid her. I should. Gu Xiukai wanted to back out. He really shouldn't have taken this job. The two little ones grabbed Gu Xiukai's hand on each side and ran outside. A little while later, they called their dad to tell him that their uncle had taken them out to play. As they walked, they coaxed, adults have to keep their word. You promised us, so you can't go back on your word, or we might not like you anymore. Uncle, didn't you want us to go back with you to see your grandparents? We can agree to that, Lin Yinan said. Consider it a condition for the exchange. Really? Gu Xiukai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't like some of his parents' ideas, they were, after all, his biological parents, and he still wanted them to be happy. Of course it's true. I'm not lying. Let's go. Lin Yinan readily agreed. Gu Xiukai had a precise grasp of himself. He, a tall man in his early 20s who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, was tricked out by two kindergarten children. Gu Xiuyuan trusted his younger brother quite well. He didn't even ask where the children were going, but simply sent a car and bodyguards to accompany them. He was actually quite pleased that the uncle and nephew had such a good relationship. He never expected his children to be so bold as to contact the dark organization. Lin Yinan received a message from Jiang Yinan as soon as he got on the bus. This is the positioning of a restaurant. It's about 20 minutes away from here, and I can get there within half an hour. On the way, Gu Xiukai, who was initially a little apprehensive, suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. He was imagining what Jiang Yinan would be like. She might be a great beauty. He had just heard her voice, and although it sounded fierce, there was a hint of sweetness in it. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the restaurant on time. The prices here are among the highest in Shenzhen, so it seems Jiang Yinan is planning to rip him off. Lenny Nan patted his chest. Thankfully, it wasn't his turn to pay the bill. His second uncle, on the other hand, has plenty of money. No, it's because the Gu family has plenty of money. His father said they can't spend it all. They simply can't spend it all. Gu Shoukai led his two children into the restaurant and was immediately drawn to a beautiful woman sitting by the window. The beautiful woman has a high ponytail, almond-shaped eyes, delicate features, and light makeup, giving her a cool look. She's a bit aloof. Gu Shoukai has seen all kinds of beautiful women since he was a child, and he has had many suitors, but he is not interested in any of them. Today, however, I was drawn to a beautiful, aloof stranger. The pretty girl was talking to the person next to her when she suddenly turned her head and fixed her gaze on Gu Shoukai. At that moment, Gu Shoukai instinctively shuddered. "Are you Wolf Boy?" the cool girl asked. "Wolf Boy? Who is Wolf Boy?" Gu Shoukai was completely dumbfounded. Lenny Nan pinched his hand hard and whispered, "Young Master Wolf, that's you. I'm calling you." The phrase Wolf Boy confirmed the other person's identity for Lenny Nan. However, he was also a little confused. Wasn't Jiang Yinan supposed to be only 13 years old? The girl in front of him was almost an adult, so this didn't make sense. And the voices seem a bit different too. Could it be Chang Huan, who works for Jiang Yinan? I heard that Jiang Yinan has a personal bodyguard named Chang Huan, who is young and beautiful, but has skills that ordinary people do not have. Oh, it's me. Gu Shoukai finally realized and asked, "You're Jiang Yinan?" Gu Shoukai stared at the other person with wide eyes. She turned out to be such a beautiful and dashing girl, far exceeding his expectations. This trip was worthwhile. As she spoke, she pulled the two little ones over and sat down opposite them without any ceremony. "My name is Chang Huan." Chang Huan replied coldly. His gaze swept across the faces of the three men, uncle and nephew. That. Gu Shoukai was about to ask Jiang Yinan when he heard a cold voice from the side. "You don't even recognize me?" Jiang Yinan looked coldly at Gu Shoukai. She had always thought that a genius like Snow Wolf would be very intelligent, but she never expected him to look so simple-minded and a bit silly. It was vastly different from what she had imagined. He's quite good-looking, handsome, and has a clean-cut appearance. He's also very tall, but he looks a bit mature for his age. Is it too early for a 16-year-old to look this young? Moreover, his eyes were full of wisdom, which completely shattered the image of the aloof young man in her mind. As expected, meeting someone in person always ends badly. Jiang Yinan was somewhat disappointed. It had been quite a while since Snow Wolf joined the organization, and they had been in frequent contact online. She, who was just beginning to experience romantic feelings, still had some affection for him. But reality didn't turn out as she had hoped. Gu Shoukai then noticed that there was a little girl next to the aloof girl named Chang Huan. She looked quite young, and although she was tall, she was clearly a child. "You?" Gu Shoukai looked at the other person in a daze. "If you look again, I'll twist your head off," Jiang Yinan said coldly. These words instantly confirmed to Gu Shoukai that this was the real Jiang Yinan. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a teenage girl. His little expectations on the way here vanished in an instant. Chapter 114, The Underworld's Little Heiress. Gu Shoukai immediately put away his previous little thoughts. He's a normal person with good upbringing, not a pedophile, and he has no interest in children. But this Chang Huan, he really likes it. "So you're Jiang Yinan. Hello. Gu Shoukai said somewhat awkwardly. "Who are these two little guys?" Jiang Yinan did not respond to Gu Shoukai, but instead looked at the two little ones. They appear to be twins, a boy and a girl, and both are very good-looking. The little boy even bears a resemblance to the Snow Wolf. She remembered that Snow Wolf also had a twin sister, whose name in the organization was Snow Fox. I didn't see any Snow Foxes today. Oh well, her main goal was the Snow Wolf anyway, even though the real one was a bit disappointing. He's handsome, but not her type. She prefers men who look intelligent. Take this little guy in front of me, for example. Although he is very young, he looks no more than 4 or 5 years old, but his eyes look very smart, and he is also good-looking. She could consider taking him away as a child husband. Lenny Nan felt uneasy under Jiang Yinen's gaze. What's going on? He had already concealed his identity and had his second uncle impersonate him. So how could this guy still be targeting him? The way Jiang Yinen looked at him made him feel like a lamb to the slaughter. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to meet Jiang Yinin's gaze. Humph, the little guy is quite shy. Jiang Yinin withdrew her gaze and looked at Gu Shiokai. These two are my nephew and niece. They are twins, Gu Shiokai said. Twins. Jiang Yinin tapped her fingers on the table and suddenly said, Aren't you a twin too? Where's your sister? Twins. Younger sister? These two words caused Gu Shiokai to crash again. The two little ones didn't say anything on the way here, and he's still completely baffled. Aside from knowing that the girl in front of him was named Chang Huan and the girl next to him was named Jiang Yinin, he knew nothing else. My aunt can't come today because she has something to do, Lin Yinan said, looking up and meeting Jiang Yinin's fox-like eyes. He immediately lowered his head. Your nephew is quite shy? He's quite handsome, and the girl is pretty too. Jiang Yinin smiled as she looked at Lin Yike beside her. So cute, as delicate as a little doll. I really want to pinch her little cheeks. Thank you, sisters. You two are also super beautiful. Lin Yike praised without reservation. The smile on her face was also very bright. She joined the organization with her brother. Although she rarely spoke, she knew most of the members. She hadn't expected Jiang Yinin to be so beautiful, second only to her mother in terms of looks. Sister Changhuan is also beautiful, and she looks younger than she thought. Jiang Yinin seems to like her brother quite a bit. It's just a pity that her brother is too young. Otherwise, the two of them would really be a perfect match. This is very friendly to her, who is a sucker for good looks. You have such a sweet tongue. Tell your sister what your name is. Jiang Yinin suddenly became gentle. This was completely different from how she had roared at Gu Shiokai just now. When faced with the adorable little girl, she even started to mix up consonants when she spoke. My surname is Lin. You can call me Coco, sister. Lin Yike smiled sweetly. My name is Jiang Yinin. You can call me Sister Jiang or Sister Yinin, Jiang Yinin said with a smile. Little girls are definitely the cutest. The two little ones are twins, but their personalities are so different. The younger sister is cheerful, outgoing, and has a sweet tongue, while the older brother is so introverted that he doesn't even dare to look her in the eye. Sister Xiaojiang, Sister Changhuan, it's a pleasure to meet you both. Lin Yike's eyes were practically sparkling with pink bubbles. She likes pretty young women more than handsome men. As someone who appreciates good looks, I feel really happy when I see good-looking people. It's a pleasure for me to meet you all too, Jiang Yinin said with a smile. The murderous aura he had just displayed was completely gone. Compared to the legendary wolf cub, she is now more interested in these two little guys. She especially loved this little sister. This is probably the biggest gain of the day. Who wouldn't love a cute little baby who's both good-looking and has a sweet tongue? Lin Yinan saw his sister chatting so enthusiastically with Jiang Yinin that he didn't even dare to lift his head. He was too guilty, afraid of being recognized. Judging from the expressions of the two people opposite him, they didn't seem to really believe that his second uncle was playing the role of Wolf Boy. Although the chances of recognizing his true identity are slim. After all, he was just a little kid, a completely different person from the impression he left on people in the organization. The more Lin Yinan acted coy and hesitant, the more interested Jiang Yinin became. She had actually considered taking him home and raising him as her child husband. He didn't need to be particularly capable, just smart and handsome. It's not a big problem for boys to be a little timid or shy. Anyway, in the future, their organization will belong to her. She's the one who's going to take the lead. Gu Shiokai's attention was entirely focused on Chang Huan on the other side. Hello, Chang Huan. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Gu Shiokai's eyes practically popped out of his head. Chang Huan held a fatal attraction for him. It was the first time he felt attracted to a woman. Even if there is an insurmountable distance between the other person and you. The more this happened, the more he wanted to get closer. Is it hard to imagine? Chang Huan's face remained expressionless. Is this guy really their wolf cub? He's such an idiot. She really found it hard to connect the genius boy Snow Wolf, who had solved so many tricky problems for them, with the idiot in front of her. Moreover, she felt something was off from the moment she entered the room. Although they have never met in person, they keep in frequent contact online. It's as if this guy has never had any contact with them. Especially for the young lady. Wolf Young Master knows that their young lady is only 13 years old, so why would he ask her such a stupid question as whether she is Jiang Yinin? No. I should have treated you to a meal a long time ago, Gu Zakaiwa didn't know what to say. The main problem is that his two little devils didn't explain anything to him earlier, so he's completely at a loss now. They dared not say much, for fear of making a mistake. He really can't lie. So you regret not treating us to dinner sooner because Huan Jie is pretty? Jiang Yinin's gaze suddenly swept over them. Although she was talking to Lin Yike, she was listening to their conversation the whole time. No. Gu Shoukai didn't know how to answer. He could only kick Lin Yinan with his own feet. This meal was supposed to be a treat. After all, you helped my uncle a lot. Chapter 115: The Appearance of Insufficient Intelligence. Lin Yinan, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly looked up and said this. I almost let it slip. If it weren't for the fact that his second uncle looked so much like his father, he would have doubted whether they were really brothers. How did you know? Jiang Yinan looked over with her foxy eyes. The little one knows quite a lot. My uncle said so. Lin Yinan only made a glance at Jiang Yinan before immediately lowering his head. I felt so guilty that I felt like the other person could see right through me if I made eye contact with them even once. You talk about everything with a child. Jiang Yinan glanced at Gu Shoukai. She wasn't interested in this guy. This guy has been keeping a close eye on Chang Huan, but whether he can take him down depends on how tough he is. Huh? Yeah. Gu Shoukai wanted to say that Jiang Yinan was just a child too, but he didn't dare say those words out loud. Although Jiang Yinan was young, she exuded a kind of fear that sent chills down his spine. Moreover, he was completely bewildered and dared not say much, for fear of saying something wrong. Before coming, Nan didn't tell him anything, only that he should agree with whatever the other party said. Gu Shoukai's reaction only deepened Chang Huan and Jiang Yinen's suspicions. Why was this guy so dazed? Are you really Snow Wolf? Jiang Yinen asked. This is so different from what's shown online. But she only sent her location to Snow Wolf. It's impossible that he didn't want to see her, so he sent someone to impersonate her. It's not impossible, but surely an imposter wouldn't bring two children along. She just asked, and the other party said that they were originally playing outside with the children, but rushed over after receiving her location. It's just a very strange feeling. The difference is quite significant. They couldn't help but have doubts. Of course I am, Gu Shoukai said, his voice lacking confidence. My uncle told us he wanted to treat you sisters to dinner because he had troubled you with the investigation into the Gu and Xiao families. Thank you so much, sisters, Lin Yike said, blinking her big eyes. They told Gu Shoukai a small part of it on their way here, but it seems that her uncle still hasn't digested that information. Gu Shoukai looked puzzled. Had these two kids had someone investigate their family and the Xiao family? Why does such a tiny person think so much? That's incredibly bold. He'll have to question them thoroughly when he gets back, finding out what they did online and who they associated with. He has to honestly confess anything he doesn't know. You seem to know quite a lot, Jiang Yinen laughed. She might not believe Gu Shoukai's words, but she would believe Lin Yike's words unconditionally. How could such a cute little guy lie? So, you owe us 2 meals, don't even think about getting away with it, Jiang Yinen said. Yes, we owe 2 meals. Gu Shoukai quickly agreed. Nothing else matters. What matters is that he can see Chang Huan again. Order whatever you like. Don't be shy. It's on me today, Gu Shoukai said generously. Anyway, his older brother gives him more than he can spend each month's allowance. Jiang Yinen didn't stand on ceremony and ordered all the most expensive signature dishes from the menu. While eating, she asked about things within their organization. She still wanted to find out more about this Snow Wolf. Something was still off about the Snow Wolf in front of them. Sure enough, Gu Shoukai couldn't answer any of these questions. How come you don't know anything? Jiang Yinen's gaze towards Gu Shoukai was strange. Excuse me, beautiful lady, my uncle fell a few days ago and hit his head. Lin Yinan pointed to his head and said, he's a little silly now. He was sweating bullets when Jiang Yinen and Chang Huan were exchanging pleasantries. If Jiang Yinen found out that he had lied to him, she would probably really twist his head off. This little devil is someone you really can't mess with. Apart from their leader, no one in the organization dared to offend her. Even Chang Huan, who was by her side, was treated with respect by everyone. Fortunately, they only met once or twice. As long as he could get by, he would never have any further contact with Jiang Yinen in private. When did I? Gu Shiokai was about to say when he had ever injured his head when Lin Yinan kicked his leg hard. Ouch, my leg hurts so much. Gu Shiokai grimaced in pain. That brat wasted his breath, kicking him so hard. What's wrong? Changhuan asked. When my uncle fell, he hit his head and his leg, and it hurts from time to time, so my dad made my brother and me follow him, Lin Yike said innocently. Her second uncle was already slow-witted, but today, when he met Sister Changhuan, he was completely dumbfounded, staring at her with wide eyes. However, it wouldn't be bad if Sister Changhuan could be my aunt. The two are a good match in terms of appearance. The little girl secretly started shipping couples. As twins who are very close, Lin Yike's thoughts are unusually different from her brother's. Lin Yinan wished he would never see these two people again. Should he make Changhuan his aunt? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I see. Jiang Yinan and Changhuan exchanged a glance, but didn't say anything more. Let's try to believe it for now, even if it's just a temporary measure. To change the subject, Lin Yike even sat down between Changhuan and Jiang Yinan and quickly appeased the two young ladies. Despite their significant age difference, the three of them got along very well. Jiang Yinan acted like a gentle older sister in front of Lin Yike, as if she wasn't the fierce person from just now. This finally relieved Lin Yinan. Phew. Fortunately, the situation was smoothed over, and they didn't ask too many questions, otherwise the truth would definitely have been revealed. During the meal, they would occasionally exchange a few words with Gu Shiokai, who would just grin foolishly and nod no matter what they said. Especially when Changhuan talks to him. The meal cost nearly 10,000 yuan, and Gu Shiokai swiped his card without even blinking. In Jiang Yinen's mind, the person's snow wolf had no image left at all. She decided to postpone her first romantic encounter for the time being. Before leaving, he reminded the two little ones to take their uncle to see a doctor as soon as possible, as he had some intellectual disability. Changhuan, can I add you on WeChat? Gu Shiokai asked, mustering his courage. This was the first time he had met a girl who made his heart flutter. Is it because we can't contact each other through the organization's internal software? Changhuan raised an eyebrow. Today's wolf boy truly overturned her understanding and imagination. Could someone like that really be a computer genius? Chapter 116, You Like Someone This Fierce? Changhuan couldn't see how this young wolf was very smart. Internal organization software? Just as Gu Shiokai was wondering, Lin Yinan reached out from behind and pinched his hand. Yes. Gu Shiokai immediately understood. Then, can I ask you out for dinner again next time? Gu Shiokai asked immediately. Otherwise what? You still owe Yinan a meal, don't try to deny it, Changhuan said. Although the snow wolf was simple-minded, she found it inexplicably interesting. Of course I won't deny it. Just call me when you have time. I can come out any time, or I can pick you up by car, Gu Shiokai said. Since Nan wants him to play the snow wolf, then he is the snow wolf now. He should just focus on playing the role well. At this moment, he only had Changhuan in his eyes, completely ignoring the protagonist Jiang Yinan beside him. It seems she was the one who got the treat. I will when I have time, but I'll have to bring the two of them with me. Yinan and I really like them, Changhuan said, pointing to the two little ones. They liked the two little ones very much, and she could also tell that Jiang Yinan seemed to be very interested in the quiet little boy. Perhaps because she never had any younger siblings growing up, Jiang Yinan was exceptionally tolerant of children. Okay, Gu Shiokai readily agreed. Even without them saying so, he would take care of these two little ones. If they weren't around, he'd be completely lost. Then we'll be going now, Changhuan said. They still have tasks to carry out. Although Jiang Yinan is the eldest daughter of the organization, she is not the leader's biological daughter, but an adopted daughter. She started going on missions when she was 10 years old. However, it was Changhuan who was always assisting. Little cutie, I have to go now, see you next time. Jiang Yinan leaned down and kissed Lin Yike's little face. I'm really going to miss it. Changhuan hugged Lin Yike and pinched her cheek before standing up. She also longs to have such a lovely daughter someday. However, ideals are often grand, but reality is often harsh. She was abandoned by her parents when she was a child, and it wasn't easy for her to grow up like this, especially since she was doing something shady. I never imagined I would be able to start my own family, let alone have my own child. Her daughter is certainly adorable, But she doesn't want her child to have a mother who constantly takes risks, or a childhood that may not be very happy. Chang Huan had long since given up on the desire to live a normal life. Or perhaps they had long since given up hope. Her only wish was to stay by Jiang Yan'an's side and protect her. She always treated Jiang Yan'an like her own younger sister, caring for her deeply. "Where are you going, sister?" Lin Yike asked. She actually knew that the organization had assigned Jiang Yan'an and the others an urgent mission. This is also why Lin Yinan has been trying to delay the process, hoping that they will be unable to withstand the pressure and leave Shenzhen first. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan'an found their contact information. Their phone numbers had always been hidden, but it seems they've been hacked. She should remind her brother to upgrade his skills. Lin Yinan had the same thought at this time. Since his contact information could be cracked, it means his skills are still lacking. If he can't even hide his location in the future, it will be a very dangerous thing for them. When I first joined the organization, it was just out of curiosity and because it was fun. I never expected to get so deeply involved. Especially now that they have a large family, if their location can be easily cracked, the risk to their family increases dramatically. He has to protect them. He had considered leaving the organization with his sister, but it was not easy to get into such an organization, and it was almost impossible to leave. I heard that those who wanted to quit were all killed. Only one person managed to escape, but he vanished without a trace, and no one knows where he went. It's too late to regret these things now. Improving your skills is the most important thing. Although he always considered himself a genius, he also knew that in this world full of hidden talents, there was always someone more capable. There are always higher heavens beyond heavens, and there are always people beyond people. There are many people more capable than him. Being less skilled than others will only put you in a passive position. My sister has some very important things to do and will be away from here for a while. But we will definitely come back. This is Huan Jie's hometown, and it's also my hometown. Jiang Yan'an's eyes looked into the distance. This city, which she wasn't very familiar with, was where she was born. Chang Huan, who was several years older than her, told her this, adding that she herself was also born here. She always knew that she was just her father's adopted daughter. She even longed for her biological parents. But in this vast sea of people, where should she look for them? Or is it even worth looking for? Chang Huan said she was bought by her adoptive father. Was she really sold by her biological parents? Oh well, if we're meant to be, we'll meet again. She will return here from time to time, because she has found new attachments here. Sisters, I'll miss you. You must come to see me when you come back, Lin Yike said earnestly. She got along very well with the two older women she was meeting for the first time. It felt like we'd known each other for a long time. It was completely different from what she had learned online. We'll miss you too. Jiang Yan'an reached out and patted the little girl's head. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride, Gu Shokai offered. No need. We have our own car. Let's go bye-bye. Jiang Yan'an turned around and pulled Chang Huan away gracefully. Then a red convertible sports car sped away. It disappeared from their sight like a gust of wind. Gu Shokai stared blankly in the direction the car had left. He had always thought his car was pretty good, and he had originally planned to show off today, but he hadn't expected that the girl's car was better and more expensive than his. It's still a limited edition sports car. Outrageously expensive. No, he wants to change cars. He'll go back and discuss it with his older brother. He wants this car too. I can't even see the taillights anymore, Lin Yike said, shaking her head. She felt that her second uncle's soul had followed Chang Huan's sister. Just like how Daddy treats Mommy. Is this what Daddy meant by love at first sight? Do adults develop feelings so quickly? So you like being this fierce? Lin Yinan teased. Although Chang Huan had a better temper than Jiang Yan'an, he was still someone that his second uncle couldn't handle. Chang Huan's combat prowess is practically unmatched in their organization. Gu Shokai. He was looking at a car. Little kids, don't talk nonsense. Do you even know what like means? You're so precocious for your age. Gu Shokai pinched the two little one's cheeks. Chapter 117, Becoming the Young Lady's Prince Consort. The two little one's words still touched Gu Shokai's heart. He really did fall for Chang Huan. Many girls pursued him, all kinds of girls, but none like Chang Huan. This cool girl really touched his heart. He was looking forward to their next meeting. You too. Tell me what happened. Who are Chang Huan and the others? Why are they investigating our family and the Xiao family? What else are you hiding from me? Tell me honestly, or I'll spank you. Gu Shoukai waved his hand. Do you still want to see Chang Huan? If you do, then don't ask too many questions. Lin Nan didn't want to say anything more. What did he say? Claiming to have joined a dark organization and brought his sister along sounds incredibly absurd, doesn't it? And Mom and Daddy will definitely be angry. We can only keep it a secret for now. He must find a way to break away from this organization. Threatening me, huh? I'll spank you. Don't run, slow down. The three uncle, nephew, and uncle ran and joked around. Jiang Yinan looked out the window from inside the car, a hint of disappointment on her face. What? Disappointed? Chang Huan asked as he drove. She knew Jiang Yinan too well. I was so excited before I came, and I kept telling her about the snow wolf. One thing is that he's too different from his online persona, Jiang Yinan said. She's not very interested in people like that. I thought the other person was a smart and sunny young man, but it turned out to be a complete idiot. If it weren't for the stark contrast, she planned to take him back, raise him for a few years, and then have Snow Wolf become her live-in son-in-law when she was a few years older. However, Jiang Yinan turned her head back. I think he really likes you. He's been staring at you the whole time. I don't like idiots either. Chang Huan said this, but a smile appeared on his lips. Most of the time she was indifferent, and few people made her feel interesting. Sister, do you think this Snow Wolf might be fake? Jiang Yinan asked. That's possible. Let's observe further, Chang Huan said. She shared the same idea as Jiang Yinan. If this is fake, then who is the real Snow Wolf? Snow Wolf and Snow Fox, a brother and sister, are the only two people in their organization who never show their faces. If he dares to lie to me, I'll make him regret it. Jiang Yinan clenched her small fists. After returning home that evening, Lin Nan turned on his computer and logged into the organization's internal software using the identity of Snow Wolf. Just as he expected, as soon as he opened the group chat, he saw Jiang Yinan telling everyone about meeting them that day. Seeing that the other party really treated Gu Shoukai as him, he felt relieved. At least for now, they shouldn't be exposed. He wouldn't have let his own uncle show up if it weren't for the urgency of the situation. Only by leaving no trace can he more easily escape completely. They are too young, and they don't think things through properly. When the group saw the notification that Snow Wolf had come online, it immediately became lively again. Hey, isn't this today's main character? Young Master Wolf, you've met our young lady today, haven't you? It can be considered that the young lady's dream of meeting her idol has come true. If you ask me, young Master Wolf should just move to headquarters and become our young lady's husband. Then we need to let the boss take a look first. Seeing the chatter in the group, Lin Nan was speechless. What kind of male god is he? What kind of prince consort is he? He's only a few years old, and Jiang Yinan herself is only 13. They're all still children. This group of people is really something. He didn't dare to say much in the group chat. These guys have absolutely no sense of propriety. After all, the elites who can enter the top of this organization live a life of constant danger, and many of their ideas are beyond the comprehension of a child like Lin Nan. Can you all shut up? I only said that I met with Wolf Xiao today. Why are you saying all this? If anyone says another word, I'll tear your mouth off. Jiang Yinan blurted out. Don't be angry, Mississippi. I was just joking. That's right, that's right. All right, everyone stop arguing with Yinan. She's still young. Let me get down to business. Recently, several people in the organization have run into trouble, and we still can't find them, let alone know who did it. The severity of this incident must be taken seriously. We may be being targeted, and we must not allow anything like this to happen again. To ensure everyone's safety and facilitate emergency contact, we have customized a special watch for each person in the group. It can locate your location and call for help. This is only available to members of the elite group. It's convenient for everyone to call for help immediately if there are any emergencies while carrying out missions. I and the person closest to you will receive your specific location. It's just a regular watch normally. I don't always turn on location tracking to avoid being tracked by the enemy. Does everyone understand? Just as everyone was making a ruckus, the leader of the organization, Jiang Zhan, who was also Jiang Yinan's adoptive father, suddenly spoke. Recently, they don't know who's been targeting them, but they've lost both goods and a group of people. Those people vanished without a trace, leaving no trace whatsoever. The leaders of these teams are elite members. The loss of a key general is also a significant loss for the organization. Upon hearing their leader's words, everyone became serious. They knew about the missing people and knew they had to take it seriously. Everyone else picked up their watches themselves, but Snow Wolf and Snow Fox's watches were sent to Shenzhen by Jiang Yan'an. Even after Jiang Yan'an and Chang Huan left Shenzhen, they would still call Lin Yinan from time to time, and he would always ask Gu Xiukai to come and pick them up. Every time, this guy would eagerly run over to answer the phone, just so he could talk to Chang Huan a little longer. They were also planning where to eat and where to take them to play when they came back next time. So lately he's been spending more and more time at his older brother's house. Fortunately, Lin Wan also liked her brother-in-law very much and welcomed him to her home. Seeing his younger brother often staring blankly at his phone and grinning foolishly, Gu Xiuyan was quite happy. He thought his silly brother might have finally come to his senses. His current state is similar to when he first got together with Lin Wan. It's obvious he has a girl he likes. They're college students now, not exactly young anymore, so it's normal for them to be in relationships. I just don't know which family's daughter she is. He didn't care, as long as his younger brother was happy. However, his parents were determined to have the brothers marry daughters of powerful and wealthy families, just so they could provide more support to the Gu family and help the company reach new heights. He strongly disliked this kind of marriage arranged for profit, and he also disliked his parents' snobbishness. Chapter 118 Gu Xiuyan's Plan. Gu Xiukai's thoughts on his younger brother's love life and marriage are simple. As long as the other person is healthy in body and mind, and the two people are happy together, that's enough. Nothing else matters. He can provide all the financial support. When he decided to be with Lin Wan, he didn't know that Lin Wan was the daughter of the Xiao family. He only thought that she came from an ordinary family. He didn't care about that. He liked Lin Wan simply because she was Lin Wan, not because she was anyone's daughter or sister. He has enough confidence and ability to take the company to the next level without relying on the help of others. His younger brother didn't need any of that. Being a carefree, rich young master, enjoying wealth and luxury, and being with the person he loved was enough for him. You brat, why are you so happy every day? Are you in love? Gu Xiuyan asked, sitting down next to his younger brother. Is it that obvious? Gu Xiukai thought he had hidden it very well. Could it be that the two little ones have become pregnant? These past few days he has found himself getting more and more involved, and he longs to see Chang Huan every day. It's so obvious, it's practically written all over your face, Gu Xiuyan said. Really? Gu Xiukai touched his face. He himself didn't realize that his behavior had become so obvious. He hadn't intended for anyone to know, since there was no real possibility of anything happening between him and Chang Huan. He figured he could wait until he won her over before telling his family. After all, it's just unrequited love right now. Tell me, which girl is making you so interested? I'll arrange a marriage for you as soon as you graduate from university and settle things down. Don't worry about mom and dad. I'll take care of it. As long as you like her, nothing else matters, Gu Xiuyan said, patting his younger brother on the shoulder. His family atmosphere was a bit strange. He was not very close to his parents when he was young, and they disagreed on many things. However, she has a very good relationship with her younger brother, who is several years younger than her. Actually, it's not like we're dating. It's just that I like her one-sidedly, and we're not that familiar with each other. We've only met once and had a meal together. I don't know anything about her family situation, but her family seems to be quite wealthy. She drives a sports car, a limited edition one. Brother, are there any wealthy families in Shenzhen with the surnames Chang or Jiang? Gu Xiukai asked. He remembered Jiang Yan'an saying that both she and Chang Huan's hometowns were here. He also heard Jiang Yan'an calling Chang Huan's sister, and he figured they weren't surnamed the same, so they were probably cousins. The two little ones wouldn't say much about their sisterhood, so he could only guess from their clothes and car that their family must be well off. Someone surnamed Chang or Jiang? Gu Xiuyan thought for a moment and said, No, otherwise I would know him. But the girl is driving a limited edition sports car. If you want to pursue her, you have to show some ability. How about I get you another one? You can choose. Really, bro? Gu Xiukai could hardly believe his ears. He hadn't even mentioned it yet, but his brother brought it up on his own initiative. He's definitely his brother. The car he's driving now was one he replaced before the Lunar New Year. I'm too embarrassed to ask for anything new because of all the advantages. After all, his older brother is the one earning the money in his family now, while he is only responsible for spending it. However, since he was given the choice, he wasn't going to hold back. He happened to have his eye on a new limited edition car recently. When have I ever lied to you? Of course it's true, Gu Shuyuan said with a smile. Suddenly, I feel like time has flown by. My younger brother used to follow me around like a little shadow, but now he's grown up so much, taller than me, and old enough to date. Great. Yay. Long live, big brother. Gu Shokai jumped up excitedly. Don't be so happy yet. I have conditions too, Gu Shuyuan said. Go ahead and say what the conditions are. I'll agree to anything. Gu Shokai agreed without hesitation. Now he does whatever his elder brother asks him to do, without any disloyalty. It's a very simple thing. Don't leave tonight. Stay here. Tomorrow, take the 2 children out. Go anywhere you like. I will send people to protect you. The later you come back, the better. Understand, Gu Shuyuan instructed. It was the weekend, and he needed to create some space for himself and Lin Wan. He's been luring Lin Wan to this villa for quite a while now, and he's still living in the downstairs room without a wardrobe. If things continue like this, he doesn't know when he'll be able to sleep with his wife in his arms again. A plan to win over his wife was brewing in his mind. That's so simple. Gu Shokai could hardly believe it. Right. I understand. Hee, I'll do it right away. Gu Shokai grinned mischievously. Even the most naive man would understand what his older brother meant. You brat, you understand. I'm entrusting my happiness to you. Gu Shuyuan couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He couldn't help but feel happy when he thought about his plans. He and Lin Wan should take things a step further. If possible, they should consummate their marriage today and get their marriage certificate tomorrow. Only then can he truly feel at ease. After receiving Gu Shuyuan's instructions, Gu Shokai lingered until 10 p.m., unwilling to leave. Brother and sister-in-law, can I stay here tonight? I want to spend more time with the children, Gu Shokai said, trying to find a reason. He even winked at the 2 little ones. Yes, Mommy, let Uncle play with us a little longer. Our house is so big anyway, Lininan said. Of course, Lin Wan replied. This is Gu Shuyuan's house, and as his younger brother, Gu Shokai is naturally allowed to live here. There's a guest room at home that hasn't been cleaned yet. We can tidy it up and have it shared with Nan Nan or Gu Shuyuan tonight. She could also tell that the children were very attached to this uncle. She was also very happy that her uncle and nephew had a good relationship. In recent years, children have suffered far too much in terms of family affection. It's a good thing that more people are loving them now. She won't stop it. Moreover, she is growing to love her life more and more. After being recognized by the Xiao family, she had her own family, was able to go back to see her parents often, and had her children by her side. Her relationship with Gu Shuyuan also became more and more harmonious. Although they never shared a room, their daily interactions were no different from those of any other young couple. This man is a well-dressed CEO at the company during the day, but when he comes home at night, he puts on an apron and learns to cook with the housekeeper or take care of the children. She gradually began to resemble a husband and father. She increasingly felt that Gu Shuyuan was a good person. She had considered marriage, but since Gu Shuyuan hadn't brought it up, she definitely wouldn't take that step. Now it seems all that's missing is for Gu Shuyuan to take the initiative and take that next step. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Thank you, sister-in-law. I'll stay here then. Gu Shokai quietly gave his older brother an okay sign. Chapter 119, Let's Sleep Together Tonight. Gu Shuyuan suppressed his smile, remaining expressionless. Lin Wan was unaware that she was falling into Gu Shuyuan's trap step by step. When asked where Gu Shokai would sleep at night, Gu Shuyuan said he would take care of it, so Lin Wan didn't ask any further questions. Lin Wan had just lain down in bed when she heard a knock on the door. Is this Coco? Lin Wan asked as she got out of bed and opened the door. Sometimes my daughter will come over with her little pillow and ask to sleep together. But as soon as the door was opened a crack, it was forcefully pushed open by a large hand. A tall figure blocked the light in the corridor, quickly slipped in, and then locked the door. How come it's you? Lin Wan was very surprised to see the man in his pajamas in front of her. Wearing pajamas, Gu Shuyuan leaned against the door and said in a hoarse voice, Can we sleep together tonight? After saying that, Gu Shiyuan felt his heart pounding. Although he's not young anymore, he only has that one experience with Lin Wan a few years ago. Can you get out? Lin Wan said without any politeness. Go back to your own room. She thought her daughter had arrived. She should have known better than to open the door. This guy promised her he wouldn't do anything reckless. She knew he wouldn't follow the rules. Kai is sleeping in my room. He talks in his sleep and farts. I don't want to share a room with him. Gu Shiyuan said with a look of disgust. Then go sleep with Nan Nan, Lin Wan said speechlessly. I went there. Nan Nan said he's grown up and doesn't want to share a room with me. He needs privacy. Gu Shiyuan lied without batting an eye. Then go sleep in the guest room. There are plenty of rooms available, Lin Wan said. The guest room hasn't been occupied in a long time and hasn't been cleaned. It's damp inside, and my skin is prone to allergies. Gu Shiyuan stared at Lin Wan without moving, resisting the urge to pounce on the person in front of me. Gu Shiyuan, you've tricked me again. Did you deliberately let Kai stay behind? Lin Wan questioned. If she hadn't known this man so well, she would have actually believed his lies. They have so many excuses. No wonder Gu Shiokai suddenly said he wasn't leaving today. She's not stupid. It's so obvious, she can't possibly miss it. Yes. Gu Shiyuan admitted without hesitation. I paid a price of more than 10 million for tonight. The new car that Gu Shiokai wanted cost tens of millions, and he agreed without even blinking. Even if this hadn't happened tonight, he would still have bought this car for Gu Shiokai. He only has one younger brother, so who else would he spoil if not him? What? Before Lin Wan could even process what she meant by paying a price of over 10 million, Gu Shiyuan hugged her tightly. Gu Shiyuan, let me go. When Lin Wan tried to struggle, Gu Shiyuan simply picked her up and carried her straight to the master bedroom's large bed. When he pulled the soft, fragrant person into his arms, Gu Shiyuan smelled that same scent from 5 years ago. It was this unique fragrance, the one that only Lin Wan possessed, that had caused him to completely lose his mind and descend into madness 5 years ago. He was instantly overwhelmed by the heat. Normally, he would push her away if he tried to hug her even lightly, but today he would definitely not let go. From then on, he wanted her by his side every single day. You put it down. Before Lin Wan could finish speaking, Gu Shiyuan's warm lips devoured her completely. She wanted to resist, but could only let Gu Shiyuan deepen the kiss. When Gu Shiyuan released her, Lin Wan had completely lost the strength to resist. Looking at his handsome face so close to hers, Lin Wan used all her strength to press against his chest. Gu Shiyuan, if you keep doing this, I'm going to get angry. I'm sorry. Gu Shiyuan's voice was slightly choked. What? Lin Wan thought she had misheard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for acting impulsively towards you just now. Don't be afraid. I just wanted to hug you and be close to you. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. If you don't like it, I won't do it. Gu Shiyuan turned over and pulled Lin Wan into his arms. Let her lean against his chest. I also feel sorry for what happened 5 years ago. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was drunk that day. I don't know how to describe that feeling to you. I couldn't control myself and did something that hurt you. Gu Shiyuan gently stroked Lin Wan's long hair. He didn't know how to describe the allure Lin Wan had given him that night 5 years ago. He had just tried it. It was definitely not the alcohol that aroused him that night, but Lin Wan herself. He remembered that she had begged him to let her go, but he couldn't do it, and ultimately hurt Lin Wan. 5 years ago, shortly after Gu Shiyuan took over the company, the Gu family business was already in a mess. His grandfather was a very successful entrepreneur, but his father did not inherit this advantage, and the Gu family business almost collapsed. He struggled to hold on until he took office. At that time, in order to save the Gu group, he spent his days drinking and socializing with people. Every time he drank too much, he would rest in the same room at the same hotel. Women often tried to seduce him when he was drunk, but he always kicked them out, except for Lin Wan. That's how it went. That night, I thought you were one of the people they had put in for me. I originally wanted to kick you out, but when I got close to you, I started to lose my senses. Gu Shiyuan still remembers that scene. At that moment, his brain felt like it was out of his control. He desperately wanted to possess Lin Wan. I looked for you, but couldn't find you, and I didn't know you were pregnant. I only recently found out that you were tricked by your friends into going there drunk, and your ex-boyfriend spent the night with your girlfriend in the room next to ours. He wasn't looking for you at all. Gu Shiyun clenched his fist as he spoke. He once thought that Lin Wan was someone else who put her in his room, and that it was an accident. After reuniting with Lin Wan, he thoroughly investigated the matter and was surprised to find that Lin Wan had been framed and that the other party only wanted to get her ex-boyfriend. Lin Wan became the only victim that night. He thought about it for a long time and decided to tell Lin Wan the truth. Although it was cruel, she had the right to know. He felt guilty for hurting Lin Wan that night and was disgusted by the behavior of Ching and his wife. Fortunately, Ching was not happy with that woman after his marriage. Hearing Gu Shiyuan's story, Lin Wan's body began to tremble. She had never known the truth was like this. After returning to China, she met Ching and Zhou Ying, and she knew that the two of them were together. She also knew that Zhou Ying had deliberately gotten her drunk that night and had her lose her virginity in a stranger's bed. Chapter 120, A Heartfelt Confession. All for the sake of getting Ching. She thought Ching was also one of the victims. But she never knew that on the night she disappeared, Ching, whom she loved deeply, did not look for her. She once felt guilty for betraying Ching with her body, and whether it was voluntary or not, she felt that it was a kind of harm to Ching. She also thought that Ching must have gone crazy with worry that night when he couldn't find her. To her surprise, Ching ended up in Zhou Ying's bed that night. No wonder Ching and Zhou Ying appeared at the door of the room together that morning to wait for her. Perhaps they always knew she was in that room. 5 years have passed, and she thought she had gradually let go of this matter. After all, she is very happy now. But when the topic was brought up again, she still felt heartbroken, and her hatred for Zhou Ying seemed to have never diminished. The truth about Ching was like a knife piercing her heart. Even though the current outcome is fortunate, only she knows the hardships and suffering she endured over the past 5 years. Gu Shiyuan gently patted Lin Wan's back to comfort her. I'm really sorry. I know the truth is cruel, but I think you should understand it and say goodbye to the past completely. He didn't want the past to become a burden to her. Although it was an accident, I'm really glad that we've met again after all these years, and that we have a child. Isn't this our destiny? Gu Shiyuan said softly. He truly felt that God had been kind to him. This will give him a chance to meet Lin Wan again, a chance to make amends for his mistakes, and a chance to make amends to them. He knew how difficult it had been for Lin Wan to give birth to 2 children on her own these past few years, but he also selfishly felt that it was fortunate that these 2 children were the reason he could keep Lin Wan by his side. This was the only selfish aspect of his love for Lin Wan. Wan, will you accept me? I swear, I have never been with any other woman besides you. My love for you is as clear as day. Gu Shiyuan pressed his forehead against Lin Wan's forehead. He gently wiped away her tears with his hand. Believe me, we will be very happy. As for those 2, I have already made them pay the price. I suspect your older brother has already contacted them before me. We won't kill them, but we'll make them suffer terribly. A fate worse than death is their greatest retribution. Gu Shiyuan has always adhered to humanitarian principles and would never go to extremes. This is the only time he has done something like this. Lin Wan wanted to ask Gu Shiyuan what they had done, but in the end she didn't ask. None of that matters anymore. Her older brother and Gu Shiyuan will take care of everything for her. She felt that whatever retribution they received was what Ching and Zhou Ying deserved. I just wonder if they have ever regretted what they did. Lin Wan took a deep breath and decided not to think about it too much. Living her own life was the most important thing. Thank you. Thank you for what you did for me, Lin Wan said after a long silence. Her emotions have gradually calmed down. I should be thanking you. Thank you for giving birth to our children. Thank you for raising them so well. Thank you for coming back to me. Thank you for being willing to move in with me. Thank you for giving me a home. Gu Shiyuan gently kissed Lin Wan's forehead. They cherished it like a rare treasure. As the eldest grandson of the Gu family, he was raised as the heir from a young age, especially when his grandfather was still alive. They were very strict with him. He wasn't very close to his parents. You could say they only found their parenting experience after their second child was born. Meanwhile, the collateral branches of the Gu family were also eyeing the Gu family's assets like wolves. When he finally managed to take over the company, it was all a mess left by his father. He often lives outside and doesn't go home. He also disagreed with his parents on many points, especially regarding marriage, but he repeatedly gave in to save face for them. He hadn't felt the warmth of family for a very, very long time. And this warmth now comes from Lin Wan and the children. He enjoys his life now. This was also the first time Lin Wan had seen tears in Gu Shiyuan's eyes. It was the first time I'd ever known that this seemingly powerful and influential man could also have such a vulnerable and sentimental side. Lin Wan didn't try to get rid of Gu Shiyuan anymore. She had already planned to be with Gu Shiyuan when she moved in, but she just wanted to give herself some time to calm down. During this time, she gradually fell in love with this man, feeling incredibly secure and warm by his side. The two gradually opened up to each other, lying on the bed looking at each other, talking until late at night. Lin Wan, in particular, had never spoken so much to anyone before. From why she went abroad, to having 2 children, and the children's upbringing, etc. Gu Shiyuan held her in his arms, listening to her ramble on and on, occasionally responding to her. He was also thinking about having his lawyer sue the Lin family for trafficking women and children. From Lin Wan's account, he could tell that the Lin family had not only abducted the young Lin Wan, but had also never treated her well. They even almost forced her to abort her unborn child and marry her in order to obtain a huge dowry. Now that Lin Wan has returned to the Xiao family and regained Xiao Rou's identity, the Xiao family members and that paternity test are the evidence. Moreover, he thought that if necessary, Qian Zhehui and her parents would also appear in court as witnesses. So many years have passed, and he knows that getting a real conviction is very complicated. But given his status, he understood all too well the principle of, if you want to find fault, you can always find a reason. Moreover, he has the nation's top-notch legal team at his disposal. The Lin couple are definitely going to jail. They can't escape. Once they're in, he won't let them out easily. There will naturally be people inside who will take good care of them. He will not let any of those who have hurt Lin Wan get away with it. Finally, Gu Shiyuan also talked about some things from his childhood. Lin Wan fell asleep while she was talking. That night, the two slept in each other's arms, feeling secure and warm. While Gu Shiyuan was making his heartfelt confession in the master bedroom, Gu Shiokai downstairs was sleeping like a log, occasionally snoring and making a few noises. Gu Shiyuan was absolutely not lying about this. He really couldn't share a room with his younger brother. The light was still on in the small room next door. Lin Nan's small hands were rapidly typing on the computer keyboard, seemingly very anxious. Her eyebrows were furrowed together on her small face. "Brother, what's wrong? What happened?" Lin Yike, who was playing on her phone, noticed that her brother looked very nervous. "One of our goods was stolen. From chapter 121 onwards, I'll listen to my wife. I don't know who did it. I'm investigating," Lin Nan said, frowning. "An urgent task just came from above. This is also his main job responsibility. Although he wasn't responsible for transporting these goods, he was responsible for locating them. But the more he investigated, the more alarmed he became, because the goods disappeared in Shenzhen and were never found again. Now that the authorities are cracking down hard, those in power don't dare to touch these things, and it seems that only his father and his uncle are left in Shenzhen with the ability to do these things." He dared not think any further. Lin Nan leaned back in his chair, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, breathing heavily. If it's true, then there's a huge problem. These two most capable people in Shenzhen are his closest relatives. If it really is them, why would they do this? They're running their own businesses and have no connection to their organization, so why should they get involved in this mess? He didn't understand, and dared not think too much about it. "I just hope it's not true. Did you find out anything?" Lin Yike also became serious. Although the two of them joined the organization together, the older brother handled the major affairs, and she only played a supporting role. "The last place we disappeared was in the direction of Shenzhen, very close to here. After that, there was no signal at all. The location tracking was compromised," Lin Nan said helplessly. He wondered why. If this matter was truly related to his father or uncle, they hadn't removed the location tracking earlier? That way, they wouldn't be able to find him even if the search reached the vicinity of Shenzhen. Shenzhen. Lin Yike immediately realized something. That's impossible. They all know very well who has the most power in Shenzhen. Maybe it was someone else, or maybe they just passed through Shenzhen Bay and went somewhere else. If it really was them, They couldn't have left such a big trace, Lin Yike said firmly. She felt that neither her father nor her uncle would make such a mistake. I also hope it's someone else. Lin Nan also hoped that he was overthinking it. That would be wonderful if it were really as my sister said. He didn't want his family to get involved. It was already very difficult for both of them to extricate themselves from the situation. But most people wouldn't dare touch this batch of goods. Moreover, they have always been transported in secrecy, and no one outside the organization knows the specific route. In the entire Shenzhen market, only his father, Gu Shiyuan, and his maternal uncle, Xiao Yang, have this ability, and he doesn't want to be either of them. If it was indeed one of them who did this, they would naturally do everything in their power to protect their family. However, once the organization finds out, they will not let the siblings off the hook, and their family will be implicated in the end. Okay, brother, don't worry. They probably just happened to be passing by, otherwise they wouldn't have deactivated the tracking around here. This shipment isn't our responsibility, Lin Yike comforted him. But this had no effect on Lin Nan, who had more ideas. It's even more dangerous precisely because it's not their responsibility. What if someone else finds out? What if it really has something to do with their family? How should he respond? Or, from another perspective, what if someone else did it, deliberately removing their location near Shenzhen to draw trouble to their family? Wouldn't that make the problem even more serious? Lin Nan's brows remained furrowed. Go to sleep first, don't think too much. Lin Yike patted her brother's shoulder. They just saw Daddy go to Mommy's room with their own eyes, and Uncle said they might have a younger brother or sister soon. She was really looking forward to it. Their home is becoming more and more like a home, and their lives are always moving forward, just as they have always hoped for. If she could, she really didn't want to get involved in any conflicts with her brother. She just wanted to be a happy little princess. She grew up slowly under the loving care of her family. Perhaps they shouldn't have stepped into territory they shouldn't have gone to in the first place. Okay. Lin Nan also shut down his computer. There's no point in thinking about it now. We should just adapt to the situation. Those who are destined to come will not escape. He's been observing his dad and uncle more closely lately. The atmosphere in the villa became subtle the next day. Staring at the two little ones with dark circles under their eyes, Lin Wan with slightly flushed cheeks, Gu Shiyuan with a smile that he couldn't suppress, and Gu Xiukai whose eyes kept wandering over everyone's faces. Didn't you two sleep well? Lin Wan asked. The two children didn't look too well. Did you play games all night again? Lin Wan asked again. Gu Shiyuan truly dotes on his two children. They directly equipped the children with the most expensive computers on the market. No. Yes. The two little ones nodded and shook their heads. The two of them rarely lacked chemistry. Does it exist or not? Lin Wan looked at the two children suspiciously. Last night, she was kept occupied by Gu Shiyuan and couldn't even take care of the children. I have one, but my sister doesn't, Lin Nan said first. Look at you spoil them rotten. Lin Wan scolded. Yes, I'll listen to my wife from now on. Gu Shiyuan couldn't hear what Lin Wan had just said at all. All I could see was Lin Wan. Although nothing happened last night, he was so happy to sleep with his wife in his arms. Gu Xiukai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey kid, what are you laughing at? Gu Shiyuan glared at his younger brother. No, I didn't laugh, Gu Xiukai said while chuckling. It turns out his older brother is also henpecked. Don't laugh too soon. You'll see when you get married. Before Gu Shiyuan could finish speaking, a sharp pain shot through his thigh. Lin Wan said in a very low voice, Be serious in front of the children. Wife, it hurts. I was wrong, please let go. Gu Shiyuan grimaced in pain. His wife is really ruthless towards him. Ha ha ha. Gu Xiukai finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. I never expected his older brother to be so afraid of his wife. They're not even married yet, and he keeps calling me wife. Are you afraid he won't have anything to eat in the morning, so you're feeding him a lot of dog food? Shut up, don't laugh. Gu Shiyuan rubbed his thigh. He still preferred Lin Wan's usual gentle and quiet demeanor. She wasn't this fierce before. Okay. Gu Xiukai immediately stopped smiling. He was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that his face turned red. Ahem, Nan and Coco, how about Uncle takes you out to play later? I'll show you around the country. Gu Xiukai quickly changed the subject. Once he completes today's task, he'll get his limited edition new car and can go out and show off with his buddies again. He must drive this new car when Chong Huan comes back next time. Chapter 122, she said she was willing. Where to? Coco asked excitedly. Although she has been back for a while, Shenzhen is such a big city that there are still many places she hasn't been to. You can decide for yourselves. Anywhere is fine. I'll pay for everything today, Gu Shoukai said generously. Anyway, all his money came from his older brother, and if he didn't have enough, he would ask his older brother for more money. And it doesn't matter where we go, what matters is taking these two kids out, so that his older brother and sister-in-law can have space to date. Yay, that's great. Brother, are you going? Lin Yike turned to look at her brother. Of course I'll go, Lin Nan readily agreed. He's had enough to worry about last night, so he needs to relax today and give his parents enough time to date. They all wish their parents had a good relationship. It would be even better if we had a younger brother or sister. Lin Nan feels that now that he has a younger sister, he also hopes to have a younger brother. I'm full, uncle and brother, let's go. Lin Yike ate a few bites of breakfast and was eager to leave. I haven't eaten yet. Before Gu Shoukai could finish speaking, Lin Nan pulled him away. Let's go out and eat. Let's go. His uncle is so clueless. Daddy had already given them a look, telling them to hurry up. Within 2 minutes, the 3 adults and 2 children changed their shoes and ran out of the villa. Lin Wan pointed to the 3 people who had disappeared through the door. Don't worry, I'll send people to follow them and protect their safety. Gu Shiyuan put his arm around Lin Wan's shoulder. Since the children returned, Gu Shiyuan has increased his bodyguard team to protect the 2 little ones. Especially Coco, we can't let them run around anymore. As children from families that prioritize their own well-being, the risks they face are far greater than those of children from ordinary families. His grandfather, his father, and even himself, all came from the business world, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, they offended quite a few people. People are capable of anything for personal gain or revenge. Lin Wan looked at the villa, which had suddenly become quiet, as if everyone had disappeared. The only sounds were her breathing and Gu Shiyuan's heartbeats. You sent everyone away? Lin Wan asked. When she got up, she didn't even see the housekeeper. There was only breakfast on the table. Gu Shoukai also hurriedly took the children out to play. It was clearly arranged in advance. Yes, I want to be alone with you today, just the 2 of us. Gu Shiyuan did not hide anything. The servants in the house are all given a day off today, with pay, and they can go wherever they want. Gu Shiyuan even gave each of them a separate allowance. After making breakfast, even the nanny slipped away. Now only the 2 of them are left in the entire villa. Let's have a proper date today. What do you want to eat? I'll cook for you for lunch, or we can go out to eat together, just the 2 of us. Nobody will bother us, Gu Shiyuan said. Apart from that one night 5 years ago, he had no time to be alone with Lin Wan. When we met again, there were already 2 little ones. If you think about it carefully, we only spent a few hours alone together last night. He cherishes the time he has now. To prepare for this day, he, who couldn't cook, tried many times in the kitchen, asked the nanny for advice, and after many failures, he was finally able to cook simple home-style dishes. If they go out to eat, he'll book the entire restaurant and clear it out. In short, he wouldn't let anyone bother them. Let's eat at home, it's too crowded outside. I'm fine with whatever I eat. It depends on what you can cook. Or I can eat whatever you want, Lin Wan said. Anyway, she's not a picky eater. She knew that Gu Shiyuan had been learning to cook in the kitchen lately, and she was curious to see how well he had improved his skills. I can eat whatever I want. Gu Shiyuan's gaze towards Lin Wan changed. At this moment, Lin Wan was still unaware of what was about to happen. Can I eat it? Gu Shiyuan looked at Lin Wan with deep affection, anticipating her answer. Lin Wan hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded and whispered, Okay. As an adult, she certainly knew what Gu Shiyuan meant by eat. After spending time together last night, she was certain that she liked Gu Shiyuan. Now that they have a child, live together, and like each other, what's wrong with that? Gu Shiyuan originally just wanted to make a joke and tease Lin Wan, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily. He had long been prepared for a long wait. But Lin Wan's words instantly overwhelmed his mind with an irrepressible emotion. This is what you promised me. Gu Shiyuan picked up Lin Wan and went straight upstairs. He had promised her that he would wait for the day she was willing, and now she said she was willing. What are we waiting for? Is the door locked? Will they be back in a bit? Lin Wan asked nervously, being held by Gu Shiyuan. I'm afraid someone will suddenly come back. It would be very awkward. No one will come during the day, and our room is on the 3rd floor, so don't worry. Gu Shiyuan quickened his pace. At this moment, his rationality had long been overwhelmed by passion. They had no time to think about anything else. Moreover, their master bedroom is upstairs, and no one usually goes there. They just locked the door from the inside. With his beloved woman in his arms, he couldn't wait a moment longer. As the bedroom door slammed shut, the electric curtains in the master bedroom closed automatically. On this warm morning, they expressed their love for each other. Lin Wan still didn't want to move at all, even when it was almost noon. Even though he was being very gentle, she still couldn't handle it. Just like that day 5 years ago. Sleep a little longer. I'll make lunch and call you when it's ready. Gu Shiyuan kissed Lin Wan on the forehead and gently tidied her hair. He wanted to hold her a little longer, but it was noon, and he was afraid she would be hungry. He promised her that he would cook lunch for her himself today. Although learning to cook has been quite difficult lately, I've made some progress. He can also cook several simple home-style dishes on his own. Strangely enough, he was very smart from a young age and could do everything very well. He even maintained the top grade in his class all the way to university. The only thing I can't seem to learn to cook is how to do it well. In his efforts to learn how to cook, he has wasted countless ingredients. He had always had a nanny cook in his family since he was a child, and if it weren't for Lin Wan, he would never have even been inside the kitchen. Now, he prefers to stay home and be a stay-at-home dad, cooking for his wife and children. That's the greatest happiness for him. He decided to let his younger brother join the company to learn management after he graduated, so that he could retire as soon as possible and enjoy a peaceful life with his wife and children. Chapter 123 Love Obsessed. At that moment, Gu Shoukai, who was playing with his child outside, sneezed loudly. He had a feeling that someone was plotting against him behind his back. He had no idea that his older brother had his sights set on his future. The Gu family has always relied on nannies to take care of their children. Their parents never cook, let alone do housework. On the contrary, Gu Shiyuan enjoys taking care of his family himself, experiencing the warm and cozy life of an ordinary family. Okay. Lin Wan didn't want to move at all and was happy to be able to rest a little longer. She even turned around and covered herself with the blanket. She felt so tired, even though she wasn't the one who needed physical strength. Lin Wan quickly fell into a deep sleep again. Hearing Lin Wan's even breathing, Gu Shiyuan finally pulled his arm away and got up to cook. After lunch, the two cleaned up the kitchen together, sunbathed outside, strolled hand in hand in the garden, picked flowers, tended the grass, and chatted while sitting on deck chairs. Gu Shiyuan felt he had never felt so comfortable and relaxed before. As expected, you still have to choose your own partner. Lin Wan was more relaxed than ever before. She used to be timid and cautious, especially after having children. She never imagined she could be her true self so freely in front of someone. The entire day belonged to just the two of them. It was simple, yet heartwarming. The scent of love lingered over them. Meanwhile, after taking the two children out, Gu Shoukai kept asking, Nan, did Chang Huan call you today? Did she say when she would be back? I'm still waiting to treat her to dinner. Remember to let me answer if she calls again. Gu Shoukai kept talking. Lenny Nan was so tired of hearing it that he said impatiently, Okay, I know. You've said it 800 times already. He had been listening to Gu Shoukai repeat these same few sentences over and over all morning. They were like demons. Is there? Gu Shoukai became embarrassed. He himself doesn't remember saying those words. I just want to see Chang Huan as soon as possible. Are you sure you want to pursue her? Let me tell you this first. Chang Huan's identity is complicated, not what you think. It might cause trouble, Lenny Nan said seriously. Gu Shoukai's behavior has been very strange these past few days. He seems to be really in love with Chang Huan. This level of attention exceeded his expectations. For a family like the Gu family, there is absolutely no way they would let Chang Huan become their daughter-in-law. Let alone someone like Chang Huan who's in a dark organization. Even his mother, who gave birth to him and his sister, wasn't accepted by his grandparents because her identity was unknown. He's young, not stupid. Even though his dad and uncle didn't say much, he could sense what his grandparents were thinking. The Gu family places great importance on the background of their daughter-in-law. Therefore, Gu Shiokai's relationship was destined to have no future. Her background doesn't matter. What matters is that I like her and I want to be with her. I don't care about her family background. Besides, her family doesn't seem to be doing badly. It doesn't matter if they're a little less well off than ours. What matters is the person, Gu Shiokai said nonchalantly. Chang Huan drives such a nice car. His family must be quite wealthy. He doesn't care about things like social status or family background. Sai, her identity is not something that her grandparents can accept. Do you understand? Lin Yinan sighed. He couldn't reveal Chang Huan's true identity to Gu Shiokai right now, but he couldn't just watch his uncle fall deeper and deeper into this trap. He didn't want his uncle to get hurt in the future. I don't care whether they accept it or not. They're old-fashioned and conservative. What era are we living in? Gu Shiyuan said. He was very dissatisfied with this. He was already very dissatisfied with his parents' attitude towards his sister-in-law. He shares the same view as his brother. What does one's background matter as much as true love? Why did his brother move out? Why doesn't he want to go home? Why won't he let the two elderly people take care of the children? He really has no idea at all. He has said many times that times have changed, young people have different ideas, and that he and his brothers do not need to rely on marriage alliances for support, but his parents just won't listen, insisting that one is right. He was somewhat disappointed by his parents' snobbishness. The elderly couple from the Gu family wanted to acknowledge the two children from the very beginning, hoping they could return to the Gu family and enjoy family life. They felt that with the Gu family's financial resources, even having these two children wouldn't affect Gu Shiyuan's marriage. So they never intended to accept Lin Wan. Gu Shiyuan decided to move out immediately because of this incident and refused their request to see the child. He left a message saying that he would only see the child when he accepted Lin Wan. From then on, he never went back, letting the elderly couple figure things out on their own. He didn't plan to tell his parents Lin Wan's true identity right now. Otherwise, they will never be able to change their parents' minds, and their younger brother will follow in their footsteps. This is the outcome he didn't want to see. You're just love-struck, Lin Yike sighed, shaking her head. He felt there was no hope. He had completely fallen. Fortunately, given Chang Huan's personality, she probably wouldn't like a simple and honest man like her uncle. Putting aside their social status, Gu Shiokai is not the type of man Chang Huan would like. If anyone likes someone, it's probably someone as intelligent as her father and brother. It would be a bit difficult for Chang Huan to become her aunt. Your daddy's love-struck too? Humph, Gu Shiokai retorted. He felt that his brother's romantic obsession was much more severe than his own. He would do anything for his sister-in-law. He saw everything clearly along the way. When has his brother ever opposed his parents before? That's different. My daddy likes mommy, and mommy likes daddy too. Brother says you have unrequited love, and sister Chang Huan doesn't like you either, humph. Lin Yike deliberately teased Gu Shiokai. At such a young age, do you even know what liking someone means? Who said I have a one-sided crush? Gu Shiokai didn't want to admit it. However, he was indeed in a one-sided love affair, and he didn't even know if Chang Huan took him seriously. Every time I call, I ask about the two children, and I talk to Jiang Yinan the most. He hadn't spoken much with Chang Huan, and didn't even have her contact information. The phone number in Nan Nan's hand still belonged to Jiang Yinan. He not only had a one-sided love affair, but his situation was also rather tragic. The three uncles and nephews were playing around when the car arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. After getting out of the car, they were followed by several bodyguards, all there to protect their safety. Not far from them, a sports car was parked there, and a beautiful woman was leaning against the car window. Gu Shiokai spotted the sports car at a glance. He also spotted the beautiful woman in the sports car at a glance. Chapter 124, Happy Enemies. Gu Shiokai really liked that sports car. It was the very car he had his eye on. But he didn't like the people next to the car at all. Hateful. She owned the car he liked before he did. No wonder these two little ones were so excited to come to the amusement park. It turns out this woman was there too. If he had known she was coming, he wouldn't have come. It's too late to regret it now. Auntie! Auntie! The two kids saw the beautiful woman next to the sports car and ran straight over to her. Babies, do you miss your auntie? Xiaowen pinched one of the little cheeks with one hand, her voice becoming strained. Gu Shoukai, who was listening nearby, got goosebumps. Does this woman have to be so pretentious? Is this how she usually talks? Yes, the two little ones said in unison. It's been several days since I last saw my aunt. I was supposed to go to my maternal grandmother's house this weekend. But Mommy wants to date Daddy, so she can't go back with them. I had no choice but to invite my aunt out to play together. They didn't feel like strangers to this aunt who suddenly appeared in their lives. On the contrary, they got along very well with her. Perhaps it's because of blood ties, or perhaps it's because our personalities are compatible. The two little ones really like Xiaowen. Similarly, Xiaowen did not worry that the love that originally belonged to her would be taken away because her family suddenly had an older sister and two babies. On the contrary, she felt that there were 3 more people in the world who loved her. Hey, Xiaowen, that's enough. Can you stop talking in such a high-pitched voice? Gu Shoukai couldn't take it anymore. It was only when he met Xiaowen this time that he realized how much she looked like his sister-in-law. If I hadn't known beforehand that they were sisters, I would have been genuinely surprised. It's just a pity that their personalities are completely different. He quite liked the type of woman who was like his sister-in-law, and he had even thought about finding a partner based on that standard. Gu Shoukai had some dislike for Xiaowen. I've always enjoyed arguing and bickering with him since I was a child. Mind your own business. Xiaowen rolled her eyes at him. This guy is a total straight man to an extreme degree. Does your aunt know your uncle too? Lin Yike asked. It seems the Xiao family and the Gu family have a long-standing relationship. We've known each other since we were little, Xiaowen replied. Speaking of which, Xiaowen and Gu Shoukai can be considered childhood friends. The two have known each other since they were very young. The Xiao family and the Gu family have frequent interactions and are in the same social circle. The children from both families practically grew up together. We attended the same schools and participated in the same events since childhood. Many people outside the area are unaware that there is likely a second son. Xiaowen knew him very well. They even know about the fact that he wet his pants when he was a child. I'm not familiar with her at all. Gu Shoukai waved his hands repeatedly. He looked disgusted. He was bullied by Xiaowen a lot when he was a child. Xiaowen was very fierce when she was a child, but she was only fierce to her. This remains true even now. He just didn't understand. Did he look like someone who was easy to bully? Gu Shoukai, are you asking for trouble again? Xiaowen said, raising her eyebrows. There wasn't a single time they met that Gu Shoukai didn't go against her wishes. But this straight, simple-minded, and somewhat clumsy guy has always held a special place in her heart. Sometimes she even wonders if she enjoys being abused. There are plenty of good boys and handsome men in this world. If she wanted them, she could have them all. But she was drawn to Gu Shoukai, who often teased her. She rejected one excellent suitor after another. See, your aunt is always this fierce, Gu Shoukai said to the two children. I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense in front of my two little darlings, Xiaowen said fiercely. As the children's aunt, she still needs to maintain her image. What do you mean your family's darlings? These are our Gu family's children. They all have the surname Gu, Gu Shoukai emphasized. But he regretted it as soon as he said it. It seems the children all have the surname Lin now, and haven't changed it. I don't know what his older brother was thinking. When will the children finally be allowed to recognize their ancestors and change their surname back to Gu? Any surname is better than Lin, since the Lin family treats his sister-in-law badly. Why would I take their surname? The children will probably soon have the surname Gu. With the added advantage of being the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, it was impossible for his parents to object to the marriage. He'd probably be eager for his sister-in-law to marry into the family. To put his parents at ease, the Xiao family has actually been cooperating with his older brother and has not yet announced to the public that their eldest daughter, Xiao Rou, has returned. But it's good that this incident has made his parents reflect on their actions. This also paved the way for him to pursue Changhuan later. It was only now that Gu Shoukai realized the purpose behind his older brother's actions. So it was him from the future. His older brother really did love him. How could you be so sure that their surname is Gu? Xiaowen said with a smile. This guy is still as clumsy as ever. The mouth runs ahead, while the brain chases after it. He doesn't resemble his brother at all. They'll all take the Gu surname sooner or later. They'll change it after my sister-in-law marries into the family. Anyway, they're part of the Gu family, Gu Shoukai retorted. Could it be that the Xiao family wants the two children to have the surname Xiao? That definitely won't work. Besides his sister-in-law, there are 3 other siblings in the Xiao family, whose child can't have the surname Xiao. Why are they competing with the Gu family for it? They are brothers. And who knows what surname his future children might have. If I could get him to marry Chong Huan, I'd be happy if our child could have the surname Chong, or even if he himself had the surname Chong. Anyway, as long as his wife and children are his, that's fine. It's just a pity that his older brother had the same idea as him. That's not necessarily true. My brother-in-law said the children can have whatever surname they want. The decision is in my sister's hands. Even if they take the surname Xiao, it's none of your business, Xiaowen retorted. That won't do. The 2 of them started arguing again, one after the other. The 2 little ones looked at this one and then at that one, unsure of what to say. Their second uncle and aunt don't seem to get along. Let's go inside and play. Ignore him. Xiaowen grabbed the 2 children and headed into the playground. They are the ones I brought here, okay? Gu Shoukai held Lin Yinan's small hand tightly. They came in with me. So what if you brought them? I was invited by them. They are my nephews. They are still my own nephews. Xiaowen, are you even being reasonable? I won't talk about it. Neither of them was willing to give in. The 2 little ones, being dragged along, looked helpless. Here it goes again, here it goes again. They looked at each other, both seeing speechlessness in each other's eyes. Shouldn't they have brought these 2 people together? If they had known this would happen, they would have let their second uncle go play by himself, and they would have gone back to their maternal grandmother's house with their aunt. Unexpectedly, these 2 are actually a pair of bickering lovers. Chapter 125 The Disappointed Xiaowen. Neither Gu Shoukai nor Xiaowen was willing to give in. Even when it comes to playing games, they all vie to play with the children. Watching the 2 childish elders constantly pulling at each other, the 2 little ones felt exhausted and could only try to coax them into playing. It was too difficult. They're more childish than little kids. They start bickering the moment they meet, and the 2 of them have to coax them back. Who is the real child? The 2 little ones played with the 2 childish adults until they were almost exhausted before leaving the amusement park. Lin Yike's eyes were almost closed. She had completely exhausted herself that day. Would you like to bring your aunt to your house? Xiaowen asked. She hasn't been to her sister's house yet. I haven't seen my sister for several days. Not today, Andy. I'll tell you a secret. Lin Yike leaned close to Xiaowen's ear. My daddy and mommy are having a date at home today, so we can't disturb them. A date? Xiaowen understood immediately. Since that's the case, she can't be unreasonable. The 2 kids called her today to ask her to come out and play, but they didn't say anything else. No wonder my sister didn't go home to see mom and dad today. Did you hear that? Even a child knows you shouldn't disturb someone on a date. You're so old and you don't understand. No wonder no one wants you. Gu Shoukai finally found an opportunity to retort. He was at a disadvantage the entire day. Xiaowen's fighting ability has been increasing with age, and he was bullied since he was a child. I have plenty of suitors, it's just that I don't like them. You're the one nobody wants, Xiaowen retorted defiantly. There's a long line of men pursuing her, but she just doesn't like any of them. Unfortunately, the guy she liked never liked her back. It's the same to everyone. But I'll have a girlfriend soon. Gu Shoukai couldn't help but grin foolishly at the thought of Chong Huan. It seemed as if he could win Chong Huan's heart if he wanted to. You're in a relationship? Xiaowen's eyes were full of surprise, then dimmed. Has he already found someone he likes? Not yet, but soon, I'll definitely win her over. Gu Shoukai's mind was filled with thoughts of Chong Huan. He didn't even notice Xiaowen's expression. Oh, Xiaowen, who had been full of energy just moments before, suddenly lost all interest. They'd been bickering and fighting since they were little, and she thought they'd stay like that forever. But now he has someone he likes, and that person isn't her. An indescribable sense of loss. Gu's parents had mentioned to Jia's family that they wanted to bring the 2 of them together, as it would be good for both families, and they would be a perfect match. However, Gu Shoukai rejected her at the time, arguing that love and marriage should be a matter of personal freedom. And the refusal was very decisive. He has now found his freedom. Gu Shoukai was completely oblivious to Xiaowen's emotions and continued to ramble on about how wonderful Chong Huan was, going on and on. Xiaowen didn't even want to say a word. Such an obvious change was naturally noticed by the 2 little ones. Brother, does Annie like uncle? Lin Yike asked with a worried expression. What if this is true? Her second uncle already has someone he likes, and she doesn't want her aunt to be sad. It should be. Oh well, Andy deserves a better man. What's so good about that blockhead? He doesn't understand women's feelings at all. Lenny Nan didn't hold back in criticizing his uncle. It seems that his uncle's enthusiasm for Chong Huan is not going to wane anytime soon, which is not a good thing for them either. Since they couldn't go to Gujia's place, the group decided to eat out. Xiaowen didn't say much along the way, nor did she bicker with Gu Xiaokai. No matter what he said, she didn't seem to respond. She followed them wherever they went. She eats and drinks whatever she wants, and seems to have lost interest in everything. Gu Xiaokai didn't notice Xiaowen's change at all. All he could think about was when Chong Huan would be able to return to Shenzhen. Only the two little ones felt incredibly sorry for their aunt. I should have known better than to call my aunt out today. It wasn't until evening, when Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan came out to find them, that Xiaowen managed to force herself to put on a smile. She didn't want her sister to worry. Sister, I've missed you so much, it's been days. Xiaowen hugged Lin Wan tightly. She clung to her older sister like a little child. It's so nice to have an older sister. I miss you too. Lin Wan patted her sister's back. Since being reunited with the Xiao family, her wandering heart has finally found peace. Back when she lived in the Lin family, her so-called younger brother, Lin Tianbao, often bullied her, and her adoptive parents always sided with their son and criticized her. This caused her to dislike Lin Tianbao since she was a child, and she always wished she had a well-behaved and obedient younger sister. Now my younger sister has arrived. She really loves her younger sister. She's a world apart from that scoundrel from the Lin family. Lin Tianbao even stole her underwear when he was a teenager, and said that she was a child bride raised by his parents, and that he would sleep with her in a few years. She scolded Lin Tianbao, claiming they were siblings, which earned her a harsh scolding from Lin's mother, who accused her of being immoral and seducing people at such a young age. Since then, she has never dared to take off her clothes when sleeping at home, and has never had a good night's sleep. They were afraid that Lin Tianbao would do something disgusting. This incident has been a source of psychological trauma for her for many years. Even now that I know she's not Lin's biological daughter, I still feel disgusted when I think about it. It's still best to live with your own parents. Her brothers respect and love her, and her younger sister is very close to her. It was as if she had never left this home. Sister, you look great right now, Xiaowen teased. Just by looking at my sister's rosy complexion, you can tell how comfortable she is. Only someone immersed in happiness would look like that. She used to think Gu Shiyuan was a cold person, but now it seems he is a man who knows how to cherish his wife. My sister and brother-in-law's child is already so big, and they can still date. That's wonderful. When will it be her turn to have such happiness? Xiaowen glanced at Gu Xiaokai secretly, and just wanted to sigh deeply. Well, it seems they really aren't meant to be, and we shouldn't force it. Moreover, someone with Gu Xiaokai's personality might not necessarily be happy together. This silly boy is no match for his older brother. Stop teasing me. How are Mom and Dad? I'm going back to stay at our house in a few days, Lin once said. Gu Xiaokai must have said something inappropriate to his sister. Everything's fine. We're just looking forward to your coming home. You have no idea how much Mom misses you. Why don't you stay at our house? My brother-in-law will come too. Right, brother-in-law? Xiaowen smiled at Gu Shiyuan. Chapter 126 Reunion with the Lin family. Yes, we will take the children back to live there. Gu Shiyuan couldn't help but smile. This time, he could openly move in as the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Of course, his parents still can't know about this. He wanted to let them know that his marriage and destiny were in his own hands. Moreover, the Xiao family atmosphere was much better than his own, and his parents-in-law were much more open-minded than his own parents. He really liked it there. Everything was great except for the fact that Xiao Yang had to submit. His former defeated adversaries now have to be addressed as Big Brother, with utmost respect. Moreover, Lin Wan misses her parents very much. Although they video chat every day, she still wants to spend more time with them. A few people found a restaurant near their homes and chatted while eating. The relationship between Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan quickly warmed up, and the two were always holding hands. The situation was different between Xiao Wen and Gu Xiaokai. They stopped interacting at all starting in the afternoon. After dinner, the group took a walk home together, which wasn't a long walk. Xiaowen decided to stay at her sister's house tonight, so she could share a room with Kiki. As they were walking, someone suddenly emerged from the darkness beside them and bumped into Lin Wan. Lin Wan frowned. She had just seen a dark figure emerge and try to dodge, but was still bumped into. Gu Shiyuan immediately pulled her into his arms, feeling guilty for not protecting her earlier. Just as I was about to get angry, I heard the other person start swearing. You idiots. Can't you watch where you're going? You bumped into me, you know that? Is the road your living room? Just because there are a lot of people doesn't mean you can block the way. Suddenly, the shouts and curses were replaced by screams. Ouch! Ouch! What are you doing? Let go of me. It hurts, it hurts. If you don't let me go, I'll call the police, you son of a bitch. Oh, I'm sorry, brother, please let me go. The screams turned into pleas for mercy. Gu Shiokai had twisted that person's arm into a pretzel. The other person was in so much pain that they grimaced and begged for mercy. Lin Wan was stunned. The voice was so familiar that she would never forget it in her lifetime. Apologize to my sister-in-law. Gu Shiokai said coldly. I'm sorry. The man apologized as he looked up, but the moment he saw her, he became excited. Lin Wan. You're Lin Wan? You're back? Sis, you're back. The man no longer felt the pain in his arm, nor did he apologize. Instead, he stared at Lin Wan with shining eyes. He was certain he wasn't mistaken. The woman in front of him was none other than his sister, who had disappeared several years ago. She actually came back without even telling them. She hasn't changed at all over the years. She's still so pure and beautiful. This outfit isn't cheap. He seems to be doing well now. How could he forget his younger brother? Lin Tianbao, Lin Wan exclaimed in surprise, goosebumps rising all over her body. How did I end up running into this bastard here? This is a wealthy area. How could Lin Tianbao be here? She finally met the person she least wanted to see. You know her? Gu Shiyuan asked, tightly protecting Lin Wan. The name Lin Tianbao sounds familiar. It seems to refer to that little bastard from the Lin family. The way that little bastard looked at Lin Wan made him very unhappy. Before Lin Wan could answer, Lin Tianbao hurriedly said, It's more than just knowing her. This is my sister. I'm her own brother. Lin Tianbao sized up Gu Shiyuan. This man looked very wealthy, and he was so protective of Lin Wan. This is a villa district where wealthy people congregate. Those who can live here are all extremely rich and powerful in Shenzhen. No wonder Lin Wan disappeared for several years. It turns out she hooked up with a rich man. He's forgotten about them now that he's living a good life. What an ingrate. No wonder his mother scolds him at home every day. He came to deliver something today and was charged a delivery fee of only a few dozen yuan, which wasn't even enough for a single button on Lin Wan's clothes. This rich man must be Lin Wan's man. No wonder she left their family. Her parents raised Lin Wan to adulthood, but she never enjoyed a single day of happiness. She herself is living such a comfortable life. Lin Tianbao felt extremely resentful. Why can Lin Wan live a good life, but they can't? At the very least, we need to give their families money. Is he the son of your adoptive parents? Gu Shiyuan asked. He didn't even bother to glance at Lin Tianbao. Yes, Lin Wan replied. She had thought that she would eventually run into the Lin family after returning to the city, but she never expected it to happen so soon. She's been back for so long, and only Qian Jiahui's family among her old acquaintances knows she's back. What adoptive parent's son? I'm her biological brother, and my parents are her biological parents. Lin Wan, now that you're living a good life, you've forgotten us, and you don't even acknowledge your parents anymore. Is that what you tell people outside? Don't you have any conscience? Your parents raised you all these years, and in your eyes they've become your adoptive parents. Do you know how long your parents searched for you after you left? Do you know how heartbroken they were? Lin Tianbao said angrily. He was almost certain that this wealthy man was Lin Wan's backer. I just don't know if she's the legal wife or a concubine. But it doesn't matter. As long as she's doing well and has money, she should help her younger brother. He's not an outsider. Letting Lin Wan escape was already a huge loss for him. He's in his mid-20s and still doesn't have a girlfriend. He only has an old, run-down family, and he doesn't have a proper job, so he can't even find a wife. If Lin Wan hadn't left, there would have been two outcomes. Either she would have married a rich man, given him the dowry to get a wife, and then helped him out after marriage, or she would have stayed with him, saving him the expense of getting a wife. Now that Lin Wan is rich, buying him a big house as a way of repaying his parents isn't too much to ask, is it? He couldn't find a wife because Lin Wan ran away. It wasted several years of his youth. Now that they've met, he can't let Lin Wan go so easily. Stop going crazy here. I've never been your biological sister. You know this very well. I was abducted by your parents. Calling them your adoptive parents is giving them too much credit. Strictly speaking, they're human traffickers. Lin Wan's words were anything but polite. She really didn't want to have anything to do with the Lin family anymore. Don't talk nonsense. What human trafficker? Lin Tianbao said somewhat guiltily. You ran away without a word and haven't come back for years. Your parents have been looking for you like crazy. And now you're living a good life, and you don't recognize us anymore. Lin Wan, you have no conscience at all. Chapter 127 Who's Your Brother-in-Law? Shameless. The thought of Lin Wan running away and their money going down the drain made Lin Tianbao furious. Otherwise, he would have been happily married with his wife and kids by now. Of course he knew Lin Wan wasn't his biological sister, which is why he didn't care who she married or what kind of life she would lead. All he wanted was money. Even if it's her own sister, she has to be sold if necessary. However, he couldn't admit to this. He didn't know how Lin Wan knew the truth, but without evidence, he wouldn't admit it on behalf of his parents. He didn't believe that Lin Wan was only 2 years old when she came to the country and could still remember who her biological parents were. Without evidence, what can they do to his family? The most important thing now is to make money. It's a pity that Lin Wan is so beautiful, but she can't stay by my side and is taken advantage of by other men. He really did go to find Lin Wan back then, and he searched for a long time. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan disappeared without a trace. Her household registration had been transferred away under the pretext of going to university. They regretted not keeping the household registration to control her. They asked everyone Lin Wan knew, but no one knew where she had gone. Everyone's contact information had been blocked. It just disappeared like that. Looking for me? Huh? Lin Wan said as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. You're looking for me just to sell me for money so you can live a good life. When have you ever thought about me? You don't even care that the other party is a cripple. All you want is money. Lin Wan became more and more excited as she spoke. I feel so wronged. She resented. She hated them for not treating her like a human being and resented them for never loving her. If it weren't for them, she would have continued to grow up with her parents. If the Lin family had treated her even a little better during her childhood, she would have remembered their kindness in raising her. But they treated her worse than a stranger. Gu Shiyuan silently hugged Lin Wan tighter, trying to soothe her emotions. He did not stop her from venting her emotions. No one could truly understand the hurt she suffered in the Lin family and her pain. All he needs to do is protect her personal safety. The person in front of me was Lin Tianbao, the son of the Lin family. His family not only caused Lin Wan to leave for a foreign country, but also almost caused her to abort her 2 children. And they abducted young Lin Wan from the Xiao family and even abused her. Before he could even settle this score with the Lin family, they came knocking on his door themselves. Very good. We can settle both the old and new scores at once. He had said long ago that he would not let the Lin family get away with it. And now it's time for them to get their comeuppance. Don't put it so harshly. We're just doing this for your own good, so you can marry a rich man and enjoy a life of luxury. Don't be ungrateful. Lin Tianbao argued, while secretly glancing at Gu Shiyuan. They were thinking about how much money they could squeeze out of this man. He was definitely much richer than the family they had wanted Lin Wan to marry into. That's why he wouldn't admit that they betrayed Lin Wan for money. Lin Wan said she didn't want to listen to them and marry a rich man, but now she's still hooking up with a tycoon. As long as Lin Wan still cherishes their past relationship, he can play the emotional card. After all, his family hadn't treated Lin Wan well, and this silly woman had always been their slave. Lin Tianbao is now jealous of Lin Wan's good life, and also jealous of Gu Shiyuan's wealth and good looks. Rich? Can you be richer than me? Gu Shiyuan said with a contemptuous smile. Is there anyone in the entire Shenzhen market who is richer than him? Does anyone with just a few stinking bucks dare to want to marry Lin Wan? He clearly heard Lin Wan say that the Lin family had forced her to marry a cripple for money. He only regretted that he hadn't gotten Lin Wan's contact information back then, so he could have rescued her from that hellhole sooner. He had no idea what kind of hell she had lived in. Lin Tianbao's gaze at Lin Wan fueled his anger. As a man, he could clearly see the lewdness in that look. Using the guise of siblings while harboring ulterior motives, he wished he could gouge out Lin Tianbao's eyes immediately. Who are you? I'm talking to my sister. What business is it of yours? Lin Tianbao asked. Although he knew this was Lin Wan's man, he still couldn't be sure of his true identity. But that's quite a boast. Although Shenzhen isn't a very large city, it still has a lot of wealthy people. Where does he get the confidence to say something like that? Although this villa area is also a wealthy area, with detached villas being quite valuable, the real elites in Shenzhen live in large estates. They will never appear here. So what if you have a few bucks? Stop pretending. Lin Tianbao secretly looked down on the tall man's pretentious attitude. Gu Shiyuan of the Gu Group. Gu Shiyuan introduced himself. Most people in Shenzhen may not know him personally, but they have certainly heard his name. The title of the youngest, richest person in Shenzhen's history is not just a boast. He didn't mind if the Lin family knew his identity, nor did he mind if they knew Lin Wan's true identity. They would have their day to cry later. Gu Group, Gu, Lin Tianbao realized, Gu Shiyuan? There is no company in Shenzhen more powerful than the Gu family. The name Gu Shiyuan is a household name in Shenzhen. Lin Wan's man is Gu Shiyuan. How did she end up with Gu Shiyuan? This greatly exceeded Lin Tianbao's expectations. But given Gu Shiyuan's status, he wouldn't want a woman from Lin Wan's background. She's probably one of his mistresses, no wonder she lives here. He had heard that Gu Shiyuan was still unmarried. Isn't it normal for a rich man to not get married and to have more women? Lin Wan may not be just one of Gu Shiyuan's many lovers. Lin Tianbao felt that Lin Wan was just pretending to be high-minded on the surface. In reality, she still slept with rich men for money. It was just that the men they found for her back then weren't rich enough, so she looked down on them. If she's rich enough, what wouldn't she want? Lin Tianbao still felt that his guess was completely reasonable. His gaze toward Lin Wan held an even stronger hint of disdain. He restrained himself a bit in front of Gu Shiyuan. He still didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of this man. Upon learning Gu Shiyuan's identity, Lin Tianbao immediately changed his tune. Oh, it's brother-in-law. Hee. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. It was all a misunderstanding. We're all family. It's all my fault. Lin Tianbao started calling him brother-in-law, without any shyness. He didn't care what Lin Wan's status was in Gu Shiyuan's eyes. What mattered was that he was now Gu Shiyuan's brother-in-law. As long as he climbed this high branch, he wouldn't have to worry about how to spend his money in the future. Gu Shiyuan could easily give him a little bit, and he'd be living a life of luxury. Who's your brother-in-law? Have you no shame? Before Gu Shiyuan could even speak, Xiaowen started cursing. After listening to their conversation, she understood completely. Chapter 128, Ugly Monster. The shifty-looking guy in front of her was the son of the family that kidnapped her sister. It's true that if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. If her family hadn't done such a heinous thing, her sister wouldn't have had to suffer so much. In their Xiao family, her sister was a very wealthy young lady. As Lin Tianbao's eyes darted back and forth over Xiaowen, he heard another voice cursing at her. Yeah, you shameless bastard, my mommy doesn't have a younger brother. He made a face at Lin Tianbao. What an ugly thing. How dare he come here and claim to be his mother's brother. She would never accept someone like that as her uncle. Although it was their first meeting, she felt disgusted just by looking at his face, which didn't look like a good person. Mommy said this person is not a good person. Your mommy? Lin Tianbao then noticed that there was a little one next to him. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Isn't this just like Lin Wan when she was a child? They are exactly the same. She said Lin Wan was her mother, and she looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. Does that mean Lin Wan was already pregnant when she left? Lin Tianbao was a little confused. They didn't even know, no wonder Lin Wan, who is usually obedient, dared to disobey them. It turns out she was already carrying an illegitimate child. Wait a minute, would someone like Gu Shiyuan accept Lin Wan, a woman with a child, and even help her raise the child? Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this. In Lin Tianbao's mind, Gu Shiyuan's image instantly became that of a great traitor. No matter how glamorous or rich he was still a fool for raising a child who had no blood relation to him. Anyway, if it were him, he definitely wouldn't be that stupid. It seems that not all rich people are smart. Gu Shiyuan is probably so rich because he comes from a wealthy family and was born into a good family. Thinking this way, Lin Tianbao felt much more at ease. They even looked down on Gu Shiyuan. Look at my sister again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. A firm yet youthful voice reached Lin Tianbao's ears. The voice was not loud, but it was powerful and resonant. Lin Tianbao was so frightened that he trembled. Turning my head, I saw another child. However, this child looks extremely similar to Gu Shiyuan. Even their facial expressions are exactly the same. Is this Gu Shiyuan's son? Everyone says that rich people have extravagant lifestyles, and he's certainly seen it all today. Gu Shiyuan is not. The siblings, who are not related by marriage, have a good relationship. The little guy is quite protective of his own. Lin Tianbao looked at him as if he had seen a joke. Lin Wan is eager to become someone's stepmother. But Lin Tianbao was stunned before he could even laugh. He was stunned when he finally saw Lin Yinan's face clearly. At first glance, this child looks like a carbon copy of Gu Shiyuan, but upon closer inspection, he also resembles Lin Wan in many ways. She even bears some resemblance to Lin Wan's daughter. They are also of similar age. They look more like twins. Lin Tianbao's brain was about to explode. What happened? He needs to figure out exactly what's going on. This little boy is definitely Gu Shiyuan's son. If he and Lin Wan's daughter are twins, doesn't that mean Lin Wan is not only carrying twins, but also Gu Shiyuan's child? For Lin Tianbao, figuring out the intricacies of this situation almost exhausted his brain cells. After all, I've never passed any exams since I was a child. But he didn't understand why Lin Wan ran away in the first place if she was pregnant with Gu Shiyuan's child. Why didn't she just tell them directly? They have 2 golden babies. They'll definitely make her give birth to the child safely. As long as they have these 2 children, even if they aren't included in the Gu family genealogy, they'll still have plenty of money. Why would they let Lin Wan marry someone else just for a small dowry? Even if Lin Wan were to remain Gu Shiyuan's concubine for the rest of her life, it would be enough for the Lin family to live a carefree life. That heartless Lin Wan abandoned them to live a better life on her own. They didn't care about the hardships and suffering they endured. Lin Tianbao had already cursed Lin Wan several times in his mind. No, he had to tell his parents the good news as soon as possible. Let them come and ask Lin Wan for money too. They can't be left out of it. You little rascal, you've grown up and you can protect your sister now. But kids shouldn't get involved in such bloody things. Daddy can just gouge his eyes out. Gu Shiyuan stroked his son's head with a look of satisfaction. He looks a bit like he did when he was a child. At this moment, Lin Tianbao was only thinking about money. He was about to get rich. He didn't pay any attention to what Gu Shiyuan was saying. The more he looked at the 2 children, the more they seemed to be made of gold. This is the Gu family's precious grandson, and he is the uncle of these 2 precious grandsons. Haha, we're really going to make a fortune. Lin Tianbao was already dreaming of making a fortune. 5 years have passed. Even if Lin Wan was angry with them back then, it should have subsided by now. At worst, he can just put on a nicer face. Sis, are these your and my brother-in-law's children? Twins. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I, as their uncle, have never even seen them. How happy our parents would be if they knew. They've been longing to hold their grandchildren. Lin Tianbao pretended to be very affectionate. He was no longer as arrogant as he had been just moments before. His face was full of fawning. It was as if the person who had been cursing earlier wasn't him at all. Today, I'd rather make him bow his head and admit his mistake than kneel down. As long as Lin Wan remembers our past relationship, this immense wealth will come his way. Let's see who looks down on Lin Tianbao now. The wish was beautiful, but the reality was cold. Lin Wan wasn't buying his act. I don't have a younger brother, and my child has absolutely nothing to do with your family, Lin Wan said coldly. She knew exactly what Lin Tianbao was thinking. The Lin family were all the same. They'll do anything for money. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. She will never forgive them in the slightest. We're not your nephews, Lin Yinan said, frowning slightly. The whole family was having a good time today, but we were so unlucky to run into this kind of filthy thing. Our uncles Xiao Yang and Xiao Yin are not like you, you ugly monster. Lin Yi didn't even want to look at Lin Tianbao again. Mommy is so beautiful. Didn't you ever suspect that you weren't her biological child sooner? Her two maternal uncles were both tall, handsome, and elegant, far superior to this scoundrel. Who did you say? Xiao Yang and Xiao Yin, the two brothers from the Xiao group. Lin Tianbao's brain went blank again. He had heard of the famous Xiao Yang and Xiao Yin brothers. He has a friend who works as a security guard at Zhao's company and is arrogant and domineering, always talking about how great Zhao's company is. He was so tired of hearing the names Xiao Yang and Xiao Yin that he was practically sick of them. Chapter 129, He will take good care of this little beast. It took Lin Tianbao a while to realize that the uncles Lin Yike was referring to were the brothers Xiao Yang and Xiao Yin. The sheer volume of unbelievable news overwhelmed his already underdeveloped brain. So, does that mean Lin Wan is a daughter of the Xiao family? The Xiao family, which ranks second only to the Gu family in Shenzhen. It's no wonder that Lin Wan's appearance and temperament were outstanding from a young age, so outstanding that she was unlike any daughter that a poor family like theirs could raise. His parents had only said that Lin Wan was adopted from outside. The family seemed to be quite wealthy, and they took advantage of the fact that the little girl was pretty and simply carried her away when they weren't looking. At that time, the Lin couple had not yet had their own children. But no one has ever said that Lin Wan was taken away from the Xiao family. If his parents knew, they wouldn't dare to do it even if they had 100,000 lives. Thinking about this, Lin Tianbao felt a strange chill run down his spine. The Xiao family won't hold them accountable, will they? No way. They raised Lin Wan all these years. They deserve some credit for their hard work. Besides, they didn't abduct Lin Wan. If they didn't sell her, they're not human traffickers, right? Of course. You didn't expect that, did you? The child your parents took away back then was the Gao family's daughter. Your family is finished. TSK, TSK, TSK. You deserve it. Gu Shoukai said the last sentence through gritted teeth. Whether it's the Gu family or the Xiao family, they won't let the Lin family off the hook. They think they can live a good life by taking advantage of their family's connections? What are they thinking? The words, "It's all over," struck Lin Tianbao like a thunderbolt. It's over. It seems the Xiao family really has no intention of letting them go. Sister, don't be like this. We're family. We grew up together. Mom and Dad have been waiting for you to come home. They miss you so much. Really, they raised you. You can't be so heartless, can you? Lin Tianbao panicked. He was still hoping to find a breakthrough through Lin Wan and wanted to continue playing the emotional card. Those are your parents. To me, they're just human traffickers who kidnapped me. You know better than anyone what kind of life I lived in your family. What debt of gratitude do you owe me? Lin Wan said coldly. They wouldn't give Lin Tianbao the slightest bit of a friendly look. She now only feels disgusted when she sees this family. Sister, don't be like this. Go back and see Mom and Dad. They've been missing you so much they're getting old. Let them see your children too. They don't even know you have kids. What happened back then was our fault. If we had known you were pregnant and with your brother-in-law, we definitely wouldn't have introduced you to other men. Lin Tianbao secretly glanced at Gu Shuyuan a few times. Seeing that the other person didn't seem to want to stop him, he continued. Sister, how can you be so heartless to us? You used to be so filial to Mom and Dad. Come home, sister. Let Mom and Dad see you and the children. I know you've been wronged in our family, and I know your parents have made mistakes, but they're getting old, and no matter how wrong they are, they've raised you to adulthood. Why are you still arguing with them? If you harbor resentment towards them, just go home less often in the future. Give them some money so they can take good care of themselves in their old age. That way, they won't have raised you in vain, and you'll feel more at ease. Lin Tianbao continued talking for a long time. His main goal was to get Lin Wan to not pursue the matter, and ideally, to give them another sum of money, since what he gave to his parents would eventually be his anyway. Lin Wan could only laugh when she heard these words. Where did they get the confidence to think she would soften her heart? Aren't you annoying? You keep babbling on and on. Can't you understand human language? We're suing you for child trafficking, understand? And you're still asking for money. Are you crazy for money? Gu Shoukai couldn't stop and grabbed Lin Tianbao's arm. The frail Lin Tianbao had no chance to resist the tall and strong man, and was carried by him like a little chick. What are you doing? Let me go? Sis, I beg you, please make him let me go. It hurts, sis. I'm your own brother. We grew up together. You can't be so heartless. Okay, if you don't want to acknowledge us, that's fine. Just give us some money, and we'll never appear in front of you again. We definitely won't bother you anymore. Lin Tianbao thought he had taken a step back. They were originally hoping to make a fortune through the Gu family, but since Lin Wan doesn't acknowledge them, they can just give her a sum of money to wipe the slate clean and cut off all ties. He never thought Lin Wan would actually sue his parents. Kai, let go. Gu Shiyuan gestured to his younger brother. Gu Shoukai let go of Lin Tianbao and threw him to the ground. He hates cowards like that the most. They'll do anything for money, and they're cowardly too. Ouch! Lin Tianbao rubbed his bottom and got up from the ground, with a fawning smile on his face. My brother-in-law is so reasonable. We are all family, why make a fuss? Don't you think so, brother-in-law? That's right. Gu Shiyuan smiled and waved behind him. Soon, several burly men came over from not far away and lifted Lin Tianbao up. The bodyguards protecting the children have been following them closely all day. We were just waiting for his order. No, sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Put me down. Put me down. Lin Tianbao panicked immediately, his voice becoming hoarse. Take them away, Gu Shiyuan ordered. Lin Tianbao was carried away by several people. Brother, leave it to me. Gu Shoukai offered to let him handle Lin Tianbao. He will take good care of this little beast. Although Lin Wan was abducted by the Lin family couple, Lin Tianbao had not yet been born at that time. However, this little beast's actions towards Lin Wan are also unforgivable. They are not in a hurry to prosecute the Lin family. They will take Lin Tianbao away first, and then send a letter to the Lin couple to make them confess their crimes. Let them experience the pain of having their own son abducted. But letting the law punish them is too lenient on them. Trafficking women and children has destroyed countless happy families. Those perpetrators deserve to go to hell. Even after returning home that evening, Lin Wan was still preoccupied. Her mind kept replaying every little detail of her time in the Lin family, as if she hadn't left behind a single happy memory in that home. The warmth of her childhood came from Qin Kaowai's family. Seeing the Lin family again filled her with mixed feelings. It turns out there are some things that you really can't let go of. Gu Shiyuan hugged her from behind. Don't think about it. They'll get their comeuppance. My brother and I will handle it. We won't let them get away with it. Gu Shiyuan rubbed his face against Lin Wan's jet black hair. If Gu Shiyuan is a cat, then Lin Wan is catnip. Chapter 130. My sister-in-law came at the wrong time. Lin Wan nodded gently. Lin Tianbao has been taken away by a Kai and will be temporarily detained. I sent someone to deliver a message to his parents. Now, no matter what we do to Lin Tianbao, they can only endure it. They dare not call the police, Gu Shiyuan said softly. They completely grasped the psychology of Lin's parents. Calling the police now is no different than walking into a trap. He wanted to see them both afraid to call the police and frantic with worry for their son. He will not let any of those who have hurt Lin Wan get away with it. Thank you. It's so good to be by your side. Lin Wan's nose tingled with emotion. After more than 20 years of hardship, she finally ushered in a new life. Everyone around her loves her. She has always considered herself a particularly strong and independent person, capable of overcoming all difficulties. But since she had Gu Shiyuan and the Xiao family as her backing, she realized that she didn't have to be so strong or work so hard. She had people who loved and cared for her. Someone will help her overcome all difficulties. There's no need for thanks between husband and wife. This is all I should do for you. I'm 5 years late. Gu Shiyuan hugged the person in his arms tighter. In his eyes, they were already husband and wife, only lacking a marriage certificate, and he needed to hurry up. He's pretty much won over his parents by now. He naturally had his own informants over there, who knew his parents' every word and action, and knew that they were so worried about their grandson that they couldn't sleep well. This is the effect he wanted. He wanted to prove that he had control over his marriage, and also to pave the way for his younger brother's future. My younger brother must never follow in his footsteps. Gu Shiyuan's good mood for the day was ruined by Lin Tianbao's appearance. He even called his younger brother to tell him to give Lin Tianbao a good welcome that night. I thought that today's tender moments would allow me to cuddle with my wife every night from now on. But when it was time to go to bed at night, another problem arose. Because of Xiao Wen's arrival, Lin Wan insisted on sharing a room with her sister and daughter. Gu Shiyuan could only hug his pillow and go to his daughter's room with a wronged expression. My sister-in-law's arrival today was a bit ill-timed. Meanwhile, Gu Shoukai led his men directly to one of his vacant houses. He happened to be relatively free lately, so he had plenty of time to torment Lin Tianbao. I treated it as a pastime. Let me go? Do you know this is illegal? I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. Lin Tianbao shouted as he struggled. But he was tied to the chair and couldn't move at all. Those tall guys already beat him up. He's bruised and battered, covered in injuries. What more do they want? Are the Gu family members involved in organized crime? Upon hearing this, Gu Shoukai leaned closer, slapped Lin Tianbao's face, and said with a sneer, "So you do know the meaning of breaking the law, huh? Very well. But do you know that your parents also broke the law by abducting my sister-in-law?" Gu Shoukai grew angrier the more he spoke. Originally, his sister-in-law grew up in the Shao family and was a perfect match for his older brother. It was all because of these wicked people that the Shao family fell ill with longing and that his sister-in-law suffered so much. Fortunately, his sister-in-law ran away back then, otherwise who knows what kind of miserable life she would be living now. I don't have parents. I don't know anything. All I know is that Lin Wan is my older sister, the older sister I grew up with. Lin Tianbao subconsciously turned his face away. He didn't dare to meet Gu Shoukai's gaze, so he could only argue back. Anyway, he didn't kidnap the person, and it has nothing to do with him, so he can just deny it. Don't ask, because if you do, I know nothing. You don't know, do you? Gu Shoukai clenched his fist and punched Lin Tianbao in the face. Then came a barrage of punches and kicks. He can't get rid of this anger without taking action himself. Gu Shoukai was also strong and powerful, and his punches landed squarely. Each blow was unbearable for Lin Tianbao. Stop hitting me. Stop. Stop hitting me. It has nothing to do with me. I really don't know. Oh. Lin Tianbao begged for mercy. What followed was a series of screams. Gu Shoukai was ruthless enough to stop only when he was exhausted. At this point, Lin Tianbao didn't even have the strength to scream. The soundproofing here is good enough, and since this is the Gu family's territory, no one dares to meddle. Gu Shoukai can just let loose and vent his anger. During his imprisonment, Lin Tianbao was only given a sip of water occasionally, and he was not given any food. He was tied to a chair and could not move. My legs were numb, and no one even cared when I wet my pants. They don't let him use the toilet at all. 2 of her teeth were knocked out. Even in the middle of the night, Lin Tianbao was still groaning in pain, which annoyed his bodyguard so much that he stuffed his mouth with his own sock, finally calming him down. Otherwise, no one will be able to sleep well. Finally, Lin Tianbao was in so much pain, tired, and hungry that he had no strength left, so he sat down in the chair and fell asleep with his head tilted to one side. On the morning of the 3rd day, Gu Shoukai was woken up by a phone call. Still half asleep, he fumbled for his phone and answered it. "It's Lin Yinan." He said Chang Huan and Jiang Yinan have returned. Upon hearing Chang Huan's name, Gu Shoukai jumped out of bed. He perked up immediately. He quickly put on his clothes, washed his face, and went out to pick up Chang Huan. When he passed by Lin Tianbao, he kicked him hard. After being tormented for 2 days, Lin Tianbao could barely even groan anymore. Today is Monday, and the 2 little ones have to go to school. Gu Shoukai can only take advantage of the time while dropping them off at school to grab Lin Yinan's phone and go pick up Chang Huan and the others himself. On the way, Lin Yinan repeatedly told him not to let anything slip and to pretend he didn't know anything if he encountered something he didn't know. Don't say anything carelessly. After dropping his child off at school, Gu Shoukai drove straight to Shenzhen's international airport. Before long, 2 people, one big and one small, came out from inside. Gu Shoukai's eyes were immediately locked on Chang Huan, completely ignoring Jiang Yinan standing to the side. To him, Jiang Yinan was just a little kid. "Why didn't you answer my call?" Jiang Yinan questioned the idiot as soon as she saw him. She thought he wasn't coming. She had messaged Wolf in the morning saying that the plane was about to arrive in Shenzhen and that he had to come pick her up. She had clearly agreed, but when she called back, the other party's phone was switched off. She was still wondering what he was up to, that he dared not come to pick her up today. He'd be in big trouble. Although she disliked this so-called wolf boy at all after meeting him, and he seemed more interested in Chang Huan, she didn't like anyone going against her wishes, especially those within the organization. At least on the surface, everyone was still very polite to her, including her father's godson. Gu Shoukai quickly thought of an excuse in his mind. Chapter 131, The second young master's friend, has no simple background. I forgot to charge my phone, and it shut down automatically. Have you guys eaten? Should we find a place to have breakfast first? Gu Shoukai changed the subject while moving his luggage into the trunk. When is his brother going to buy him the car he promised? He felt that picking people up wasn't flashy enough. We ate on the plane. Could you please help us find a place to stay for the next few days? It's just temporary, and we can't let anyone know, Chang Huan said. The more secretive their itinerary, the better. They assumed that Gu Shoukai was Snow Wolf, and as a member of the organization, he must know what mission they were on. Snow Wolf was in charge of investigating the stolen goods. They went to the shipping location to find out the specifics. However, there were no useful clues. They are both tired and sleepy and need to rest. In order to conceal their identities, they never wanted to stay in hotels for long. That's easy. I happen to have a spare house that you can move into. There's a small problem, but it will be resolved quickly. You can stay as long as you like, Gu Shoukai said. He was still thinking of finding opportunities to get to know Chang Huan better. Unexpectedly, they brought it up themselves. Doesn't this just give him the opportunity to pursue Chang Huan? He originally wanted to ask the two sisters where they had been recently, and why they looked so tired. But he was afraid that asking too many questions would give him away. Nan Nan had told him not to talk too much, and to just give them whatever they wanted. He was also very curious about what Chang Huan was doing, why he was acting so mysteriously, and why he was bringing along Jiang Yan'an, a child who was only a teenager. But he didn't dare ask. Gu Shoukai had ordered takeout before going home, so he could pick it up as soon as he got there. Part of it was for Chang Huan and her sister, and the rest was for him and his bodyguards. As for Lin Tianbao, he can just go hungry. Let him starve to death. That would be too good for him. By the time they got home, Lin Tianbao was already awake. He is in pain all over his body now, and his hands and feet are covered in blood from being strangled. Apart from a few sips of water, there was nothing else. I'm so hungry I'm dizzy, and when I see the takeout in Gu Shoukai's hand, my eyes practically light up with greed. Taking deep breaths of the delicious aroma in the air, Lin Tianbao couldn't help but plead. Big brother, young master, please give me some food. I'm starving. If something happens to me here, you won't be able to say anything, will you? Oh, threatening me? You think I'm afraid of you? If you want to eat, shut up. Maybe I'll give you a bite if I'm in a good mood. Gu Shoukai put the takeout on the table and gestured for his bodyguard to help carry the luggage. Chang Huan and Jiang Yan'an walked into the house and looked it over carefully. The house was big enough and the decoration was luxurious enough. Not bad. I was just a little curious looking at Lin Tianbao, who was tied up like a rice dumpling. Who is this? Why is he tied up like a stray dog? Jiang Yan'an gave Lin Tianbao a disdainful look. At this moment, Lin Tianbao was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled, his face was bruised and swollen, and his pants were still wet. She immediately covered her nose with her hand. Chang Huan also smelled an unpleasant odor and frowned slightly. Lin Tianbao's attention was focused on the takeout, and he only realized that there were two girls who came in with Gu Shoukai when he heard the noise. They're all quite pretty. My eyes widened immediately. It's true that rich men are never short of beautiful women. And one of them looks very young. It turns out the Gu brothers also like young girls. At this moment, Lin Tianbao forgot the pain and began to have evil thoughts. Being stared at by such an ugly and disgusting man, Jiang Yan'an felt a chill run down her spine. He raised his foot and kicked Lin Tianbao in the stomach. Take another look and I'll kill you. Lin Tianbao and his chair were kicked to the ground, and two of the solid wood chair legs broke. This kick stunned everyone present. Does this seemingly young and somewhat thin girl have such strength? The two tall, muscular bodyguards got goosebumps. It seems this girl has some training. Even highly trained individuals like them might not be her match. The second young master's friend has quite a background. However, as bodyguards, there are some things they cannot ask. Gu Shoukai, who was standing to the side, shuddered involuntarily. Fortunately, he hadn't offended this little girl and wouldn't dare to in the future. Chang Huan is better. She looks so gentle. Gu Shoukai had barely put his thought down when he saw Chang Huan squatting on the ground, grabbing Lin Tianbao's wrist and twisting it. With a crack, Lin Tianbao screamed in agony. If you stare at us again, I'll cripple another leg, understand? Chang Huan's voice was cold. The way this man is looking at Jiang Yan'an is clearly wrong. Pedophiles should die. Protecting Jiang Yan'an is her duty. If Jiang Yan'an hadn't intervened, she might not be in this world anymore. Gu Xiukai was so shocked by this scene that he dared not move. So these two sisters are both martial arts experts. He really didn't realize it. For the first time, I had the thought of backing down from pursuing Chang Huan. But of course, it was only for a moment. After that, Gu Xiukai developed an even greater admiration for Chang Huan. Lin Tianbao became obedient. The pain in his wrist made him break out in a cold sweat, but he didn't dare to utter a sound, much less look at the two sisters. He was terrified they would tear him apart alive. How can there be such a fierce woman in this world? Chang Huan, you two eat something first. I'll go and prepare your rooms. There are 2 rooms, the master bedroom and the one next to it, both with private bathrooms and balconies. You can stay wherever you like. No one will bother you here. Gu Xiukai stammered a little. The two sisters had really shocked him. Although the 2 little ones had never told him the sisters' true identities, he could sense that they were definitely not ordinary people, but he never expected them to be so fierce. That kick could probably break his ribs. However, Lin Tianbao's gaze towards Chang Huan and Jiang Yan'an was too greedy just now, and he will settle this score with the kid. They're already prisoners, and they still won't behave. It seems he was too lenient with this guy. No need. The 2 of us can share a room. The master bedroom is fine, Chang Huan said. Since we're just staying here temporarily, we can't go too far. After eating a few bites of food, the 2 sisters went to show off in the room that Gu Xiukai had just cleaned. They need to conserve their energy. They have important things to do. Even if they can't get those goods back, they still need to find out who did it. This is a top priority for their organization. It was precisely because it was so important that Jiang Yan'an was sent to handle it. After the 2 sisters went to their room to rest, Gu Xiukai had Lin Tianbao tied up again. Chapter 132: Coercion and Enticement. Gu Xiukai sat down opposite Lin Tianbao. Suddenly, a hard slap landed across his face. You dare to covet my woman? Do you want to die? The way Lin Tianbao looked at Chang Huan and the others just now was unbearable for him. He's usually very emotionally stable, but when faced with this kind of scum, he can't stay calm at all. Fortunately, the house was soundproof during the renovation and is large enough that the noise here will not affect Chang Huan and the others' rest. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Lin Tianbao apologized while crying. My lips are so swollen that it hurts to talk. He really couldn't take it anymore. Were these guys even human? They had nothing better to do than torture him all day long. I never said I accepted your apology. Gu Xiukai extended his hand again. After a series of wails, Lin Tianbao pretended to faint. I hope we can escape this calamity. It's been 2 days already. When will this ever end? But as soon as he closed his eyes, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and there seemed to be ice cubes in it, which hit his face painfully. The biting cold made Lin Tianbao open his eyes instantly. He regretted it. He really regretted it. I talked to Lin Wan a lot the day after tomorrow, otherwise I wouldn't have ended up like this. It turns out that rich people don't care about morality either. They're even more despicable than I am behind my back. It's so torturous. That's too ruthless. Seeing that Lin Tianbao had opened his eyes, the 2 bodyguards didn't hesitate and immediately poured another bucket of cold water on him. What do? What kind of people haven't they seen? Do they think this kid can fool them with his little tricks? Do you think they're fools? What an idiot. He hasn't figured out his own position after 2 days. Those 2 girls were clearly the second young master's honored guests. They had to treat them with utmost respect. Yet this kid dared to make a move on them. One of them was a minor. Isn't that just asking for death? They'd been with the Gu family for years, and this was the first time they'd ever seen the second young master so angry. He was usually such a nice guy. Having not eaten for 2 days, and then having been doused from head to toe with 2 buckets of ice water, Lin Tianbao was now shivering from the cold. He could no longer feel physical pain. It was more of a psychological torment. Please let me go. I'll never do it again. Lin Tianbao begged for mercy, trembling. He really couldn't hold on any longer. However, his limbs were unable to move because of the ropes binding them. Let you go? Then who will let my sister-in-law's childhood go? She could have been a carefree little princess, enjoying wealth and luxury. But because of your parents, those two beasts, she suffered for so many years, almost ruining her life. Fortunately, God has eyes. Gu Shiokai clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. He hadn't spent much time with Lin Wan, but his sister-in-law treated him like a younger brother. He could feel how wonderful his sister-in-law was, and he could also feel how much his older brother loved her. Despite enduring immense suffering in the Lin family environment, she was not spoiled and remained kind and true to herself. If she hadn't been taken away by the Lin family, she would have had a wonderful life like Xiao Wen's if she had grown up in the Xiao family. But all of this was ruined by the Lin family. They deserve whatever retribution they receive. He believed that even if his sister-in-law grew up in the Xiao family, she would still be a couple with his older brother. In every respect, the two of them are the perfect match. He might not have two adorable little girls, Nan Nan and Cuckoo, but he would rather have never met them than wish that his sister-in-law had never left the Xiao family. I really don't know. Lin Tianbao tried to explain. But when he saw Gu Shiokai glaring at him fiercely, he could only swallow his words. He was truly afraid of Gu Shiokai. I don't want to be hit by this guy again. It's been 2 days. I have some good news for you. When we took you away, we told your parents you were in our hands. But they haven't contacted us yet. Do you know why? Gu Shiokai looked at Lin Tianbao, who looked like a stray dog, with a mocking expression. He felt sorry for Lin Tianbao. What about one's own son? No one cares about people without a conscience. At such a critical moment, they only think about protecting themselves. But they will soon realize that even doing so will not protect them. Why? Lin Tianbao felt a chill in his heart. He thought that since he hadn't been home for the past 2 days, his parents would be very worried and looking for him. His phone was switched off. He's still waiting for his parents to call the police and rescue him when they can't find him. It turns out he was overthinking it. They knew he was here, but for 2 days, they hadn't even considered coming to rescue him. Why? Good question. Because they know that kidnapping my sister-in-law is illegal, and they're just walking into a trap. Of course, they wouldn't dare call the police. You should have known when they tried to sell my sister-in-law for money that all they cared about was their own interests. So what if you're their biological daughter? In times of crisis, they still abandon you. In your parents' eyes, you're not actually that important. Gu Shiokai began to employ psychological tactics. This was specifically instructed by his elder brother. The cruel truth must be told to Lin Tianbao when his willpower is at its weakest, so that he will completely break down. Only then can they truly achieve their goals. No, it's impossible. They wouldn't abandon me. I'm their only child. Lin Tianbao's mental defenses crumbled little by little. The only child, well said. Didn't you say you didn't know my sister-in-law was abducted? Gu Shiokai clapped his hands. Big brother is truly wise. Lin Tianbao was speechless. He had already fallen into the trap that Gu Shiyuan had set up long ago. In order to completely turn him against his own side, they wanted him to testify in court against his biological parents. Although Lin Wan has a paternity test with the Xiao family, this does not prove that Lin Wan was abducted by the Lin family couple. If they say that young Lin Wan got lost on her own, and that they just took her in out of kindness and raised her as their daughter, then the situation becomes difficult to define. After all, there were no other witnesses or physical evidence. But Lin Tianbao is different. He is the best witness. This is also why Gu Shiyuan had Lin Tianbao taken away. Whether you know it or not is not important. What's important is whether you want to leave here. Gu Shiokai asked. Yes. Lin Tianbao replied without hesitation. He really couldn't stand it here anymore. It's simple if you want me to let you go. Just be a witness and testify in court that your parents maliciously abducted my sister-in-law Lin Wan and forced her to be a child bride. Then I might consider letting you go. Chapter 133, There is only one way. You only have this one path. Think it through carefully, Gu Shiokai said. To tell you the truth, even if you die here right now, no one will know, and no one will investigate. You can try if you don't believe me. Gu Shiokai resorted to both threats and inducements. Lin Tianbao is such a coward, he definitely wouldn't dare to refuse. With Lin Tianbao as a witness, they can fight for the Lin couple to receive the heaviest possible sentence. As for what kind of life they lead inside, they have plenty of ways to manage it. They are treating Lin Tianbao this way to make the Lin couple suffer, to make them taste the pain that the Xiao family once endured. This was also to get Lin Tianbao to testify in court. Given the Lin family's character, this is definitely killing two birds with one stone. Lin Tianbao's willpower was gradually destroyed. He hesitated between his own life or his parents going to jail. If he testifies in court, won't his parents go to jail? If his parents go to jail, he'll be stigmatized, and what girl would want to be with him then? Besides, who will earn money for him after his parents go to jail? Who will help him get married? Wouldn't he be all alone then? These days must be so hard. He has hardly had a proper job over the years and has always been supported by his parents. His family has no savings. Without any source of income, Lin Tianbao's own survival was in question. But if he doesn't agree now, he might never be able to leave this house. Gu Xiaokai's last two sentences were still quite intimidating to Lin Tianbao. After all, he had been missing for 2 days, and no one had come looking for him. If something were to happen to him, he wouldn't even have a chance to call for help. The Gu family wields absolute power in Shenzhen. Seeing Lin Tianbao's hesitant expression, Gu Xiaokai wasn't in a hurry. He knew that this guy wouldn't agree easily and must be weighing the pros and cons in his mind. It doesn't matter, he's not in a hurry anyway. We can just wait it out. In the end, Lin Tianbao had no choice but to agree. Giving them an easy end would be too lenient. The worst kind of suffering is a fate worse than death. Anyway, the person can't escape. He has plenty of ways to play him slowly. If you haven't thought it through, take your time. I have plenty of time to wait. You should also wait and see if anyone comes looking for you, or if your parents call the police because of you. I'll say it again. They know very well that you're in my hands right now, Gu Xiaokai said. He noticed that Lin Tianbao's face had turned noticeably paler. His mission appears to be nearing completion. While Lin Tianbao was still weighing the pros and cons, Lin's wife, Ji Chunying, and Lin Manhwa were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. It's been 2 days, and their son, Lin Tianbao, still hasn't come back. The night before last, they waited for their son to come home, but his phone was switched off. They were getting really anxious and were about to go out to look for him when they ran into a few people who were looking for them. These people told them that Lin Tianbao had been apprehended. The person controlling them is Gu Shiyuan, the richest man in Shenzhen, and the reason he did this is for Lin Wan. The couple were stunned when they heard the name Lin Wan. Their adopted daughter had been missing for 5 years. Had she returned? Or did they never leave at all? How could it be related to Gu Shiyuan? Following Gu Shiyuan's instructions, the messenger directly told the Lin couple the whole story. When they learned that Lin Wan was pregnant with Gu Shiyuan's child when she left 5 years ago, and had successfully given birth to twins for the Gu family, they were filled with deep regret. That's the Gu family, after all. Even if Lin Wan becomes a concubine in the Gu family, she can still live a life of wealth and luxury. If they had known they could climb the social ladder to the Gu family through Lin Wan, why would they need a rich cripple? In Shenzhen, who could be richer than the Gu family? They will not only not force Lin Wan away, but they will also not let her marry someone else. They will help her give birth to the child smoothly, and they will take care of it. It's not just 2 children, it's 2 golden babies. Sparkling. If Lin Wan hadn't left back then, wouldn't they be Gu Shiyuan's parents-in-law? They will enjoy endless wealth and luxury for the rest of their lives. Upon learning this news, the Lin couple were filled with regret for letting Lin Wan go, completely forgetting that their son was still being imprisoned. But it's too late to regret it now. Lin Wan has already found her biological parents. What made them even more desperate was that the beautiful doll they had casually picked up on the street years ago turned out to be the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Now both the Xiao family and the Gu family are going to sue them, seeking to hold them accountable for what happened more than 20 years ago. Gu Shiyuan directly revealed his identity, showing no concern that the Lin family would dare to hold him accountable. His condition was that if they surrendered, he would release their son. Otherwise, they would never see Lin Tianbao again. The Lin couple sat in their living room sighing and complaining. They couldn't possibly fall asleep. I haven't slept for 2 days. Stop sighing all the time. It's so annoying. Ji Chunying yelled. Her mind was in turmoil. What kind of situation is this? I'm just anxious, but Tianbao can't come back, Lin Manhwa said helplessly. Knowing that Lin Wan had become a wealthy woman, they not only couldn't benefit from it at all, but she also sued them, and even imprisoned their own son. This made it impossible for him to succeed no matter what he did. If you really turn yourself in, you'll end up in jail. Is that a place for a human being? They're too old to withstand any more hardship. It's all that damned girl's fault. She has no regard for our feelings at all. We've raised her for nothing. Tian Bao is her brother, and she still did that to us. Now she wants to sue us. She's gone too far. She's an ingrate. Ji Chunying cursed viciously. She felt both angry and regretful. The problem is that Lin Wan is now living a good life, but instead of repaying them, she wants to harm them. What I regret is letting Lin Wan go. If those two children were still in their hands, the Gu family would have been showering them with money. She thought Gu Shiyuan was quite good to Lin Wan, standing up for her like this. They hadn't had any children, so they just picked up a pretty girl they saw on the street and took her home. At first, they treated Lin Wan quite well. But less than 2 years later, she became pregnant with Lin Tianbao. Having their own biological child, they no longer cared about bringing her back, and Lin Wan became a slave to the Lin family. But they felt that no matter what, they had raised Lin Wan, and the debt of raising her was greater than the debt of giving birth to her. Lin Wan shouldn't treat them like this. What's the use of saying all this now? Isn't what they've said clear enough? They want us to turn ourselves in before they'll release Tianbao. Lin Jinhua was relatively more sober. I felt even more anxious about my son. After all, he only has one son. Chapter 134: The Hesitant Lin Couple. Lin Jinhua didn't want to be left behind. They have sacrificed a lot for this son over the years. But if they turn themselves in, their crimes will be confirmed, and they will face several years in prison. Are you crazy? If we turn ourselves in, will we still be able to get out of here? Let them sue us if they want. What evidence do they have to prove that it's that damned girl we kidnapped? She's so young. It was clearly her family's fault for not taking good care of her. She got lost on her own, and we kindly took her in and raised her. Not only is she ungrateful, but she also wants to sue us? Go ahead and sue her. What evidence does she have? She can just say whatever she wants. Humph. Ji Chunying snorted coldly. She had already come up with a plan. What can the law do to her if she doesn't acknowledge it? There are no witnesses or physical evidence. She insisted that Lin Wan was lost because the Xiao family hadn't taken good care of her, and that she was the kind person who adopted the child. She thought this was reasonable. Lin Wan, on the other hand, became an ungrateful ingrate. I know that, but what about Tianbao? Our son is still in their hands. Lin Jinhua's face was wrinkled with worry. He's not stupid. Did he need Ji Chunying to remind him of these things? But his main concern now is his son. Should we call the police? Do you think the Gu family can cover up everything? We can sue them for illegal detention, Ji Chunying said confidently. She learned the term illegal detention recently while watching short videos. No, we can't call the police. What's the difference between the police investigating us and us turning ourselves in? Lin Jinhua immediately rejected the idea. Then what do you suggest we do? This won't do, that won't do. Can you just watch your son suffer? What good will it do if the police investigate? We don't admit anything, and they have no evidence. Without evidence, I'd like to see who dares to arrest us, Ji Chunying said anxiously. She didn't believe these people would treat Lin Tianbao well after taking him away. This is a society governed by law. What can they do to Tianbao? They'll only lock him up for a few days. Once they see we're not making a move, they'll definitely release him. And you're still thinking of suing the Gu family? You're too simple-minded. Lin Jinhua glanced at his wife with some disdain. But while she said that, she was even more worried about her son. That wretched Lin Wan. I've raised her for nothing. If anything happens to Tianbao, I'll fight her to the death. Ji Chunying cursed. He kept hurling insults like heartless wretch, wicked creature, little beast, and despicable person. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Wan to shreds. We'll leave immediately once Tianbao comes out, Lin Jinhua said. Just when they thought that as long as they stalled for time, the other party would realize that this tactic was useless and release Lin Tianbao, Lin Jinhua received a photo on his phone. In the photo, Lin Tianbao is tied to a chair and unable to move. He is soaked in sweat, his clothes are stained with blood, and he is bruised and swollen, looking completely listless. This photo panicked the Lin couple, who were no longer afraid of Lin Wan, and stopped talking about running away. These damned bastards. How could they treat my son like this? Ji Chunying cried out in heartache. She only has one child. It's true that she doesn't dare to turn herself in, and it's also true that she feels sorry for her son. This is too much. Lin Jinhua was even more heartbroken than Ji Chunying. Lin Tianbao was the only son in the Lin family, and he was counting on his son to carry on the family line. Quickly check who sent this text message. Save it as evidence. I'm going to sue them. Ji Chunying said anxiously. If Lin Wan makes a move, they will immediately hand the photo over to the police and demand a large sum of money from her. To their disappointment, the photo was automatically deleted shortly after they viewed it, leaving no trace. How could there not be? Ji Chunying rubbed her eyes, thinking she had misread it. What's going on? Lin Jinhua was also puzzled. It's possible for one person to be wrong, but it's impossible for two people to be wrong. While the Lin couple were wondering about this, Lin Yinan leaned back in his chair with a slight smile on his lips. Lin Tianbao's photo was sent to him by his uncle, Gu Xiukai, who sent it directly to Lin Jinhua, using a virtual number. The photo had been edited so that it would be automatically deleted 10 seconds after being opened by the other party. No evidence will be left behind. It's impossible for the Lin family to have thought of recording the screen first. This photo, which had no sender and was automatically deleted, completely panicked the Lin couple. They underestimated the situation, assuming that no matter how wealthy the Gu family was, they couldn't possibly disregard the law and would at most be detained for a few days. But in just 2 days, he was beaten up like this. Do they even care about the law anymore? Seeing Lin Tianbao in such a state, the Lin family couple were heartbroken. It's only been 2 days, and it's already been beaten like this. Who knows what it would be like if it went on for a longer time? He might not necessarily kill, but he could torture someone to the point of death. This photo also broke down the Lin family's defenses. Lin Jinhua was the first to break down. No, if this continues, Tianbao will die. He is the only son of our Lin family. I'm counting on him. I can't let anything happen to him. So what if I have to go to jail? My son is more important. No, if we really turn ourselves in, we're both finished, Ji Chunying said directly. Then what do you suggest we do? Lin Jinhua couldn't sit still any longer. Let's go and beg that brat for mercy. We can just apologize to her. We raised her, after all. Don't I know her? She's always been soft-hearted, Ji Chunying suggested. As a child, Lin Wan was so kind that she wouldn't even step on an ant on the roadside. She thought that if they pleaded for her, she might be able to let them go. Okay, the two hit it off immediately. They already knew that Lin Wan worked at the Gu Group, so they went directly to her location. How could she refuse when she was pleading with everyone in public? They wanted to put Lin Wan in a very difficult position. This isn't the first or second time they've morally blackmailed Lin Wan. This trick has always been very useful. The only time Lin Wan disobeyed them was 5 years ago when she ran away while pregnant. The Lin couple hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and now they looked very haggard, with large bags under their eyes. His hair was gray and messy, and his clothes were old. They were supporting each other, looking quite pitiful. They found the headquarters of the Gu Group, but were quickly stopped. Do you have an appointment? If not, you can't come in. The receptionist stopped them directly. Just by looking at their attire, you can tell they're not here on business or looking for someone. Everyone who gets to enter this gate is glamorous and sophisticated. The receptionist's disdain was undisguised. We're here to see our daughter. What do we need an appointment for? Ji Chunying said angrily, looking at the receptionist. She could clearly see the contempt he had just shown her. Chapter 135. They came to our door. Ji Chunying wasn't buying it. He's just a gatekeeper. What's with the attitude? They are no more noble than them. Who is your daughter? The receptionist smiled broadly, but inwardly cursed. I don't know where these crazy old folks came from. With their kind of behavior, how could their daughter possibly have a chance to work for the Gu family? Listen up, Ji Chunying said smugly. My daughter is Lin Wan, and my son-in-law is Gu Shiyuan, your boss. You better call them out here right now. Ji Chunying's voice was very loud. At that moment, the lobby on the first floor was bustling with people, and everyone who passed by was drawn to her words. Looks like there's more juicy gossip to come. Ever since Lin Wan joined the company, there's been no end to the gossip. The Xiao family has not publicly announced that their eldest daughter has returned home. According to Gu Shiyuan's wishes, they will keep it quiet for the time being. Very few people knew the truth. When Ji Chunying said this, Many people assumed that Lin Wan's biological parents had come looking for her. Some people even felt that Lin Wan was living such a good life now. So why was she treating her parents like this? They looked so pitiful, seeing the old couple dressed in tattered clothes. These are Designer Lin's parents? My God, Designer Lin is with President Gu, so they must have plenty of money. Of course she's not short of money. Didn't you see what she's wearing? They're all luxury brands. How could she treat her parents like that? Who knows? Maybe she's climbed up the social ladder and now looks down on her family for being poor. That strange child is already so old and still hasn't married President Gu. The gap is too big. If my son married someone with such a big gap, I wouldn't agree either. She earns a good amount of money herself every year. So how can she let her parents live such a poor life? If I had a daughter like that, I would pretend I never had her. Stop saying things like that. Designer Lin isn't that kind of person. You know whether she is or not. You're very close to her, right? I'm not familiar with her, and neither are you. You can't say such things about her without knowing the truth. What if it's a misunderstanding? Her parents have already come to our door. What misunderstanding is there? Isn't it only right for her to help her own family when she has money? But she's the one who dresses up in gold and silver. Have you all forgotten what happened with Bai Xinran? Hasn't the situation turned out differently? If you're just watching the show, then watch it, but don't talk nonsense. We don't know what really happened. Besides, what's the relationship between Designer Lin and President Gu? You dare to talk nonsense about her being the future boss's wife. The future boss's wife? Her? If President Gu wanted to marry her, he would have done so long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Watch your words. There's a limit to jealousy. Who's jealous of her? If I were rich, I would never let my parents live like this, okay? She's clearly an ungrateful wretch. Since Lin Wan and Gu Shiyuan's relationship was exposed, many people in the company have been shipping them as a couple, thinking they are a perfect match and that Lin Wan will soon become the boss's wife. Some people disliked Lin Wan or were jealous of her because of this. She was jealous that Lin Wan could be by Gu Shiyuan's side, and jealous that she could give Gu Shiyuan a son and a daughter. Where there are praises, there will naturally be criticisms. Lin Wan had long since ignored these voices. She didn't care. Living her own life was more important than anything else. The surrounding discussions and even condemnations of Lin Wan pleased Ji Chunying and Lin Jinhua. This was exactly the effect they wanted. They wanted to ruin Lin Wan's reputation. They should seize the advantage of public opinion and then use those voices to suppress Lin Wan. Now that Lin Wan has some influence, she naturally cares about her reputation. Faced with the Lin family couple who claimed to be Lin Wan's parents, the receptionist didn't know what to do and directly called her supervisor for instructions. Soon, Gu Shiyuan walked in from outside the company with his wife and children. This noon, he specially asked the driver to pick up the two children so they could have lunch together. The four of them happily ate together and took a walk. In just a short while, my good mood has been completely ruined. Upon seeing Lin Wan enter, Ji Chunying immediately changed her arrogant demeanor from the receptionist and put on a smiling face. She rushed over and grabbed Lin Wan's hand. Wan, Mom has finally found you. My precious daughter, where have you been all these years? You never called me or came back to see your father and me. We've missed you so much. Lin Wan was mentally prepared when she heard the news. She knew she would have to meet these two people sooner or later. But when she actually saw them, her heart was still in turmoil. She feels nauseous right now, a physical nausea. These two cruel people made her leave her originally happy family and gave her a nightmare-like childhood. Several years have passed, and she still cannot heal herself. That kind of pain is deeply ingrained. Lin Wan forced herself to calm down and shook off Ji Chunying's hand. Don't touch me. I'm not your daughter, and you don't need to try to get close to me. On the way back, she knew Ji Chunying would use this trick. She had always done it since she was a child. Lin Wan's attitude surprised everyone around her. In their memory, even after her relationship with Gu Shiyuan was exposed, Lin Wan never put on airs and was kind and gentle to everyone. He's a very easy person to talk to. This is because someone was protecting her just now. But why do they treat their own parents like this? Is it because she feels inferior that she despises her poor parents? Or is there another hidden reason? Just now, Lin Wan's mother said that Lin Wan hasn't been home for several years. At this moment, everyone's curiosity was further aroused. and all sorts of speculations emerged. Wan, how can you talk to your mother like that? We've been looking for you for 5 years, you know? You didn't even call us once. Do you know how worried we were about you? We finally found you today. How can you treat us like this? Do you know how hard it was for us to raise you? Can't we talk things out properly? Lin Jinhua also started performing. He had almost no feelings for this so-called adopted daughter. Let alone an adopted daughter. He wouldn't have much affection for even his own daughter. All he cared about was his son. Lin Wan's only value to him is money. Whether he uses it to buy dowry or lets her marry a rich man like she is now, he only cares about money. He doesn't care what happens to Lin Wan. Only with money could he marry off his son and continue the Lin family line. If the Lin family line were to end with him, he would have no face to face his ancestors. Looking for me? Lin Wan asked as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. She glanced at the crowd around her and knew why the Lin couple had suddenly come looking for her. Chapter 136, Exposing in Public. Lin Wan knew the Lin family's way of doing things all too well. She knew they wouldn't willingly turn themselves in. They're definitely going to pull some tricks again. Since things have already come to this, Lin Wan has no intention of hiding. They wanted to embarrass her in front of everyone, so she decided to oblige. You want me to go back and continue making money? Have you two finished acting? You know what you did 5 years ago? Who wanted to marry me off to a cripple for money? Who forced me to leave home? Lin Wan said angrily. For the past few years, she has felt heartbroken whenever she thinks about it. She never understood why her parents didn't love her at all. All these feelings were relieved the moment I learned that I was not their biological child. Lin Wan's words caused an uproar. Those who had been speaking ill of Lin Wan immediately shut up. So there really was a hidden story. No wonder designer Lin never mentioned his family. Born into such a family, anyone would have carried a train overnight to safety. See? I told you designer Lin isn't that kind of person. Exactly. Do you think that old woman looks like a good person? No wonder she's not afraid of people seeing this. If I had parents like that, I would carry a high-speed train and run away overnight. I have a perfect example right here. My uncle sold his daughter for the bride price, and now my cousin's life. Sigh, don't even mention it. How can there be such parents in the world? I'll just guess. Designer Lin has a younger brother. It might not be just that. Listen, there's definitely more big news to come. People looked at Lin Wan with expectant, gossipy eyes, waiting to see what else she would say. We're doing this for your own good, aren't we? We want you to marry a rich man and live a good life. So what if you have a bad leg? It's not like you can't walk. As long as you have money, that's all that matters. Look at you now. You've found a rich man, and you're living such a comfortable life. Look at what you're wearing. I've never seen such nice clothes in all my years. As Ji Chunying spoke, she glanced at Lin Wan's clothes, her longing for money and her jealousy of Lin Wan making no attempt to hide it. Then he glanced at Gu Shiyuan, who hadn't said a word. It seems this is her son-in-law. He's incredibly handsome, and I heard he owns the whole company. He must be very rich. He was the richest man in Shenzhen. That must be incredibly wealthy. Seeing Lin Wan living such a good life, Ji Chunying felt increasingly resentful. Her son can't even find a girlfriend, and their family still lives in a dilapidated old house. This brat is living such a good life, and she's still not satisfied. She even wants to sue them. Ji Chunying is now beginning to regret letting Lin Wan go. Otherwise, she would definitely be living in a big villa now, with no worries about food, clothing, or daily necessities, and people to wait on her. Thinking of this, Ji Chunying tried her best to suppress the greed in her eyes. Even if she looked down on Lin Wan, she now needed Lin Wan to make a good living. Now all she sees is money. She's almost forgotten that Lin Wan was going to sue them for human trafficking. Who I marry is my own business. You are not my biological parents, so it's none of your business to decide. Don't even think about getting a single penny from my marriage, Lin Wan said coldly. She won't give them a single penny. If she had gotten lost on her own back then, and the Lin family had kindly taken her in, she would have been grateful. But reality told her that she absolutely could not be soft-hearted. Lin Wan's words once again caused a huge uproar among the crowd. So he's not their biological child. No wonder. Damn, they're trying to sell their adopted daughter for money. No wonder designer Lin ran away. They're just here to play the victim today. I almost fell for their trick. They really think we're fools. The Lin couple originally wanted to gain sympathy and have public opinion on their side. Don't they look miserable enough now? but they underestimated the intelligence level of the people who could work here. Ji Chunying looked around at the people and realized that public opinion was starting to go astray. She immediately started wiping away her tears. 1-1. Even if we are not your biological parents, we still raised you until you graduated from university. Your younger brother didn't even finish high school. We've had it so hard. Lin Tianbao didn't go to high school because he was too playful and failed the exam. What does that have to do with me? Your so-called raising me just means treating me like a maid and working like a slave for your family since I was little. I've had to do laundry, cook, and take care of my younger brother since I was old enough to understand. I got into university on my own, and I earned my own tuition and living expenses by working. How much money have you ever spent on me? Is it enough for me to pay you as a nanny? Lin once sneered. When she started talking about her past, the emotions she had been suppressing began to surge. Gu Shiyuan put his arm around her shoulder to comfort her. He never interfered. She had to untangle her own knots in her heart. He was only responsible for cleaning up her messes and covering for her. You know you're not our biological son, so how much more do you want from us? We have our own son. Don't we need to earn money to buy your brother a house and help him get married? Aren't we good enough to you? We feed you and give you drinks. Don't you have any conscience? Lin Jinhua said righteously. He felt that there was absolutely nothing wrong with what he said. Stop. There's no need to lecture me anymore, and no need to morally blackmail me in public. This trick won't work on me. Lin Wan looked at the onlookers around her. The Lin family just wanted to embarrass her, but she didn't care at all. Also, don't try to play the emotional card with me. It's useless. Nothing can make up for the fact that you stole me from my biological parents. I said I would sue you, and I will. Let's talk to the law. Lin Wan didn't want to say any more. The more the Lin family says, the more she will hate them. As for Lin Tianbao, they dared to do this because they were prepared that the Lin couple wouldn't be able to get any evidence. They couldn't do anything to them with just their words. The fact that they've come looking for us now means they can no longer bear the torture Lin Tianbao is being subjected to. When you ask someone for a favor, you need to have the right attitude. They just couldn't see their own place, acting superior as if raising her was the greatest favor they could do for her. If it were the old her, she would definitely have softened her heart. But she's different now. She doesn't buy into that at all. Even if they were to kneel down and beg her today, she wouldn't soften her heart. Lin Wan's last sentence completely ignited the crowd. Holy crap. So they're human traffickers. I thought designer Lin was adopted, but it turns out they stole her. How despicable. Yes, their biological parents must be in so much pain. How could they have the nerve to come looking for them? No wonder designer Lin hates them so much. This is illegal. They're inhuman. Chapter 137 Old by Deng. They don't even treat stolen children well. They're not human. No wonder you came here today. You're probably after money. You dress like this just to play the victim. Exactly. Do they think we're stupid? So easy to fool. How can there be such people? If you ask me, human traffickers should be sentenced to death. Mr. Gu is so rich, of course they want his money. Didn't you hear? They've never even seen those two kids. They're already several years old. It's obvious they've never had any contact with them. Now that designer Lin has money, they're starting to pretend to be nice. This kind of person doesn't deserve sympathy. Human traffickers deserve to die. I can't even imagine how much pain Lin's biological parents must be going through. The wind in the crowd suddenly shifted. This was something the Lin couple had not anticipated. Are young people these days so lacking in compassion? Seeing that they were already at a disadvantage, they began to panic. Wanwan, what are you saying? Are you really going to sue us? We've raised you with so much care and effort. How can you just listen to other people's slander and say that we stole you? You got lost when you were little, and your dad and I kindly took you in and raised you like our own daughter. You should have a conscience. Yes, your parents have wronged you in the past. But the kindness of raising us is greater than heaven. You can't treat us like this. Even God is watching. Please forgive us, and we'll treat you better from now on. Wanwan, say something. Mom knows you're the most sensible person. Ji Chunying immediately changed her attitude. As long as Lin Wan is soft-hearted, everything will be fine. She really didn't want to go to jail. Even if she couldn't get the money today, she had to make Lin Wan give up the idea of suing them. We can ask for the money back later. But Lin Wan didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. She has said everything she needed to say. Seeing that Lin Wan remained silent, Ji Chunying turned her gaze to Gu Xin. who had been silent all along, and said ingratiatingly, "Son-in-law, please help us persuade Wanwan. This child is stubborn. You know, we're all family. How can we talk like strangers? It's more important for us to live a good life together, isn't it? If she sues us, it won't look good for you either." She tried to win him over by starting with Gu Shuyuan, but unfortunately, she made the wrong move. "Shut up, I don't want to see your ugly face. It was my idea to sue you, and we have ample evidence." Gu Shuyuan didn't even glance at the Lin couple. Lin Jinhua wanted to say something, but Gu Shuyuan's aura was too strong, and he couldn't say a word of what he had prepared at home. Ji Chunying was so angry that she kept glaring at him, but he pretended not to see it. Seeing that Gu Shuyuan was proving even more difficult to deal with, Ji Chunying decided to target the children. She had just seen the two children. The girl really looked like Lin Wan when she was a child, while the boy looked like their son-in-law, Gu Shuyuan. Lin Wan is really lucky. She gave birth to twins for the Gu family in one pregnancy. She was already pregnant with Gu Shuyuan's child, but she hadn't told them at all, and instead went off to live a good life on her own. It's obvious they didn't want them to benefit from it. Despite her thoughts, Ji Chunying's face was full of smiles as she waved to the two children. "These must be my two little grandchildren. They're so good looking. Good boy, girl, call me Grandma. I'm your grandma, and this is your grandpa. Grandpa and Grandma will love you dearly from now on. Get out." Lin Yinan only said one word. They dare to call anything their maternal grandparents. These two old bastards are the human traffickers who caused their mother to leave her maternal grandparents for more than 20 years, and they are also the ones who abused their mother when she was a child. He felt only hatred towards them. You want him to greet people? Dream on. Lin Yinan's attitude surprised Ji Chunying. She felt embarrassed and turned around to lecture Lin Wan. "Wan, how did you raise your child? I am his grandmother, and he actually scolded me." She never expected that the child would start cursing at her. "I raised the child. What can you do about it?" Gu Shuyuan said coldly. This made Ji Chunying shrink back, and she looked at her husband, hoping he would say something. But Lin Jinhua is now like a coward hiding in the mud. Gu Shuyuan was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought he was just a young man in his early 20s, but he was much more mature than he thought. He was afraid that if he said too much, he would get beaten up here. "You're not our grandma. We do have a grandma. You old fool." Lenny couldn't help but curse a couple of times. Their mother is usually very strict with them and doesn't allow them to swear. "You?" Ji Chunying was about to curse the brat, but she swallowed it back when she saw Gu Shuyuan's eyes. "What do you mean, you? Didn't you hear my daughter cursing you, Lao Deng?" "Lao Deng." Lin Wan also cursed. From childhood to adulthood, whatever the couple said went, and she never dared to contradict them. In her heart, they were like devils. This was the first time she had ever openly and honestly scolded them. She still has to thank her two children for giving her the courage to bravely face her inner demons. "You brat, if you say another word, you'll get out of control." Ji Chunying pointed at Lin Wan, instinctively wanting to unleash a torrent of abuse. Lin Wan used to be scolded like this by her when she was at home. She also couldn't accept that someone who had always obeyed her now dared to scold her. Lin Jinhua panicked a little. If they completely turned against each other now, they would have no chance. Ji Chunying, on the way here, he had told her many times to be patient, because they were here to ask for help, not to curse. Why won't you listen to a single word? He doesn't want to go to jail. Lin Jinhua reached out and pressed Ji Chunying's hand, stopping her from verbally abusing Lin Wan. With a smile on her face, she said, Wan, you know your mother has a bad temper, so don't take it to heart. We're not here for any other reason than to see you, and to see the children. We're relieved to know you're doing well. No matter what happened in the past, we raised you. For that reason, please forgive us. We're family, so let's talk things out behind closed doors. How can we take this to court? It's not a good look for our son-in-law, who's a respectable person. We're not here to ask you for money. Don't worry." Upon hearing this, Ji Chunying objected. How could they not want money? Had they raised Lin Wan for nothing? At this moment, Ji Chunying became smug again upon seeing Lin Wan, thinking that Lin Wan had always listened to her since childhood, and that Lin Wan would definitely listen to her as long as she spoke. They had long forgotten that they were now in a passive position. Lin Jinhua glared at her, gripped her hand tightly to silence her, and continued. For the sake of our past relationship, you should let your brother go. Chapter 138, even stupider than you. We'll leave here and won't bother you anymore. Just take good care of yourself and your child, Lin Jinhua said. Upon hearing this, Ji Chunying immediately objected, shouting, "What do you mean we shouldn't associate with her anymore? Why should we move out? I raised her, so she should give me money. I don't care whose biological daughter she is. I've been kind to her, and she's so rich." "Shut up," Lin Jinhua roared. He rarely gets to be in charge in this family, and Ji Chunying always undermines him. Of course, he wants the money, but given the current situation, it's clear they won't get it. The best outcome would be to avoid suing them, going to jail, and getting my son back. What more could I ask for? "Shut up, Lin Jinhua. What are you pretending to be, playing the good guy? Do you think I don't remember how you've treated me since we were kids? You think I'm joking when I say I'm going to sue you? So you're just going to say you won't sue? Why shouldn't I? You should have known this would happen when you stole me away. If it weren't for you, my life would be so much better. It's all because of you that I've been separated from my family for so many years and suffered so much. And you expect me to be grateful and take care of you in my old age? What a pipe dream. Wake up. As for where your son Lin Tianbao is, I don't know, and it has nothing to do with me. If you don't believe me, go ahead and call the police. I can have the police search him anytime. But if they don't find him, I'll sue you for defamation." Lin Wan's voice was firm and powerful. Her relationship with the Lin family is now completely severed. She didn't want to have anything to do with them anymore. This was also the first time their true colors had been exposed in public. She didn't want to run away anymore, nor did she want to arouse anyone's speculation. Why would she take the blame for the Lin family couple, making people think she's a heartless ingrate? Seeing that Lin Wan denied abducting Lin Tianbao, Ji Chunying became agitated again. "You clearly abducted our Tianbao. This is illegal detention. It's against the law. I'm calling the police." She's almost losing her mind. They forgot their situation and the purpose of their visit. "Go ahead and call the police if you want. It's up to you." Lin Wan didn't care at all. Then he gave Gu Shiyuan a look. At Gu Shiyuan's signal, his bodyguards and the company's security guards rushed forward. They immediately surrounded the Lin couple. "What are you doing? What are you trying to do in public? Let me tell you, I'm old. If you touch me, I'll lie down on the ground, call the police, and make you pay me back." Ji Chunying panicked when she saw a group of people surrounding them. "I regret what I just said and did. This is Gu Shiyuan's territory." Seeing these tall and burly men, he immediately became timid. Where was the arrogant attitude he had shown towards Lin Wan just now? All her arrogance was reserved for Lin Wan, because Lin Wan was the only one she had ever allowed to manipulate since childhood. These guys don't care about any of that. Anyway, if anything goes wrong, the boss will bail them out. They immediately took action. "Murder! Help! That damned Lin Wan! You ungrateful wretch! I raised you for nothing." Ji Chunying was terrified, crying, screaming, and hitting the ground. But no one sympathized with her at all. After learning their true colors, everyone just felt they deserved to die. They stole someone else's child and then wanted to ask them for money. There's no such logic in this world. Ji Chunying's crying and fussing were of no use to these people, and she was still carried out. Her husband, Lin Jinhua, was also thrown out. Not only did the two fail to achieve their goal, they also got beaten up. Gu Shiyuan had no intention of doing anything to them now. As long as Lin Tianbao was still in his hands, he wasn't afraid that the couple wouldn't submit. He wanted to see them submit to him like dogs. Even so, it was difficult to quell the hatred in his heart. He met these two people for the first time, and he felt an intense aversion to them. It's hard to imagine what kind of life Lin Wan used to lead. When Ji Chunying got up from the ground, she wanted to say a few more curses, but after being glared at by several bodyguards, she swallowed them back. "Come on, what are you standing there for?" Lin Jinhua helped Ji Chunying up and started to leave. A wise man doesn't suffer a loss he can avoid. They've already eaten it once. Do they want to eat it a second time? They're afraid their old bones and muscles will fall apart. They didn't dare linger here for even a second, and didn't even dare to ask about Lin Tianbao's whereabouts. They are still hesitant about whether to turn themselves in to save Lin Tianbao. Inside Gu Xiaokai's house on the other side, Lin Tianbao is getting worse and worse. His whole body is swollen up like a pig. "You're pretty stubborn, kid. I told you we'd let you go as long as you testify in court, Gu Xiaokai said, sitting to the side. He thought that someone as spineless as Lin Tianbao would give in quickly, but he never expected him to hold out until now. This was something he hadn't expected. Testify? If I testify, my parents will go to jail. If they go to jail, how am I supposed to get married? Who would marry me? Lin Tianbao's words became incoherent. Gu Xiaokai was speechless after hearing this. Could a carbon-based organism have come up with this? How could someone be so stupid? He had initially thought Lin Tianbao was being stubborn because he was filial, and he was even considering giving the guy a higher opinion of him. But now he was worried that it would affect his chances of getting a wife. I despise Lin Tianbao even more now. I haven't seen anything this stupid in a long time. It's even stupider than you. Jiang Yan'an's voice came from the corridor. She and Chang Huan had just woken up and were hungry, so they went out to eat. As soon as they stepped outside, they heard Lin Tianbao's stupid talk. He can't even leave his house now, and he's still thinking about getting married? If someone is doing this for their parents, they can still respect them as a true man. But now all that's left is contempt. You idiot. Chang Huan couldn't help but curse. Chang Huan changed her clothes after waking up. Even though Lin Tianbao was beaten up like this, he was still attracted to Chang Huan and stared at her. Although this woman is fierce and a good fighter, he likes her. I wish she were his wife. He'd rather be beaten every day. If you look at my sister again, I'll gouge your eyes out, Jiang Yan'an said coldly. Lin Tianbao immediately looked away. The smaller one seems fiercer and more ruthless than the larger one. Gu Xiaokai also kicked Lin Tianbao, saying that even in this state, he still dared to think about his sweetheart. Want to make him submit? Jiang Yan'an moved a stool over and sat down. Of course, this kid is pretty stubborn, Gu Xiaokai said. With your limited methods, you're just scratching an itch? Have you forgotten the rules of the organization? Didn't we teach you? Jiang Yan'an asked. Chapter 139 Compromise. Jiang Yan'an always felt that the clever Shui Lang online was very different from the real person, and they were not like a single person at all. But every time she called Snow Wolf, he answered precisely. She sent him a message to test the waters of their meeting, and he answered fluently. So even with doubts, they eventually came to accept that Snow Wolf was indeed that kind of person. He was completely different from the male god she had imagined. This gave up the idea of pursuing it in a few years. It's good to be friends. Although he's quite handsome, she really can't accept his clumsiness. With just a glance from Jiang Yan'an, Chang Huan went to the kitchen. When he came out again, he was holding a spice box. Then he leaned down and looked at Lin Tianbao. You keep staring at me. Do you like me a lot? Chang Huan's smile made Lin Tianbao lose his mind, and he nodded repeatedly. I like it. But the next second he screamed again. Chang Huan sprinkled salt from the spice box onto Lin Tianbao's wound, little by little. Ah! Lin Tianbao's screams carried far. This was even more painful than when he was beaten. Shoo! Don't shout. Keep your voice down. You'll disturb others. Salt can kill germs. I'm disinfecting your wound as a reward for liking me so much. Chang Huan had an angelic smile on her face. But in Lin Tianbao's eyes, that smile was more devilish than a demon. He never imagined that such a beautiful woman could be so cruel. These are just the most common and simplest methods used by their organization. Please, let me go. Lin Tianbao was covered in cold sweat. Sweat and salt seeped deep into the wound, causing him excruciating pain. They suffered both mental and physical torment. He quickly fainted from the pain. Gu Xiaokai grinned as he watched this move. He suddenly felt that they might be too cruel to Lin Tianbao. After all, it was Lin Tianbao's parents who stole his sister-in-law, not him. But then he thought about it again. Over the years, Lin Tianbao had bullied his sister-in-law quite a bit, and even tried to sell her for money. If they don't suffer a bit, who knows how many people they might harm in society later on. Thinking of this, he hardened his heart again. Chang Huan and Jiang Yan'an had completely different ideas. They would never show mercy to their enemies. Because they know very well that being soft on the enemy is being cruel to themselves, and that being soft-hearted even once could lead to being devoured by the enemy. They understood this principle from a young age. Seeing that Lin Tianbao had fainted, Chang Huan picked up a bucket of water and poured it directly over his head. Once Lin Tianbao wakes up, tickle the soles of his feet with a chicken feather. The intense physical pain and the itching sensation in his feet made Lin Tianbao feel like he was in unbearable agony. His mental state has completely collapsed. This is far more torturous than Gu Shiokai's methods. Don't mess with me. I'm willing to testify. Lin Tianbao's attitude finally softened. It's completely unsustainable. That's it. I thought you had a lot of backbone. You're so boring. I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. Jiang Yan'an crossed her legs. She looked at Lin Tianbao with an innocent and naive expression. This guy's willpower is too weak. This is nothing. You agreed so easily? What? Now you're not afraid your parents will go to jail and delay your marriage? Gu Shiokai said with a mocking smile. I despise Lin Tianbao, that selfish bastard, from the bottom of my heart. At the same time, he also became somewhat wary of Jiang Yan'an. He heard Lin Yinan say that Jiang Yan'an was some kind of rich young lady, and in short, he was told not to offend this little princess. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. I do, Lin Tianbao shouted hurriedly. They were afraid the other party would change their minds. He never wanted to suffer like that again. The girl just said that this was only the beginning, and there were still many methods to use. No, he can't hold on any longer. Forget about getting married. Saving your life is the priority. He was initially certain that Gu Shiokai would at most beat him a few more times, but would definitely not dare to kill him. After all, it was a human life, and he didn't believe that the Gu family was really not afraid of getting into trouble. At worst, he can just sit a little closer. But I never expected these two women to be so vicious and cunning. She's quite pretty. How could she be so vicious? Is this even human? Fine, you agreed to it yourself, so don't even think about going back on your word. You know what we're capable of. If you dare to back out, it won't be as simple as this. I'll make you suffer terribly. Do you understand? Gu Shiokai said, pretending to be mature. These were all things his older brother had told him to say beforehand. I understand. Lin Tianbao nodded while crying. It hurts so much, it really hurts so much. You'll stay here for the next few days to recover. We'll feed you and give you medicine. Once you're almost fully healed, you can testify in court to prove that your parents stole my sister-in-law back then. And as for the injuries on your body, just say you fell down. You know the consequences if you dare to give us away, do you understand? Gu Shiokai threatened. Actually, he wasn't afraid at all that Lin Tianbao would betray him. The Gu family still wields considerable influence in Shenzhen. No one can do anything to them. However, he didn't want to cause any real trouble, so he would give Lin Tianbao some time to recover, at least so that he wouldn't look as miserable as he does now. I understand. Don't worry, I'll do as you say. Lin Tianbao nodded. Could you loosen the ropes, give me some medicine, and let me change my clothes? Aye. Lin Tianbao was really about to cry. He's been tied up like this for 2 days now, and his limbs are about to become useless. Most importantly, he hadn't gone to the toilet at all, and his pants had been wet with urine several times. He could smell the pungent odor himself. He's been in so much pain these past 2 days that he can't even poop. Take him to a clean-up, apply medicine, change his clothes, and keep an eye on him so he doesn't run away, Gu Shiokai instructed. The stench made him nauseous. The bodyguard nodded to indicate that he understood, and then began to untie Lin Tianbao. You better behave yourself. Don't go anywhere except the living room, and don't even think about playing any tricks or trying to escape, or you'll be in big trouble. Don't worry, I definitely won't run away, I definitely won't. Lin Tianbao immediately agreed. Although he verbally agreed, Lin Tianbao had a different thought in his heart. Not run. Wouldn't he be stupid not to run? As long as he can leave this place, he will never go back to Shenzhen. They will never be able to catch him and torture him again. Once he's untied and regained some strength, he'll definitely run away when given the chance. He didn't believe they didn't sleep. His chance will come as soon as they fall asleep. Lin Tianbao is now frequently showing weakness. Chapter 140 Escape. Lin Tianbao's feigned weakness was intended to lower these people's guard, giving him a chance to escape. He simply oversimplified everything. Lin Tianbao originally didn't want to take a bath, since his body was covered in wounds, but if he didn't wash, the salt on his wounds would hurt so much that he couldn't bear it. Whether he washes it or not, it's all hell for him. The bodyguards took Lin Tianbao to change his clothes, and soon a scream rang out. So annoying, Jiang Yan'an said with a look of disgust. Where did you get such an idiot? Well, it's a long story. Gu Shoukai stammered. His older brother repeatedly reminded him not to tell anyone about it, not even his childhood friends. Their detention is illegal. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. I don't care to know anyway. But get him out of here as soon as possible. He's disturbing my rest, Jiang Yinan said. She wouldn't pry into things people didn't want to talk about, since it wasn't her concern. Understood, Gu Shoukai replied. Then he looked at Chang Huan and began to flatter him. Chang Huan, you're really something. I couldn't get him to give in for 2 days, but you got him to agree in no time. You're amazing. To Gu Shoukai's surprise, his flattery backfired spectacularly. Chang Huan asked doubtfully, Isn't this just one of our organization's most basic methods? What's the big deal? Yes, I know, but I've never been involved before. Gu Shoukai quickly tried to evade the question. He had heard the word organization from their mouths twice already. He didn't know what kind of organization it was. The two little ones are so young. How could they possibly get involved in something like this? Besides, when they met last time, they didn't even recognize which one was Snow Wolf. He fooled them. However, he should find some time to ask those two kids what they're up to and what organization they've joined. He always felt that they were not simple people. Judging from Chang Huan and Jiang Yinen's skills, they could not be ordinary people. These two little devils are such a handful. When Lin Tianbao reappeared before them, he had been washed clean, his wounds had been cleaned, and medicine had been applied. He was still wrapped in bandages and was limping. This made Jiang Yinen even more disgusted. Get lost and disappear from my sight, or I'll break your legs, Jiang Yinen said coldly while she was eating. Okay, I'll get out of here right now. Lin Tianbao obeyed like a dog. For the rest of the day, he did whatever he was told, not daring to say a word more than necessary. Gu Shoukai told him about the testimony he needed to give in court and the entire process, and told him to memorize it as soon as possible, or he would be beaten up if he made a single mistake. Although Lin Tianbao was slow-witted, he quickly memorized all the testimonies in the face of the possibility of being beaten at any moment. They repeatedly assured him that he was obedient and would do whatever they asked him to do. After learning his lesson, Lin Tianbao was still under surveillance, but at least he had food and drink and could use the toilet normally. Gu Shoukai asked his bodyguard to apply medicine to him so he could recover faster. They avoided vital organs when they hit him, causing more internal and superficial injuries, which he can recover from quickly. Lin Tianbao pretended to be honest until nightfall. At night, Lin Tianbao was put in a room with 2 bodyguards. Of course, he could only sleep on the floor with only a thin blanket. He didn't mind. It was better than being tied up, and he had no intention of sleeping anyway. Lin Tianbao pretended to be asleep until midnight, when he finally opened his eyes. He stood up quietly, called to the 2 bodyguards a few times, and said he needed to go to the restroom. Seeing that they didn't react, he felt relieved and quietly opened the door and slipped out. It was pitch black outside. Everyone was asleep. No lights were on anywhere, and the curtains were tightly closed. He walked to the entrance in the dark, relying on his memory. Just as he touched the doorknob and was about to open it, all the lights in the living room suddenly turned on. Where are you going in the middle of the night? A sharp voice rang out from behind Lin Tianbao. Like a ghost. Lin Tianbao was startled and turned around shakily to see Jiang Yinin sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at him. Her eyes were like those of a falcon, which didn't match her sweet appearance at all. This stark contrast sent chills down Lin Tianbao's spine, making his legs go weak with fear. How come he didn't notice anyone? When did she sit here? What are you doing sitting here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? You look like a ghost, and you don't even turn on the lights. What are you doing here? Lin Tianbao's voice trembled slightly. This was completely unexpected for him. He thought everyone was asleep. He never expected that someone was watching his every move. Fortunately, she was just a teenage girl, which made her easier to deal with than those men. Although this girl kicked and broke a solid wood stool yesterday, she is still young and definitely can't outrun him. He has no other skills, except that he can run fast. He's not so bad as to be outrun by a girl. All he has to do now is turn the doorknob and run for his life. Once he's on the street, they won't be able to find him. He would run away and immediately go home to take his parents away from here. They didn't care about the house for the time being. Saving their lives was the priority. He'd just moved to a different place. He didn't believe the Gu family's reach could extend that far. Thinking you can bring him back is just a pipe dream. Of course I'm waiting for you here. What? Trying to run away? Jiang Yan'an looked at Lin Tianbao, who was determined to escape. She looked relaxed, not worried at all that the other party could escape. She knew this guy wouldn't listen to reason, which is why she'd been waiting here, and she was right. Even if he gets away, he can't outrun her. Those who work in this line of work have to undergo rigorous special training from a young age. Escaping is a life-saving skill, and everyone in the elite team is good at it. Most people can't outrun them. The leader of the organization did not slack off on her training just because she was an adopted daughter. On the contrary, he was the strictest with her. Therefore, she was the most outstanding one, and the only one who could go on a mission right after turning 10 years old. Her life had no childhood, only endless training. Of course not. How could I run away? I just came out to use the restroom. Lin Tianbao argued while holding onto the handle. Be prepared to flee at any time. The restroom is over there, and this is the main entrance. Jiang Yan'an said with a smile. She wanted to see just how stupid this guy could be. Oh, it's too dark. I couldn't see clearly. I went the wrong way. Lin Tianbao became nervous. You don't know how to turn on the light? Jiang Yan'an looked at Lin Tianbao as if he were an idiot. Chapter 141. Can she teleport? I'm not familiar with this place. I don't know where the switch is, Lin Tianbao said as he tried to press the doorknob. Be ready to escape at any time. Jiang Yan'an saw all of Lin Tianbao's little actions, but she wasn't in a hurry and just watched him perform. There is very little joy in her life. Oh, is that so? Jiang Yan'an said, standing up. Seeing Jiang Yan'an stand up, Lin Tianbao started to get nervous. No, he couldn't hesitate any longer. He really had to run away. Once he ran out, it was pitch black outside, and the little girl couldn't catch him. By then, we won't even know which direction he ran in. Yes. Lin Tianbao had already pressed the doorknob. Everything was ready. All that was left was to turn around and run outside. No sooner said than done. Lin Tianbao pressed the handle as fast as he could, pushed open the door, and was about to run away. But just as he stepped out the door with one foot, he was thrown back inside with an over-the-shoulder throw. Ouch! Lin Tianbao felt like his spine was about to break. The door was slammed shut with a bang. The escape attempt failed. Jiang Yan'an leaned against the door, looking at Lin Tianbao lying on the ground like a dead worm, and asked indifferently, Still want to run? We can play again. I'll give you a 3-second head start. Jiang Yan'an calculated the time. She could throw the guy back in 3 seconds. She was bored and couldn't sleep because she was worried about the lost goods, so she used this as a way to relieve her boredom. I won't run anymore. I won't run anymore. I'll never dare to do it again. Please have mercy. Lin Tianbao cried in pain. He didn't even know what had just happened. He was just lying on the ground, his back aching. Fortunately, he didn't hit his head. He had clearly opened the door and run out, and this little girl was quite far away from him. So how did she manage to bring him back in such a short time? Can she teleport? He's a grown man, after all. How could a little girl possibly carry him? Lin Tianbao felt as if he were in a ghost story. If he hadn't been sure there was no one else around, he would have found it hard to believe that a young girl who looked so young could move as fast as the wind and perform an over-the-shoulder throw on him. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, he was still shocked and could hardly believe it. Is this little girl even human? This time it's completely over. There's no way to escape. Lin Tianbao wanted to cry but couldn't, and didn't dare to cry, for fear that Jiang Yan'an would hit him. Just then, Gu Shoukai and his bodyguards came out after hearing the noise. Everyone was stunned to see Lin Tianbao lying on the ground like a dead dog. Did that guy run away? They wouldn't have noticed if they hadn't heard that loud bang. Damn, how did this kid get out here? Gu Shoukai's eyes turned to the two bodyguards. What are you two good for? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Are you really professionals? If these bodyguards hadn't been personally selected by his older brother, he would have seriously doubted their professionalism. They can't even keep an eye on one person. They almost got away. If he really runs away, how will he explain it to his older brother and sister-in-law? Second young master, we're sorry, we didn't watch him properly. The two bodyguards immediately bowed their heads and apologized. They don't want to lose their jobs. The salary offered by the Gu family is exceptionally high. They have never made this kind of mistake in their careers, and they are not allowed to make it. But they hadn't rested much these past 2 days, keeping a close eye on Lin Tianbao. Plus, they thought Lin Tianbao wouldn't dare to run away, so they fell into a deep sleep. They didn't even hear the kid run out of the room. I never expected to make such a big mistake. Fortunately, the person did not run out of the gate. Forget it. Gu Xiukai didn't want to pursue the matter further, as long as the person hadn't run away. He should hire more people to take shifts. With only 2 people, they'll definitely get tired after a while. Your bodyguards need to be replaced. Jiang Yinan squinted at Gu Xiukai like a wicked kitten. I couldn't help but make a comment. I don't know where this guy hired his bodyguard from. Someone with that kind of ability would only be a low-ranking soldier in their organization. Looking at Lin Tianbao lying on the ground groaning, and then at Jiang Yinan beside him, combined with the thud from earlier, Gu Xiukai roughly guessed that Lin Tianbao was trying to escape and that Jiang Yinan had caught him. Is this little girl really that strong at such a young age? And how did she know Lin Tianbao would run away? Gu Xiukai instantly felt a sense of terror, and a chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, he always remembered Nan Nan's words and never provoked Jiang Yinan. Otherwise, he would be the one lying on the ground groaning in pain. Who is she? She's so amazing at such a young age. Chang Huan is better. She's much gentler, although he's no match for her in terms of skill. Gu Xiukai took a while to react before squatting down and grabbing Lin Tianbao by the collar. Trying to run? Try running again and show me. You've got some nerve, haven't you? Do you remember what I said before? I won't run anymore. I won't run anymore. I promise I won't run anymore. Lin Tianbao pleaded, crying. He had initially wanted to explain that he needed to use the restroom, but after seeing Jiang Yinan watching him coldly from the side, the idea immediately vanished. He really didn't dare to lie to this old lady, let alone run away. There was no way he could escape. He now understood that the little girl hadn't slept because she was waiting for him, knowing he would run away and also knowing how to catch him, which was why she was so calm. This is just too crazy. Get the rope and tie him up again. Damn it. Gu Xiukai cursed angrily. He's really giving me too much credit. Yes. The bodyguard immediately brought over the rope. They quickly tied Lin Tianbao up again. She even slapped him twice across the face, saying, You tried to run. You almost made us lose our jobs. Try running again. Lin Tianbao, now retired, was utterly desperate, with no chance of escape left. He hated that elusive little girl. And now he really needs to go to the toilet. Oh no. All those clothes he changed were for nothing. I gave you a chance, but you didn't do it. You deserve it. Gu Xiukai said. Keep an eye on them. I'm going to sleep now and don't have time to watch over them all the time. If the bodyguards aren't professional enough, you should replace them as soon as possible. After saying this, Jiang Yinan walked towards the master bedroom. That last sentence sent chills down the spines of the 2 bodyguards. They don't want to lose their jobs. Keep a close eye on them, or you too will be out of a job. After saying this, Gu Xiukai turned and went back to his room. Gu Xiukai's words to Jiang Yinan put the 2 bodyguards on high alert, and they dared not slack off anymore. Tie Lin Tianbao up. One of the 2 people will sleep while the other watches over Lin Tianbao. They will switch shifts every few hours. This time they promised there would be no mistakes. Chapter 142 Being Too Clever. Don't even think about running away anymore. To tell you the truth, we already sent a message to your parents when we brought you here. They know you're here, and they'll release you if you surrender. But they chose to protect themselves, said the bodyguard guarding Lin Tianbao. He had never seen such heartless parents who would abandon their son to live in such a hellish place without a care in the world. Lin Tianbao didn't speak, his head was down, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Lin Tianbao completely succumbed to his will that night. He couldn't escape. Compromise was the only way out. He realized that 3 days had passed, and his parents still showed no intention of saving him. Then why should he protect them? Can't he just make this certificate? Let them go to jail if they want. It's better than him being tortured all the time. Early in the morning, Gu Xiukai called Gu Shiyuan and said that Lin Tianbao had agreed to testify for them, and that they should also take action. Gu Shiyuan and Xiao Yang quickly filed a lawsuit in the district court where the Xiao family lived. Everything after that was handed over to their legal team. Since Ji Chunying and Lin Jinhua went to find Lin Wan and got nothing, and were even beaten up, They could only stay at home and dared not go anywhere. They also waited for Lin Tianbao to return. They really couldn't sit still any longer. They couldn't stay here any longer. They would have left long ago if they weren't afraid that Lin Tianbao might suddenly come back and not be able to find them. The longer it went on, the more anxious she became. Lin Wan had said she would sue them. They had already witnessed Lin Wan's attitude when they last visited, and it was clear that she would not show them any leniency. Perhaps if she avoids it for a while, Lin Wan will eventually give up. Why don't we just leave? Ji Chunying said. Leave? Where to? What if Tianbao comes back? Lin Jinhua said worriedly. Let's go back to our hometown first. It's far from here anyway, and they might not be able to find it. Tianbao knows the way back to our hometown, doesn't he? Ji Chunying said. At least there are still 2 old houses in my hometown where I can stay. It's better than having nowhere to live outside. Renting a house costs money. Their income has been low in recent years, and it's all gone to their son. Where would they find the extra money to rent a place? Anyway, Lin Wan didn't know where her hometown was, and they had never taken her back. After having Lin Tianbao, they only took their son back to their hometown and told their relatives there that he was their only child. Each time, Lin Wan would be left alone for a long time, spending most of her time at the Qian family's house. But this house, Lin Jinhua thought that if he were to leave, he might as well sell the house first, so he could have some money in hand. At worst, we won't move to the city anymore. It's fine staying in our hometown. We can sell this house and build a 2-story house back home, and we can also find a local wife for our son. It's too late. Let's just leave it here and come back to sell it after things have calmed down, Ji Chunying said. It wasn't that she didn't want to save her son, she just really didn't want to turn herself in. She dared not wait any longer, fearing that Lin Wan would directly call the police and arrest them, leaving her no chance to turn herself in. All right, let's go then, Lin Jinhua said through gritted teeth. I wonder how their Tianbao is doing now. Before leaving, they left a note for Lin Tianbao, telling him that they had gone back to their hometown and that he should go back there when he returned. The Lin couple packed some luggage overnight, preparing to return to their hometown thousands of miles away. They took all the valuables with them. Before dawn, the 2 of them dragged their luggage out the door, intending to go to the bus station, catch the first bus in the morning after it left the station, and then transfer to another bus. If you board the bus halfway through the journey, you don't need to swipe your ID card, so even if someone checks, they won't know where you went. The 2 of them had already planned everything. But before he could even leave the residential area, he was stopped by someone. Stop! Don't move! Police! A roar came from beside them. The sound made the Lin couple's hearts skip a beat. Could it be that someone had come looking for them? Didn't Lin Wan say she was waiting for them to turn themselves in? They waited at home for 2 days without anyone coming, and just when they were about to leave, the police showed up? What a coincidence! Officer, we're just passers-by, not bad people. We haven't done anything wrong. Ji Chunying nervously gripped her luggage. Whether you are bad people or not is our own judgment. A policeman walked over and asked, Are you Ji Chunying? He had already seen photos of the 2 people before he came. Fortunately, we arrived in time. They almost got away. Judging from their hurried appearance before dawn, they must have been trying to escape. Snort. In modern society, surveillance is everywhere. As long as they use their ID cards and phone numbers, their location can be tracked at any time. Where can they run to? Thinking you're so clever. Yes, Ji Chunying replied. Oh no, it seems they really came looking for them. Lin Wan, that bitch, broke her promise. They actually called the police and had them arrested. That ingrate is serious. Are you Lin Jinhua? The policeman asked again. Yes. Lin Jinhua felt flustered, and his legs were trembling slightly. This time they're really here for them. I should have run away yesterday. Then come with us. Someone reported you for allegedly trafficking women and children. Get in the car. The police explained their purpose and immediately started to take the people away. No, officer, we haven't broken the law. We're just honest, law-abiding citizens, Ji Chunying argued. We're just taking you back for questioning. Please cooperate. If you didn't do it, the law will clear your name, the police officer said. In my heart, I felt contempt. They'd come this far, and were still trying to argue. Of all the children they could steal, they had to steal from the Shao family. This couple is going to be very happy in the next few years. The Lin couple were reluctantly taken to the police car, and their luggage was temporarily confiscated. However, once they arrived at the police station's interrogation room, even though they were interrogated separately, their ways of living were surprisingly similar. They all insisted that Lin Wan was raised by them, but because Lin Wan was too young when she got lost, they took her in out of kindness, and that they found her. Because Lin Wan was young at the time and couldn't clearly explain where her home was or who her family members were, they, who didn't have any children of their own, thought the child was cute and, out of greed, raised her as their daughter. At most, their failure to report the incident to the police in time does not prove that Lin Wan was abducted by them. According to their own accounts, they were not only not bad people, but also kind-hearted people who raised Lin Wan. They even gave the exact same account of where they found Lin Wan. They had already planned this out at home, just in case. I never expected it would actually come in handy now. As long as they stubbornly refuse to admit it, no one can do anything to them. The law requires evidence. Chapter 143 Court Hearing. It was rare for the Lin couple to be so clever. After all, more than 20 years have passed, and even if there is evidence, it is not easy to find. No one witnessed the Lin couple carrying Lin Wan away back then, including the Xiao family. Back then, because of Xiao Yan's mischievousness, Zhao's mother and Xiao Yang went after him. Little Xiao Ro was in a stroller with the nanny. However, due to the nanny's momentary negligence while shopping, 2-year-old Xiao Ro was taken away. Although the Xiao family was saddened, they did not pursue the nanny's responsibility, but simply dismissed her. The Xiao family reported it to the police back then, and the file is still there. But so many years have passed without any clues, until Xiao Yang ran into Lin Wan by chance. Without conclusive evidence, the Lin couple could only be temporarily detained. If no further evidence is found, they will simply be released without charge. Seeing that the police couldn't do anything to them, Ji Chunying and Lin Jinhua felt much more at ease, knowing that they would be released sooner or later as long as there was no evidence. The news that the Lin couple denied abducting Lin Wan quickly reached Gu Shiyuan's ears. He didn't care at all. After all, he had evidence. The Lin couple never expected that their eldest son would be the one to kill them in the end. Since returning to Shenzhen, Jiang Yinan has made several requests to see her 2 children. She was somewhat disappointed in the Snow Wolf himself, but she truly loved the 2 children. Gu Shoukai kept delaying the matter, claiming that the children needed to go to school. Lin Yinan really didn't want to see Jiang Yinan. He always felt that if they spent too much time together, the truth would eventually come out. They didn't meet for the first time until the court hearing 2 days later. Lin Tianbao had already been moved by them. His physical injuries had mostly healed, and his spirit had been basically destroyed. He couldn't escape, so he could only do as they said. I'll never dare to try anything funny again. Even if he really ran away, Jiang Yinan had plenty of ways to bring him back. On the day of the trial, Gu Shiyuan kept the news a secret. Only he and the Xiao family attended, and Gu Shoukai brought Chang Huan and Jiang Yinan along. He didn't tell the 2 girls about this. In his eyes, neither of the girls was a bad person, especially Chang Huan. The more time he spent with her, the more he liked her. When Lin Yinan saw Jiang Yinan and the other person, he felt his vision go black. How could his second uncle be so brainless? He didn't even greet him before bringing people over. He didn't want anyone in the organization to know their true identities, especially not his family members. He didn't want to get himself into trouble and drag his whole family into it. Lin Yike was much more carefree. As soon as she saw Jiang Yinan and Chang Huan, she rushed over and said, "Sister, long time no see." She hadn't seen her 2 older sisters for some time. She knew they had gone on a mission, and she was relieved to see them return safely. It's just unknown how long they can keep their identities a secret. Ever since her second uncle impersonated her brother and met with Jiang Yinan has become noticeably less affectionate towards her brother. She really liked these 2 older sisters, especially Jiang Yinan. She also hopes that when she grows up, she can be such a cool girl. She always felt that even if they found out the truth one day, they would forgive them. However, my brother has always disagreed with this, saying that the organization has very strict discipline and that the consequences of them concealing their identities would be severe. Moreover, Jiang Yinan is the boss's daughter and the organization's designated next boss. How could I possibly forgive them? Coco, my little darling, it's been a long time. Jiang Yinan's voice changed to a lisp as soon as she saw Lin Yike. This little girl's appearance truly touched her heart. She likes smart, pretty children like this. She also has a sweet tongue. The little girl's twin brother, however, was less endearing. It was a waste of his handsome face. I don't know if this guy is just quiet or simply doesn't like talking to her, but he never greets her when he sees her. You brat, you don't even greet me when you see me? You don't even say hello. Jiang Yinan pinched Lin Yinan's cheek directly. Yes, it feels great. She likes it. Looks like I'll have to pinch it more often from now on. While Jiang Yinan was teasing Lin Yinan, Lin Yike had already snuggled into Chang Huan's arms and started acting cute. Sister. Lin Yinan called out to his sister stiffly. He then lowered his head again. He truly dared not meet Jiang Yinan's gaze. He's too guilty. He didn't want to lie, but he had no choice. This reaction only made Jiang Yinan more interested in him. Her awkward and hesitant manner struck her as inexplicably adorable. If this boy weren't so young and unable to leave his parents, she really would have taken him back to the organization and raised him as a child husband. Coco, Nan, who is this? Lin Wan asked. As she walked over, she saw two children talking to two unfamiliar girls. And they seemed to know each other quite well. How come she's never seen these two people before? Mommy, this is Sister Changhuan, and that is Sister Nianan. They are Uncle's friends, and also our friends, Lin Yike introduced. Oh, I see. Lin Wan greeted them with a smile. Hello, I'm their mommy. Hello, beautiful lady. So you're Coco's mommy. No wonder you're so beautiful. Jiang Yinan praised sincerely. She feels great whenever she sees a beautiful woman. She realized that the children's mother must be a great beauty. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to two such good-looking children? Hello. Chang Huan greeted him with a smile. Lin Yike ran to Lin Wan's side and whispered, Mommy, this sister named Chang Huan is the girl my second uncle likes. Really? Lin Wan whispered. Your uncle has such good taste. Although it was their first meeting, Lin Wan had a very good first impression of Chang Huan. Maybe this really is her future sister-in-law. Just a few days ago, she heard Gu Shuyuan say that her younger brother had someone he liked. After this interlude, we arrived at the courtroom. Seeing the Lin family couple being brought in, Xiaoyan clenched his fists. These two people caused his sister to be separated from his parents, and also caused him to live with guilt for more than 20 years. If it weren't for God's mercy in helping his sister find her way home and reuniting their family, he would have lived in this shadow for the rest of his life and never been able to escape it. Even after he became an adult, he was unwilling to date, let alone get married and have children. He even thinks of his younger sister whenever he sees a child. This pain is something no one else can understand. Now that he sees the culprits right in front of him, he wishes he could kill them with his own hands. Since he became an adult, he has been a volunteer, helping parents who have lost their children to find them. Chapter 144 The Backstab of His Own Son. I have also witnessed the suffering of these people. He hopes that there will be no more human traffickers in the world, and that every child can return to their parents. Ian, don't be like this. They will get what they deserve. Xiaoyang patted his younger brother's shoulder. After his younger sister was lost, the one who suffered the most was not his parents, but his younger brother. Xiaoyan always regretted that if he hadn't been so mischievous and run away, his sister wouldn't have been lost. Xiaoyan nodded. With red eyes, he watched the Lin family couple being let in. Ji Chunying and Lin Jinhua maintained their previous story. They didn't know who Lin Wan's biological father was, and that they had simply picked the child up from the street. The child is too young to remember anything, let alone explain where their home is. They helped look for it, but they couldn't find it. In short, they were saying that they did nothing wrong, that Lin Wan got lost on her own, and that they didn't kidnap her. These statements were exactly what the Xiao family had expected, and they hadn't expected the Lin couple to admit it. What kind of morality or shame can someone who steals other people's children have? But it doesn't matter, they have already prepared the most favorable witness. The Lin couple thought that today's court hearing would not yield any results. No matter how good the opposing lawyer was, they would have to let them go if there was no evidence. Their only mistake was not reporting it to the police back then, but that's not enough to send them to jail. Even if we sue them again, they will stick to this same story. Just when they thought there would be no outcome and that they would inevitably be acquitted, The plaintiffs claimed to have witnesses who could prove that the Lin couple had abducted their daughter years ago. When the witness was brought out, the Lin couple were completely dumbfounded. Who else could this person be but their biological son, Lin Tianbao? Lin Tianbao had been missing for several days. He was seen again in court, and he was there to testify for someone else. Tianbao, my son, where have you been? How could you give them certification? We are your biological parents. You can't talk nonsense. Son, tell me quickly, did they hit you? Speak up. If they hit you, tell the police and the judge, they'll take care of it. Did they hit you to force you to testify in court? Huh. Tianbao, say something. Ji Chunying, you get agitated as soon as you see your son. He tried to rush over, but was stopped by the bailiffs. Don't move. The female bailiff pressed Ji Chunying down forcefully. Ji Chunying, who was being held down, kept her eyes on Lin Tianbao. This was her own son. How could he stand on the side of others and send them to jail? Lin Jinhua also became agitated. Your Honor, it was them. They arrested my son. They confessed it themselves, and it's been several days. They must have beaten my son to force him to give false testimony. I demand a medical examination. He simply couldn't believe that his only son would send them to jail for someone else. Just as chaos erupted at the scene, Lin Tianbao spoke up. No need for a medical examination. They didn't hit me. I hid because I didn't want to see you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I don't want to see you because you are human traffickers. You didn't have children back then, so you took my sister home because she was pretty. They kept lying to her and treating her badly. From the moment they had me, they taught me to treat my sister like a beast of burden, even saying they'd sell her to help me find a wife. These are all things you've told me, and I've seen how you treated my sister. You're not human. As Lin Tianbao spoke, he secretly glanced at Chang Huan and Jiang Yinan. They were the ones who taught him to say those words. Actually, it was Jiang Yinan herself who suggested coming to the court hearing today. She knew that the two of them were Lin Tianbao's psychological trauma, and with them there, she guaranteed that the idiot wouldn't say anything out of line. Just as they expected, Lin Tianbao felt a deep fear whenever he saw them. He was terrified and dared not provoke these two women. Especially the small one. She's so young, it's terrifying. He always felt like she was a devil. What kind of family could raise a daughter like this? He doesn't dare to disobey now. He testified in court today, and Gu Shoukai said he would let him go. But he was afraid that these two women would come after him and torment him if he did anything wrong. His fear of them was genuine. He just wants to be let go. Upon hearing Lin Tianbao's testimony, Ji Chunying couldn't help but burst into a tirade. You unfilial son, are you trying to kill me with anger? I gave birth to you and raised you. And you actually betrayed me by testifying for that little bitch. How have I treated you? How can you be so heartless? Haven't I been good enough to you? That little bitch was someone I brought home. She deserves to be a slave. You're my own child. How can you side with outsiders? Ji Chunying still wanted to curse. But the statement that Lin Wan was brought in by a hug backfired spectacularly on her. All eyes in the courtroom were on her, including Lin Jinhua. It's over. It's really over this time. He doesn't want to talk anymore. Nothing he says will make a difference. He just felt he had done something terrible. He had brought home an ungrateful child from outside, and now he had given birth to another ungrateful child. Everyone says raising children is for old age security, but he's raised a little beast, helping outsiders to mess with their own parents. Lin Tianbao completely ignored Ji Chunying's insults and continued. Judge, I am Lin Tianbao, the biological son of Lin Jinhua and Ji Chunying. I can testify that my sister Lin Wan was stolen back from outside by my parents more than 20 years ago. It wasn't Lin Wan who got lost on her own, as they claimed. They told me this themselves, and many neighbors and my parents' former colleagues also know about it. My sister suddenly appeared at our house. They have no adoption paperwork. I am their biological son. They wouldn't lie to me. Everything I've said is true. I am willing to take legal responsibility for my words. After saying these words, Lin Tianbao suddenly felt a little relieved. This was the only moment he showed humanity. In essence, he is no different from his parents. Growing up in such an environment and possessing such deformed genes, it's hard for his mind not to be corrupted. This was the only time he ever acted in his entire life, and it was a moment of justice. He saw the Shao family members. He knew the Shao family was very wealthy, and judging from their demeanor, Lin Wan would surely be very happy if she grew up in the Xiao family. Lin Tianbao's conscience briefly took hold of him. Another reason is that his parents were afraid of going to jail, so even though they knew he had been arrested, they never thought of rescuing him. At this point, he also harbored some desire for revenge. Chapter 145: The Human Trafficker's End. Since Lin Tianbao is the biological son of Ji Chunying and Lin Jinhua, his testimony is valid. The Lin couple were ultimately sentenced to 3 years and 8 months in prison. The verdict did not satisfy either the Xiao or Gu families. Child abduction is enough to destroy one family after another, and those who commit such crimes deserve to be torn to pieces. Although the sentences are not long, they have plenty of ways to make the couple suffer in vain. The Lin couple appealed the verdict, but the Shenzhen Intermediate People's Court upheld the original judgment. In the end, they went to the place they should have gone more than 20 years ago. Lin Tianbao was released after his parents were imprisoned. Gu Shoukai was true to his word. When he released Lin Tianbao, he specifically warned him not to bother any of them again, especially his sister-in-law. Lin Tianbao readily agreed. But he only realized how difficult it was when he actually started living alone. He had always been unemployed and was unwilling to work properly. He tried several jobs, but could only stay for a few days before feeling too tired and going home. Over time, the family's savings were completely depleted, and everything that could be sold was sold. Left with no other choice, he went to Lin Wan again, hoping that she could help him by giving him some money. Not much, just a few million, considering that he had helped him by acting as a witness and putting aside his own family ties. That way he can get married sooner, have a son, and live a good life. The result, of course, was that they were kicked out again. After that, Lin Tianbao seemed to have vanished. He never appeared in Shenzhen again, and no one knew where he went. Of course, these are all things to be discussed later. After Lin's father went to prison, the Xiao family also began urging Gu Shuyuan to give his daughter a formal status as soon as possible. They also planned to announce to the public that Lin Wan is Xiao Rou, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Gu Shuyuan was also considering this. His parents' laundry is almost finished, so it's time to move forward. Meanwhile, the Qian Zhouwei family had long been prepared to testify in court, but since they had dealt with Lin Tianbao, their testimony was not needed for the time being. After this incident, Xiao Yang grew closer to the Qin family. His interactions with Qin Ka Wai became more frequent. It was a sunny Monday at the Xiao group. Xiao Yang hasn't come directly to see Qian Zhouwei recently, but there are more and more rumors circulating in the company about the two of them. Many people are guessing that Qian Zhouwei is going to get together with Xiao Yang, or that the two of them are already together. After all, everyone has seen Xiao Yang with a big smile and in a very gentlemanly manner with Qian Zhouwei more than once. When had they ever seen Xiao Yang like this before? How could anyone let such a huge scandal slip by? Zhouwei, I brought some oranges from my hometown. Here, have a few. They were just picked from the tree yesterday. They're so sweet, much fresher than the ones sold outside. A colleague sat down next to Qian Zhouwei and placed a few oranges on her desk. Qian Zhouwei wasn't stupid. She could tell that her colleague's purpose wasn't to give her any fresh oranges. She could guess the other person's purpose even with her toes. Xiao Yang is really something. Lately, he keeps doing things that make others misunderstand, including her. She kept telling herself that the two of them were not suitable for each other, and that Xiao Yang's kindness to her was all because of Lin Wan. But now she really can't keep fooling herself anymore. You really can't hide your feelings for someone. She could sense Xiao Yang's sincerity. Thank you. Qian Zhouwei grabbed an orange and started peeling it. There's no way to avoid it anyway. Is it good? My colleague asked. They've been talking about it like crazy in the company gossip group for the past few days. Some people even bet that Xiao Yang would definitely come looking for Qian Zhouwei again before Wednesday of this week. She even confidently asserted that Xiao Yang deliberately approached Qian Zhouwei in public to mislead everyone about their relationship. Of course, some people will not believe it, thinking that a man like Xiao Yang could never get a girl if he was willing to pursue her, and there is no need for him to do this. As they talked, several people even placed bets. The whole group was very lively. It's delicious. Okay, time to get back to work. Qian Zhouwei didn't want to say any more. Lately, everyone keeps trying to chat with her, and the topics are always about her and Xiao Yang. Don't they all need to work? Why rush to work? It's only Monday. It's not busy. Let's chat, another colleague said. I don't have anything to talk about. If you're not in a hurry to work, you can watch the videos. I still have some work from last week to finish, so I have to get back to work in a bit, Qian Jiahui said, trying to decline. Don't rush. I'll help you with your work in a bit. What's the point of watching videos? Let's talk about you and President Xiao. How's it going? The colleague asked with a grin. Hearing her ask that question, several more female colleagues gathered around. Everyone has the same gossipy nature. What could possibly happen between me and President Xiao? Don't spread rumors. There's really nothing between us, just boss and employee. Qian Jiahui was speechless. How can these people be so bored? We've been seeing President Xiao with you a lot lately, and he always says nothing's wrong. Which employee in our company gets this close to President Xiao? Someone said. Xiao Yangwang had come to their office to see Qian Jiahui several times, and they had even eaten together. Nobody would believe there was nothing between them. Apart from Xiao Yang's younger brother Xiao Yan, no one else in their company has had the opportunity to have lunch with Xiao Yang. This is enough to show that the relationship between Xiao Yang and Qian Jiahui is definitely not simple. They even felt that Xiao Yang was asserting his sovereignty. To tell you the truth, Mr. Xiao and I are just ordinary friends at most. I'm only close to his sister. It's not what you think, okay? Qian Jiahui explained weakly. Of course, no one believed these explanations. Being close to Mr. Zhao's sister doesn't affect your good relationship with Mr. Xiao, right? Just admit it, don't make us speculate. Who knows, maybe you'll be our boss's wife in the future, said the colleague who delivered the oranges. If that's the case, then they should start trying to curry favor with Qin Kaowai right now. I've heard that the Xiao family is quite open-minded and doesn't really care about Xiao Yang's marriage. If Qian Jiahui and Xiao Yang have a good relationship, she might actually be able to marry into the Xiao family. Really, no, don't overthink it. Don't spread rumors, okay? I need to work. Don't bother me. Thank you. Qian Jiahui immediately started to shoo people away. She really should talk to Xiao Yang about it. It would be best if their interactions were handled through Lin Wan to avoid misunderstandings. The most important thing is not to let her misunderstand. She really will start overthinking. Chapter 146 Colleagues Without a Sense of Boundaries. Seeing that Qian Jiahui was starting to shoo people away, the group scattered. It's boring, so boring. It's healed, so why hide it? Everyone can see for themselves. Unlike the gossipy people, Qian Jiahui's other male colleague, Wang Yin, listened to their conversation with a gloomy face and remained silent. He looked at Qian Jiahui with a strange expression. He once asked Qian Jiahui if she was with Xiao Yang, and Qian Jiahui always denied it. But he overheard people saying that Qian Jiahui not only had lunch with Xiao Yang, but also dinner, and that Xiao Yang even took her home that night. This was hard for him to accept. In his heart, Qian Jiahui was a very pure girl. He didn't want her to be so shameless, still contacting other men at night. If anything were to happen, it wouldn't be clean in his eyes. He didn't believe that wealthy men wouldn't be attracted to a young and beautiful girl and would take no real action. Rich men are all bad. Only poor men like him are truly devoted to women. In his eyes, they were all philanderers and irresponsible, constantly changing women. Qian Jiahui will definitely suffer if she spends too much time with Xiao Yang. He really likes girls who are pure in body and mind. If Xiao Yang touches her, he will feel disgusted when he is with Qian Jiahui in the future. Even holding hands is not allowed. Qian Jiahui belongs to him alone. He didn't think Xiao Yang would really care about Qian Jiahui. He was just playing around and wouldn't be sincere. Therefore, he had to remind Qian Jiahui to get away from the situation as soon as possible and not to continue getting entangled with Xiao Yang. It wouldn't be good for a young woman to have her reputation gossiped about like this. Moreover, Qian Jiahui really did end up in bed with Xiao Yang. So in the end, wouldn't he be the one who suffers? In Wang Yin's morbid mind, Qian Jiahui was already his possession. Wang Yin, a man with no money, no looks, and nothing but education, felt inferior when faced with Qian Jiahui, a young, beautiful girl from a decent family. So insecure that he dared not confess his feelings. But it was precisely this inferiority complex that made him very possessive of Qian Jiahui. He was so intense that he had followed Qian Jiahui on numerous occasions just to see where she went and whether she had any contact with other men. He planned to confess his feelings to Qian Jiahui after he made the down payment, believing that Qian Zhehui would definitely be with him. Although the Qian family isn't exactly well off, they at least own 2 properties in Shenzhen. In the future, the Qian family's beautiful daughter and the money from their properties will all belong to him. He wants to put down roots in the city, and he wants to be able to hold his head high in the village. Wang Yin and Qian Zhehui usually have a good relationship. They sometimes have dinner together after get off work and become dining buddies. This gave Wang Yin more confidence in pursuing Qian Zhehui, as he felt that she also had feelings for him. Otherwise, why would Qian Zhehui have dinner with him when other beautiful women ignored him? Thinking of this, Wang Yin moved closer to Qian Zhehui and whispered, "Shall we? Don't listen to what others are saying." "I know, but I didn't take it to heart at all," Qian Zhehui said while working. Wang Yin suddenly appeared next to her, startling her. "However, I must kindly remind you that you're not good enough for Mr. Xiao, so don't get your hopes up too much. Rich men have plenty of women. He might just be playing around with you. Men, after all, like novelty. Don't be foolish. You'd better find a reliable man and settle down. You'll suffer if you're with a rich man. Money earned through sex isn't clean." Wang Yin impulsively blurted out his true feelings. That was very direct. But these words sounded very harsh to Qian Zhehui. What kind of nonsense is this? What did she do to deserve such humiliation? Are you sick? What's wrong with you? Qian Zhehui frowned. I forced myself to suppress my nausea. She felt that the word playing around was an insult to women, not to mention that her relationship with Xiao Yang was not something shameful, and she had never taken any money from him. They've only eaten together once, and Xiao Yang has only been to her house once. She suddenly disliked Wang Yin very much. No, she loathed him. Wang Yin usually speaks very strangely, and not many people in the company like him. He speaks in a rambling, incoherent way and is quite impulsive. She doesn't mind at all. She's willing to be friends with the other person, have a meal together occasionally, and chat. That would be nice. She always thought Wang Yin wasn't a bad person, just that his family was poor and he came from a very poor family to get into a key university. She heard that it wasn't easy for his family to support his studies. Therefore, people are very insecure and sensitive. He's also somewhat misogynistic, and often says things that are unfriendly to women. However, Qian Zhehui felt that he was just more influenced by his environment. I didn't take it too seriously, but we didn't get to know each other very well either. We just treated each other as ordinary friends. But today, they directly threw mud at her, which really disgusted her. Even if there was nothing between her and Xiao Yang, what does it have to do with Wang Yin? Wang Yin crossed the line. Qian Zhehui's attitude did not deter Wang Yin. Instead, he became more and more excited. I'm doing this all for your own good. Don't be so sensitive. If you don't listen to me, you'll regret it later. Think about what kind of family the Xiao family is, and what about your own? Are you really a good match? Mr. Xiao only doesn't have a girlfriend on the surface. Do you know how many women he has behind the scenes? President Xiao isn't that kind of person. Don't talk about him like that, and don't talk about me like that either. I'll really get angry. Qian Zhehui's face was already very pale. You don't even know if he's that kind of person in private. You're just too naive to be fooled. Let me tell you, men can do whatever they want with women, but if a girl loses her virginity... Wang Yin wanted to advise her further. I think what I said makes a lot of sense. They were completely unaware that they had said the wrong thing. Shut up. Get away. Qian Zhehui rarely lost her temper. Although her voice wasn't loud, her face clearly showed anger. Why didn't she realize before that Wang Yin was such a chauvinist? Whether she is virgin or not, and to whom she gave her virginity, has absolutely nothing to do with this man. What's wrong with you? Wang Yin only shut up when he saw that Qian Zhehui was really angry. This was the first time he had seen Qian Zhehui angry in all the time they had known each other. This was completely unexpected. He swallowed the rest of his words. The more Qian Zhehui acted this way, the more uneasy he felt, like he was being scratched by a cat. Could it be that her strong reaction meant something had already happened between her and Xiao Yang? Wang Yin thought about it more and more and felt that this was very likely. But seeing Qian Zhehui's sour face, he really didn't dare to ask any more questions. Chapter 147, Meeting the Parents? Although Wang Yin was feeling uneasy, he kept guessing that Qian Zhehui's strong reaction must mean that something had happened between her and Xiao Yang. Otherwise, why would she care so much? Thinking this way, Wang Yin felt very uncomfortable. Qian Jiahui was going to be his woman and be with him in the future, so how could she be touched by another man? But he didn't dare ask any more questions and fell completely silent. After being quietly scolded by Qian Jiahui, he returned to his seat dejectedly, glancing at Qian Jiahui every now and then. She had always been gentle with him, but now she was treating him like this for Xiao Yang's sake. Wang Yan was very dissatisfied. After being humiliated by her male colleague, Qian Jiahui felt depressed. Is she really infatuated with Xiao Yang? My deep-seated inferiority complex started acting up again. But what Qian Jiahui feared most often came to pass. At lunchtime, Xiao Yang arrived at Qian Jiahui's department on time. He wanted to have dinner with her. His recent interactions made him feel that their relationship had progressed, and he had already heard about the gossip and rumors circulating in the company. My sister and nephews have all gone home, and the marriage with the Gu family is only a matter of time. At least Gu Shiyuan has already made his stance clear and will soon give Lin Wan a formal status. It was a triple celebration for him, and now he walks with a cheerful and happy air about him. As soon as he arrived, all eyes were on him, and everyone could feel his smugness. It goes without saying who they're looking for. Since Xiao Yang was suspected of dating Qian Jiahui, they have all noticed that he smiles more and is much more sunny and approachable. Qian Jiahui, who had just finished her work and was about to go eat, also looked over in the direction everyone was looking. She immediately spotted Xiao Yang, who was looking at her and smiling. She was momentarily lost in thought, but he quickly regained his senses. Why is this guy here again? Aren't there enough rumors and gossips already? How will she work in the office after this? If you need to contact her, can't you send her a message beforehand? Will she go there by herself? If someone comes to her office like this, who knows what others will say behind their backs? Qian Jiahui herself didn't realize that when she saw Xiao Yang, she would be very certain in her heart that he was there to see her. Before Qian Jiahui could speak, Xiao Yang strode over and said gently, "Shall we? It's almost lunchtime. My mom made something delicious and wants to invite you to our house for lunch. Xiaoro is home too." Upon hearing this, everyone's attention turned to the two people. What did Xiao Yang just say? His mother cooked something delicious and invited Qian Jiahui to his house to eat. Have the two met each other's parents yet? It seems the Xiao family doesn't object. Holy crap, Qian Jiahui might actually become their boss's wife from now on. People who weren't very friendly to Qian Jiahui before are now regretting it. If they had known things would turn out this way, they would have tried to please her from the beginning. My goodness, isn't this the real-life Cinderella story? A commoner girl marries a rich man. Xiao Yang didn't care at all about the gazes of these people. He was aware of the recent rumors circulating in the company, and although they did cause Qian Jiahui some trouble, they were also meant to speed up their relationship. It wasn't that he didn't want to confess his feelings now, but he was afraid she would reject him, afraid that the gap between them would make her back down. When everyone assumes they're already together, it all seems natural. Feeling everyone's gaze upon her, Qian Jiahui's ears began to burn. What's this guy up to now? No one informed her about going to the Xiao family for dinner. She was just chatting with Lin Wan and didn't mention it to her. This is so embarrassing. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Didn't you promise my mom you'd come over for dinner often? You know how much my mom likes you. She even cooked for you today, making all your favorite dishes. Coco is looking forward to your visit too. She said she misses you. Let's go. Xiao Yang gradually approached Qian Jiahui. Today his mother did cook something delicious and wanted to invite Qian Jiahui to their home. Lin Wan said she was going to make a phone call, but he stopped her. He has to come and pick him up in person. Coco said she misses me? Qian Jiahui asked. She felt a pang of tenderness whenever she thought of this little girl. She adores her goddaughter. Who could resist such an adorable baby? Yes, let's go quickly. Coco will be getting impatient. Look, the phone is ringing. Xiao Yang said as he answered the phone and put it on speakerphone. A soft, sweet voice came from Xiao Yang's phone. Uncle, dinner is ready. When are you and godmother coming home? Even at such a young age, Lin Yai could tell that Xiao Yang really liked Qian Jiahui, so she decided to give him a helping hand and took the initiative to call him. It's for you. Xiao Yang shoved his phone directly into Qian Jiahui's hand. Qian Jiahui instinctively took the phone and immediately turned off the speakerphone. Coco, we'll be right back. Don't rush. Why did I buy you a small cake? Is there anything else? Okay, we'll be there soon. See you later, bye. Let's go. Our whole family is waiting for us, Xiaoyang said. Xiaoyan had already gone back ahead of them so as not to disturb them. Now Qian Jiehui had no choice but to go. She could only follow Xiaoyang out of the office under everyone's watchful eyes. The office erupted in chaos the moment the two left. Wait a minute, what just happened? Mr. Zhao's mother invited Xiaohui to her home for dinner? I didn't hear wrong, did I? You heard me right. I heard it too. They've met the parents so soon. We've asked them so many times, but they haven't admitted it. They're quite low-key. It seems Mrs. Xiao really likes Xiaohui, and it looks like this isn't her first time visiting. Mr. Zhao's family is really open-minded. The two of them are really well-matched. I'll bow down in respect first. No, I can't resist. The world will lose another good single man, and I'll miss my chance again. Wake up, you never had a chance in the first place. When do you think they started dating? I don't know, but it seems like President Xiao deliberately let everyone know just now. I've noticed that too. Mr. Xiao always seems to be intentionally or unintentionally letting everyone have something to eat. Also, Mr. Zhao's niece had such a soft and sweet voice just now. I wonder if she's pretty. How could President Zhao's niece not be beautiful? Wait, aren't you guys getting off topic? The most important thing for us right now is to eat. Let's go, I'm starving. The group chatted for a long time before dispersing to eat, talking as they ate. The only one who was injured in this incident was Wang Yan. Chapter 148 Family Banquet. In the morning, Wang Yan kindly reminded Qian Jiehui to stay clear-headed and not get involved, as Xiaoyang wouldn't have a future with her. The result was a quick slap in the face. So they've already met each other's parents. Qian Jiehui was still denying it in the morning. He felt cheated. This whole situation left Wang Yan in a bad mood. He didn't even eat lunch and just lay motionless on his desk. The thought of Qian Jiehui being with Xiaoyang made him feel terrible and drove him mad. His evil thoughts grew stronger and stronger. No, he couldn't let Qian Jiehui be taken away. This woman can only belong to him. Qian Jiehui sat in Xiaoyang's passenger seat once again. After trying to hold back, I couldn't help but say, Mr. Xiao, if you need anything in the future, you can contact me in advance via WeChat or by phone. Please don't come to my office directly. She had no idea how to face her gossipy colleagues that afternoon. She had a feeling that what Xiaoyang had just said might be misinterpreted as them meeting each other's parents. She's really in a mess now, no matter how hard she tries. Why? Xiaoyang asked knowingly. The car was started slowly. I don't think this is a good idea. People will misunderstand. There have been rumors circulating in the company about us lately, which isn't good for either of us. Especially for you. I don't want your reputation to be affected, Qian Jiehui said. She took a deep breath. She genuinely didn't want Xiaoyang to be affected. But Xiaoyang didn't seem to care at all. He said nonchalantly, I'm single, so I'm not afraid of any gossip. He was ready to confess his feelings and was even planning how to do it. This is his first time in a serious relationship, so he doesn't have much experience to share. But the romance that's meant to be there should still be included. But I don't. Qian Jiehui was interrupted before she could say anything. You're single too, what are you afraid of? Xiaoyang interrupted Qian Jiehui directly. Qian Jiehui. Is this the correct logic? She felt something was off, but couldn't find the words to refute it. Seeing Qian Jiehui speechless, Xiaoyang gently raised the corners of his mouth. Qian Jiehui had long since fallen into his trap. As soon as they arrived at the Xiao family home, Lin Yike ran out, shouting, Godmother, I missed you so much. Qian Jiehui immediately stretched out her arms and hugged the little bundle of joy that was running towards her. She was so envious of Lin Wan for having such a cute daughter, and she wanted to have one just as cute when she got married. Godmother misses you too. Qian Jiehui pinched Lin Yike's chubby cheeks. The little guy seems to have gained a bit of weight recently. The food is ready, let's eat. Lin Yike called out as she pulled Qian Jiehui inside. Grandma, my godmother is here. Ever since she found out that her uncle liked her godmother, she made up her mind that no one but her godmother could become her aunt. Looking at the backs of the two figures, one tall and one short, Xiaoyang smiled. This is what home feels like. Since the children came home, it's been so much more lively, with constant laughter and joy. Most importantly, he felt that his parents' condition had improved a lot, and they seemed to look younger. Especially her own mother, who hadn't cooked for many years, now often cooks delicious meals for the children herself. and the two little ones have visibly become rounder. This all comes from my grandmother's love. Elderly people all hope to have a house full of children and grandchildren and enjoy the joys of family life. He should get married and have children soon. It will only be more lively with more kids in the family. Watching Qian Jiahui's retreating figure, he made up his mind that he must marry the girl he liked as soon as possible. Only when he is with Qian Jiahui can his heart be at peace, and he can let down all his guard and not even need to pretend. In front of this woman, he can be the most authentic Xiao Yang. As soon as Qian Jiahui entered the house, Zhao's mother, still wearing an apron, immediately came to greet her and said warmly, "Xiaowei is here. It's been a while since you've come to see your aunt. My mom talks about you all the time, so why don't you come more often?" Lin Wan said from the side. "Okay, Auntie, I'll come to see you more often in the future," Qian Jiahui said shyly. Originally, it was thought that after Lin Wan acknowledged the Xiao family, their relationship would gradually fade, since they were no longer from the same world. Unexpectedly, not only was Lin Wan completely unchanged from the past, but the Xiao family also treated her very well and warmly. She seemed to have no reason to refuse to come here. Okay. Zhao's mother held Qian Jiahui's hand with a big smile. "Come and eat. Today, your auntie made your favorite dishes. Come and try your auntie's cooking." The more Mrs. Xiao looks at Qian Jiahui, the more satisfied she becomes. She's such a wonderful girl, good in every way. No wonder my son is so obsessed. They don't have any concept of matching social status or family background. As long as the children are willing and the other person is of good character, everything else is negotiable. A child's happiness is more important than anything else. She believes that children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Especially after they regained their eldest daughter, they became much more accepting of the situation. She's been in a really good mood lately. Her children are all around her, and she can even have meals with them. She feels so happy. She often cooks different delicious meals for the children, and she is extremely satisfied when she sees her two grandchildren's faces gradually becoming rounder. I hope my son can get married soon and have a child soon. She genuinely likes Qian Jiahui and hopes they will be destined to be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Okay. Qian Jiahui, who had been a little reserved, gradually relaxed. Looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, they looked and smelled delicious. She had always thought that wealthy women, who were always waited on hand and foot, never cooked, but she never expected that Zhao's mother was such a good cook. She felt honored that she was specially invited. "Sister, wash your hands over here." Xiaowen also took the initiative to come over and pulled Qian Jiahui to the bathroom. Although they haven't known each other for very long, they get along very well. Xiaowen has always regarded Qian Jiahui as her older sister. The two became good friends after their first meeting. Gu Shiyuan then rushed over from the company. With everyone present, the Xiao family banquet officially began. The atmosphere during the meal was very pleasant and warm. Although it was just a simple family dinner, the Xiao family elders were very satisfied. As long as their children were safe and well, that was more important than anything else. Qian Jiahui didn't feel like an outsider in the Xiao family at all. The Xiao family members were all very well-mannered and kind. After the meal, Zhao's mother chatted with Qian Jiahui for a long time until after 2 p.m. before she went back to the company with Xiao Yang. "Oh no, I'm late. It's 3 o'clock now." Qian Jiahui looked at her phone, on the verge of tears. Chapter 149 Overtime. Zhao's afternoon work start time is 2:30, and the two of them didn't leave Zhao's house until almost 3 o'clock. "I decide what time the employees start work," Xiao Yang said, completely unconcerned. "Is there anything in the company that he can't make a decision about? So what if she's late? No one will dare to make things difficult for Qian Jiahui." "Thank you, Mr. Xiao." Qian Jiahui turned her head to look out the window. "I already said you can call me a Yang in private." Xiao Yang was not satisfied with the title President Xiao. "Okay." Qian Jiahui didn't turn around, watching the scenery outside the window gradually fade away. During this time, she actually rode in Xiao Yang's car quite a few times, and seemed to gradually get used to being alone with this man. But she still felt it was too unreal. They were clearly from different worlds. It was so unreal that she wondered if it was all a beautiful dream, and that everything would be gone as soon as she woke up. If it wasn't a dream, how could she be so lucky to sit in the passenger seat of the man she liked and be loved by the Xiao family? The idea of a prince falling in love with Cinderella is just a fairy tale. The two chatted from time to time on the way, and Qianjiawei was no longer as nervous in front of Xiaoyang as before. That's how we got to the company building. Do you need me to take you back to your office? Xiaoyang asked deliberately. No need, I can manage by myself. Bye-bye. Qianjiawei pushed open the car door, got out, and fled upstairs. She didn't want to appear in public with Xiaoyang again. I was even prepared to be bombarded with questions from my colleagues. Back in her office, no matter what anyone asked or said, Qianjiawei remained silent. Although she found all these people annoying, she was in a very good mood after returning from the Xiao family. She loved the atmosphere there. The more I like her, the more afraid I am of losing her one day. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Everyone has their own destiny. Qianjiawei decided to stop thinking about it and focus on her work to reduce her worries. Seeing Qianjiawei's resolute attitude, her colleagues naturally lost interest in gossiping. Wang Yan wanted to ask more questions, but Qianjiawei ignored him completely. She still remembered all the offensive things he said that morning. She never wanted to be friends with someone like that again. For 2 consecutive days, Qianjiawei did not speak to Wang Yan and did not want to talk to him at all. Even when he apologized to her, she did not accept it. It's not that she's petty, it's just that she doesn't like this kind of person and has no interest in being friends with her. The company has been incredibly busy these past few days, and Qianjiawei has been completely focused on her work. Xiaoyang hasn't come to see her again in the last couple of days. The entire company is entering its busiest time of the year. The workload is so heavy that everyone wishes they could be in 2 places at once. Most of these new businesses come from the Gu Group, which is one of the reasons why Gu Shiyuan is so sincere. For him, Lin Wan was already his wife, so the Xiao family members were naturally his family as well. There's no need to be too clear about the distinctions within a family. I feel more at ease in trusting many business matters to my brother-in-law than to outsiders. Everyone worked overtime throughout the week, and Qianjiawei was no exception. It was already dark outside on Friday, and all the colleagues who were supposed to leave had left, except for Qianjiawei, who was still working overtime. She made a mistake at work and couldn't wait until next Monday. She wanted to finish all this so she could have a relaxing weekend. She had made plans with Coco to play with the little ones over the weekend. Seeing that Qianjiawei was still working overtime, Wang Yan, who had already finished his work for the week, also did not leave. He still wanted to apologize to Qianjiawei properly, invite her to dinner, and hope to gain her forgiveness. He also wanted to subtly try to get some information out of Qianjiawei, as he wanted to know if Qianjiawei and Xiaoyang had taken the final step, and he hoped they hadn't. He insisted that the Xiao family would not allow Qianjiawei to enter the family, so sooner or later she would belong to him. He needs to keep a close eye on people now. After they get married, he won't let Qianjiawei go out to work anymore. She can stay at home and take care of her husband and children. Anyway, the Qian family still has some savings, and if they are frugal, it will be enough for Qianjiawei and her child's future expenses. Xiaohui, are you done with your work? Wang Yan asked, watching Qianjiahui's retreating figure. The sudden sound startled Qianjiawei. She patted her chest and said, You scared me to death. Why haven't you left yet? You didn't even make a sound. She assumed everyone had already left work, and the only sound in the quiet office was the sound of her typing on the keyboard. She didn't notice that there was still someone else there. I've been waiting for you. I've finished my work, and I can help you, Wang Yan said. He needed to find an excuse to ease the tension before he could ask Qianjiawei to have dinner with him. Then take her home, and it would be best if you could go upstairs with her for a visit and meet Qian's parents. He figured that most older people would like someone like him who looked gentle and honest. He considered himself the most likable son-in-law candidate. Once the elders of the Qian family are appeased, things will be much easier for Qianjiawei. He doesn't want to be a son-in-law, but he wants the Qian family's house. The Qian family only has one daughter, and everything in the future will belong to him, their son-in-law. Qianjiawei's parents will have to rely on him to support them in their old age. Wang Yan was calculating his plans so fast that the abacus beads almost hit Qianjiahui's face. No need, I'll be done soon. You can go back now. I'll leave as soon as I'm done. Qianjiawei didn't really want to talk to him. Continue with the work at hand. Even if she works overtime all night, she doesn't need Wang Yan's help. Why didn't she think Wang Yan was so abnormal before? Especially in the last few days, Wang Yan's eyes have become strange. She wanted to have even less contact with this person. Wang Yan certainly wouldn't leave, but he didn't say anything either. He just sat there, grinning foolishly as he watched Qian Jiahui's retreating figure. The more I look at her, the more I'm captivated. Not only is Qin Kawai beautiful, but she also has a fantastic figure. This is also why he wanted to be with Qian Jiahui. There are many only daughters in the city who own houses, but it's rare to see someone as beautiful as Qian Jiahui. If he had a wife like that, he could brag about it when he went back to his hometown, and see who would dare to look down on him. Everyone who sees him praises his talent. It wasn't until Qian Jiahui finished her work and stood up that she realized Wang Yan was still there. Why aren't you leaving yet? If you're not leaving, I'm leaving, Qian Jiahui said, starting to pack her bag. She didn't want to be in the same space with this person for even a second longer. I feel inexplicably uncomfortable. I told you I was waiting for you, Wang Yan said with a smile. But that smile sent chills down one's spine. Qian Jiahui's hair stood on end. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Chapter 150. You're insane. Qian Jiahui felt that Wang Yan looked very strange today, and even a little scary. She needs to leave immediately. After saying that, she turned to leave. Wait a minute, don't go yet. Wang Yan reached out and grabbed Qian Jiahui's arm. It was this physical contact that clouded his consciousness. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Qian Jiahui shook off the other person's hand. The words carried a warning tone. I've been waiting for you here for so long. Just because I was worried you were working too hard and wanted to help you, Wang Yan said with dissatisfaction. He felt that his good intentions had been completely wasted. Since he got entangled with Xiao Yang, he felt that Qian Jiahui was no longer as naive and easily deceived as before. She used to believe everything he said. Now we avoid him like the plague. He didn't like this feeling. He didn't want to be looked down upon. I said I don't need it. I'm going home now. Qian Jiahui subconsciously reached into her bag and touched her phone. Don't rush back. You've been busy for so long and haven't eaten yet. You must be hungry. I'll treat you to a meal. Today it's on me. We won't have spicy hot pot or rice noodles. I'll treat you to something nice. I bought a 129 yuan set meal through a group deal to improve your diet, Wang Yan said excitedly. He felt he had been very generous today. Although he earns nearly 20,000 yuan a month, he is always very frugal. Apart from the rent and utilities for his shared apartment, he rarely has any other expenses and can save at least 15,000 to 16,000 yuan a month, just so that they can have some money in their hands and be looked up to by others. Although he felt that women nowadays were very materialistic, he also knew that without any savings, he couldn't snag a wife with a house. So despite his complaints, he will continue to save money. A meal costing over 100 yuan is a luxury for him. He usually can't bear to eat such an expensive meal. Even the drinks she usually drinks are mostly ordered by Qian Jiahui. When Qian Jiahui is invited to eat together, the meal can be had for a maximum of 30 to 50 yuan, and she usually pays for it. Fearing that others will look down on them for being poor, they buy second-hand brand-name clothes on second-hand platforms. He really hates how his colleagues in the office are always comparing and competing with each other. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry to get home, so you don't need to eat. You can eat by yourself, or you can treat someone else. Qian Jiahui's voice trembled slightly. She felt a chill run down her spine just looking into the other person's eyes. She stepped back, and Wang Yan walked forward. Anyway, you haven't had dinner yet. Let's eat together. It won't take up too much of your time. After dinner, I'll take you home. We'll take a taxi today, not the subway. Wang Yan refused to give up. Really no need. Qian Jiahui refused again. She hates being bothered like this. I have no interest in having dinner with people like that. Actually, if we're really friends, she doesn't mind spending a little more money. Although her family isn't particularly wealthy, her salary is enough for her to live comfortably. She knew that Wang Yan often took advantage of her and made her pay for things. She used to be naive and thought that Wang Yan's family was not well off and that he was used to being frugal. Now that I'm inviting her to dinner, she doesn't want to go. Why did you refuse me? You won't even have a meal with me? Didn't you say you loved eating with me? You didn't make plans with Xiao Yang again today, did you? Wang Yan's face changed as he thought of this. They stopped calling him President Xiao and started addressing him by his full name, Xiao Yang. Otherwise, why would you keep rejecting him? It's hard for him not to suspect that a man and a woman alone together in the middle of the night might do something else. A surge of anger rose within Wang Yan, and his mind began to cloud. No, I just want to go home, Qian Jiahui retorted. Don't lie to me. Shall we? I've told you before, a man like Xiao Yang won't lack women. He won't marry you. Stop having pointless fantasies, okay? You two aren't a good match. It won't work out. He's just playing around with you. You should find a reliable, good man to settle down with. Like me. Wang Yan finally said what had been on his mind. He was plagued by feelings of inferiority and dared not confess his feelings. I have no confidence at all, and I'm afraid of being rejected. On the one hand, he was afraid of rejection, and on the other hand, he had a strong sense of self-esteem and was very afraid of being hurt. But just when he wanted to get to know Qian Jiahui better, Xiaoyang suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This caught him off guard. The key point is that Qian Jiahui clearly likes Xiaoyang very much, and now she's ignoring him. This made him even more eager to get Qian Jiahui immediately. I told you, don't talk nonsense. I'm really angry. There's nothing between me and him, and there's even less between me and you. Don't have any unfounded fantasies. Qian Jiahui's expression turned serious. Wang Yan's words just now disgusted her. Xiaoyang had previously told her that Wang Yan liked her, but that Wang Yan wasn't a good person and that she shouldn't get too close to him, but she didn't believe him. Now that the facts are before her, she believes it. She always felt that the two of them were just good friends, and she never had any romantic feelings for this person. Not even a little bit. Xiaohui, I am truly sincere towards you. Heaven and earth can bear witness. From the first time I saw you, I liked you very much and wanted to be with you. You probably think I'm stingy, but that's all because I'm saving money to marry you. How can I give you a good life if I don't have money? But believe me, I will try my best. I'll give you a good life. I'm willing to do anything for you. I can endure any hardship. Really, believe me. Xiaoyang won't be with you. I'm the best choice for you. Wang Yan continued his confession. They completely disregarded whether Qian Jiahui wanted to listen or not. However, his heartfelt confession sounded grating and nauseating to Qian Jiahui. He directly blamed Qian Jiahui for his poverty, his lack of ability, and his meager living. He even tried to brainwash her, saying that she had endured so much hardship just to marry him. But all this hardship is clearly his own fault. How much money he earns and whether he can live a good life are none of anyone else's business, let alone hers. Why should she take the blame for him? Whether you're stingy, you're saving money, or what your reasons are, please understand that none of this concerns me, and you don't need to tell me these things. First of all, I don't like you. I've never liked you. Secondly, I didn't force you to live this kind of life, nor did I ask you to save money. Thirdly, please don't blame your incompetence on others, Qian Jiahui couldn't help but say. She tried to make the other person understand these principles. But she overlooked the fact that some people don't understand human language. Such people will always confine themselves to their own logic and try to drag others into it as well. Chapter 151 Ayang, save me. As expected, Wang Yan wouldn't listen to any of these words. He insisted on his point of view. I'm saving money because I want to marry you. How can it not be for you? How can you not appreciate it at all? He felt that Qian Jiahui was heartless. If it weren't for marrying her, he wouldn't have to work so hard. Life could be much easier if he didn't get married. He even completely ignored Qian Jiahui's statement that she didn't like him. Completely immersed in their own imagined world. Can you even understand me? I don't like you, okay? Qian Jiahui said speechlessly. Please stop bothering me. Marry whoever you want. Do whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me. She didn't want to waste any more words. The other person wouldn't listen to a single one. All she wants now is to leave and go home immediately. She will no longer work overtime alone for such a long time, and she will no longer have any contact with Wang Yan alone. She understood the principle that a wise person does not stand under a crumbling wall. Today is an exception. Xiaohui, why don't you understand my heart? I know you like Xiaoyang, but why are you so stubborn? He can never be yours. You'll only suffer if you're with him. A girl can't exchange her body for everything she wants. I'll really mind. Wang Yan said incoherently as he walked forward, trying to get closer to Qian Jiahui. Qian Jiahui's words had gradually shattered his remaining rationality. He cannot allow Xiaoyang to have Qian Jiahui's body. The scenes of their interaction were constantly stimulating Wang Yan's senses. It made him feel that his dignity was being trampled on. He was even more unwilling to admit that Qian Jiahui had no affection for him whatsoever. If you don't like him, why do you often eat and chat with him? Why do you eat the meals he treats you to and drink the milk tea he buys? If you don't like something, you should refuse it. But Qian Jiahui not only did not refuse, she accepted each time with a smile, and then invited him back later. Doesn't this imply that they can continue their relationship? Wang Yan's thinking is beyond human comprehension. In his mind, as long as a girl interacts with him and smiles at him, he will mistakenly assume that she has feelings for him. In his mind, there is no such thing as a proper friendship between men and women. Seeing Wang Yan approaching, Qian Jiahui was terrified. She retreated repeatedly, preparing to run away. Don't come any closer. What happens between me and Xiao Yang is none of your business. We're just colleagues. Don't go too far. I have no feelings for you. Not now, and never will. It didn't happen before, but it can happen in the future. Xiao Hui, I really like you. You're the first girl in the company to smile at me. Wang Yan's breathing became heavy, and his eyes, fixed on Qian Jiahui, began to cloud over. Qian Jiahui felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly pulled out her phone, which she had already unlocked with her fingerprint in her bag. The screen was still showing the message she had sent to Xiao Yang, telling him that she was working overtime today. Almost instinctively, she sent a voice message to Xiao Yang. Yang, office, help me. She is now consumed by fear. But subconsciously, she felt that Xiao Yang might know she was working overtime, which was why he didn't leave. At this point, Qian Jiahui had already retreated into the corridor. She wanted to run away, but her office was on the 20th floor, and she had to take the elevator down. There was no one else in the entire building, so it was unlikely that anyone would come to her rescue if she called for help. If she runs to take the elevator now, she definitely can't outrun Wang Yan. It would be just as dangerous for her. Running up the stairs is even worse, as there aren't even security cameras in the stairwells. All she can do now is send a text message to the police and notify Xiao Yang. I hope Xiao Yang didn't leave. Qian Jiahui's heart was in her throat. She regretted working overtime, and even more so, she regretted wasting so much time with this person, trying to make a madman understand human language. She felt that Wang Yan had gone mad, and was afraid that she would suffer a loss. Notifying Xiao Yang. Too late. I saw his car leave with my own eyes, Wang Yan sneered. Qian Jiahui's voice message to Xiao Yang had completely shattered his rationality. He doesn't allow his woman to have contact with other men. Wang Yan's rationality has been completely overwhelmed. He wants to possess Qian Jiahui immediately so that she can't escape and will have no choice but to stay with him in the future. The thought kept recurring in his mind, and he was about to lose control of himself. Don't do anything reckless. There are surveillance cameras here. Qian Jiahui had already leaned against the wall. Surveillance? That's a pity. The surveillance cameras were broken yesterday, and no one has fixed them. Besides, there are no surveillance cameras in the office either. Wang Yan's smile became even more sinister. He walked towards Qian Jiahui step by step. She was like prey in his hands. Don't come any closer, or I'll call for help. Qian Jiahui's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I thought the surveillance would intimidate them. Moreover, Xiao Yang never replied to her messages. Call for help. Go ahead and call. Everyone in the building has left, except for the security guards downstairs. It's a pity. This is the 20th floor. They can't hear you. No one will come to save you. Don't count on Xiao Yang. He won't care about you. Wang Yan took a few steps forward like a madman. They snatched her phone from her hand and threw it on the ground. The phone shattered into pieces instantly. Qian Jiahui's curvaceous figure drove Wang Yan even crazier. He reached out and grabbed Qian Jiahui's hands. You're not getting away today. You're asking for it. Don't touch me. Qian Jiahui tried to struggle. Don't touch you? You still want to remain chaste for Xiao Yang? Wang Yan's eyes were bloodshot as he angrily questioned. Tell me, did he touch you or not? He'll have to check her thoroughly later. If Qian Jiahui has already been touched by Xiao Yang, he won't let her off easily. If not, then this woman will belong to him from now on, and he will not let her have contact with other men. Moreover, Xiao Yang will no longer want her. He wanted to hide her away so that she could admire her alone. If she doesn't comply, He will tell the public that she seduced him, ruining her reputation. This caused her to be disliked by Xiaoyang. Wang Yan's wicked thoughts consumed all his reason. He wanted to possess the woman in front of him immediately. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Qian Jiahui tried to kick Wang Yan in the groin, but failed. Don't struggle. I'll be good to you. Be good. Let me check you carefully to see if there are any traces left by other men. If there are, I'll make you suffer terribly. Wang Yan said this with his teeth practically grinding to powder. Just as his hand was about to touch Qian Jiahui's body, a dark figure ran down the corridor and kicked him in the waist. The next second, he curled up on the ground. Chapter 152, He is Her Light. Qian Jiahui was pulled into a warm embrace. I'm sorry I'm late. I frightened you. Xiaoyang hugged Qian Jiahui tightly, who was trembling and sobbing uncontrollably. He felt very guilty, as he had almost caused Qian Jiahui to be hurt. It was his fault for not protecting her properly. I knew Qian Jiahui was working overtime, and I didn't mean to bother her. I was thinking of coming over later to check on her and have dinner together after she got off work. Before he could even go downstairs, he received a distress signal from Qian Jiahui. He immediately dialed the number, but the phone was already switched off. He was so anxious that he ran down the stairs as fast as he could. Even the elevator was too slow. As soon as they arrived on this floor, they saw Wang Yan preparing to take advantage of Qian Jiahui, intending to lay his hands on her body. Without hesitation, he kicked Wang Yan to the ground. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was his fault. As the company's manager, this incident was due to his negligence in management. Starting tomorrow, warning devices will be installed on every floor and in every office of the company, so that the security department can receive distress signals at any time and accurately locate each floor. This must never happen again. Even if it wasn't Qian Jiahui, he didn't want any female employee in the company to be harmed. Ayang. Qian Jiahui was terrified. She buried her head in Xiaoyang's chest and called out the name she had practiced countless times. She knew Xiaoyang had arrived just from his voice. He had come to rescue her. He appeared just in time to save her at the most dangerous moment. He was her light. Xiaoyang had used all his strength in that kick, and Wang Yan, who was caught off guard, was knocked to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. I can only lie like this. He felt like his back was about to break. But it was precisely this kick that brought him back to his senses. What was he doing just now? And why didn't Xiaoyang leave? He clearly saw Xiaoyang's car drive away. Was he waiting for Qian Jiahui to work overtime? Moreover, Qian Jiahui just called him Ayang, such an intimate term. Seeing the two people embracing each other, Wang Yan felt a pang of pain in his eyes. He didn't feel that his words and actions were offensive to Qian Jiahui. He only felt that he was finished this time, and that Xiaoyang would not let him off the hook. He regretted not what he had done, but his failure. His actions would only provoke Xiaoyang to attack him, and he dared not even imagine what the consequences would be. Why couldn't he hold back just now? This is a company, after all. Even if he wanted to do something, he should have asked Qian Jiahui out alone. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one can hurt you. Xiaoyang gently patted Qian Jiahui's back to comfort her. Every tear from Qian Jiahui was like a whip lashing at him. Each blow caused him immense heartache. He couldn't even imagine what would have happened if he had arrived later, or what would have happened if Qian Jiahui hadn't had time to ask him for help. At this moment, Xiaoyang's mindset was in stark contrast to Wang Yan's. One regretted being too impulsive at work and not thinking things through, while the other regretted not protecting his beloved girl and deeply resented himself. Xiaoyang gave Wang Yan no chance to argue. What he saw with his own eyes could not be wrong. They called security guards directly and had them drag Wang Yan away. He didn't say anything, and the security guards understood perfectly well. They were all shrewd enough. Seeing the anger on Xiaoyang's face, Qian Jiahui crying in his arms, and Wang Yan lying on the ground with a look of terror on his face, they naturally knew what had just happened. Of course they knew Qian Jiahui. They recognized her as the girl who was rumored to be the future boss's wife of their company, and they had seen her get out of Xiaoyang's car many times. This brat even dares to covet the boss's woman. They dragged the person away and beat them to death in a place where there were no people or surveillance cameras. He was on his last breath, so they threw him into the hospital and put him under guard, as long as he didn't die. Wang Yin knew he was in the wrong, so naturally he wouldn't dare call the police unless he wanted to die. After calming Qian Jiahui down, Xiaoyang gave a brief explanation to the police officers who arrived after receiving the alarm. The matter was put on hold for the time being. You fucking idiot. Everyone knows Miss Qian is President Zhao's girlfriend, and you dare to covet her? I think you're tired of living. Damn it. One of the security guards, the leader, started punching and kicking Wang Yin. Fortunately, nothing happened today, otherwise they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility either. Don't hit me. Please, don't hit me. Wang Yin could only beg for mercy as he was being beaten. But soon he couldn't even speak anymore. He felt as if several of his ribs were broken, and the pain was so intense that he couldn't even scream. He hadn't expected Xiaoyang to stay. He has always had a strong sense of self-respect, and Qian Jiahui's words hurt him. At that moment, he only felt a surge of lust. His mind was filled with lust, and he only wanted to quickly take Qian Jiahui's body without thinking too much. I never imagined things would turn out this way. Not hit you. You almost got me into trouble, you know that? How could there be such a piece of trash like you? The security guard hit him even harder. Anyway, they don't have to take responsibility. Their boss will be the one to hold up the sky if it falls. All they need to do now is satisfy their urge to beat people up. Wang Yin was beaten black and blue, with several broken ribs, and was taken to the hospital where he was watched over by someone. He didn't dare call the police and could only endure it. Although he was resentful, he knew that Xiaoyang was not someone he could afford to offend. He never expected that Xiaoyang would actually fall in love with Qian Jiahui and protect this woman so much. He suffered that beating for nothing. No one will speak up for him. He'll definitely lose his job. Xiaoyang won't tolerate him. He could only pray that Xiaoyang would choose not to call the police to arrest him in order to protect Qian Jiahui's reputation. He can always find another job, but he can't go to jail, and he certainly can't afford to have a bad reputation. But he underestimated Xiaoyang. The reason he wasn't directly killed is because current laws prohibit murder. After Wang Yin was taken away, it took Qian Jiahui a long time to calm herself down. She let Xiaoyang hold her, feeling the warmth and comfort he brought. After Qian Jiahui finally calmed down, her eyes were swollen like walnuts. Are you feeling any better? Xiaoyang asked gently, his eyes filled with heartache as he looked at the tear stains on Qian Jiahui's face. He doesn't dare to speak loudly now, for fear of frightening Qian Jiahui, who is still in shock. Qian Jiahui wiped away her tears and nodded. She looked up and saw the heartache and self-blame in Xiaoyang's eyes. Chapter 153. Shall we? I like you. After calming down a bit, Qian Jiahui struggled out of Xiaoyang's arms. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Qian Jiahui was momentarily at a loss for how to face him. She always hoped that Xiaoyang liked her. But when the other person actually shows her love, she wants to run away. She was really afraid it was just her imagination, a dream. I'm afraid it will all come to nothing in the end. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well enough. Xiaoyang looked at Qian Jiahui's aggrieved face and felt extremely sorry for her. He tried to pull the person back into his arms, but was pushed away. I'm fine, Qian Jiahui refused. Xiaoyang's embrace truly warmed her heart, and she felt a deep longing for it. But the more she did this, the more uneasy she became. The words that once advised Lin Wan to accept Gu Shiyuan were no longer effective when it came to his own situation. Xiao Huiyi. Xiaoyang reached out and grabbed Qian Jiahui's wrist. But this action made Qian Jiahui gasp. Her wrist is now very painful. What happened? Did you hurt your hand? Xiaoyang asked anxiously, immediately starting to check Qian Jiahui's wrist. He then noticed the bruises on her wrists. That beast Wang Yin. It's nothing. I'll just put some medicine on it when I get back. Qian Jiahui immediately covered her wrist with her sleeve. No, we need to go to the hospital now, Xiaoyang said as he took off his coat and draped it over Qian Jiahui. No need. It's just a little sore. It'll be fine soon. Qian Jiahui shook her head. It was just a small bruise. She felt that going to the hospital for such a minor bruise was making a mountain out of a molehill. But in Xiaoyang's eyes, nothing concerning her was trivial. Let's go now, Xiaoyang said, and without waiting for the other person to speak again, he picked them up and carried them downstairs. I won't give her another chance to refuse. Suddenly being picked up by Xiaoyang, Qian Jiahui wanted to say something, but ultimately swallowed it all. She gently rested her head on Xiao Yang's shoulder. She gently wrapped her arms around him. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xiao Yang used his resources to expedite the process and gave Qian Zhehui a full-body examination. He was relieved to find that apart from bruises on her wrists and excessive shock, she had no other injuries. Otherwise, he really would have killed Wang Yan. What he cared about was not Qian Zhehui's innocence, but rather that he didn't want her to suffer any harm. This is the most fundamental difference between him and Wang Yan. Xiao Yang loves everything about Qian Zhehui. Even though the doctor said that Qian Zhehui had no problems and that the swelling on her hand would subside quickly with just some medicine, Xiao Yang still insisted that she stay in the hospital for one night for further observation. "I'm really fine. I don't need to be hospitalized," Qian Zhehui said. "She wants to go home now. I really don't think there's any need to be hospitalized. That's way too exaggerated. She just applied the medicine at home and it was fine. No, everything you do is important to me, and I can't be careless." Xiao Yang took Qian Jiahui's hand and began to gently apply ointment to her. "Don't move. It might hurt a little. Just bear with it." As Xiao Yang spoke, he gently applied medicine to Qian Jiahui's wrist, afraid of hurting her. Looking at the man who was carefully applying medicine to her with his head down, Qian Zhehui actually sensed a hint of pampering. It feels a bit unreal. Xiao Yang usually treats her well, but not to this extent. Looking at the man in front of her, Qian Zhehui's heart began to race. To change the subject, she asked, "Why didn't you leave the company? You said you were working overtime today, and I was thinking of waiting for you to get off work so we could have dinner together. Then I received your message, and I rushed over right away," Xiao Yang said without looking up. He still feels lingering fear when he talks about it. Qian Zhehui never expected that Xiao Yang was waiting for her, and she never expected that the distress signal she sent out subconsciously would make Xiao Yang so flustered. He ran over. "No wonder I could clearly hear his panting and pounding heartbeat when I was in his arms. Thank goodness you came." Qian Zhehui felt very fortunate. She felt a chill run down her spine when she thought about what had happened tonight. She will never again spend time alone with any man, not even a colleague. Of course, Xiao Yang is an exception. I feel completely safe as long as he's around. Her trust in him far exceeded her own imagination. But I'm still late, and I frightened you. It's my fault. Xiao Yang finally raised his head. The two looked into each other's eyes, and could only hear each other's breathing. "Xiao Hui, will you let me protect you from now on?" Xiao Yang said. He had kept these words in his heart for a long time. He wanted to protect her under his wing so that she would never be in danger again. At least in the entire city of Shenzhen, he has the ability to protect her for the rest of her life. What? Qian Zhehui thought she had misheard. Was he just confessing his feelings? "I've liked you for a long time." Xiao Yang finally spoke the words he had kept hidden in his heart for so long. Suddenly, I felt much more relaxed. I was originally planning to hold a confession ceremony, something romantic, to leave her with a beautiful memory. But he didn't want to wait any longer. He wanted her to understand his feelings and wanted her to stay by his side so that he could be completely at ease. Hearing Xiao Yang's sudden confession, Qian Zhehui was stunned and couldn't react for a long time. Xiao Yang said he liked her? And it's been a long time? She even suspected she was hallucinating. How could that be? I'm just an ordinary person, yet so many girls like Xiao Yang. There are plenty of wealthy young ladies who are a good match for Xiao Yang. Why does Qian Zhehui deserve Xiao Yang's special treatment? When the things she had dreamed about in the past actually appeared before her eyes, she couldn't believe it. "Mr. Xiao, what are you joking about? This isn't funny at all." Qian Zhehui's smile was awkward. She was just frightened. She'll be fine after some rest. There's no need to comfort her like that. "I told you, call me a Yang," Xiao Yang reiterated once again. He really disliked her calling him President Xiao. It made him feel too distant. Just now at the company, when he was holding her, he clearly heard her call him a Yang. "Xiao Hui, I'm serious now. I really like you. Xiao Rou knows it, and even Ku Kuo and Nan Nan know it. My family all like you very much. They support my relationship with you. My mom already considers you her daughter-in-law," Xiao Yang continued. Coco and Nan Nan know too. Qian Zhehui's jaw dropped in astonishment. Lin Wan did mention it, but she didn't take it seriously. Xiao Yang nodded. No. This. Qian Zhehui's mind was about to shut down. The person she likes is confessing their feelings to her, but why is she acting all coy? Chapter 154, A Heartfelt Confession. Isn't this what she's always been hoping for? Don't you like me? Xiaoyang asked. He knew she liked him from the first time she looked at him with adoring eyes. Since you like each other, you should naturally be together. What is she still hesitating about? Qian Zhehui didn't know how to answer the question. I like it, of course I like it. Xiaoyang was the first person she had ever liked since she was a child. He was so good and so handsome. How could she not like him? However, the gap between the two of them is still too large. They are different from Lin Wan and Gu Shiyuan. Lin Wan was, after all, the daughter of the Xiao family. She was just an only child from an ordinary family. It's really not a good match for Xiaoyang's identity. I want to hear your answer. The real answer. Xiaohui, please tell me. Xiaoyang held Qian Jiahui's hand with his warm, large hand. I like it. Qian Zhehui hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then he lowered his head and bit his lower lip hard. This was the first time she had ever said out loud that she liked Xiaoyang. She practiced that sentence a million times at home. Since you like me and I like you, why don't we just face it directly? I know your concerns, but none of them matter. You've been to my home, met my parents, met my siblings, and you know how much they like you. You also know what my family is like. No one cares whether your background matches my status. None of that matters. What matters is whether we'll be happy together. Xiaohui, do you understand? Xiaoyang said carefully. Xiaoyang hopes that Qian Zhehui can understand that their love for each other is the most important thing. But I still feel that we are not a good match. Qian Zhehui raised her head, but lowered it again when she met Xiaoyang's affectionate gaze. She was still haunted by feelings of inferiority. But she never expected that Xiaoyang actually liked her. His previous kindness towards her was not a misperception, nor was it because of Lin Wan. I was secretly pleased. I think we're a good match, so we're a good match, Xiaoyang said seriously. He doesn't want to be bound by those rules and regulations. He would rather remain single for life than marry someone he doesn't love. His friend once said he was a warrior of pure love, and he admitted it. It's still very important to be well matched in terms of social status, but Qian Zhehui didn't finish her sentence. But there was an undisguised frustration in his tone. She was overjoyed at Xiaoyang's confession, but when she thought about these real-world issues, she felt she couldn't escape them. I don't need a marriage of equal social standing, much less a daughter of a prestigious family. My family won't force me. They're very tolerant of my marriage and let me make my own decisions. What I need is a wife who loves me and will spend her life with me, Xiaoyang continued to confess. He was referring to his wife, not his girlfriend. He was serious about the relationship. If Qian Zhehui agreed, he was even willing to skip dating and get married directly, and they could date slowly after marriage. Isn't his sister the same as Gu Shiyuan? She had a child before they started dating. A good relationship is more important than anything else. He never considered marrying anyone other than Qin Ka Wai in his life. He had many suitors, but none of them, except for Qian Zhehui, ever moved him. He is a very responsible person towards himself, his partner, and the future. He won't easily start a relationship unless he can walk together to the end. Seeing that Qian Zhehui didn't speak, Xiaoyang continued. Xiaohui, give us a chance. Let's be together. Let me protect you, okay? Your family really doesn't mind? Qian Zhehui asked. Her heart was already beginning to stir with desire. As long as she can be with the person she loves, nothing else matters. However, the Xiao family's attitude is very important. She doesn't want Xiaoyang to be put in a difficult position because of her. Which wealthy family wouldn't want to marry a daughter-in-law of equal social standing? Especially since Xiaoyang is the eldest son and the heir to the Xiao group. This identity is too heavy. You know how much my family likes you, and they all know I like you too. Isn't that obvious enough? They're like me. They don't care about social status. They only care about happiness. Being with you is my greatest happiness, Xiaoyang explained patiently. He knew this was Qian Zhehui's inner knot, and he wanted to help her untie it slowly. Only by completely opening up this knot could they be together smoothly. Really, Qian Zhehui's eyes lit up instantly. She recalled the moments she had spent with the Xiao family, especially how Zhao's mother had always treated her like her own daughter. No one ever looked down on her. Through their interactions, she developed a very good impression of this family. Needless to say, Lin Wan was someone they grew up with. According to Xiaoyang, his family already knew he liked her, and they were still treating her so well, so what was she still worried about? Of course it's true. My family is very open-minded. They would never sacrifice my happiness for a marriage alliance. Besides, we're already in a marriage alliance with the Gu family. What could be more powerful than that? You've been reading too many domineering CEO novels, haven't you? Xiaoyang smiled and tapped Qian Jiahui's forehead with his finger. He truly loved this cheerful, enthusiastic, kind, and innocent girl. Qian Jiahui didn't say anything, but the smile on her face said it all. I was secretly pleased with myself. It turns out the person she liked had always liked her too. When did you start liking me? Qian Jiahui suddenly asked. This issue is very important to her. From the first time I saw you, Xiaoyang said. He still remembers the first time he met Qian Jiahui, and even remembers what clothes she was wearing and what kind of bag she was carrying that day. That's how this girl entered his heart. So early, Qian Jiahui was surprised. How come she never noticed? Don't hesitate. If you miss me, you'll never meet a man as perfect as me again, Xiaoyang said with a smile. He is generous with his self-praise. Who said I'm going to miss out on you? I won't allow you to be with anyone else. Qian Jiahui gradually moved closer to Xiaoyang's face. As their eyes met, an ambiguous atmosphere filled the entire room. Xiaoyang pulled her into his arms, leaned down, and gently kissed her. It was a fleeting touch, like a dragonfly skimming the water. She was so frightened today that he could no longer do anything to her. They'll have plenty of time later. From now on, stop hiding from me. You are my rightful girlfriend, and I will be your biggest support. Xiaoyang looked into Qian Jiahui's eyes and said affectionately. Chapter 155 Paying to Avoid Disaster. Okay. Qian Jiahui rested her head on Xiaoyang's shoulder. The phrase, right and legitimate, also resolved her inner conflict. She really loves those broad shoulders. They make her feel warm and at ease. Don't trust others so easily in the future, understand? Xiaoyang instructed. Sometimes being too naive isn't a good thing. He had warned Qian Jiahui long ago that Wang Yin was not a good person and told them to keep their distance. Fortunately, nothing bad happened today. Qian Jiahui hummed in response. Even if Xiaoyang didn't tell her, she already knew. Be more assertive in your speech at the company from now on. You're going to be the future president's wife, understand? Xiaoyang instructed again. He was well aware of the troubles Qian Jiahui had been experiencing with her colleagues these past few days. However, he never mentioned that he orchestrated the whole thing. Understood, Qian Jiahui replied. In the future, if anyone asks about her relationship with Xiaoyang, she can confidently tell them that Xiaoyang is her boyfriend. And another thing. Xiaoyang went on and on. He wasn't such a talkative person before. But now he has a weakness, fearing that his beloved might suffer even the slightest grievance. The two embraced for a long time before reluctantly letting go of each other. They've been dealing with all that's happened tonight, and they haven't even had dinner yet. Xiaoyang ordered food, all of which were prepared according to Qian Jiahui's tastes. He really enjoyed watching her eat. He used to never eat at the company cafeteria, but ever since he fell for Qian Jiahui, he often goes there for lunch. Every time, he thinks Qian Jiahui is like a little glutton, which he finds very cute. Oh dear, it's getting late. I need to call my parents. But my phone is broken. Qian Jiahui only remembered that her phone was broken after she finished eating. But she recently moved back home, and her parents will be very worried if she doesn't go back this late, and they can't reach her by phone. I'll go with you to buy a new one tomorrow, Xiaoyang said. It's just a mobile phone. She can buy whichever model she likes, or even all of them if she wants. He planned to give her a brand new phone. What a pity, I just bought it last month. Qian Jiahui's face was full of heartache. She hesitated for a long time before spending over 10,000 yuan to buy a high-end model last month, but she only used it for less than a month. The thought of my phone makes my food taste unappetizing. Seeing that she was unhappy even while eating, Xiaoyang quickly comforted her. We'll buy a new one tomorrow. Consider it a loss to avoid a bigger disaster. These words did indeed comfort Qian Jiahui. She did lose money today, but she also avoided disaster. Xiaoyang was her savior. But I have to call my parents right away. They'll be very worried if they can't find me, Qian Jiahui said. Can you remember your parents' phone number? Xiaoyang asked. Nowadays, people save their phone numbers on their mobile phones, and very few people remember their own phone numbers. It's considered good if someone can even remember their own. If Qian Zhehui doesn't remember, he will send someone to the Qian family to deliver the message. I won't let them worry. I remember, Qian Zhehui said. Then you can use my phone to make the call, Xiaoyang said, handing over his phone, which was already unlocked. Qian Zhehui hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. She then entered her mother's phone number into Xiaoyang's phone, and the call was quickly connected. Hello? Who is it? Qian's mother sounded anxious on the phone. My daughter said she had to work overtime, but she hasn't come home yet. When I called her, her phone was off. They were all extremely anxious. Mom, it's me, shall we? Hearing her mother's voice, Qian Zhehui felt very guilty. She should have called home sooner. She made her parents worry again. Shall we? Hearing her daughter's voice, Qian's mother finally felt relieved. She then asked, You're using a cell phone. Why is your own phone off? Mom, don't worry, let me explain slowly. My phone broke down because of some things, and I won't be coming home tonight. I just called to let you know. Don't worry, Dad and I'm not a child anymore, Qian Zhehui said. Where are you now? Why aren't you back? How did your phone break? What happened? Mrs. Qian asked anxiously. He asked a series of questions. She has to find out the details. Even though her daughter is already in her 20s, she still sees her as a child. She really won't feel at ease unless she asks for clarification. Mom, Qian Zhehui didn't know how to explain. She didn't want her parents to know she was in the hospital, as that would only make them more worried, and she especially didn't want them to know what had happened today. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She is not a liar, even if the lie is well-intentioned. Seeing Qian Zhehui's bewilderment, Xiaoyang took the phone directly. Hello, Auntie, I'm Xiaoyi's boyfriend, Yang. You and Uncle have met me before. Today, there was a little accident. Xiaoyi's phone broke, but she's all right. We're at the hospital now, and I'll stay by her side the whole time, so don't worry. She'll be discharged tomorrow. It's late, so you and your uncle don't need to come. I'll take good care of her, and we'll take her home tomorrow. You and your uncle should get some rest. Good night. After Xiaoyang finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately, and then put his phone away. They didn't give Qian Zhehui a chance to speak at all. This series of smooth and effortless actions left Qian Zhehui stunned. You just told my mom you're my boyfriend? Qian Zhehui's face turned red. Although they had just confessed their feelings to each other, they hadn't officially started dating yet, and she hadn't figured out how to bring it up with her parents. After all, she had never been in a relationship before, even though her parents often urged her to get married. But to inform her parents so quickly is too fast. What? Aren't I your boyfriend? Xiaoyang asked. Let alone telling Qian's parents about this. He would be willing to get a marriage certificate with Qian Zhehui right now. He was very confident in himself, and he was certain that Qian's parents would not object to him becoming their son-in-law. He is top-notch in every aspect, including his character. When he visited the Qian family last time, he could tell that the Qian family parents were very satisfied with him. Moreover, he really hit it off with Mr. Qian, and there was absolutely no generation gap between them. Yes, how could it not be? But this is too fast. I'm not even mentally prepared to let my parents know, Qian Zhehui said. Isn't it just a matter of time before they find out? We've decided to be together, and we won't break up again. You've met my parents, and I've met yours. They won't object, will they? Chapter 156 Nightmare of the Soul. I'll visit your parents again sometime, as your boyfriend, Xiaoyang said earnestly. A formal visit is still necessary. He was already thinking about what gift to bring when he took Qian Zhehui home. When visiting the Qian family for the first time as their future son-in-law, the gift must be of the highest quality. This way, he can show that he values Qian Zhehui and demonstrate his sincerity. But this progress is too fast, Qian Zhehui thought, still feeling a bit unreal. Moreover, she is slow to warm up to people, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. She needs time. Soon? Not really. Have you thought about being with someone else? Xiaoyang asked. No, Qian Zhehui said firmly. With Xiaoyang by her side, what more could she ask for? How could I possibly want to be with someone else? So, since we'll be together in the future, it's only a matter of time before our parents find out. The sooner the better. I'll also arrange for my parents to meet with yours as soon as possible to discuss our marriage, Xiaoyang said. He wished he could get married right there and then. Discussing marriage? So soon? Qian Zhehui was a little confused. Didn't they just confess their feelings? So, they're going to start discussing marriage now? He only confessed his feelings. He hasn't proposed yet, and getting to know each other takes time. If you don't wanna, we can take it slowly. As long as you're by my side, that's enough. Xiaoyang cupped Qian Zhehui's face in his hands. Her opinion is more important. She can get married whenever she wants, and he'll be ready to go anytime. I'd like to have a process, okay? Qian Zhehui asked. Okay, whatever you say. All right, stop thinking about these things. You should rest. It's getting late, Xiaoyang said. She was quite frightened that night and needs to rest and adjust her mindset. He didn't want this incident to leave a shadow in her heart. Qian Zhehui glanced around the ward. There was only a bed and a small sofa. She can't possibly share a bed with this man. She had just agreed to be with him and didn't want things to move so fast. Even if she loves him very much, it won't work. Seeing through Qian Zhehui's little scheme, Xiaoyang said directly, "Don't worry. You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa. I'll respect your decision." "No, this sofa is too small," Qian Zhehui said, looking at Xiaoyang's height of 188 centimeters. Lying on such a small sofa, he couldn't even stretch out his legs. "I told you I would stay by your side and protect you. I won't leave," Xiaoyang said firmly. "Then you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa," Qian Zhehui suggested. "This sofa is small for her to lie on, but it's not too small either. It'll do fine as it is. How about you listen to me on this? How about this? I'll have someone bring in another bed." Xiaoyang patted Qian Zhehui's head. They forced her onto the bed to rest. The hospital usually has large suites, but they're all full today. Adding a bed is still easy to arrange. Okay. Qian Zhehui finally agreed. She is indeed very tired now. She has been frightened too much. Her nerves were on edge the whole time, and now that she has relaxed, she feels exhausted all over. "I want to sleep." Within minutes, the new bed that Xiaoyang had requested was wheeled in. The two of them each had a bed, not far apart, and soon both fell asleep. It wasn't until midnight that Xiaoyang, who was sleeping, was awakened by Qian Zhehui's shouts, and he immediately jumped out of bed. "Get away. Don't touch me. Don't come any closer," Qian Zhehui shouted loudly from her bed. But he didn't open his eyes, clearly having a nightmare. "Xiaohui, don't be afraid. It's me, Yang. I'm here with you. No one will hurt you." Xiaoyang held Qian Zhehui's hand, comforting her as she was having a nightmare. Seeing the sweat on her face from having a nightmare, he felt only heartache. This incident still left a shadow in her heart. Soon Qian Zhehui stopped shouting, and her brows relaxed. Although the person was not awake, it was clear that they had escaped from the nightmare. She held on to Xiaoyang's hand and refused to let go. Xiaoyang had no choice but to lie down beside her, letting her hold his hand, gently embracing her, and staying by her side. Qian Zhehui slept soundly in the latter half of the night and never had a nightmare again, as if the man beside her gave her an infinite sense of security. After receiving their daughter's call, Qian's parents remained silent. Is Xiaohui really dating Xiaoyang? The speed exceeded their expectations. It was Mr. Qian who broke the silence. Yang said, "Xiaohui is in the hospital? Aren't we really going to go see her?" He was still very worried. Yuan said, "Xiaohui is fine and will be back tomorrow. Let's not bother her," said Qian's mother. Their daughter has finally found love. They should be happy. Moreover, she had a very good impression of Xiaoyang. They would feel much more at ease if their daughter's future was entrusted to a man like this. But Mr. Qian didn't finish his sentence. This is a man and a woman alone in a room. Xiaohui isn't a child anymore. She's grown up. Let the young people handle their own affairs. Yang knows what's good for him, said Qian's mother. She is a very open-minded person. Even if her daughter told her now that she was pregnant with Xiaoyang's child, she would only be happy that she was going to be a grandmother. Moreover, she believed in Xiaoyang's character. Sigh, it's good that Xiaohui is in a relationship, and Yang is not bad either. It's just that the Xiao family. Mr. Qian began to worry again. Although Xiaoyang repeatedly stated that his family liked Xiaohui very much, the Xiao family was, after all, a wealthy family. He was a little afraid that his daughter would be wronged. If the Xiao family were unreasonable, they wouldn't have invited Xiaohui to their house for meals time and time again. We can all see that a Yang likes Xiaohui. Do you think his family doesn't know? There's nothing to worry about. Besides, Wanwan is Zhao's biological daughter, and you watched her grow up. Don't you trust her character? If Wanwan and Yang can get along so well, their parents can't be bad either, Qian's mother reassured her husband. She has a very positive outlook. If her daughter likes someone and wants to get married, she'll wholeheartedly support her. But if one day she suffers mistreatment and wants a divorce, she and her husband will take their daughter home immediately. Life is about experiences. What matters is what you want to experience. That's true. But if the two children really get married, we need to prepare a lot more dowry, so that they won't look down on us, Mr. Qian said. Although they can't compare to the Shao family in terms of wealth, they can take whatever they can get. In short, I won't let my daughter lose face or feel insecure. Okay, let me see how much savings we have. If not, we'll buy Xiaowei a bigger one. Chapter 157 Accommodation. We'll pay off the loan together, and the house will be registered in Xiaowei's name, Qian's mother said. They want to give their daughter enough confidence to face the future. She even considered buying the current apartment, a small one-bedroom, since it would just be the two of them living there after her daughter got married. All the extra money was given to his daughter for support. Their support for their daughter being with Xiaoyang wasn't for the sake of marrying into a wealthy family. They simply supported their daughter being with the person she loved. I never intended to take advantage of the Xiao family. Okay, let's go look at houses when Xiaowei comes back. Mr. Qian readily agreed. They only have one child, so they can't say they can give their daughter the best of everything. But they can at least give her the best they can within their means. They have children simply because of love. The Qian family parents spent most of the night calculating how much dowry they could give their daughter. When it was dawn, Qian Zhehui opened her eyes. Her biological clock was always very punctual. She then realized that Xiao Yang was lying next to her, and that the man was holding her. When did he get into her bed? Qian Zhehui was completely bewildered and dared not move. I just felt very embarrassed. You're awake. Xiao Yang opened his eyes and met Qian Zhehui's bewildered gaze. He has always had the habit of waking up early. He had just woken up, but he was afraid of disturbing Qian Zhehui's rest, so he lay there without moving. He lay on his side like that all night, and his arm is numb now. How did you get here? Qian Zhehui's eyes looked at the empty bed next door. Her face turned completely red. Didn't we agree that he would sleep over there? She had never been this intimate with any man before. Subconsciously, I wanted to check if my clothes were intact. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Xiao Yang released his grip on Qian Zhehui's hand and continued. You had a nightmare in the middle of the night and kept holding my hand, so I had no choice but to stay with you. I couldn't do anything about it. Xiao Yang pretended to be aggrieved, as if he was really forced into it. Did she have a nightmare? Qian Zhehui carefully recalled last night, and it seemed that she had a terrible dream and didn't sleep very well. But she couldn't remember the specific details. Don't make it sound like I forced you. Qian Zhehui's face turned even redder. You frown the moment I move, and you hold my hand so tightly. What can I do? My arm is numb, you know. Xiao Yang smiled. He was overjoyed that Qian Zhehui would subconsciously rely on him. He then got out of bed and stretched his muscles, feeling much more relaxed. I didn't. Qian Zhehui turned her face away. I'll order you breakfast now. After breakfast, we'll do another checkup. Once everything is completely clear, we'll leave, Xiao Yang said. He was still very worried and wanted to have it checked one more time. Okay. Qian Zhehui nodded. She felt that she was fine, just a little bruised on her wrist and a bit frightened, nothing serious at all. Xiao Yang made a mountain out of a molehill by insisting she be hospitalized. However, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. It was because of what happened yesterday that the two of them opened up to each other. Only after confirming Xiao Yang's feelings did she dare to love him wholeheartedly. When Xiao Yang saw Qian Zhehui enjoying her breakfast, he felt much more at ease. It seems like everything should be fine. He was afraid that yesterday's events would leave Qian Zhehui with too much psychological trauma. After the meal, the doctor gave Qian Zhehui another comprehensive physical examination. After confirming that there were no problems, they completed the discharge procedures. After leaving the hospital, Xiao Yang took Qian Zhehui directly to get a replacement SIM card and buy a new phone. I'll pay for it myself. Qian Zhehui hurriedly stopped Xiao Yang when she saw him about to pay the bill. She never coveted Xiao Yang's money. They also don't want to spend the other person's money casually. I've already paid. Xiao Yang waved his phone's payment page. I can buy it myself. I don't want to spend your money. Qian Jiehui said seriously. She agreed to be with Xiaoyang because she liked him as a person. Xiaoyang immediately understood. This would make Qian Jiehui feel unbalanced. He has never lacked money since birth. You could say that money is just a number to him. He's long been used to this way of spending, and he doesn't care about a few thousand yuan at all. He could squander all his money even if he lived to the next life. However, Qian Jiehui and he grew up in different environments, and the economic gap also led to different consumption concepts, which caused them to disagree on some things. It will take time to adjust and work things out. Xiaoyang is not a chauvinist. On the contrary, he is a very empathetic person. He quickly understood Qian Jiehui's thoughts and was willing to make changes. Consider this phone my love gift to you. It's from the first day we got together, so it's very meaningful, Xiaoyang said, finding an excuse. Then she lowered her voice and said in a slightly ingratiating tone, "In return, you can treat me to lunch." Okay, but this is a one-time exception. Qian Jiehui agreed. But she was still thinking about what kind of gift to give to Xiaoyang. The price definitely cannot be lower than 10,000. Then, the question arose, where to eat and what to eat. The two women grew up in completely different environments. Qian Jiehui was used to eating ordinary food from a young age. But Xiaoyang was different. He had been raised in luxury since childhood. She wasn't quite sure what kind of restaurants the Xiao family usually ate at, and she was afraid that he wouldn't like it if she ordered something bad. With that in mind, Qian Jiehui started searching for nearby upscale restaurants on her new phone. This way, she could also gain a basic understanding of Xiaoyang's usual diet. Love alone is not enough to make a relationship last. There are so many things that need to be worked out between two people who grew up in different backgrounds. Fortunately, they are both willing to take the initiative to work things out and consider each other's needs. No need to look at these things. Just eat whatever you usually eat. I'm not picky about food and I'm easy to feed, Xiaoyang said. He had already seen what Qian Jiehui was searching for. There's really no need for that. It's good to eat anything when you're with someone you like. He also wanted to learn more about Qin Kawai's life. No, you definitely won't like it. Qian Jiehui shook her head. No, don't worry. I'm just an ordinary person. I can eat normal meals. We'll be together for decades, and we'll need at least 3 meals a day. I can't let you cater to me for every single meal. Love is mutual, Xiaoyang said softly. Although this was his first relationship, his parents set a good example for him. Let him learn how to get along with his loved one. Chapter 158. Your aunt. Know how to put yourself in someone else's shoes. They also know how to love someone. It's important to understand what kind of relationship is the most stable. His parents have been together for over 30 years and were each other's first love. Even though their faces were covered with wrinkles, they were still in love. They demonstrated the most beautiful aspects of love to their siblings through their words and actions. Therefore, both siblings believe in love. They were all well educated by their parents. Qian Jiehui was still hesitant, but she was also moved by Xiaoyang's behavior of always having money but still considering her needs. She knew she hadn't fallen for the wrong person. Like Lin Wan, Xiaoyang possesses a deep-rooted sense of manners and kindness. Don't hesitate, let's go. Just pick any place. There's a barbecue place upstairs, right? We'll have that for lunch. Xiaoyang looked up at the third-floor seating area. Just then, a barbecue restaurant caught his eye. After saying that, he pulled Qian Jiehui and walked towards the elevator. He doesn't actually eat these things, but he's willing to try them for the sake of the person he likes. Is barbecue okay? Is the meat quality here okay? Should we find something better? Qian Jiehui asked as she was being pulled along. She wanted to have a good understanding of his food preferences, habits, and quality of life. He's right. They'll be eating together for the next few decades, and neither of them can keep accommodating the other. This is the proper way to treat each other as equals. No problem. Let's go. Don't hesitate. Would you like something to drink? How about this place? Xiaoyang asked, pointing to a milk tea shop. He never drinks this. However, he often saw his female colleagues in the company ordering milk tea, and it seemed like they also had fruit tea. Anyway, there are all sorts of things, and he doesn't understand them. All he knew was that he often saw Qin Ka while ordering drinks. Good. A few minutes later, the two of them went to the barbecue restaurant, each holding a cup of milk tea. Xiaoyang really liked this feeling, living a simple and peaceful life with the person he loved. There aren't that many lofty ideals in this world, A simple and ordinary life is the true essence of happiness. If it weren't for the fact that he was the eldest son of the Shao family, with heavy responsibilities on his shoulders, and his younger brother refusing to take over, he really wanted to be an ordinary person. It's actually very tiring to sit in his position. Every decision he makes is related to the company's operation. If there is a major mistake, not only will the Shao family and shareholders suffer losses, but the company's employees will also be affected. Fortunately, the company has done a good job over the years and has not had any major layoffs. Although he is not as capable as Gu Shiyuan, he is steady and reliable, and his progress is relatively stable. When they arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Qian Jiahui ordered a bunch of random things. She loves meat and wanted to eat her fill today. Let Xiao Yang try each one. If he doesn't like them, they can all go to her. Qian Jiahui skillfully grilled the meat. She often eats out with colleagues or friends. Of course, Wang Yan is an exception. Is it delicious? Qian Jiahui asked. Yes, it tastes very good. Xiao Yang nodded. His family always had a cook, and even when he was in school, someone would bring him lunch. He has always eaten very refined food since he was a child. The food outside is delicious, and he always goes to high-end restaurants. This is my first time visiting a place with such a strong sense of community and everyday life. These things are so delicious. My taste buds were instantly awakened. Whether it was because the barbecue itself was delicious or because Qian Jiahui was with him, he ate the meal with great relish. However, he was also very curious. According to his observation, Qian Jiahui had a particularly large appetite, but she was surprisingly thin. It seems I'll have to give her some extra nutrition from now on. The two ate and chatted, and the awkwardness of their initial confession had completely disappeared. They were surrounded by the pink bubbles of love. Lovers in the throes of new love are exceptionally sweet. I enjoyed a very simple meal. Xiao Yang, in particular, felt once again that his choice was absolutely right, and only Qian Jiahui could bring him peace of mind. He could relax whenever he was with her. Qian Jiahui shone on him like a little sun. He suddenly realized that he might be worrying too much. Given Qian Jiahui's personality, yesterday's events shouldn't leave any lasting impact. The two of them spent a long afternoon holding hands, shopping, watching movies, and playing video games together. We even had dinner together that night. Qian Jiahui had called her parents in advance to let them know that she would be going home late again today. Qian's parents were happy for them to spend more time together. Everyone has been young once. Lin Wan called me during dinner. Xiaohui, why didn't you answer the phone this morning? I was so worried. Where did you go? Lin Wan's voice came through the phone. Today was supposed to be the weekend, and they had planned to hang out together, but when they tried to call Qian Jiahui this morning, they couldn't get through. My phone broke yesterday, and I just bought a new one. Qian Jiahui looked a little guilty as she watched Lin Wan in the video. She didn't mention a word about what happened yesterday, not wanting to cause any more trouble for her. Godmother, where are you? Didn't you say you were going to play with us this weekend? Why didn't you come? A cute little girl suddenly appeared in the frame. Looking at Coco in the camera lens, Qian Jiahui thought she was incredibly cute. The thought of the little ones changing their address from Godmother to Annie made her blush. Huh? Why is your face red? Lin Wan noticed something was wrong. That. Qian Jiahui didn't know how to say it. It turns out that Xiao Yang hasn't told his family about this yet. Seeing Qian Jiahui's expression, Xiao Yang immediately reflected on his actions and said, Xiao Wei is with me. Brother? Lin Wan's face showed shock. Are they together? Uncle! Uncle! The two little ones shouted in unison. They were very familiar with their uncle's voice. Since being recognized by the Xiao family, the two little ones have been constantly pestering their two uncles. Be good. Your aunt is having dinner with your uncle now. She'll join you tomorrow. Xiao Yang got up and moved closer to the camera. The word, aunt, made Qian Jiahui's hand holding the phone tremble. You two are already together? You confessed so quickly. Lin Wan was very surprised. The two of them were faster than she had imagined. They got together without her knowing. She had long encouraged her older brother to confess his feelings sooner, and had also hinted at it to Qian Jiahui many times. If it weren't for her older brother stopping her from saying it, she would have already brought it up. Yes, we got together last night. Xiao Yang said with a smile. I deliberately mentioned the words, last night. This is the key point. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Qian Zhehui immediately said into the phone. "Wan, let's eat first. I'll call you later, bye-bye." Chapter 159, A Visit. Just before Qian Zhehui hung up the phone, she heard Lin Wan scream from the other end. "Mom, I have some incredibly good news to tell you." The words, "This is a great joy," warmed Qian Zhehui's heart. It seemed that her being with Xiao Yang was a great joy for the Xiao family. She felt much more at ease knowing that the Xiao family was willing to accept her. She would back down whenever any member of the Xiao family opposed her. After hanging up the phone, Qian Zhehui's heart was still pounding with nervousness. "Don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened between us last night. Don't let people misunderstand." Qian Zhehui lowered her head and ate a few bites of meat to ease the awkwardness. "I'm not making this up. We were together last night." "That's right," Xiao Yang said deliberately. This statement left Qian Zhehui speechless. He always manages to make his sophistry sound so reasonable. She couldn't find a way to break through. Is this guy already bullying her now that they've only just started dating? After the meal, all the gifts Xiao Yang had prepared were ready. He had promised Qian Zhehui's parents that he would take her home today, and he had to keep his promise. Although he was really reluctant to part with her, he cherished every minute and every second he spent with her. "I wish we could be together 24/7 from now on. But they've only just started dating, so it's inappropriate to do this. He can come pick her up tomorrow." By the time they returned to the Qian family home, it was completely dark. Qian Zhehui messaged her parents in advance, saying that she would have dinner with Xiao Yang and that Xiao Yang would take her home later. The elderly couple are ready to welcome their future son-in-law. If they hadn't already eaten out, they would have prepared a huge feast tonight. Give Xiao Yang a proper welcome. When they arrived at the Qian family's building, Xiao Yang had the people in the car behind him unload all the gifts from the car, and then he followed them upstairs. "So many? Isn't this a bit too much?" Qian Zhehui was stunned when she saw the car full of gifts. Xiao Yang only said that he had prepared gifts, but he didn't say that there were so many. She felt that as long as the meaning was conveyed, that was enough. She was afraid of scaring her parents by bringing so much stuff upstairs, and besides, she didn't have enough room at home. "It's nothing, just a small gift for our first meeting. You deserve everything in this world." Xiao Yang took Qian Zhehui's hand and said, "Let's go upstairs." "Dad, Mom, we're back," Qian Zhehui said as soon as she entered the door. "It's us, not me." After spending the day together, Xiao Yang gave her a strong sense of security, and she decided that she wanted to spend the rest of her life with this man. "Hello, uncles and aunts. These are gifts for you. I hope you like them." Xiao Yang directed the people behind him to bring in the gifts one by one. "A Yang is here. Come in and sit down." "You silly child, you came all this way, but why did you bring gifts?" As she spoke, Qian's mother noticed a large pile of gifts that had been brought in from behind. He swallowed back what he was about to say. "Did Xiao Yang move the supermarket to her house? Why did you bring so much stuff?" "This." Mr. Qian was pouring tea, and his hand holding the teacup was trembling so much that he almost spilled the scalding tea on his hand. Xiao Yang's bodyguards put down their things, closed the door, and left the Qian family home. The boss said that the Qian family would also be a key area of protection for them from now on. "Xiao Hui." Mrs. Qian looked at her daughter, blinking her eyes. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. She knew Xiao Yang was very rich, but she didn't expect him to be so generous. Just by looking at the packaging, you can tell how expensive the gifts here are. How much money would that cost? "This is A Yang's heartfelt gift," Qian Zhehui said. Not to mention her parents. Even she was stunned. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't find it offensive, uncle and aunt," Xiao Yang said modestly. "A Yang, come and sit down." Mr. Qian realized what was happening and invited Xiao Yang to sit down. This is too generous. They don't know how to reciprocate or how to give a red envelope in return. "Thank you, uncle and aunt." Xiao Yang didn't stand on ceremony at all and sat down on the sofa. He was as relaxed as if this were his own home. He was very confident that Qian's parents would be 100% satisfied with him. "It's been a while since we last met. Come over more often in the future, but don't bring anything. We're not strangers, so don't be so polite," Mr. Qian said as he poured tea. He had a very good impression of Xiao Yang when he first met him. This young man was simply impeccable. It's rare to find someone so wealthy, yet so humble and polite. "Okay," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. The fact that he was not an outsider made him very happy. Getting past my parents is no problem at all. Shall we? What happened yesterday? Why is your phone broken? Qian's mother asked with concern. They were really worried yesterday. They were going to call the police if their daughter didn't call home. It's nothing. I just accidentally fell and broke my phone. My wrist is a little bruised, but it's nothing serious. It was a Yang who insisted I go to the hospital, but I'm perfectly fine. Qian Jiahui complained, but she was secretly delighted. It feels so good to be loved and cared for by someone you like. She and Xiao Yang reached an agreement about what happened last night, deciding not to let her parents know, so as not to worry the elderly. How could you fall down for no reason? You're so careless. Qian's mother was heartbroken and kept holding her daughter's wrist to look at it. It doesn't matter if the phone is broken, my daughter's health is the most important thing. They only have one child, and they've doted on him since he was little. It was my fault for not taking good care of Xiaowei. I will take good care of her from now on, and this kind of thing will not happen again, Xiaoyang promised. Now that the matter is over, there's no need to worry Qian's parents anymore. However, he still couldn't calm down when he thought about what happened last night. The security guards reported to him today that Wang Yin was seriously injured and thrown into the hospital. He's under guard and won't recover anytime soon. We await his decision. He was quite satisfied with the result, and his anger subsided considerably. They also instructed the security guards that only a few of them knew about this matter, and that they absolutely could not let a word of it leak out. They were to say they knew nothing about it to anyone who asked, and that they would pretend that nothing had happened and that they had seen or heard anything. The security guards understood perfectly well that they would never say anything carelessly, otherwise they would be the next ones ending up in the hospital. This appalling incident happened within the company, and Xiao Yang felt he had an inescapable responsibility. However, this matter also concerns Qian Jiahui's reputation, and he doesn't want the news to leak out. Chapter 160, You Have Such Good Taste. Xiao Yang will soon officially announce at the company that Qian Jiahui is his girlfriend. Any future rumors about Qin Ka Wai will be banned. Seeing how protective Xiao Yang was of his daughter, the elderly couple felt relieved. They felt that Xiao Yang was a responsible person and someone they could rely on. They won't misjudge. They then started chatting. Xiao Yang was born into a wealthy family and had seen all kinds of things and all kinds of people since he was a child. So he understood people's hearts very well. In addition to expressing his feelings for Qian Jiahui, he quickly found topics that Qian's parents were interested in and had a very pleasant conversation with them. I will never let a single word fall to the ground. Uncle and aunt, don't worry, I'm serious about Xiaowei. I will marry no one but her in this life, Xiao Yang assured Qian's parents. He also gave Qian Jiahui a deep look. That's what he really thought. You should only get married to someone you love. Otherwise, marriage would be meaningless to him. And what about your parents? Qian's mother hinted. She knew that her daughter had visited the Xiao family several times recently, and that the Xiao family liked her daughter, Xiao Hui, very much. But she was still afraid that liking someone was one thing, but being a daughter-in-law was another. Although she supports her daughter in pursuing her own love, she will not rush into it if the Xiao family really objects. Xiao Yang immediately understood what Qian's mother meant, and said, Don't worry, my parents are looking forward to me marrying Xiao Hui as soon as possible. Especially my mother. She has long regarded Xiao Hui as her daughter-in-law. Xiao Hui and Wanwan have such a good relationship, and my younger sister likes her a lot too. Our family is very open-minded and doesn't have any class consciousness. As long as we're willing, we'll get their support. Xiao Yang mentioned Lin Wan. After all, his younger sister was raised by Qian's parents. He had also heard Lin Wan mention that the Lin family treated her badly when she was a child, and that she often ate, drank, and even lived at the Qian family's house. Qian's parents were very protective of her. It was also the only warmth she experienced during her childhood. To be honest, putting aside his relationship with Qian Jiahui, he was very grateful and respectful to Qian's parents just because of the care his sister received. That's wonderful. Mrs. Qian smiled and continued. Wanwan and our Xiaowei grew up together. They're as close as sisters. It would be great if no one in the Xiao family objected. They can then put their minds at ease. Just by looking at Lin Wan and Xiao Yang, you can tell that the Xiao family is no ordinary family. The daughter often told them that the Xiao family was easy to get along with and didn't have any class distinctions. They used to think that wealthy families were aloof and unapproachable, but it turns out that some are so approachable, which is quite different from what they imagined. They could even clearly sense the respect Xiaoyang showed them. Yes, Wan often tells me about her and Xiaowi's growing up. So you and uncle can rest assured to entrust Xiaowi to me. She will definitely not suffer any grievances in our family, and I will not allow anyone to grievance her. Xiaoyang spoke with great confidence, because he was confident he could do it. Qian Jiahui, who was slow to warm up, looked at Xiaoyang. Weren't they just starting to date? Why is this guy talking like they're getting married right away? She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Hearing Xiaoyang's words, Qian's parents finally felt relieved. Many people hope their daughters can marry into wealthy families, but all they want is for their daughters to be happy. They didn't care how much money the Xiao family had. They only cared whether Xiaoyang treated Xiao Hui well enough. Having a wealthy son-in-law is a bonus, but the most important thing is his character. Xiaoyang didn't leave until after 9 o'clock after chatting at the Qian family's house. Qian's parents escorted him downstairs and watched his car drive away before going upstairs themselves. Their ancestral graves must be emitting auspicious smoke now. What virtue or ability do they possess to have such a wonderful daughter and such a wonderful son-in-law? They always felt that their daughter was a gift from God, and now Xiaoyang is their second gift. Hey, Qian's ex-sister-in-law, wasn't that handsome guy Xiaowi's boyfriend just now? Just as the Qian family was about to turn around and go upstairs, they ran into their neighbor. The neighbors witnessed the entire process of the Qian family sending Xiaoyang away. They only started gossiping after Xiaoyang left. Among the girls in this area, the Qian family's girl and the Lin family's girl who ran away before are the prettiest. Before they graduated from university, their doorstep was constantly being visited by matchmakers, all of whom were looking to marry well. They didn't like any of them. The Lin family member suddenly disappeared. The Lin family searched for several years, but couldn't find him. They didn't know where he went. The Qian family member has been staying at home the whole time, but he hasn't dated anyone yet. I heard he has a pretty good job. They were all quite curious when she suddenly found out she had a boyfriend. She knew that such a beautiful girl would eventually marry a rich man, and she was right. Judging from the young man's clothes, appearance, and the car he was driving, you can tell that his family is well off. Yes, Xiaowi's boyfriend just came to see us, said Qian's mother proudly. Such a good son-in-law is truly admirable. There are probably very few people in the entire city of Shenzhen who are more outstanding than Xiaoyang. I just caught a glimpse of him. He's tall, good-looking, and has a very elegant demeanor. And the car he was driving must have been quite expensive. You don't usually see cars like that on the road. The neighbor's face was full of envy. The Qian family's daughter either never looks for a partner, or she finds such a good one right away. I wonder when her daughter will find such a great partner so she can show off a bit. Sigh, forget it. She'd be willing to marry even an average guy, let alone a rich one. But her daughter always says that staying single and childless is for safety. Her physical attributes and appearance are truly impeccable, said Mrs. Qian with a smile. When she smiles, it really does make people think that Qin Ka Wai looks a lot like her. When Qian's mother was young, she was a great beauty. Although Mr. Qian wasn't a handsome man, he was still quite good-looking and didn't hold his beautiful wife back. The daughter born to the father has surpassed her father in every way. Xiaowi has good taste, but she's so pretty, it's understandable that she has high standards. The neighbor praised her a couple of times before trying to slip away. I just got off work and haven't eaten yet. I'll head home now. Since her son-in-law is such a good person, she shouldn't ask too many questions. Knowing too much will only make her feel unbalanced. Moreover, she was even more afraid of people asking her about her daughter's current situation. It had better get out of here quickly. The people living in this area are all long-time neighbors. Everyone knows each other, and with their own social circles, comparisons are inevitable. We're all just ordinary people. Chapter 161. It's time to move around. The Qian family members of this generation are all old acquaintances. Everyone is just an ordinary person, neither extremely poor nor extremely rich. The only things that can be compared are the children's grades, appearance, and height. Even when we grow up, we still compare ourselves to others in terms of jobs, education, and partners. Then you should get some rest, Mrs. Qian said with a smile. Putting everything else aside, Her daughter is impeccable in both looks and academic performance, bringing them much honor since childhood, and now she has found the best possible partner. In this generation, the only one who can compare to her daughter is Lin Wan, whom she also treats like a daughter. In her eyes, the two girls were always the best. She was naturally very proud. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang returned home in high spirits. He kept reminiscing about the time he spent alone with Qin Kawai that day. She exudes the scent of love. As soon as I got home, my family surrounded me. Did he confess his feelings to Xiaowei? Zhao's mother was the first to ask. Xiaoyang couldn't hide the smile on his face. Were you together last night? Zhao's mother asked again. They're both adults, so she understands and naturally won't interfere too much. All she can think about now is when she can bring her daughter-in-law into the family. Since her eldest daughter brought her child home, her two grandchildren have been around her often. She really loves children. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had 4 of them. I hope the house can be more lively. If my son gets married this year, we might have another little cutie next year. We are together, but don't overthink it. It's not what you think. Don't look at me like that, Xiaoyang said. He had a clear conscience. Although his family is very open-minded, he himself did not want the progress to be so fast. What happened? Lin Wan asked. One is her own brother, and the other is her best friend. She cares about both of them deeply. Of course, there was also a bit of gossip involved. Xiaoyang briefly recounted what had happened the previous night. This infuriated Mr. Xiao, who slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, outrageous! How dare they cause trouble in the company? What do they take the company for? Is there no law anymore? The company needs to strengthen its management from now on. Mr. Xiao, who is usually mild-tempered, was really angry this time. The company has never had such a problem in all the years he's been in charge. And the one who almost got hurt was his future daughter-in-law. Even if another female employee were to fall for a beast, he would feel guilty. That's exactly what I was thinking too. It was an oversight on my part, and I will improve in the future. I've already dealt with him. He's in the hospital now and won't be able to get out of bed for a while. There won't be any news about him within the company, Xiaoyang said. Yes, such a terrible thing must never happen again. Those ignorant fools. Zhao's father cursed angrily. He genuinely despises this kind of person. If you like someone, you should strive to become better so that the other person can see you, instead of using clumsy methods to ruin them. Leave the rest to me, brother. Don't worry about it. Focus on your relationship, Xiaoyan said. It's rare that my older brother has found someone he likes. Now he should cherish and nurture his relationship. The rest is up to him. It's time for him to take on the responsibilities. Is Xiaowei all right? Lin Wan asked with concern. No wonder Qian Jiaowei's phone broke down. She figured Qian Jiaowei hadn't told her the truth because she was afraid she'd worry. She's all right. She sent me a distress message, but luckily I arrived in time. Xiaoyang said, still a little shaken. It's good that everyone is all right. Zhao's mother was relieved. She had no idea how scared Qian Jiaowei, a young girl, must have been in such a situation. Xiaoyang then recounted his visit to the Qian family. Mom and Dad, let me tell you, Uncle Qian and Aunt Qian are both very kind and honest people. I was very fortunate to have been taken care of by them when I was a child. They treated me like their own daughter, Lin once said. She will never forget the kindness the Qian family has shown her. That was the only warmth she experienced during her childhood. Every time I think about it, it warms my heart. I'm so sorry you've suffered. Upon hearing her daughter mention the past, Zhao's mother was about to wipe away her tears again. She was filled with deep regret. The Lin family certainly deserved to die, but if she, as the mother, hadn't been negligent back then, her daughter wouldn't have suffered so much. She also bears responsibility that she cannot shirk. Oh dear, Mom, why are you crying again? I'm back now, and I'll be by your side from now on. Lin Wan leaned on Zhao's mother's shoulder, comforting her. Yes, Mom, you're going to have a daughter-in-law soon. This is a happy occasion. You should be smiling, Xiaowen comforted her. Look at me, I'm like this again. Zhao's mother wiped away her tears and laughed. A young is not young anymore. Let's invite Xiao Hui's parents to dinner another day and talk about your marriage. I'll buy you another house for our wedding right away. You can let Xiaowei choose it herself. The house will be in both of your names, and you can decorate it according to your preferences, Mr. Xiao said. He was thinking of buying a new villa for his son in the villa district next to theirs as his wedding home. which would be better than their current residence in every way. They will give their daughter-in-law everything she is entitled to. It has nothing to do with the daughter-in-law's background. Once you enter the house, they will treat you like a daughter. I'll ask my aunt and uncle about the meal schedule first. As for the house, it doesn't matter whether we buy a new one or not. Shall we said we can continue living at home after we get married, or we can buy a new one and move in together, Xiaoyang said. Ever since his sister came home, he had been thinking about buying a new villa, but he had been looking for one. After all, this family has very high requirements for the environment of the villa, and it's hard to find one in the entire city of Shenzhen that meets all their needs. He also subtly inquired about the wedding home with Qian Jiahui, and the answer she received was that she was willing to live with the Shao family in the future, as she thought it would be lively. She enjoys spending time with his family. Then you two can discuss and decide for yourselves. Anyway, your mother and I both support you, said Zhao's father. The houses here are old. It's time to move to a different place. We used to live here because we were afraid our eldest daughter wouldn't be able to find them when she came home. Now that my eldest daughter has come home, it's time to move to a new place. He listens to his son. He strongly supports young people having their own ideas and being independent in all aspects. This applies to marriage as well. He and his wife also had a free choice relationship and a free choice marriage. They made all the decisions themselves. They've been together for decades and are still so close. He also believes that his children are capable of taking control of their own lives and marriages. Chapter 162, Let Her Give Up on Her Own. The elderly couple in the Shao family have always adhered to the principle of not interfering in their children's marriages. Xiaoyang will also prioritize Qian Jiahui's wishes in all matters related to marriage. Uncle, will our godmother be our aunt from now on? Lin Yike asked. That's what my uncle meant today, right? Yes, from now on, don't call her godmother, call her aunt, Xiaoyang said with a smile. How about we invite your aunt to take you out to play tomorrow? Xiaoyang now adores children and can't get enough of his two little nephews. He hopes to have his own child soon. Great. We're going out to play tomorrow. Can I invite my daddy? Lin Yike asked. They've been staying at Grandma's house for the past 2 days. Daddy hasn't come over. Of course, I'll call your dad in a bit, Xiaoyang said. It's obvious that with the mother and her 2 children all here, Gu Shiyuan must be feeling incredibly anxious and restless at home all by himself. They grew up together, doesn't he know him well? Can I invite my second uncle? Lin Yinan asked as well. Anyway, uncle is just idling around, and Jiang Yinan and the others might not go anywhere. The moment Xiao heard Gu Xiukai's name, her eyes lit up. I'm going tomorrow too. Although Gu Xiukai said he had a girl he liked, and she had thought about giving up, the truth is that she really couldn't let go. After all, he's someone she's liked since she was a teenager. Of course you're included, Xiaoyang said. Doesn't he know what the little girl is thinking? Although he didn't particularly like the silly second son of the Gu family. He didn't know what he owed the Gu family in his past life, but in this life, both of his younger sisters liked the Gu family's son. However, it wouldn't be bad if they both married into the Gu family, since both Gu brothers are of impeccable character. Although Gu Xiukai may seem a bit simple-minded and has a somewhat eccentric personality, his character is absolutely impeccable. After all, he's someone Gu Xiukai grew up under his watchful eye. After this relaxing weekend, news came from the province that those who wanted to take down Bai Zhengrong were preparing for a swift and decisive action. He can't escape this time. Gu Shiyuan was also delighted to hear this good news. He didn't directly confront Bai Zhengrong because of his father. He knew everything Bai Zhengrong did while in power, and all the evidence had been collected. Moreover, it makes enemies on all sides. Bai Zhengrong's downfall was inevitable. Whether he intervened or not, it wouldn't change the outcome. The only difference is that his actions will ensure the Bai family never recovers. Bai Xinran should be thankful that she didn't completely enrage him. After receiving this news, Gu Shiyuan also prepared to go back to the Gu family. He hadn't been home for a long time. He wanted to go back and test his parents' attitude. But the results still disappointed him. His parents were unaware of what the Bai family was about to face and still hoped that he would marry Bai Xinran. They were still dissatisfied with Lin Wan, who came from an ordinary background. They also hoped that the 2 children could be recognized by their ancestors and have their surname changed to Gu. They also communicated with Bai Xinran's side.
and she was willing to accept the 2 children and become a stepmother, as long as she could marry into the Gu family. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiyuan could only sneer. Bai Xinran was still dreaming. Bai Zhengrong's previous troubles are still unresolved. They are barely able to take care of themselves, yet she still wants to marry him. Of course, his parents also gave him a second option. Marrying other wealthy heiresses in Shenzhen was fine, but Lin Wan was not an option. They also expressed their fondness for Xiao Wen from the Xiao family, only that she was a few years younger, about the same age as their son Kai Kai, which was a bit of a pity, but it wouldn't be bad for her to marry Kai Kai in the future. Watching his parents meticulously calculating their plans, especially praising the Xiao family's daughter, Gu Shiyuan couldn't help but smile. Very good, this is the result he wanted. He didn't let his parents know that Lin Wan was Xiao Rou, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, all for the sake of this moment. Gu Shiyuan did not refute his parents' statements, but simply got up and left. It seems I should give them a big surprise in the future. So you want him to marry a daughter from the Xiao family? No problem. Gu Shiyuan disagreed with many of his parents' ideas. Although Gu Shiyuan took over the company from his father did not actually hold power for very long. The Gu Group was built from scratch by his grandparents. Not only was his grandfather outstanding, but his grandmother was also a remarkable woman. Unfortunately, his father did not inherit his grandparents' good genes and did not have much business acumen. After inheriting the family business, the son did not take advantage of the booming industry to take the company to the next level during this golden age. Instead, the business declined. Fortunately, the company had a solid foundation. This forced Gu Shiyuan to take over the company at a very young age. His father, on the other hand, retired early to enjoy his retirement and often bossed him around, thinking that the father had more experience than the son. Gu Shiyuan's mother was a wealthy heiress, and her family was a perfect match for him back then. It was a business marriage. Although his mother was pampered and spoiled at home since childhood, she was ultimately just a caged bird. My grandfather didn't specifically raise his daughter. He just gave her a princess-like life. Given this upbringing, Gu Shiyuan's parents were determined to find him a powerful father-in-law to assist him, using marriage to gain assistance and stabilize the company. What they didn't know was that Gu Shiyuan no longer needed any power or influence to help him. His abilities far exceed people's imagination, and his wealth is far greater than people think. He has many hidden businesses behind him. Before leaving the Gu family, Gu Shiyuan left a message for his parents. He would not marry anyone but Lin Wan, and if they wanted to acknowledge the child, they had to acknowledge Lin Wan. Otherwise, they could forget about seeing the child. Gu's parents had no choice but to agree. Upon learning that Gu Shiyuan was going to bring Lin Wan and the 2 children back to the Gu family for a family reunion, Bai Xinran deliberately arrived at the Gu family early. Anyway, she's been idle at home since she was fired, so this is a good opportunity for her to cause trouble. With Gu's parents both around, what can Gu Shiyuan do to her? She knew perfectly well how satisfied Gu's parents were with her, and they would definitely protect her. After arriving at the Gu family home, she showed concern and care for the elderly couple, behaving very considerately. Knowing that Lin Wan would come, he showed no intention of leaving. Gu Shiyuan's parents naturally knew why Bai Xinran had come, and they certainly had no intention of letting her leave. They deliberately leaked this information to Bai Xinran. After all, they couldn't do anything about their own son, so they could only target Lin Wan and let her know what a real rich girl is like. What kind of daughter-in-law do they, as family members, want? Let her give up on her own. Chapter 163, Meeting the In-Laws. 8 o'clock in the morning. Gu Shiyuan helped his daughter put on her baby clothes and coaxed her. Wake up, baby. Today we're going to Grandpa and Grandma's house, so we need to dress up nicely and let them see our grandson and granddaughter. He was also well aware that his parents wanted to see their 2 children. Deep down, he wanted his whole family to live together happily. The current situation was entirely due to his parents forcing him into this predicament. He can forgive and forget as long as they are willing to reflect on their mistakes. Their prejudice against Lin Wan was unacceptable to him. He had promised Lin Wan that he wouldn't let anyone bully him, not even his parents. I'm so sleepy. Lin Yike rubbed her eyes. Will Grandpa and Grandma like me and my brother? They've been reunited with their father for so long,
and their second uncle often stays at their house. But she's never met her grandparents, and they've never come to visit them. She always felt that maybe her grandparents didn't like them, and that's why her mom acted this way. Grandpa and Grandma were the best to them. If her grandparents don't like them, she shouldn't like them either. She can just live with her dad, mom, and brother. Anyway, she also has her maternal grandparents, uncles, and aunts who love her. Of course, your grandparents not only love you very much, but they also miss you dearly. They are your family too, Gu Shiyuan said. He didn't want the children to be affected by the affairs between adults. Even if they didn't like Lin Wan, his parents genuinely loved their grandchildren. Do my grandparents like my mommy? Lin Yak asked again. Of course, Gu Shiyuan replied after a pause. Whether they like it or not is no longer up to them. Anyway, he was determined to make Lin Wan his wife. Really? Lin Yak opened her big, round eyes. Why would Daddy lie to you? Okay, hurry up and get dressed. Daddy will find you a pretty princess dress, okay? Gu Shiyuan prepared to get up and go to the dressing room. Let's pinky swear, Daddy, you can't lie. Lin Yak held up her little finger. No one can separate them as a family. If her grandparents don't like her mother, she won't acknowledge them. She thought her brother felt the same way. Gu Shiyuan hooked his finger around his daughter's finger. Daddy makes a pinky promise with you. Daddy won't lie to you. Grandpa and Grandma will love you, and Mommy. Daddy will always be with you. No one can stop us. Daddy, I love you. Lin Yak stood up and kissed Gu Shiyuan on the cheek. She was genuinely worried that her grandparents might not like them, or that they might not want her dad to be with them. What should they do if their dad leaves them? She doesn't want to go back to the old days. She's so happy now that her family is together. No one can replace her father in her heart. Even Ouyang Qian wouldn't do. The happiest time of her life was after she reunited with her father. She neither wanted nor allowed this happiness to slip away. Daddy loves you too, loves Mommy, and loves brother. After saying this, Gu Shiyuan patted his daughter's head and went to find her address. While Lin Yak dawdled and refused to get out of bed, Lin Yinan had already finished breakfast and was waiting to set off. Jiang Yinan and Chang Huan left recently. Otherwise the two of them would pinch his face every day, which was so annoying. After they left, Gu Shoukai moved back to live here. I want to spend more time with the children. His older brother said that if he didn't want to go to class, he could go work at the company. He wondered if he would be busy as a dog in the future. He didn't know when Chang Huan would return, or whether he would have time to spend with her again. However, he decided that he would confess his feelings when Chang Huan came back next time. Regardless of whether she accepted him or not, he didn't want to wait any longer. He won't give up even if you refuse. As they set off, Gu Shiyuan habitually took Lin Wan's hand. He noticed that Lin Wan's palms were a little warm and damp, so he gripped her hand even tighter. Don't be nervous. You are my wife and the mother of our children. You're just going home to meet your parents. Trust me, I'll arrange everything. Lin Wan nodded. Of course, she knew that Gu's parents didn't like her, because of the Lin family. But she was just nervous, not lacking in confidence. The Xiao family was her greatest source of confidence. Because her in-laws were very materialistic, she didn't want to tell them her true identity beforehand. Moreover, there's Gu Shiyuan around. Since he made this decision, it means he has his own plans, and she completely trusts him. The tension in her heart was gradually soothed by Gu Shiyuan's gentle hand. At 10 a.m., Gu Shiyuan's car drove into the Gu family's manor. Sir, Madam, the young master and the others have returned, a maid announced as she entered. I understand. Let them come in directly, Gu's mother said coldly. This is said as if the son is also a guest. Isn't this just a visit? Since Lin Wan appeared, his two sons have been away from home. It's one thing if the older sibling doesn't come back, but the younger siblings don't want to come back either. When they do come home, all they talk about is how wonderful their sister-in-law is. They don't care whether it's good or bad. I don't know what kind of spell Lin Wan cast on those brothers, making them all so obedient. This made Gu's mother feel very uncomfortable. If Lin Wan had come from a better background, she wouldn't be so resistant. How could a woman from an ordinary family be so capable of manipulating her two sons? Her sons were never this obedient in front of her. Seeing Gu's mother's attitude, Bai Xinran had a mocking smile on her lips. When she arrived, Gu's parents were there to greet her at the gate. Now that Lin Wan has arrived, the elderly couple doesn't leave the house. It goes without saying who has a better position in the Gu family. She hadn't seen Gu Shiyuan for a long time since he kicked her out of the Gu family business. It's been a long time since I've been here. The thought of seeing Gu Shiyuan again soon made her a little nervous. She dressed up beautifully this time to show Lin Wan how good Gu's parents were to her. Moreover, she knew that this news was deliberately sent to her by Gu's parents. They all knew perfectly well why this meal was for today. Even though Gu Shiyuan had embarrassed her at the company, she still couldn't let him go. She wanted to see just how much of a disgrace Lin Wan would be to the Gu family. Furthermore, the Gu family elders were very dissatisfied with Gu Shiyuan's decision to kick Lin Wan out of the company for her sake. Naturally, all the blame should fall on Lin Wan. She's in for a good show today. Thinking of all this, Bai Xinran looked towards the doorway, feeling quite pleased. If she suffers, Lin Wan will have to take the blame for her. Chapter 160 for the Gu family heir. Bai Xinran was starting to really hate Lin Wan. Before this woman appeared, Gu Shiyuan had never given her a kind look, but at least she could stay by his side. They let her act arrogantly and domineeringly, turning a blind eye to it. But ever since this woman arrived, Gu Shiyuan has treated her like a completely different person. She was targeted at every turn until she was kicked out. She was determined to avenge this wrong. Although Gu's parents spoke coldly, their eyes were immediately drawn to the two children when they saw Gu Shiyin and Lin Wan leading them into the house. He immediately got up and went to greet them. They weren't there to welcome Lin Wan. Of course, they were there to welcome their grandchildren. Regardless of who the children's biological mother is, they are still their son's children and the eldest grandson of the Gu family. They should come back to acknowledge their ancestors and change their surname back to Gu. Seeing the change in the elderly couple's attitude, Bai Xinran, sitting in the back, rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the sky. It's just two kids, it's not like she can't have more. As long as the Gu family is willing to let her in, she will definitely have a few more children for them to enjoy. Dad, Mom, this is Wan Wan, my wife. Wan Wan, these are Mom and Dad. Gu Shiyuan held Lin Wan's hand tightly. The word wife naturally reached the ears of Gu's parents and Bai Xinran. They were all very dissatisfied with this title. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, Lin Wan greeted them. I wonder if the old couple's attitude will change drastically after they find out her true identity. She could see the disdain and indifference in their eyes. When faced with Lin Wan, Gu's parents simply nodded as if they had heard her and didn't pay any attention to her at all. Their attention was completely drawn to the two little ones. Before they met, it was fine, they could still tolerate it. But now, upon meeting them, they were immediately captivated by the two children and wished they could change their surname to Gu right then and there. This is their Gu family's child. How can she continue to bear the surname Lin? What kind of family is the Lin family? Do they even deserve to let their grandchildren take the Lin family name? Are these Nan Nan and Kuku? They're so cute, just like a Yuan when he was little, Gu's mother said excitedly. Especially when they saw Lin Nan's face, they were still surprised, even though they had already seen the photos. No wonder he's a family man. Following behind, Gu Shoukai said, babies, quickly call them Grandpa and Grandma. His parents may be a bit paranoid, but they still miss their grandchildren very much. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. The two little ones called out in unison. Their gazes were fixed on the two elderly people in front of them. They didn't seem to be as kind as the maternal grandparents. But you could also see the affection in their eyes. Oh, my little grandchildren, let Grandma take a good look at you. Mother Gu excitedly pulled the two children over. He had completely forgotten about Bai Xinran. All he could see were the two children. Old Gu, look at Nan Nan. Doesn't she look like a Yuan when he was little? Kuku also looks a bit like Kai Kai. Gu's mother looked at her two little grandchildren and couldn't get enough of them. She began to regret not having brought the children back sooner. People say that grandparents and grandchildren are closer, and this time she truly experienced it firsthand. She absolutely adored the two children. They look so alike, so very alike. They look even more like a Yuan than Kai Kai, Gu's father said with a smile. This is his first time being a grandfather. The excitement in my heart was beyond words. The elderly couple were overjoyed to suddenly have two grandchildren who were almost 5 years old, and they quickly accepted the fact. Their son is almost 30 and still refuses to get married and have children, which is a major concern for them. With such a large family business, and Gu Shiyuan being the eldest son and successor, he should complete the important task of continuing the family line as soon as possible. Their family will need someone to support them in the future. As for the youngest son, they know Gu Shoukai isn't cut out for it, so let him play around for a few more years if he wants. Over the past few years, they have found many suitable girls for Gu Shiyuan, but their son hasn't even glanced at them. Bringing 2 children home suddenly, especially twins, was an incredible joy for the Gu family. It's just a pity that although the children are good, their mother comes from a very ordinary background. This mismatch in social status won't help their family, and it doesn't sound good to others either. Where do they put their faces? If they had a better background, even if they were just middle class, and they already had children and their son liked them, they wouldn't have kept obstructing them. Moreover, they had always suspected that, given Lin Wan's background, she might not have been able to conceive these 2 children. Suddenly bringing her child to claim kinship, she probably wants to use the child to climb the social ladder. This made Gu's parents have an even worse impression of Lin Wan. It is precisely because they are so rich that they are most afraid of others coveting their money. In their circle, there are far too many women from ordinary backgrounds who want to use their pregnancies to climb the social ladder and live a good life. Most of them will be disposed of secretly. They despise such people from the bottom of their hearts. They were as enthusiastic towards the children as they were towards Lin Wan. Although Bai Xinran was temporarily neglected, she couldn't stop smiling when she saw how the Gu family parents treated Lin Wan. Lin Wan has finally met her match. Where did their previous arrogance go? They clearly look down on her, yet she tries to win their favor with a cold shoulder. She's utterly shameless. If she were treated like this, she wouldn't have come here to embarrass herself. Bai Xinran mentally mocked Lin Wan thoroughly. She had completely forgotten the time when she insisted on sticking close to Gu Shiyuan. Mother Gu held her little granddaughter and couldn't stop smiling. She had 2 sons, but no daughters. But now she has a granddaughter who will be her precious treasure from now on. She wants her granddaughter to be the happiest little princess in the world. Meanwhile, Mr. Gu was holding his grandson, the eldest son and grandson who had always been the successor of the Gu family. He wants everyone to know he has a grandson and that the Gu family has a new heir. He liked the child at first sight. He looked very smart, and he had high hopes for him. No matter who her son marries in the future, this child's status will not be shaken. He is the designated successor. In the current atmosphere, only Gu Jia's parents and Bai Xinran seem happy. Even Gu Shoukai felt extremely embarrassed. It's normal for his parents to like both children, but their attitude towards his sister-in-law was terrible. This was her first time visiting. How could they treat her like this? His parents are usually very polite. How could they do this today? Chapter 165 Two Little Things. Gu Shoukai was a little anxious. If it weren't for his elder brother's repeated instructions, he would have revealed his sister-in-law's true identity. We have no idea what they're up to. The problem could have been solved simply by speaking up, instead of making my sister-in-law feel so awkward. Lin Wan also stood still, her toes digging into the ground. Gu Shiyuan held her hand tightly the whole time, looking completely calm and collected. He had said that everything would be arranged, and she believed him. Lin Wan was happy to see that the 2 elderly people liked her child very much, but they seemed to have a lot of opinions about her. Gu Shiyuan's gaze was fixed on the person on the sofa in the distance from the moment he entered the room. Okay, very good. There's a free show to watch today, but she brought it on herself. He'd given her several chances, but she kept pushing her luck, so he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. At this moment, Bai Xinran also stood up and took the initiative to greet them. Yuan, you're back. It's been a long time. I haven't seen Kai Kai for a long time either. He seems to have grown taller. Bai Xinran acted as if she knew them very well. It was as if she were the owner of the house, warmly welcoming the guests. I'm already an adult, and I'm still growing taller? Do you even know how to compliment someone? Gu Shoukai retorted without any politeness. Why is this woman coming to his house again? He really hates her. He kept bothering his older brother, and even after being fired, he still managed to show up here as if nothing had happened. His skin is thicker than a city wall. Even her older brother doesn't like her, yet she keeps clinging to him. How shameless. Bai Xinran was speechless after being rebuked. She knew that Gu Shoukai had never liked her, but if it weren't for the fact that this kid was Gu Shiyuan's younger brother, her future Xiao Suzy, She wouldn't have let him have it so easy. What a brat. They've never given her a kind look since they last met. The two brothers in the Gu family are really alike, except that she likes Gu Shiyuan, so she's wearing a filter on her. Kai Kai, don't talk to your sister Xian Ran like that. She's a guest, Gu's mother said, pretending to complain to her son. A guest? Anyone who didn't know better would think she was the owner of this house. Gu Shiokai didn't even give his own mother any face. I just came to visit my aunt and uncle today and brought them some tonics. I didn't expect you to be back too. What a coincidence. Bai Xinran tried to save face. She was at the Gu family's house, after all, and she had to act like a good girl in front of Gu's parents. Older people tend to like obedient children. Oh, what a coincidence. Gu Shiyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. The tone was sarcastic. They even deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the character, Chak, Chiao. He has been keeping an eye on the Bai family recently, and Bai Xinran has never been to his house. Her sudden appearance today is a coincidence, and everyone knows in their hearts whether it is. It's obvious what his parents were planning without even asking. It seems they are still not giving up on this matter. He had already declared that he would marry no one but Lin Wan in this lifetime, and yet they still went and did this. But it doesn't matter. He's about to give them a super big surprise that will make them regret what they did today. Huh? This auntie looks familiar, right, brother? Lin Yike blinked her big eyes and said innocently. She looks familiar. She seems to be the aunt who pestered Daddy at his company and ended up getting fired. Lin Yinan immediately began to play along. They're just kids, so no one will blame them even if they say something inappropriate. They all know this very well. And their grandparents will definitely protect them. There's no need to worry at all that Bai Xinran will turn around and attack them. The reason they let their grandparents hug and cuddle them so affectionately is for this moment. As long as their grandparents truly love them, it doesn't matter what they say or do. They saw this woman as soon as they entered the room. They knew this woman was definitely up to no good. It's just a pity that the power in the Gu family is now shifting to the hands of the siblings. Bai Xinran's face turned red from being repeatedly choked by the two little ones. After a long pause, she finally managed to say, "Children shouldn't talk nonsense. What we said isn't wrong either. You were the one who kept pestering my daddy, saying you wanted to replace my mommy, and then my daddy fired you. How come you have the nerve to come to my house again? Shame on you." Lin Yike pointed to her own face. The little ones even used the words, "my family," to indicate that they were the masters of this house, and only Bai Xinran was an outsider. They had originally intended to stop the two children on Bai Xinran's behalf, but when they heard their beloved granddaughter mention my home, they were not only not angry, but also very happy that their little granddaughter had so quickly made this place her home. I really identify with the Gu family. They're definitely their child. The moment they saw the two children, their affection for their grandchildren instantly surpassed that for Bai Xinran. My love for my two children has now reached a new level. Such a young child is already so smart. His future is promising. This is what a true heir to the Gu family should be like. Their daughter-in-law can be anyone, as long as the other party's family background is good enough. But grandchildren are different. They are their descendants, carrying the blood of their Gu family, and no one can replace them. The change in the parents' attitude was something they hadn't expected. Bai Xinran was speechless after being rebuked, and she had been trying to get the Gu family elders to speak up for her, but they seemed oblivious to her predicament. All eyes were on the two little creatures. They really do take after their mother. She's a master at bewitching people. I heard these two little ones are not even 5 years old yet. Is this how children should behave? She's so eloquent and knows how to manipulate people. She thought that because they didn't like Lin Wan, Gu's parents wouldn't have much affection for the two bastard children either. The current situation is completely unexpected. Just as Bai Xinran was feeling extremely awkward and didn't know what to say, Gu Shiyuan added insult to injury. Did you hear that? You don't understand the principles that my two children understand. I told you a long time ago to stop being so presumptuous. My parents, my wife, my brother and I will come back to visit. There's no need for outsiders to worry about us. Seeing Bai Xinran today made him feel utterly disgusted. This woman came here on purpose to annoy them. It seems he's been too lenient with the Bai family. Perhaps he could add fuel to the fire regarding Bai Zhengrong's accusations. A yuan, Gu's father said, feigning reproach. Bai Xinran was a guest, after all. It doesn't matter what children say, but adults shouldn't talk like that. In fact, Bai Xinran wasn't that important to the elderly couple. What mattered wasn't the person herself, but rather her family's extravagant lifestyle. Chapter 166, What is she anyway? Although Mr. Gu has retired, he still has his own informants in the company. He knew perfectly well what Bai Xinran had been doing at the company. If it weren't for the fact that she was Mayor Bai's only daughter, they wouldn't have bothered to give her a second glance. Such an ill-mannered woman would never have had the chance to become Gu Jia's daughter-in-law if it weren't for her good family background. Putting aside family background, Lin Wan herself seems to be much better than Bai Xinran. Of course, they don't know whether Lin Wan is also pretending in front of them. This requires more contact and observation. If the person is really alright, you can keep them outside, just pay them. But the children must return to the Gu family. He must raise the two children himself. It's not that the grandson has to inherit the family business alone. The granddaughter also has a share. It would be best if the two children could share the burden when they grow up. Gu Xian didn't say anything more, but his contemptuous gaze swept over Bai Xinran's embarrassed face, and then his gaze towards Lin Wan became tender and gentle. This drove Bai Xinran insanely jealous, and she wished she could destroy Lin Wan immediately. If she weren't currently at home and had to be mindful of her image, she would have already taught this woman a lesson. Bai Xinran felt very uncomfortable being teased by the father and his two sons, as well as Gu Xiukai. She couldn't stand the two little ones. Once she gets Gu Xiuyuan, she'll kick those two kids out. She won't let Lin Wanbai raise two ungrateful brats. She can give birth to the child herself. Once she gives birth, the old couple's attention will no longer be on those two little ones. She had known Gu Xiuyuan for many years and knew him quite well. Although he was quite rebellious, he was also very filial and valued family ties. As long as Gu's parents do not agree to him marrying Lin Wan, he cannot marry her. As long as they do not obtain a marriage certificate, she will have the opportunity to take his place. No, it doesn't matter if they get married. She won't give up anyway. When you truly love someone, you don't care if they've been married before, and you certainly don't care if they have children. She was willing as long as he was willing. At this point, Bai Xinran's feelings for Gu Xiuyuan were no longer just simple liking. They were more possessive, to the point of madness. This is no longer just a question of whether she can get Gu Xiuyuan, but also a question of whether she can defeat Lin Wan. This damn competitive spirit. Even though her parents had repeatedly advised her to give up on Gu Xiuyuan, she persisted. She wanted to defeat Lin Wan and win Gu Xiuyuan's heart, no matter what it took. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment, but it didn't stop the Gu family elders from having eyes only for their two children. They took the child upstairs. There are two adjacent rooms on the second floor, with identical layouts, but completely different decorations. One room is for the granddaughter, and the other is for the grandson. They started decorating these two rooms as soon as they learned about their two children, hoping that one day the children could come back to live there. So even the rooms were prepared in advance. This shows how much they love their two children. As long as the two little ones are around, the elderly couple feel much younger, their legs don't hurt anymore, and their backs don't ache. At this point, only 4 people remained in the living room. Gu Xiuyuan took Lin Wan to his room, wanting her to understand his growth trajectory. Gu Xiukai naturally followed suit. He didn't want to be alone with this woman. This was his home. That woman shouldn't take herself too seriously. Bai Xinran was the only outsider sitting awkwardly in the living room of the Gu family's large villa. "Miss Bai, please have some tea." The maid brought over fresh tea. The Gu family still needs to maintain its hospitality. If the host is not home, they have to take the initiative to entertain guests. This is all for the sake of the Gu family's reputation. However, Bai Xinran stopped pretending when the Gu family members were not around, and she didn't even want to talk to a servant. She was in a bad mood, drinking hot tea with a stern face, thinking about how to face the Gu family later. "Miss Bai, I'll take my leave now. Please call me if you need anything." The maid left with a polite smile. Once she got a distance away, she started complaining to her colleagues. "Pa, what is she? Does she really think she's the lady of the house? She even gave me attitude. Can't she keep up the good girl act anymore? I've worked for the Gu family for over 20 years, and both young masters have treated me with utmost respect. But she's putting on a sour face. She really thinks she's someone special." Nobody treats her like a human being, so she has to treat herself like one. You saw it yourself. Nobody paid any attention to her just now, and she still has the nerve to sit here. Today, the eldest young master brought his wife back, along with the grandson and his daughter. What a wonderful family. The eldest young master's wife seems to be a very kind person and is also very beautiful. You can tell the young master has deep feelings for her. Why is she chasing after you? She's shameless. What kind of upbringing did her parents give her? Another maid complained. She didn't like Bai Xinran either. If the Gu family had a young mistress like that, what would become of them? Bai Xinran had been here before, and they had met quite a few times. Bai Xinran always acted obediently in front of Gu's parents. But when she was alone with the servants, she showed a completely different face and didn't treat them like human beings at all. However, everyone was angry but dared not speak out, and they dared not complain, since it seemed that Gu's parents still liked Bai Xinran very much. What kind of taste does the young master have? How could he possibly be interested in her? Anyone who catches the young masters, I must be someone special. Besides, I heard that this woman was already kicked out of the company by the young master, yet she still has the nerve to show up here. It's more than that. The reason Madame likes her is only because she has a powerful and influential father. Madame actually knows what kind of person she is in private. Madame said it herself. But I see that since young Master Sun and Miss Sun arrived today, Madame doesn't seem to care about her feelings anymore. Someone like her. She thinks she can be the young mistress of the Gu family? Dream on. Another maid chimed in. She was the one who received the most disdain from Bai Xinran in private. It seemed that they, as servants, were not even considered human beings in Bai Xinran's eyes. They may be poor, but they still have self-respect. If the Gu family really lets a woman like that into the family, then their fate is sealed. If it weren't for her father's abilities, would she have been able to enter the Gu family? What is she anyway? Not only would the eldest young master look down on her, but I wouldn't even look at her. The eldest young mistress and the eldest young master are a better match. Look at this one. Oh my, never mind. I'm too lazy to say anything more. Bai Xinran was completely unaware of the complaints the Gu family servants made about her. She was still fantasizing about how to embarrass Lin Wan at the Gu family later, so she could see her make a fool of herself. Chapter 167. The show is about to begin. Although the Gu family elders cared a lot about the two children, their indifferent attitude towards Lin Wan made Bai Xinran feel that she still had hope. Don't think that having a child will make you Mrs. Gu. Gu Shiyuan is probably only nice to Lin Wan because of the child. This kindness won't last long. When he gets tired of it, Gu Shiyuan will know who can help him in his career and who can stay by his side and bring him benefits. Bai Xinran's mental state is now in a pathological state. She even felt that as long as she could be the legal wife and Lin Wan could be the mistress, she would just have to put up with it for the time being. Over time, once she has a child, she can gradually gain power and win back Gu Shiyuan's heart. He likes children, so she can have a few more. Bai Xinran was aware that her father had been reported, but she thought it was a minor matter. It had happened before, and the higher-ups had always suppressed it. She knew her father had powerful backers, but what she didn't know was that those backers had all fallen. She naively thought that this problem wouldn't be a big deal. Her father was born to be an official and had risen through the ranks with no obstacles. He had performed very well in recent years, and perhaps after this incident, he would have the opportunity to be promoted to the provincial level. When that day comes, it will be the Gu family begging their family. Bai Xinran has always been too well protected by her family. Her parents have always only reported good news to her and never bad news. It made her believe that the world operated according to her ideas. Little did she know that the Bai family was already on the verge of collapse, and she still thought of herself as that high and mighty young lady. The two little ones completely charmed their grandparents, who were meeting them for the first time. The elderly Gu couple are now completely focused on their grandson and have long forgotten that Bai Xinran is still living with them. He hugged and kissed the two children. For the first time, I experienced what it meant to enjoy family life, and I was completely immersed in it, finding endless joy in it. At their age, and with plenty of money, they simply enjoy being surrounded by their children and grandchildren, making their homes lively and bustling. The Gu family members were all busy with their own things, and it wasn't until lunchtime that they remembered Bai Xinran was still there. The elderly couple in the Gu family thought she had left. I'm so sorry, Shinran. We were so busy with the kids today that we didn't take good care of you, Gu's mother said apologetically. Although he said that, his gaze remained fixed on his granddaughter's face. Although she looked down on Lin Wan's background, she had to admit that Lin Wan's appearance was truly outstanding, far surpassing by Shinran's. The children born from such a union are naturally beautiful. Upon closer inspection, the little girl does resemble Xiao Wan from the Xiao family somewhat. Sigh. If only the child's mother were really a daughter of the Xiao family, they wouldn't have to worry, and their son wouldn't have to be put in such a difficult position. What a pity. Seeing her grandmother staring at her, seemingly lost in thought, Lin Yi gave her a bright smile. That smile melted Grandma's heart. How lucky she is to have such a lovely granddaughter. The arrival of her granddaughter fulfilled Gu's mother's long-held dream of having a daughter. No, she wanted to give her granddaughter the best of everything in the world. We absolutely cannot let her little princess be left to wander outside. It's all right, Auntie, don't worry about it. I'm not an outsider anyway, Bai Shinran said with a fake smile, her skin thick as hell. Auntie doesn't act like an outsider at all. I thought I was visiting Auntie's house, not Grandpa and Grandma's, Lin Yike said. But his face showed innocence. Coco, you can't talk like that. We should be polite little princesses, Gu's mother coaxed. She couldn't bear to really blame her granddaughter. Children speak directly and frankly, unlike adults who use roundabout methods. Grandma, I want to eat ribs. Lin Yike didn't reply at all. They immediately changed the subject. We have pork ribs, stewed. If you don't like them, Grandma will ask the kitchen to cook them differently right now, Gu's mother said with a doting expression. It's her fault. She didn't ask the children what they liked to eat beforehand. Next time, she will definitely be ready. She would give her beloved granddaughter anything she wanted. She would even try to get the moon down from the sky if she wanted it. Thank you, Grandma. You're so kind. Lin Yike tiptoed and kissed Gu's mother on the cheek. She even winked at Bai Shinran. She is the apple of her grandmother's eye. This auntie is so impolite, staying in someone else's house so recklessly. Why is she everywhere? The little girl's action made Gu's mother beam with joy. The two little ones exchanged a glance. They had successfully won over their grandparents. They just wanted to see Bai Shinran embarrassed. It's because she always tries to break up their family and steal their daddy. There are some things that adults find difficult to say, so let them say them. It was quite funny how Bai Shinran, having suffered a setback at their hands, didn't dare to retaliate. If any woman dared to make things difficult for them, their grandparents would probably not tolerate it. Although the two little ones are young, they are quite cunning. Bai Shinran was just someone they could play with. Bai Shinran watched as the two little ones nearly ground their teeth to powder. They did it on purpose, didn't they? How do judges like Lin want to educate their children? Such young children don't know any rules. But this was at the Gu family home, so she had no choice but to endure it. Hey, why haven't you left yet? Planning to mooch lunch at my place? Don't you have any food at your house? Just as Bai Shinran was secretly angry, she was rebuked again. Gu Shiokai saw Bai Shinran as soon as he went downstairs. He had no idea what his parents liked about this woman. When did their judgment become so poor? Why force such a woman onto the eldest brother? My brother is a civilized man. If it were him, he would have cursed her ancestors long ago if he encountered someone who was so persistent. Kai. Father Gu's expression was serious. That's outrageous. It seems he spoils his youngest son too much, which is why he speaks so recklessly. If Mayor Bai finds out, it will affect their relationship. He relied entirely on Mayor Bai's help during his years in office. Humph. Gu Shiokai rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan were the last to come downstairs. Rarely having some private space for the two of them, they nestled in Gu Shiyuan's room listening to him tell stories from his childhood. I also looked at a lot of photos. There are also many old photos of Gu Shiyuan dressed up as a girl. Lin Wan thought it was incredibly cute and even kept one of the photos for herself. Gu's parents still showed no enthusiasm for Lin Wan. I only went through the motions of politeness, accommodating her to come over for dinner. Lin Wan sat down next to Gu Shiyuan. She had no idea what Gu Shiyuan was really up to. When asked, he only said it was a secret for now, adding, the show is about to begin. Chapter 168, The Big Gift Prepared for Them. Lin Wan was really looking forward to the show that Gu Shiyuan had mentioned. When Bai Xinran saw Lin Wan sit down next to Gu Shiyuan, she immediately wanted to sit on the other side. Before she could even walk over, Gu Shoukai plopped down on the ground and pointed to another seat, saying, "That's where the guests should sit." The main point is not to indulge them. He did it on purpose, keeping a close eye on Bai Xinran's every move. Gu Shoukai's words once again embarrassed Bai Xinran. He gave her absolutely no face today. She must have offended this guy before. Why is he targeting her at every turn? Gu Shoukai didn't understand either. His older brother's refusal couldn't have been clearer. How could this woman have the audacity to insist on eating at his house even though his older brother has a wife and children? Has the Bai family truly reached a dead end? His older brother said that Mayor Bai is probably going to be removed from office. That's great. He won't have to see Bai Xinran again. However, this is another secret that cannot be told to one's parents. Second uncle, but mommy always taught my sister and me that when we visit someone's house, we should leave before mealtime. Isn't that basic manners? Lin Yinan added. Unless they are particularly close, they will indeed leave before mealtime. Of course, he said this mainly to mock Bai Xinran for being ill-mannered. Bai Xinran was now in an awkward situation, unsure whether to stand or sit. But they showed no intention of leaving. It was Aunt Gu who invited me to come to her house for meals more often, Bai Xinran said, blushing as she defended herself. Gu's mother had indeed said that before. Yes, I invited Xinran to have dinner at home. Gu's mother quickly smoothed things over. Come on, Xinran, sit here. Gu's mother pointed to the empty seat next to her. On her other side was naturally her beloved granddaughter. She realized that everyone in the family, except for the elderly couple, was targeting Bai Xinran, including the two children. Although she loves both children very much, she also wants to keep them by her side and raise them herself. However, he was never satisfied with Lin Wan's background. When have they ever married a commoner? Even if their ancestors weren't as wealthy as they are now, they were always from a wealthy family. No generation has ever married someone who wasn't from a family of equal social standing. The best solution right now is for Lin Wan to live outside the home, while the children are raised by them, and then the children can find a stepmother with a good family background. It doesn't matter if the son doesn't want to come in now. Anyway, they don't agree to Lin Wan coming into the family. If he really likes her, he can stay outside. They won't stop them from coming to visit. Just don't bring it home all the time. This is the result of them taking a big step back. If it weren't for the child, and if it weren't for their son not coming home because of Lin Wan, they wouldn't even allow him to keep someone outside the home. For parents who value family, this situation is already exceptionally tolerant. They also felt that they were compromising for the sake of their son's happiness. As for whether Lin Wan was a good or bad person, they didn't want to know. Your birth determines everything. However, her idea will soon be proven wrong. After Bai Xinran took her seat, Gu's mother even served her some food. Upon seeing this, Lin Yike immediately began to whine. Grandma, I want to eat this. Okay, Grandma will get you some right away. Grandma will give you whatever our Coco likes to eat. Eat slowly, baby. Gu's mother's attention was completely on her granddaughter again. She felt happy just watching her child eat heartily. Their family hasn't had any children for many years. She absolutely loved it. Bai Xinran was ignored again. She had originally wanted to show off to Lin Wan when she got food on her plate, but she didn't expect to be robbed of it again. That little devil is just like her mother, a vixen who knows how to bewitch people. Bai Xinran cursed Lin Wan's two children several times in her heart. These two little things must have done it on purpose. Although the elderly Gu couple were very warm towards the two children, they remained indifferent towards Lin Wan. But you still have to pamper your own wife. Gu Shiyuan served Lin Wan food the whole time, peeling shrimp and removing fish bones. I felt very uncomfortable looking at Mr. and Mrs. Gu. They've raised such a grown son, but they've never taken such good care of them before. And isn't this a way of asserting sovereignty over them? The more this happened, the more the Gu family elders disliked Lin Wan. Lin Wan remained calm. If she didn't like it, she didn't like it, but she liked the two children. Moreover, Gu Shiyuan said that he had arranged everything and would never let her suffer any injustice. She believed him. Seeing his parents' attitude towards Lin Wan, Gu Shiyuan's lips curled into a smile. He glanced at the message on his phone. The Real show was about to begin in a few minutes. He had prepared a special gift for his parents and Bai Shinran today. Make sure they are pleasantly surprised. A few minutes later, Uncle and Aunt, I'm sorry, I was in a meeting and was a little late. I hope I can still make it to our family's dinner. A familiar voice came from the restaurant entrance. Xiao Yang, dressed in a well-tailored suit, strode over. He had a gentle smile on his face. This surprised everyone except Gu Xiuyuan. Why did Xiao Yang suddenly come here? The two companies have always been business rivals. Although they had known each other for many years, Xiao Yang rarely visited, let alone came uninvited like this. But Gu's father still stood up and said politely, "A Yang is here, please sit down. It's been a while since you've come. Since both of your younger brothers are home today, let's have a good drink together. It's a wonderful day for our family." Although they are competitors with the Xiao family, there are some business opportunities for cooperation. Moreover, in Shenzhen, only the Xiao family is comparable in strength to the Gu family. Moreover, those who come are guests. Although Gu's father did not know why Xiao Yang had suddenly come to visit, he still had to give the Xiao family face. Moreover, he had just been blessed with 2 golden grandsons and was looking forward to showing them off. He had already planned it all out, to announce the identities of his 2 children to the public as soon as possible, so that they would no longer have the reputation of being illegitimate children. It's just a pity that Lin Wan didn't come today. It would have been a bit embarrassing. Mr. Gu was still very concerned about his reputation. Bai Shinran was also surprised when she saw Xiao Yang. Why did he have to come? Hopefully, those 2 little brats and Gu Shoukai won't target her anymore. She doesn't want to lose face in front of outsiders. What will people think of her if this gets out? Although Xiao Yang is the heir of the Xiao family and is excellent in many ways, he still can't compare to Gu Shiyuan. She couldn't see it. Her parents even told her to give up on Gu Shiyuan and spend more time with Xiao Yang. She doesn't want to. Lin Wan's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Yang. She instantly understood what Gu Shiyuan meant by good show. Chapter 169, A Filial Son. Lin Wan now realizes that Gu Shiyuan's identity, which he had been hiding from her, was part of a scheme. She never expected that Gu Shiyuan would go against his own parents for her sake. "A Yang is here. It's been so long since you've come over for dinner." Gu's mother also got up to greet him. Regardless of their private rivalry with the Xiao family, they maintained a friendly relationship on the surface. "We are all respectable people. Moreover, I've heard that Xiao Wen from the Xiao family is in love with her second son. Who knows, maybe one day we'll actually become in-laws. Yes, the reason I came here today is mainly because of my sister." Xiao Yang sat down directly without any politeness. The servant quickly brought a bowl of rice and placed it in front of him. But eating isn't the point today. He didn't expect Gu Shiyuan to actually do such a thing. At this point, what else could he do but cooperate? Their family was also very unhappy about the fact that Gu's parents were not satisfied with their younger sister's previous identity. Just as his father had guessed, the Gu family elders would definitely become stumbling blocks for his sister and brother-in-law. He came here today just to vent his anger. "Your sister?" Mr. and Mrs. Gu exchanged a puzzled look. Then he glanced at Gu Shoukai again. Could it be that she's going to discuss marriage with the second son? If it weren't for the significant age gap between Xiao Wen and Gu Shiyuan, they wouldn't have wanted Bai Shinran. "Yes, it's about my sister and a yuan." Xiao Yang glanced at Gu Shiyuan. "What a filial son. I have never seen a son undermine his parents like this before." Xiao Yang's words left Gu's parents completely baffled. Previously, the Xiao family had been subtly suggesting that Xiao Wen was still young and there was no rush to get married. What exactly is going on? Xiao Wenk hasn't even graduated from university yet. Now this is... Not only were Gu Jia's parents dumbfounded, but Bai Shinran was too. What is Xiao Yang doing? Doesn't he only have one younger sister, Xiao Wen? Is this some kind of attempt to steal someone away? Knowing that she and Lin Wan were both there, was Xiao Yang crazy to say these things? Bai Shinran glanced at Lin Wan subconsciously, but found that Lin Wan was calm and composed, staring intently at Xiao Yang. Has she gone mad too? Didn't you hear what Xiao Yang was saying? You mean Wen and Yuan? Gu's mother asked tentatively. Xiao Yang doesn't have any other sisters. It's not Wen, it's my younger sister Xiao Ro. Xiao Yang's eyes went straight to Lin Wan. Xiao Ro? Xiao Ro isn't. Mother Gu didn't finish her sentence. The name Xiao Ro has always been a taboo in the Xiao family. So much time has passed that she's almost forgotten the Xiao family once had an eldest daughter. It was lost when I was a child, and I haven't been able to find it for many years. When Xiao Ro was little, she visited their home and played with her son, Gu Shiyuan. Why did you bring up Xiao Ro out of the blue? The way Gu's parents looked at Xiao Yang was strange. Could this kid have some kind of hysteria? What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? But the next second, Lin Wan's voice was heard. Big brother. Uncle. The two little ones called out in unison. Based on their uncle's words and their grandparents' expressions, they roughly guessed that today's situation was definitely set up by their father. It might seem a little cruel to grandparents, but who told them to look down on mommy? They should also be punished. My dear, did you have a good time at your grandparents' house today? Xiao Yang did not answer Gu's mother's question. Instead, he turned to look at his two little nephews. Indeed, your own children are the best. You can never get enough of them, and they always seem the best to you. He saw Coco taking care of Gu's mother, whose bowl was piled high with food, and it was clear that the elderly couple really liked the children. I also saw Nan Nan by the old man's side, and I wondered if my plan to have Nan Nan inherit the family business was going to fall through. Forget it. He should try his best to marry Qian Jiahui as soon as possible and have two heirs. Happy, the two little ones exclaimed in unison once again. They're all used to it. They wonder if the twins are telepathically connected, since the two little ones have been doing this so often since they could talk. My grandparents are so good to us, Lin Yike said. One thing at a time. Even though Grandpa and Grandma weren't nice to Mommy, they were genuinely good to her, and she could feel that. This sudden conversation left the Gu family elders and Bai Xinran completely bewildered. What happened? What uncle, what elder brother? Why don't they understand? Lin Wan comes from a very ordinary background, so why does she call Xiao Yang big brother? Could it be that they've become godparents to the Xiao family? Is Lin Wan really that capable? She can even handle the Xiao family? In an instant, the Gu family elders and Bai Xinran were filled with a myriad of emotions. The amount of information was so overwhelming that all three of them were overwhelmed. It was Gu's father, who had weathered many storms, who calmed down first and asked, Yang, has Wan Wan recognized your parents as her godparents? He unconsciously called Lin Wan by her nickname, to make it sound more intimate. It's now quite obvious that Xiao Yang and Lin Wan have a very good relationship. He's not stupid. Even if he disliked Lin Wan, he wouldn't show it in front of Xiao Yang. It seems Lin Wan has some tricks up her sleeve. Uncle, I think you've misunderstood. What I just said was that I came about my younger sister and a Yuan's matter, Xiao Yang reminded him. He felt secretly pleased. My sister Xiao Ro has already gone home, with her two children. Xiao Yang looked at his nephews with exceptional tenderness. These two children brought life back to their family. His parents have been in much better shape lately, all thanks to their two little ones. Their family is happier now than before. His parents talk about their two children all the time and video call them every day to see them. Lin Yike even gave Xiao Yang a peace sign. These words finally made Gu's parents realize what was going on. You mean Wan Wan is Xiao Ro? Gu's mother asked in surprise. What a coincidence. She also changed her way of addressing Lin Wan from her full name to Wan Wan. And in his heart, he cursed Gu Shiyuan several times for keeping such an important matter from them. No wonder he looked so smug just now. Do you feel happy seeing your parents make a fool of themselves? That brat. Yes, Lin Wan is my younger sister, Xiao Ro. I'm so grateful to heaven for bringing her back to us, Xiao Yang said. He has always been a staunch materialist. But now I have begun to have a deep reverence for fate. He believes that his sister's return home is a blessing earned through years of good deeds by his family. Xiao Yang's words left the Gu family elders and Bai Xinran speechless. Clearly, this result was not what they expected. It turns out that Lin Wan is Xiao Ro, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, who has been missing for more than 20 years. No wonder they always felt that Lin Wan looked familiar. Now that she's sitting with Xiao Yang, if you look closely, the two siblings look very alike. Chapter 170 Lin Wan's True Identity. This also made Gu's mother understand why Coco looked so much like Xiao Wan. They had no doubt that Lin Wan was Xiao Ro. No wonder Lin Wanming could remain so calm even knowing they didn't like her, and no wonder Gu Shiyuan seemed so indifferent. So everything was under their control. Moreover, it now appears that their youngest son, Gu Shiokai, also knows the truth. only they have been kept in the dark. The elderly couple in the Gu family secretly resented their two sons for not reporting the truth. They almost offended the Xiao family and kept pushing the Xiao family's eldest daughter away. With Xiao Rou as their daughter-in-law, why would they need Bai Xinran? He was spoiled, ignorant, and troublesome. If it weren't for his good family background, they wouldn't have agreed to let their son associate with such a person. Mayor Bai is getting old and will retire in a few years. At that time, he will lose his real power and will be able to help them in limited ways. But the Xiao family is different. Their family business can be passed down from generation to generation, and they can share weal and woe with the Xiao family. The Xiao family is naturally the best choice. Now, the Gu family elders are filled with regret. If they had known Lin Wan's true identity earlier, they would never have treated her that way. Why didn't you tell us about this great news sooner? We could have helped celebrate, Mr. Gu said awkwardly. Before Xiao Yang could speak, Gu Shuyuan said with a forced smile, "Wasn't this to surprise you? How about it? Dad, Mom, is this gift big enough and surprising enough?" He wanted to show his parents how wrong they were. The goal is to make them regret their past actions. Although it might cause Lin Wan some grievance. When they forced him to date Bai Xinran, they never cared about his feelings, whether he was willing or not, or whether he liked her. They only cared about the future of the company and whether their future daughter-in-law's family background was good and how much help she could give them. When have they ever cared about their son's happiness? Because of Lin Wan's previous breakup, he wanted to force him to break up with her, and even suggested leaving the mother behind and keeping the child. It's unbelievable that they would do something like that. He's just retaliating now, and he's only showing mercy because they're his biological parents. Otherwise, this is just the beginning. The elderly couple from the Gu family looked embarrassed. Wasn't the resentment in the son's tone obvious enough? It's obvious that today's purpose is to annoy them. Soon, Gu's mother adjusted her attitude and turned to Lin Wan, saying, "Wan, no, Xiaoro, it's been many years since we last saw each other. The last time I saw you, you were still very young. You used to come to our house to play often, and Ayin even held you in his arms before. It's all fate." Although Gu's mother was mostly being polite, she also felt that this connection was truly miraculous. If Xiao Rou had never left the Xiao family, she would most likely still be with her son after growing up. After going through many twists and turns, they still ended up together. Isn't this fate? Gu's mother's attitude changed so quickly that Lin Wan was not used to it. Just a moment ago she was ignoring her, but now she suddenly became very enthusiastic, as if they were very familiar with each other. They kept referring to themselves as our family, or our family. She knew that Gu's parents were snobbish, but she didn't expect them to be this extreme. How did these parents manage to raise two upright and honest sons? This puzzled her. After hearing Gu's mother's words, Lin Wan turned to look at Gu Shiyuan. "Really? You held me when I was little?" So they knew each other when they were so young. Although she regained some of her childhood memories, she only had fragmented recollections of the Xiao family. She was too young at the time, and she really didn't remember ever meeting Gu Shiyuan. "Of course it's true," Gu Shiyuan said with a smile. He was a little older than Lin Wan and could remember things from a long time ago. He remembered that he liked Lin Wan very much when he was little and would often ask for hugs. "I never imagined that I would actually become his woman and be able to hold him in my arms every day. Fate is truly amazing." Hearing Gu Shiyuan's words, Lin Wan blushed slightly. It turned out that their fate had already begun when they were young. She now firmly believes that Gu Shiyuan is her life partner. Speaking of which, Coco really does look a lot like Xiao Rou when she was little, Mr. Gu said. The name Xiao Rou awakened his long, dormant memories. He could vaguely recall what Xiao Rou looked like when she was a child. When he saw Lin Wan earlier, she looked familiar, but he didn't think of the Xiao family at all. He felt that Lin Wan and the Xiao family had absolutely no connection and were from completely different worlds. But it turned out to be such a coincidence. The Xiao family's daughter, who went missing more than 20 years ago, has now given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. If he had known this outcome beforehand, he definitely wouldn't have objected. The atmosphere in the Gu family changed so quickly that Bai Xinran, who was never very bright, couldn't keep up. What are they saying? How could Lin Wan be the daughter of the Xiao family? Xiao Yang has a younger sister named Xiao Rou. How come she's never heard of her before? Is she dreaming? How is that possible? Why does Lin Wan always seem to get all the good things? She came here today to see Lin Wan make a fool of herself, but now she's the one making a fool of herself? She had originally wanted to show Lin Wan how the Gu family elders fawned over her, but she hadn't expected that she would be completely ignored now. What was even more unexpected was that the appearance of Xiao Yang caused the whole incident to take a turn for the worse. This turned her, who had initially gained the upper hand, into a complete clown. She found herself completely out of place with everyone here. Come, Yang, have a couple of drinks with your uncle. Today is a family dinner. Let's talk about a Yuan and Xiao Ro's marriage while we drink. Father Gu warmly invited Xiao Yang to drink. It seems I need to find time to meet with Zhao's parents as soon as possible. The sooner the marriage of the two children is settled, the better. He now approves of the marriage. The marriage of the eldest daughter of the Xiao family is not only a help to the company, but also good for both families in terms of appearances. The Gu family elders were focused on the marriage with the Xiao family. Gu's mother also became more friendly towards Lin Wan. Since this is a family dinner, it should only be family members. Outsiders should stay away, Gu Shoukai said after a long silence. Everyone knows who's being targeted. Bai Xinran, who had been singled out and ignored for a long time, felt extremely uncomfortable. She stood up abruptly. Uncle and Aunt, I have something to do, so I'll have to go now. Please enjoy your meal. She really can't stay in this place anymore. She can't breathe. How could this happen? This was completely beyond her expectations. She didn't want to be here like a clown, listening to the Gu family and Xiao Yang discuss Lin Wan and Gu Shiyuan's marriage. Take care, come visit again another time when you have time, Mrs. Gu said casually and politely. Chapter 171 The Clown. Gu's mother was only polite in words, but she didn't actually look up at Bai Xinran even once. She couldn't wait for Bai Xinran to leave now, so as not to ruin their family's happy occasion. Now, Bai Xinran is the only outsider in the entire house. They no longer need this woman as their daughter-in-law. If Bai Xinran were to do something rash, their relationship with Mayor Bai would likely be completely severed. It would be best if she were willing to leave. That way, everyone can leave with dignity. She was filled with regret. If she had known Lin Wan's identity earlier, she would never have let Bai Xinran come. Wasn't this a slap in her own face? Although they didn't want to offend the Bai family, the Xiao family was their future-in-laws. If Xiao Yang picks a fight with their family because of Bai Xinran's presence here today, things could get complicated. However, they have recently heard rumors that Mayor Bai's backer has fallen, and it seems that the higher-ups have started investigating him. They don't know if it's true. If this is true, then Bai Xinran is truly worthless. Their best choice for daughter-in-law is, of course, Lin Wan. Oh no, it's Xiao Ro. Bai Xinran got up to leave, but after walking quite a distance, not a single person from the Gu family came to see her off, not even a servant. She could only leave awkwardly. At the same time, he cursed the Gu family elders in his heart for being snobbish and materialistic. They were too realistic. They stopped taking Lin Wan seriously after they found out she was the daughter of the Xiao family. She was furious. How come Lin Wan always got the best of everything? An ordinary woman suddenly transformed into the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. How could she accept this? She was originally in a position of advantage and wanted to use Gu's parents to put pressure on Gu Shiyuan. Now, however, she has become the clown. Perhaps her parents are right. She shouldn't have been so persistent. No, she couldn't swallow this insult, especially the Gu family's attitude towards her. When she gets home, she'll definitely tell her parents what kind of people the Gu family are, and they'll never be able to get any help from them again. That green tea BTCH is finally gone. She's so shameless, staying at other people's houses for meals. The Bai family must be starving. Her parents aren't ashamed at all, Gu Shoukai said sarcastically. He wanted to say a few more words earlier, but his parents hadn't stopped him, so he wouldn't have waited until now. Bai Xinran has always wanted to sabotage the relationship between his older brother and sister-in-law, including today. He hates people who have no boundaries and no shame the most. Kai, don't talk nonsense outside in the future, Gu's father admonished. Their youngest son has been very naive since childhood, but being too naive is not a good thing, especially in their circle. It's fine to be outspoken when you're a child, but it's not okay when you grow up. You can't just say everything out loud, or you might get into trouble later. Did I say something wrong? She's shameless. Does anyone in this family welcome her? Besides, there are no outsiders in our family now. Brother Yang watched me grow up. He knows what I'm like. What can I say? I just hate Bai Xinran. I just look down on her. Gu Shoukai said indignantly. He was telling the truth. What's wrong with telling the truth? He now considers Xiao Yang and his sister his family. Moreover, his dislike for Bai Xinran wasn't recent. He had hated her ever since the first day she started clinging to his older brother. Every time we meet, we exchange a few sarcastic remarks. He had said many times that Bai Xinran was no good, but his parents never listened to him and often invited Bai Xinran to their home. He always managed to escape. Being straightforward is a good thing. There are very few people this direct these days, Xiao Yang said, showing a newfound appreciation for Gu Shoukai. Although this kid isn't very reliable, he's at least a fairly righteous person. Moreover, putting aside the matter of his sister, he himself quite disliked people like Bai Xinran. The Bai family even asked someone to inquire about his intentions, wanting to see if he had feelings for Bai Xinran. He didn't swear because he's well-mannered. It's not easy for Gu Shiyuan to tolerate Bai Xinran for so long. See, I'm not the only one who hates her. Gu Shoukai seemed to have found a kindred spirit. The Gu family's meal lasted a long time, during which they talked about many everyday matters. Gu Shiyuan's marriage to Lin Wan, and how Lin Wan was recognized by the Xiao family. The Gu family elders were furious but dared not speak out about concealing Lin Wan's identity. After all, they were in the wrong first. The overall atmosphere of the meal was quite good, except for Gu Shiyuan's occasional sarcastic remarks about his parents. The elderly couple knew that their son was deliberately targeting them, but they could only accept it. What else can we do? The daughter-in-law was a good match for their family, and she even gave birth to their grandchildren. This is more important than anything else. Under the influence of their son's death, they reflected on their actions and decided to be more tolerant of their second son's marriage in the future. Xiao Yang was quite satisfied with the Gu family's attitude, and it finally gave them an explanation. He also stated that his sister's identity would be made public soon, which was both an explanation to his sister and a way to save face for the Gu family. They knew very well how much the Gu family elders cared about their reputation. Moreover, if you want your sister to marry into the Gu family in a grand manner, the first thing you need to do is to reveal her identity. They had already discussed this matter at home. If it weren't for Gu Shiyuan's previous plan, they would have already announced Lin Wan's identity to the public. The status of the eldest daughter of the Xiao family is enough to grant her a lifetime of wealth and honor. The Xiao family will always be her support, allowing her to never have to bow down to anyone in the Gu family. After seeing Xiao Yang off in the afternoon, the family of four stayed at the Gu family's house. After returning to Gu Shiyuan's room, Lin Wan asked, "Did you deliberately send my older brother here today?" She thought Gu Shiyuan's move was really ruthless. This approach seemed to make her feel better than telling the Gu family elders her true identity. She finally understood why people nowadays prefer reading light novels. Yes, but Bai Xinran was an unexpected bonus. Gu Shiyuan's lips curled up. Killing two birds with one stone, that's pretty good. Won't this be a little unfair to your parents? Lin Wan asked with some concern. No matter what, they are his parents. No, and it's only natural that they would. It's the result of their own arrogance and prejudice. I'm just telling them this in a different way, Gu Shiyuan said. He said this many times, but his parents don't care at all. He knew them too well. As far back as he could remember, his parents had always been very realistic and materialistic. Chapter 172 Calabash Father by Zhengrong. He and his brother have always disagreed with their parents' snobbishness. The two brothers are more like their grandfather in personality, upright and incorruptible. He could compromise before, but this time, when it comes to his love, his marriage, his future, and his lover, he can't back down again. Seeing his parents' faces turn pale and then flush today, he felt a sense of satisfaction. For the past 2 years, they have been pressuring him to marry Bai Xinran. If he hadn't been resisting, his life would probably be a mess by now. It's just a bit of revenge going on right now. Let them slowly regret their past decisions. If we had told them what was going to happen today beforehand, it wouldn't have been fun. He thought that after today, Lin Wan's status in their family would be clear. With the Xiao family as their backing, his parents would not treat Lin Wan badly. What about Bai Xinran? After all, Mayor Bai, Lin Wan asked. Although everyone knows that Gu Shiyuan dislikes Bai Xinran, it doesn't mean that Mayor Bai is willing to see his daughter suffer. She didn't want the Gu family and the Xiao family to suffer in silence. Don't worry about that. Bai Zhengrong will be here soon too. He won't be able to struggle for more than a few days. Besides, I think my parents must have received some information as well, otherwise they wouldn't have had that attitude just now, Gu Shiyuan said. Although his parents' change in attitude towards Lin Wan was expected, their indifference towards Bai Xinran and their failure to even get up to see her off suggested they already knew something. That's good. Now that his parents know something, they might gradually distance themselves from the Bai family. He doesn't need to worry about it much. What he needs to worry about most right now is his marriage to Lin Wan. Before Xiaoyang left, his parents had already arranged a time to meet with Zhao's parents. He needs to find some time to get their marriage certificate with Lin Wan as soon as possible. Once they have the certificate, they will be a legally married couple. As for the Bai family, he really has to lend a hand this time. Just wait. The Bai family's show is about to begin. Gu Shiyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Mom, where's Dad? Bai Xinran was ready to complain as soon as she got home. While they can't openly abuse their power, they can do it covertly. She didn't want to let either the Gu family or the Xiao family go. She was her father's only daughter. Don't mention him to me. Seeing her daughter return, Bai's mother felt even more aggrieved. What's wrong, Mom? Why are you crying? Bai Xinran was a little annoyed. She was already in a bad mood, and not only did she not receive any comfort, but now she also had to comfort her mother. They're all so old, yet they still argue all the time. I wonder what will happen today. How can I not cry? I've devoted myself to him, never looked down on his poor background, followed him through thick and thin, and even gave birth to you. But what he does is not only find other women outside, but also leave his children everywhere. Mother Bai roared. When she met Bai Zhengrong, her family was quite well off, while Bai Zhengrong was a poor boy who had come from a remote mountain village to become a college student. She liked that he was handsome, that he was cultured, and that he was ambitious. Despite her family's objections, she was determined to marry this man. With the help of her family, they built something from nothing. Bai Zhengrong lived up to expectations, rising rapidly through the ranks. Just when she thought things would only get better, her family suffered a major misfortune. Her only younger brother became addicted to gambling, which angered their father to death and left him with a mountain of debt. From then on, her family's fortunes plummeted, and they had to move back to their hometown, where they still needed her financial support. Bai Zhengrong's career was going smoothly, and she lost her voice in the Bai family. Fortunately, the birth of her daughter stabilized her position. She placed all her hopes on her daughter and husband, and gradually lost herself. Even if there are rumors circulating outside, she will numb herself and turn a blind eye. But things were far more serious than she had imagined. Just today, someone suddenly brought her a message saying that Bai Zhengrong not only plays around with some women, but also has a family outside the home, keeping 3 mistresses who have fathered 3 sons and 3 daughters. The eldest is a year younger than Bai Xinran, and the youngest has just started elementary school. All the other women had both sons and daughters, except for her. No wonder he often makes excuses about being busy at work and frequently says he has to go on business trips. It turns out he became a time management master, spending time with his wives and children outside the marriage. When Bai's mother found out about this, the sky seemed to fall. Not only that, Bai Zhengrong also distributed all his property to these women and children, with only a small portion ending up in the hands of Bai's mother. She still believed that she held the reins of the treasury, thinking that this was her confidence and her way out. In his early years, Bai Zhengrong felt regretful that Bai Xinran was only a daughter and that he didn't have a son, but the nature of his work prevented him from having a second child. Later, she gradually stopped complaining, because it turned out she had given birth to 3 sons outside of marriage. What? Bai Xinran was struck dumb. Being an only child is something she has always been proud of. She felt that she had received all of her parents' love and money. But unexpectedly, she actually had several half-siblings. She always thought her father loved her, his only child, very much, but it turns out he shared that love with all 7 of his children. 7. It turns out her dad was the legendary Gourd Dad. She used to treat such news as a joke when she saw it online, but now it has actually happened to her. Xinran, tell me, I've been so good to your father, Why did he treat me like this? Bai's mother asked, crying. Because of Bai Zhengrong's status, she couldn't make this public, and she couldn't ask for the money that had been given away back. Because the money was obtained illegally. She had a big argument with Bai Zhengrong about this, and he pushed her away and left. At this moment, Bai Zhengrong was caught in a dilemma. His private affairs had been exposed to his wife, and his superiors were also investigating him. He knew someone was targeting him, and they were determined to succeed. He doesn't know what to do now. Who else can save him? All men are the same. Just because you're nice to him doesn't mean he'll be nice to you. How naive. Bai Xinran leaned back on the sofa and sneered. It's unclear whether she was referring to her mother or herself in those words. She had already suffered a blow while at home today, and thought she could find some comfort when she got home. But what awaited her at home was a devastating blow. But she quickly calmed down. No matter how many children her father had outside, at least she was the only child in public, and she was still the high and mighty mayor's daughter. Those few outside are always bastards who can't be seen in the light of day. If murder weren't illegal now, she wouldn't have spared a single one of those bastard children. Chapter 173 Mayor Bai's Downfall. Bai Xinran's heart was filled with hatred. She wished she could kill her father's mistresses and illegitimate children right now. This was a disgrace to her. She is the mayor's only daughter. She must be an only child. All of the Bai family's property belongs to her, and no one can touch it. But as much as she thought about it and hated it, she didn't even know what these people's names were, what they looked like, or where they lived, so what could she do? The most practical thing to do is to please her father and leave her more money. After all, now that there are other children to compare her to, love and money don't belong to her alone. No, I want a divorce. I want a divorce. Bai's mother suddenly started shouting. She kept saying she wanted a divorce. Her husband's betrayal was a huge blow to her, but her sunk costs were simply too high. No wonder her parents opposed her marrying this man before. Now it seems that the man her parents forbade her to marry was definitely not someone she should marry. It's too late for her to regret it now. Divorce? Do you have a job? Where will you live after the divorce? What will you eat and drink? Will you still be able to live the life of a rich wife? Do you want to just take the money with you? Do you think my dad will let you take it? How much of the marital property can you take away? Bai Xinran sneered. Although her father holds a high position, his salary is limited after all, and they know in their hearts how their family got to live such a good life. Can this money be distributed? They usually try to keep a low profile, and they don't even dare to live in a big house. They only have one maid at home who cleans and cooks. She usually dresses fairly modestly when going out. What families like theirs fear most is being investigated. The daughter's words touched Bai's mother's heart. It must be said that this was one of the rare times Bai Xinran was relatively clear-headed and intelligent, but she was only acting in her own self-interest. If he doesn't give it to me, I'll expose him. Anyway, his money isn't from any legitimate source. Bai's mother was starting to lose her mind. She even considered just going all out and risking everything. Stop acting crazy, okay? You're going to expose my dad. Are you leaving me no way out? And use your brain too. You've spent a lot of money. Do you think you can escape responsibility? Are you even my real mother? You don't care about me at all. No matter how much those other women cause trouble, it hasn't affected your status. Isn't being an official's wife good enough? You've really had too many good days. Which capable man doesn't have several women and children outside? Holding the reins of the finances is the key. You've been with my father all these years, building this from scratch. Wouldn't a divorce now just be giving someone else an advantage? Don't be foolish, Bai Xinran said calmly. It's rare to see her not acting crazy. What should I do, Xinran? Tell Mom what to do. How could this happen? Bai's mother could only cry. Even her daughter wasn't on her side. But what the daughter said wasn't without reason. She herself was unwilling to let another woman benefit from this, but she couldn't swallow her anger. Bai Xinran ignored her mother's tearful complaints. Even though she knew her father had another woman and child outside, she still didn't want her parents to divorce. Because once she gets divorced, her life will definitely not be as good as it is now, and outsiders will know what her family situation is like. Where will she put her face then? What will people say about her behind her back? She's such a proud person, and she's already embarrassed herself several times because of Gu Shiyuan. This kind of thing absolutely cannot happen again. After leaving home, Bai Zhengrong didn't think about how his wife felt. What he needed to do now was to quickly deal with those women and children, make them move away from here, and not mention him to anyone. He doesn't want the children anymore. Anyway, they all have his surname Bai and are his offspring. It doesn't matter where they are in the future, it's a way for him to continue his lineage. Protecting yourself is the most important thing right now. He has been very careful these past few years, afraid of being photographed having affairs. He even kept it a secret from his wife. But today, someone suddenly exposed it. It's obvious they're here to get rid of him. No, he can't just sit here and wait to die. The authorities have been investigating him for a while now, and he's been having a lot of trouble sleeping and eating lately, dealing with one issue after another. His wife not only failed to appreciate his hardships, but also had a huge fight with him today. He is truly exhausted. His daughter, on the other hand, was always causing trouble, and he truly regretted spoiling her like that. He couldn't help but suspect that Gu Shiyuan was among those who were targeting him. Bai Zhengrong lived in constant fear. After finishing his work, his relationship with his wife improved somewhat. However, just a few days later, an explosive news broke in Shenzhen. Shenzhen Mayor Bai Zhengrong is suspected of massive embezzlement, bribery, misappropriation of public funds, involvement in organized crime, abusing respectable women, keeping mistresses, having 6 illegitimate children, and even driving a female college student to suicide. This news exploded like a bomb in Shenzhen. It became a topic of conversation among people during their leisure time. Bai Zhengrong's carefully cultivated image of integrity during the Spring Festival collapsed in the public's mind. Gu Shiyuan had anticipated that this matter would cause such a huge uproar. The person who wants to mess with Bai Zhengrong is a tough nut to crack, but he couldn't resist giving it a push. This fueled the escalation of the entire incident. Bai Zhengrong was taken away in accordance with the law. The empty house was only occupied by Bai Xinran and her daughter, who were pacing around anxiously like ants on a hot pan. This happened so fast that they couldn't react in time. In the past few days, under Bai Xinran's persuasion, Bai's mother has also come to terms with many things. As long as she can keep her status as an official's wife and continue to enjoy wealth and luxury, she can pretend that nothing happened. Moreover, Bai Zhengrong repeatedly assured her that he would no longer associate with those women, and he would not acknowledge those children. Bai Xinran was the only child in the Bai family. This greatly eased the tension between the two. But their peaceful days didn't last long before their world seemed to collapse. Both mother and son knew that Bai Zhengrong was under investigation, but they didn't expect it to be this serious. Bai Xinran was completely dumbfounded. Where is the clarity he had when he was persuading his mother a few days ago? If this continues, she will really have nothing left. Mom, what should we do? How can we get Dad out? Bai Xinran frantically shook her mother's hand. She really didn't expect this trouble to be so big. Her father would not only be brought down, but might also be sentenced to prison. They don't even know if they can keep their houses. If her father falls from power, she will be nothing, all her glory will be gone, and she will have no chance to get close to Gu Shiyuan. Then her entire life is ruined. Chapter 174: A Grasshopper on a Rope. Even after learning Lin Wan's true identity, she still didn't give up completely. She can't let this happen, or she'll never be able to recover. But there was nothing that could be done. The mother lay sprawled on the sofa in the room, crying incessantly, while her daughter shook her. How could she know what to do? If she knew, she wouldn't be lying here. She had advised Bai Zhengrong to know when to stop, not to give anyone leverage over him, and not to offend too many people. If you touch someone else's cake, you'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. But how could the ambitious Bai Zhengrong listen? Relying on his powerful connections and blinded by power and money, his greed grew stronger. Until the truth came out. For years, Bai's mother has basically been a full-time housewife, staying at home as an official's wife, with plenty of food and drink, and being served in every way. They provide pick-up and drop-off services. She usually interacts with the wives of officials and wealthy women, and everyone flatters her all day long. She's used to this kind of life. I never thought about working. My daughter's meager salary isn't even enough for her daily expenses. All the money their family received through unofficial channels has been frozen, and they can't touch a single penny of it. We don't know when the house will be seized. Fortunately, she had a sudden inspiration and, fearing she would have no way out, she deposited some money with her parents' home.
Her brother had stopped gambling long ago, so he wouldn't have squandered all her money. Although her family had fallen on hard times, the money they had was enough for her to live a decent life with her daughter and her family. Thinking of this, Bai's mother felt much better. At least she still has a way out. This was one of the few right decisions she ever made in her life. Mom, please say something. Bai Xinran kept shaking her mother. I hope my mother can find a way to rescue my father. That way, she can still be the daughter of the former mayor. Her mother was her greatest support, and she desperately wanted to hold on to her. The ideal is very rich, but the reality is very harsh. What can I do as a housewife? What can I do? It's all your father's fault. I told him to stop a long time ago, but he would never listen to me. Now look what's happened. Mother Bai's tears streamed down her face again. Since Bai Zhengrong was taken away, she hasn't even had a sip of water. You're still complaining now? Why don't you come up with a solution? If it weren't for my dad, would you have been able to live such a comfortable life all these years? Bai Xinran was unwilling to hear these words. What's the point of complaining about this now? We'd rather think of a way to save them. If he had listened to me, would things have turned out this way? And you? If you had won over Gu Shiyuan sooner, at least you would have had someone to help you. You knew he didn't like you, but you still insisted on clinging to him. We asked you to date Xiaoyang, but you refused. Now look what's happened. Who can help us now? Bai's mother was furious. If they could have taken down either of those two, they wouldn't be in such a passive position now. The husband is disobedient, and so is the daughter. She spoiled and indulged them too much, which led to the situation she is in today. She knew perfectly well that Gu Shiyuan didn't like her daughter. She also had her pride, and of course she didn't want her daughter to keep giving herself to Gu Shiyuan. But in order to make her daughter happy, she had no choice but to compromise. And he never complained about anything. But even at this point, she couldn't help but voice her grievances. If she had listened to her and started dating Xiaoyang sooner, she would still have people helping her now. The Xiao family still has some influence. She had tried to contact all of Bai Zhengrong's previous friends, but they all avoided her as soon as they saw her. Nobody wants to have anything to do with their family now. They were all afraid of being implicated. Nobody was willing to help them. Mom, how can you say that to me? Am I some kind of commodity? Do I have to be with whomever you want me to be? Don't I have the right to pursue my own happiness? Bai Xinran looked at her mother in disbelief. How can this be blamed on her? It wasn't her who told her father to embezzle. Her mother has always supported her unconditionally, but today she said something that hurt her. What's wrong with her not liking Xiaoyang and not wanting to date him? What's wrong with her pursuing Gu Shiyuan? Happiness. Can your happiness put food on the table? Have you even achieved your happiness? So many people are pursuing you. Why are you so stubborn and insist on following a man with a wife and children around like a puppy? If you had just married any rich second-generation or official son, we wouldn't be left without anyone to care about us now. But what about now? Bai's mother fell into deep despair. Her reason had long been overwhelmed. Naturally, he lost his temper with his daughter. The mother and daughter started blaming each other. Bai Xinran buried her face in her hands on the table and burst into tears. The recent series of setbacks have already exhausted her, and now she has to be blamed. Her own mother blamed her for not selling her body to a rich man. Seeing her daughter like this, Bai's mother felt heartbroken again, realizing that she had been too harsh in her tone and had hurt her daughter's feelings. Now all she has left is her daughter, isn't it? Bai's mother patted her daughter's shoulder guiltily. Xinran, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Please forgive me, okay? Seeing that her daughter didn't speak, she continued, I really have no other choice. Why don't you try contacting Gu Shiyuan again? See if the Gu family can help us. We don't care about the money, as long as your father can get out. Your father helped the Gu family a lot in the past few years, so they should have some gratitude. Although Bai's mother said this, she knew in her heart that the chances were slim. Even when Bai Zhengrong was in power, Gu Shiyuan never gave his daughter a kind look, let alone now. People are just that realistic. Although her husband did a lot for the Gu family also gave him a lot of money. Ultimately, it's just a transaction. However, these transactions can also be considered evidence of bribery by the Gu family. If this matter is investigated further, it will not benefit the Gu family either, as they are all in the same boat. Even if they don't help them, the Gu family should at least help themselves. Okay. Bai Xinran wiped her eyes.
This is the only option at the moment. She couldn't bear to blame her mother anymore. All we could do was try our luck with Gu Shuyuan. Bai Xinran picked up the phone to call Gu Shuyuan, but found that her number had been blocked. I then discovered that I had also been blocked on WeChat. All of their contact methods are on the blacklist. She called using her mother's phone and got the same result. She couldn't get in touch with Gu Shuyuan at all. Left with no other choice, she went directly to the Gu group to find Gu Shuyuan. Miss Bai, you can't enter without an appointment. You know that rule. The receptionist stopped her with a cold face. Chapter 175 Can't Help. Gu Shuyuan had already instructed the receptionist not to allow Bai Xinran into the company, starting from the moment she was fired. Moreover, news of Bai Zhengrong being taken away for investigation has already spread. Everyone knew about this, so naturally they didn't give Bai Xinran a friendly look. She is no longer an employee of the Gu group. If she tries to force her way in, they can call the police. I have urgent business with Gu Shuyuan, please let me in, Bai Xinran pleaded, lowering her stance. When has she ever been so humble to a receptionist? She used to be high and mighty, never once giving a second glance to people living at the bottom of society. Mr. Gu isn't here, and non-employees need an appointment to enter, and only with Mr. Gu's permission can they do so. Our Mr. Gu isn't someone you can just see, the receptionist said rudely. They still remember how Bai Xinran treated them in the past. Rejected once again, Bai Xinran had no choice but to lean against the wall in the lobby, waiting for an opportunity. She knew she wouldn't see Gu Shuyuan easily today, so she wore flat shoes. She was ready to sneak in whenever she could. As long as these people weren't paying attention to her, she would have a chance. She lingered there for 2 hours, and the receptionist gradually relaxed her guard. Bai Xinran, pretending to be engrossed in her phone, kept an eye on their movements. Once she realized no one was watching her anymore, she dashed off towards the elevator. One of the elevators happened to be stopped on the first floor, so she ran in and frantically pressed the close button. Before the receptionist and security guards could catch up, the elevator doors had already closed completely and began to slowly ascend. Fortunately, Bai Xinran was very familiar with the environment here, otherwise she might not have been able to get in. She leaned against the elevator, panting nervously. She knew exactly how to get to Gu Shuyuan's office. Just after Bai Xinran entered the elevator, the receptionist immediately called Gu Shuyuan's personal assistant. The assistant told Gu Shuyuan that he would have Bai Xinran removed immediately so that she would not disturb him. But Gu Shuyuan calmly told Bai Xinran to come in. He knew she would come looking for him. It was expected. Before Bai Xinran even got out of the elevator, she had already decided that she would definitely be stopped outside Gu Shuyuan's office, and she had already figured out how to deal with it. But when she actually got out of the elevator, none of the things she had imagined happened. Only Gu Shuyuan's assistant was standing outside the door, gesturing for him to enter. Miss Bai, please come in. Mr. Gu is waiting for you inside. The assistant still had a mocking smile on his face. He had suffered a lot of mistreatment from Bai Xinran in the past. When Bai Xinran was fired, he even generously treated many colleagues to a meal to celebrate. Seeing Bai Xinran in such a sorry state made him even happier. Where did that arrogant attitude go? Why did you stop pretending? He knew that the Bai family would eventually fall, but he didn't expect that day to come so soon. Being by Gu Shuyuan's side, he was quite aware of the Bai family's every move, and he even handled many things himself. He even suspected that there was something wrong with Bai Xinran's mind, that she could never see the situation clearly. They used to pester their CEO Gu relentlessly, and no matter what they did, they couldn't shake him off. In the end, they were still kicked out of the company. She's even thinking of asking President Gu for help now. She really can't tell friend from foe. Bai Xinran didn't even glance at her assistant before heading straight for Gu Shuyuan's office. Don't think she doesn't know how much this guy despises her right now. The office door was wide open, and Gu Shuyuan sat leisurely in his chair, sipping hot tea. The tea my father-in-law gave me is, I must say, of excellent quality. Are you on? Bai Xinran's eyes reddened as soon as she saw Gu Shuyuan. Full of grievances, she seemed to have found a lifeline. She thought that if Gu Shuyuan was willing to see her, he would definitely help her. Call me President Gu, Gu Shuyuan said, taking a sip of tea. He has emphasized this statement many times. President Gu. Bai Xinran was unusually obedient for once. She's now very afraid of upsetting Gu Shuyuan and making him unwilling to help her. Mr. Gu, please save my father. Only you can save him now. Bai Xinran's face was covered in tears, and her nose was red. He looked very pitiful. The news that her father had been taken away for investigation had already made the news, so Gu Shiyuan couldn't possibly not know about it. There was no need for her to beat around the bush anymore. I can't help. Gu Shiyuan refused without even thinking. Not to mention, he can't help with this kind of thing. Even if he could, he wouldn't care, and might even want to kick him while he's down. He himself admitted that he was a very petty person. Ah Yuan, please help me. Bai Xinran suddenly burst into tears. Call me President Gu, Gu Shiyuan said with a stern face. Mr. Gu, please help me. Why should I help you? Gu Shiyuan looked directly into Bai Xinran's eyes. Her eyes were still filled with a clear stupidity, so stupid that she was beyond redemption, unable to see the situation clearly, and forever immersed in her own thoughts. He hoped this would be the last time they met. Having been harassed for so many years, he is also a victim. Based on, Bai Xinran gritted her teeth, thinking quickly, based on the fact that we have known each other for many years, based on the long-standing friendship between my father and Uncle Gu, and based on the fact that my father has done a lot for your family. These words brought a cold smile to Gu Shiyuan's face. Is this a threat coming his way? First, it's true that I've known you for many years, but we're just acquaintances, and there's no real relationship between us. It's you who's been harassing me all along. Secondly, there's no real relationship between my dad and your dad. Your dad did something for us, but we paid him a high fee. Your dad was just doing his job for money, and we don't owe your family any favors. Third, your dad was helping my dad, not me. I have no need for his help and have never done so. This so-called relationship you mentioned has nothing to do with me. If you think this matter can threaten me, do as you please. Anyway, it's your dad, not me, who's abusing his power to take bribes. You can expose him if you have any evidence. Gu Shiyuan seemed indifferent. Evidence regarding his father's past relationship with Bai Zhengrong has long been destroyed. The Bai family has no evidence, and even if they did, it would only add to Bai Zhengrong's incriminating evidence, harming the enemy 1,000 while losing 10,000 of their own. How stupid must one be to think of that? You expect him to take risks to help based on this alone? Bai Xinran didn't know how to answer. She had already thought it through on her way here. If her father went to jail, the Gu family wouldn't be able to escape either. The Gu family had bribed their family, and she thought that would have some deterrent effect. But the reality was exactly the opposite of what she thought. Chapter 176, Eating Melon 1. Gu Shiyuan wasn't buying it at all. Moreover, after careful consideration, she realized that Gu Shiyuan's words made sense. She had no evidence, and even if she did, she couldn't take it. That would be framing her father. But I really have no other choice. Please help me. I'll do anything you ask, Bai Xinran said, raising her head. They looked like they were being slaughtered. Their hands were clenched tightly together. Just a little bit. Gu Shiyuan's assistant couldn't help but complain from outside the door. This isn't the first time she's tried to show herself, but their CEO Gu hasn't even given her a second glance, okay? What exactly makes her feel attractive? Gu Shiyuan glanced at the assistant outside the door and then looked away. There's nothing about you that attracts me, and nothing I need, including you as a whole. He has already put it very tactfully. Although Bai Xinran wasn't particularly beautiful before, she was at least pretty and tall. I don't know when I became obsessed with plastic surgery, and my face started to look stiff from all the repairs. This woman had nothing about her, neither in appearance nor in personality, that could attract him. He doesn't appreciate it. Moreover, he is now a husband and father, with his own moral bottom line and principles. He wouldn't have done anything reckless before, and he certainly won't now. In his eyes, Bai Xinran was no match for Lin Wan at all. If he's a promiscuous person, there are plenty of women better than Bai Xinran. Why would she be the one to choose? He really didn't understand Bai Xinran's thought process and her inexplicable self-confidence. Moreover, she really didn't know anything about him. Gu Shiyuan's words chilled Bai Xinran once again. She always felt that she had many suitors, which meant she was charming enough, but she could never attract Gu Shiyuan's attention. She had even doubted Gu Shiyuan's sexual orientation, but it wasn't until Lin Wan appeared that she felt a deep sense of frustration. Ah Yuan. No, Mr. Gu, I beg you to help me. I'm really at my wit's end. If my dad goes to jail, I'll have nothing left. Please have pity on me. Bai Xinran tried to reach out and grab Gu Shiyuan's hand, but he dodged it. What kind of life you lead, whether your father goes to jail or not, has nothing to do with me. Everything you're going through now is your own doing, Gu Shiyuan said coldly. If Bai Xinran had been any more sensible and hadn't provoked Lin Wan, he wouldn't have had to take action, and perhaps the Bai family wouldn't be in such a terrible state. Don't be so heartless. I've liked you for years, and now there's no one else who can help me but you. Bai Xinran's emotions gradually began to break down. She really doesn't want to lose everything she has now. She didn't want to fall to the bottom of society. She didn't want to associate with the people she used to despise. She didn't want to have any contact with those people. She wanted to be a princess, the mayor's only daughter. She stubbornly believed that as long as Gu Shiyuan was willing to help, he would definitely be able to help her. The reason I'm seeing you today is so you know that coming to me is useless, and I won't help you. Everything you're going through now is your own fault. You should have thought about the consequences when you were greedy. Go now, and I hope we never see each other again. Take care of yourself. Gu Xian began to ruthlessly shoo you away. He never intended to help the Bai family, nor would he. He had already fully understood the situation when he was collecting evidence, and that Bai Zhengrong deserved to be condemned to the deepest hell for what he had done. A yuan. Bai Xinran wanted to say something more. Show them out, Gu Shiyuan said directly to his assistant outside the door. The assistant had been waiting outside the door and had already called security, ready to escort Bai Xinran out at any time. Please come outside, Miss Bai, the assistant said with a half-smile. He even gave the security guard a meaningful look. He knew that Bai Xinran wouldn't leave obediently given her personality. As expected, Bai Xinran stood still. Get it out. Don't make a mess of President Gu's office, the assistant ordered. Several security guards immediately began to lead the people out. Don't touch me. I can walk by myself. Don't touch me, Bai Xinran shouted. He was eventually taken away by security. The news that Bai Xinran had come to the company to ask Gu Shiyuan for help quickly spread throughout the company. The news of Bai Zhengrong's bribery case hadn't even died down when Bai Xinran's plea to Gu Shiyuan, only to be thrown out by security guards, became the new topic of conversation. Gone. Lin Wan walked in. She had just heard about Bai Xinran's situation and wanted to come and see for herself, purely to watch the drama unfold. Yeah, I won't give her another chance to come in. She's crazy. Gu Shiyuan stood up. He closed the door behind him and put his arm around Lin Wan's waist. Stop fooling around. We're at the company. It's not good if someone sees us, Lin Wan said, trying to remove the hand that was wrapped around her waist. But Gu Shiyuan hugged her even tighter. Fa is watching outside. No one will come to disturb us. Gu Shiyuan leaned down and lightly touched Lin Wan's red lips. He now regrets not having a separate lounge area when renovating his office. It has to be at least a suite. Be serious. She came to you to save her father, Lin Wan asked. Well, she overestimates me. How could I dare to interfere with the people the higher-ups decide to deal with? And even if I could, I wouldn't care. All I can do is provide more evidence to the higher-ups. Bai Zhengrong is not only suspected of bribery and involvement in organized crime, but also smuggling, and even, Gu Shiyuan paused and said, he also preyed on minors, not just once, and drove a female student to her death. He deserves to die. Gu Shiyuan clenched his fist. Putting everything else aside, the fact that he preyed on a minor is enough to warrant Bai Zhengrong being torn to pieces. He also has a daughter, and if anyone dares to touch a single hair on her head, he will make sure they die a horrible death. Lin Wan was stunned by Gu Shiyuan's words. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here on earth. Bai Zhengrong may look respectable, but he does despicable things behind the scenes. Did you have someone do this to him? Lin Wan asked softly. This was quite sudden, and she had just heard Gu Shiyuan say something about providing evidence. There are some things he won't say, and she usually won't ask too many questions. I wasn't the main instigator, but my brother and I provided a lot of evidence. There's more than one person trying to bring him down. The Bai family is doomed, Gu Shiyuan said. Some of the evidence he had came from Xiaoyang. Will this investigation have any impact on us? Lin Wan asked worriedly. She knew some things about the past between the Gu and Bai families. Otherwise, Gu's parents wouldn't have let Bai Shinran cause trouble at the company every day. No, I have no dealings with him. All of Dad's transactions with him were in cash, and all traces that could be erased have been wiped clean. There is no evidence whatsoever. Chapter 177 poses no threat to him whatsoever. Even if they investigate, at most they can find that our family has had closer ties with the Bai family in recent years, which doesn't prove anything. I'm not worried about being counter-accused. I have much more evidence in my hands. If they try to drag us down with them, I'll send them to hell. Besides, they wouldn't dare to voice their evidence now, even if they had it. Do they think Bai Zhengrong isn't dragging us down hard enough? Gu Shiyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He had thought about these things long ago. Bai Shinran alone poses no threat to him whatsoever. He was collecting evidence to restrain the Bai family, but he didn't expect someone to make the first move, which saved him a lot of trouble. He could easily push the Bai family into an abyss. That's great. Lin Wan leaned gently on Gu Shiyuan's shoulder. Sure enough, nothing can stump this man. If it were the old her, she would have felt sorry for Bai Shinran seeing her current miserable state. Now she just thinks that such people deserve it. If you don't court death, you won't die. While Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan were enjoying their intimate moment in the office, Bai Shinran was once again completely kicked out of the Gu Group headquarters building. The security guards also warned her that if she came here again, they would call the police, and she would be detained for at least a few days. Bai Shinran sat down below the Gu Group building, her meticulously applied makeup from before leaving home now ruined by tears. With her hair disheveled, she looked like a down-on-her-luck little wildcat. She never expected Gu Shiyuan to be so heartless. Now her only hope was gone. Only now is she beginning to regret not listening to her mother and trying to date Xiaoyang sooner. Perhaps he could have helped her. Because of her momentary willfulness, she had almost no relationship with Xiaoyang, and moreover, Xiaoyang was Lin Wan's own brother, so it was even less likely that he would help her. Now, all the powerful and influential people in Shenzhen are avoiding their family like the plague. She really had no other choice. Bai Shinran was filled with regret, but she didn't think about whether Xiaoyang would be interested in her or whether he would be willing to date her. We haven't learned enough lessons from Gu Shiyuan. After crying on the ground for a while, and being stared at like a clown by passers-by, Bai Shinran slowly got up, wanting to take a taxi home. However, their bank account had been frozen, and most of the money was no longer accessible, leaving her with very little. The house could be seized at any time. Under these circumstances, Bai Shinran, who was used to a good life, gritted her teeth and prepared to take the bus. Bai Shinran, who had never ridden this kind of transportation before, couldn't stand it as soon as she got on the bus. There wasn't even a seat, and she was being squeezed around on the bus while constantly worrying that others would damage her designer handbag. I even got stepped on. She endured it all the way, only feeling relieved when she got off the bus. She didn't want to live that kind of life, didn't want to have contact with people at the bottom of society, not at all. She also longed for the good old days when she could go out with a driver. But now, she suddenly felt that perhaps she shouldn't have been so persistent all these years. If she had married a man of equal social standing earlier and had a son or daughter, she could at least have been a wealthy wife. It won't be worse than it is now, no matter what. When Bai's mother saw her daughter return dejectedly, with even her hair disheveled, she knew that Gu Shiyuan wouldn't help them. This path is blocked. How is it, Shinran? Is Gu Shiyuan willing to help us? Bai's mother still held onto a sliver of hope. She was unwilling to give up, even if there was only a sliver of hope. He told me not to contact him again, that he wouldn't help us. Bai Shinran shook her head. Then tears started falling. She suffered so much injustice today. Since her father's incident, everyone's attitude has completely changed. Even the receptionist and security guards who used to treat her with respect are now bossing her around. She used to be the mayor's daughter, a privileged young woman who lived like a proud peacock. But now, she has no job, no friends, her father is going to jail, her villa is going to be seized, and even Gu Shiyuan is going to marry someone else. Why is this happening? In just a few months, her life has undergone a dramatic change. When did this change begin? Yes, it all started with Lin Wan's appearance. Since Lin Wan appeared, her life has been completely chaotic, developing in unexpected directions every day, and is completely out of her control. She felt that this woman was there to bring her bad luck. This woman not only ruined her wonderful life, but also stole the man who belonged to her. She hated Lin Wan to death. The Gu family is truly heartless. How do we help them back then? Now that we need help, they don't care about our lives. They will be punished. Bai's mother began to curse the Gu family. He was muttering curses under his breath. But Bai Xinran slumped on the sofa, ignoring everything. Her heart was filled with resentment towards Lin Wan. I increasingly feel that it was Lin Wan's appearance that caused her life to go downhill. Xinran, what's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Bai's mother waved her hand in front of her daughter's face. I'm fine. I'm trying to think of any other way to save Dad, Bai Xinran said weakly. This is now a dead end for them. She doesn't know how she'll live in the future, and she doesn't want to go out to work. When she was the deputy director of Gu's design department, she basically did no work. She could go to the company whenever she wanted, and no one cared if she didn't want to. She went to work every day like everyone else, but she didn't earn much money, not even enough for her pocket money. Just thinking about those days makes me feel like I'm going to have a really tough time. But how will they, mother and daughter, survive if they don't work? Don't think about it anymore. Just focus on the present. Mom will talk to you about this later. Since we can't save your dad, we probably won't be able to stay in this house for much longer. All of our houses are involved in corruption. I probably can't keep anything. I sold everything I could at a low price, and I still have some money. Then we'll go find your grandma. Mom has saved a lot of money with your grandma. It's enough for us to live a better life. We'll wait patiently for your dad to come out, said Bai's mother. After she calmed down, she sold some of the things she could sell. Bai Zhengrong's meager salary was far from enough for their extravagant spending. It wasn't even enough for their daily expenses. Most of their family's money and all their properties were embezzled by Bai Zhengrong. It was only a matter of time before the property was seized. By selling the items that were difficult to inventory at a low price, she could at least recoup her costs. If it gets any later, I'm afraid I won't get anything. Moreover, she never let her husband or daughter know that she had saved money at her parents' home. This was her prepared escape route. Chapter 178, Seeking Refuge. Bai's mother was thinking about how she and her daughter would still have to live in the future. She's still waiting for her husband to be released from prison. Since they couldn't rescue Bai Zhengrong, they decided to prioritize their own safety. Although Bai Zhengrong did many things that wronged her, they had been married for almost 30 years, and she couldn't just let it go so easily. Once Bai Zhengrong is released from prison, they will start over and let him know that they, mother and daughter, are doing well. At least their time inside was a little easier. It's time for her to withdraw the money she kept at her parents' home. Originally, this money was intended as a safeguard in case the marriage really broke down one day, since it was difficult to define it as joint property. Unexpectedly, it saved him and his daughter. She was incredibly grateful for that decision she made back then. You deposited money with my grandmother? Does my uncle know? Bai Xinran's eyes widened. She had no idea that her mother was saving money outside. She wanted to ask why she didn't just deposit the money in the bank, but instead kept it with her grandmother, knowing full well that her uncle was unreliable. But then I thought, if it were in a bank, it would be seized anyway. I know, don't worry, your uncle stopped gambling a long time ago. I'll leave them some money to shut them up. It won't be for nothing, the rest is all ours. My dear daughter, Mom won't let you live a hard life. Mother Bai touched her daughter's face tenderly. She only has this one precious child, so of course she can't bear to see her suffer. Although that money wouldn't allow them to live the luxurious life they used to, it would at least make them much better off than ordinary people. How much have you saved? Bai Xinran asked directly. Her mother had kept the matter of saving money a secret from her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. After all, she was her only biological daughter. But the thought of having money to spend in the future and not having to work hard makes me really look forward to it. You'll see when the time comes. Don't worry, all of Mom's money is yours, said Mother Bai. The mother and daughter then packed their belongings, taking with them some clothes, valuable jewelry, and cash from selling their items. They can't use bank cards casually anymore. Moreover, the amount of cash was not large. Everyone knows that Bai Zhengrong got into trouble. When Bai's mother went out to sell these things, people would push the prices down to the lowest possible level. She knew she was losing out, but she had no choice but to sell it. Private cash transactions are also much safer. Pawnshops are at risk of being investigated. The mother and daughter had just finished packing their luggage when the raiders arrived. It was sealed off inside and out. Bai Shinran and her daughter left the small villa where they had lived for many years in tears. This is no longer their home. Now, apart from what they have and the money from their maternal family, they truly have nothing left. Bai's mother cried her heart out. When she was a high-ranking official's wife, many people fawned over her. But now, when they walk around the neighborhood, people avoid them. Bai Zhengrong's accident happened so suddenly that she didn't even dare to call her family to tell them about it. Fortunately, she still had her daughter by her side. "Mom, let's go." Bai Shinran also sniffled. She was reluctant to part with it. But what good was being reluctant? Compared to her mother, she was more afraid of losing her previous life. She was born a princess, a second-generation official, and lived a life of luxury. She had no idea how ordinary people lived. She was even confused about her future. She can't contact any of her former so-called friends and besties anymore. She's practically blacklisted by everyone in her old circle. People are just so realistic. She sighed once again, lamenting that if she had chosen a powerful figure in Shenzhen earlier, no matter who that person was, she wouldn't have fallen to such a state of destitution. Moreover, she didn't want to go to her grandmother's house. When she was a child, her maternal grandparents' family was quite well off. It is said that her father benefited a lot from her maternal grandfather's wealth. If it weren't for her uncle's gambling addiction, which caused him to lose the family fortune, her maternal grandfather wouldn't have died of anger. My maternal grandmother's family wasn't so destitute that they needed their family's continuous financial support. Since her maternal grandmother's family fell on hard times, she has basically stopped visiting them because they are poor, because her uncle is a gambler, and because their current living conditions are very bad, which she finds distasteful. They don't even want to visit relatives and friends during the Lunar New Year. She and her father both looked down on that family. Only her mother was very warm to her maternal grandmother's family, giving them money and helping them with their work. But she had no choice but to go now. Although she had some money to find a place to stay, they still had a large sum of money there, and they had to get it back no matter what. She was worried that her mother would suffer if she went alone. She always felt that it wouldn't be easy to get that money back, and she was prepared to suffer a loss. At worst, we can just let that family take a share of the money, as long as we can get it back to them. Bai's mother's hometown was in the suburbs, a very remote place. After her family fell into ruin, they moved back to their hometown. The mother and daughter were carrying a lot of cash and luggage, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and take a taxi there. The taxi fare alone cost over 100 yuan, which broke Bai's mother's heart. She used to be too lazy to even pick up that little bit of money if it fell on the ground. On the way, Bai's mother called her younger brother to tell them that she was taking her daughter back to her parents' home. But no one answered the phone. "Why isn't your uncle answering the phone? Your grandmother's phone is also switched off." Bai's mother frowned. "How come I can't even get through on the phone at such a crucial moment?" She also wanted her younger brother to pick her and her daughter up at the village entrance. "Could it be that they already knew about my dad's situation and now don't want to acknowledge us anymore?" Bai Shinran murmured. She had a bad feeling. It absolutely cannot be a coincidence. She said that this money was not easy to get. She's seen firsthand how unreliable her uncle was. "That's impossible. I raised your uncle. I'm his only sister. I've spent a lot of money on him. How could he not acknowledge me?" Bai's mother argued. "I don't really agree with my daughter's statement, and I don't dare to agree with it." She forcefully brainwashed herself, saying that she was her brother's only sister, and that the small house her brother's family lived in now was built with her money a few years ago, and that she had also helped them a lot in their daily lives. No matter what, it's impossible for her to disown her as her older sister. She had agreed when she deposited the money that she would withdraw it someday. Leaving it here was just in case. Her younger brother used to be a gambler, and he even caused their father's death. But she felt that her younger brother had matured over the years, stopped gambling, and wouldn't do anything foolish. She must have been busy with something just now, and her mother's phone might have run out of battery. It's normal for older people to forget to charge their phones. That must be it. Bai's mother kept trying to persuade herself. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been willing to admit that her parents loved her younger brother far more than they loved her. Chapter 179, Unreliable. If it weren't for his parents' favoritism, Bai's mother's younger brother wouldn't have gone astray. But for her personally, no matter how bad her younger brother is, he is still her own brother. Bai's mother knew very well that her husband and daughter disliked her family, especially her younger brother. However, she always remembered the kindness her parents had shown to her and her husband, as well as their gratitude for raising and giving her life. So over the years, she has often secretly helped her younger brother, hoping that her elderly mother could live a better life by her brother's side. Bai Xinran didn't say anything more, but prayed in her heart that she could get the money smoothly today. Once she got the money, she never wanted to come back to this place again. After much thought, Bai's mother realized that her daughter's words weren't entirely unreasonable. It was just that her daughter was unwilling to admit it or face the truth. The taxi took almost an hour to reach a small village in the suburbs. We stopped in front of a relatively new small villa. Bai Xinran paid the fare and started carrying her luggage downstairs. She never needed to do these things herself before. Bai's mother pulled her luggage forward, but the gate was locked. She knocked on the door and called out, "Mom, I'm home. Open the door, Mom. Are you home?" She called for a long time, but no one came to open the door. In the past, the door was always open whenever she came back, and her brother's family would warmly welcome her. This was the first time no one opened the door when she arrived. It was only then that she realized she didn't even have a key to the front door of the small building she had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to build. "Open the door, Guoxing. It's your sister, I'm back." Bai's mother knocked harder. Guoxing is her gambling, addicted younger brother. But no one ever opened that door. She decided to take out her phone again to call her brother, but no one answered. "Forget it. It's obvious they're deliberately trying to avoid seeing us." Bai Xinran felt a little disheartened. It seems they might not get that money. She knew this uncle was unreliable. She has always looked down on her maternal grandmother's family, and now she can't keep up with them. When her family was doing well, her uncle would call her family whenever he wanted money. Now that they've fallen on hard times, her uncle, Chun Guoxing, is the first to run away. Is this what they call family? They took their money and then stabbed them in the back. No, it's impossible. Guoxing wouldn't do this to me. I'm his sister. Bai's mother refused to believe it. She chose to keep knocking. Sure enough, a commotion came from the courtyard shortly afterward. Keep banging, keep banging. What are you banging for? Aren't you annoying? Can't you let people rest? A woman's cursing voice came from inside the courtyard. The shouting and cursing didn't bother Bai's mother. Instead, she became excited. "Sister-in-law, open the door. It's me, the eldest sister, I'm back." She said she had family members at home, and every time she came back, her younger brother and sister-in-law would greet her with smiles. They had always gotten along very well. But when the door opened, she was greeted by a sour face. The person with the sour face was a middle-aged woman, who was Bai's mother's sister-in-law and Bai Xinran's aunt. "Were you sleeping just now? Did I disturb you?" Bai's mother asked. Seeing the door open made her feel better. After all, it's her own family. It's not as exaggerated as my daughter said, that she doesn't recognize them anymore. They were just sleeping. They didn't hear the phone ring or the knocking. "So you know you're disturbing us?" Chun Guoxing's wife said with a sour face. They looked Bai Xinran and her daughter up and down with disdain. If it weren't for the fact that it was so noisy, and she was afraid that the mother and daughter would stay there and not leave, she wouldn't have wanted to come downstairs to open the door. Especially Bai Xinran. She always has a sour face every time we meet, and she doesn't even call me aunt properly. She has no manners. "It's my fault, I knocked too loudly," Mother Bai said with an apologetic smile. She would never have been this polite when she came back before, but now there's nothing I can do. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. "I called you earlier, but no one answered, so I knocked on the door. I didn't know you were sleeping. My mouth is so dry from knocking. I'll go in and get some water." "Xinran, please bring your luggage in," Mother Bai said, starting to walk inside. Hey, what are you doing?" Chun Guoxing's wife braced her arm against the door, blocking Bai's mother's way. He also used his body to completely block the entrance. "I'm going in for a drink of water. I might as well stay at our house for a few days," said Bai's mother. She didn't mention Bai Zhengrong's arrest, thinking she'd bring it up later and also talk about money. "Get this straight, this is my home. Do you think you can just come and go as you please? Do you think you can just stay here whenever you want? Did you get my permission?" Chun Guoxing's wife said aggressively. News of Bai Zhengrong's arrest is everywhere, and in this internet age, it's hard for them not to know. We used to be polite to this sister-in-law because we could get money from her and live a good life. Moreover, with Bai Zhengrong's influence, it's easier for them to get things done. They received a lot of money and reaped a lot of benefits. What she was always dissatisfied with was that the Bai family wouldn't give them more money to buy a house in the city so they could move back to the city sooner. She's had enough of living in the village. When she entered the family, the Chen family was still living a prosperous life. Back then, I still owned a house and a car in the city. If she had known she would fall on hard times and have to return to her village, she definitely wouldn't have married Chen Guoxing. Moreover, now that Bai Zhengrong has fallen from power, they can no longer gain any benefits from the Bai family. They didn't want to have anything to do with the Bai family. Bai's mother was taken aback by her sister-in-law's words. This was the first time her sister-in-law had spoken to her in such an attitude. She always said that this place would always be her family home, and she could come back to stay whenever she wanted. But when she actually came back to stay, her expression changed. There are still several empty rooms here. How can you say that? I paid for this house, Bai's mother said in disbelief. She looked up at the small building. She had spent nearly 1,000,000 yuan, including the renovation, so her family could practically move in with just their bags. But now this house doesn't even have a small room for her and her daughter. You spent it? What proof do you have that you spent it? Even if you do, it's because you willingly built it for us. A married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. Don't you even have that much awareness? Chen Guoxing's wife's face was full of disdain. She didn't care who paid for the house. Once she entered the family and gave birth to a son for the Chen family, she became the mistress of the house. She has to make all the decisions, and Chen Guoxing's words are like farts in front of her. Chapter 180. Not a penny will be recovered. How can you be so unreasonable? Bai's mother said incredulously. Call Guoxing out here, I want to talk to him. Bai's mother began to get emotional. They didn't treat her like this before. She couldn't believe her own brother would treat her like this. Moreover, her mother is old and needs her to be by her side to take care of her. If you want to shout, shout it yourself. Chen Guoxing's wife rolled her eyes. Guoxing, come out here, Mom, are you home? Bai's mother called out into the yard. Mom, stop shouting, it's no use. They won't see you. Otherwise they wouldn't have sent this woman out to get rid of us. Bai Xinran grabbed her mother's arm. She finally understood that the Chen family didn't welcome them at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent their aunt to take the fall. Why should they embarrass themselves? More and more neighbors came out to see what was going on after hearing the noise. Bai Xinran felt a little embarrassed. After enjoying the limelight for a long time, the biggest fear is losing face in front of outsiders. Your daughter is more perceptive than you are, Chen Guoxing's wife said. His eyes were still scanning Bai Xinran. She had never liked this niece. She was arrogant and domineering, had no manners whatsoever, and had never given the elders a kind look. She's not blind. She knows perfectly well how much the Bai family father and daughter look down on them. They used to act all high and mighty, but now that they're down on their luck, they're coming to me for refuge. What kind of good thing is that? She glanced at it twice and then looked away. She didn't like seeing Bai Xinran's surgically enhanced face. Give us our money back and we'll leave immediately. We'll never come back, Bai Xinran said coldly. She was right. Keeping money here was definitely not safe. She knew that even if she came today, it wouldn't end well. The Chen family has been greedy for a long time, and I don't know how her mother could trust her so-called family so much. All she wants now is the money. She never wants to see that family again. Although getting the money might be a bit difficult, she wouldn't let these ungrateful wretches get away with it so easily. Money? What money? When did you leave money here? Don't accuse me of something, or I'll call the police. Chen Guoxing's wife didn't take it seriously at all. Anyway, she had no intention of giving it to me. Once it's in her pocket, don't even think about getting it out. I put 5 million with Mom. You and Guoxing know that, Bai's mother said. She still clings to the last glimmer of hope. She hopes they can give her the money, even just half, because she and her daughter need to live. Even if they only give half, it's still more than 2 million yuan, enough for the mother and daughter to buy a small house in the suburbs and still have a lot of living expenses left over. Previously, a few million wouldn't have been a lot for her, but things are different now. Once they buy a house and their daughter finds a job, with the cash they have, they can live comfortably and wait for Bai Zhengrong to be released from prison. 5 million? Are you crazy? You really dare to ask us for 5 million right off the bat? Where would we get that much money? Look at this, everyone. A married daughter coming to her parents' home asking her own brother for 5 million. Tell me, does such a thing even exist? Chen Guoxing's wife shouted. They were afraid others wouldn't see the joke. In any case, she would never admit to having this money. First, she wouldn't give it to the Bai family mother and daughter, and second, she couldn't let others know that they had money, otherwise everyone around them would be asking to borrow money. Don't talk nonsense. How could I have asked you for money? This money is what I left with you. Mom, and Guoxing promised to keep it safe for me. Bai's mother began to wipe away her tears. She never expected her former family to treat her this way. To avoid leaving any trace, and in case of future investigations, she always gave cash. In total, they gave 5 million. It was agreed at the time that this was her fallback plan, and that they would definitely receive some reward when she came to collect the money. But to my surprise, it all came to nothing. They didn't intend to give her a single penny. You deposited money here? Can't you deposit it in a bank? Fine, you say you deposited money in my house. Then show me the proof. Chen Guoxing's wife was not flustered at all. Originally, her sister-in-law was keeping the fact that she had deposited money in their house a secret, but Chen Guoxing let it slip. Fine, they've treated her like an outsider, then none of them will get the money. They're all hers. She knew that the money her sister-in-law had saved was not from a clean source, and that she certainly wouldn't dare leave any evidence. She had taken advantage of this. This left the mother speechless. What? Can't you produce any evidence? Then don't accuse people wrongly. 5 million. You're really asking for the moon. If you really deposited 5 million into my house, it's your husband's embezzled money. Chen Guoxing's wife exposed the Bai family in public without any mercy. He even had a smug look on his face. The Bai family mother and daughter used to be high and mighty. She had been a slave for so long, and now that she could finally turn her life around, she had to get her revenge. This left Bai's mother speechless, because what the person said was true. The money she had received was embezzled by Bai Zhengrong. Chen Guoxing's wife remained calm. She was determined to make a big fuss so that everyone would think the Bai family mother and daughter had come to their parents' home to beg for money because they were down on their luck. The worst part is that they're asking for an exorbitant amount. The louder she speaks, the more confident she seems. I gave it all to Mom, and Guoxing saw it too. Make Guoxing come out and confront me, Bai's mother said anxiously. She is now beginning to regret letting her brother know about the money. Guoxing isn't home, so there's no need to call him. Just leave and don't bother us again. We poor people can't serve you officials' wives and rich girls, Chen Guoxing's wife said sarcastically, rolling her eyes. Bai Xinran had often made sarcastic remarks about them in the past. Guoxing, come out here. I know you're home. Come out and explain yourself. Give me back my money. I beg you. I have a daughter to raise, and Xinran is your nephew. Bai's mother cried out. How could she possibly give up? She knew her brother and mother were home. I just don't want to see her. I'm afraid she'll ask for money. Mom, stop shouting, let's go. They clearly don't want to give us money, why bother? Bai Xinran hurriedly tried to pull her mother away. Under these circumstances, no matter how long they persist, they will not be able to get the money. Since her last visit to Gu Shiyuan, she had suddenly become much more clear-headed. No, I won't leave, I can't leave. My money is still here, and my mother is here too. Mother Bai refused to leave. That's 5 million. And she simply couldn't believe that she had been abandoned by her family. Chapter 181 Unable to distinguish between good and bad. Hey, it's true the money is yours, but whether your mother is yours is another matter. What kind of mother treats her daughter like this? Bai Xinran's face was full of sarcasm. If her maternal grandmother had treated her mother as her own child, she wouldn't have remained silent. That was true before, and it is true now. She knew her grandmother didn't love them, but her mother, always oblivious, didn't. Perhaps they're just pretending not to know. No one wants to admit that their parents don't love them. Her daughter's words dealt a heavy blow to Bai's mother's heart, but she was unwilling to accept it. She had been so filial to her mother, giving her whatever she wanted. Why was she treated like this? And there's also her 5 million. That's 5 million. Let's go, or I'll call the police. Chen Guoxing's wife crossed her arms. Let's go. Bai Xinran grabbed her mother and started to leave. Take care, don't bother seeing me out. Chen Guoxing's wife had a smug look on her face. All 5 million will go to her. Bai Xinran turned around and glared fiercely at her aunt. You just wait. I'll remember this grudge and repay you every time. After saying that, he left without looking back. Humph, a little brat. Who does she think she is threatening? I'd like to see what she can do to me. A criminal father and an ill-mannered daughter. She still wants to step into my house. Bah, what bad luck. Chen Guoxing's wife launched into a tirade. He even spat on the ground. Hearing that things had quieted down outside, Chen's mother asked anxiously, Son, has your sister left? They should be leaving by now, Chen Guoxing replied. He didn't really care. His sister was just a money-making tool to him, and he didn't care about his niece at all. My poor daughter, how will she cope with Zheng Rong's situation? Chen's mother wiped away her tears. She felt a little sad when she thought about her daughter's current situation. She's in her 50s now. Her husband is in prison, and her daughter, who was spoiled and used to a good life, has nothing left. How is she going to live from now on? If I hadn't really had no other choice, I wouldn't have come to them. But she could only watch helplessly as her daughter-in-law chased her daughter and granddaughter away, and dared not say a word. Otherwise, she would be kicked out too. From the moment they saw the news, their son and daughter-in-law said that Bai Xinran and her daughter were a burden, and that Bai Zhengrong was going to jail, so they shouldn't be implicated. They told her not to acknowledge the mother and daughter. Just pretend this daughter was never born. Otherwise, don't blame them for turning against you. She's getting old. Where else can she go if she leaves here? Where would I get the money to support my daughter now? If you feel sorry for her, go with her. Isn't it annoying? She keeps crying. If your daughter-in-law sees you, she'll scold you again. Chen Guoxing said impatiently. His parents have always favored him since he was a child. Although his older sister is not only beautiful but also academically excellent, he is a son, and even though he is a poor student, he still receives his parents' love. It was precisely because of this doting affection that he became so unscrupulous. He dropped out of high school before finishing and then indulged in drinking, gambling, and prostitution. Even after he got married, he still didn't get rid of his gambling habit. He used to be a young master with a lot of money, so he had some freedom. But since his family fell on hard times, he no longer has the money to gamble. Because his older sister married well, her life got better and better, which made Chen Guoxing, who had been pampered since childhood, feel increasingly unbalanced. He even hoped that one day his sister would also fall on hard times. If it weren't for his brother-in-law's abilities and his sister's willingness to give him money, he would have stopped associating with them long ago. Especially his niece, who is a snob and doesn't even want to call him uncle. It's so frustrating. Now that you're broke, you want to come stay at his house. Dream on. Although he hasn't had the money to gamble heavily in recent years, his sister often gives him money, so he can still gamble a little. Having been used to being a pampered young master, even after returning to his hometown, he was unwilling to go out and work like others. What can he do without a degree? He can only work odd jobs, which he doesn't want. The Chen family has been living off the Bai family for years, and they're doing better than most people in the village. As for the 5 million in cash, he deliberately used his mother's name to fool his sister, saying that his brother-in-law was so capable that he must have plenty of women outside, and that if the assets were seized one day, he would have nothing left. It would be better to leave some money with them as a safety net. And cash is the best. Chen Guoxing taught his mother how to trick his sister, and unexpectedly, his sister actually brought back 5 million in installments. He immediately deposited the money into the bank. If he hadn't accidentally let it slip one time, his wife would never have known about it. Otherwise, what would he use to gamble? Since it's all cash anyway, and his sister has no evidence, he's not afraid even if she sues him. Besides, he's not afraid of being sued. Anyway, Bai Zhengrong is in jail, and no one cares about Bai Xinran and her daughter. If they sue them, he'll have to ask where the 5 million came from. He was certain that the mother and daughter wouldn't dare to do that. Upon hearing her son's words, Chen's mother quickly wiped away her tears, but before she could wipe them away, her daughter-in-law went inside. Oh, feeling sorry for her? If you feel sorry for her, then go with her. We provide you with free food, drink, and shelter at home. What more do you want? Isn't it bad luck to be crying and wailing in the house? Chen Guoxing's wife glared at Chen's mother. That old geezer. They're taking care of her in her old age, and they still think about her daughter. I can't tell the difference between good and bad. Chen's mother shuddered at her daughter-in-law's words, quickly wiped away her tears, and dared not say another word. Her daughter-in-law treats her like this all the time, only pretending to be very filial when her daughter comes home. They even threatened her not to let her daughter know. If the Bai family stops providing money, then they won't support her anymore. Chen's mother has always been very dependent on her son. She dares not leave this place, nor does she want to. Chen Guoxing's wife felt a little better after seeing this. She's the one who calls the shots in this family. Everyone, young and old, has to listen to her. Change your phone number right away. Don't let her call again. It's so annoying. Also, we're not staying here anymore, so those two won't come again. Hurry up and withdraw the money. Let's go look at apartments. Let's buy 3. I want to move back to an apartment building, Chen Guoxing's wife said. I don't feel secure keeping this money in my hands. I need to quickly buy a house. Moreover, when she married into the Chen family, they lived in an apartment building, but after only a few days of good life, they moved back to the village. If she hadn't already had 2 sons, she would have gotten a divorce long ago. There are exactly 3 houses, one for each of the 2 sons, so they can get married when the time comes. The old houses here are self-built. Although they're not worth much, let's sell them anyway, for whatever price we can get. Anyway, the house wasn't built with her money, so she doesn't care. Chapter 182 The Gambler's Scheme. Chen Guoxing's wife is already envisioning a bright future. 5 million is enough to buy 3 apartments in a more remote area. 1 large one for them to live in, and 2 smaller ones for their sons. She even planned out how many grandchildren her sons would give her after they got married. But Chen Guoxing remained silent. He wanted to buy a house, but he didn't have enough money. What are you spacing out for? I'm talking to you. Give me the card right now. I already told you to leave the card with me. Chen Guoxing's wife glared at him. She couldn't keep this money any longer. She had to spend it first. She didn't want to live a hard life anymore. The mother and daughter were keeping the money from her sister-in-law, but luckily, she was smart enough to find out from them. Otherwise, it's uncertain who would end up with this money. It would be fine if it was left for the sons. But she knew Chen Guoxing all too well. He couldn't resist gambling when he had money. She asked for the cards several times, but they wouldn't give it to her, repeatedly saying that the money hadn't been touched. But now she's uncertain. What's the rush? My sons aren't even old enough to get married yet. Housing prices are unstable right now. You'll definitely lose money if you buy now. I heard from experts that there's still a lot of room for prices to drop, Chen Guoxing argued. Listening to her son and daughter-in-law's conversation, Chen's mother remained silent and began to secretly wipe away her tears again. They were planning to buy a new house, and also for their grandchildren, but they didn't mention her. If I really buy a house, I probably won't take her to live there, and there's doubt there'll be a place for her here either. It'll either be sold or rented out. She'll probably have to live alone in the old house. She's only been able to live in this new house these past few years because her daughter paid for it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the right to live here. Now that her son-in-law has fallen from power, no one is there to support her anymore. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have married this woman when their family was still living a prosperous life. It's one thing for the son to be so useless, but the daughter-in-law is the same. The Chen family must have committed some terrible sins. To this day, Chen's mother still believes that they committed sins in their past life, never considering that the reason her son has become like this is entirely due to them. They treat their sons like treasures and their daughters like trash. I want to buy it now, but even if I don't buy it, give me the card first. Chen Guoxing's wife held out her hand. No way. I'm not buying it anyway. Why would I give it to you? Chen Guoxing turned his head away. I started to feel guilty. Did you take the money to gamble? Huh. Chen Guoxing, you're so useless. I gave birth to 2 sons for you. And this is how you treat us, mother and sons. Chen Guoxing's wife was furious. If the Chen family hadn't been well off, she wouldn't have married into their family. Who knew she'd end up marrying a gambling addict? They say gambling addicts never change, and they're right. Who gambled? Don't accuse me wrongly. I haven't gambled in ages. I'm just thinking of not buying a house yet. Didn't I tell you that house prices are dropping? You can search it online if you don't believe me, Chen Guoxing said. He gambled away all the money a long time ago, and now he still has over 1 million yuan left, which is barely enough to buy a house. Everyone else lost. He still hopes to recoup his losses with this million. He's been on a winning streak lately and should be able to break even soon, earning back the 5 million. He didn't expect his wife to want to buy a house so soon. Give me the card, give it to me now. If you don't give me the card today, we're getting a divorce. I won't stay with you for even a penny less. Chen Guoxing's wife roared. He finally got some money, and that bastard went gambling again. She just couldn't live like this anymore. The couple started arguing about money. The house blocked out the sounds of their argument. Bai Xinran, standing outside the door, helped her mother walk slowly out. They had so much luggage that they couldn't walk much further. No, I really can't walk anymore. Let's rest, Mother Bai said, and sat down on a large rock by the roadside. It was difficult to hail a taxi in the village, so they had no choice but to walk out first. She used to never sit outside randomly, afraid of getting dirty, afraid of damaging her designer clothes, and even more afraid that such behavior would lower her status if others saw it. But I can't worry about that now. I told you long ago, they're no good people and don't deserve your kindness, but you wouldn't listen. I've never liked them, and you still called me rude. Now you regret it, don't you? Bai Xinran said irritably. She's already down on her luck. She doesn't even know how she'll survive tomorrow. I finally found out that I had a huge sum of 5 million. Although I can no longer live the life of luxury I used to, at least I won't lack food or drink. But now, it's all gone to waste, and they don't have much money left. She knew her uncle was unreliable, and she was right. Hearing her daughter's complaints, Bai's mother cried even harder. It was all because of her foolishness that her daughter had no way out. She's old, so she doesn't mind suffering a little, but her daughter is used to a good life, and it's hard for her to accept that her daughter is now suffering. It's one thing that her younger brother is unreliable, but what hurts her most is that her mother doesn't care about her at all. It's true what they say, when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. She truly experienced it today. It turns out that people around you really do change their attitude when you fall on hard times. So much money. Even if you don't feel bad about it, I do. We don't have much left, and they definitely won't give it to us. What should we do? Bai Xinran was so confused for the first time. Now that her family has truly fallen on hard times, her mood changes every day. I'm starting to accept reality. Bai's mother cried even harder, and then she fainted. She really couldn't face reality. Mom, what's wrong, Mom? Bai Xinran was so frightened, she almost lost her mind. Her father is already in jail, and if something happens to her mother, she'll be all alone. But Bai's mother did not respond to her, and Bai Xinran was so anxious that she was covered in sweat. In a moment of desperation, she ran to the main road to flag down a car, hoping that a kind passerby would help take her mother to the hospital. But several cars passed by without stopping. She was extremely anxious. After several more cars passed by, one of them slowly came to a stop. Master, please help me, please help me. Bai Xinran pounded on the car window. His voice trembled with urgency. She had never felt so helpless. This is a small truck, and the kind driver is one of the lower-class people that Bai Xinran used to look down on the most. What's wrong, young lady? What happened? The driver asked, rolling down the window. He was delivering goods to the city when he saw a young woman flagging down his car. Thinking she must have encountered some emergency, he quickly stopped. He is a kind-hearted person because he has received help from kind people in the past. Chapter 183 The necessary ritual cannot be missed. My mom has fainted. Please help me. Please take her to the hospital. Bai Xinran pleaded, sobbing uncontrollably. She was terrified. The ambulance was too far away, and she was afraid it wouldn't make it in time. Let's go to the hospital right away. The kind driver got out of the car, checked on Bai's mother, and carried her into the car. They drove quickly to the nearest hospital. Upon arrival at the hospital, Bai's mother was rushed in for emergency treatment. Bai Xinran was so frightened that she could only cry and couldn't do anything else. The kind driver helped her with all the paperwork and reminded her to take good care of her mother. Before Bai Xinran could even say thank you, the other person quietly left. This was the first time Bai Xinran had been moved by the lower class she had always looked down upon. Perhaps she was too arrogant in the past. Although they didn't get the money back from the Qin family, they managed to sell some things and had enough money for hospitalization. Bai Xinran sat outside blankly waiting until the doctor pushed open the door and saw her mother being wheeled out, at which point she snapped out of her daze. She only has her mother left now. She has no one to rely on. Family members, the doctor called out. Coming. I'm the patient's daughter. Bai Xinran quickly ran over. The patient is fine. He just fainted due to excessive emotional excitement. There's nothing else wrong. He'll be hospitalized for 2 days for observation, and if there are no further problems, he can be discharged, the doctor said. He then gave some further instructions. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much, Bai Xinran said sincerely. She never thanked anyone before. Everyone else revolved around her and did whatever she wanted. Apart from Gu Shiyuan, no one has ever made her unhappy. But now everything has changed, and she has to integrate into this society. Bai's mother woke up shortly after being wheeled back to her ward. Xinran. Bai's mother opened her eyes and saw her daughter. Mom, I'm here, I've always been here. Bai Xinran held her mother's hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. Fortunately, her mother is all right. I'm sorry, my child. I've caused you so much trouble. Tears streamed down Bai's mother's face. I thought that having those millions would make life easier, but I didn't get a single penny and instead added a new burden to my daughter. She felt very guilty. Moreover, her daughter has been spoiled since childhood and has never even served a meal, so how could she know how to take care of others? But they don't have the money to hire a caregiver now. Mom, don't say anything more. Go and rest for a while. As long as you're well by my side, that's enough. Bai Xinran felt the warmth of her mother's hand. It's very warm. She used to be very willful and wouldn't listen to anything her parents said. She was the one who made all the decisions in her family, and she didn't really consider her parents' feelings much. This was the first time she felt she should grow up. Spoiled since childhood, Bai Xinran knew nothing and had to learn everything from scratch. If she didn't understand something, she would search online, and if she still couldn't figure it out, she would ask others. They couldn't afford VIP wards and had to stay in regular wards. Fortunately, the other patients and their families here were all very nice and taught her a lot. Bai Xinran busied herself taking care of her mother, but gradually she became more and more adept at it. She has been lying on the newly bought folding chair for the past 2 days, unable to sleep well, and only resting briefly when she is tired. This broke Bai's mother's heart. Fortunately, Bai's mother was discharged from the hospital in just 2 or 3 days. She will definitely not cause her daughter any more trouble in the future. But what can they do now? They can't go back to the Qin family. All of their properties have been seized. After much thought, I decided to rent a place in a more remote area first. Bai Xinran looked at many apartments online, and that's when she realized that it wasn't easy for people to work in Shenzhen, and that rents were so expensive there. After much deliberation, I ended up choosing a small, old, and run-down 2-bedroom apartment because it was cheap. Although the environment wasn't great, it was still manageable for the owner, and it had all the necessary furniture and appliances. Having grown accustomed to living in a large house, the mother and daughter found it very difficult to adjust to this place. Everything seemed awkward, small, and dilapidated. But this is their only place to stay now. Renting a house is their only option, and they have limited cash on hand, so they have to be careful with their spending. I paid the money and moved in, gritting my teeth. But Bai Xinran couldn't stand living like that. She found fault with everything. But reality left her no choice. With a bitter face, she packed her things and finally found a place to stay. It is said that it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality, and Bai Xinran is a true example of this. She just doesn't know how long it will take her to get used to this kind of life. After tidying everything up, Bai Xinran, exhausted and sprawled on the bed, felt resentful once again. If her father hadn't been arrested, she wouldn't have had to suffer like this. As long as Gu Shiyuan is willing to help, there is still hope. Even if he can only protect some of her property, at least she won't be in such a terrible situation. Thinking of this, Bai Xinran, who had finally managed to calm herself down and face reality, began to feel hatred again. She hated Gu Shiyuan, and she also hated Lin Wan. She felt that after knowing Gu Shiyuan for so many years, he shouldn't be so heartless to her, all because of Lin Wan. Because of this woman, Gu Shiyuan has become increasingly indifferent to her. It wasn't like this before. She blamed all the mistakes on Lin Wan. Hatred gradually built up. I wonder if Lin Wan is laughing at her now. She just couldn't understand why Lin Wan was so lucky. The 2 most capable men in Shenzhen were her backers. Since Lin Wan appeared, their fates seemed to have been swapped. Having finally managed to reduce her distance from the world, Bai Xinran, after indulging in wild thoughts, began to go mad again. She didn't want to live like this. She felt that all the suffering she was experiencing was caused by Lin Wan. His desire for revenge also grew wildly. When Bai Xinran had completely fallen to the bottom of society, Lin Wan had no time to watch any jokes. She had absolutely no interest in this woman. Focus on your own little life. After the Gu family learned of Lin Wan's true identity, the two families' parents met soon afterward to discuss their marriage. The Gu family elders, in particular, were very concerned about this matter and wished Lin Wan would marry into their family immediately. It's as if they weren't the ones who disliked Lin Wan back then. After discussions between the two families, Gu Shiyun and Lin Wan decided to get engaged. Even though we have children, we still need to observe all the traditional rituals. This is how to explain things to the Xiao family and Lin Wan. Gu Shiyun thought so too. Lin Wan would have everything that others had, and she should also have what others didn't. Chapter 184 Official Announcement. Gu Shiyun wanted to give the best of everything in the world to the woman he loved. Since the two families began discussing the engagement, the Xiao family has publicly announced Lin Wan's true identity. The news of the return of the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, who had disappeared for more than 20 years, caused quite a stir in the local area. Gu Shiyun also publicly announced his relationship with Lin Wan and that they had twins. This has once again caused a huge uproar in Shenzhen. This sounds so dramatic. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family, the second richest family in Shenzhen, was abducted more than 20 years ago. When she returned, she had already given birth to a son and a daughter for the youngest, richest man in Shenzhen's history. They are twins, a boy and a girl. Even novels wouldn't dare to write something like this. What kind of wish fulfillment novel script is this? This made many girls who admired Gu Shiyun extremely envious, lamenting that they didn't have such good fortune. Indeed, in the end, marriage still requires matching social status and background. No one in the entire Shenzhen market is more suitable for Gu Shiyun than Lin Wan. Some people say that Lin Wan was born into a wealthy and noble family. Even though she was kidnapped by human traffickers when she was a child and suffered for several years, she still managed to get involved with the richest man despite her ordinary background. That legendary, cold-blooded CEO who was supposedly completely uninterested in women. He's got everything: rich, handsome, and tall. Plus, he has a highly intelligent mind. It's something that makes people both envious and jealous. Even though her identity has been officially announced, Lin Wan still goes to work as usual, but the attitude of the people in the company towards her has completely changed. Everyone greeted her warmly, especially their design department. Those who used to want to see her fail, or those who were jealous of her, are now all very kind to her, even flattering her. People are just that realistic. Life seemed to be progressing steadily as they had imagined. Bai Xinran naturally saw the news that Gu Shiyun and Lin Wan had officially announced their relationship. Lin Wan now lives in a large villa, while she, who used to live in a villa, can only stay in a rented room. When Bai Xinran saw the news online that Gu Shiyun was getting engaged to Lin Wan, she wished she could kill Lin Wan right then and there. The man she had loved and pursued for so many years was going to marry another woman. She thought he was doing it for the child. She thought he would get tired of it. But that wasn't the case. In the accompanying photo, Gu Shiyun is looking at Lin Wan with deep affection. This scene pierced Bai Xinran's eyes and touched her heart. She no longer loves Gu Shiyun as much. She's more resentful, especially now that she's fallen on hard times. She naturally can't swallow this insult. After giving her heart and soul for so many years, all she got in return was the news that Gu Shiyun was going to marry Lin Wan. She was originally the most favored daughter-in-law by Gu's parents. She was originally the future wife of the president of Gu's group, and she was originally the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family. In the end, they all benefited others. Everything changed because of Lin Wan's appearance. She once naively believed that as long as she stayed by Gu Shiyun's side long enough, he would fall in love with her. She thought that as long as she drove away all the women around Gu Shiyun, he would only be able to be with her. Despite all precautions, they still couldn't prevent Lin Wan from falling into their trap. She didn't even know when they had been together or when she conceived the child. Meanwhile, in an office building a few kilometers away from Bai Xinran, there was a man who was looking at the same news and the same photo as her.
The man leaned back in his chair, his long legs crossed, his eyes half closed, and gently stroked Lin Wan's photo on the screen with his fingers. Then he crushed the screen with force. In order to survive and support her mother, Bai Xinran had delayed for a long time, but eventually had to take the plunge because she had less and less money and had to go out to find a job. She was unwilling. But what can be done? She now realizes that money needs to be spent carefully, and that even the daily necessities like rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea require money, and that water and electricity are a considerable expense every month. She can't even bear to buy a single piece of clothing now. Forget about buying big brands like before. Even for smaller online brands, she has to compare prices from 3 different vendors before placing an order for the cheapest one. But we are still struggling to make ends meet. Bai Xinran wanted to find a job, but she was also very anxious. She has never had a proper job, let alone attended an interview. Right after graduating from university, she was directly appointed as the deputy director of the design department of the Gu Group through the Gu family's connections. She was originally supposed to become the director directly, but Gu Shiyuan suppressed that decision. However, this so-called deputy director was just drawing a salary without actually working. She basically didn't do any work. It was all done by her subordinates. They often don't even go to the office and go wherever they want to have fun. Anyway, Gu Shiyuan never said a word more, let alone asked where she went. She always thought that Gu Shiyuan was indulging her, but in reality, he just didn't care what she did. Having no work experience to write about and not being a recent graduate, Bai Xinran had no choice but to include her work as the deputy director of the design department at Gu's Group in her resume. She felt that the position was quite prestigious, and maybe it would be useful to her during the interview. This kind of work experience isn't something everyone can have. Having never participated in an interview or competed with anyone before, Bai Xinran naively thought that this would be an advantage for her. But the reality was exactly the opposite of what she had imagined. People wouldn't even give her an interview if they saw her resume and name. Bai Xinran only applies to large companies. She doesn't care about small companies because they offer low salaries. But people in big companies know more or less about her past. They are all eliminated directly. No chances are given. Besides, her academic qualifications aren't particularly impressive, and she doesn't have any other outstanding qualities. How she rose to the position of deputy director at Gu's company, and how she left, has long been a topic of conversation in Shenzhen. No one will take her so-called work experience seriously. After hitting walls everywhere, Bai Xinran couldn't understand why these big companies were so clueless about quality. With such excellent work experience, they wouldn't even give her an interview. In the end, she had no choice but to settle for some medium-sized companies related to her university major. It doesn't matter if the salary is a little lower, as long as it's enough for her and her daughter to live on. Once she has more work experience, she can switch to a big company. But she still oversimplified reality. When the mid-sized company first saw her work experience on her resume, they thought they had struck gold. But then they thought, if she really had such good abilities, she could be in management at Gu's Group. Why would she come to a company like theirs? Chapter 185: Hitting a Wall Everywhere. The HR people aren't stupid. They can figure out with a little thought that since Bai Xinran was able to leave Gu's Group for a small company like theirs, she must have either done something wrong or is unworthy of her position. There's probably something going on behind the scenes. They wouldn't dare take it. Neither of these options is a good thing for them. Therefore, Bai Xinran still did not get an interview opportunity. She was eliminated at the resume stage. Bai Xinran was truly unwilling to accept that she couldn't even get a job at a company like that. The small company pays too little. It's simply not enough to cover her expenses. Forget about living a life of luxury. At least her clothes and cosmetics need to be of good quality. Their current savings are simply not enough to support these expenses. Although I felt uncomfortable, I eventually accepted reality. After all, she still has her mother to support, which requires a lot of money. She needs to move to a new living environment as soon as possible. She can't even sleep well in that old, dilapidated place. So she now has to find a job and have a stable income. The proud and arrogant Bai Xinran had all her edges smoothed out by reality. After a few days of feeling down, she turned her attention to the small company she had always looked down on. She did make it to the interview,
but she couldn't answer some of the professional questions the interviewer asked, and as you can imagine, she was eliminated. Although she did have a bachelor's degree, Bai Xinran hardly attended any classes during her university years. She spent most of her time traveling and exploring the world. I didn't learn anything at all. She was able to graduate smoothly thanks to her father's connections. He wasted his entire university years, had little understanding of his major, couldn't even answer the most basic professional questions, and was arrogant, acting as if coming to a small company was beneath him. It would be a miracle if she even passed the interview. The series of setbacks made by Xinran, who had previously been full of fighting spirit and eager to make a name for herself, become dejected. She thought she was very outstanding and beautiful, but she couldn't even find a job that paid a few thousand yuan a month. What's wrong with this world? Forget it. It's a loss for those companies if they don't hire her. They really don't know what's good for them. For a period of time afterward, Bai Xinran stayed at home all day, did not do any housework, and was served food and drink by her mother. Fortunately, when she first got together with Bai Zhengrong, they lived a frugal life, so Bai's mother still knew how to do things like laundry and cooking. However, the mother and daughter were used to a good life and had high demands for their quality of life, so they still couldn't help but buy some expensive things. Soon they will be at their wits' end. If you really run out of money, take out an online loan first. But after a while, you won't be able to repay the loan either. Only then did the mother and daughter panic. If they can't repay the money, their credit scores will be affected, and then no platform will lend them money. Bai Xinran came to her senses and realized she needed a job. She started sending out resumes online indiscriminately, casting a wide net. She was willing to do any job she could, even if it paid little. Her main priority now is to pay back the money. My credit cards are about to be maxed out. They're really going to starve soon. If they can't pay the rent next quarter, they won't even have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. She couldn't let her mother sleep on the streets. However, despite sending out so many resumes, they all disappeared without a trace, and Bai Xinran did not receive a single interview invitation. Instead, I received one phone call after another demanding repayment. Bai Xinran is going crazy. Just then, she received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" Bai Xinran asked politely. Through repeated setbacks in reality, she gradually learned to be humble and polite. One should never be too ambitious, especially when one is short of money. She's now very afraid of offending people, especially from strangers on the phone. What if they're asking her to come for a job interview? The once arrogant young lady has gradually learned to be humble. "Are you Ms. Bai Xinran?" the other party asked. The tone was polite though. "It's me. May I ask who you are?" Bai Xinran asked. The other party's tone didn't sound like they were demanding payment. "This is the Human Resources Department of Qianyang Group. Ms. Bai, do you have time to come for an interview?" The other party asked directly. Yes, I'm available anytime. It depends on your arrangements," Bai Xinran quickly agreed. It really was an interview invitation. Her voice trembled with excitement. "I wish I could get there right now. After so long and so many resumes I've submitted, I finally got an interview. Come for the interview at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Goodbye." "Okay, bye-bye." After hanging up the phone, Bai Xinran danced with joy. "What's making you so happy?" Bai's mother had just stepped out of the room when she saw her excited daughter. They've been short on money lately, and both mother and daughter are losing their hair. It's rare to see the daughter so happy. She's actually been planning to look for a job recently. Although she hasn't worked for many years and is getting older, making it difficult to find a suitable one, she wants to give it a try, even if it's just to waitress a table. There's always some income. It was indeed her fault that she lost 5 million. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his daughter live such a frugal life with him. "Mom, great news. I got an interview invitation. The interview is tomorrow morning, and it's with a big company, Qianyang Group. Aren't I amazing?" Bai Xinran raised her head proudly. She said it was because those small companies didn't know their products, and it wasn't her problem. Now, large companies are proactively inviting her for interviews. But she doesn't seem to have submitted a resume to this company, so why is she calling? But the name is exactly right. That phone call was for her. Oh well, whatever. I've got an interview opportunity. How will I know if I don't try? What if I get hired? The signboard over there is quite strict, and the salary and benefits are good. Maybe they saw that she's outstanding. Qianyang? Really? Bai's mother also became excited. Although Qianyang is not a top company in Shenzhen, it is still a large company. She had heard people talk about the company and that the benefits were quite good. If my daughter can pass the interview, their future life will be more secure. She had heard her daughter complain more than once that their current place was too small and dilapidated. She'd had enough. Okay, Mom, don't worry. I'm sure I'll get this job this time. As soon as I get 2 or 3 months' salary, we'll move out immediately and never live in this awful place again, Bai Xinran said excitedly. She didn't even know what position she was interviewing for tomorrow, because she really didn't remember submitting her resume to this company. But since they had invited her, the job shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 186: The Bizarre Interview. My daughter is the best. Bai's mother reached out and hugged Bai Xinran. Since Bai Zhengrong went to prison, her family has broken ties with her, and she only has this one daughter by her side. Fortunately, she has a daughter, otherwise she would have truly lost all hope in life. Of course, Bai Xinran said happily. Then she started rummaging through her closet, preparing what to wear for her interview the next day. She hummed a little tune while checking her few cosmetics. It seems like everything is almost gone. In order to have a good makeup look for tomorrow's interview, I gritted my teeth and spent several thousand yuan on cosmetics. Of course, this money still came from online loans. She felt the money was well spent. A beautiful makeup look would make her appear more attractive, and perhaps the interview would go more smoothly. To celebrate her daughter receiving the interview invitation, Bai's mother happily bought a lot of delicious food. The mother and daughter celebrated with a big meal. They seemed convinced that Bai Xinran would definitely pass the interview. They've all started fantasizing about the good days to come. The next day, Bai Xinran got up early to wash and dress. She put on the designer clothes she had bought before, put on exquisite makeup, and carried the designer bag she hadn't been willing to sell. I brought my best self to the interview. She was determined to get the job. She believes that a refined appearance and beautiful clothes are both pluses. She didn't want to sell the remaining designer bags because she was afraid her colleagues would look down on her after she found a job. She arrived at Xinyang Building before 8:30 a.m. and had a delicious breakfast at the upscale restaurant next door. She's been eating her mom's cooking at home every day lately, and she's really getting tired of it. It's been a long time since I've had such an expensive breakfast. These are still the things that suit her taste. At around 8:50, Bai Xinran arrived at Xinyang Group on time to wait for her interview. The entire interview process was much easier than she had imagined. She hadn't needed to use any of the professional knowledge she had stayed up late the night before to memorize. The interview ended after they asked a few simple questions about my education and other basic information. Bai Xinran felt this was too easy. The companies she had interviewed with before were just deliberately making things difficult for her. Her impression of Qianyang improved even more. As expected of a big company, they really have a broad vision. She had heard before that this company treated its employees exceptionally well, especially after the new president took office. Congratulations, Ms. Bai. You've passed the interview and have been officially hired. Welcome to join us. The HR manager stood up, shook hands, and said politely. Although he wore a smile, he inwardly looked down on Bai Xinran, who was clueless, had an unimpressive academic background, lacked humility, and had an empty head. But there was nothing he could do. The boss said he wanted to keep people, so he had to. Their company treats its employees very well, but they also have very strict standards. Only the most talented people can stay here, which is essential for the company's continued growth. This was the first time he had ever gone easy on someone during the interview process. No, it was more like he went easy on them. I don't know why the CEO insisted on keeping this person around. He guessed that they were related to the Ouyang family, so he didn't dare to ask too many questions, much less offend them. Thank you, Bai Xinran replied with a smile. She got the job so easily. Although I was very confident, it was much simpler than I had imagined. She used to dislike such insincere pleasantries. She didn't need to please anyone. It was always others who were pleasing her. Her mindset is completely different now. If she wants to make money and work, she has to integrate herself into society. Miss Bai will be the president's assistant from now on. She can start work tomorrow, and you should call her assistant Bai from now on, the HR manager said with a smile. He really didn't understand. If it were a relative of the Ouyang family, wouldn't it be easy to just assign them any position? At worst, I'll just take a salary without working. But the CEO actually assigned this woman to be his assistant, a job that not just anyone can do. Although it was his first time meeting Bai Xinran, his strongest impression of her was that she was stupid, extremely stupid. How could someone like that possibly do a good job as a CEO's assistant? It's really baffling. But that's not something he can ask too many questions about. What? Bai Xinran was completely dumbfounded. She thought she was hired based on her major, but it turns out she wasn't. President's assistant? This seems to have nothing to do with her major. President's assistant. Does Miss Bai have any other questions? The HR manager asked. He really couldn't figure out what the CEO was thinking. Wasn't this a bit too bizarre? He was specifically instructed yesterday that he must personally interview this woman today. He thought some extraordinary talent had arrived, but it turned out to be just this? That's all. Bai Xinran smiled awkwardly. What problem could she possibly have? Being an assistant to the president is not a job that anyone can do. It's an honor for her to be in this position. After leaving Qianyang, Bai Xinran was beaming with joy. I didn't expect the interview to go so smoothly today, and the position I interviewed for was so good. Strangely, she didn't see any other interviewees. It seems like she's all alone. Isn't there any competition for such a good position? Even someone as dense as Bai Xinran could sense that something was amiss. Could it be because this CEO is difficult to please? She had only heard of the company and knew nothing about it. After calming down, she felt that something was not quite right, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Forget it, as long as they pay. The main problem is that she's really short of money right now. She can't pay back those loans, and if she doesn't have any income, everything will be over. She doesn't want to be on the blacklist. She needs to earn more money now, and fortunately, the company offers a high enough salary. It's so high that it's hard for her not to be tempted. Overjoyed, Bai Xinran couldn't resist going to the mall and spending a lot of money to buy herself a new dress, which she planned to wear to work the next day. She felt she was being very frugal. She would never have worn such inexpensive clothes before. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, watching Bai Xinran's cheerful figure walk out of the building, Ouyang Qian's lips curled into a cryptic smile. The next day at work, Bai Xinran wore a new dress and a pair of high heels, which made her look graceful and charming. Although her face is a bit stiff due to the aftereffects of plastic surgery, she can only cover it up with makeup. But she has maintained a really good figure, without an ounce of excess fat, with a well-proportioned body and long limbs. But Gu Shiyuan just didn't like her face. I dislike her personality even more. I wouldn't be interested in her figure either. As Bai Xinran swayed gracefully into Qianyang Company, she quickly became a beautiful sight to behold. Her appearance has sparked a lot of speculation, with everyone discussing who this beautiful woman with a great figure is. Chapter 187, He Absolutely Doesn't Believe. The Qianyang group became lively because of Bai Xinran's arrival. Everyone started discussing who she was and why they had never seen her before. At this point, someone in the know said that this was a personal assistant specially recruited by their president and deliberately used the word personal assistant to imply something. Everyone understood immediately. They had all heard that the reason the new president had refused to inherit the family business all these years was because he had been living abroad to be with the woman he loved. I'm back now because that woman went back to her home country. But now it seems he wasn't so devoted after all. Rumors really shouldn't be taken seriously. Men still like beautiful women. Especially for rich men like that. What kind of woman can't they find? There's no need to waste time on one person. Bai Xinran enjoyed everyone's attention, which made her feel like she had returned to the past, and that she could still be a proud peacock. She generously displays her charm to others. She had only been in the company for a short time when the whole company was talking about a new female assistant with a great figure. Of course, everyone's attention was focused on her figure. Bai Xinran's facial plastic surgery was relatively unsuccessful, with traces that even makeup couldn't cover up. She overemphasized standards and lacked aesthetic sense, which led to the disfigurement of her face. Her natural face was already quite pretty. A large part of her recent spending is because she needs to spend money on skincare. After arriving at the company, the HR manager first showed her around the company environment, and then took her to meet his boss. Hello, Mr. O. I'm your new assistant, Bai Xinran. Bai Xinran greeted him politely, with what she considered to be a rather sweet smile. She knew the boss's surname was Ouyang, but the HR department had specifically told her to just call him General Manager O at the company. Upon seeing Bai Xinran approaching, Ouyang Qian's smile held an ambiguous meaning. No wonder Gu Shiyuan didn't like her. Apart from her good figure, she had no charm whatsoever. How did she come to think she could compare to Lin Wan? President O? Bai Xinran looked at her new boss, puzzled. She thought there was something dirty on her face. Moreover, this Mr. O looks strange. I can't quite put my finger on it. He's quite handsome, but why does he have a gloomy look on his face? The other person was clearly smiling, but that smile made her feel uneasy. Close the door, Ouyang Qian said coldly. He didn't need to be polite to this woman either. Although she felt it was strange to close the door now, Bai Xinran obediently closed it. When I used to work at Gu's, the door to Gu Shiyuan's office was always open when female employees entered, including her. This is the company. Surely Mr. O wouldn't do anything to her? She still felt something was off. The man in front of me seems to be mentally unstable. Sit down, Ouyang Qian said, pointing to the seat in front of him. Bai Xinran obediently sat down. You are Bai Xinran? Bai Zhengrong's daughter? Ouyang Qian asked. He didn't know much about Bai Zhengrong, but he heard some news from his family. That would be excellent. Yes. Bai Xinran felt inexplicably nervous. She's just here as an assistant. Why is she asking about her father? Her father is in jail. Isn't that common knowledge in Shenzhen? Did you work at Gu's before? Ouyang Qian asked again. Yes, I worked at Gu's for a few years after graduating from university, where I was the deputy director of the design department, Bai Xinran answered honestly. She was still quite afraid that the other party would ask her about why she left the Gu family. After all, it wasn't something she was proud of. You've been pursuing Gu Shiyuan for many years? Ouyang Qian didn't want to beat around the bush anymore and spoke very directly. One reason was that there was no need to waste time, but the main reason was that this woman didn't seem to be very bright, and he was afraid that if he said too much, she wouldn't understand. If she were even a little bit smarter, she wouldn't have been so disliked by Gu Shiyuan, and she wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. Given her family background, if she were even slightly intelligent, she would have married very well long ago. What is it about Gu Shiyuan that makes these women so eager to be with him? He always looked down on that man. How did you know? Bai Xinran asked nervously. An internal alarm bell rang loudly. This is really strange. No boss would ask newly hired employees these questions. The whole Shenzhen elite circle knows that you pursued Gu Shiyuan for several years without success, and were even kicked out of the company by him. Ouyang Qian's tone was full of contempt. His family was barely on the fringes of Shenzhen's elite circles, not even in the inner circle, so they weren't familiar with the Bai family. However, if he were Gu Shiyuan, he would never allow this woman to appear in his sight. Even if she were offered to him, he wouldn't give her a second glance. It seems that Gu Shiyuan also has a cowardly side. He used to be wary of Bai Zhengrong. This man isn't that great. He has only just taken over the company, but he is already working very hard to run it. He believes that one day he will be no worse than Gu Shiyuan. The contempt on Ouyang Qian's face was both a mockery of Bai Xinran's shamelessness and a mockery of Gu Shiyuan's incompetence. Everyone says that Gu Shiyuan is very capable, becoming the richest man at such a young age. But behind the scenes, he only did it by taking advantage of Bai Xinran's feelings for him and Bai Zhengrong's connections. Now that the Bai family has fallen, they've kicked Bai Xinran aside. It seems Gu Shiyuan isn't as amazing as people say. Lin Wan's judgment really isn't very good. He had naturally seen the news that the Xiao family had officially announced Lin Wan's identity. Putting aside the matter of the child, he didn't believe that Gu Shiyuan was with Lin Wan without the reason that she was the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. He absolutely did not believe it. In this world, he is the only person who is wholeheartedly and selflessly good to Lin Wan and her child. He has never cared about Lin Wan's identity or her past. He would rather not have his own child than not be with Lin Wan. No one could be more devoted than him. It's just a pity that Lin Wan didn't value his sincerity. He was truly unwilling to accept that the woman he had cherished and protected for so many years was going to marry another man. He was even more unwilling to admit that he had lost to Gu Shiyuan. Mr. O, that's all in the past, and it has nothing to do with work. I don't want to discuss my personal matters during work hours. Bai Xinran fidgeted with her fingers. She had already tried to forget it,
So of course, she didn't want her scars to be ruthlessly reopened. This is closely related to your work. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent so much money to bring you here. Don't think that your work ability and education are really worth this much money. Chapter 188, Ouyang Qian's Cooperation Trap. Ouyang Qian said coldly, "With your qualifications, you don't even have the right to be here for an interview. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." He slowly stood up, sat on the edge of the table, and looked closely at Bai Xinran. Gu Shiyuan couldn't stand this face, let alone like it. Ouyang Qian's words confused Bai Xinran. Didn't she get in on her own merit? But why would the other party give her special treatment? Ouyang Qian's approach, radiating an oppressive aura, made Bai Xinran feel as if she couldn't breathe. She regretted coming to work here a little. "Do you know why I still want you to sit in this position even though you don't meet the requirements?" Ouyang Qian asked. "I don't know," Bai Xinran said. "Of course it's because you have value. If you didn't have any value, you wouldn't even have a chance to turn things around. I brought you here for a reason." Ouyang Qian's gaze swept over Bai Xinran. Bai Xinran felt very uncomfortable under that gaze. She had never been looked at like that before. She was a little worried that this person might do something to her. "Do you want Gu Shiyuan?" Ouyang Qian tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The answer wasn't important to him. He wasn't willing to let Gu Shiyuan fall into anyone's hands. He only wanted to achieve his own goal. "Yes." Bai Xinran nodded. Although she didn't know what the other party's purpose was, she wouldn't hesitate at all to get Gu Shiyuan. That was a dream she had had for several years. Even after she fell on hard times, she hated and resented Gu Shiyuan, and even considered giving up on him. But Ouyang Qian's words rekindled the flame in her heart that was about to go out. "I can help you get rid of Gu Shiyuan, but you must do exactly what I say and obey my orders. That's my condition in exchange," Ouyang Qian said directly. He knew this woman was stupid, and he was right. These two sentences instantly moved Bai Xinran, and she agreed without thinking. She didn't even consider why the other person wanted to help her, whether they were trustworthy, or what she would have to give in return. Of course, her intelligence doesn't allow her to think that much. She had only one thought, to get Gu Shiyuan. But Gu Shiyuan is getting engaged to Lin Wan, and they have a child together. The Gu family won't give up on those two children, and they certainly won't give up on Lin Wan's status. Bai Xinran suddenly realized what was going on. She knew how snobbish the Gu family was. Breaking up Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan isn't that easy. I understand everything you're saying, which is why I need your help. Once it's done, Gu Shiyuan will be yours, and Lin Wan will be mine. You don't need to worry about the rest. Ouyang Qian narrowed his eyes. He was determined to win. Of course, he didn't want Bai Xinran, that fool. Whether she got Gu Shiyuan or not was none of his business, and he didn't care. He just wanted to use this woman to sow discord between Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan. And Bai Xinran, being such a fool, is the easiest to manipulate. She'll be willing to charge into battle if you just make empty promises. He really felt sorry for Bai Xinran. She probably would never win Gu Shiyuan's love in her entire life. However, that's not within his consideration, because he will take Lin Wan and the children back to their past life. Lin Wan Gue to you. Bai Xinran's brain couldn't process it. She looked at Ouyang Qian with suspicion. She seemed to understand something. I had heard before that Xianyang's new president had been entangled with a woman with a child abroad. So this woman is Lin Wan. Everything seemed to make sense. She suddenly remembered that the man in front of her was the same one who had appeared next to Lin Wan before. No wonder she felt like she'd seen her somewhere before. It seems she's not the only one eager to raise other people's children. Thinking about it that way makes me feel much better. They were in the same boat. The only difference is that she cannot treat Gu Shiyuan's child as her own, while Ouyang Qian can. Yes, Lin Wan is mine. The man next to Lin Wan that you had photographed was me. My name is Ouyang Qian. I'm not only the current president of this company, but also Lin Wan's protector. Ouyang Qian said with a half-smile. He knew that Bai Xinran had hired someone to photograph his relationship with Lin Wan. Moreover, he clearly saw the undisguised mockery in Bai Xinran's eyes just now. What right does this woman have to mock him? To this day, he still finds it hard to accept what others are saying, especially about his desire to raise Lin Wan's two children. He could treat the two children as his own, but he found it hard to convince himself not to care about what others thought.
Bai Xinran was somewhat surprised that Ouyang Qian knew about her previous incident of having someone follow them. After calming down a bit, Bai Xinran's intelligence returned slightly. Aren't you afraid I'll refuse to cooperate with you? It's not too late for me to back out now, is it? She cannot be manipulated by others, otherwise she will be in a passive position. Of course, she was willing to cooperate with Ouyang Qian. As long as she could get rid of Lin Wan, she would have a chance. Even if she can't have Gu Shiyuan, she won't let Lin Wan have him either. Because your dad might be sentenced to a long time, Ouyang Qian said with a sneer. Bai Xinran is so petty, yet she thinks she can turn the tables on him? He knew Bai Xinran's fatal weakness all too well. He had already planned all of this. As long as Bai Xinran refused to cooperate, he had plenty of ways to make her give in. Can you help my dad? Bai Xinran grasped the key point. They've searched everywhere they can, but no one is willing to help them, not even the Gu family. She is unwilling to give up even if there is only the slightest hope. It's impossible to get Bai Zhengrong acquitted, but I can help him get a reduced sentence and receive special treatment in prison. I can also help you pay off all your loans. How about it? Is this a good deal for you? Ouyang Qian said, staring into Bai Xinran's eyes. He has already offered the maximum temptation. He already knew who was behind Bai Zhengrong's downfall. There were many powerful figures involved, and he was no match for them. However, he could still manage to use his legal team and spend money to pull strings to help Bai Zhengrong. Of course, he couldn't exert too much strength, so he still had a fatal move. He had been keeping a close eye on Bai Xinran and her daughter, and he was certain that with their previous lifestyle, they would soon be driven to desperation and have nowhere to turn. This day came earlier than he had expected. Bai Xinran had no choice but to cooperate with him. He wanted to use Bai Xinran to make Lin Wan give up on Gu Shiyuan. Can you really do all this? Bai Xinran asked incredulously. Chapter 189 Justice. Ouyang Qian's words really touched Bai Xinran's heart, but she also knew that she wouldn't get these things so easily. Putting aside whether she could get Gu Shiyuan, just getting her father's sentence reduced was enough for her to give up everything. You can choose not to believe me, or you can try it with someone else. Ouyang Qian's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. He wanted to wait until Bai Xinran was truly at her wits' end before she would let him do as he pleased. No one but him was willing to get involved in Bai Zhengrong's affairs. If it weren't for his grandmother's somewhat influential background, he wouldn't have dared to get involved too much. Give me some time to think about it, Bai Xinran said. These conditions were indeed tempting, and she was willing to pay the unknown price. However, she remained skeptical about whether Ouyang Qian truly had the ability to help her father. Suit yourself, but don't keep me waiting too long. If you miss your chance, you won't be able to wait any longer, Ouyang Qian said. Anyway, Bai Zhengrong's case is about to go to trial, and Bai Xinran will be the one who gets anxious then. Back in her office, Bai Xinran stood there in a daze for a long time. After calming down, she still felt that Ouyang Qian might not be able to help her father, but his target was clearly Lin Wan. If he could take Lin Wan away from Gu Shiyuan, it would seem like a good thing. Even if she can't marry Gu Shiyuan, she can't let Lin Wan marry him. She would rather Gu Shiyuan remain single for life or marry a woman who is inferior to her in every way than have him marry Lin Wan. After much thought, Bai Xinran felt that cooperating with Ouyang Qian would be a worthwhile investment. Ouyang Qian wasn't in a hurry. She would agree sooner or later anyway. After the conversation ended, Bai Xinran naturally had to get back to work. Having slacked off for several years, she had developed a deep-seated aversion to work and had no idea what a president's assistant should do. I was completely flustered and couldn't do anything right. I didn't even know how to use a printer. Within just a few days, the company was filled with complaints. The higher-ups complained that Bai Xinran couldn't even arrange the most basic meeting properly, either forgetting to notify them or getting the time wrong. This has had a significant impact on their work. Some people even dared to suggest that Ouyang Qian should get a different assistant, and that Bai Xinran could be given another position. She is really not suited for this position. It will have an impact on the company. But Ouyang Qian pretended not to hear any of this. Nobody knows what he's thinking. Although things were a mess when Ouyang Qian first took office, he was quite capable, and things have stabilized completely recently. I don't know why they're doing all this, just for a woman? But they really didn't understand what advantages Bai Xinran had besides her good figure that made Ouyang Qian want to keep her by his side despite so many people's objections. Ouyang Qian himself doesn't really care whether the company is doing well or not. He just wants to go back to his old life. If Lin Wan hadn't returned to China, he would never have come back, let alone been forced by his family to take over the company. And it was precisely because of this that he lost Lin Wan. He didn't quite understand why his family insisted on forcing him to take over the company and get married and have children as soon as possible. His father even faked illness to force him to take over the position. He never wanted to live that kind of life. He clearly has a younger sister who is far more outstanding than him and is more suitable to be his successor. However, his grandmother valued him as the eldest son and grandson and used this as an excuse to oppress him. It's unfair to him, and it's unfair to his sister. After returning to China, he negotiated with his family. They agreed that he could take over the company, but he had to marry Lin Wan. Just when his family was about to compromise, news came that Lin Wan was already with Gu Shiyuan. He wasn't afraid of the time dragging on, nor was he afraid that Lin Wan wouldn't accept him for the time being. His only fear was that Lin Wan would choose someone else. Especially since that man was the biological father of Lin Wan's child, he had no chance of winning at all. He had been downstairs from Lin Wan more than once, and often saw Lin Wan and Gu Shiyuan walking side by side. He saw Gu Shiyuan draping his coat over Lin Wan, saw Nan Nan clinging to Gu Shiyuan and acting coquettishly, saw Kuka sitting on Gu Shiyuan's shoulders, and heard the two children calling him Daddy repeatedly. These scenes pierced his heart. These heartwarming scenes originally belonged to him and his mother, Lin Wan, but Gu Shiyuan stole them. He is determined to reclaim the happiness that rightfully belongs to him. We must also defeat Gu Shiyuan step by step. This will ensure that this man can never take Lin Wan away again. Although Gu Shiyuan did some things very discreetly, Ouyang Qian still managed to uncover a lot of evidence, even though he paid a huge price for these occipital bones. But as long as he can deliver a fatal blow to Gu Shiyuan, he will not regret it. He knew that Gu Shiyuan, at such a young age, couldn't possibly have earned all his money through legitimate means. He was willing to give anything to win Lin Wan's heart. Ouyang Qian is currently in a state of near madness due to the news of Lin Wan's engagement to Gu Shiyuan. Sometimes he can be as irritable as a mad lion, even more outrageous than by Shinran's madness. Ouyang Qian was forced to become the heir from a young age, and he could no longer bear this oppression, so he chose to escape abroad. They are not very close to their own family members. During the years he spent abroad, it was Lin Wan and her two children who warmed his heart and made him feel at home. He didn't want to lose it again. He was willing to sacrifice everything for what he perceived as happiness. This time, he was gambling everything on scheming against Gu Shiyuan. He knew that if he failed, the entire Ouyang family would never be able to recover. Gu Shiyuan will not show them any mercy. But he still insisted on doing so. He was willing to betray anyone at any time in order to get Lin Wan. Just a few days after Bai Xinran started her job, while she was still hesitating about whether to accept Ouyang Qian's offer, news came that Bai Zhengrong's case was about to go to trial. What made the Bai family mother and daughter most desperate was that they didn't know who was kicking them when they were down. The incident of Bai Zhengrong raping young girls and driving a female student to jump off a building has been brought up again. There is also a large amount of eyewitness testimony and physical evidence, and the parents of the victimized female student have also started making a fuss online. It caused quite a stir for a time. Public pressure is definitely not a positive factor in the trial of a case. The imprisonment Bai Zhengrong was about to face was far more severe than they had imagined. The mastermind behind this incident was Gu Shiyuan, not for any other reason than to give justice to the female students who had been harmed. When Bai's mother heard the news, she fainted. She knew Bai Zhengrong was keeping a woman outside, but she had no idea he had done so many beastly things. Overwhelmed by grief and emotional distress, she was taken directly to the hospital. Chapter 190 Pervert. Bai Xinran was completely panicked. She had no idea that even at this point, someone was still targeting them. She was also extremely disappointed in her father. Now her mother is hospitalized again, her credit cards are maxed out, and she hasn't paid off her online loans. They were extremely anxious and overwhelmed. She had just started working, and the earliest she would receive her salary was next month, but she urgently needed the money. Her former relatives and friends have all blacklisted her, and she can't borrow money from them anymore. Even old classmates who hadn't been in much contact with her before would hang up immediately when they heard it was her on the phone. Left with no other option, she went to the company's finance department to ask if she could get an advance on the company's funds. The answer, of course, was no, because the company had never had such a precedent, and no one dared to set such a precedent. Shinran really can't come up with any money right now. They are truly being driven to a dead end. While thinking about how her father had been charged with a new crime and didn't know if he would ever get out of prison, Shinran was also worried about her mother's health and trying to figure out where to get some money for medical expenses. A person sat on the floor of the corridor and cried. Accompanied by the clattering sound, a pair of shiny leather shoes appeared in Shinran's blurry vision. Have you thought it through? If you agree to cooperate with me, I can immediately pay off your medical bills and all your loans. I'll try my best to help your father. It's a great deal for you right now. My condition remains the same. You must do whatever I say. A somewhat chilling voice came from above. Shinran raised her head, her eyes filled with helplessness and confusion, her hair disheveled, and her face streaked with tears. Now, Ouyang Qian is a savior who can pull her out of despair. I promise you, I'll agree to anything you say. I'll listen to you from now on. Please, save my family. I'm willing to give anything. Shinran no longer hesitated. She obediently submitted to the man before her, because she had no way out. The only person who can help her is Ouyang Qian. She's willing to give anything as long as her parents are well. She used to be such a proud and confident person, but now her self-esteem has been trampled to the ground by the man in front of her. Good, very good. Be a good girl, and you can have whatever you want. Ouyang Qian's face was filled with a cold smile. This is the day he's been waiting for. Only when Shinran is completely desperate can she truly be used by him. The two reached an agreement at that moment. Ouyang Qian kept his promise, not only paying Bai's mother's medical bills, but also helping them pay off their huge debts. He even gave Shinran a large sum of money so that she could move to a better place to live, buy nice clothes and cosmetics, and dress herself up nicely. He was always at his beck and call. At the same time, he also tried to help Zhengrong through his grandmother's connections, but it seemed difficult to make a move, and he didn't dare to take the lead at this point. Protecting someone who has committed multiple crimes could also lead to one's own downfall. Ouyang Qian not only gave money to Bai's mother and daughter, but also gave Shinran a leave of absence so that she could take good care of her mother. They also arranged for her to undergo some cosmetic repair surgery, and even found her a better plastic surgeon to further enhance her appearance. With these enhancements, Shinran's appearance has indeed reached a new level. When I returned to the company again, I was even more radiant. With the loan paid off and money in hand, Ouyang Qian said that if I needed more money, I should just let him know, and he would give me some any time. Shinran gradually regained her former arrogance, walking with her head held high and chest out. From being cautious and timid when he was down on his luck to being arrogant and domineering now. She seemed to be the same Shinran as before, never having changed. This caused everyone in the company to avoid her. If you can't afford to offend her, can't you at least avoid her? Once she sets her sights on someone, nothing good ever comes of it. The only difference from when she was at Gu's is that Shinran has really started to work seriously and is becoming more and more competent. In public, Shinran remains the proud peacock, but behind closed doors when facing Ouyang Qian alone, she transforms into a docile and obedient kitten, allowing him to dote on her. She had promised Ouyang Qian that she would give anything to save his family. Ouyang Qian kept his word, and so did she, completely obeying him. She did whatever the man asked her to do, including but not limited to being Lin Wan's substitute and Ouyang Qian's plaything. The relationship between the two people gradually began to develop an ambiguous atmosphere, starting from mutual exploitation. Everyone in the company pretended not to know anything about these things, but no one dared to offend Shinran anymore. Ouyang Qian repeatedly made love to Shinran in his office. However, he knew clearly that he did not love this woman. He was merely venting his emotions. In moments of passion and infatuation, he would always treat the woman in front of him as a substitute for Lin Wan, only to be disappointed by the outcome once he sobered up. Every time this happens,
He always does something very perverted to Bai Xinran. As time went on, the situation became increasingly serious. Bai Xinran no longer dared to wear her favorite dresses, and she didn't even dare to wear short sleeves and shorts anymore. When she appeared in public, she almost always wore long sleeves and long pants. The marks on her face were also covered with heavy foundation, even if the foundation type doesn't match her skin tone. She didn't mind people knowing she had an improper relationship with Ouyang Qian. That's what everyone thought from the first day she arrived. But she didn't want people to know what she had been through. She begged for mercy, but was met with even more violent behavior in return. She is in great pain, but she also knows that there is no turning back. From the moment she agreed to Ouyang Qian's conditions, it became a path of no return. It's not something she can just quit whenever she wants. She still has her mother to support. She increasingly felt that Ouyang Qian's mental state was very abnormal, and his behavior was even more perverted. He had entered a state of frenzy, especially when the name Lin Wan was mentioned. It was as if he had been stimulated by something. The more this happened, the less she dared to leave. She had no chance to escape until their plan was complete. Now she just hopes to finish the plan as soon as possible. Can't she just leave Gu Shiyuan alone? She just wanted to live a peaceful life with her mother from now on, even if it meant being poor. Bai Xinran certainly regretted agreeing to Ouyang Qian's request, but the situation at the time left her with no choice. The observant mother also noticed that something was wrong with her daughter. Her daughter usually dresses quite openly, rarely like this, and she noticed that her daughter seemed to have bruises on her body. Xinran, what happened to you? How did you get like this? Bai's mother pulled up her daughter's sleeve and asked worriedly. Chapter 191 Gu Shiyuan's Weakness. When Bai's mother saw the injury on her daughter's wrist, her heart ached. How did it get like this? It's nothing. I just tripped and fell. Bai Xinran quickly pulled down her sleeve. She didn't want her mother to see any more. They dared not tell the truth. Ouyang Qian had met her mother before, and her mother had a very good impression of Ouyang Qian. Especially after learning that Ouyang Qian had helped them pay off their debts and even given them some money. Bai's mother liked Ouyang Qian even more, thinking that this young man was reliable and would be a good son-in-law. But she knew absolutely nothing about Ouyang Qian. When other people were around, Ouyang Qian presented himself as a gentleman, but only she knew that he was a devil. Tell me the truth, what happened to you? Did someone bully you? Bai's mother asked anxiously. She's so old, how could she not see that the injury wasn't from a fall? I'm really fine, Mom. I have to go to work, I'm going to be late. Remember to eat a good lunch. Bai Xinran said and ran out. Although she has become a bit arrogant lately, she has been very serious about her work and has done a decent job. She knew she had no other support, and that her relationship with Ouyang Qian was merely a business partnership that would end sooner or later. She will still have to rely on her own abilities to survive in the future. Working diligently and accumulating experience is very important. Work can be tiring, but what makes her even more tired is dealing with Ouyang Qian. Bai Xinran was summoned to Ouyang Qian's office once again. Everyone knows the true nature of their relationship, and no one will bother them. Bai Xinran finally couldn't bear it any longer, and she pleaded, Please let me go. Let you go? You promised me back then that you'd give anything to help me, and now you want to go back on your word? Fine, pay me back first, and then I'll make sure your dad gets special treatment in there. Ouyang Qian's voice was icy. There was not a trace of emotion in it. His words also carried a threat. He knew Bai Xinran wouldn't dare to resist. He had plenty of ways to make her obey him. Bai Xinran now has nothing but weaknesses. Faced with Bai Xinran's pleas, Ouyang Qian only felt more excited. Apart from Lin Wan, he would not cherish any other woman. Ouyang Qian's words immediately silenced Bai Xinran. She simply couldn't repay the money. They didn't want to go back to the impoverished days they had before. All we can do is endure it. Ouyang Qian promised her that if things succeeded, he would give her another sum of money, and that he would never touch her again. With Lin Wan by his side, he will remain chaste. When can we begin? Bai Xinran asked cautiously, enduring the pain. She didn't want to have any more entanglement with this man. So much time has passed, and apart from making her a plaything, Ouyang Qian doesn't seem to have made her do anything else. What? In a hurry to break up with me? Ouyang Qian's face was full of evil smiles. No. Bai Xinran dared not reveal her true thoughts.
Don't rush. The real show won't start for a few more days. We still have preparations to make. Ouyang Qian said, picking up his phone and turning on recording mode. What are you going to do? No. Bai Xinran was immediately alarmed. Her relationship with Ouyang Qian was indeed inappropriate, but she didn't want it to be photographed. If this video gets leaked, she'll really be unable to face anyone. Of course it will work. Be good. Listen to me. I'll be gentle with you. Ouyang Qian's expression changed. He's not in a hurry. He has a few days to prepare. He'll give Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan a big engagement gift the day before their engagement. He not only wanted Gu Shiyuan to completely lose Lin Wan, but also wanted him to become a laughing stock in the entire Shenzhen city. Bai Xinran sat in her office in a daze all afternoon. She really regretted agreeing to Ouyang Qian's request, but there was really no turning back. Why? Why did her life become so terrible? At this moment, both the Gu family and the Xiao family were busily preparing for Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan's engagement ceremony. Since their official announcement, the couple has openly brought their child to various events. Lin Wan was already used to being called Mrs. Gu. Everyone thought they would have a smooth wedding and stay together for life. And when there are no unexpected events, then unexpected events are bound to happen. The day before Gu Shiyuan and Lin Wan got engaged, in Ouyang Qian's office. Call Gu Shiyuan now and tell him to come out and see you. You don't need to worry about the rest. Leave it to me. Be a good boy. Ouyang Qian pinched Bai Xinran's chin hard with his fingers. He gave her a light kiss on her soft lips. He didn't know when he started to become addicted to this feeling. Every time he missed Lin Wan, Bai Xinran would heal him. She was like a panacea. It can calm his mind. He won't see me. He'll hang up as soon as he hears my voice. I've tried. Bai Xinran said helplessly. She had tried calling Gu Shiyuan from unfamiliar phone numbers, but he wouldn't listen to a word she said. She had no confidence that she could get a date with Gu Shiyuan. You haven't learned your lesson after following me for so long. Ouyang Qian smirked and placed a document in front of Bai Xinran. Call him. As long as you have this, he will definitely come out to see you. You can even threaten him. What is this? Bai Xinran asked, puzzled. You'll see once you open it. Don't be surprised. Gu Shiyuan is not as simple as you think. Ouyang Qian said. This document is just a printed copy. He also has a backup on his computer, just in case. If Bai Xinran dares to betray Gu Shiyuan for his sake, then she will only face death. However, he was certain that Bai Xinran wouldn't dare. Today he will send someone to keep an eye on Bai's mother. He wouldn't allow his plan to go wrong in any way. Bai Xinran then opened the document and carefully read through it line by line. The more I looked, the more horrified I became. Gu Shiyuan actually dared to do such a thing? It was completely beyond her expectations. She had heard her father say before that the old man of the Gu family was not cut out for business. Although their family had helped him a lot, the Gu family business had become an empty shell. In just a few years after taking office, Gu Shiyuan not only revitalized the Gu family business, but also became the youngest, richest man in Shenzhen's history. She had always thought it was because Gu Shiyuan was too smart, but now she realized that there were these things supporting it behind the scenes. Gu Shiyuan is really bold. But precisely because of this, Gu Shiyuan's true strength far exceeded her imagination. No wonder Gu Shiyuan was already completely unafraid of them even before her father's accident. Chapter 192 Threat. Now you should know what to do, right? Ouyang Qian handed Bai Xinran a new cell phone. He repeatedly instructed Bai Xinran on some details to ensure that she could successfully lure out Gu Shiyuan, who was to be engaged the next day. Bai Xinran nodded blankly. On her way back to her office, her hands and feet felt numb. She has a hard time calming down. The information Ouyang Qian just gave her contained details of Gu Shiyuan's shady dealings. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Once these things are exposed, Gu Shiyuan will likely face imprisonment. Although they are not sold within our country, they are all prohibited by law. She was certain that these things could indeed threaten Gu Shiyuan. She was also very scared, her heart pounding with tension, but she also understood that only by completing the mission could she escape Ouyang Qian's control. After calming herself down completely, Bai Xinran mustered up the courage to dial Gu Shiyuan's number. When the phone rang, Gu Shiyuan saw the unfamiliar caller ID and instinctively hung up. But the phone rang again, this time dialing his private number. Not many people knew his phone number, so he thought it might be someone he knew calling and answered it. "A Yuan." A familiar voice came through the phone. The other person seemed very nervous, their voice trembling. Just hearing that voice made Gu Shiyuan feel nauseous, and he instinctively wanted to hang up the phone. "Don't hang up yet, Linjiang, goods." Bai Xinran hurriedly said a few keywords. This is what Ouyang Qian just taught her. She knew that Gu Shiyuan would hang up the phone if he knew it was her. Sure enough, the call wasn't disconnected this time. "What do you know? Who told you that?" Gu Shiyuan's voice was icy. He didn't intend to beat around the bush. Since Bai Xinran could mention the location of Linjiang, she must know something. He's getting engaged to Lin Wan tomorrow, so what is Bai Xinran up to at this time? "Want to know? I'll tell you when we meet," Bai Xinran said, revealing her purpose. "Is this your purpose?" "I'm not going." Gu Shiyuan felt disgusted just by hearing the voice. He only dealt with Bai Zhongrong, but let Bai Xinran and her daughter go. It seems that this decision was wrong. He thought she would behave herself, but he didn't expect her to still dare to cause trouble. "You don't have to come, but don't blame me for not showing any consideration for our New Year's friendship. I'll put you on the news tomorrow. As for whether you'll be punished, I don't know. Tomorrow is your engagement day. How about I give this to you as a gift? Lin Wan should be very happy." Bai Xinran's words carried a threatening tone. These words made Gu Shiyun squeeze the pen he was about to sign so hard that it snapped in two. Bai Xinran actually dared to threaten him. He had been keeping an eye on Bai Xinran and her daughter, and he knew that they had been destitute recently, that they had been swindled out of millions by the Qin family, and that Bai Xinran had gone to Ouyang Qian's company. He knew these two would cause trouble together, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and he certainly didn't expect them to get their hands on those documents. It's obvious without even asking that Ouyang Qian did it. But how did he get it? It seems he underestimated Ouyang Qian. He never considered that guy a rival. He had never given Xianyang Group a second glance. Crushing the company would be as easy as crushing an ant. Unexpectedly, he was bitten by ants today. Hearing the silence on Gu Shiyuan's end, Bai Xinran pressed her advantage, continuing to provoke him. "Gu Shiyuan, president of the Gu Group, is involved in smuggling. How about that headline? Isn't it sensational enough? What do you say, Shiyuan?" This sentence caused Gu Shiyuan's anger to soar. He has always been cautious in his actions since childhood and has never made a mistake. This is the first time that traces have been found. If he weren't afraid of upsetting the children in Lin Wan, he would have killed Ouyang Qian long ago. He never denied Ouyang Qian's kindness to the mother and her two children. His two children also grew up well because of Ouyang Qian's companionship, which was the fundamental reason why he showed leniency. But he never expected that it would leave him with future troubles. He thought that Ouyang Qian's refusal to appear in front of Lin Wan meant that she had given up, but it turned out that he was waiting for her here. "Where shall we meet?" Gu Shiyuan asked. He knew he shouldn't go at this critical juncture. What if it was a trap? But he had to see for himself what Bai Xinran actually had in her hands. If it was just to fool him, then she and Ouyang Qian were both doomed. Oh no, if the evidence is true, then they're finished too. Only by eliminating these two heat sources can we prevent future problems. "Zingila, you're treating me," Bai Xinran said. Just as Ouyang Qian said, with this information, there was no need to worry about Gu Shiyuan refusing to see her. Thinking that she would soon see that man again, Bai Xinran carefully washed and dressed herself up. Ouyang Qian hasn't laid a hand on her recently, and her injuries have almost fully healed. Moreover, Ouyang Qian has invested a lot in her appearance, which has made her more confident. Now that she had leverage over Gu Shiyuan and could control him, Bai Xinran no longer felt the tension she had before. Bai Xinran used the cosmetics Ouyang Qian bought her to create a beautiful makeup look, wore the clothes Ouyang Qian bought her, and carried the designer bag Ouyang Qian bought her. She happily went to see Gu Shiyuan. She has gradually developed a dependence on Ouyang Qian, whether it's because of money or something else. She just hasn't realized it yet. After receiving the definite news, Ouyang Qian made all the arrangements. When Bai Xinran arrived, Gu Shiyuan was already waiting there, his face as cold as ice. He messaged Lin Wan when he came out, saying he had to go out for a short trip to meet a major client, and would be back soon. He didn't want Lin Wan to know those things. He didn't want her to worry about him. He knew this approach was very risky, but he had no choice but to do it a few years ago. He has his own reasons for his predicament. Ah Yuan, it's been a long time. Bai Xinran greeted him warmly with a smile. It's been a long time since I've seen him, and he seems even more handsome now, or rather, he exudes a more mature charm. This was something she had never seen in him before. I truly hope we never see each other again. Gu Shiyuan glanced at him once and then looked away. After some time apart, Bai Xinran's face showed even more obvious signs of plastic surgery. He doesn't object to others getting plastic surgery and can understand the desire to pursue beauty, but he really finds it hard to accept that someone with such low aesthetic sense would ruin their own face. You still came, didn't you? Bai Xinran sat down. But Gu Shiyuan didn't look at her again. After all these years I've been by your side, don't you have any feelings for me at all? Bai Xinran asked. She really wanted to know. Chapter 193, Betraying Teammates. Not at all. If it weren't for your father's connections, I wouldn't even give you a second glance. You wouldn't have a chance to appear in front of me. Are you satisfied now? Gu Shiyuan said. He was telling the truth. It was simply because his father insisted on giving Bai Xinran face. Otherwise, he really hated Bai Xinran's spoiled princess attitude, thinking that the whole world should revolve around her. Before meeting Lin Wan, if Bai Xinran had any better personality, he wouldn't have completely disregarded her. Not at all, Bai Xinran murmured. What has she been so infatuated with all these years? They've been so heartless to her. The truth is harsh, so if you don't want to hear it, don't ask, Gu Shiyuan said coldly. Speak up, what do you know? I'm in a hurry and don't want to waste time talking here. That's why he came out today. He needed to find out what Bai Xinran had, what she knew, and what Ouyang Qian knew. That way, he can handle it better. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to say another word to Bai Xinran. Tomorrow is his engagement day, a very special day. Choosing today to trip him up is just deliberately trying to annoy him. Do you really want to know? Bai Xinran looked up at Gu Shiyuan. The man she once loved deeply is getting engaged to someone else tomorrow. She tried very hard to forget him, even to hate him, but she couldn't. Gu Shiyuan occupied her entire youth. Stop talking nonsense with me. If you don't want to talk, I'll leave right now. Gu Shiyuan began to get up. His eyes, however, were fixed on Bai Xinran. Based on his understanding of Bai Xinran, he knew she wasn't smart enough to deal with him. All of this must have been orchestrated by Ouyang Qian. He will retaliate fiercely. Don't go. I'll tell you everything. Bai Xinran panicked. She had intended to play hard to get, but the other party wasn't buying it at all. She was also afraid that Gu Shiyuan would never see her again after he left this time. Gu Shiyuan then sat up straight, crossed his legs, and said calmly, Speak. Everything I know is in here. Bai Xinran placed the document on the table, but he held it down tightly with both hands. Don't be so nervous, I won't fight you for it. Since Ouyang Qian sent you to bring this to see me, he must have a backup. He's not as stupid as you. Gu Shiyuan glanced at the document. Ouyang Qian is quite capable. She was only slightly smarter than Bai Xinran. This man is truly sincere towards Lin Wan. It's just a pity that they were no match for him. He wouldn't let anyone take Lin Wan away from him. However, this incident taught him a lesson, and he will never make any more mistakes in the future. It seems he was too confident in himself before, thinking he had done something flawless. Unexpectedly, they were caught red-handed. It's also his fault for not taking Ouyang Qian seriously before, and for not expecting that this guy would risk the entire Qianyang group just to compete with him for Lin Wan. How could the Ouyang family produce such an idiot who dares to touch anything? Previously, Ouyang Qian had always been abroad and had never met this person. It was always Ouyang Na, the daughter of the Ouyang family, who attended various events. He still thought that was the heir of the Ouyang family. He is quite promising for his age. It's one thing for the old lady of the Ouyang family to have a bad temper, but her taste in food is also terrible. Ouyang Qian is so stupid to think he can control him with just this little bit of knowledge. He's too naive. Since he dared to do this, he must have made thorough preparations. You guessed right. Ouyang Qian has backups. As long as he hands those things over, you should know the consequences yourself. Bai Xinran directly betrayed Ouyang Qian. Did Ouyang Qian know that you would betray him so quickly? Gu Shiyuan sneered. He had only mentioned that name casually, and Bai Xinran had already admitted it. The two biggest mistakes Ouyang Qian made were that he coveted his woman and that he chose an even dumber teammate. These two are a match made in heaven. Although their actions will cause him some trouble, he can handle it. What he hates most is being threatened. Bai Xinran then realized that she had been tricked. Ouyang Qian had instructed him not to betray him, and even if Gu Shuyuan knew the truth, he was not to say it. Speak, what do you want? What's your purpose? Gu Shuyuan said. They went to great lengths to lure him out, surely not just to threaten him. If they wanted to get rid of him, they would have just handed him over. Why bother notifying him? It must still be for Lin Wan's sake. At the same time, he was also plotting how to kill Ouyang Qian, and of course, he wouldn't let Bai Xinran go either. Although she wasn't the mastermind, her willingness to act as a puppet indicated malicious intent. As long as you break up with Lin Wan and get together with me, I can guarantee that no one will know about these things, Bai Xinran said. She naively thought that these things would be enough to keep Gu Shuyuan in check. You? Gu Shuyuan laughed, his smile full of mockery. He looked at Bai Xinran as if he had seen the biggest joke in the world and said sarcastically, I have said that I will marry no one but Lin Wan in my life. Even if I break up with her, I will never look at you. You are not even worth a hair on her head. Save your breath. Even if you don't stay with me, you still have to break up with Lin Wan. That's why I'm here today. Bai Xinran pressed down on the document forcefully, as if that was her source of confidence. Wake up. Ouyang Qian sent you here to get my wife. He won't consider you. Is it worth risking your life for him? Gu Shuyuan said coldly. In his eyes, Ouyang Qian and Bai Xinran were just a pair of amusing people. His purpose is not important to me. What I want is you, and you have to listen to me. Bai Xinran was very nervous. My palms started sweating. Gu Shuyuan's attitude seems to be different from what Ouyang Qian had imagined. She was the same way, and Gu Shuyuan just laughed coldly as if he were watching a joke. How dare she threaten him with such a small amount of courage? He was indeed a little flustered when he first received the call, thinking they were incredibly capable. But now that he saw it, he felt relieved. Threatening him is tantamount to courting death. Especially for Lin Wan. He would never back down even an inch. Oh, why should I? Gu Shuyuan asked. In all his life, apart from Lin Wan, he had never listened to anyone else. Because I have dirt on you, and Ouyang Qian has even more. If you don't cooperate with us, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Bai Xinran's voice trailed off, her confidence waning. Gu Shuyuan was far too calm. They don't seem afraid of the consequences they mentioned. Handbook? I have plenty of handbook on your dad too. Looks like I've been holding on to this for too long, giving you too much credit. Chapter 194 Deadly Strike. I didn't want to be too ruthless, but you chose this path yourself, so don't blame me for being heartless. Speaking of leverage, I have more leverage over your father than you can imagine. I can make sure he never gets out, or I can have someone take good care of him inside. Gu Shuyuan said, standing up. He placed his hands on the table and looked down at Bai Xinran. This was the first step in his counterattack. He was glad that he had already collected a lot of evidence about Bai Zhengrong's crimes and had it in his hands, which he could now use to directly threaten Bai Xinran. Bai Zhengrong is not young anymore. He could have been promoted one more level before retirement, but he ruined it all by himself. If he submits some of the evidence he has, Bai Zhengrong will have little hope of surviving. As the face she liked drew closer, Bai Xinran instinctively shrank back. The chilling aura and oppressive presence emanating from Gu Shuyuan made his legs tremble uncontrollably. Gu Shuyuan's words were a fatal blow to her. You? Bai Xinran's lips trembled. She came with a strong sense of determination, and even thought that Gu Shuyuan would beg for her forgiveness. She never expected that she would be at a disadvantage so quickly. Her so-called leverage not only poses no threat to Gu Shuyuan, but is actually detrimental to her own father. Based on her understanding of Gu Shuyuan, if he said that, he must have real evidence. He never makes empty promises. If he says something, he will definitely do it. She was genuinely afraid. But I still mustered my courage. Just because you say so doesn't mean it is. Why should I believe you? You can try it if you don't believe me. Go submit your evidence now. I'll be waiting for you anytime. Gu Shuyuan said this and turned to leave. He regretted coming out. He shouldn't have met this woman. He lost interest in that document. If they dare to hand it in, the worst that can happen is that he'll get into more trouble. I was planning to get engaged soon, but I don't want to cause any trouble. But those two refused to listen to reason and ended up having to suffer the consequences. He really didn't want to look at Bai Xinran. She was disgusting. As for Ouyang Qian, this feud is now settled, and he will make the entire Ouyang family pay for it. Bai Xinran leaned back in her chair and watched Gu Shiyuan leave. She originally intended to threaten Gu Shiyuan to make him obey her, but unexpectedly, she was the one being threatened instead. She couldn't let her father suffer in prison anymore. Her mother was waiting for him to be released so the family could reunite. What she didn't expect was that Gu Shiyuan had evidence against her father. What exactly had her father done all these years? But she failed to complete the task, so how is she going to face Ouyang Qian? She was completely lost right now, and she thought that Ouyang Qian wouldn't let her off easily. When Bai Xinran returned to Ouyang Qian's side, she kept her head down and remained silent. She didn't know how to start the conversation. Did it fail? Ouyang Qian asked first. What a useless piece of trash. If there were other suitable candidates, he wouldn't want this idiot. However, for someone like Gu Shiyuan, this outcome seems to be expected. He never expected to win Lin Wan over with just these few things. Yes, these things pose no threat to him at all, Bai Xinran stammered. She didn't mention that Gu Shiyuan had threatened her with her father. Useless, Ouyang Qian cursed, but his eyes were fixed on the photo on the table. He knew, of course, that Gu Shiyuan was not so easy to deal with, so he had made two preparations. These photos are the key. The location where Bai Xinran met Gu Shiyuan was chosen by him, and he had already arranged for people to stake it out. The camera captured screenshots of Bai Xinran's call with Gu Shiyuan, photos of their meeting, and the moment Gu Shiyuan got up and approached Bai Xinran. They took several angles and captured every single moment. They chose the best angle from all angles, one that obscured Gu Shiyuan's expression but made it seem as if he had taken the initiative to approach Bai Xinran. Of course, there was also one crucial piece of false evidence, enough to make Lin Wan doubt Gu Shiyuan. Since Gu Shiyuan won't give up on Lin Wan, then let Lin Wan give up on him voluntarily. Having been by Lin Wan's side for several years, Ouyang Qian knew her all too well. She is sentimental and has been betrayed by her first love. With a strong sense of self-respect, she will naturally not tolerate her partner's betrayal, especially when she has invested too much emotion in the relationship. He was betting that Lin Wan hadn't truthfully told Gu Shiyuan about his visit to Bai Xinran today. Because Gu Shiyuan's affairs are not something that can be discussed openly, he would absolutely not let Lin Wan know about them. This is where Ouyang Qian's confidence lies today. Although this method would cause Lin Wan some harm, he didn't care about that anymore. He was willing to use any means necessary to get Lin Wan. Moreover, once successful, Lin Wan will be in her most vulnerable state, which will be the time when he can take advantage of her weakness. This is the only salvation that has appeared now, just like 5 years ago. You had someone take pictures of me secretly? Bai Xinran also saw the photos on the table. These are the scenes of her and Gu Shiyuan just now. I knew you would fail, so that's the key point. Ouyang Qian tapped the photos lightly with his fingers. He didn't need to explain much to Bai Xinran. She was just a pawn. Bai Xinran was lucky to be his pawn. So your real purpose is these photos. Those so-called evidences aren't the most important thing. Gu Shiyuan is right. You haven't considered my feelings at all. Bai Xinran finally realized. After all this, Gu Shiyuan will only despise her even more. Even if he really breaks up with Lin Wan, he won't give her another chance. She played the bad guy, and all the benefits went to Ouyang Qian. What else? Who do you think you are? Why should I consider your needs? If you can't win over Gu Shiyuan, it's because you're incompetent. You took my money willingly. You could have refused if you didn't want to. I'm giving you my hard-earned money so you and your mother can live a good life. Make sure your dad is comfortable in there. Isn't that enough to repay me? You yourself said you were willing to do anything for me. What? You can't handle this? Then pay me back. Ouyang Qian reached out and pinched Bai Xinran's chin. This woman actually dared to defy him. I still don't understand my own status. Still clinging to some illusions. He spent money to support Bai Xinran, which was no different from raising a dog. She could come when summoned and leave when dismissed. They really think they're human. Ouyang Qian's words left Bai Xinran speechless. He was right. What he had done for her was enough for her to repay. Ouyang Qian was well aware that she had no money to repay. Their relationship was unfair from the start. She was always in a passive position. Chapter 195, Gu Shiyuan's Betrayal. Bai Xinran was used to being flattered since she was a child. She always received gifts from others. They naturally wouldn't understand the principle of being indebted to others. From the very beginning, she had already fallen into a trap and was at the mercy of others. I told you, as long as you help me complete the plan, I will give you another sum of money, enough for you to live a carefree life for a long time. If you can be frugal, you and your mother will be worry-free for the rest of your lives. Although you've failed now, with these photos, I'll still pay you as usual. I've already been very generous. Ouyang Qian took out a check and placed it on the table. Bai Xinran hesitated for a moment, but finally picked it up. It contained a full 5 million. This would just be enough to make up for the money her uncle had swindled from her family. This money is indeed enough for her and her daughter to buy a small house in a more remote area. They can save the rest of the money and earn interest. If she works hard, they can live a good life in the future. Ouyang Qian was right. This money could indeed allow her to live a very comfortable life. He was indeed very generous. Even though her plan had failed, he still gave her the money. Although she is debt-free now, she still has a mother to support and desperately needs money. Her mother even suggested becoming a nanny a while ago. Having been a wealthy wife her whole life and used to being waited on, she's not cut out for this kind of work. As a daughter, she couldn't bear to see her aging mother suffer outside. So even if she had no self-respect, she would still accept the money. You may leave, Ouyang Qian said, dismissing him. Seeing Bai Xinran put the check away, his contempt and disgust for this woman grew even stronger. Sure enough, he was willing to do anything as long as he was paid, and he never even resisted being his plaything. Bai Xinran kept saying that Gu Shiyuan was very important to her, but what he clearly saw was that money was more important. She'll shut up if you give her money. What genuine feelings could someone who's only interested in money have? Bai Xinran only liked Gu Shiyuan because of his money and status. Seeing Bai Xinran like this, Ouyang Qian still felt that he was very devoted, that he could give up anything for Lin Wan, and that this was what love should be. But what he sees as pure and genuine love is seen as abnormal by normal people. Bai Xinran only knew that she had received a huge sum of money, but she didn't know what she had given in return. After she left, Ouyang Qian stood in a daze for a long time. He then sent a video with AI face swapping, along with the photos he had just taken and some edited text smearing Gu Shiyuan, to Lin Wan's phone using an unfamiliar number. In that short video of their intimate encounter, he used AI to replace his face with Gu Shiyuan's. It's difficult to tell the difference if you're not careful or don't understand these techniques. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Shiyuan returned to the company. Although he was getting engaged tomorrow, he still had a lot of things to take care of today. He's almost too busy to keep up. Lin Wan and the children were at home, happily discussing tomorrow's engagement ceremony. Just then, Lin Wan received the photos and videos, along with accompanying text descriptions. Lin Wan was shocked when she first saw those photos. Did he go to see Bai Xinran today? Didn't he tell her he was going out to meet a client? He also said that he had indulged Bai Xinran in the past because of Bai Zhengrong and his father, and that he would not have any contact with Bai Xinran in the future, and that he had never liked this woman. But what's going on here? The caption for the photo said it was taken today, and even the clothes Gu Shiyuan was wearing were given to him this morning. The timing also perfectly matched the message Gu Shiyuan sent to him that he was going to meet a client. Lin Wan felt a wave of dizziness. She never imagined that this man would deceive her. But why? If he liked Bai Xinran, he should have just been open about being with her. Why did he have to pursue her? Could it be because of the child? But she never stopped him from seeing the child. Lin Wan couldn't understand it. She could only keep scrolling down, looking at the photos one by one. Many of them were of Gu Shiyuan's profile, and she couldn't see his expression clearly, but she did see his hand touching Bai Xinran. Lin Wan's heart was gradually tightening. She thought she had escaped a Chung and found true love, but a Chung was everywhere she went. Scrolling to the very end, there was a video that Lin Wan clicked on with trembling hands. The content of the video made her dizzy, and she didn't even have time to tell if the video was real or fake. Because she clearly saw her man and Bai Xinran doing something unspeakable in the video. If she observed carefully, she could tell that the man in the video was not as muscular as Gu Shiyuan, and although his face had been changed, his expression was very stiff. But Lin Wantian was on the verge of collapse at this moment, so she couldn't care less about these details. She never expected Gu Shiyuan to be this kind of person, All her trust collapsed at that moment. Gu Shiyuan betrayed her, just like Aching betrayed her. She once thought Gu Shiyuan was a gentleman and wouldn't be like Aching, cheating on her with his friends. But the result was no different. Why did she receive the same result in both of her sincere relationships? Lin Wan slumped weakly onto the sofa, still holding her phone in her hand. Mommy, come help me pick out a dress. Daddy bought me so many princess dresses, I don't know which one to wear tomorrow. Lin Yike walked over carrying her dress. But then he saw Lin Wan about to faint. Mommy, what's wrong? Lin Yike was terrified. She dropped the dress she was holding and ran over. Mommy, don't scare me. Brother, come quick. Mommy has fainted. Lin Yike shouted towards Lin Yinan while shaking Lin Wan. Lin Yinan immediately ran over upon hearing the sound. Mommy, what's wrong? Say something. Coco, call Daddy. I'll call an ambulance right away, Lin Yinan said calmly. This is currently the best way to handle it. Used to deal with emergencies. Even though he was usually quite calm, he seemed a little flustered at this moment. Don't call him. I'm fine. Lin Wan opened her eyes and sat up, supporting herself on the sofa. But the vision was indeed blurry. The two children naturally knew who he referred to. Why, Mommy? Lin Yi didn't understand. Why is Mommy suddenly like this? Did you have a fight with Daddy? If so, she shouldn't be with her dad anymore. It's okay, don't call him. I'm fine, I just need some rest. Lin Wan didn't want the children to worry. She didn't want to see Gu Shiyuan at all. As Lin Wan stood up, her phone fell to the ground, and Lin Yi knelt down to pick it up without thinking. But I happened to see those things on the phone. Lin Yinan, quick-witted and agile, immediately took the phone from his sister and locked the screen. Kids shouldn't look at things like that. Chapter 196 Misunderstanding? Lin Yinan had just glanced at the photos and unplayed videos on his phone. My younger sister is too young to watch these things. But these. In that instant, he was also shocked. How could his father do this? They now understood why their mother had suddenly acted that way. But that's impossible. Daddy has always ignored that woman. Mommy, is there a misunderstanding? My daddy wouldn't. Linny wanted to explain, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She really didn't have the confidence. The dad in the photo is wearing the same outfit he wore today. She called him earlier, but he hung up. This was the first time her dad had hung up on her. When he called back, he said he was meeting with a client. But his father had clearly lied to him. He was probably with Bai Xinran at the time. Daddy always said he hated that woman the most, but they met secretly, and he lied to them. She loved her daddy the most, but she was deceived. Lin Yi, being so young, didn't understand the feelings between adults, but being deceived by her father made her feel heartbroken. Mommy will only be more upset. At this moment, both mother and son felt the same way. They both felt betrayed. It turns out he can do it. Lin Wan's tears fell like a broken string, dripping onto the hem of her skirt. She didn't want to cry in front of the children, and she didn't want them to know about these things, but she couldn't hold back her tears and couldn't control her emotions. She just regretted not locking her phone screen first. I'll call Daddy right away and explain. There must be some misunderstanding. Although Lin Yinan was also upset, he still wanted an answer. He was willing to believe his father. But his father's image in his heart was still greatly diminished. However, upon closer reflection, he realized there was definitely something fishy going on. Who sent these things? He would have to investigate later. Tomorrow is his parents' engagement banquet, and this person is clearly here to cause trouble. There's nothing to explain. The photos and videos are all here. What misunderstanding could there be? I'm the one who's standing in the way of his happiness, Lin Wan said, crying. She quickly forced herself to calm down. She wanted to go back to the Xiao family, but she didn't know how to tell her family. After much deliberation, she booked 3 plane tickets. There was a flight that departed in a little over an hour, and she decided to temporarily return to the place where she had previously lived abroad. She had promised Aunt Zheng that she would bring the children back to see her, and now it was time to keep her promise. She didn't know how to face her family, and she didn't want to see Gu Shiyuan. Since he has someone else in his heart, she will not get engaged to him. Her mind was in turmoil. All she wanted was to escape, and she suddenly missed her life abroad. Keeping things simple is just fine. She thought she should take the children away first, and then contact her family again in a few days. Once she had calmed down and was able to face the situation, she would take the children home to see her elderly parents.
The air in Shenzhen now makes her feel suffocated. She must leave here immediately. You've been saying you miss Grandma Zhang, haven't you? How about we go back to see her? We'll go back and stay with her for a while, Lin Wan said to the two children, wiping away her tears. The tone of his voice showed absolutely no intention of discussing it. She didn't believe the children would treat Gu Shiyuan better than they treated her. They were her own children, and no matter what happened, they would always stand by her side and protect her. In her eyes, Gu Shiyuan was not as good as Aching. She must leave this man immediately. She didn't want to stay in that house for even a second longer. If Gu Shiyuan had only met with Bai Xinran behind her back, she might have thought it was some kind of misunderstanding, but that video, it was absolutely true. She cannot accept it, much less forgive it. Her longing for marriage and love vanished at that moment. Mommy! Mommy! The two little ones grabbed Lin Wan's hands, one on each side. They wanted to try and dissuade them. Although they are angry with their father for what he did, they don't want to leave. Having finally found all their relatives, they were reluctant to leave. Although Mommy will definitely not ignore Grandpa and Grandma, what about Daddy, Uncle, and Grandpa and Grandma? After returning to Grandma Zhang's place, will they never have another chance to see them again? If you don't want to leave, I won't force you. I'll leave on my own, Lin Wan said, standing up. No, Mommy, we'll go with you, the two little ones said in unison. The two little ones were on the same page and both felt that they should calm their mother down first, because no one could be rational in such a situation. If it really is a misunderstanding, Daddy will definitely come and apologize. They always felt that things weren't that simple. The two little ones followed Lin Wan packing their luggage without daring to breathe, and then took a taxi straight to the airport. When the servants asked them where they were going, they only said they were going back to the Xiao family. Naturally, no one would come out to stop them. Lin Wan turned off her phone, including her two children's, before boarding the plane. They were forbidden to inform anyone. So Gu Shiyuan was unaware of this, and by the time he got home from get off work, the mother and her two children had already flown away. Honey, I'm off work. I'm so tired. Gu Shiyuan started loosening his tie as soon as he got home. Today was indeed tiring. Besides dealing with company matters, Bai Xinran and Ouyang Qian were also causing him trouble. In the afternoon, he collected some information about the Qianyang Group. It's time for this still-growing company to disappear from the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. What did Ouyang Qian eat to have the audacity to covet his woman? Wife, Gu Shiyuan called out again. The more I call her wife, the more natural it sounds to me. Although he had been spending some time with Lin Wan, every day felt like the first time they met, and he was quite addicted to that feeling. Tomorrow is their engagement day, and he has already planned out the wedding and their life together. Everything seemed to be under control, but the only response he received was the sound of his own breathing. Wife? Darling, aren't you home? Gu Shiyuan shouted again. Normally, as soon as he comes back, the two little ones rush out to let him hold them. Why is there no response today? He had asked them in the morning, and they said they wouldn't be going out today and would wait for him to go directly to the Xiao family's house for dinner tonight. The cold, deserted house filled him with an unprecedented sense of panic. He quickly searched every room, but there was no one there. Where's Madam? Gu Shiyuan asked the family's maid. Madam took the children back to the Xiao family home this afternoon. Sir, why don't you call her and ask if you're having dinner there tonight, the maid said. Chapter 197 Gu Shiyuan, your wife ran away with the child. The servants dared not ask too many questions about their master's affairs. However, she also noticed that Gu Shiyuan's expression seemed a bit off. Moreover, she remembered that Lin Wan didn't seem too happy when she left. I understand, you go ahead with your work. Gu Shiyuan headed straight for the garage. He called Lin Wan as he walked. But the phone was switched off, and when I called the two children, it was still switched off. At this moment, Gu Shiyuan completely panicked. What exactly happened? Why did the mother and her two children suddenly turn off their phones? This situation definitely doesn't mean they went to the Xiao family. He had a bad feeling. Bai Xinran's invitation to go out today was probably not just to threaten him. He underestimated Ouyang Qian, which gave the other party an opportunity to exploit the loophole. They may have been set up without realizing it. The threats were just a pretext, and their real purpose was to drive a wedge between the couple. Since Ouyang Qian couldn't directly target him, he could only try to get to Lin Wan. He doesn't dare go directly to the Xiao family now,
not knowing how to face his parents-in-law. This was the first time he had ever been so flustered that he didn't know how to handle the situation. The most urgent task is to find Lin Wan and her 2 children. After calming down, Gu Shiyuan drove out and called his brother-in-law, Xiao Yang. The call was answered quickly. "Hey, Yuan, are you almost there?" Xiao Yang's voice came from the other end of the phone. It sounded lively on the other end of the phone. The entire Xiao family is filled with joy. Tomorrow is the engagement day of the Xiao family's eldest daughter, and the Xiao family has invited many dignitaries. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, "You guys," Gu Shiyuan's heart, which had just calmed down, began to pound wildly again. This statement suggests that Lin Wan is most likely not at the Xiao family's residence. He took a deep breath and asked, "Big brother, is Xiao Wan over there?" "No. Weren't you all supposed to come together? Isn't she with you?" Xiao Yang's tone was also a little anxious. "I sensed something was wrong. No, I don't know where she went. Her phone is off, and so are the children's." Gu Shiyuan felt like he couldn't breathe properly. That's impossible. He and Lin Wan have always had a good relationship and trust each other deeply. Although he lied, he didn't want Lin Wan to know about some of the things he had done in the past, and he didn't want her to worry. Even so, Lin Wan shouldn't have left without saying goodbye. With Lin Wan's intelligence, she wouldn't do something so impulsive just because of a few words from others. There must be something he doesn't know about this. Ouyang Qian. The name made Gu Shiyuan grip the steering wheel tightly. He won't let the Ouyang family off the hook. What happened? Xiao Yang asked anxiously. He was also forcing himself to calm down. The engagement banquet is tomorrow. How could something like this happen at this time? Gu Shiyuan then briefly recounted the events of the day to Xiao Yang, including some of the things he had done that couldn't be brought to light. Although he and his brother-in-law were competitors, they grew up together, and their business rivalry was always open. Both of them were impeccable in character. Now that they are all family, Gu Shiyuan is no longer afraid that Xiao Yang will find out about those things. Moreover, since they're all in the same circle, it's possible that Xiao Yang hadn't received any information at all. So he told the truth directly. Damn it! What is Ouyang Qian up to? Does he want the entire Ouyang family to be buried with him? Xiao Yang cursed loudly. He did know some of the shady things Gu Shiyuan mentioned, but he never thought of exposing them. He wouldn't have done so before, and he certainly wouldn't in the future. Ouyang Qian actually dared to use this to threaten his brother-in-law. Most importantly, he dared to covet his sister and destroy her family. Even without Gu Shiyuan, he would never have agreed to his sister being with someone like that. He had always had a bad impression of the Ouyang family. When Ouyang Qian's father was in power, he even snatched clients from him using despicable methods. And more than once, he had long been dissatisfied with this family. Moreover, he disliked Ouyang Qian from the first time he met him on the plane, and the other man's eyes were always hostile towards him. If it weren't for the fact that Ouyang Qian had taken care of his 2 nephews for several years, he would have destroyed the Ouyang family long ago. I never expected him to walk right into the line of fire this time, so don't blame him for turning hostile. He had heard some things before, that Ouyang Qian wanted to marry his sister, but everyone in the Ouyang family objected because they disliked that his sister had 2 children. Humph, do you think the Ouyang family has the right to look down on their Xiao family's daughter? The Ouyang family is not qualified to climb the social ladder of the Xiao family. Let alone his sister taking care of 2 children. Even if she took care of 20 or 200, it wouldn't be Ouyang Qian's turn. In recent years, Ouyang Qian has relied on shady means to barely cross the threshold of Shenzhen's elite families, and he really thinks he's something special. Most importantly, he had investigated Ouyang Qian before and found him to be an incompetent fool. The company began to crumble within just a few months of being handed over to him. The old lady of the Ouyang family was also stubborn. She would rather hand the company over to this incompetent fool than let her more outstanding granddaughter inherit it. He looked down on families like that even more. Check the flight information immediately. Ouyang Qian has definitely caught up with her by now. You should go there right away too. If I'm not mistaken, she should have taken the child back to her residence abroad. Don't worry, I'll explain to Xiao Wan after she lands and her phone is turned on. Xiao Yang continued. He still doesn't know what methods Ouyang Qian used to make Lin Wan so impulsively run away with the child, abandoning even her own family. But he was certain that it was definitely not as simple as Gu Shiyuan meeting by Shinran. This Ouyang Qian really inherited his father's bad character. He's just as despicable. They only know how to use despicable means to get everything they want, and never dare to compete with others head-on. Although Gu Shiyuan is a bit arrogant, they grew up together, and he knows him very well. Putting everything else aside, his character is absolutely impeccable. He knew better than anyone what kind of people Ouyang Qian and Bai Xinran were. He sided with Gu Shiyuan in this round. Gu Shiyuan's honesty in telling him everything meant the problem wasn't there. The problem is that the engagement banquet is tomorrow. They have been preparing with the Gu family for a long time and have notified everyone. Now the bride and groom have both run away. What are we going to do? With Gu Shiyuan gone, he was left to clean up the mess once again. They still don't know how to announce it to the public or how to end it. They're probably going to dominate the headlines in Shenzhen again soon. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. He didn't blame his sister for being willful. If anyone was to blame, it was Ouyang Qian for being a bad person and distorting the truth. Chapter 198 Engagement Banquet Cancelled. I'll go right now, Gu Shiyuan said and hung up the phone. They were thinking the same thing. Ouyang Qian did this simply to get Lin Wan. So now is the best time to take advantage of the situation. This place must be where they met, and that's the only place Lin Wan can go. He couldn't give the other party any opportunity to contact Lin Wan. After hanging up the phone, he quickly dialed his assistant's number and asked him to immediately check Lin Wan's flight and exit records. And Ouyang Qian's shouldn't be overlooked either. He needs to hurry. To avoid any delays, he used his private jet to secure the flight route as quickly as possible. Lin Wan's phone was switched off, so he didn't know where she used to live. He only knew which city and which country she lived in, but not the exact location. He had never been to that place. Neither Xiao Yang nor Xiao Yin knew, because they never imagined that Lin Wan would leave one day. She had never met Aunt Zheng, whom Lin Wan mentioned, nor did she have her contact information. This further extended the timeline for Gu Shiyuan's search for Lin Wan. He regretted not asking Lin Wan about Aunt Zheng's address sooner, since he had promised the children that he would take them back to visit Grandma Zheng during the holidays. The only thing he can do now is to find out Ouyang Qian's whereabouts in order to determine Lin Wan's location. He didn't believe Ouyang Qian could resist going to Lin Wan immediately. Soon, the assistant received news. Lin Wan did indeed take her child abroad, and her destination was the city where she used to live. Ouyang Qian boarded an earlier flight before the mother and son. It's now 100% certain that Ouyang Qian was behind it all. He would never let the Ouyang family and Bai Xinran go, and he believed Xiao Yang and Xiao Yin would feel the same way. The seriousness of this incident lies not only in the harm it caused to him and Lin Wan, but also in the damage it inflicted on the reputations of both families. On the eve of the engagement banquet, the daughter of the Xiao family ran away with her child. This headline is sure to stir up a lot of controversy. It looks like it will take a long time to do public relations. That'll keep the Xiao brothers busy enough. But he can't worry about that right now. All he has to do is bring his wife and children home safely, then slowly deal with Ouyang Qian and his family. The father is to blame for not teaching his son properly, and the Ouyang family is not innocent either. When Gu Shiyuan drove to the airport, his assistant had already arranged everything for him. He boarded his private jet and flew to the city where Lin Wan lived. The Xiao family was still bustling with activity. "What's wrong, brother?" Xiao Yin noticed immediately that his older brother's expression seemed off. "It happened after I received a phone call." Xiao Rou left with the child. Xiao Yang's hands clenched together. The loss of reputation is a minor matter. The most important thing is that his sister was hurt. "What?" Xiao Yan's eyes widened. "Brother, are you kidding me? Where could Xiao Rou have gone? Isn't she with a Yuan? We had agreed to have dinner together tonight. Many close relatives came to the house, some even traveling from abroad. Everyone was very happy to hear that Xiao Rou had been found. But now the main character is gone. It's complicated. In short, it was Ouyang Qian who did it, colluding with Bai Xinran to set a trap for a Yuan. Xiao Rou left with the child, and a Yuan has already gone after her," Xiao Yang said. "Ouyang Qian? From Qianyang Company." Xiao Yin carefully searched his memory for the name. There's only one company in Shenzhen with some talent, and the surname Ouyang. He was quite familiar with Bai Xinran. She had been pursuing Gu Shiyuan for several years, but had never even received a proper look from him. Back when Bai Zhengrong was still in power, he even asked someone to speak to his family, wanting Bai Xinran to choose one of his brothers. The Bai family meant that they were very satisfied with both brothers. Screw it. Are you satisfied if they agree to it? Even if he were to remain single, he wouldn't want someone like Bai Xinran. Yes. Xiaoyang nodded. I was thinking about how to explain things to my family later. What do we do now? I'm worried about Mom. Xiaoyan turned around and glanced at his mother, who was talking to someone. A broad smile. Since his younger sister came home, his mother has changed the most. She has a smile on her face every day. He didn't want his mother to suffer a second blow. There's nothing we can do. The engagement banquet is tomorrow, and they won't be able to make it back. My parents will find out about this sooner or later anyway. We have to tell them. Xiaoyang's face remained calm. Xiaoyan didn't say anything more. He knew, of course, that this matter couldn't be kept secret. Don't worry, a yuan will definitely bring Xiaoro back. I'll take care of it. Xiaoyang patted his younger brother's shoulder. But I wasn't sure. He even asked Qian Jiaowei, but Lin Wan hasn't contacted Qian Jiaowei at all. He had already sent over the dress he had prepared for Qian Jiaowei, and he originally planned to have Qian Jiaowei attend his sister's engagement party as his girlfriend tomorrow. In his haste, he forgot that Qian Jiaowei had visited Lin Wan's residence abroad and knew the address. Everyone overlooked this clue. Mom and Dad, elders, I have something to announce. Xiaoyang looked at everyone solemnly. What's wrong, Yang? You're getting engaged soon too? You should get married soon. One of Xiaoyang's elders said. They had just been listening to Zhao's mother talk about how wonderful Xiaoyang's girlfriend was. I can't wait for the two young people to get married and have children. I hope everyone is mentally prepared. Tomorrow's engagement banquet is cancelled, Xiaoyang said. He had neither the time nor the inclination to accept the elder's teasing. What? Mrs. Xiao asked in shock. Why was it suddenly cancelled? Did something happen? The Gu family doesn't seem to be planning to cancel either. Yes. Xiaoyang nodded. Then, a brief description of what happened to Gu Shiyuan was given, but the reason why Gu Shiyuan was threatened was automatically omitted. They should know about this. We won't let more people know. Especially the elders in the family. How could this happen? Zhao's mother felt dizzy and could barely stand. No. I have to go find Xiaoro and the children. My daughter has to be home. How could she leave? How could she abandon me? Zhao's mother's emotions were very unstable. She thought that once her daughter came back, she would stay by her side for the rest of her life. I never expected her to leave again, and so quietly, without even informing her, her own mother. She couldn't accept this outcome. Mom. Xiaowen supported her mother and comforted her. Mom, don't get agitated. My sister just misunderstood my brother-in-law and is just upset for a moment. She'll be back soon. Give her some time to calm down. Chapter 199, Finding a Needle in a Haystack. Xiaowen said she still didn't understand what had happened. Her sister left without saying goodbye. This must have caused immense psychological trauma. Regardless of the truth, she unconditionally stands by her sister. The Xiao family, who had been beaming with joy, quickly fell silent. Only Zhao's mother remained, wiping away her tears. The Xiao family father and son sat down together to discuss how to make an announcement to the public tomorrow, and they also needed to communicate with the Gu family. How do we handle this public relations? And how to deal with the Ouyang family? The Bai family doesn't care anymore. With Bai Zhengrong gone, as long as Ouyang Qian is gone, Bai Xinran won't be able to cause any trouble. Let them fend for themselves. On the other side, Gu Shiyin leaned back in his chair, his mind filled with the smiling faces of his wife and children. The flight would take more than 10 hours, and it was already night, but he wasn't sleepy at all. My mind is filled with Lin Wan. I'm so tired, but I just can't fall asleep. After the plane landed, he went straight to his own hotel. He took a quick shower and lay down on the bed, dialing Lin Wan's phone number again and again, but it was still switched off. He sent Lin Wan many voice messages on WeChat, but they all went unanswered. Wife, where are you? Gu Shiyuan looked at the photos in his phone's album. This was the first time they had separated. This feeling made him panic from the bottom of his heart. He was really afraid of losing Lin Wan. This city isn't small. Finding someone here is like finding a needle in a haystack. We can only wait for news of Ouyang Qian's whereabouts. Just a few hours earlier, Lin Wan had taken the children back to her previous residence. An Zheng was surprised to see them. Just a few days ago, she received a call from Lin Wan saying that she had found her biological parents and was getting engaged to the father of her 2 children. They would be together from now on. They even invited Aunt Zheng back to China to attend their wedding and be their witness. If you calculate the time, today is their engagement day in China, but Lin Wan has returned with the child. What happened? She wanted to ask, but seeing Lin Wan's red and swollen eyes, she didn't bring herself to ask. What else could it be but a broken heart? They're both women, she understands. She went through all of those things when she was young, which is why she has never married. Seeing them return, Aunt Zheng didn't go out, but quietly cooked a meal for them. The 4 of them hadn't eaten together in a long time. Lin Wan talked a lot with Aunt Zheng about her work and life after returning to China, her biological parents, and her background. Gu Shiyuan was not mentioned at all. After the 2 children greeted Grandma Zheng upon entering, they didn't say anything more. They kept an eye on Lin Wan's emotions and didn't dare to say anything more. The children had so much to say to Grandma Zheng, but what happened made them fall silent. If Lin Wan doesn't bring it up, Aunt Zheng won't ask any more questions. Young people should resolve their own issues, especially those related to relationships. No one should interfere. Whatever choice Lin Wan ultimately makes, she will support her. If she wants to stay, she can stay for a while. She's bored by herself anyway. After the meal, Aunt Zheng took the initiative to clear the dishes and told the mother and her 2 children to go and rest, as there was a time difference of more than 10 hours between the 2 places and they needed to rest. Their room was kept clean and tidy. Aunt Zheng didn't rent it to anyone after they left, and she cleaned it regularly so that they could stay comfortably when they came back. Seeing the clean and tidy room, Lin Wan's tears fell again. In a foreign land, this aunt, who was not related to her by blood, gave her so much love. Like one's own mother. Lin Wan hugged Aunt Zheng. Thank you. She felt that she and her children were very lucky, as they had been loved and cared for all along. Apart from Gu Shiyuan, she feels heartbroken whenever she thinks about that video. All right, get some rest. You'll feel better after a good night's sleep. Aunt Zheng gently patted Lin Wan's back, comforting her. She also comforted the 2 children. The children were noticeably less lively than before after they came back. The most important thing for them right now is to get some rest. Lin Wan packed her luggage, took a quick shower, and lay down on the bed. She was so focused on being sad and crying that her eyes were swollen, and she barely spoke. The children stayed by her side silently the whole time. Thinking about this, she felt very guilty towards the children. I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. I wonder how things are at home now, whether things have turned into chaos because of her leaving without saying goodbye. Lin Wan felt a sense of guilt towards her family and children. After calming down, she wondered if she had acted too impulsively. If Gu Shiyuan made a mistake, they should just separate. Isn't what she's doing hurting her own family as well? They loved her so much. Lin Wan turned on her phone, thinking of calling her parents to tell them not to worry, as she had taken her child back to Aunt Zheng's place. But when she turned on her phone, all she saw were Gu Shiyuan's missed calls. Just seeing that name made her feel breathless. The computer shut down again. She didn't want to see anything about that man. But the more she thought about it, the less she could control her mind, constantly wondering what Gu Shiyuan was doing right now. Are you worried about her and the child? After she left, did he go to find Bai Xinran again? She still didn't understand why Gu Shiyuan would stay with Bai Xinran if he liked her. At this time, Ouyang Qian was staying in a hotel on the other side of the city. Based on his understanding of Lin Wan, he knew that once she saw those photos and videos, she would absolutely not accept this fact. Especially that video. The impact on Lin Wan was definitely significant. So he took an earlier flight a few hours earlier and flew to the city where they used to live. I received the news that Lin Wan had boarded the plane with her child as soon as I got off the plane. Everything was under his control. His house is still empty, but he's not in a hurry to go back. He wouldn't be able to control Gu Shiyuan for long. Soon, the other party would figure out his true purpose and catch up with him as quickly as possible. Gu Shiyuan will definitely be able to find out about his situation. But once they get here, it won't be easy for them to monitor him. He won't show himself easily. He'll circle around a few times before looking for Lin Wan. We've already waited so long. What's a couple more days? He didn't believe that Gu Shiyuan's influence could extend overseas. Moreover, it's currently midnight in China, and Lin Wan's mother needs to adjust to the time difference. She must be very tired and needs rest, so he can't disturb them. Moreover, his sudden appearance now seems too abrupt. He didn't want Lin Wan to become suspicious. Chapter 200 The Runaway Heiress. Although Ouyang Qian was eager to see Lin Wan, he even wanted to pull her into his arms and tell her that he would always be by her side and would not let her get hurt. But I still held back. He wanted to do it as perfectly as possible. He didn't believe that Gu Shiyuan could find them in a short time. He would have to travel to several places, and even if there were news of his whereabouts, for Gu Shiyuan, who was unfamiliar with the area, finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's not that easy. By the time he came looking for her, he had already gained Lin Wan's trust, since it's hard to deny something like a video. He made this video himself. He's been quite free abroad these past few years, not having to work or go to school. He spends his free time tinkering with AI, and his skills are quite advanced. Unexpectedly, he finally came in handy. Lin Wan will definitely not trust Gu Shiyuan anymore, including the two children. Even if Gu Shiyuan is their biological father, so what? He raised them himself, and he doesn't believe that the two children have lost their feelings for him so quickly. As for whether the Xiao family would even consider him, he hadn't even thought about it. All he wanted was Lin Wan, not to climb the social ladder by marrying into the Xiao family. Even without the Xiao family, he was capable of providing Lin Wan with a life of luxury and comfort. He will hand over his family business to his sister and will not go back to take it over. He will also not allow Lin Wan and the children to see Gu Shiyuan again. They will live here from now on. Aside from visiting relatives during the Lunar New Year, I won't be going back. At this moment, Ouyang Qian was blinded by the happiness he had imagined. He never imagined that Lin Wan wouldn't accept him in the past, and she certainly wouldn't in the future. It had nothing to do with whether there were other men around her. He always stubbornly believed that it was Gu Shiyuan's appearance that prevented him from dating Lin Wan. He, a greenhorn just starting out in the business world, underestimated Gu Xin, who had been groomed as the heir of a wealthy family since childhood. They really don't take the Xiao family seriously. Neither Gu Shiyuan nor Xiao Yang are people he can easily fool, not even Xiao Yan. In the years since Gu Shiyuan took office, he has not only made the Gu Group headquarters in Shenzhen a great success, but has also expanded his business overseas. The hotel he currently stays in is one of the properties of the Gu Group. You could say I'm very familiar with this city. His hand can really reach here. Many people in Shenzhen are unaware of the Gu family's overseas businesses. Even the rest of the Gu family were unaware that everything in the Gu Corporation was controlled by Gu Shiyuan alone. He has a lot of connections in this city, including some connections within the Xiao family. People on both sides cast a wide net in search of Ouyang Qian. Even though that guy had been hiding for 2 days and had been to many places, his movements were still discovered. On the third day, Ouyang Qian finally couldn't resist returning to his residence. Lin Wan's next-door neighbor. I just put down my luggage and I can go find Lin Wan. The two little ones were swinging on the swings in the yard, and the usually lively ones were now sighing and groaning. Their phones haven't been turned on for almost 3 days, but Mom won't allow it. Later, they even confiscated their cell phones and computers. I can't even get online. Even if you don't contact Daddy, you should at least tell your uncles their current address. They probably know their families are going crazy looking for them right now. For the first time, the two little ones realized that their mommy could be quite willful. Even though Daddy may have made a mistake, they shouldn't have left Grandpa and Grandma like that. The old man will be sad. But they also knew that Mommy was angry right now, and they just hoped that she would calm down soon. This is a huge problem. I wonder when Daddy and Uncle will be able to find them. Brother, I miss Daddy, Lin Yike said, pouting. She's already not used to life without her daddy around. Me too, Lin Nan said dejectedly. Do you believe Daddy would betray Mommy? Of course I don't believe it, but... Lin Yike lowered her head again. I always feel there's a big problem here. Daddy really wouldn't do something like this, Lin Nan said. Having spent so much time together, he still understands his father's character very well. Even if we assume that his father's character is really not good, he shouldn't be so picky as to fall for Bai Xinran. Moreover, at this critical juncture, none of this makes sense. So that video is real. He didn't look closely. Mommy wouldn't let him see something like that. He often uses his spare time to improve his computer skills, and recently he's been learning about the AI industry. There's now great face-swapping technology, and he's wondering if it's not impossible. But who could have done this? I think so too, brother. Should we secretly call Uncle? I'm afraid they'll worry. Sigh. Mommy is such a grown-up, and we still have to worry about her, Lin Yike said. She felt that she should at least let her grandparents know that they were safe and sound. Even kids can figure this out, so Mommy must understand it. But Mommy was in a bad mood and locked herself in her room every day, not saying a word, so she didn't dare to try to persuade her. I've never seen Mommy like this before. My mom used to be very optimistic. Is this what adults mean by love turning into hate? Lin Nan was just about to find an opportunity to secretly take out his phone when he saw someone standing at the front door. Oh Yang. How did he end up here? They hadn't seen each other for a long time. He heard from his mother that Ouyang Qian had already taken over the family business in the country and was very busy with work. But how did he suddenly appear here? What a coincidence. The moment Lin Nan saw this man, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. At this moment, Lin Yike also saw Ouyang Qian walking towards them, and her brows furrowed slightly. At this moment, she shared the same thought as her brother. It was too much of a coincidence, as they had only just returned here. They all felt that Ouyang Qian's appearance was a bit too strange. It is highly suspicious. Although the two little ones are young, they are very thoughtful. They did not lower their guard against this man just because Ouyang Qian had been there for them as they grew up. Moreover, this feeling had long been diluted by Gu Shiyuan. Only after truly experiencing fatherly love did they deeply understand that no one could replace their dad. Ouyang Qian treated them very well, but compared to Gu Shiyuan's kindness, it seemed to lack a bit of sincerity. Moreover, their primary concern was their mother, and the timing of this man's appearance was highly unusual. They all hoped they were overthinking it. Coco, Nan, I'm back. Ouyang Qian stood not far away, opening his arms to the two little ones. Chapter 2:01 discussed. Ouyang Qian still fantasizes that the children will run into his arms as before, whenever he opens his arms. But everything has changed long ago. He waited for a long time, but the two little ones didn't move.